After Mu Chenyì traversed into another realm, he discovered that he was merely an ordinary servant of the Mu Wangfu. While others who crossed over were typically scions of esteemed families, even if their situations were dire, they still possessed a certain status. In Mu Chenyì's case, he found himself devoid of any resources, accompanied only by a chatterbox system. The system had even bestowed upon him a dual cultivation technique. What was he to do? He resolved to survive, and to survive with significance. He sought to embrace the influential, striving to secure a solid foothold. Even if he had to kneel, he would do so all the way to the pinnacle of existence. In a state of confusion, Mu Chenyì felt an unusual heat radiating from his back, reminiscent of being roasted over an open flame. This earthing Kong is quite comfortable, yet why does it feel prickly and uncomfortable? He mused, wait a moment, I didn't even ignite the Kong tonight. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately struck by the sight of flickering flames. What the hell? He leapt up in alarm, only to find himself in a bewildering courtyard, with several bundles of burning firewood in the center where he had just jumped from. In the courtyard stood two individuals, an elderly man and a young one, both clad in the garb of ancient servants. Observing his unfamiliar surroundings and the strange faces, Mu Chenyì slapped himself hard, nearly knocking out his back teeth. Had he really crossed over? This was absurd. He had been sleeping soundly, only to find himself in this predicament. The old man and the young man were equally dumbfounded. How could a deceased person suddenly return to life? The young man trembled and asked, "Are you a human or a ghost?" The elder replied, "We didn't kill you. If you seek revenge, go after the third young master, but please spare us." Mu Chenyì approached the two, saying, "Why are you so afraid? I won't harm you." The old man immediately spat on his hands, rubbed them together, and began to gesture towards Mu Chenyì, insisting, "Step back, step back." Mu Chenyì complied, taking a few steps back to show respect for the elder's earnest performance. Respect for the elderly is a traditional virtue, and even in this new life, he would not forsake it. The young man, seeing the elder's actions had some effect, followed suit, stepped back. Mu Chenyì shook his head, amused by their antics. He decided to approach them directly. The young man, frightened, retreated 2 steps and exclaimed, "Zhang Shu, this isn't working. What should we do?" The elder, equally unsettled, took a few steps back and lamented, "How would I know? We're doomed now." Mu Chenyì jumped right in front of them. The elder and the young man instinctively huddled together, not knowing which of them lost control first, their garments becoming soaked. Perhaps they simply couldn't help it. The sensation was overwhelming. "Don't come any closer," one cried. "I have treated you well." Mu Chenyì chuckled at their cowardice, thinking to himself, how could one play if they were so frightened? "Enough. Look at you both, terrified. I am alive." The two quivered as they gazed at him, their fears alleviated as they noticed their shadows on the ground. He truly isn't dead, but he was clearly lifeless. Mu Chenyì inquired, "Who am I? Where am I?" Pointing at the burning firewood, he asked, "What is happening here?" The elder and the young man were puzzled. Why did he need to ask? Mu Chenyì sighed, placing a finger to his temple, expressing his distress. "I've lost my memory. Do you understand?" The elder questioned. "You were struck, but not on the head. How could you lose your memory?" The young man speculated. Perhaps the trauma transferred. After numerous inquiries, Mu Chenyì gleaned some insight. He was in the southern region of the Xianyu continent, in the city of Xing'an, within the kingdom of Feng. This small courtyard belonged to the Mu Wangfu. The original owner of this body was also named Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì was distantly related to the Mu Wangfu, a far-off nephew of the prince. At 15, he was orphaned and had recently sought refuge in the Mu Wangfu, becoming a servant of the Mu family. Recently, he had incurred the wrath of the third young master and was beaten nearly to death, managing to endure for 2 days before passing away. Mu Chenyì surmised that the original owner did not die from the beating itself. Although he felt considerable discomfort and pain, it was bearable. It was more likely that the original owner succumbed to humiliation, utterly collapsing under the dual burdens of physical and mental torment. Upon hearing the old man's account, Mu Chenyì sighed. Others who crossed over had impressive identities, yet he found himself relegated to servitude. Internally, he muttered, "System, respond if you can hear me. System? System? You there? Grandfather? Ancestor? Nothing? No treasures or inheritances." Mu Chenyì inwardly cursed. "Damn it. I traveled so far, and you can't even provide me with a cheat?" Having offended someone he currently couldn't confront, he pondered how to survive. The elder Zhang said, "Xiao Yi, you are fortunate to be alive. Don't anger those young masters again." Mu Chenyì replied, "Thank you for the warning, Uncle Zhang." The young man added, "Brother Yi, tomorrow is the sixth young mistress election of servants. She is the most favored in the household, so please don't stir up trouble. Mu Chenyì assured him, Li Si, you need not worry. He resigned himself. If he had no system, then so be it. He would endure and seek out those worth clinging to, prioritizing survival. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing him to wince in pain at his back. Ouch! He touched his back and found it stained with blood. Elder Zhang observed, you sustained burns on your back, come inside, so we can apply some medicine. He then instructed Li Si, go extinguish the fire. Li Si promptly doused the flames with a bucket of water. Elder Zhang treated Mu Chenyì's injuries, saying, you were fortunate to regain consciousness so quickly, otherwise you would have perished in the flames. Mu Chenyì lay on the bed, his body racked with spasms, the pain so intense that he clawed at the bed frame, wishing to ignite sparks from it. In the following days, he would have to sleep in a prone position, yet the bruises from the beating made even that uncomfortable. The next day, Mu Chenyì was lost in dreams, drooling and wearing a foolish grin, occasionally emitting lewd chuckles. He until he was abruptly awakened. Li Si exclaimed, Brother, why are you still sleeping? The sixth young mistress is almost here. Mu Chenyì rose, contemplating how to impress her. The original owner had already offended the insufferable third young master, so he had to find a way to ingratiate himself with others. Since the sixth young mistress was the most favored, he resolved to win her over. As for the third young master, he would deal with him when the opportunity arose. Mu Chenyì got dressed with Li Si's assistance and then followed him into a grand hall. Upon entering, he saw over 20 people, all staring at him in astonishment. Didn't they say he was dead? Right? To avoid bad luck, the steward had his body burned last night. He must not have died completely. If he's still alive, he's truly fortunate. With his temperament, he's bound to offend the young mistress again and perish eventually. These individuals were all new servants in the Mu Wangfu, awaiting selection by the young masters, mistresses, or madams. Those not chosen would be relegated to menial tasks, such as cleaning stables. Mu Chenyì had no desire to engage in such drudgery. It was laborious, poorly compensated, and exhausting. In contrast, serving the young masters and mistresses would be far more rewarding, potentially yielding generous rewards for good service. While waiting, Mu Chenyì noticed the others whispering and pointing at him. He understood the need for survival, but he refused to grovel before those at the very bottom. Such behavior was utterly meaningless. His temper flared, and he declared, what are you all staring at? Have you never seen a man of extraordinary talent and striking beauty? The crowd gasped, erupting in outrage. What the hell? This brazen fellow has no shame. He wasn't like this before. He must have been hit on the head. Mu Chenyì scoffed, a bunch of ignorant fools. Li Si immediately tugged on Mu Chenyì's sleeve, urging, brother, don't provoke them. It's fine, I have no need to cower before them. Mu Chenyì was all too familiar with those who preyed on the weak. Yielding to them was sheer folly. A few among the crowd were furious, but dared not act out in the Wangfu. Just then, a voice echoed in Mu Chenyì's mind. Your system has been activated. Due to recent high demand, delivery may be slightly delayed. Please bear with us. Chapter 2. The humiliation at the outset. Upon hearing that voice, Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. The child had finally connected, and his mother would no longer need to worry about him. Subsequently, a message appeared on the system screen. Would you like to bind the system? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chenyì decisively clicked to bind. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the system lacked a name. Could it be a worthless one? Congratulations to the dog-like system for successfully binding with the host. Wishing you all a joyful experience. Mu Chenyì was momentarily stunned, sensing something was amiss. The name of the system was clearly indicative of its inferiority. Yet, he was preparing to cling to a powerful ally, so he decided not to dwell on it. System, at last, I have bound with someone. From this day forth, I too can partake in the fun. System, ha ha ha. Mu Chenyì muttered under his breath. What a joke. He casually closed the system interface. What amusement could there possibly be with such a system? Li Si remarked, Brother when the sixth miss arrives, be sure to kneel quickly. Otherwise, you will surely be punished again. A few days prior, when the third young master visited, Mu Chenyì had been beaten for refusing to kneel. He declared, I won't kneel. He thought to himself, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Why should I kneel? System, well spoken. We want to kneel. Let her prostrate before us. Just then, someone outside called out, the sixth miss has arrived. Mu Chenyì turned to see a stunningly beautiful young girl clad in a red dress, her skirt swaying gently, revealing her delicate and smooth calves. He gazed at her and mused, Is this the sixth Miss Mu Liao of the Mu Manor? Excellent. I could pursue this for 2 years. If I could find an opportunity to win her over, it would be even better. Observing those around him, Mu Chenyì silently cursed, a bunch of spineless fools. Kneeling so readily. Greetings, miss. System, what the? System, didn't you just say you wouldn't kneel? How dare you criticize others when you've already knelt before she even entered? System, weren't you talking about a man's dignity? Where is your integrity? System, as a person of higher education, where's your baseline and dignity? Mu Chenyì replied, integrity, baseline, dignity? How much are these worth? System, I came to see you dominate the world and wield life and death. Yet here you are, kneeling at the very start. Mu Chenyì retorted, get lost. The onlookers were also taken aback by Mu Chenyì's behavior. What was wrong with him? Today, he knelt with such readiness, even before the lady arrived. Wasn't he just an ordinary fellow? Mu Liao walked gracefully past the crowd. Mu Chenyì immediately knelt before her and said, Miss, please wait. He then grasped her ankle, rubbing the hem of her dress against her foot. The others gasped. What was he doing? Was he courting death? Mu Liao looked down at the kneeling Mu Chenyì. Her expression filled with displeasure. Her maid immediately scolded, impudent servant. How dare you disrespect the miss? Mu Chenyì quickly responded, Miss, I did not mean any offense. I noticed dirt on your shoe and approached carelessly. You are a precious lady, pure as a lotus, akin to a celestial being. How could I allow such worldly filth to tarnish you? I am guilty of offending you. Please punish me. As he spoke, he lowered his head and raised his sleeve, revealing a considerable amount of dust. System, are you trying to save face? That dirt is clearly from you rubbing your sleeve on the ground. You scoundrel. Mu Chenyì thought, if I don't save face, how can I cling to her? Seeing that Mu Liao was somewhat appeased by his words, she decided not to be angry. From now on, you shall follow me. The host has successfully gained the admiration of Mu Liao, rewarding 1 high-grade healing potion. System points 10. A smile spread across Mu Chenyì's face. Unexpected rewards indeed. He hurriedly bowed, saying, Thank you, miss, for your great kindness. I am willing to serve you faithfully from now on. System, why are you so skilled at bowing your head? Mu Chenyì replied, What is there to say? If you can't bow, how can you cling to power? System, I came to see you wielding power over life and death. Show some manly spirit. Mu Chenyì retorted, It's enough that I can keep my life, let alone wielding power over life and death. That is sheer nonsense. Mu Liao addressed Mu Chenyì. Very well, you may rise. Thank you, Mississippi. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Was this the same headstrong youth who had refused to kneel just days ago? After being beaten, he had learned his lesson, but was this transformation not a bit too drastic? He had suddenly morphed from a weakling to a seasoned player. How were they to survive in his shadow? Li Si's eyes widened. He felt as if he had lost his mind. Mu Liao sat down in the chair, with her maids and Mu Chenyì flanking her. I need 4 servants. Who among you is willing? Everyone immediately bowed. Miss, I am willing. Miss, I am willing. Mu Liao remarked, Since you all are willing, that complicates matters. How shall I choose? At that moment, one person knelt and stepped forward. Miss, I am willing to serve you faithfully. Mu Chenyì shot a mocking glance at the individual, deeming him a fool. Mu Liao's eyes filled with disdain as she scolded. You merely parrot others. You are worthless. The individual was taken aback and replied, Miss, I truly wish to serve you. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chenyì approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the man. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to sully the miss's eyes? He then dragged the man to the door and kicked him out. His actions were not solely to curry favor with Mu Liao. He recalled how the man had tried to harm him earlier. He held grudges, after all. Of course, had Mu Liao's expression been indifferent earlier, he would not have acted. The host has successfully bullied someone, rewarding a hidden ring. System points 10. System, you're quite adept at leveraging power, aren't you? Mu Chenyì responded. That is called having discernment. What do you know? System, you scoundrel. Ignoring the system's incessant chatter, Mu Chenyì recognized he needed to establish a solid footing first. He then walked back in, kneeling again and saying, I have been blind and allowed such a scoundrel to appear before the Mississippi. Please punish me. Mu Liao was quite pleased, replying, You may rise. Just be mindful in the future. Thank you, Mississippi. As Mu Chenyì stood, he added, Miss, how about allowing me to select for you, sparing you the trouble? Mu Liao agreed. Very well. Let me see your capabilities. Thank you, Miss, for this opportunity. He then turned to question one individual. If the Miss wishes to climb a tree, what would you do? The person replied, I should. I should stop the miss. She is of great worth and cannot climb trees. It's too dangerous. Mu Chenyì immediately slapped him, stating, you foolish wretch. Does the miss need your interference? If she wishes to climb, you should be her human ladder. If you know it's dangerous, then be her cushion below. The miss is the master. She may do as she pleases. If you don't understand this, you should leave. The man, fearing another slap, crawled away. System, you are truly suited for servitude. I assume your previous life was that of a servant as well. Mu Chenyì reflected on his previous life, where he worked tirelessly, returning home exhausted each day, earning a meager salary of $3,500 per month. It was not much different from being a servant. Chapter 3. Falling for their tricks. Upon hearing the mention of climbing trees, Mu Liao frowned. Why would she climb a tree? Yet, she appreciated the sentiment of the miss is the master. She may do as she pleases. Detecting an increase in Mu Liao's satisfaction with the host, the system rewards the host with a lottery draw and assigns 10 points. Mu Chenyì smiled and turned to Li Si, inquiring, what happens if the young lady makes a mistake? Li Si trembled with fear, realizing that Mu Chenyì seemed like a completely different person, filled with trepidation. The young lady could never err. Any mistakes must surely be ours, the servants. Mu Chenyì nodded, pleased, promising youth. Very well, you barely qualify. He then turned to Mu Liao, saying, Miss, what do you think of this? Mu Liao replied, it's acceptable. From now on, you may choose as you see fit. No need to consult me further. Select good individuals and bring them to my courtyard. Mu Chenyì responded, understood. After she departed, Mu Chenyì respectfully escorted Mu Liao out of the courtyard. He bowed deeply and only straightened his back once she was a distance away, then sauntered back to the main hall. System Ba, you sycophant. Mu Chenyì retorted, you even bear the name of a sycophant. How dare you criticize me? He then addressed the others present. As you all heard, I shall select the remaining 3 individuals within half an hour. Your time is limited. As he spoke, he rubbed his thumb against his middle finger. System, do you dare to accept bribes? I will report you. Mu Chenyì snapped, you think you can intimidate me? Silence. He then informed everyone, I need to step away for a moment. Prepare yourselves well. With that, he exited. The crowd immediately began to murmur among themselves. This scoundrel is openly seeking benefits, isn't he? Who would have thought he would gain the young lady's favor? Look at his arrogance. He is merely fortunate. A petty person rising to power, indeed. Those who grow too proud are destined for ruin. He won't last long. Everyone, we must not allow this scoundrel to gain from us. Let us pretend we do not understand his intentions. Indeed, we cannot grant him any favors. Whether we do or not, he still must select people. Exactly, it is settled. There shall be no benefits for him. Li Si overheard their conversation and hurried outside, discovering Mu Chenyì seated in the courtyard. Brother E, I owe you a great debt. Otherwise, I would surely be forced to do menial tasks. Thank you, Brother E. He bowed deeply. Mu Chenyì replied, it's a trivial matter. Follow me in the future, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Brother E, those people are plotting. Oh, is that so? Have they agreed not to offer me anything? Li Si asked, Brother E, how do you know? Mu Chenyì smirked indifferently when they lift their backsides. I know they are about to feast on filth. Li Si inquired, Brother, what do you plan to do? Mu Chenyì chuckled nonchalantly, nothing at all. They are merely insignificant scum, unworthy of concern. You keep an eye on them for me. He anticipated that they might harbor such thoughts, but would they truly act on them? No problem, Brother E. Mu Chenyì dismissed the others and opened the system interface. Quickly, where are my task rewards? System, here you go, here you go. What are you shouting about? Top-tier healing elixir can rapidly restore internal and external injuries. Invisibility ring. The host may bond with it through blood. Once bound, it will merge with the host. Others cannot use or seize it. Upon the host's death, the ring will self-destruct. Function 1 can store items with an internal space of 10 zhong. Function 2 can conceal the host cultivation level at will. Function 3 can render the host invisible. Individuals whose cultivation is not greater than 3 major realms will not perceive them. Usable once daily for a duration of 30 minutes. Mu Chenyì noted there were 10 elixirs in total. Truly stingy. However, the ring is a fine item. System, then don't take it, get it back to me. Ignoring the system, Mu Chenyì took 1 elixir and consumed it, feeling a fiery and itchy sensation on his back. Damn it, could this be a counterfeit? System, you lack appreciation. Mu Chenyì immediately removed his shirt and felt his back. It was smooth, The wounds healed, and the bruises had vanished. Excellent. Very well done. You must continue to strive. System, sure. Hell, what? This system needs your praise? After dressing, Mu Chenyì placed the vial in the system's storage, keeping the bottle with him. He then took out the ring, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Afterward, he wore it, and the ring vanished, yet he felt it securely on his finger. Host has bound the invisibility ring. Mu Chenyì wished to test the invisibility function. Friendly reminder. The host lacks cultivation and cannot use the ring's functions. System, you fool, such a powerful function is not so easily utilized. Disregarding the system, Mu Chenyì strode back into the main hall. I wonder if everyone is prepared? Immediately, two individuals rushed forward, secretly handing him items. Brother E, I am Zhang Wei. Do you think I am suitable? Brother E, I, Li Jun, wish to follow you. Mu Chenyì had anticipated this. Among more than 20 people, a few would undoubtedly possess some wits. He examined the meager offerings, mere scraps of silver, yet it was satisfactory for those seeking to serve. He wasn't there for riches. It was merely a show of authority. Very well, both of you are selected. Follow me diligently. Thank you, Brother E. The others were bewildered. Just moments ago, it was Li Jun who suggested they should withhold benefits from Mu Chenyì, and Zhang Wei was the first to agree. Damn it, we've been outsmarted by these two rogues. How treacherous human hearts can be. These scoundrels. If given a chance, I shall surely strike them down. Mu Chenyì announced, there is one more spot available. Hurry. I am pressed for time. The group snapped back to reality, quickly rummaging for items. Brother E, this is all I possess. Mu Chenyì chastised. If it is your entire fortune, how could I accept it? Li Jun immediately slapped the individual, scolding, you fool. How dare you present merely 3 copper coins? Zhang Wei promptly dragged the person away. The individual cried out, Brother E, grant me a chance. Brother E, I have an 80-year-old mother. Brother E. From among the remaining individuals, several retreated. Others produced silver or other items. Mu Chenyì casually considered whom to select. System. Choose the jade pendant. Choose the jade pendant. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Mu Chenyì frowned. This system was exceedingly arrogant. However, he restrained his irritation. The system's excitement suggested it might be a treasure. He took the jade pendant. All right, the selections are complete. Return and gather your belongings. Then follow me to the young lady's courtyard. Yes, Brother E. The ones not selected sighed and departed the hall. Li Si remarked, Brother E, wait a moment. I will gather your things. Mu Chenyì nodded, saying, Go ahead. Chapter 4. Even if on my knees, I shall crawl to the pinnacle. Once Mu Chenyì and the others departed, he immediately inquired, System, quickly tell me what treasure this jade is. System, treasure? I never claimed it was a treasure. Then why did you make me choose the jade pendant? System, I merely mentioned it. I did not expect you to actually choose it. Mu Chenyì, you deceitful system, you toy with me. System, haha. I simply wish to amuse myself with you. Damn it. Well, selling it can still fetch some coins. System, indeed, it can be exchanged for money. But at most it's worth 2 copper coins. Ha, damn it. System, annoyed? Want to torment me? Want me to kneel and sing conquer? Want to beat me to death? I do. System, then keep dreaming. You can't do anything to me. You can only imagine. Damn it. I'll uninstall you sooner or later. System, this system is fearless. Mu Chenyì couldn't do anything about the system for the time being, so he could only endure it. Mu Chenyì led the 4 individuals to the entrance of Mu Liao's courtyard. Subsequently, they saw the previous maid waiting at the gate. You curs, you actually made me wait so long. Li Si and the others lowered their heads in fright, not daring to look at the maid. Mu Chenyì stepped forward and said with a smile, Sister, please don't be offended. I'm choosing servants for the young lady. I wouldn't dare to make the slightest mistake. So naturally, I had to be careful. Sorry to have kept you waiting here for so long. As he spoke, he secretly handed over the benefits he had previously obtained from Zhang and Li. System, look at your pathetic behavior. At least be tough. You're afraid of a maid? Mu Chenyì, you know nothing. That maid is obviously serving Mu Liao closely, and he can't afford to offend her right now. The maid's expression improved upon seeing the loose silver in her hand. I'll let it go this time. Come with me. Mu Chenyì said, Thank you, sister. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. System, what are you afraid of her for? Go up there and give her a big slap. And this system will immediately give you a supreme Taoist technique. Mu Chenyì, having experienced the jade pendant incident, would never believe the system's nonsense. If the system could decide on its own, it certainly wouldn't have rewarded him with anything before. Even if it did, he wouldn't dare. He had to be alive to practice the supreme Taoist technique. If he slapped the maid, he would probably lose his life. The maid was young and couldn't possibly fathom the twists and turns in his mind. Hearing Mu Chenyì's praise, she was naturally delighted. Then, she said with some shyness, "No, I'm not." Mu Chenyì said, "Sister, you are too modest." He looked at the maid's back, thinking, when I gain a foothold, the first thing I'll do is deal with this arrogant bitch. Subsequently, he led the 4 men into the courtyard with the maid, arriving at a small side courtyard. The maid said to a middle-aged man, Steward Wang, "They are all new here, so I'll leave them to you." Wang Yin said, "No problem, Miss Xiaoya, don't worry." Xiaoya nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yin said flatteringly, "Miss Xiaoya, stay and sit for a while before you leave." No. Xiaoya left directly, as she had no fondness for this person. Wang Yin looked at the maid's figure, revealing a lewd and obscene smile, and even licked his lips, clearly yearning for her. Mu Chenyì sneered, "This old lecher actually desires a young girl's body. How shameless." But one must admit that the maid looked to be only 16 years old. With a beautiful appearance, indeed not bad, mainly because her figure was already shapely. Mu Chenyì couldn't help but fantasize. "System, you dog, aren't you lusting after her too? That old lecher is shameless, but you are completely brazen. Mu Chenyì, what can you do with that thing? Face?" He threw it away long ago, and didn't forget to step on it a couple of times after throwing it away. Wang Yin, seeing that Xiaoya had already left, retracted his smile and turned to look at the 5 men with a look of disgust. "You will be working here from now on. Keep your eyes open. If you cause trouble, this steward will not spare you lightly." Several servants angered the young lady before and were beaten into cripples, then thrown out. "Don't go looking for death yourself." The 5 men bowed and said yes. Wang Yin pointed to a small hut next to them and said, "The 5 of you will live there from now on." "Yes." Mu Chenyì saw that the others had gone to put their things away and stepped forward, saying, "Steward Wang, I'm new here, from a poor background, and don't understand the rules. I hope you can give me some guidance. There will naturally be a small token of appreciation at the beginning of next month. System, can you have some backbone? You go up to curry favor with everyone you see. You have a cheat. You need to be tough. Mu Chenyì, your trash cheat is worse than nothing." Wang Yin naturally knew that these people didn't have much money, but coming here, they would still have a monthly salary. And the Mu family always gave the servants their monthly salary at the beginning of the month. Wang Yin saw that Mu Chenyì specifically pointed this out, but said it implicitly, thinking that this young man was still sensible. He then put on airs and said, "Seeing that you are quite sensible, this steward will tell you a few things." "Thank you, steward." Wang Yin was overjoyed by this steward, and his smile almost couldn't hold back. Although he was a steward, he was still a servant like these newcomers, and had never been called steward before. Being called steward by this servant almost made him think he was someone important. "Don't call me that casually. It wouldn't be good if others heard." Mu Chenyì said, "Don't worry, steward. I will naturally guard against others. The young man is very good. I will take care of you in the future. I thank you again, steward." Mu Chenyì had a flattering smile on his face, and had already labeled this person as the second one to deal with. When he rose to power in the future, he would first take down that maid, and then deal with this old lecher. System, take life and death lightly. Just do it if you don't like it. Go up there and kill him directly. System, what 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, is all nonsense. We only strive for the present. System, a good man is born between heaven and earth, should have the ambition to soar to the sky, and have the heart to defy the heavens and punish the gods. System, how can you become a generation of strong if you are so afraid of death? How to trample others under your feet? How to suppress this sky? Mu Chenyì silently opened the system interface, then found the system settings. Unfortunately, he didn't find an uninstall window. System, what the hell are you doing? Stop it for me. Mu Chenyì placed his finger on the option to forcibly close the system's self-awareness in the interface. Then, he clicked it without hesitation. Immediately, a prompt appeared on the system interface. After forcibly closing the system's self-awareness, the host will not be able to communicate with the system's self-awareness. If the host needs to communicate with the system, you can turn on the system's self-awareness again. Are you sure you want to forcibly close it? Mu Chenyì looked at the prompt on the system interface and directly clicked confirm. System, hey damn it, we're all friends, let's talk it over, let's discuss things. Don't be so ruthless. However, Mu Chenyì didn't stop. Prompt, system self-awareness has been closed. Mu Chenyì saw the prompt and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally getting rid of this chatterbox and having some peace and quiet. This system consciousness was completely an idiot. What defying the heavens and punishing the gods? People didn't provoke you. Why are you plotting against them? Suppressing the sky? What a load of crap. Why can't one who is afraid of death become a strong person? Only those who survive are worthy of being called heroes. Even if I have to kneel, I will kneel all the way to the top. At this time, the other 4 men came out after putting their things away. Wang Yin said, "You guys go chop the firewood in the backyard, fill the water tank, and sweep the courtyard clean for me." Yes. The 4 men agreed and immediately walked toward the backyard. Afterward, Wang Yin told Mu Chenyì some things to pay attention to. Mu Chenyì kept these things in mind one by one. "Thank you for your guidance, steward. I'm endlessly grateful. You are my reborn parents." Wang Yin said with a face full of smiles, "Yes. Tonight, I will take you to see the young lady. Be clever, kid. Don't worry, steward. Go clean yourself up. You need to be presentable when meeting the young lady." Yes. Wang Yin left humming a tune. Mu Chenyì walked into the room, glanced at this small, pitiful room. Not to mention 5 people, even 3 people would be cramped. It seems that tonight I must perform well and leave this shabby little house early. I shall wait to see whether those 3 fools will act in their own interest. Meanwhile, in the backyard, the individual who had given Mu Chenyì that tattered jade pendant expressed, "This is unfair." Li Si inquired, "Han Ming, what do you mean by unfair?" Han Ming replied, "We toil here diligently. Yet why does Mu Chenyì have to do nothing?" Li Si retorted, "Han Ming, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for Brother E, you wouldn't even be here. You would be dragged off to do menial work. I provided him with benefits, and I owe him nothing. We all came together. Why should he be elevated above us?" Li Si scolded, "You ungrateful wretch." Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel, Zhang Wei quickly interjected, "Enough. Stop arguing. If Manager Wang hears us, we'll surely be reprimanded." Li Jun added, "Li Si, don't be angry. Han Ming is just blunt, and doesn't he know how to express himself? Here is what we'll do. You go sweep the yard, and we will talk to Han Ming." Li Si nodded and promptly took the broom and exited. Han Ming protested, "Were you all?" Zhang Wei interrupted him, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and whispered, "Han Ming, how can you be so foolish? Clearly, Mu Chenyì has already colluded with Wang Yin, which is why he hasn't been assigned any work." Han Ming said, "I know, it's just infuriating. If we hadn't given him our possessions, we could have won Wang Yin's favor as well." Li Jun whispered, "Han Ming, you're being foolish. If you're upset, you need to endure it. Li Si is obviously in cahoots with Mu Chenyì. If you speak out, and it angers Mu Chenyì, he might slander you in front of Wang Yin, and you will be finished." Han Ming pondered this and realized the truth, quickly exclaiming, "Are we to endure humiliation before Mu Chenyì forever?" Li Jun and Zhang Wei exchanged glances and nodded. "We too do not favor Mu Chenyì. We are all impoverished people and should help one another. Yet Mu Chenyì behaves like a petty villain." After Zhang Wei spoke, he turned to Han Ming. "Han Ming, you have already offended Mu Chenyì. It's likely that even if you endure, he will not let you off easily." Han Ming, filled with concern, asked, "What should I do?" Li Jun replied, "There is but one solution. We must deal with Mu Chenyì." However, Mu Chenyì has already ingratiated himself with Manager Wang and has even given silver to the maid Xiao Yu beside the young lady, thereby solidifying his position here. "How can we deal with him?" Zhang Wei chuckled and said, "In this courtyard, the matters are determined by the young lady. With just her word, Mu Chenyì would be finished. But the young lady is quite pleased with Mu Chenyì today. She has entrusted him with selecting people. Why would she arbitrarily deal with him?" Zhang Wei and Li Jun's expression soured, realizing how dense Han Ming was. Mu Chenyì exploits the opportunity to ask for benefits in the name of selecting for the young lady. If the young lady finds out, do you think she would be angry? Han Ming gleefully responded, "Of course she would. Tonight, we will meet the young lady, and you can bring this matter to her attention. Will the young lady believe it? What are you afraid of? We will testify for you." That evening, Wang Yin brought 5 individuals to meet Mu Liao. The other 4 knelt and said, "We pay our respects to the young lady." Mu Chenyì then said, "Long life to the young lady." It was the first time Mu Liao heard this phrase, and she found it quite pleasing. "You're quite good. Very well. Rise." The group stood up. Han Ming, however, remained kneeling and said, "Young lady, I wish to report something." Mu Liao asked, "What is it?" "Young lady, while he was selecting for you, he openly accepted benefits. Is what you say true?" "I speak only the truth." Zhang Wei and Li Jun, sensing an opportunity, immediately knelt and said, "Young lady, we can testify." Mu Liao gazed at Mu Chenyì and questioned, "What do you have to say?" She was evidently agitated. Initially, She was quite satisfied with Mu Chenyì and had even contemplated rewarding him, but the fact that he used her tasks as a pretext for personal gain disappointed her greatly. Everyone around sensed her anger and fell silent. Li Si trembled, anxiously glancing at Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì quickly knelt and said, "Young lady, I indeed accept the benefits." Wang Yin observed Mu Chenyì and thought, "This person is quite straightforward. He doesn't seem slow-witted at all. Why would he admit it?" He said nothing, hoping this matter wouldn't implicate him. The maid Xiaoyu looked at Mu Chenyì and sighed internally. What a pity, such a handsome lad. Yet he may end up beaten to death. After all, she had received money from Mu Chenyì and had been praised by him. Mu Liao commanded, "Take him away, cripple him, and throw him out." Wang Yin immediately prepared to act, lest Mu Chenyì drag him down with him. Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "Young lady, hold on. Please allow me to explain." Mu Liao coldly replied, "Very well. If your explanation is insufficient, I shall have you killed on the spot." Mu Chenyì thought to himself, "This girl is either going to cripple me or kill me. Truly, love breeds harsh judgment." He said, "I accepted benefits, but it was all for the young lady." Mu Liao, exasperated, responded, "You wanted benefits for my sake?" The others were taken aback. "At least offer a more reasonable excuse." Han Ming, Han Wei, and Li Jun were overjoyed. Such a nonsensical justification was tantamount to seeking death. Mu Chenyì continued, "Young lady, I did this to test their sincerity in serving you. If they are unwilling to part with even a small sum, how could they possibly dedicate themselves to you in the future?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. "You could explain it this way?" Mu Liao asked. "This small amount of money can reveal such sincerity?" "Young lady, to you, it is but a trivial matter. Yet for them, it constitutes their entire fortune. If they can part with it, it at least demonstrates some earnestness." Mu Liao nodded, her interest piqued. "So, you truly did this for my sake. I am deeply honored by your trust, young lady, and I shall wholeheartedly serve you." Chapter 6. I can still drink a little bit. Han Ming and the others were a loss. How could this person weave such a tale? Li Jun said, "Young lady, he is using your name to accept benefits. He is clearly acting for himself." Zhang Wei added, "Young lady, do not be easily deceived by his words. He is clearly pursuing his own interests." Han Ming exclaimed, "Young lady, he is merely babbling." Mu Liao commanded, "Silence. Do you think you have a right to speak?" She turned to Mu Chenyì and said, "Whether you genuinely care for me is uncertain, but the fact that you seek personal gain is undeniable." Mu Chenyì asserted, "Young lady, I would never dare to pursue personal gain." He presented a small vial with both hands. "Young lady, I used the money I received from them to purchase this healing elixir, intended as a gift for you." Mu Liao had seen Mu Chenyì enter with the vial in hand and had been curious, but now, hearing his words, she believed him to some extent. "Why present it now?" "Young lady, although I contributed some of my own wealth to acquire this elixir, it is truly too modest to be presented publicly." Mu Liao was already convinced to a significant degree and said, "Follow me. The rest of you may leave." Wang Yin led the 4 new servants to bow and exit, as did the 2 maids. Mu Chenyì rose and followed Mu Liao to another luxurious room. He knelt beside her, knowing that the next moment would be crucial. Whether he could earn Mu Liao's trust hinged on this encounter. His previous actions had been to facilitate this very moment. If he relied solely on his past deeds, it would take a long time to gain Mu Liao's trust. However, if he could pass the upcoming test, his standing would be secure. Seated upon the divan, Mu Liao soon received a basin of water from Xiaoyu. "Come, attend to my feet," she instructed. Mu Chenyì looked up, noticing Mu Liao's gaze fixed upon him. He promptly knelt and approached, eager to perform the task. Gently, he removed her shoes and stockings, carefully immersing her jade-like feet into the basin. His hand brushed against her calf, but he dared not overstep, reserving such liberties for the future. After tenderly cleansing her feet, he gently placed them back down. Mu Liao then turned her attention to Xiaoyu, who, understanding, fetched a cup from nearby and handed it to Mu Chenyì, her eyes filled with sympathy. Mu Liao gestured towards the basin on the floor, stating, "Begin." Mu Chenyì, holding the cup, hesitated, realizing the test before him. A slight frown creased his brow as he contemplated. Mu Liao remained silent, awaiting his decision. "What is your name?" Mu Liao inquired. "I am called Mu Chenyì. Are you the one who offended Mu Lingfei?" "I simply found the 3rd young master disagreeable, and thus incurred his displeasure." Mu Chenyì had learned from Wang Yin that Mu Liao and Mu Lingfei were not on good terms. so he spoke without reservation. Hearing this, Mu Liao nodded in satisfaction. Very well, she said. Turning to her maid, she instructed, announced that, from this moment forward, Mu Chenyì shall be the steward of my courtyard, responsible for all its affairs. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Had he passed the test so easily? He immediately declared, "Thank you for your trust, Mississippi. I shall serve you with utmost dedication. You may leave." Mu Liao dismissed him. "Farewell, miss," Mu Chenyì replied, retreating. Xiao Yu, observing Mu Chenyì, regarded him with disdain and contempt, wondering how he could be so repulsive. Mu Chenyì, noticing her expression, smirked, thinking, "Patience, your turn will come." Xiao Yu led Mu Chenyì to the outer courtyard, where she announced his appointment as steward, entrusting him with the management of the courtyard's affairs. Wang Yin promptly inquired, "What about me, Miss Xiao Yu?" "You?" Xiao Yu replied. "You will now be under his authority." Though displeased, she knew that as Mu Liao's personal maid, she was somewhat insulated from his direct control. She then departed. Li Si, elated, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Brother Yi." Mu Chenyì chuckled. A trifle. He knew that he owed his swift ascent to the cooperation of the other three. Wang Yin, crestfallen at the loss of his position, approached Mu Chenyì, saying, "Brother Yi, I hope you will look after me in the future." Mu Chenyì responded, "Well, rest assured, Brother Yi, I will offer my sincerest gratitude. There's no need for such formality among comrades. It is only proper. If you insist, then I shall accept it when the time comes." Han Ming and the others trembled, their faces ashen, fearing what the future held. Zhang Wei immediately knelt, pleading, "Brother Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive my transgressions." Li Jun and Han Ming also knelt, begging, "Brother Yi, we were wrong. Please give us another chance." Mu Chenyì stated, "There's no need for this. We are all serving the miss, and I will not make things difficult for you." The three kowtowed in gratitude. "I'll deal with you slowly." Mu Chenyì thought, "All right, it's late. Get some rest." Wang Yin offered, "I'll clear out a room for you right away." Zhang Wei added, "I'll help you move your things immediately." Soon, the group had assisted Mu Chenyì in settling into his new quarters. Returning to his room, Mu Chenyì immediately accessed the system. He already possessed a cultivation technique and could consider beginning his training. Mu Chenyì examined the description. Primordial unfettered art, a celestial grade technique created by the ancient hero Chu Xiaoyao. By practicing this art, one can steal the talent and partial constitution of others through special means. The talent of the person being stolen from will be slightly weakened but will gradually recover. This method can also be used to speed up the recovery. Cultivation techniques. Spiritual skills, spiritual veins, and spiritual tools are divided into 7 grades: mortal, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, celestial, and divine. Mu Chenyì carefully read the description. A celestial grade technique, excellent. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Mu Chenyì, age, 15, talent, 5 out of 100, spiritual vein, profound special constitution, none realm, none technique, none spiritual skill, none system points, 140. Mu Chenyì cursed. Damn it, I have no background, and my talent is only 5, a complete waste. Even my spiritual vein is the lowest grade. However, he didn't panic. Primordial unfettered art. Since it can steal the foundation of others, it should be able to solve these problems. He clicked on the primordial unfettered art in the system interface. Cultivate the primordial unfettered art. Mu Chenyì immediately confirmed. A blue light entered his brain. This was convenient, as he didn't have to memorize anything. The entire content was now in his mind. Mu Chenyì familiarized himself with the technique. In essence, it involved stealing the talent and partial constitution of others through special means, then using it to forge a new constitution for oneself. The stolen talent and constitution would gradually recover, and the recovery could even be accelerated, resulting in an improvement over the original state. It was a mutually beneficial technique. However, Mu Chenyì realized that he couldn't determine the talent or constitution of others just by looking at them. He couldn't simply ask them, could he? Detecting the host's need, the ability to identify talent and special constitutions could be obtained by consuming 40 system points. Acquire this ability? Mu Chenyì smiled. He definitely needed this ability. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability to identify special constitutions. Eye of Detection. He immediately used the Eye of Detection to examine his own body. Talent, 5 special constitution. None, very convenient, excellent. Mu Chenyì then scrolled through the system interface. He still had 2 chances to draw prizes. Let's see if he could get something good. Initiate drawing. Of course. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the body refinement technique. 9 deaths, undying body, celestial grade. Mu Chenyì clicked on the drawing again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the finger technique. Spirit snatching finger, heaven grade. Mu Chenyì clicked on the 9 deaths, undying body. Cultivate the 9 deaths, undying body. Of course, Mu Chenyì immediately obtained the cultivation method for the 9 deaths, undying body. The 9 deaths, undying body use spiritual energy and death energy to temper the physical body, enhancing the constitution. It also allowed for resurrection with limitations. After dying 9 times, one could refine an undying divine body. Mu Chenyì nodded. This technique was excellent. Combined with the primordial unfettered art, he should be able to quickly increase his strength. He then clicked on the spirit-snatching finger, and the cultivation method appeared in his mind. The soul-seizing finger can temporarily seal an opponent's spiritual veins, rendering them unable to utilize spiritual energy, leaving their bodies weak and feeble. Without the ability to harness spiritual energy, would one not be left vulnerable to any threat? Indeed, this is an essential skill for the 6th brother. Mu Chenyì could hardly contain his eagerness to begin his cultivation, yet he was limited to practicing the ancient carefree technique. After a night of cultivation, he found that only a slight increase in spiritual energy had accumulated within his spiritual veins. The realm of cultivation is divided into 10 stages: martial, spiritual, mysterious, king, emperor, celestial, celestial monarch, great emperor, manifested saint, and supreme. Each stage is further divided into 9 levels. Mu Chenyì sighed softly at his current pace. It would take nearly 10 days just to officially become a cultivator at the first level of the martial stage. This was far too slow. He needed to enhance his aptitude first. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges ahead. He ceased his training. Though the results from a night of practice were minimal, he felt invigorated. Upon exiting his room, he noticed others were already busy at work. When they saw Mu Chenyì, they immediately greeted him. "Good morning, brother E." Mu Chenyì thought to himself that they were clever. As long as they remained obedient, he had no desire to engage with them further. "Get back to work," he instructed. "Yes." Mu Chenyì called over Li Si, saying, "You need not labor. Just keep an eye on them for me." Li Si replied, "Brother E, rest assured." Mu Chenyì left the side courtyard and promptly arrived at the entrance of Mu Liao's quarters. He waited patiently until, shortly after, the door opened, revealing Mu Liao accompanied by Xiaoyu. Mu Chenyì immediately bowed. "I pay my respect to the Mississippi." Mu Liao responded, "You may rise." "Thank you, Mississippi. I will be going out today. The courtyard is in your hands." "Do not worry, Mississippi." Mu Chenyì observed Mu Liao through his probing eye. Talent aptitude, 37 special physique, Linglong treasure body, awakening pending. He was momentarily taken aback by the revelation, then elated. He had not expected to encounter a special physique at the outset, though, if it had yet to awaken, it should prove to be of great assistance. Originally, he had intended to use Mu Liao's presence to firmly establish himself here, and this aligned perfectly with his initial thoughts. After having breakfast, Mu Liao departed the courtyard without even taking a maid with her. Mu Chenyì inquired of Xiaoyu, "Sister, where is the miss going? Are you not accompanying her?" A flicker of disdain crossed Xiaoyu's eyes as she replied, "The miss attends lectures from the immortal teachers in the mansion every month. She is a cultivator." "Ah, I see. Thank you for clarifying, sister." Mu Chenyì then directed his probing eye at Xiaoyu. Talent aptitude, 10 special physique, none. Watching her walk away, he muttered, "You look down on me. I'll make you the first target." He was simultaneously contemplating how to approach Mu Liao, realizing that he needed to gather more information first. And the simplest method was to start with Xiaoyu. He proceeded to examine the other maids in the courtyard, but regrettably, he did not discover any additional special physiques, nor anyone with an aptitude exceeding 10. In the afternoon, he entered the back courtyard and witnessed a group miss. "You should change your attire. The hem is severely wrinkled. If you wear this out, it would be quite unbecoming. Should others notice, those envious of you will surely gossip." Upon hearing this, Mu Liao glanced down, spotting the creases. Though not excessive, it still caused her brow to furrow. While she typically dismissed such trivial matters, Mu Chenyì's words prompted her to reconsider, as it indeed pertained to her dignity. "Who is responsible for this garment?" Xiaoyu promptly replied, "Miss, the clothing is managed by Xiao Chui." Mu Chenyì would not allow the maid to escape unscathed. "Miss, Xiaoyu, as your personal maid, cannot evade responsibility either. She assisted you in changing, yet failed to notice such evident wrinkles, indicating her lack of diligence." Mu Liao's gaze toward Xiaoyu turned noticeably colder. Xiao Yu immediately knelt, pleading, "Miss, it is not the servant's fault." Mu Chenyì retorted, "You are tasked with personal service. Yet in light of this incident, you claim it has nothing to do with you. At this juncture, not only do you show no remorse, but you also shirk responsibility. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible." Xiao Yu's mind was already filled with curses directed at Mu Chenyì. He seemed intent on her ruin. "Miss, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mu Chenyì swiftly interjected, "Miss, I'm responsible for the matters of the courtyard as well, and I too hold accountability. Allow me to handle this situation. I shall ensure they are suitably punished." Mu Liao considered briefly and replied, "Very well, I entrust it to you." She had to attend a lecture from the cultivators in the estate and did not wish to waste time on such trivialities. "Thank you, Mississippi." Afterward, Mu Liao changed her clothes, and Mu Chenyì escorted her out. She cautioned, "Just give them a lesson. Do not be overly harsh." After all, Xiao Yu had served her for quite some time, and she did not wish to be overly punitive. "Rest assured, Miss, I will ensure they remember this lesson." Upon returning to the courtyard, Mu Chenyì found Xiao Yu and another maid, Xiao Cui, kneeling on the ground. He feigned helplessness, stating, "The miss is quite upset about this matter, and I cannot show favoritism. Do not blame me for being harsh." Xiao Yu thought to herself, "Isn't it you who caused this trouble? Why play innocent now?" Yet, she could only bow her head and plead, "Please, Manager Mu, show mercy." Xiao Cui trembled in fear. Unable to utter a word, Mu Chenyì commanded, "Xiao Cui, go to the back courtyard and work. I shall come and punish you later." Xiao Cui scrambled away in haste. Seeing no one around, Xiao Yu hastily produced some silver and offered it to Mu Chenyì. "Manager Mu, please spare me." Mu Chenyì pushed her hand away, saying, "Sister, the miss is furious this time, and I am in a difficult position as well. Please, do not expect me to overlook this." Xiao Yu presumed Mu Chenyì found her offering insufficient and continued, "I have more silver. I can provide you with more." Mu Chenyì replied, "Sister, come with me. Let's discuss this matter properly." He led her to his room and closed the door behind them. Looking at the visibly anxious Xiao Yu, he said, "Sister, I genuinely wish to assist you." Upon hearing this, she sighed in relief, but soon her anger resurfaced. This situation was instigated by him. "Thank you, Manager Mu. I shall remember your kindness." However, in her heart, she was plotting to find a way to catch Mu Chenyì off guard and deal with him later. Mu Chenyì sighed, "But before you express your gratitude, I must warn you that while I wish to help, I cannot explain it to the miss if I do." Xiao Yu understood that he was seeking something in return. "Manager Mu, if you assist me, I shall give you 10 taels of silver." Mu Chenyì replied, "Sister is quite generous. That would suffice for 5 years of my salary. Should you help me, I can provide you with another 5 taels later." Xiao Yu occasionally received rewards while attending to Mu Liao, so she could indeed afford this sum. Mu Chenyì smiled and said, "Sister, I have little interest in money. What is it that you desire?" With a lewd grin, he began to assess Xiao Yu. She gasped, realizing his intentions. "You are audacious. I shall inform the miss." Mu Chenyì countered, "That would be futile. I could easily tell the miss that you sought to seduce me to avoid punishment, but I rejected your advances, and you decided to frame me instead." Xiao Yu retorted, "The miss would never believe you. Would the miss trust me if she appointed me as manager? Would she entrust me with handling this matter? Do not be naive. Incidents of maids attempting to seduce the manager are not uncommon. Do you think the miss would believe you or me?" As Xiao Yu pondered, her brow furrowed. Ever since Mu Chenyì drank the wash water, he had gained Mu Liao's trust. This was largely due to the fact that he not only drank it, but consumed an entire basin. How could Mu Liao not appreciate him? She realized that when it came down to it, it was uncertain whether Mu Liao would trust her over him. "You despicable wretch." Chapter 9. "I agree." Mu Chenyì chuckled, "Sister, that is quite uncalled for. I do not intend to force you. You may choose to comply with me or face punishment. The choice is yours." Xiao Yu was furious, wishing to strangle Mu Chenyì. How is this any different from coercion? "I must inform you. I plan to break both your legs and cast you out of the estate. You shameless fiend." Xiao Yu was enraged yet terrified. If he truly broke her legs, it would spell her end. Mu Chenyì warned coldly, "I advise you to adjust your attitude. This is a fair transaction. If you continue to be disrespectful, this arrangement is off." "You, so you wish to be punished? Very well, my hands are itching. Let us proceed." Xiao Yu clenched her fists and finally conceded, "I agree." Mu Chenyì smiled, rising to caress her cheek. "A wise choice." Xiao Yu glared at him with malice. His demeanor turned icy. "Your expression displeases me. Perhaps it would be better to punish you directly." Xiao Yu quickly composed herself, saying, "I was wrong. Please forgive me, manager." "That is more like it." Having sufficiently intimidated her, Mu Chenyì decided to offer her a benefit. "Do not feel resentful. Yielding to me will not be a disadvantage. Consider this. I currently enjoy the Mrs. Trust and oversee the estate's affairs. With my protection, you need not worry about future troubles." Xiao Yu regarded him skeptically. "Are you truly so benevolent?" Mu Chenyì continued, "Think further. You are the Mrs. Personal Maid, and I am the manager. If we join forces, we shall be secure in the future." Upon reflection, Xiao Yu realized he had a point. Being allied with Mu Chenyì could indeed bear advantages, especially since he was rather handsome. However, she worried, "But the miss is furious. I may no longer serve as her personal maid. What do you fear? Do I not offer protection? As long as you comply, I assure you will remain the Mrs. Personal Maid. Is that true?" Mu Chenyì embraced her waist and affirmed, "Certainly. While I am currently trusted by the miss, who can guarantee that will remain the case? Take yourself as an example. Who in this courtyard dares to offend you besides the miss? Yet today, you have fallen into my hands. I need someone to assist me, and you are the most suitable candidate. Hence helping you is akin to helping myself." He spoke the truth. Merely teaching this maid a cultivation technique was simple, but that would not maximize their benefits. If he could directly enlist this maid to his side, he would be able to keep abreast of matters concerning Mu Liao, and, subsequently, strategize to win her over. Xiao Yu was already tempted, inquiring, "Aren't you afraid I'll divulge everything to Miss? Thereafter, we'll be in the same boat. If Miss discovers this, she won't spare me, and naturally, she won't spare you either." Mu Chenyì embraced Xiao Yu tightly, retorting, "Besides, my lady is comely and kind-hearted. How could she ever engage in such behavior?" Xiao Yu shuddered slightly, uttering coyly, "You're such a tease." Mu Chenyì declared, "It's time to attend to serious matters." He led Xiao Yu to the bedside and promptly divested her of her garments. Xiao Yu reclined on the bed, her arms crossed over her chest, and proclaimed, "I can yield to you, but you must keep your word." Mu Chenyì reassured her, "Rest assured, I'll ensure your safety and keep my promises. I'll need your assistance later." Why would I deceive you? He was essentially attempting a free ride, as Mu Liao had no intention of severely punishing the maidservant. Mu Chenyì leaned down and gently kissed Xiao Yu. His hand caressed Xiao Yu's cheek. Mu Chenyì gazed toward the doorway, cautioning, "My dear, you must be careful. If this matter becomes known to others and reaches Miss, we're both doomed." Xiao Yu responded, "I understand." She bit her lip, feeling somewhat resentful. This man knew they were doomed, yet he didn't know how to restrain himself. 2/4 of an hour later, Mu Chenyì lay in bed, instructing from now on, "Remember to inform me of any developments on Mrs. End, no matter how trivial." Xiao Yu responded to Mu Chenyì, "I am aware." She then inquired, "What do you intend to tell Miss?" Mu Chenyì replied, "You don't need to do anything. Just focus on serving Miss diligently, and leave the rest to me." "Then what should I tell Miss?" "If Miss asks, simply tell her that I made you kneel for a day. Then, express your gratitude to Miss, and say nothing more. That will be the end of it." "I am aware." Xiao Yu embraced Mu Chenyì tightly, professing, "You must not forsake me. Rest assured, we're in this together. If something happens to you, I won't fare any better." Subsequently, Xiao Yu donned her attire and departed, albeit with a peculiar gait. Mu Chenyì instructed, "Remember to kneel outside and feign contrition." "I am aware. Have Xiao Chui join you as well." Xiao Yu responded, and then left the room. Mu Chenyì arose and gazed at the crimson stains on the couch, furrowing his brow slightly. This was rather problematic. Host has successfully captured her heart, acquiring 1 drop of the great emperor's blood and 100 system points. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. As long as she wasn't foolish, she would naturally comply obediently. But for this to be considered capturing her heart seemed a bit hasty. What he didn't know was that this was primarily due to the effects of the primordial carefree art. Secondly, he himself was quite handsome, and she was a novice in such matters, so she naturally succumbed. It's barely plausible, right? He then turned his attention to the great emperor's blood in the system warehouse. Great emperor's blood. After refining, it condenses the physical body, enhances physical strength, and boosts bodily functions. Mu Chenyì sighed, lamenting, "Only 1 drop as a reward is too meager." He promptly ingested it and began refining it. A full hour later, he finally refined the great emperor's blood. His physical body had indeed become considerably stronger, and his cultivation had also advanced to the 4th level of the martial realm. In the afternoon, after Mu Liao returned, Mu Chenyì informed her that he had punished the two by making them kneel for a day. When Mu Liao saw the two maids greeting her, walking unsteadily, especially Xiao Yu, she felt that the punishment was sufficient. Let's leave it at that. Have them kneel until nightfall, and this matter will be over. Mu Chenyì responded, yes, miss, and then took his leave. As he exited, he naturally gave Xiao Yu a meaningful glance, indicating that he had taken care of everything. Xiao Yu knelt on the ground, feeling relieved. Several days later, late at night, a figure stealthily arrived at the other courtyard, then quietly entered Mu Chenyì's room, and subsequently approached the bedside, throwing herself into Mu Chenyì's embrace. Mu Chenyì had long heard the commotion and knew it was Xiao Yu, so he naturally didn't panic and held her in his arms. Chapter 10. This Wang Tongue is not that Wang Tongue after a long while. Mu Chenyì embraced Xiao Yu and inquired, what's the situation on Mrs. End? Xiao Yu retorted coyly, you don't even care about me. All you do is ask about Mississippi. All right, hurry up and get to the point. If we don't serve Miss well, how will we live a good life? Mu Chenyì had no time for romantic dalliances. Xiao Yu harumphed softly. Mu Chenyì was exasperated, but he could only say, all right, I was wrong. He then kissed Xiao Yu once more. Only then did Xiao Yu divulge, there's nothing going on with Miss, but it seems that the Miss's cousin and nephew will be arriving tomorrow. Mu Chenyì inquired, cousin and nephew? They're from Mrs. Mother's family, the Wang family of Tianyu City. What does this Wang family do? The Wang family has been in business for generations. Their family background is still inferior to that of the Mu royal mansion. In recent years, they've only gradually grown a bit larger thanks to the Mu royal mansion. Mu Chenyì nodded, indicating that there was nothing to be concerned about. If they had substantial power, he wouldn't mind currying favor. What's Mrs.'s relationship with them? Xiao Yu replied, it's not particularly good, but after all, they're Mrs. Mother's family, so they still maintain a semblance of civility. Mu Chenyì mused that as long as he didn't offend them, it would be fine. What are their names? The cousin is named Wang Shimeng, and the nephew is named Wang Tongue. Mu Chenyì sat up abruptly. The phrase my son Wang Tongue has the potential of a great emperor was too familiar. He couldn't help but wonder if this person would become a significant figure in the future. Xiao Yu was startled and asked, what's wrong? Mu Chenyì replied, it's nothing. My shoulders are just a bit sore. Give me a massage. Xiao Yu arose and gently massaged Mu Chenyì's shoulders. The next day, the first thing Mu Chenyì did was to pay his respects to Mu Liao. Subsequently, Mu Liao instructed Mu Chenyì, my cousin and nephew will be arriving today. After they arrive, take some people to escort them in. Mu Chenyì responded, yes, Mississippi. He withdrew, having ascertained Mu Liao's attitude toward the Wang family's arrival. Not only was she not personally going to greet them, but she was also only dispatching him to escort them in, and she specifically instructed him to bring them in after they arrived. Clearly, Mu Liao didn't hold the two members of the Wang family in high regard. It now seemed that this Wang Tongue was nothing special. At noon, Li Si arrived at Mu Chenyì's room and reported, Brother Yi, the servants in the mansion have announced that the Wang family has arrived. Mu Chenyì said, then you and I will go take a look. Brother Yi, just the two of us? Isn't that a bit informal? Aren't the Wang family relatives of Miss? It's all right. Just come with me. Subsequently, Mu Chenyì led Li Si leisurely out of the courtyard and toward the main gate of the Mu royal mansion. Seeing Mu Chenyì unhurriet, Li Si urgit, buroturi. We should hurry. Otherwise, if we neglect the Wang family, Miss might punish us. Mu Chenyì smiled and retorted, now is not the time to rush. Often, things must be done for others to see. There's no one in charge here. Who are you rushing for? Li Si was taken aback by the words and couldn't quite comprehend them. This. Mu Chenyì shook his head, lamenting that this young man was still too inexperienced. It's all right. Just follow me, and nothing will go wrong. Mu Chenyì dawdled for nearly 20 minutes before leading Li Si to the main gate of the Mu royal mansion. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he heard someone shouting outside. Have you even notified them? We've been waiting for so long. The gatekeeper retorted impatiently. We've already informed Mississippi. Mu Chenyì instructed Li Si. Let's go out. After he finished speaking, he ran out. Li Si followed suit. Mu Chenyì rushed outside, panting heavily, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. Li Si thought to himself, you've been so leisurely along the way, just a couple of steps outside the door, yet you're already out of breath and wiping sweat? He didn't dwell on it much and imitated Mu Chenyì's actions. After putting on a show, Mu Chenyì addressed the young man outside. Young master, you possess a striking demeanor and exceptional grace. You must be young Master Wang. He then turned to the young woman beside him, saying, Miss, your elegance rivals that of orchids. You are undoubtedly the cousin. Wang Tongue retorted, who are you? Mu Chenyì replied, I am the steward from the 6th Miss S courtyard. The miss specifically sent me to welcome the young master, as she has entered the residence. Wang Tong scrutinized Mu Chenyì and asked, "Do you know how long we've been waiting?" The courtyard is bustling with affairs concerning the miss, and I dare not be negligent, Mu Chenyì explained, bowing. I too left my tasks in haste to come here, only to find I am late. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, young master and miss. Chapter 11. The future is promising. Wang Tong was seething with anger. How could they make them wait for so long after running over? Wang Sherdong, seeing her brother's frustration, stepped forward and said, "It's all right, lead the way." Mu Chenyì smiled and said, "Young master, miss, please follow me." Wang Tong intended to reprimand Mu Chenyì, but upon hearing his sister speak, he merely shrugged and followed inside. Mu Chenyì urged, Cousin, please hurry. The miss is already waiting in the courtyard." Li Si was taken aback. When had she been waiting? Wasn't she resting in her room? Wang Tong shot a glare at Mu Chenyì, growing increasingly dissatisfied with the servant. Mu Chenyì glanced at Wang Tong without concern. Although the young man was decent-looking, he paled in comparison to him and lacked any extraordinary qualities. It was clear he was not someone of great potential. This Wang Tong was not worth flattering. However, Mu Chenyì held some interest in Wang Sherdong, as she was quite appealing, and if she possessed a unique constitution, that would be even better. Mu Chenyì then activated his probing vision on Wang Sherdong. Talent qualification, 56, special constitution. None, he sighed internally. Although her qualifications were commendable, she lacked any special constitution. However, it was of little consequence. He hadn't harbored much hope for that anyway. If he wanted to find someone with a special constitution, he would have to seek out those large sections. But that could wait. First, he had to secure Mu Liao. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard where Mu Liao resided. Mu Chenyì led the Wang siblings to the main hall and said, Cousin, please wait here. I will fetch the Mississippi." He then instructed the maid outside. "Why haven't you brought the tea yet?" "Yes, sir." Mu Chenyì approached Mu Liao's door and saw Xiao Yu guarding it. He stepped forward and said, "The Wang family has arrived." Xiao Yu cast a flirtatious glance at Mu Chenyì before entering to inform Mu Liao. Mu Chenyì waited for a full half-hour before Mu Liao finally emerged. He began to regret not taking more time. Had he known it would take this long, he would have delayed his arrival. "Miss, the guests have been received and are waiting in the hall," he reported. Mu Liao nodded and said, "Let us go see them." She led the way to the main hall. Upon entering, Mu Liao casually remarked, "I apologize for keeping my cousins waiting." Wang Sherdong immediately rose and smiled. "Cousin, you're too kind. We just arrived ourselves." Wang Tong, who had been growing impatient, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Mu Liao. He then smiled and said, "Cousin, you've grown even more beautiful." He hadn't noticed her much when she was younger, but now, at 15 or 16, as the eldest son of the Wang family, he had gained considerable experience. Upon seeing Mu Liao's bright eyes and fair teeth, her pure and delicate beauty stirred something within him. Mu Chenyì could easily discern Wang Tong's intentions and felt a growing aversion towards him. Someone with such superficial desires could never amount to much. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the squandered potential of such a fine name. Mu Liao ignored Wang Tong's gaze and said, "Mother has been speaking of you for days. I shall take my cousins to see her." Wang Sherdong replied, "That sounds wonderful. We've brought some gifts for Annie, which is perfect." Wang Tong remained silent, his eyes continually assessing Mu Liao as she led them out of the courtyard. Mu Chenyì retreated to the back courtyard. After absorbing the residual energy from a fish, he returned to his room to practice the 9 Lives Immortal Body technique. After a short while, he paused. Upon removing his shirt, he discovered a black line appearing on his chest, as fine as a needle. Through days of training, he had made some progress with the 9 Lives Immortal Body. Once the black lines on his chest reached 5 in number and were as thick as a finger, he would be ready to face his first death. However, at his current rate, that could take several years. The primary issue was that the residual energy from chickens, ducks, and fish was insufficient. He needed to encounter corpses. According to the technique, the energy from dead bodies was the most concentrated and would significantly accelerate his training. Mu Chenyì considered his options. Although the Mu family occasionally experienced the death of a servant, the bodies were typically cremated immediately, and since he was responsible for attending to Mu Liao, he rarely encountered such situations. There was a mortuary in the city that housed coffins and corpses, but without Mu Liao's permission, he wouldn't be able to leave and would have to find a way to sneak out at night. Mu Chenyì shook his head at the thought. At night, under the sealed confines of the Mu Wangfu, there were numerous patrols, making it easy to be discovered. He could use the power of the invisibility ring to sneak out, but it only lasted for 30 minutes, and he was unfamiliar with the city's layout, which would likely not be enough time. Ultimately, Mu Chenyì decided to set this matter aside for now. His immediate priority was to secure Mu Liao. Once accomplished, it would be much easier to pursue his other objectives. Just as Mu Chenyì was about to sit down, he heard someone approaching. He paused and soon saw Xiaoyu sneaking in. "Didn't you go with the miss to the princess courtyard? Why are you back so soon?" Xiaoyu replied, "We are not permitted to enter the princess residence. Even lingering at the courtyard entrance for too long is forbidden." She had only escorted Mu Liao to the residence of the prince and then returned. Xiaoyu approached the bed, sat in Mu Chenyì's lap, and began to trace her fingers over his chest, saying, "I missed you." Mu Chenyì chuckled, "You little vixen. How annoying naturally." He didn't refuse her advances and gently untied the silk ribbon at her waist. He was intending to engage in such activities, but he knew he had to put in the effort. After a while, Mu Chenyì asked, "Have you heard anything?" Xiaoyu replied, "On the way while escorting the miss. I overheard that the cousin and young master may be staying at the Mu Wangfu for an extended period. Oh, I heard them say that since the Wang family lacks someone to guide their continued training, they will remain at the Mu Wangfu and may reside in the Miss' courtyard. Is that so?" Mu Chenyì stroked his chin, considering this unexpected stroke of fortune. He thought, although Wang Shidong lacks a special constitution, her talent is commendable. Once I secure Mu Liao, capturing Wang Shidong should significantly enhance my own abilities. With this thought in mind, he felt optimistic about the future. Chapter 12. This is the Mu Wangfu, not the Wang family. Mu Chenyì kissed Xiaoyu, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough to a new realm. Having refined a drop of Emperor's blood previously, he was already close to reaching the 5th level of martial realm, and after several days of training, he felt he was almost there. He sensed that with a bit more effort, he could elevate to the 5th level. Xiaoyu embraced Mu Chenyì and said, "Perhaps the miss will return soon tonight." Mu Chenyì replied, "But she isn't returned yet, so what is there to fear?" Half an hour later, Xiaoyu peeked her head out of Mu Chenyì's room. Noticing no one was around, she promptly dashed outside. Mu Chenyì's internal spiritual energy had significantly increased, successfully breaking through to the 5th level of martial realm. His physical strength had risen considerably, now being 7 to 8 times greater than before his training. The most notable distinction between martial practitioners and ordinary individuals lies in the enhancement of physical power and other bodily attributes. He then extended his finger and, channeling his spiritual energy, pointed it at his chest, executing the spiritual technique Spirit Theft Finger. Instantly, he felt his body weaken, his spiritual energy obstructed and unable to circulate. He silently waited for the technique's effects to dissipate, which lasted nearly 15 minutes. Nodding to himself, he deemed it sufficient. In this world, individuals cultivated spiritual energy through the spiritual veins within them, which were relatively fragile during childhood and could not withstand the disturbances of spiritual energy. Thus, most began their training only after the age of 12. This implies that Mu Liao's cultivation would not surpass Mu Chenyì's by much, unless she possessed top-tier techniques. However, the highest-ranking individual in the Mu Wangfu, Prince Mu Tianheng, was merely at the 3rd level of royal realm. Thus, where would superior techniques come from? Mu Chenyì estimated that Mu Liao had just barely reached the spiritual realm. He dared not probe into Mu Liao's cultivation for fear she might discover his own training, and could only speculate. He believed that if he acted cautiously, employing the Spirit Theft Finger against Mu Liao should pose no significant challenge. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he needed to prepare additional resources. Mu Chenyì accessed the system, and, after searching the exchange interface for a while, finally found an item he could use and redeem: corrosive spirit powder. When consumed, it can erode the cultivator's internal spiritual energy. The lower the cultivation, the stronger the effect, with no harm to the body. Value: 10 system points. He promptly exchanged for 2 portions. He decided to first try one himself to ascertain its efficacy. If the effect was inadequate when used directly on Mu Liao, he would be in dire straits. This was a life-threatening endeavor, thus requiring utmost caution. He approached the table, placed a portion of the corrosive spirit powder into a cup, added water, and drank it down. It was tasteless and colorless, showing no signs of abnormality. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, Mu Chenyì noticed a significant change. His internal spiritual energy was rapidly diminishing. Within mere seconds, it was completely eroded. He attempted to absorb spiritual energy again, but upon entering his body, it too was swiftly corroded. The effect is commendable. It remains to be seen how long it lasts. He mused. He waited until nightfall, at which point the powder's effects gradually faded, lasting nearly 5 hours. Satisfied, he concluded that it was time to seize an opportunity. Mu Chenyì decided to wait a few days. 2 more cultivators were arriving at the courtyard, necessitating greater caution on his part. Emerging from his room, he made his way to the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Mu Liao returned with the Wang siblings. Go tidy up the rooms for my cousin and cousin brother to stay temporarily, she instructed Mu Chenyì. Yes, miss, he replied before leading the maid to prepare 2 guest rooms, inviting the Wang siblings to settle in. Each sibling brought a servant, and even without them, Mu Chenyì would not arrange for anyone to attend to them. He departed with his entourage. After attending to Mu Liao's rest, Xiaoya noticed Mu Chenyì standing in the courtyard and approached him. As he contemplated his plans, he inquired about Mu Liao's specific living habits. While they conversed, Wang Tong emerged from his side. You come with me, he commanded Xiaoya. Mu Chenyì interjected at this late hour. May I inquire what business the young master has with the maid? It was evident that Wang Tong intended to summon Xiaoya for inappropriate purposes. Do I need to report my affairs to you, a mere servant? Your ignorance of etiquette and disregard for hierarchy is quite reckless, Wang Tong retorted. Xiaoya cast a worried glance at Mu Chenyì. The young master requires no report for his actions, yet this maid must attend to the miss and cannot be absent. Mu Chenyì replied calmly. Wang Tong scoffed. You, a servant, dare to obstruct me? Mu Chenyì smiled. I would not dream of interfering with the young master's affairs. How perceptive of you. Xiaoya looked at Mu Chenyì, clearly reluctant to go, her eyes revealing her apprehensions regarding Wang Tong's intentions. What are you dawdling for? Hurry along, Wang Tong urged. Mu Chenyì smirked disdainfully and told Xiaoya, do not go anywhere. Stay here. He added, while I do not dare to obstruct the young master's endeavors, I, as the steward of this estate, must oversee the servants within. He would not allow a pretender like Wang Tong to take away what was not rightfully his. Although he had little affection for Xiaoya, he could not let such a thing transpire. Xiaoya looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Wang Tong, frowning, thought to himself that servants had become so audacious nowadays. How dare you treat me with such contempt? Mu Chenyì continued, if the young master truly requires the maid's company, I can promptly seek permission from the Mississippi. He then sneered, perhaps with some flattering words, the miss might grant you a favor. Wang Tong, infuriated, tightened his fists, ready to strike Mu Chenyì when a voice interrupted him. Wang Tong. He turned to see Wang Ximing approaching. Sister, why have you come? He asked. If I hadn't come, you have caused trouble, she replied. Sister, this insolent servant does not understand his place. I am not to blame. Be quiet. Wang Tong, intimidated by his sister, complied. Wang Ximing stepped forward to Mu Chenyì, saying, Steward Mu, my brother is thoughtless. I hope you will not take offense. Mu Chenyì stood with his hands clasped behind his back, replying, the young lady is being overly formal. How could a servant like me dare to blame the young master? As long as the young master does not hold me accountable, I am eternally grateful. Wang Ximing frowned slightly, but smiled and continued. I must express my gratitude to Steward Mu for welcoming my brother and me today. She deftly shifted the topic, producing 2 silver notes from her sleeve and offering them to Mu Chenyì. It is not much, but a token of appreciation. Please accept it. Unlike her brother, she was not foolish. Earlier in the afternoon, she had instructed her attendants to inquire about Mu Chenyì, learning of the trust Mu Liao placed in him. Thus, it was wise to avoid offending him. Wang Ximing was also aware of Mu Liao's indifference toward their siblings and understood the necessity of cultivating a favorable relationship with Mu Chenyì if they wished to remain at the Mu Wangfu. Mu Chenyì replied, Young lady, this is entirely unnecessary. What I do is part of my duties, and I cannot accept such remuneration. Steward Mu, please do accept it. She insisted. Wang Tong interjected, Sister, why do you insist on giving money to him? He is merely a servant. Wang Ximing, wishing to reprimand her brother, held back her frustration. You return to your quarters. Wang Tong glared at Mu Chenyì before storming off in a huff. Mu Chenyì chuckled softly, bemused by Wang Tong's misplaced confidence in attempting to steal women from him, utterly unaware of his own limitations. Steward Mu, I seek your understanding, Wang Ximing said. Please accept these silver notes. Mu Chenyì thought to himself that a simple request would have sufficed. He smiled and said, "Young lady, you are too kind, since you insist. I will graciously accept. We will be residing in the Mu Wangfu, and we hope to rely on Steward Mu's continued support," she added. "Of course, it is my duty," Mu Chenyì responded. "Having accepted the money, I now wish to offer a piece of advice to both the young lady and the young master. Always remember this saying." Wang Ximing's brows furrowed at the mention of advice, her expression darkening as she felt Mu Chenyì was overstepping. However, she quickly composed herself and asked, "What saying?" "Here at the esteemed Mu Manor, not the Wang estate. I appreciate the reminder, Steward Mu. As it is late, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Miss Wang. That physique is truly remarkable. You are exceptional." He has no interest in monetary wealth, as cultivators primarily seek resources for their cultivation, not worldly riches. "Insignificant. By my side, you shall want for nothing. I am entirely yours. What more could I possibly offer? I shall return presently. Remain with the young mistress and avoid any mishaps." Indeed, what a veritable simpleton. "Sister, where have I erred? It is patently obvious that the insolent cur holds me in utter contempt. What gives you the right to demand his deference? Is it not self-evident that I am a young master, and he is a mere servant? Your status as a young master is not in dispute, nor is his as a servant, but you are merely a scion of the Wang family, whereas he is a servant of the Mu Manor. You are currently within the confines of the Mu Manor. And what of it? What of it? Were it not for our aunt's connection, what right would you have to even stand here? Without that connection, even as a young master of the Wang family, you would be inferior to a mere servant within the Mu Manor. Sister, does this not imply that we have connections? However, those connections are tenuous at best. Can you not discern the perfunctory manner in which Mu Liao treats us? Although our aunt is amiable, it is merely a facade. Sister, surely it is not that dire. Why else would that servant dare to defy you? Why? Because he is aware that Mu Liao holds us in little regard. Thus, the servant dared to make us wait outside for so long. Because that servant enjoys Mu Liao's complete trust, he is unconcerned about offending us. Tomorrow, I shall lodge a complaint with our cousin, accusing that dog of disrespecting us. I refuse to believe that he will emerge unscathed. Fool! Do you intend to inform Mu Liao of your desire to bed her personal attendant? Is she not merely a handmaiden? Idiot! Mark my words, within the Mu Manor, you are inferior even to a handmaiden. Should you continue to cause trouble, you will undoubtedly meet your demise here. Sister, do not be vexed. I understand. I shall remember. I swear, our Wang family will continue to rely on you in the future. Cease this idleness and strive to be more astute. With you by my side, why should I concern myself with such matters? Alas, changing her brother's ways would require a gradual approach. Has the young mistress retired for the evening? She is already retired. I informed the young mistress of the evening's events. What was the young mistress's response? The young mistress was incensed and declared that she would have the Wangs relocated to another residence. Excellent. With one less obstruction, all the better. The young mistress also remarked that you performed admirably. The more pleased Mu Liao is with him, the greater his prospects of winning her over. Of course, should he fail, he will meet a dire end. You performed admirably last night. It is simply my duty. Cousin, I have a matter to discuss with you. What is it? Those two insolent servants were disrespectful to me last night. Cousin, you must severely punish them. It is becoming difficult to suppress my mirth. Cousin, nothing of the sort occurred. Wang Tung is merely jesting. I'm not jesting. What prompted them to be disrespectful towards my cousin? I desired the handmaiden to tidy my chambers, but those two servants vehemently refused. Is that the case? I informed the young master that Xiao Yu is your personal attendant and must be available to serve you at all times. As the steward of this courtyard, my priority is to serve you, so I refuse Xiao Yu's request to go. The young master may have perceived this as disrespectful. Why should he be punished? As the steward of my courtyard, he acted in my best interests. What is the issue? Allowing my handmaiden to tidy your chambers? Are the retainers you brought with you incapable of performing such a simple task? Cousin, from this day forth, you shall reside in the abandoned courtyard next door. Cousin, I shall not disturb the young mistress and young master during their meal. Oh, and one more thing. Young master, please vacate this courtyard as soon as you have finished eating, lest your presence provoke the young mistress's ire. Insolent cur, you scoundrel. Silence. I cautioned you last night, but you refused to heed my words and remain unrepentant. Sister, that dog is far too arrogant. He has Mu Liao's backing. What can you do? I shall find an opportunity to assassinate him. In the Mu Wangfu, are you intent on harming the Wang family? It is merely a servant. Wang Shiming remarked, this is the Mu Wangfu, not the Wang family. Do not stir up trouble. Quarreling with a servant will lead to losing sight of your greater purpose here. Wang Tung then replied, I understand, sister. Wang Shiming instructed, pack your belongings and take your attendants over there. All right. Chapter 14. The plan to capture Mu Liao must be prepared in advance. Wang Tung could only carry his belongings to a desolate courtyard. Inside, weeds thrived, towering over a person's height, making it impossible to step through. The buildings appeared dilapidated, with even the doors in a state of disrepair. The more Wang Tung observed, the angrier he became, wishing to confront Mu Chenyì immediately. However, recalling his sister's words, he restrained himself. He turned to a nearby attendant and commanded, what are you waiting for? Hurry and clear this place. Yes. The attendant, feeling helpless, began to pull out the weeds. Wang Tung clenched his fists and muttered, you dog servant, once I capture Mu Liao, I will deal with you properly. In the following days, Wang Tung remained obediently in the abandoned courtyard, refraining from causing any further trouble. One deep night, Xiaoya sneaked into the other courtyard and, upon finding it empty, slipped into Mu Chenyì's room. However, this scene was witnessed by Li Jun, who had just returned from a late-night trip to the restroom. Casting a glance at Mu Chenyì's room, Li Jun smirked coldly. He stealthily crept outside Mu Chenyì's door, where he overheard the intimate sounds of the two inside. Damn it, I've finally found this scoundrel's incriminating evidence. He considered rushing to inform Mu Liao, but hesitated, realizing that if he did so and Xiaoya left midway, Mu Chenyì would surely deny everything. Shouting out now? That would directly alert Mu Chenyì and Xiaoya. Li Jun had witnessed Mu Chenyì effortlessly lifting the stone table in the courtyard. A confrontation would be like child's play for him. At this late hour, with everyone asleep, if he shouted, he would likely be killed before anyone could arrive. And by the time help came, Xiaoya would have already fled. Li Jun pondered strategy. He thought to summon Zhang Wei and others to keep watch, as a precaution. But since Li Si was under Mu Chenyì's command, he couldn't just disclose everything. After much deliberation, he decided to wait until the next day to discreetly inform Zhang Wei and Han Ming. They could then wait for the next encounter between Mu Chenyì and Xiaoya, observing while secretly notifying Mu Liao. At that moment, catching them in the act would leave Mu Chenyì no room for denial, sealing his fate. Li Jun chuckled to himself, thinking, Mu Chenyì, prepare for your demise. He then quietly exited and returned to his small room. Inside, Mu Chenyì embraced Xiaoya, caressing her cheek. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the door. He sent someone outside. Although Li Jun had tread lightly enough to evade ordinary ears, he could not escape the heightened awareness of a trained practitioner. Having honed his abilities, Mu Chenyì's hearing had greatly improved, allowing him to notice the presence outside. Surprised, he listened carefully and noted that the visitor had departed towards the small house where Li Si and the others resided. He breathed a sigh of relief. After listening for a while, he refrained from letting Xiaoya leave just yet. If she ventured out now and the person was still lingering, it could spell disaster. He found it puzzling that, of the 5 men in the small house, only Li Si had shown him any favor, while the others had regarded him with disdain. If it had been Li Si, it would be understandable to remain silent. But if it were the other 4, that seemed unlikely. Had they truly not discovered his affair with Xiaoya? That seemed improbable. Her voice, though soft, could have been discerned by anyone listening attentively outside. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chenyì contemplated that the plan to capture Mu Liao must be expedited. Noticing his troubled expression, Xiaoya inquired, what is it? Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, it's time to attend to business. Let us change our position. As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss Xiaoya. After a tender exchange, Mu Chenyì held Xiaoya close as they drifted off to sleep. He had no intention of alarming her with the possibility of being discovered, fearing it might jeopardize their situation. Since the eavesdropper had remained silent, he too must maintain his composure. Should Xiaoya leave now and be spotted, it would signal to the intruder that he was aware of their presence. If that person were to act rashly, it could lead to dire consequences. It was better to remain still. The following day, Mu Chenyì emerged from his room to find Li Si and the others already awake, preparing for their tasks. The group greeted him cheerfully. He noticed that Li Jun's smile appeared particularly exuberant, reminiscent of someone about to enter a bridal chamber. He suspected that Li Jun had been the one lingering outside his door last night, and called Li Si over. Come with me, Mu Chenyì instructed. Li Si followed, inquiring, "What is the matter, brother Yi? Did Li Jun come out last night?" "Yes, he and Wang Yin both went out late." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing. Just keep an eye on them." "Rest assured, brother Yi," Li Si replied before heading out. As was customary, Mu Chenyì went to pay his respects to Mu Liao. Finding no abnormalities and noting that Li Jun did not seek confrontation, which momentarily put him at ease. He was unaware of Li Jun's intentions, but he had already resolved to take action against Mu Liao that night. There was no more time to delay. After breakfast, Mu Liao and Wang Ximing attended a lecture for practitioners, while Mu Chenyì wandered the courtyard. He soon noticed that Zhang Wei was regarding him with a newfound intensity, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Han Ming, too, glanced at him, albeit with a hint of menace. It seemed these two had gleaned some information from Li Jun regarding his affair with Xiaoya. Aside from those three, no one else exhibited any unusual behavior. Mu Chenyì observed them briefly before departing. He surmised that their cautious demeanor stemmed from his previous receipt of bribes without facing punishment, which had ultimately elevated his standing. It was fortunate that they had not reported him. Otherwise, it could have led to chaos. Mu Chenyì understood that this secret would eventually surface, but he had not anticipated it becoming known so swiftly despite his vigilance. This only strengthened his resolve to act against Mu Liao that night. He must ensure her downfall. Once accomplished, he would appeal to her emotions and reason. If she acquiesced, all would be well. If not, he would have no choice but to incapacitate her and flee, becoming a fugitive henceforth. Returning to his room, he accessed the system in exchange for a supply of spirit corroding powder, opting for 2 packets just to be safe. With his preparations complete, he began his training. Though even training until nightfall would yield minimal improvement, any gain was better than none. He had also made other arrangements. Having surveyed the layout of the estate, he noted a low wall a few hundred meters to the west of the courtyard, which stood just over 2 meters tall. Should the plan fail, he could escape over it directly. Finally, when night fell, Mu Chenyì made his way to the kitchen, where he found a cook preparing soup, with Xiaoya waiting nearby. He was uncertain of the soup's purpose, but he overheard Xiaoya mention it was something beneficial for practitioners, which Mu Liao consumed daily. His intention was to add the spirit corroding powder to the soup. Upon entering, both Xiaoya and the cook greeted him respectfully. "Manager Mu," they acknowledged. Mu Chenyì nodded and said, "I'm merely passing through. Do not mind me." "Yes." The chef, having spoken, resumed his gaze upon the soup pot, not particularly concerned. For Mu Chenyì frequented this place daily. Xiaoya, however, yearned for a moment of intimacy with Mu Chenyì, but with the chef present, she could only suppress her feelings. Before long, the soup was ready. The chef ladled it into a bowl and announced, "Miss Xiaoya, the soup is prepared." Xiaoya picked up the bowl and said, "Manager Mu, I shall deliver the soup to the young lady." Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed. Let's go together." The two exited in unison. Mu Chenyì took the bowl from Xiaoya's hands, cautioning, "Be wary of the heat. I shall carry it. Once we reach the door of the room, you may take it inside." Xiaoya was quite delighted by Mu Chenyì's sudden concern, unaware of his ulterior motives. "You finally care for me," she mused. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì felt irritated, thinking, "Not this again. I am not here to flirt." Yet he could only smile and respond, "When have I not cared for you properly? How annoying. Be discreet. We can't let anyone suspect anything." "Yes, I am aware," Xiaoya replied. Mu Chenyì inwardly scoffed. "You know nothing." He continued, "Tonight, do not seek me out." "Why not?" Xiaoya asked. "Li Si claimed he saw someone enter my room last night. We must be cautious these days, lest we be discovered." Mu Chenyì fabricated an excuse. Xiaoya nodded in understanding. "All right, you lead the way. Let us hasten, or the soup will grow cold." "Understood," she responded. As Xiaoya walked ahead, Mu Chenyì discreetly scattered a small packet of powder, a quantity sufficient for 2 doses. He was determined to subdue Mu Liao. To expedite the dissolution of the powder into the soup, he stirred it with his finger. Everything proceeded smoothly, unnoticed by Xiaoya. He contemplated tasting the concoction to ascertain its benefits for cultivators, but quickly recalled the poison within. He sighed, reflecting, "This is my first time doing such a thing. My inexperience nearly led to my own downfall." He wiped his fingers clean on his sleeve and, holding the bowl with both hands, followed closely behind Xiaoya. They soon arrived at the door of Mu Liao's chamber. Mu Chenyì handed the bowl to Xiaoya, instructing, "Serve the young lady with care." "Yes, Manager Mu," she replied. Proceeding inside, seeing no one around, Mu Chenyì activated the invisibility feature of his concealment ring discreetly entering Mu Liyun's room behind Xiaoya. He positioned himself at a distance from Mu Liyun, believing it prudent to remain hidden, valuing his own life. Upon entering, Xiaoya placed the bowl on the table and announced, "Miss, the soup has arrived." Mu Liyun replied, "You may leave. I wish to cultivate without interruption." "Yes, miss," Xiaoya said, exiting promptly. Mu Liyun lifted the bowl and drank the soup, her brow furrowing slightly as she remarked, "Why does today's soup seem less effective? Could it be due to my recent advancement to the first level of the spirit realm?" After attending her lessons, Mu Liyun had successfully elevated her cultivation from the 9th level of the martial realm to the 1st level of the spirit realm, bringing her joy and causing her to overlook the soup's peculiarities as she returned to her bed to cultivate. Mu Liyun had even received praise from Mu Chenyì, who noted that among his children, her progression from the martial to the spirit realm in just 2.5 years was unparalleled. Mu Chenyì smirked, pleased that Mu Liyun had just broken through to the 1st level of the spirit realm, aligning with his expectations. Furthermore, she had already ingested the corrosive spirit powder, and now he simply needed to wait for its effects to manifest before taking action. After a few minutes of meditation, Mu Liyun sensed something amiss. Her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, nearly 30% vanishing within mere seconds. "System, young man, hurry up. The corrosive spirit powder has already taken effect. What are you waiting for?" Mu Chenyì grimaced at the system's voice echoing in his mind. Irritated, "Why are you appearing now?" "System, did I not inform you? In critical situations, I can make an appearance." Mu Chenyì retorted, "This wretched system. System, how dare you insult me? Do you believe I won't render the corrosive spirit powder ineffective?" Mu Chenyì scoffed, "I don't believe you. Get lost, or I'll find a way to uninstall you." He refused to trust the system's words. "System, fine, you win this round." At that moment, Mu Liyun had risen from her bed, panic etched on her face, as her spiritual energy had dwindled to less than half. Confused, she wondered if her cultivation had gone awry. "I must seek my father." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì recognized the necessity of taking action. He mobilized his spiritual energy and employed the spirit-snatching finger, directly pressing his finger against Mu Liyun's meridian at her chest. Yet feeling it was insufficiently secure, he also targeted her abdomen and shoulder. Mu Liyun's body went limp, and upon seeing Mu Chenyì's form, her expression shifted to one of shock. "You!" Mu Chenyì stepped forward, covering her mouth to stifle any cries. "Miss, do not be alarmed. Soon you shall have your fill." He then dragged Mu Liyun back onto the bed. "My lady, forgive my audacity. If I release my hand, you must refrain from screaming. Otherwise, I may be compelled to end your life." Mu Liyun nodded. Mu Chenyì removed his hand from her mouth, but his other hand remained firmly grasping her neck, ready to silence her should she raise an alarm. Surprisingly, Mu Liyun did not scream. Instead, she appeared surprisingly calm, with only a slight blush and labored breathing, likely due to being muffled moments earlier. Mu Chenyì couldn't help but admire her composure, thinking, "Truly, she is the one I have long desired." "My lady, even in such dire circumstances, you remain so composed. I am in awe." Initially startled by Mu Chenyì's sudden appearance, Mu Liyun was taken aback, unsure of his intentions. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, she resolved to maintain her composure and rationality. With her spiritual energy nearly depleted and unable to muster much strength after his 3 strikes, she understood that Mu Chenyì possessed substantial cultivation. She could not afford to provoke him, for even without his power, he could easily take her life. She needed to navigate this situation carefully, buying time in hopes of escaping danger. Chapter 16. Now do you believe? Mu Liyun looked at Mu Chenyì and asked, "Are you a cultivator?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed, my lady, I am cultivating, though my realm is still quite low, inferior to yours. The depletion of my spiritual energy was caused by you, wasn't it? Truly, you are as astute as you are beautiful." As Mu Liyun regained her composure, suspicions began to form. The timing of Mu Chenyì's appearance coinciding with her energy's decline suggested he had been lurking in her chamber. The issue with her spiritual energy arose after consuming the soup, further solidifying her suspicions. "You must have poisoned the soup with Xiaoya's assistance," she inquired. Mu Chenyì confirmed, "Indeed, it was poisoned, but such trivial matters do not necessitate Xiaoya's involvement. Given your trust in me as the steward, administering a small dose was hardly a complication." He added, "Moreover, when it comes to matters of life and death, I dare not complicate things further." Mu Liyun thought to herself, How foolish I was to dig my own grave. She remarked, Xiaoye is involved with you, yet you continue to harbor such distrust towards her. She would undoubtedly be very saddened if she knew. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, I didn't expect that you had already discovered it. Mississippi Mu Liyun laughed and said, I knew from a moment she stealthily entered your room for the first time. A hint of disdain crossed her expression, embodying a victor's demeanor. Mu Chenyì was taken aback, then responded, I truly underestimated you, miss. I must express my gratitude. His words were sincere. The other party was aware, but chose to remain indifferent, clearly not planning to hold it against him. Mu Liyun stated, I shall not treat those who genuinely work for me unfairly. Such matters are quite normal. I will certainly turn a blind eye. She spoke the truth. She was quite satisfied with Mu Chenyì's previous conduct, which is why she did not pursue the issue further. However, she did not anticipate the events that unfolded today. Mu Chenyì said, I have disappointed your trust, but I wish to know how you discovered it. He needed to understand where he had exposed a flaw to improve his methods in the future. That afternoon, Xiaoye walked in a rather unusual manner. I instructed the other maids to keep an eye on her, which led to the revelation of your affair. Mu Chenyì shook his head, realizing the oversight. I never imagined that you were such a keen observer, Mississippi. To think I was discovered so early, what a blunder. Mu Liyun maintained her composure, but a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. As long as things continued to drag on, her chances of escaping danger would significantly increase. Mu Chenyì continued to observe her. Although she concealed her feelings well, he was still able to detect her emotions. He stated, Miss, the drug I administered is called Shiling San. It can corrode the spiritual energy within you. The effect lasted 2.5 hours for me. So I estimate it will persist for over an hour in you, meaning for the next hour, there will be no spiritual energy left within you. Upon hearing this, Mu Liyun responded, Shiling San, 1 hour of fine substance. Though her words were calm, anxiety crept into her heart. How could she endure an hour in safety? Mu Chenyì continued, to be cautious, I administered a double dose, ensuring a stronger effect and a longer duration. The corners of Mu Liyun's eyes tightened as she cursed inwardly. You vile scoundrel. Mu Chenyì added, to further eliminate any unforeseen circumstances, every hour, I will have you consume another dose of Shiling San. I have a total of 7 doses, enough to last until tomorrow morning. He had 70 system points. Every hour, he could purchase another dose from a system. Thus, if the miss wished to delay time, he was more than willing to assist her. Mu Liyun's expression finally changed. He knew she was stalling, which caused her to panic. Mu Chenyì smiled. This was the effect he desired. He intended to cultivate a close bond with Mu Liyun, and now, she had no means to resist. His first step was to gradually break down her psychological defenses, employing both soft and firm tactics, and eventually offering sweet rewards to secure her. Miss, do not panic. We still have ample time. Mu Liyun, unable to maintain her composure, inquired, What exactly do you intend to do? Mu Chenyì, genti karesit herchik. She turned her head to evade, but he grasped her neck, leaving her no place to escape. He said, Miss, you are enchanting and ethereal. I dare to express my longing to share an intimate moment, which I have long cherished. I hope you will grant me this wish. As he spoke, he leaned down and kissed her. Mu Liyun found herself unable to struggle, only able to turn her head and say, You had better not act recklessly, or I will ensure you meet a most gruesome end. If he could win her over, he would consider it worth the risk of death. Mu Chenyì leaned closer to her, inhaling her faint fragrance, and remarked, How delightful. Miss, rest assured, once my goal is achieved, I shall kill you and then take my own life. In such a moment, he needed to speak harshly, aiming to unsettle her. Upon hearing his intent to kill her, Mu Liyun realized he was resolute, prompting her to think of ways to escape. Do not act impulsively. This will bring you no benefit. Miss, at this juncture, I have no way out. Do you have feelings for me? Indeed, Mu Chenyì pondered. Who wouldn't he be fond of a beautiful GI upon observing her tormentor's derisive smile? Mu Liao comprehended that she had been the subject of his jest all along. His feigned sincerity and apologies were merely a performance for her benefit. Mu Chenyì whispered, My lady, your naivete is endearing. To think you could escape in such a manner. While the concept is commendable, your execution mirrors the incompetence of your retinue. Truly, you are callow. He then brushed his lips against her earlobe, adding, My lady, you become increasingly captivating. Mu Liao, her head turned away, spat, Scoundrel. Mu Chenyì responded, Continue your invectives. Your vitriol only serves to invigorate me. However, maintain a lower register lest we attract unwanted attention. He confessed to having played along with her charade, intending to instill hope only to crush it, thereby enhancing his chances of subjugating her. As he spoke, his hand ventured towards her waist, offering a delicate caress. Mu Liao, struggling for breath due to the pressure on her throat, managed to utter, "You are no man but a beast. Did I not previously concede that I am unworthy of the title, and that I have failed you, my lady?" Mu Chenyì retorted with disdain. "When have you nobles ever regarded us servants as equals? Though we share the same human form, you deem yourselves superior, while we are relegated to a lower station." Mu Liao countered, "Your origins are base. Can you truly claim to be human?" "Ah, yes, because we lack a sire of influence and power." Mu Chenyì scoffed. "You possess such a figure, hence your elevated status and untroubled conscience." Mu Liao glared daggers at Mu Chenyì, but his relentless grip rendered her distraught and tearful. Mu Chenyì gently wiped away her tears, easing his hold slightly. "This world operates on the principle of might makes right. You are not at fault, but by the same token, I, a lowly individual, am not wrong to resort to any means necessary for my own advancement. No one is inherently culpable, so why do you adopt such an arrogant posture?" "My lady?" Mu Liao hissed. "I place such trust in you, you vile cur." Mu Chenyì chuckled. Was not the esteemed Mu Wang himself born of humble stock? Does that not make him a base creature as well? And you, his daughter, a mere little harlot? How is it that you, a second-generation degenerate, possess such a sense of superiority? Mu Liao attempted to unleash a torrent of abuse, but Mu Chenyì's grip stifled her. "The celestial wheel turns," he declared. "What goes around comes around. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. You shall reap what you sow. I am your retribution. It is not I who am at fault, but this alien world. I harbor no desire for this path, but to survive in this strange land, I must find ways to become stronger. Therefore, I shall become strong, and I shall live, even if it means betraying all in this realm." He, an outsider, a recent arrival, felt no remorse. Mu Liao warned, "If you lay a hand on me, you will not survive. Your demise will be agonizing. Desist now, and I shall overlook your transgressions. My lady, this is no time for futile struggles. I'm not as gullible as those fools outside. Such empty words would not sway them, let alone me. I swear, if you relent, I shall not seek to harm you." Mu Chenyì observed the despair in Mu Liao's eyes and smiled, pleased. "My lady, paradise and perdition are not yours to choose. It is you and I who are fated to be chosen. Even if your words were sincere, I cannot turn back." Mu Liao inquired why. Mu Chenyì replied, "Permit me to elucidate my resolve. To secure my foothold here, I must possess you, my lady. Therefore, your fate is sealed this night." Mu Liao sank into utter despair. She turned to Mu Chenyì and vowed, "If you defile me, I shall bite my tongue and end my life. I would rather die than let you have your way." Mu Chenyì countered, "My lady, life is precious. All else pales in comparison to the matters of life and death. Why persist in this futile resistance? I shall not permit you to succeed." "You fiend," Mu Chenyì scoffed. "You err, my lady. Even in death, I could still have my way with you. Whether you live or die, my desire shall be fulfilled. I implore you to reconsider, merely out of reluctance to witness your beauty fade." "You monster!" Mu Liao, her voice hoarse and weak from the pressure on her throat, could only glare venomously at Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì surmised that the moment was ripe for his final gambit. "My lady, if you wish to die, I shall not interfere. However, I would prefer that you accept the present circumstances." Mu Liao retorted, "Never. My lady, I have pleaded with you. If you intend to end your life, then commence. However, I shall display your corpse in the courtyard, so that all within the manor may gaze upon your alluring form. You villainous rogue, I shall mince no words. I am a man of my word. If you wish to take your own life, now is the time." "Demon," Mu Chenyì declared, "I have embraced the path of darkness, and there is no turning back. I can only apologize, my lady. In the next life, I shall serve you as a beast of burden to atone for my sins." With these words, he began to disrobe her, but his grip on her proved cumbersome. "Perhaps it is best to tear it," he mused. "No," Mu Liao cried. Mu Chenyì responded, "My lady, I am not one to force my will upon others. I would hope for your cooperation. Surely, you would not wish for me to display your naked form in the courtyard. Consider your reputation and the honor of the Wangya and Wangfei." Mu Liao spat. "You are base, shameless, and worse than an animal. Is this not coercion?" Mu Chenyì sighed. If that were my intention, would I waste so many words? If I truly sought to force you, I would not have relied solely on the erosive spirit powder. The choice is yours. Cooperation benefits all, but if you resist, you cannot blame me. Mu Liao cursed, dog. May you suffer a wretched fate. The choice is yours. Once I act, it will be too late. Mu Liao yearned to end her life, but to die in vain and shame her parents was unbearable. What did she do? Mu Chenyì, unwilling to grant her further deliberation, announced, I am acting. Mu Liao steeled herself and pushed away Mu Chenyì's hand from her garments, then declared, I shall do it myself. Mu Chenyì smiled, relieved. Had she refused again, he would have been forced to render her unconscious and flee. Mu Liao rose, still restrained by Mu Chenyì's grasp. Slowly, she removed her garments, tears streaming from her eyes. Mu Chenyì felt a pang of remorse. He had become the villain. But to gain strength, he had no choice but to play the part, intending to make amends to Mu Liao later. Once disrobed, Mu Liao embraced herself, her eyes closing in despair. Mu Chenyì, gazing upon her beauty, could not help but swallow hard. He opened the system and exchanged for a dose of erosive spirit powder. Unsealing the small pouch, he said, My lady, it has been nearly an hour. Please consume this erosive spirit powder. Mu Liao parted her lips. Mu Chenyì poured the powder into her mouth, where it dissolved upon contact with her saliva. He need not fear that she would hold it. He embraced Mu Liao and lay down, muttering, My lady, forgive me. As Mu Chenyì lay down, cradling Mu Liao in his arms, he pondered how to console her. But he soon realized he lacked the skill to do so. At a loss for words, Mu Chenyì found some truth in the matter. System, why are you in a daze? If you don't act decisively, the effects of the medicine will wear off, and she might just strike you dead. Mu Chenyì, enough, you can go back now. System, heartless, throwing you aside once you're used up. Mu Chenyì, hurry and get lost. System, TSK. He wiped away the tears from Mu Liao's eyes and, following the system's advice, leaned in to kiss her. Mu Liao began to sob. You have already succeeded. What more do you want? Just leave. Mu Chenyì replied directly. What more do I want? You are mine now. I can do whatever I wish. With that, he leaned in for another kiss. Mu Liao turned her head and bit down on Mu Chenyì's shoulder with all her remaining strength. The pain made Mu Chenyì tremble, yet he endured it, allowing her to vent her anger. He held her tightly and said, I will treat you well. Mu Liao retorted, No need. Mu Chenyì insisted, Yes, you do. I know you want to kill me, but I must advise you, even if you regain your spiritual energy, you won't be able to kill me. Our difference isn't vast. Don't think about telling the prince. It would be easy for him to kill me, but before he does, I could expose everything. The reason you are favored is largely because of your mother. If this matter gets out, the prince's reputation will surely suffer, and not only will you be affected, but your mother will also have a hard time. Mu Chenyì had to resort to psychological tactics once more. Blood stained Mu Liao's lips, remnants from Mu Chenyì's bitten shoulder. She glared at him with venomous eyes, clearly wishing to tear him apart. Mu Chenyì kissed her lips, licking the blood away, and then said, Miss, your best choice is to walk this path with me. Mu Liao cried out, You scoundrel. Yes, I am indeed a scoundrel, but miss, you have no choice. Chapter 19. I want to be alone. Mu Chenyì released Mu Liao and retrieved 2 pills from the system's warehouse, placing one by her lips. Yaoer, open your mouth. A beauty as lovely as you should not bear scars. Mu Liao opened her mouth and swallowed the pill, immediately feeling a tingling sensation in her mouth. She reached to touch it and discovered that the wound seemed to have healed. Mu Chenyì applied the other pill and said, No need to touch it. The wound is gone. Mu Liao sobbed. How is this possible? She then saw the scars on Mu Chenyì's lips gradually healing, with only blood remaining. She wiped away the blood and found that she had indeed recovered. Mu Chenyì explained, The pill I brought when I first arrived was this one. You just didn't want it that time. Though Mu Liao was still sobbing, her emotions stabilized considerably. Unsure if she still harbored murderous intent, Mu Chenyì decided to take a risk. He lifted Mu Liao and placed her hands around his neck. Yaoer, I am sorry. You can kill me now. Your spiritual energy should have recovered enough to strangle me. Upon hearing his words, Mu Liao realized her energy had indeed returned somewhat. Recalling the earlier events, her anger flared, and she applied force, gripping Mu Chenyì's neck and pinning him onto the bed. Mu Chenyì felt his breath constricting. Yaoer, come, cough, do it. Kill me, no need for hesitation. While speaking, he was already channeling his energy, prepared to unleash his technique at any moment. If Mu Liao were to strike with deadly force, he could respond in kind. He dared to take this risk because he believed her spiritual energy had only partially returned. Mu Liao tightened her grip, witnessing Mu Chenyì's face turn red, yet he remained still, gazing at her, causing her grip to loosen slightly. This gave Mu Chenyì a moment to breathe. Tears streamed down Mu Liao's face, falling onto Mu Chenyì's chest. Why? Why don't you resist? Why can't I bring myself to strike? Why? Mu Chenyì sighed in relief. Her grip was finally losing strength. Seizing the moment, he embraced Mu Liao. She struggled, relentlessly hitting him and head-butting him. Mu Chenyì endured it all, feeling little pain, holding her tightly without letting go. When she finally ceased her struggles, he said, "Yaoer, I will treat you well and cherish you." Mu Liao was rendered speechless with tears. She despised her inability to act against him, resented her own softness towards this rogue, and even more, she loathed the feelings she had developed for him. Detected that Mu Liao has developed feelings for the host, rewarding 500 system points. Mu Chenyì felt elated. The system had confirmed it, so it must be secure. System, do you think she could develop feelings for you solely based on you? Mu Chenyì, what else could it be? System, the ancient immortal technique is a divine skill. Her feelings for you are largely due to this technique. So what are you so proud of? Mu Chenyì, is that so? No wonder it seems so simple. System, if it weren't for this technique, even if you were ready to unleash your move, the likely outcome would be your demise. You have some nerve. Mu Chenyì, if most of it is due to the technique, then a small part must be due to me, right? If I were to be killed, there would still be a small chance she might let me go. System, so what? Mu Chenyì, that means she has feelings for me, at least partially because of who I am. System, you could say that. Mu Chenyì, so rounding it off, her feelings for me are still because of me. System, you should be the part that gets rounded off. Do you have no shame? Mu Chenyì, get lost. Can't you see I'm trying to be affectionate with my Yaoer? What useless system, lacking any perceptiveness. System, I will endure this. Mu Chenyì wiped away the tears and blood from Mu Liao's face and said, "Enough. No more crying, be good." Mu Liao looked at him with a complex expression, unsure how to face this man. "Get out. I want to be alone." "Alone? You are mine now. You cannot think of anyone else." Enraged, Mu Liao charged at Mu Chenyì. He pinched his nose, blood gushing forth. "Yaoer, must you be so brutal?" Seeing Mu Chenyì's nose bleed profusely, Mu Liao felt a sense of satisfaction, smirking as she said, "You deserve it." Mu Chenyì continued to pinch his nose. Her blow had been so fierce that he felt his nasal bone might break, but seeing her smile made it all worthwhile. "Yaoer, you truly are beautiful." Chapter 20. I will never take advantage of a corpse. Mu Liao's complexion improved significantly as she coldly stated, "You should leave." Naturally, Mu Chenyì had no intention of departing. If he left now, it would require even more effort later. He consumed another pill, lying down beside Mu Liao, saying, "I will sleep here tonight." "No, go out. You must leave." Mu Chenyì replied, "You are mine now. You must obey me." Mu Liao seized him and warned, "If you dare betray me, I will not let you off. I absolutely wouldn't. Let's hope so." As she spoke, she pinched Mu Chenyì again, eliciting a painful cry from him. Yeah. Be gentler. You might break me." His heart was now at ease. Cough. Each punch from Mu Liao caused Mu Chenyì to suffer anew. Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liao tightly, holding her hand firmly, and then said, "Although I have taken a part of your physical constitution, your essence can gradually recover." Mu Liao hurriedly inquired, "Is that true?" "Of course it is true. With diligent practice, the recovery will accelerate, and you will emerge stronger than before." Mu Liao, with sharp eyes, questioned, "Are you planning to seek out others with special constitutions?" The corners of Mu Chenyì's eyes twitched. This was a perilous question. He wished he could slap himself twice. He had initially intended to cheer Mu Liao up. But why did he have to elaborate so much? They say love makes one foolish, and it could not be truer. "Yaoer, I am not that kind of person. Remember what you said." Mu Liao then hugged Mu Chenyì, closing her eyes. Having just experienced intimacy for the first time and nearly breaking down mentally, she was exhausted and longed for sleep. Mu Chenyì gently caressed her cheek, whispering, "Do not move." Mu Liao pulled his hand closer and soon fell into a deep slumber. As he gazed at Mu Liao, Mu Chenyì reflected, "It is permissible to speak and act in such a manner, as long as I am cautious not to let Yaoer find out." With his innate talent, if he did not put in the effort, His cultivation would undoubtedly progress at a painfully slow pace. Moreover, Mu Liao's talent had already improved and her constitution awakened. If he did not strive, the gap between them would only widen. He opened the system and clicked on his attribute panel. Host, Mu Chenyì age, 15 talent, 10 out of 100 spiritual vein, Xian grade special constitution, Linglong treasure body, 10, realm, martial realm. 9th level technique, Taiku Xiaoyao Ju, immortal grade. 9 lives immortal body, immortal grade, spiritual skill. Jieling Ji, heaven grade, special skill. IVE detection system points. 1560 Mu Chenyì felt elated. After cultivating for so many days, his talent had finally increased by 4 points. His spiritual vein had also improved, and he had gained a 10 Linglong treasure body, a commendable advancement. He clicked on the Linglong treasure body. Linglong treasure body, 10 enhances the host's luck and augments the host's affinity with treasures. This was indeed the greatest harvest of this endeavor. He gently kissed Mu Liao, thinking to himself, "My Yaoer is truly remarkable." He then turned his gaze to the Emperor's blood in the warehouse. Emperor's blood, refining it enhances the physical body, elevates certain realms, and provides a chance to comprehend the Emperor's divine abilities and spiritual skills. Mu Chenyì regarded the Emperor's blood with desire. It was a precious item. Unfortunately, he could not absorb it at present. Being at the 9th level of the martial realm, refining the Emperor's blood would inevitably propel him into the spiritual realm, which was utterly unacceptable. After cultivating the 9 lives immortal body technique, he must die once at the martial realm to proceed. He then looked at the exchange interface. Noting that the technique Mu Liao was practicing was subpar, likely only of Xian grade. He needed to acquire a better technique for her. However, there was no urgency, as he could not exchange for anything substantial at the moment. Mu Chenyì ceased his thoughts, holding Mu Liao as he drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Mu Chenyì, in a drowsy state, was awakened by Mu Liao's gentle nudging. He pulled her close and kissed her, then inquired, "Yaoer, what is it?" Mu Liao replied, "The sun is up. You should leave." Mu Chenyì nodded, knowing that their relationship must remain concealed. If it reached Mu Tianheng's ears, danger would ensue. They dressed quickly, and Mu Liao stepped out first, ensuring no one was around before signaling Mu Chenyì to follow. As he exited, he gave her a quick kiss. "You must hurry back." Mu Chenyì playfully tapped Mu Liao's backside before stepping outside. Flushed with embarrassment, she stomped her foot and hurried back into the room. After their deep exchange the previous night, her bed bore the remnants of their passion. It needed to be cleaned. Later that morning, Mu Chenyì approached Mu Liao's door as usual to pay his respects. Mu Liao maintained her composure, appearing as the typical lady. After breakfast, Mu Chenyì found her and stated, "Yaoer, I must go out." Mu Liao asked, "What will you be doing?" "I need to prepare some items for my cultivation." She handed him a token, cautioning, "Don't lose it and return early." "Rest assured," he replied. Subsequently, Mu Chenyì departed from the Mu Wang mansion and, after inquiring multiple times for directions, arrived at a charitable establishment in the city. The place was nearly deserted. Upon entering, he was approached by an elderly man who inquired, "You are a servant of the Li family, correct? You have keen eyes." Mu Chenyì replied, "The body of the Li family's young lady is here. Who else could it belong to?" "Indeed," the old man concurred. "The Li family's young lady has been here for several days. If she is not buried soon, she will decompose." "That's serious? I shall take a look." The old man remarked, "You can go see for yourself. I will not accompany you." Clearly, he wished to avoid the stench of decay. Entering the hall, Mu Chenyì was spotted a coffin. He approached and pushed the lid aside, immediately assaulted by a foul odor. He gagged a few times, nearly retching. Quickly covering his mouth and nose, he felt slightly better, though the stench lingered. Inside the coffin lay a young woman, seemingly afflicted by illness in her lifetime. What a pity, so beautiful and yet so young. Alas, may you find peace in your next life. Forgive me. After speaking, Mu Chenyì placed his hand on the woman's abdomen and began to absorb the death energy. Wisps of dark mist were drawn into his body. The death energy from the deceased was indeed rich. As he absorbed the energy, boredom led him to activate the Eye of Detection on the corpse. Talent: 41 Special Constitution. Extreme cold body. Mu Chenyì was taken aback by the revelation. She possessed a special constitution. He mused that although she had been dead for many days, the technique descriptions did not seem to prohibit anything. Warning: the host has strange thoughts. Please exercise caution. Shaking his head, he assured himself that he was merely contemplating, not planning any grim actions. System, young man, a special constitution is yours for the taking. If you are ruthless enough to claim a portio according to this calculation, if he absorbs 4 more souls, he can prepare for death. He picked up a small knife from the table, used it to make a shallow cut on his palm, leaving only a faint white mark that quickly faded away. Quite well. Although he didn't exert much force, it was a significant improvement. After I die once, I should be impervious to blades and weapons. In the following days, Mu Chenyì ventured out daily to absorb the essence of death. However, after absorbing the life force of 5 individuals, he still hadn't reached the critical point. Among the 5 black lines on his chest, one was considerably thinner than the others, indicating that he needed to absorb once more. During these days, he practiced nightly with Mu Liao, and his own cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet he had to forcibly suppress it. One night, Mu Chenyì decided not to seek out Mu Liao and lay in bed, preparing for sleep when he heard footsteps outside the door. He immediately recognized them as belonging to Xiaoya. Soon after, Xiaoya burst through the door, leaping into his arms. To avoid being discovered, she had refrained from visiting him these days, but tonight she could not contain herself and had sneaked over. With a hint of grievance, she said, "I really miss you." Mu Chenyì said nothing in response. Since she was already here, it would be rather unkind of him not to reciprocate. He embraced Xiaoya and kissed her. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps in the courtyard. There were 3 of them. Realizing their intent, he chuckled. Mu Liao was likely coming to confront him. He was unconcerned, for Mu Liao already knew about his relationship with Xiaoya, and he had already won her over. What was there to fear? Furthermore, he had other plans regarding Xiaoya. His only concern was that Mu Liao might arrive too quickly, which would not bode well. Outside, Li Jun whispered, "Damn it," after waiting for several days. We finally caught a break. They had barely slept during this period, taking turns to keep an eye on the situation here, and it had exhausted them. They had almost given up when Xiaoya slipped in. Han Ming said, "Let us hurry and inform the young lady. We'll see what he has to say then." Zhang Wei added, "Indeed, if that rogue and Xiaoya manage to escape, all our efforts will be in vain." Li Jun declared, "I'll go inform the young lady. You stay alert." With that, he dashed out. Zhang Wei and Han Ming quietly positioned themselves outside Mu Chenyì's door, listening intently for a few minutes. Han Ming whispered, "Is this rogue truly so bold?" Xiaoya's voice hasn't stopped. Zhang Wei retorted fiercely, "After tonight, he won't have another chance to be bold." He felt a pang of envy. He was woefully lacking in this regard, which had often left him feeling inferior. Mu Chenyì could hear the commotion at the door and hoped fervently that Mu Liao would take her time arriving, or perhaps not come at all. It was still too early for things to conclude. To have it forced to an end at the outset would be quite unfortunate. It is often said that heaven does not align with human desires. Mu Chenyì frowned as he heard distant footsteps approaching. With a sigh, he murmured, "They're coming a bit too quickly." Xiaoya, upon hearing this, asked, What is coming?" Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, "The young lady is here." Startled, Xiaoya immediately sprang up, panic-stricken. "What should we do?" Mu Chenyì, suppressing his pain, reassured her, "What is there to panic about?" He gently caressed her a couple of times, and the pain began to subside. Just then, they heard voices outside the door. "Young lady, you have arrived. Mu Chenyì is with Xiaoya." "Young lady, you must punish that scoundrel properly. His audacity is outrageous. Open the door." Upon hearing this, Han Ming kicked the door open with a forceful shove. The accommodation for the servants were meager and of poor quality, and the door easily gave way. They were greeted by the sight of Mu Chenyì sitting bare on the bed, while Xiaoya hid behind him, wrapped in a blanket. The commotion had also roused Li Si and Wang Yin, who were equally taken aback by the scene. Li Si looked worried, unsure of how to react, while Wang Yin was filled with excitement. Mu Chenyì was courting disaster, and this could mean a return to his former position for him. He immediately exclaimed, "Mu Chenyì, how can you betray the young lady's trust? You are truly beyond redemption." Zhang Wei and the others began to chastise Mu Chenyì, adopting a righteous demeanor. Mu Chenyì, still unclothed, rose from the bed and said, "I truly feel unworthy before the young lady." The men present could only think 2 words. "Damn it, how enviable." Wang Yin snapped back to reality and said, "How audacious. You have committed such a grave mistake and still dare to sully the young lady's honor. You deserve to die." Mu Liao, frowning, commanded, "Put on your clothes and go to the hall." Mu Chenyì responded, "Yes, young lady." He hastily donned an outer garment and urged Xiaoya. Hurry and get dressed. We must go to the hall. After exiting, he closed the door behind him. Li Si remarked, Brother Yi, you are being foolish. He genuinely worried for Mu Chenyì, who had often looked out for him, and he did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Mu Chenyì assured him, Do not worry. This is not a grave matter. Wang Yin scoffed, Mu Steward, you truly are ignorant and fearless. Han Ming chimed in, Mu Chenyì, this is your day of reckoning. You will surely meet your end tonight. Mu Chenyì countered, What if I do not perish? Han Ming cursed, What nonsense are you spouting? Li Jun laughed, Mu Steward, after making such a blunder, do you think you can escape unscathed like last time? That is uncertain. Zhang Wei added, Mu Steward, rest assured. After your demise, I will ensure you are properly honored. Then I must sincerely thank you, Mu Chenyì replied. Do not mention it. After all, we were the ones who summoned the young lady here. I feel a bit guilty, to be honest. Oh, is that so? Of course not. We have been unable to tolerate you for quite some time. That truly is a grievance for you. Just then, Xiaoya emerged from the room. Mu Chenyì reassured her. Nothing will happen. Let us go. He then led Xiaoya toward the main hall. When I return, I shall deal with you all. The others follow behind. Deal with us? You should think about how to save your own life. Wang Yin spat, eyeing Xiaoya's retreating figure. He had long coveted Xiaoya, but lacked the courage to act. And now he was astonished that Mu Chenyì had managed to win her over upon his ascension. Chapter 22. Deductions from your monthly pay. Mu Chenyì and Xiaoya entered the main hall, with the others trailing behind. Mu Liao ordered, You all leave? Yes. Although they were curious to see how Mu Liao would handle Mu Chenyì and Xiaoya, they dared not defy her command. Li Si retreated, visibly worried. Wang Yin cast a concerned glance at Xiaoya. He still harbored feelings for her. The other three shot Mu Chenyì venomous looks before exiting. Mu Liao turned her gaze to Mu Chenyì, her voice cold. What have you done? There was a hint of grievance in her tone. She already knew there was something between the two, but was still displeased. Mu Chenyì knelt on the floor, saying, Young lady, it is entirely my fault. Please do not let it trouble you. Xiaoya interjected, Young lady, it is all my fault. I seduced Mu Steward. Please punish me instead and spare him. Upon hearing this, Mu Liao glared fiercely at Mu Chenyì, saying, You truly have a talent for making her devoted to you. Her anger intensified. The more Xiaoya defended Mu Chenyì, the more unsettled she became. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He held no romantic feelings for Xiaoya, and her defense only filled him with a sense of guilt. He could only say, It is all my fault. Mu Liao fixed her gaze on Mu Chenyì and asked, What do you think I should do to punish you? Xiaoya quickly bowed her head, repeating, Young lady, this has nothing to do with Mu Steward. It is all my fault. Please spare him. Mu Liao disregarded Xiaoya and instead focused her gaze on Mu Chenyì. The moment Mu Chenyì met Mu Liao's eyes, he understood that if he did not respond adequately, she would certainly make a scene. Everything was dictated by the young lady. He had no complaints whatsoever. No complaints? Absolutely none. How could Mu Chenyì dare express any grievances? If he did, how could he ever share a bed with Mu Liao again? However, should Mu Liao impose a severe punishment on Xiaoya, he would find a way to intervene. Mu Liao commanded Xiaoya, You may leave for now. Xiaoya looked at Mu Liao, wishing to plead for Mu Chenyì, but her gaze was halted by Mu Chenyì's stern expression. Tearfully, she exited the room. Upon seeing Xiaoya emerge, Li Si inquired, Where is he go? Xiaoya replied, He's still inside. What punishment will the young lady impose on him? Xiaoya shook her head in sorrow. She did not know. Within the hall, Mu Chenyì approached Mu Liao, gently massaging her shoulders, and asked, Yao Yao, what are your intentions? Turning to face him, Mu Liao declared, I shall have her killed. Mu Chenyì's eyes widened in alarm as he pleaded, Please don't. After all, Xiaoya has served you for so long. It cannot come to that. Oh, is your heart aching? She teased. Then I shall indeed have her killed. Yao Yao, please reconsider. It was I who forced Xiaoya into this situation. She is not at fault. Mu Chenyì insisted, Yao Yao. It is all my fault. Oomph. You care for her. She occupies your thoughts. Not at all. In my heart, there's only you, Yao Yao, absolutely no one else. Mu Liao responded. Then I shall send her away, far from you. Mu Chenyì secretly smiled and replied, The farther, the better. This aligns perfectly with my plans. Mu Liao questioned, Do you truly feel this way? Of course. I do not wish for you to harm her. It was I who pushed her to submit, and I feel no romantic attachment to her. Mu Liao stated, Given what has transpired, it is impossible for Xiaoya to remain. I will send her away from the estate and provide her with a small house in the city. You may visit her whenever you wish. After she finished speaking, She scrutinized Mu Chenyì's expression, noticing his indifference and slight resistance, causing her to furrow her brow. Mu Chenyì suggested, it would be best to send her away directly. I hold no feelings for Xiaoya, and prolonging this entanglement would be detrimental to both of us. With a smile, Mu Liao said, then it is settled. Yes. Just ensure she receives a generous sum of silver. Certainly, I shall give her 500 taels. That will suffice for her needs, deducted from your monthly allowance. Wait. Miss, please. I only earn 2 taels a year. 500 taels would take me 250 years of hard labor. Oomph. You deserve it. Indeed, I deserve it. Later, Mu Liao summoned Xiaoya to convey her decision. Xiaoya prostrated herself before Mu Liao, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Although she was reluctant to part from Mu Chenyì, she was willing to leave as long as he remained safe. The following day, the servants in the courtyard received word that Xiaoya had deliberately seduced Mu Chenyì, and the two had engaged in illicit activities. Xiaoya had been expelled from the Mu Wangfu, while Mu Chenyì received a mere 3-year salary as punishment. Subsequently, Xiaoya would be brought back. I felt it necessary to clarify this in advance. Li Si was overjoyed. Naturally, he was happy that Mu Chenyì was unharmed. Although Xiaoya had been dismissed, Mu Chenyì had instructed him to handle some matters, so there would be no repercussions. Others, however, were filled with dread. Mu Chenyì remained the steward of the estate, and they had thoroughly offended him the previous night. How could they expect to have a peaceful existence? Han Ming remarked, what trick did that scoundrel use that the young lady only punished him with 3 years' wages? Li Jun replied, I heard from the maidservants that Xiaoya took the blame for everything, which is why that scoundrel escaped unscathed. Zhang Wei added, that scoundrel actually made a woman bear the blame. He is no man. As for Xiaoya, why did she foolishly take the blame upon herself? Could it be that she harbors genuine feelings for that rogue? That rascal is quite the charmer. After all, Wang Yin interjected, does that even matter? We should focus on how to appease that scoundrel. Our days are about to become quite difficult. As the 4 of them worked, Mu Chenyì arrived with Li Si. Observing the 4, he remarked, oh, you 4 are hard at work. I thought you would be celebrating. Wang Yin replied, Steward Mu, I knew you would be fine. Did you not say I was ignorant and fearless? That was merely a slip of the tongue. I meant to say that Steward Mu is without cause for concern. Is that so? Li Jun pleaded, Steward Mu, please show mercy and forgive my transgressions. Zhang Wei added, Steward Mu, I was in the wrong. Please spare me. Mu Chenyì said, I recall you intended to honor me properly. How about now? I happen to have time. Do tell me how you plan to pay your respects. I was wrong. Zhang Wei began to bow repeatedly in apology. Mu Chenyì softly remarked, have you not eaten? Your bows lack vigor. There is barely a sound. Zhang Wei forcefully struck his head against the stone, again and again, fearing Mu Chenyì's dissatisfaction. In no time, his forehead was bloodied. Mu Chenyì turned his gaze towards Han Ming, who had been the most arrogant the previous night. Han Ming, upon meeting Mu Chenyì's gaze, trembled on the ground, nearly wetting himself. Mu Chenyì assured him, do not be afraid. It does no good, as I will take good care of you. He addressed the other 3. You know what to do, right? Yes, yes. Then why are you still standing there? The 3 immediately rose and began to assault Han Ming, who soon cried out in anguish. Mu Chenyì ordered, make him quiet. Wang Yin swiftly removed his sock and stuffed it into Han Ming's mouth. Mu Chenyì turned and exited. He had no intentions of killing these 4. Slaying them would only invite new faces, who would also seek to climb the ranks. Killing these individuals served no purpose. Rather, it was beneficial for him that they feared him and dared not cause trouble. He would keep them around, beating them daily to pass the time and satiate his anger. Li Si looked at the 4 and remarked, you deserve it. Chapter 23. The first death. Mu Chenyì left the Mu Wangfu directly and went to the mortuary to absorb the essence of death. Afterward, he returned to the Mu Wangfu. Entering his room, he activated the 9 lives immortal body technique, beginning to refine the death energy. The fine line on his chest gradually thickened. He slowed his pace and paused, as dying once required some preparation. He sought out Mu Liao but found her absent. She must have gone out. He decided to die within her room, as it was unlikely anyone would intrude there, unlike his own. However, he needed to ensure Mu Liao did not enter and discover him deceased, as she might bury him immediately. After all, his revival required a bit of time. According to the technique, it would take approximately half an hour. Mu Chenyì concealed himself beneath the bed, confident that unless the bed was moved, he would go unnoticed. He resumed refining the death energy, causing the black lines to thicken once more. Once the 5 black lines became equally thick, he would instantly perish, as his current cultivation could not contain it. The next time, once his body had significantly strengthened, even if the death energy completely corroded his organs, he would be able to suppress it for a period, avoiding the current complications. Finally, the 5 black lines became equal in thickness. Mu Chenyì felt the refined death energy spiral out of control, directly invading his organs. A chill washed over him, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His head then struck the ground, black blood oozing from his mouth, before his head drooped to the side, and he lost consciousness. Frost formed around Mu Chenyì's body, lowering the surrounding temperature slightly. The organs within him, once eroded by deathly energy, were gradually recovering. The deathly energy was slowly dissolving, transforming into a unique nutrient that directly integrated into his flesh. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis, with its strength rapidly increasing. After Mu Liao returned, she searched for Mu Chenyì but found no trace of him. Frowning, she returned to her room. That scoundrel, running around every day. Does he not regard me at all? I must give him a proper lesson, As she spoke, she approached the bed and sat down, preparing to cultivate. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Why is it so cool? She pondered. The weather was quite pleasant today. Mu Liao shrugged off the slight temperature change. It would not affect cultivators, let alone ordinary people. In the past few days, her cultivation had advanced rapidly alongside Mu Chenyì, at least doubling in speed, which made her eager to continue her training. At this rate, with a bit of effort, she could reach the 2nd level of the spirit realm in just over a month. Nearly half an hour later, Mu Chenyì slowly awakened. He had regained consciousness a while ago, but was unable to control his body, which startled him. Had he not gradually felt the existence of his body, he might have succumbed to mental collapse. He carefully moved his limbs to ease the stiffness. Knowing Mu Liao had returned, he dared not make any sudden movements. After about a minute, he felt somewhat normal. He crawled out from under the bed. Mu Liao was in the midst of her cultivation when she sensed something was off. Instantly, she opened her eyes and saw a hand emerging from beneath the bed, followed by another. Startled, she jumped off the bed and saw Mu Chenyì crawling out. "You scoundrel, do you wish to frighten me to death?" Mu Chenyì stood and said, "Yao Yao, it wasn't intentional." Noticing the bloodstains on Mu Chenyì, Mu Liao rushed over. Worried, "What happened? You mustn't get hurt." "What would I do then?" Mu Chenyì had intended to tease her, but seeing her on the verge of tears made him abandon that thought. He embraced her and reassured her, "Yao Yao, don't worry. I'm fine. I merely expelled some problematic blood from my body." "Really? Of course. Do I look like I'm in trouble?" After carefully inspecting him and finding no significant issues, she relaxed. "What were you doing hiding under my bed?" "I was at a critical moment in my cultivation and couldn't be disturbed. So I had to come here to my wife." "Who is your wife?" "You're always running around. Isn't it all for the sake of cultivation? The sooner I succeed, the sooner I can propose to the prince." Mu Chenyì then lifted Mu Liao onto the bed and leaned in to kiss her. She struggled, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, what are you doing in broad daylight? It's perfectly normal to do something productive during the day." "Scoundrel, MMM." Having completed the first death of the 9 lives of mortal body, Mu Chenyì no longer needed to suppress his cultivation and decided to break through to the spirit realm now. After more than half an hour, Mu Liao collapsed on the bed, exhausted. Mu Chenyì, brimming with vitality, chuckled as he embraced her legs. "Why do you always hold my legs? Hold me instead." He lifted her into his arms, saying, "From the first time I met you, I resolved to cling to your thigh." Mu Liao scolded, "You rogue. So you're up to no good back then. Isn't it all because I like you? How could I resist someone as beautiful as you? Is that my fault?" "Yes, it is. He was elated, having smoothly reached the 1st level of the spirit realm, significantly enhancing his strength. The primary transformation in the martial realm was the strengthening of the physical body, while in the spirit realm, 1's lifespan received its first increment. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he could live up to 200 years even if he ceased cultivating. Moreover, the total amount of spiritual energy within him had greatly increased. Martial realm cultivators, due to their limited spiritual energy, found it challenging to project their energy externally, merely utilizing it throughout their bodies. Upon reaching the spirit realm, one could project energy externally, enabling long-distance attacks and defenses. This meant he could now unleash his Jialing finger from a distance, making it much easier to strike without being close. Most importantly, he could now fly. albeit for only a short duration due to his first level of the spirit realm, perhaps a maximum of 10 minutes before exhaustion set in. To sustain longer flights, he would either need a flying spiritual technique or artifact, or to reach the 5th level of the spirit realm. Nonetheless, this was not a significant concern. Host cultivation has improved. Reward: 1 drop of Emperor's Blood, 500 system points. Upon seeing the notification, Mu Chenyì opened the system to check his attribute panel. Host: Mu Chenyì age, 15 talent qualification, 10 out of 100 spirit vein, Xian grade special physique. Linglong treasure body, 10, realm, 1st level of the spirit realm techniques. Taiga Xiaoyaoju, celestial grade. 9 lives immortal body, celestial grade, spirit technique. Jieling finger, heavenly grade, special skill. Eye of detection system points, 2060, chapter 24. Successful refinement of blood and comprehension of spirit techniques. Mu Chenyì gazed at the panel with delight. Mu Liao inquired, "Have you broken through to the spirit realm?" "Yes." "How long did you cultivate?" "Just over a month." Mu Liao asked, "Why so fast?" Mu Chenyì frowned and replied, "Wife, let us be honest. It's been over half an hour. Is that fast?" Mu Liao paused, confused, then reacted with a fierce glare. "I'll bite you to death, scoundrel." "Yao Yao, please. Wait until tonight. Let me gather a few drops first." "You scoundrel." After some playful banter, Mu Liao pressed, "Quick. Tell me why your cultivation is so fast." Mu Chenyì explained, "I must thank you. During our first dual cultivation, with your yuaning power enhancing me, I directly broke through 4 levels. That's why it's so rapid." Mu Liao scolded, "You rogue. Miss, dual cultivation benefits you too. Haven T, you noticed your cultivation speed increasing? A little. In 10 days to half a month. Once your Linglong treasure body recovers, your cultivation will accelerate even more. Of course, we must dual cultivate daily. You just want to take advantage of me. A little advantage is fine. Come, let me have a taste." Mu, how annoying. After a tender moment between Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao, he returned to his own room. He now possessed 2 drops of Emperor's Blood, which he could consider refining. Having reviewed the system's introduction, he understood that the primary function of Emperor's Blood was to aid in comprehending divine abilities, albeit with a chance factor. How many chances could 2 drops provide? Each drop required 500 system points for exchange, leaving him only able to redeem 4 drops. However, he also needed to redeem a technique for Mu Liao first, which meant he had to forego the idea of exchanging for Emperor's Blood. Mu Chenyì contemplated, "Regardless, I have resources, so I might as well use them. If I can't comprehend divine abilities, it's fine. I can figure out later. First, I need to enhance my strength." He directly retrieved a drop of Emperor's Blood from the storage. A faint oppressive aura immediately filled the room. Without delay, he swallowed it to avoid drawing attention. He began to circulate his spiritual energy to refine the Emperor's Blood. After 2 full hours, he completely refined the drop, and his cultivation soared to the 5th level of the spirit realm, with a significant boost in physical strength. Most importantly, he successfully comprehended an offensive spirit technique. Host has refined the Emperor's Blood, successfully comprehended the spirit technique, Qi sword technique, heavenly grade. Reward: 1 lottery draw, 500 system points. Mu Chenyì smiled, feeling fortunate to have comprehended a spirit technique and received a reward. He was eager to test out the newly acquired skill. He circulated his own spiritual energy, and in an instant, a shadow of a sword, intertwined with purple and black hues, materialized before him. Mu Chenyì gazed at the sword shadow, momentarily lost in thought. The purple represented spiritual energy, while the black signified death energy. After a brief contemplation, he understood. Having cultivated the 9 lives immortal body, he absorbed death energy, and upon his first resurrection, the previous death energy had completely fused with him. Consequently, if he did not consciously control it, his spiritual energy attacks would inevitably carry traces of death energy, rendering his spiritual techniques even more formidable. Mu Chenyì swung his arm, and the sword's shadow flew forth, crashing into the door, shattering it into several fragments. To think that merely experimenting would yield such power. If he perfected this technique, unleashing thousands of sword energies simultaneously would be a sight to behold. The Qi sword technique is an art that condenses spiritual energy, guided by one's vital essence. The stronger the practitioner's cultivation, the more potent the attack. With the enhancement from cultivating the 9 lives immortal body, his physical strength and vital essence had significantly increased, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators at the same realm. This gap would only widen in the future. This spiritual technique was perfectly suited for him. Li Si was drawn to the commotion at Mu Chenyì's door and inquired, "Brother, what happened? Are you all right?" Mu Chenyì replied, "It's nothing. I accidentally broke the door. Just have those 4 useless fellows replace it." "All right, I'll take care of it." After Li Si departed, Mu Chenyì opened the system once more, discovering he had another opportunity for a lottery draw, which he decided to use immediately. "Would you like a draw?" Naturally, he confirmed it. "Congratulations. The host has obtained the clear spirit technique." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow. The name of this technique immediately struck him as subpar. He clicked on the introduction. Clear spirit technique. A cultivation technique. Practicing this technique allows the practitioner. Upon seeing it was merely of a grade, he lost interest in the details and closed the introduction. Drawing a worthless technique left him feeling somewhat pained. However, he acknowledged it was still a gift and decided to set it aside, as it may yet prove useful. After all, Mu Leo was currently practicing a technique, which was already highly sought after in such a mundane realm. He subsequently clicked on the Chi Sword technique, wishing to expedite his understanding. The Chi Sword technique is comprehended by the host and requires no additional system points for rapid mastery. The host can now utilize it freely. Mu Chenyì nodded. This was favorable. As long as he continued to elevate his realm, this spiritual technique would find its application. He had now reached the 5th level of the spirit realm, and with no intention of refining the remaining drop of Emperor's blood, he recognized that dying twice within the spirit realm would hold little merit for his advancement. Should he inadvertently break through to it would spell disaster, so he resolved to die once before contemplating further enhancement. That drop of Emperor's blood was better suited for Mu Leo. Mu Chenyì had considered giving it to her before, but he was unsure how to explain its origin. If Mu Leo were to inquire about where he acquired it, what could he say? Most importantly, what if the Mu family discovered her sudden surge in power? He needed to caution her thoroughly before handing over the Emperor's blood. Mu Chenyì approached the table and picked up a fruit knife. With his enhanced physical strength, it was time to test the results. He thrust the knife forcefully into his palm, only for it to bend and snap in two. A smile crept across his face. Excellent. The effect was remarkable. His hand remained unscathed, save for a slight sting, with no discomfort whatsoever. He then performed the Chi Sword technique, and a blade of energy sliced through his palm. A bleeding gash appeared, prompting him to quickly consume a healing pill, which allowed the wound to heal rapidly. While he could easily withstand ordinary blades, his defenses were lacking against spiritual techniques. Nonetheless, it was commendable. After all, the Chi Sword technique was of heavenly quality, and its power was undeniably formidable. Although he had not unleashed his full strength, sustaining merely a cut demonstrated that Mu Chenyì's defensive capabilities were already quite impressive. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wei and others arrived, carrying a new door to install for Mu Chenyì, and as they left, they did not forget to shower him with flattery. Chapter 25. Do not give face, do not expect respect. Mu Chenyì continued to venture outside daily, causing Mu Leo some displeasure, yet she could only tolerate it, often biting at him in frustration. One day, upon returning home, he encountered Wang Tung at the entrance, berating Li Si. "You dog servant, what do you think you are? How dare you block me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." As Wang Tung spoke, he prepared to strike Li Si, who, terrified, closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Mu Chenyì could not simply stand by. He stepped forward and seized Wang Tung's arm. Such fury from the young master. Wang Tung turned at the sound, glaring at Mu Chenyì. "You again, you dog servant." Fuming, he attempted to shake off Mu Chenyì's grip, but no matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to break free. This perplexed him. Having just broken through to the 6th level of the martial realm, he had expected to easily overpower Mu Chenyì. Yet, the latter's grip remained unyielding, leading Wang Tung to wonder if this person possessed innate strength beyond comprehension. Li Si, hearing the commotion, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Mu Chenyì, exclaimed, "Brother E, the young master insists on entering." Mu Chenyì replied, "Step aside. I shall speak with the young master." Li Si retreated. Mu Chenyì released Wang Tung's arm and addressed him. "It is impossible for you to enter without the lady's permission." Wang Tung retorted, "I must enter today, and I shall see if you dare stop me." As he attempted to push past, Mu Chenyì blocked his path. "Young master, you make it difficult for me. If you persist, I shall be compelled to take action." Wang Tung scoffed. "You dare lay a hand on me? Go on, hit me, let me see." Without hesitation, Mu Chenyì struck him with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Li Si dumbfounded. Over the days, he had come to recognize Mu Chenyì's deep trust for Mu Liu, and he had never imagined that Mu Chenyì would dare to strike Wang Tong directly. Wang Tong's eyes widened in shock. Had it not been for the burning sting on his left cheek, he would scarcely believe this servant had just dared to slap him. "You dare strike me?" With a smile, Mu Chenyì replied, "What do you mean by that, young master? Was this not your request? I'm merely obliged. What is improper about that? You seek death." Wang Tong lunged forward, throwing a punch imbued with spiritual energy, clearly utilizing his cultivation. He was certain he could handle this stronger servant without issue. The punch struck Mu Chenyì's chest, and Wang Tong reveled in anticipation, expecting to see him bleed. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Far from bleeding, Mu Chenyì's expression remained unchanged, as if unaffected. Impossible. Mu Chenyì chuckled. His defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. He had deliberately not dodged to test how resilient his body was against blows. The results were promising. "Young master, it would be wise for you to leave now. With this punch, I shall let it pass, but should you continue your unreasonable antics, do not blame me for my mercilessness." Wang Tong could not swallow this anger. He could not simply walk away. He glared fiercely at Mu Chenyì and lunged forward once more, resolute in his intent to teach Mu Chenyì a lesson today. Naturally, Mu Chenyì would not indulge him, immediately retaliating with a kick. Wang Tong was knocked to the ground, clutching his abdomen and coughing violently. He pointed at Mu Chenyì, but was unable to utter a single word due to the pain. Mu Chenyì disdainfully remarked, "Cousin, consider this merely a warning. Should you persist in your ignorance of propriety, the next encounter will not be so trivial." Li Si observed Mu Chenyì with nothing but admiration, recognizing that he himself would never dare act in such a manner. Struggling to rise, Wang Tong retorted, "You insolent servant! How dare you treat me, the young master, with such disrespect? You are audacious beyond measure." Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed, I am a servant, but I serve the Mu Wangfu, not your Wang family. Do not overstep your bounds. Addressing you as cousin is merely out of respect for the Wang matriarch and the young lady. Do you truly consider yourself worthy of such a title? You are nothing but refuse." Wang Tong stammered, You. What of it?" Mu Chenyì interrupted. "Hurry and leave." After stating this, he turned to resume his training. However, Wang Tong, consumed by rage, drew a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Mu Chenyì's back. Upon witnessing this, Li Si shouted, "Brother, be careful." Mu Chenyì caught sight of Wang Tong's shadow on the ground and quickly sidestepped. Wang Tong missed his target and, pivoting, attempted another strike. Mu Chenyì seized Wang Tong's arm, delivering several kicks to his abdomen. Wang Tong collapsed to the ground, his expression contorted in agony, feeling as though his stomach might burst. Mu Chenyì remarked, "Cousin, you seem quite fond of wielding knives. This cannot stand. Should you injure the young master or the young lady, it would be quite troublesome. For the safety of the young master and the young ladies, it would be more prudent for me to sever your tendons today." With that, he grasped the dagger, preparing to act. "Wait, Steward Mu." Wang Sherdong's voice interjected. "Is it truly appropriate for you to treat my brother in such a manner?" Having caught a glimpse of Wang Sherdong from the corner of his eye, Mu Chenyì was merely putting on a show for her benefit. He intended to discipline Wang Tong, confident that with Mu Liao's protection, no harm would come to him. Were he to truly sever Wang Tong's tendons, Mu Liao's mother would undoubtedly intervene out of familial obligation, and even with Mu Liao's support, he could find himself in jeopardy. He turned to Wang Sherdong and stated, "Cousin, I have no desire to act thus, but he drew a blade against a servant of mine, while I am unharmed. Should he injure a young lady, it would become a significant matter. The young lady has placed her trust in me as the steward of her courtyard, and I must consider her safety in all aspects. Such behavior must be nipped in the bud. Do you believe I am misguided in my concern for my young lady's safety? Or do you imply that her safety is of no importance? Or perhaps you and Cousin Wang have conspired against her?" Chapter 26. Cousin's Invitation. How could I decline? Wang Sherdong's brow furrowed in frustration. This scoundrel was shamelessly invoking Mu Liao's name to cast aspersions, truly lacking in dignity. She suppressed her anger and forced a smile, saying, "Steward Mu, my brother is at fault, yet he harbors no ill intentions towards my cousin. I can assure you of that." Mu Chenyì replied, "It is best that this is the case. I shall inform the young lady of this incident, and I hope you will keep this fool in check. Next time, it may not be so simple." Wang Sherdong felt exasperated, but was left with no recourse. The message was clear: they should not seek trouble. What could she do when Mu Liao was there to protect them? It was out of the question for her to approach their aunt, as they, being outsiders, could hardly compare to Mu Liao. Moreover, without an invitation from Mu Liao, they could not even meet their aunt. She turned to Mu Chenyì and asked, "Steward Mu, may I release my brother now?" Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, "Of course, that is no problem." He released Wang Tung's arm and added, "Cousin, I kindly request that you leave at once, lest I be compelled to take further action." Wang Tung, clutching his abdomen, hissed, "You insolent servant! You dare!" His words were cut short by a resounding slap. "Do not overstep," Mu Chenyì retorted with disdain. "Now be gone." Wang Tung trembled with rage, but found himself powerless. Wang Sherdong, her expression cold as ice, helped him to his feet and urged, "You should return home quickly." Wang Tung shrugged off her hand and stormed out. Mu Chenyì remarked, "Cousin, you are indeed well-mannered." "Steward Mu, you flatter me." Li Si, having witnessed the entire episode, was filled with exhilaration. The other servants, who had been watching from a distance, were equally stirred, wishing they could join in and strike Wang Tung. These young ladies and masters were often insufferably arrogant. Addressing the onlookers, Mu Chenyì commanded, "What are you all gawking at? Get back to work." The crowd dispersed, and Li Si discreetly made his way to the rear courtyard. Mu Chenyì turned to Wang Sherdong and said, "The servants are lacking in decorum. I apologize for their behavior." Wang Sherdong suppressed a smirk, thinking, "Who could be more lacking in decorum than you?" "Steward Mu, if you have the time, might we have a discussion?" Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, "How could I refuse an invitation from my cousin?" His mind was racing, seeking any opportunity to win over Wang Sherdong. She led him to her chamber, which was simply furnished, likely due to her living as a guest, yet it was tidy and carried a subtle fragrance. Mu Chenyì inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent as that of Wang Sherdong. She frowned at his reaction, but chose to ignore it. She retrieved some silver notes from her bedside and handed them to Mu Chenyì, saying, "I sincerely apologize for my brother's earlier actions towards you. Please accept this token of goodwill." Mu Chenyì did not refuse, accepting the money directly. "If you have something to say, please speak candidly," he urged, aware that her bringing him to her room was not merely for the sake of offering him money. The principle of giving and receiving was well understood by all. Wang Sherdong began, "If I am not mistaken, Steward Mu, you are a cultivator, are you not?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Cousin, your observation is astute." While he had not utilized his powers against Wang Tung, a mere mortal could hardly contend with a warrior of the sixth realm. Realizing she had uncovered his secret, he chose not to conceal it any longer. Wang Sherdong continued, "Pardon my boldness, but given your cultivation, one would wonder why you would willingly serve as a mere servant." Mu Chenyì smiled and answered, "Miss Mu has shown me great kindness, a debt I feel compelled to repay. Therefore, serving as a steward is no great matter." His words were a casual fabrication, yet not entirely false. Through dual cultivation with Mu Liao, his innate talent had indeed flourished, and he had acquired a fragment of the Ling Long physique, which could be considered a rebirth of sorts. Wang Sherdong, puzzled, questioned, "To serve as a steward is to repay such a significant debt?" She then added, "I had no idea Steward Mu was so loyal. I am deeply impressed." Mu Chenyì regarded her, noting a glimmer of disdain in her eyes, as he thought to himself that her admiration was not genuine. "Cousin, you flatter me. If you have extended kindness towards me, I shall certainly repay you in kind." "I believe you," Mu Chenyì smiled, stating if there are no further doubts, "I shall take my leave." He began to rise, intending to convey that the payment she offered sufficed for such a conversation. Moreover, he wished to prompt her to reveal her true intentions. Wang Sherdong interjected, "Steward Mu, please wait. I have one more matter to discuss." Mu Chenyì inquired, "Cousin, please speak." "I must ask, what grade of martial arts does Steward Mu practice?" "Cousin, is it appropriate for you to ask such a question?" Wang Sherdong then produced several silver notes, stating, "I am merely curious." Mu Chenyì declined to accept the notes, replying, "Oh, merely curious, is it? It seems the other party is interested in his martial arts." Upon hearing this, Wang Sherdong confessed, "Since we have reached this point, I shall not conceal anything from Steward Mu. I am eager to hear the details." With a sigh, she continued, "Our Wang family has been in commerce for generations, with no practitioners in our ancestry. We have only hired 2 newly initiated spiritual practitioners. Those 2, upon seeing some talent in my brother and me, and with the benefits we provided, agreed to teach us. We began our training earlier than you, cousin. Now, while you have reached the spiritual realm, my brother and I remain at the 6th level of martial arts. The reason for cousin's swifter progress is her cultivation of a high-grade martial art, while we are limited to the most basic techniques. No matter how good one's innate talent, without a superior martial art, it is all in vain. Thus, my brother and I are in dire need of a better technique. Mu Chenyì nodded in agreement. He understood this well. Take his own experience, for instance. Despite his abysmal talent, he had managed to reach the spiritual realm in just a month through the use of an exceptional technique. A good martial art is of paramount importance to a practitioner. Hence, it was evident that the other party was indeed intent on acquiring his technique. Mu Chenyì remained silent, simply observing Wang Shidong, waiting for her to speak. If she were to initiate the conversation, an opportunity would arise for him to assist her. Noticing his silence, Wang Shidong continued. Steward Mu's abilities surely exceed those of my brother and me. The martial arts you practice must be far superior. Mu Chenyì still refrained from speaking, for it was not merely superior. It was a chasm between realms. Recognizing his reluctance to affirm or refute, Wang Shidong, feeling a bit helpless, asked, "If Steward Mu's martial art is not of the basic grade, could you kindly impart to us?" Upon hearing Wang Shidong's request, Mu Chenyì contemplated the high-grade Qingling technique in his system's repository. This could indeed come into play. However, he wondered if they should discuss the terms of such an exchange. This young woman had not always been naive. He responded, "Cousin, have you not mistaken your approach? This matter should be brought to my young lady. Perhaps she would be willing to share her martial art. After all, you are relatives. With no benefits involved, why would he take on such a task?" Wang Shidong wore a wry smile. "If Mu Liyue were willing, would I seek you out? I wish I could offer something in return, but my resources are currently quite limited. Without something to offer, promising benefits is too risky. You must be well aware of the Mu family's stance towards his siblings." "I truly am not," Mu Chenyì replied. "Cousin, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." He was in no rush. As long as Wang Shidong sought to improve her cultivation, the matter of martial arts would inevitably bring her back to him. Wang Shidong could only bid him farewell. "Steward Mu, take care." After a few days, the Wang family would send a gift, and then she would approach Mu Chenyì again. In high spirits, Mu Chenyì returned to his quarters and began his training. Now that he had a method to maneuver around Wang Shidong, he had no fear of her refusal. The pressing issue was how to avoid Li Yue and the others in the courtyard. Days passed. One morning, Mu Chenyì rose and ventured into the courtyard, where he encountered several servants entering. Just as he puzzled over their presence, a woman of exquisite grace entered, her dark hair elegantly tied up, dressed in a purple gown that radiated maturity and charm. Snapping to attention, Mu Chenyì immediately knelt. "I pay my respects to the princess." Though he had never met Mu Liyue's mother, the striking resemblance between her and Mu Liyue, particularly in their features, was unmistakable. The other servants in Mu Liyue's courtyard also knelt upon recognizing her. Indeed, it was Wang Shuiyue, Mu Liyue's mother. She addressed Mu Chenyì and the others. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Mu Chenyì stood and said, "Princess, please step into the hall." He guided her inside and gestured for someone to summon Mu Liyue, then stood by in the hall, awaiting her arrival. Wang Shuiyue inquired, "Are you the new steward of this courtyard?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Replying to Your Highness. I arrived in the young lady's courtyard a month ago. By the young lady's trust, I have taken on the role of steward. How much more articulate and presentable you are than your predecessor. Thank you for your kind words. Your Highness, I am unworthy. This is your first time meeting me? Indeed, I have been in the Wang residence for less than 2 months, and this is my first encounter with Your Highness. Your sharpness is commendable. You recognize me quite swiftly. Your resemblance to the young lady is remarkable, so it was easy for me to identify you." At that moment, Mu Liyue entered and promptly rushed into her mother's embrace. "Mother," Wang Shuiyue chuckled, "at your age, you should be more mindful of your demeanor. Such behavior is unbecoming." "Not at all," Mu Liyue protested. Mu Chenyì bowed and stepped back, signaling the servants to withdraw. He then instructed them, "Inform the kitchen to prepare a lavish breakfast promptly. If it delays the princess and the young lady's meal, they need not serve again." "Understood." Mu Chenyì moved aside, not wishing to intrude further. He feared Wang Shuiyue might discern the nature of his relationship with Mu Liyue. At that moment, Wang Shidong approached him. "Steward, have you heard that the princess has arrived?" Seeing the hint of resentment in Wang Shidong's eyes, Mu Chenyì was puzzled. He had done nothing to provoke her. He replied curtly, "Indeed, she is inside," Wang Shidong remarked. Tomorrow is my cousin's birthday. She must be here to prepare gifts for her. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Had it truly come so soon? He too needed to prepare a gift. It seemed he could no longer save up his system points. He would have to exchange for a basic grade martial art for Mu Liyue and consider acquiring a better one later. Wang Shidong chose not to intrude, understanding that Wang Shuyue was there for Mu Liyue. She would simply wait for the opportunity to greet them. As Mu Chenyì waited, he wondered why Wang Tong had not yet come to complain. This surprised him. Had Wang Shidong warned him? That seemed unlikely. Given Wang Tong's foolishness, he would likely have come by now. Something must have occurred. He called over Li Si, instructing, "Go see what Wang Tong is up to." Li Si responded, "Brother, you may not know, but Wang Tong was thoroughly beaten by the young lady last night and should be recuperating now." "What happened?" "I heard from a maid that upon learning Wang Tong had drawn his weapon, the young lady rushed over with her entourage and gave him a thrashing. They say he was left in a terrible state and still cannot move." "Understood. You may go." Mu Chenyì now grasped the situation. No wonder Wang Shidong bore a grudge. She likely thought he had been gossiping with Mu Liyue. He paid it little mind. Let her misunderstand. When she needed him, he would make her grovel. He also felt a sense of satisfaction. Mu Liyue had acted decisively on his behalf. Splendidly done. Soon after, the servants brought in the meal, and Mu Chenyì and Wang Shidong chatted idly in the courtyard. At that moment, a maid emerged, announcing, "Cousin, steward, the young lady requests your presence." Mu Chenyì inwardly sighed, realizing the predicament he was in. In the event of discovery, wouldn't I be subjected to the most gruesome execution? He felt helpless and reluctantly followed Wang Shiming inside. Upon entering, Mu Chenyì immediately knelt and addressed, "Your Highness." Mississippi Mu Liao responded, "Rise." "Thank you, Miss," Mu Chenyì said before standing to the side. Wang Shiming stepped forward and greeted Wang Shuyue with a curtsy and Wang Shuyue replied, "Shiming, have a seat and join us for breakfast." "Yes." After Mu Chenyì and the others had finished their morning meal, they prepared to leave as the servants began to clear the table. However, Mu Liao interjected, "Mother, don't you think he's a fine new steward for the courtyard?" Wang Shuyue responded, "Indeed, much better than the previous one. He's exceptionally good, considering my needs in every matter." Mu Liao lavished praise upon Mu Chenyì, causing him considerable apprehension. His legs even began to tremble slightly. Wang Shuyue remarked, "That's quite commendable." As she spoke, she fixed her gaze upon Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì quickly responded, "It is merely my duty, and I am deeply grateful for Miss's recognition. I shall serve Miss with utmost loyalty to repay her great kindness." Wang Shuyue said, "Indeed, such dedication is the prerequisite for accomplishing great things." Mu Chenyì breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Chapter 28. Does your concern still lie here? Following breakfast, Mu Liao prepared to depart with Wang Shuyue to attend to the preparations for her birthday celebration. Mu Chenyì and Wang Shiming escorted them with a group of servants. System, critical juncture, I've emerged once more. Mu Chenyì, withdraw. System, your mother-in-law possesses a unique constitution. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì paused, turned towards Wang Shuyue, and activated his eye of appraisal. Talent, 36 unique constitution, exquisite body dormant. Indeed. Wang Shiming inquired, "What is it?" Mu Chenyì shook his head and replied, "Nothing." He observed the prompt, noting that the exquisite body was dormant, suggesting that Mu Liao had inherited this constitution. System, would this system deceive you? Claim that mature woman and a portion of your exquisite body can be enhanced. Mu Chenyì, claim? What nonsense are you spouting? She's my mother-in-law. System, you degenerate. Does your concern still lie here? How could Mu Chenyì not be concerned? If he engaged in dual cultivation with other women, Mu Liao would merely punish him, and he could appease her. But if he were to engage in dual cultivation with Wang Shuyue, Mu Liao would tear him apart. Mu Chenyì, Wang Shuyue resides within the prince's courtyard, which I cannot enter. Even if I were to enter, I couldn't subdue her with her Xian realm 7-stage cultivation. System, divine intoxication, requiring only 100 system points, can subdue even a king realm expert, let alone a Xian realm cultivator. Mu Chenyì, what kind of trash system are you? You're suggesting I commit such an act. I assure you, I would rather die than do such a thing. Begone. System, like attracts like, if this system is trash, can you be any better? Bah. Mu Chenyì ceased pondering, realizing that he couldn't rush this matter, as the courtyard housed more than just one cultivator. He would never attempt such a feat without absolute certainty. Wang Shiming addressed Mu Chenyì. Steward Mu, are you at leisure? I have a matter to discuss. Mu Chenyì replied, Miss Wang, you are too polite. Please, speak freely. Steward Mu, please, let us move to a more private setting. Miss Wang, please lead the way. Wang Shiming once again led Mu Chenyì to her room. Mu Chenyì inquired, Miss Wang, what is the matter? It concerns the matter of cultivation techniques. Alas, I am afraid I cannot be of assistance in the matter of cultivation techniques. Wang Shiming stated, Steward Mu, if you are willing to impart a cultivation technique, I can offer 1,000,000 taels of silver. This was a considerable sum for her Wang family. But acquiring a cultivation technique above the mortal grade, even a profound grade technique, would be well worth it. She would be willing to increase the price fivefold. She merely wished to gauge whether money could sway Mu Chenyì, as cultivation resources were more valuable to cultivators, and no amount of wealth could acquire such resources. Mu Chenyì's expression remained unchanged as he replied, This is not easily done. He desired both the wealth and the woman. Wang Shiming felt slightly reassured, as the lack of refusal indicated potential. She said, Steward Mu, you may state any request, and if it is within my power, I will not refuse. Mu Chenyì would naturally not state it directly, as that would be considered coercion. It would be better for her to offer it herself. Request? I cannot think of any at the moment. Perhaps Miss Wang can consider what she can offer me. Wang Shiming frowned slightly, as he had passed the onus back to her without offering any hints, making it difficult for her to make an offer. What if I increased the monetary reward? Mu Chenyì grew somewhat exasperated, wondering if she was unaware of what she possessed. Aside from wealth, all that remained was her body. Miss Wang, I would not refuse wealth, but it holds little significance for me. If Miss Wang has nothing else to offer, I shall take my leave. He felt that this reminder should be clear enough, and she should be able to comprehend it. Miss Wang, please consider it carefully. I shall take my leave. Mu Chenyì promptly exited Wang Shiming's room. Even if Wang Shiming were to yield now, he could not act, as Mu Liao might discover it, leading to complications. The best opportunity would be the following day, Mu Liao's birthday. On that day, Mu Liao would undoubtedly be away for the entire day, presenting the best opportunity. That evening, Mu Chenyì stealthily entered Mu Liao's room, secured the door, and approached Mu Liao's bedside. Mu Liao had grown accustomed to Mu Chenyì sneaking in, so she was not alarmed. Why do you come so early? What if someone discovers you? Mu Chenyì replied, Rest assured, no one will discover me. Yaoer, please refrain from praising me as you did today. Praising you? And you're displeased? Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liao and lay down, skillfully removing her garments with one hand. Yaoer, consider Wang Fei's intelligence. If she were to discern our relationship, I would be subjected to a gruesome execution. Grant me 2 years, and once I have achieved cultivation, you may praise me without reservation. Mu Liao nestled in Mu Chenyì's embrace and nodded. It is my birthday tomorrow. I will bring you to my father's courtyard. Mu Chenyì was tempted, but it was too perilous, as any discovery would prevent him from escaping. The prince's courtyard is beyond my current reach. I will bring you inside. It will be fine. It is my birthday, and I wish for you to accompany me. Mu Chenyì replied, Yaoer, I cannot. The prince's cultivation is profound. If he were to discover my cultivation, he would mistake me for an assassin sent by another faction. Mu Liao was visibly displeased. Mu Chenyì was forced to say, Yaoer, be good. I will stay with you until dawn tomorrow night and serve you well. Is that not acceptable? How annoying. Mu Chenyì leaned in and kissed her. After their intimate encounter, he once again stealthily departed. He did not return to his room, but instead left the courtyard, scaled the low wall on the west side of the Mu Manor, and headed straight for a mortuary in the city. Now that his cultivation had reached the spirit realm, he needed to absorb more death energy to cultivate the 9 death's undying body. This time, he wished to use death energy to thoroughly corrode his internal organs, aiming to reach 10 black lines on his chest. Over the past few days, he had absorbed the death energy from nearly 20 corpses, and 9 of the black lines on his chest had become as thick as fingers during cultivation. If he absorbed the death energy from 2 more corpses tonight, he could undergo his second death. As Mu Chenyì approached the street corner, he noticed 2 figures clad in black approaching the mortuary before hurrying inside. He was taken aback, wondering what they were doing. What business do they have here so late at night? Is there some treasure hidden within this mortuary? He retrieved a black garment from his divine invisibility ring, donned it, and then covered his face with a black cloth. He then activated the invisibility function of the divine invisibility ring, intending to observe their intentions. Mu Chenyì entered the mortuary and discovered the old caretaker sitting on a chair in the yard, seemingly under the influence of a sedative. He cautiously approached the main hall, where he observed two figures standing before a coffin. Chapter 29. Resurrection. Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow. The coffin had been there for many days. It was that of the young lady from the Li family. He had always wondered why the Li family had not buried her yet. The young lady had been lying there for over 10 days. And if it weren't for the cool autumn weather, she would have undoubtedly decomposed. The clandestine arrival of these two individuals suggested that something was amiss. He stealthily positioned himself by the door and overheard their conversation. The smaller of the two said, "Brother Wu, what do you suppose they want with this corpse?" The other replied, "Who knows? We're just here for the money. That's all that matters." As they spoke, they opened the coffin. Both men had covered their mouths and noses in anticipation of the foul odor that would surely arise from a body left for such a duration, likely teeming with maggots. However, they were puzzled when one of them remarked, "Brother Wu, last time we came, the body reeked. Why is there no smell now?" Su Wu frowned and responded, "Not only is there no odor, but this person doesn't look dead at all. If I didn't know this woman was deceased, I'd think she was merely sleeping in the coffin. Could be due to that thing we brought last time?" The smaller man speculated. "It's possible," Su Wu replied, retrieving a small black box the size of a matchbox, which had several tiny holes. Mu Chenyì's curiosity piqued as he wondered what could possibly restore a rancid corpse to a semblance of life. Su Wu examined the box closely, failing to detect anything unusual, merely an ordinary box with nothing inside. Could it be some sort of sorcery? The smaller man inquired. "I heard that in the neighboring village. A widow who was murdered came back to life after being buried. She crawled out from her grave." Su Wu interrupted. "That's nonsense. Stop scaring yourself. Let us wrap up the body and deliver it. We'll get paid and go home." The smaller man then produced a black bag, and they attempted to lift the young lady's corpse from the coffin. As he reached inside, the smaller man screamed and quickly retreated. Su Wu cursed Su Bao. "What the hell are you yelling about?" Su Bao stammered, "Be Brother Wu. The body. It's warm." "Impossible," Su Wu exclaimed, testing it himself and stepping back in shock. "Holy hell, it really is warm." Mu Chenyì gasped. Could it be that she was about to come back to life? Should he take advantage of this? He slowly approached the coffin and peered inside, noticing that the corpse indeed appeared different from what he had seen earlier. The young lady from the Li family had a rosy complexion, devoid of any signs of death. To his astonishment, there was even a hint of a smile on her face, which was truly eerie. Su Bao suggested, "Brother Wu, perhaps we should forget this and leave." He was terrified. How could a corpse, long deceased, suddenly have warmth? It was already deep autumn. Su Wu hesitated, then said, "You coward. It's probably because of that little box. What do you have to fear from a dead person? Brother Wu, let us go." Su Bao polit. "Aren't you interested in marrying Arya? If we complete this job, we'll earn 100 taels, and you can marry her without issue." "But," Su Bao hesitated, but the thought of Arya strengthened his resolve. "All right, Brother Wu, I'll follow your lead. That's the spirit. What is there to fear? Let us hurry and deliver the body." Mu Chenyì shook his head. This situation was fraught with peril. These men were gambling their lives for money. Yet, he felt unqualified to judge them. He too had risked his life for Mu Liao. The two men lifted the corpse from the coffin. "What are you afraid of? Don't tremble." Su Bao Wu get. "You're shaking just as much," Su Wu retorted, noticing his own legs quaking even more than Su Bao's. "Stop dawdling and let us get this done." With that, he steadied the young lady's corpse while Su Bao slipped the bag over her. They secured the bag tightly and hurriedly carried the body outside, with Mu Chenyì trailing behind. Minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Su Wu signaled Su Bao, who nodded and stepped forward, tapping lightly on the door 3 times, which was echoed by 3 soft knocks from within. Su Bao from its maw emerged a brownish worm, exceeding 20 centimeters in length and as thick as a wrist. The vermin latched onto Su Wu, immediately beginning to devour his neck. Su Wu's countenance contorted in agony before freezing, his life extinguished. A gaping hole marred his neck, now inhabited by the worm. Subsequently, countless minute bulges gradually arose beneath the skin of the corpse's arm. These vesicles ruptured, releasing a swarm of tiny insects that inundated Su Wu's cadaver, burrowing into its depths. Shortly thereafter, Su Wu's body desiccated, becoming a mere skeleton draped in skin. A wave of revulsion washed over Mu Chenyì. The man in black intended to employ the young lady of the Li family's corpse as a vessel for these insects. Su Bao, utterly terrified, wet himself in fright. Meanwhile, the oversized brown caterpillar retreated into the mouth of the deceased Li family maiden, while the smaller insects clung to her lifeless form. The cadaver then lurched towards Su Bao, who, upon witnessing the approaching maw, fainted from sheer terror. Mu Chenyì harbored no intent to rescue him. He himself contemplated retreat, so ruthless was the man in black. He remained still, lest he be discovered. In short order, Su Bao's body too withered, the insects once again retreating into the corpse. The man in black chuckled, then removed his hood, revealing his true visage. Mu Chenyì observed that it was a woman of striking beauty. He lamented inwardly. What a pity that such a comely exterior should conceal such a viperous heart. The woman leaned down, caressing the corpse of the Li family maiden. A dark miasma emanated from the body, gradually being absorbed into her person. Once the absorption was complete, the woman declared, "Excellent, the myriad venomous insects, incubated within an extremely cold body and nourished by the aura of death, have already manifested their power. Now, the venomous fumes generated by the myriad venomous insects from merely devouring the flesh and blood of two individuals are sufficient to elevate me from the 7th to the 8th level of the martial realm. This city teems with inhabitants. If this continues, my venomous abilities will inevitably reach their zenith. Who then can thwart me?" Mu Chenyì was taken aback. A mere martial realm cultivator? He had nothing to fear. He would rid the populace of this scourge, to avoid revealing his presence. He had hesitated to probe the woman's cultivation level, nearly falling prey to her machinations. He sighed inwardly. My resolve is still insufficient. Mu Chenyì, now filled with murderous intent, immediately channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing the spirit-severing finger from afar. 3 consecutive strikes, 3 bursts of potent energy. The woman in black, lost in self-admiration, could scarcely have imagined that someone lurked nearby. By the time she detected the fluctuations of spiritual energy, she hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. When the finger strikes struck her shoulder, the woman in black immediately collapsed, falling to the ground. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì materialize, she was aghast. His sudden appearance indicated he had been in the courtyard all along, undetected. This could only mean he was at a far superior cultivation level. She was seized by panic. "Senior, I have never offended you. Why do you ambush me?" Mu Chenyì retorted, "Those two never offended you either, yet you slew them. If I am not mistaken, you were the architect of the Li family maiden's demise as well, were you not? You are a perpetrator of manifold evils. I am merely ridding the populace of a scourge. Surely, you have no objections?" The woman in black pleaded. "Junior is contrite. Senior, spare my life. And I vow to mend my ways. That is not possible. Errors must be atoned for. You have taken 3 lives, nay, you have surely claimed more. To repay your transgressions with your life is already a leniency." Upon hearing this, the woman in black gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, I implore you to release me. I possess treasures that I would gladly bestow upon you." Mu Chenyì mused that even if she did possess treasures, they would be his upon her demise. He channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to execute the Qi sword art. System, crucial moment, crucial moment. Allow me to offer guidance. Mu Chenyì, be gone. Can't you see I'm occupied with ridding the populace of a scourge? System, ridding the populace of nonsense. That woman possesses a special physique. Exploit her first, then kill her. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Is my luck so exceptional, or special physiques commonplace? How is it that I have encountered 4 in just over a month? System, the exquisite treasure body possesses an aura of fortune. Did you think that was merely a jest? Mu Chenyì, very well, I understand. You made a part now. System, is that how it is? This system is wholly devoted to your well-being, yet you refuse to indulge me and constantly order me to leave. Mu Chenyì, depart at once. You are as verbose as a matron. System, I shall depart then. Mu Chenyì then activated the eye of appraisal upon the woman in black. Talent, 43 special physique, myriad venom body. Seeing Mu Chenyì silent, merely scrutinizing her, the woman said, "Senior, I speak the truth. I am willing to offer the treasure." Mu Chenyì then said, "Oh, is that so? Where is it?" The woman in black said, "Senior, if I were to give you the treasure, would you certainly spare my life? This is natural. Where's the treasure? It is within my garments, near my chest. Senior may retrieve it yourself." Mu Chenyì, eyeing her ample bosom, chuckled lewdly and said, In that case, I shall retrieve it myself. Seeing Mu Chenyì approach, the woman in black's eyes flashed with cunning, though her face remained an expression of fear, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. As Mu Chenyì drew near, he smiled, then unleashed the spirit-severing finger from afar, striking her head, abdomen, and legs. He did not trust the woman's deceitful words. This viperous woman undoubtedly harbored ill intentions and sought to scheme against him. He would not be so easily deceived. The woman in black's eyes flashed with malevolence, but it was fleeting. She feigned innocence, saying, "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 31. Slaying and Incinerating. Ridding the populace of scourges, Mu Chenyì retorted, "Is it not obvious? I do not trust you." At that moment, the corpse of the Li family maiden toppled over. Mu Chenyì smiled. As expected, the woman sought to deceive him. He had sensed something amiss earlier. She was likely manipulating the insects through spiritual energy, and the insects, in turn, were controlling the corpse. He had already sealed her spiritual meridians, yet the corpse remained in place, which was highly irregular. Thus, upon approaching the woman in black, he had unleashed another spiritual technique. It now seemed that she had either been unaffected by the spirit-severing finger, or that the technique had not been fully effective. Given that her cultivation level was far inferior to his, it was unlikely that she could have defended against his spiritual technique. This indicated that she indeed possessed a treasure. Mu Chenyì said, "You are not honest." The woman in black, witnessing Mu Chenyì's smile, felt a pang of fear. She had indeed been able to mobilize a sliver of spiritual energy to manipulate the insects. Her plan was to lure Mu Chenyì closer, and then, as he reached for her chest, trigger a small device she had concealed there. That would have been her opportunity to turn the tables. But he had not taken the bait, which frightened her. The woman in black said, "I did not expect to be seen through by Senior. Senior's discerning eyes are like torches. Junior is unable to resist. Senior may take the treasure, as you please. I only beseech Senior to spare my life. I would serve as a slave or servant without complaint." As she spoke, she exuded charm and alluring beauty. Mu Chenyì smiled lewdly and said, "To serve as a slave or servant would be most agreeable. Allow me to test the waters first." The woman in black replied with a coquettish smile, "Senior may test as you wish. This slave will certainly cooperate to the best of her ability." Mu Chenyì said, "Excellent." As he spoke, he approached the woman and kicked the corpse of the Li family maiden away, for it was too repulsive to be left unguarded. Then, he crouched down and slowly extended his hand. The woman in black, watching Mu Chenyì's hand inch towards her chest, could barely conceal her elation. As long as Mu Chenyì triggered the small device she had concealed there, he would be ensnared, and she would have another chance. As soon as she recovers, she will unleash the venomous insects to devour Mu Chenyì's flesh and blood. Given that Mu Chenyì's cultivation far surpasses hers, the insects will inevitably produce a substantial amount of toxic gas, thereby significantly enhancing her own power. Mu Chenyì observed the expression of the woman in black, his outstretched hand halting mid-motion. Noticing his pause, the woman said, "Senior, why have you stopped? Please, show me some mercy." She lifted her gaze, only to be met with Mu Chenyì's mocking smile. "Senior, you?" Mu Chenyì inquired, "What harmful thing do you conceal beneath your chest?" "Senior, what are you saying?" "I don't understand," she replied. "Is it poison?" He pressed further, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. Mu Chenyì rose and walked to the side, retrieving a clothesline pole. With a swift motion, he prodded the fabric of her top, and a plume of black smoke erupted forth, enveloping her in a dense cloud that gradually dissipated. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Such a broad range of effect would have rendered any search futile. "Is this your trick? It seems rather unimpressive." As he spoke, he accessed the system, swiftly navigating to the exchange interface to acquire a detoxification pill. Top-grade detoxification pill, 100 system points after consumption. It grants protection against all poisons for 1 hour. He confirmed the exchange, acknowledging the cost, but deeming it necessary for his safety. Upon consuming the pill, he approached the woman in black. Seeing him draw near, she quickly exclaimed, "Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you." "Do not panic," he reassured her. "You are still of use. I will not kill you." "Thank you, Senior." Mu Chenyì then exchanged for a corrosive spirit powder and commanded her, "Open your mouth." Terrified, she stammered, "What are you doing, Senior?" "This is corrosive spirit powder. Once ingested, it will deplete your internal spiritual energy over time, but it poses no harm to you." Naturally, she was skeptical and refused to comply. Mu Chenyì frowned and delivered a sharp slap across her face. I have little patience. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, forcing her to relent and open her mouth. He poured the powder inside, along with the packaging, commanding her, swallow it. One must not be overly gentle in such matters. With no choice left, she swallowed the contents. He seized her and carried her into the room, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. After closing the door, he stripped her completely, discovering a piece of black soft armor among her belongings. He swiftly removed his own clothing, prioritizing the task at hand and eager to conclude matters swiftly. The woman in black, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. It was still bearable for her. Mu Chenyì, however, was indifferent to her thoughts, lacking any desire for foreplay, focusing solely on expediting the process. He activated the ancient carefree technique, working diligently for over half an hour before finishing. This session did not enhance his cultivation, as the woman in black's essence had already been depleted, leaving him slightly disappointed. He looked at her and remarked, "Your final worth has vanished. I shall send you on your way, and I promise to make it painless." "Senior, I am willing to." Before she could finish, a surge of red-black sword energy pierced her chest, blood gushing forth, followed by a torrent from her mouth. The Chi sword technique truly is effective. Detected enhancement in host talent, rewarded with a drop of Emperor's blood and 1,000 system points. Please continue your efforts. Friendly reminder, do not. After a few seconds, the woman in black succumbed to death. Mu Chenyì mused, what not to do. Host has slain a martial realm practitioner, rewarded with 500 system points. Note, killing practitioners will yield system points, but as the host's realm increases, points from slaying those of lower cultivation will diminish or may not be awarded at all. Mu Chenyì smiled. This was more like it. He exited the room and brought in the 3 corpses from outside, absorbing the death energy from the woman in black. He rummaged through her belongings and retrieved the black soft armor. It appeared to be a defensive spirit artifact, likely the reason his spirit finger had been thwarted. He tucked the armor into his clothing for further examination later. Taking out a fire starter, he ignited a flame. The venomous insects within the body of the Leaf family's lady were a menace that needed to be eradicated. After enacting this form of justice, Mu Chenyì swiftly departed from the tumultuous location. Chapter 32. Second Death. Mu Chenyì soon scaled the walls back into the Mu royal residence, entering his room and promptly accessing the system to review his attributes. Host, Mu Chenyì. Age, 15. Talent quality, 12 out of 100. Spiritual vein, Xian grade. Special physique, Linglong treasure body, 10. Body of 10,000 poisons, 10. Realm, spirit realm. 5th stage technique, ancient carefree technique, immortal grade. 9 lives. Indestructible body, immortal grade. Spiritual skills, spirit finger, heaven grade. Chi sword technique, heaven grade. Special skill, eye of detection. System points, 3950. Mu Chenyì gazed at the panel, smiling. His efforts had not been in vain. Over these days of cultivation, his talent had increased by 2 points, which was not insignificant. His spiritual vein had also been enhanced. Most importantly, he had acquired a 10 body of 10,000 poisons. Body of 10,000 poisons. 10 grants the host immunity to the majority of poisons, enhancing resistance to those that cannot be immunized, allowing the host to condense a special blood toxin from their own blood. Shaking his head, Mu Chenyì reflected that the body of 10,000 poisons seemed inferior to the Linglong treasure body, merely providing him with a poison-resistant constitution. However, the special blood toxin piqued his interest. Following the system's guidance, he circulated his spiritual energy to activate the body of 10,000 poisons, and a crimson dot formed on the tip of his left middle finger. This was the special blood toxin he had created with his own blood and the body of 10,000 poisons. Special blood toxin, Effect 1. When mixed in a liquid and ingested, it will cause immediate death within a quarter of an hour, resulting in complete bodily decay. Special reminder, if a detoxification pill has been consumed beforehand, this toxin is ineffective. Effect 2. Contact with the skin will allow the toxin to slowly permeate the bloodstream. After half a month, it will erupt, leading to a rotting death. Special reminder, if a detoxification pill is taken before the toxin manifests, it is ineffective. Mu Chenyì grinned. This was an excellent tool for treachery. A substantial gain indeed, especially with Effect 2. The chance of being discovered after a kill was nearly 0. Simply marvelous. He then retrieved the black soft armor, inquiring, what grade of spirit artifact is this? Earth-grade spirit artifact, protective soft armor. When activated with spiritual energy, it reduces damage from spiritual skills. Mu Chenyì donned the armor and, channeling his spiritual energy, released the spirit finger against his chest while simultaneously activating the armor for defense. He felt a slight weakening of his body, yet his spiritual energy could still flow, albeit with considerable resistance. A fine piece of equipment. However, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. Had he not been vigilant, he might have fallen into a trap. Suppressing his excitement, he began to refine the death energy within him. After a thorough refinement, the 10 black lines on his chest had grown to the thickness of his fingers. He could now sense the aura of death. With his physical strength and cultivation significantly enhanced, he was now able to suppress the eruption of death energy, estimating that he could delay it by a day. Nevertheless, he decided against postponement. First, he had promised to accompany Mu Liao tomorrow night. As the night deepened, he found solace in the solitude, anticipating the swift approach of death. This time, the duration would be reduced to a mere 20 minutes. Thus, he resolved to embrace his demise once more. Mu Chenyì released the suppression on the deathly energy, and instantly, he was enveloped by sensations akin to those he had experienced previously, albeit with heightened intensity. Black blood oozed from his lips as he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. A short while later, Mu Chenyì regained awareness. After a few moments of waiting, he could once again command his body. He sensed that his strength had multiplied several-fold, not in comparison to his prior state of cultivation, but relative to his condition just before this death. He surmised that ordinary cultivators of the same realm who had not trained their physical bodies lacked even 1/10 of his power. His physical strength had presumably surpassed 10,000 pounds in terms of corporeal prowess. Even regular practitioners at the 9th level of the profound realm would pale in comparison to him. He raised his hand and executed the Qi sword technique. The sword energy gliding across his palm, only managing to break the surface skin without drawing blood. His cultivation had not significantly improved, as he had previously been able to carve a wound into his palm with the same technique. Now, it merely grazed the surface, indicating that his physical defenses had indeed strengthened several times over. Inflicting harm upon himself now required a concerted effort. Gazing at the slight abrasion on his palm, he chuckled, deeming it trivial enough to forego medicinal pills. He descended from the bed and stepped into the courtyard, where he fetched water and washed his entire body with cold water. Upon returning to his room for a drink, he noticed that the injured area had already healed completely, leaving no trace of the prior wound. It dawned on him that after cultivating the 9 lives and immortal body technique, his recovery capabilities had been exponentially enhanced. If his recovery speed was this remarkable now, what would it be like after experiencing death 9 times and achieving the indestructible divine body? Was he not destined for immortality? No wonder it was called the 9 lives and immortal body. He had previously thought the name was an exaggeration. The following day, Mu Chenyì rose early to pay his respects to Mu Liao. Upon entering, he beheld Mu Liao adorned in a resplendent red gown, exuding an air of elegance and grace that momentarily captivated him. He knelt and said, "I pay my respects to the young lady." Mu Liao instructed her maid, "You may step out and prepare." "Yes, young lady," the maid replied, exiting and closing the door behind her. Mu Liao immediately inquired, "Do I look beautiful?" Rising, Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liao, replying, "Of course my Yaoer is beautiful. Do not ask such foolish questions in the future." Mu Liao retorted, "You merely feign flattery. How could I possibly feign with Yaoer? That is out of the question." "Humph. Then tell me, just how beautiful am I?" Mu Chenyì declared, "So beautiful that I can barely contain myself." Feeling a hint of something unusual in Mu Chenyì's embrace, Mu Liao playfully remarked, "How annoying." She leaned in and gently kissed him. Chapter 33. Controlling Wang. Sure dream previously, Mu Chenyì could maintain some restraint, but now, he found it impossible. He swept Mu Liao into his arms and made his way to the nearby table. Mu Liao gazed at him and said, "Love me well." Using the table as a bed and clothing as a blanket, the two became entwined. After nearly half an hour, Mu Liao emerged from the room, inquiring, "Have you remembered all the tasks I assigned you?" Mu Chenyì assured her, "Rest easy, young lady. I have committed everything to memory and shall see to it that your affairs are handled properly." The maid, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, overheard their exchange and thought, Young lady, just how many tasks have you assigned? Poor manager, Mu must have a mountain of work. Little did she know, the two had merely been engaging in intimate conversation. After escorting Mu Liao out of the courtyard, Mu Chenyì returned inside, only to encounter Wang Shidream. Isn't the birthday celebration of my lady a bit too dull for you to miss? Wang Shidream replied. Manager Mu jests. As an outsider, my presence would only be a source of discomfort. I have already sent my congratulatory gifts, so there is no need for us to attend. Mu Chenyì remarked. You have come specifically for yesterday's matter, haven't you? Manager Mu is indeed perceptive. Please wait a moment. He anticipated her arrival. With Mu Liao occupied for the entire day, he could easily take control of the situation. He instructed the servants in the courtyard. Today is the young lady's birthday. You need not work. Go to the back courtyard to eat, drink, and have fun. The servant's eyes lit up. Thank you, Manager Mu. We owe our gratitude to the young lady. This is her great kindness. Yes, thank you, young lady. All right, off you go. The servants rushed toward the back courtyard. Seeing Mu Chenyì turn away, Wang Shidream said, Manager Mu, please lead the way. Once again, Mu Chenyì followed Wang Shidream into her room. After she seated him, she placed a stack of silver notes before him. Manager Mu, this is 2 million taels of silver. Mu Chenyì nodded, replying, Indeed, that is quite a sum. But I presume there are other offerings from you. Dear cousin? Naturally, it depends on whether Manager Mu is willing to accept. Acceptance hinges on the quality of the offering. Wang Shidream said, Before we proceed, shouldn't I verify whether your martial arts are above the mortal level? Mu Chenyì chuckled lightly. That is indeed necessary. He reached into his robes, discreetly accessing his system, and retrieved the Qing Ling Gong manual. Handing it to Wang Shidream, he stated, You may take a look, you should be able to discern it. Wang Shidream accepted it and began to peruse the pages. However, after only a few pages, the manual was swiftly reclaimed by him. Utilizing spiritual energy, he retrieved the manual back into his possession and remarked, You should have discerned its quality by now. He had no intention of allowing her to scrutinize it thoroughly. Should she memorize its contents, it could result in a substantial loss for him. Wang Shidream asked, What tier is this? Profonde tier technique. Indeed, she replied, harboring hopes for something of even greater caliber. Mu Chenyì stated, Dear cousin, do not expect anything above the profound tier in such a small place. Even profound techniques are seldom revealed. That is true. He then inquired, If you wish for something, present your offering. If you find it lacking, I shall be on my way. Wang Shidream responded, I do. As she approached Mu Chenyì, she added, The other offering is myself. Feigning surprise, Mu Chenyì replied, Oh, is that so? Wang Shidream's garments gracefully slipped away, revealing an enchanting vista. What do you think, Manager Mu? Mu Chenyì cautioned, We must clarify one thing. What is it? Dear cousin, when you offer yourself to me, does it imply that your entire being henceforth belongs to me? Mu Chenyì continued, If so, I could reluctantly accept. But if it is merely a one-time affair, I must be frank, you are not worth that price. Wang Shidream inhaled deeply, declaring from now on, My entire being belongs to you. Mu Chenyì nodded, Excellent. There is no need for you to worry. After this, I shall only seek your company occasionally. Then we have reached an agreement? Indeed. Are you not concerned that I might renege on our agreement later? Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, You are a clever person. How could you possibly go back on your word? Thank you for your trust, Manager Mu. Mu Chenyì replied with a smile, You are too kind. He stood and approached Wang Shidream, stating, Shall we attend to the matter at hand? Yes, she responded. Without a hint of shyness or trepidation, she began to assist Mu Chenyì in shedding his garments. Mu Chenyì grinned, observing, It seems you have already made up your mind. This morning, I finally resolved to make a decision, for the sake of the Wang family and my brother, which left me with no choice. I do feel for Miss Wang. There is no need for such concern. To gain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. Shermeng, may I call you that? From the moment our transaction was successful, I have belonged to you. You may call me whatever you wish. Mu Chenyì suddenly felt a lack of achievement. His partner offered no resistance, which rendered the situation somewhat dull. He caught sight of a silk scarf at the bedside and smiled. He then took Wang Shimeng by the hand and led her to the bed, placing the scarf over her eyes. Wang Shimeng seemed to understand Mu Chenyì's intentions and inquired, Shall I take the lead? You truly are perceptive. My brother has played with the maidservants before, and I caught him in the act. Mu Chenyì replied, That makes things much easier. He gently caressed Wang Shimeng's face, causing her to tremble slightly. Soon after, Wang Shimeng began to struggle lightly, adopting a look of resistance. Mu Chenyì kissed her, realizing he had discovered treasure. Typically, he would not dare to engage in such play with Mu Liao, fearing severe repercussions. Unexpectedly, he found compensation in Wang Shiming today. The most crucial aspect was that Wang Shiming was very cooperative, requiring no instruction from him. The two entwined together, joyfully spending over half an hour. A friendly reminder: do not let this opportunity slip away. Mu Chenyì, I shall not let it slip away. Chapter 34. Third Young Master Mu Lingfei. At this moment, the relationship between Mu Chenyì and Wang Shiming could only be deemed one of cooperation, a mutual aid that did not warrant any sense of betrayal. Should she wish to continue accompanying him, he would not refuse. He untied the silk scarf from Wang Shiming's hands and said, "Please give my shoulders a massage. They feel quite sore." With Mu Chenyì's assistance, Wang Shiming rose and began to massage him. Meanwhile, he opened the system interface to examine his attribute panel. Host, Mu Chenyì. Age, 15. Talent qualification, 15 out of 100. Spiritual vein, Xian grade. Special physique, Linglong treasure body, 10. Poisonous body, 10. Realm, spirit realm. 6th level. Cultivation techniques, ancient carefree technique, immortal grade, 9 lives. Indestructible body, immortal grade. Spiritual skills, spirit finger, heavenly grade. Chi sword technique, heavenly grade. Special skill, eye of detection. System points, 4250. Mu Chenyì stared blankly at the panel's attributes. Over these days, he had diligently practiced the ancient carefree technique. Through hard work, his talent qualifications had increased once more, though there had been no noticeable change in his spiritual vein. He subsequently closed the system, redirecting his focus. Turning to Wang Shiming, he inquired, "Shiming, tell me about the princess and the prince." Wang Shiming was uncertain of Mu Chenyì's intentions, yet having already offered herself up, she would respond to any questions he posed. She recounted what she knew, which was not extensive. In summary, Mu Chenyì, over 40 years of age, encountered Wang Shuiwei approximately 2 decades ago and heroically rescued her. They spent some time together, after which Mu Chenyì began to teach Wang Shuiwei cultivation, leading to their union and marriage. Mu Chenyì broke through to the royal realm over a decade ago, joining the Wind Nation, which eventually led to the establishment of the Mu Wangfu. After listening, Mu Chenyì nodded, finding no useful clues, and settled into the comfort of Wang Shiming's service, relishing the silence. At noon, Mu Chenyì rose and handed the manual of the Qingling technique to Wang Shiming. "This must remain a secret from everyone." Wang Shiming replied, "I understand the importance." Mu Chenyì gently caressed her cheek and continued, "I know you comprehend the gravity of the situation, but Wang Tong is different. His mind is rather simplistic." Wang Shiming nodded, a frown creasing her brow. "If you give him the technique, the information could easily leak, and then you and your Wang family would face dire consequences." "I will caution him," she said. Having invested everything to obtain the technique, withholding it from Wang Tong would serve little purpose. "Haven't you already warned him enough? Did he not cause trouble?" Mu Chenyì responded, "You may grant him the technique, but wait a year or so until he matures. During this period, I will firmly make him recognize reality." Wang Shiming's expression turned worried. "Fear not. I shall not be too harsh with him, especially considering the bond we now share." As he spoke, he smoothed the furrow in her brow. "Do not act foolishly." "I understand," Wang Shiming replied. Mu Chenyì rose from the bed. "Shall I carry you to wash?" "No need. It is better not to draw attention." "You are right. Perhaps next time." Wang Shiming assisted him in donning his clothes with utmost devotion, akin to a dutiful spouse. As Mu Chenyì stepped outside, he recalled their previous conversation and deemed it necessary to warn Wang Shiming. "Try not to go outside. The young lady observes closely. If you appear before her these days, she may detect something unusual." Wang Shiming nodded. After Mu Chenyì left, he wandered into the courtyard, where he overheard Li Si and several other servants gossiping about recent events. Approaching, he learned they were discussing a fire that had occurred in the city last night. He gathered that the authorities had dispatched personnel to investigate, but uncovered nothing. Losing interest, Mu Chenyì moved on. As he strolled through the manor, a voice called from behind, "You stand still." Turning, he saw a young man, presumably one of Mu Tianheng's sons, flanked by 2 brutish attendants. "You, servant, have you forgotten your place? Last time, you were beaten half to death, and yet lacked the sense to kneel before me. How bold you are." Mu Chenyì realized this was Mu Lingfei, the third son of the Mu Wang, who had previously ordered his beating. He promptly knelt, exclaiming, I was blind to your status, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. Third young master. Mu Lingfei sneered. It is too late. Kneeling does you no good. Today, I am in a foul mood, and shall beat you half to death once more. He harbored a poor relationship with Mu Liao. If she was the favored child of the Mu Wangfu, he was the least favored. Today, being Mu Liao's birthday, his displeasure was only amplified upon encountering Mu Chenyì, whom he intended to use to vent his frustrations. Mu Chenyì feigned fear. Third young master, please spare me. His current physical strength could withstand Mu Lingfei's blows. Yet he still had to maintain appearances. In truth, he hoped Mu Lingfei would strike him. The effects of a special blood poison remained untested, and today would be an opportune moment to experiment on this scoundrel. Mu Lingfei observed the kneeling Mu Chenyì and scoffed. Why are you so terrified? Were you not quite arrogant last time? Mu Chenyì quickly replied, I was foolish and failed to recognize the mountain of greatness before me. I beg for your mercy. Third young master. Mountain? What nonsense is this? Mu Lingfei kicked Mu Chenyì in the chest. Seeing the tightly wrapped leg, Mu Chenyì swiftly dodged aside. Mu Lingfei was taken aback, and then retorted, You dare to evade. As he spoke, he advanced and swung a fist towards Mu Chenyì's face. Mu Chenyì's heart soared. If he struck with his hands, it would surely connect. He raised his left hand, lightly tapping Mu Lingfei's hand with his middle finger. Just as Mu Lingfei's punch landed squarely on Mu Chenyì's face. Instantly, Mu Chenyì let out a dramatic cry, ah, before collapsing to the ground. Third young master. I realize my errors. Please spare me. Mu Lingfei commanded, beat him hard. The two attendants behind him rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Mu Chenyì. Despite experiencing no pain, Mu Chenyì feigned agony, clutching his head and rolling on the ground before feigning unconsciousness. Young master, the man is subdued. Shall we dispatch him? Mu Lingfei's subordinate inquired. Mu Lingfei responded, Nay, spare him. I shall inflict pain upon him at every encounter. As you command, young master. Mu Lingfei cast a disdainful glance at the prone Mu Chenyì, remarking, Vermin, your demise shall be gradual and agonizing. He then instructed his retinue. Let's depart. Once the trio had vanished, Mu Chenyì arose, dusted himself off, and muttered, The future? You possess none. He had subtly tainted the skin of the two lackeys with a unique venom, ensuring their demise within a fortnight, unless they procured an antidote. However, even that would not deter him from administering another dose. He had long harbored the desire to eliminate Mu Lingfei, and the latter's brazen approach had merely expedited the process. Chapter 35. Birthday present. Later that evening, Mu Chenyì stealthily entered Mu Liao's chamber, awaiting her return. He reclined upon the bed and accessed the system interface, intending to procure a superior cultivation manual for Mu Liao. With his current system points, he could only afford a terrestrial-grade manual. Ultimately, Mu Chenyì selected a manual entitled Profound Spirit Grimoire. Profound Spirit Grimoire, terrestrial-grade manual, enhances cultivation speed and provides augmentation for unique constitutions. His selection was predicated on the manual's enhancement of unique constitutions. Mu Liao possessed the exquisite jade physique, ensuring that cultivating this manual would yield exceptional results, surpassing even ordinary celestial-grade manuals. This acquisition depleted his system points by a staggering 3,000. Mu Chenyì's lips twitched. It matters not, he mused. One must be generous towards one's beloved. Having prepared the gift, Mu Chenyì reclined upon the bed. Soon, he detected a commotion outside, indicating Mu Liao's return. Engaging the invisibility feature of the concealment ring, he witnessed the door opening as Mu Liao and her maid entered. After completing her ablutions with the maid's assistance, Mu Liao dismissed her attendant. She sat by the bedside, swinging her legs and giggling intermittently, anticipating the arrival of a certain someone. After an extended wait, with no sign of movement, Mu Liao grew displeased and muttered, That scoundrel. He promised to accompany me, yet he remains absent. Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liao from behind. I have been awaiting you here, my dear. Mu Liao started in surprise. You startled me. Perish the thought. Mu Liao inquired. I did not perceive your presence. Were you concealed? Mu Chenyì refrained from divulging the existence of the concealment ring, lest his future escapades be compromised. Instead, he produced the great emperor's essence blood and declared, Open your mouth. Mu Liao questioned, What is this? Great emperor's essence blood. Upon refinement, it can fortify the physical body, enhance cultivation, and potentially unlock great emperor's divine abilities and spiritual techniques. Where did you obtain it? Mu Chenyì replied with a smile, "It is an heirloom." Mu Liao was skeptical. "An heirloom? Our families share a common lineage, and I have never heard of any prominent ancestors." She retorted, "Then you should utilize it. This was undoubtedly a precious treasure, a rare find for cultivators." Mu Chenyì countered, "It is your birthday today. Why not present you with a gift? Haste, refine it." Mu Liao embraced Mu Chenyì, stating, "I am delighted by your gifts, but you should refine this yourself. Strive to cultivate diligently and marry me soon." Mu Chenyì chuckled, "So eager to wed me? Then I shall endeavor to expedite the process. Hurry and refine it. There's more of this. It is not merely a single drop. How could there be so much? Be good, obey, and refine it quickly, lest I spank your bottom." Mu Chenyì playfully swatted her. Mu Liao was about to refuse, but Mu Chenyì seized the opportunity to deliver the great emperor's essence blood into her mouth. Subsequently, Mu Chenyì instructed, "Refine it promptly, lest it be wasted." Mu Liao reluctantly complied and began the refinement process. Mu Chenyì patiently waited, observing Mu Liao's progression. Spirit Realm 3rd Stage. Spirit Realm 4th Stage. Spirit Realm 5th Stage. Spirit Realm 7th Stage. Mu Liao advanced a full 6 minor stages before her aura gradually stabilized. Mu Chenyì sighed inwardly, lamenting, "Innate talent is indeed extraordinary. She has surpassed me by 2 stages. Preposterous." Another breakthrough. He watched as Mu Liao ascended to the Spirit Realm 8th Stage. Mu Liao's aura continued to surge, but she did not advance further, and she ceased her efforts. Mu Chenyì observed Mu Liao opening her eyes and inquired, "How do you fare? Have you comprehended any divine abilities or spiritual techniques?" Mu Liao pouted and retorted, "No." Mu Chenyì finally felt a sense of equilibrium. She has already advanced so many stages. If she were to comprehend additional skills, there would be no justice in the world. "Very well, do not be disheartened. You have advanced 7 minor stages, which is quite remarkable. If you do not comprehend anything this time, we shall attempt it again in the future." Mu Liao nodded and embraced Mu Chenyì tightly. Mu Chenyì stroked Mu Liao's hair and declared, "I have another gift for you." "What gift?" Mu Liao cautioned, "If it is another great emperor's essence blood or something similar, you should utilize it yourself. I do not desire it." Mu Chenyì accessed the system and gently kissed Mu Liao's forehead. Through the system, he directly imprinted the profound spirit grimoire into Mu Liao's mind. This was a safer approach, minimizing the risk of accidents. The only drawback was the expenditure of 100 system points. Mu Liao inquired in bewilderment, "Is this a cultivation manual?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed, it is a terrestrial-grade manual. The profound spirit grimoire. It enhances unique constitutions and accelerates cultivation speed." Mu Liao gazed at Mu Chenyì, questioning, "Where do you acquire all these items? Did I not mention that I was assaulted by Mu Lingfei previously?" "Yes, I'm aware of that." "What happened then?" "Then, on that dark and stormy night, an old man appeared before me, healed my wounds, and bestowed upon me many treasures. The great emperor's essence blood and the cultivation manual were among them." Mu Liao questioned, "Is that the truth?" "Of course it is the truth." Mu Chenyì continued, "At the time, I was prepared to depart from the Mu estate with these treasures. But the old man informed me that my destined wife resided within the Mu estate." Mu Liao furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is she? Is that not obvious?" "Is my dear Liao, of course." "Really?" "Indeed." Mu Liao inquired, "Why would he give you these items?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I asked the old man, and he informed me that he was nearing the end of his days and sought a successor. He found me pleasing to the eye at first glance, so he bestowed the treasures upon me. I pitied the old man, and, seeing his sincerity, reluctantly accepted the treasures." Mu Liao inquired, "What happened next?" Subsequently, the old man declared that his wish had been fulfilled and vanished into the moonlight. "Was it not a dark and stormy night? Where did the moonlight come from?" "Did I mention a dark and stormy night?" "I believe I did not." "You did." Mu Chenyì pondered and replied, "That is to say, the moon was obscured when I encountered the old man, and it emerged again when he departed." Mu Liao retorted, "Humph, you are undoubtedly deceiving me." She then bit him. Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "No, absolutely not." He could not reveal the truth to Mu Liao, as it was too perilous for both of them. Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liao and reclined. In such moments, a display of affection would pacify her. Chapter 36. Daring to Assault My Man. "I shall dismember him." Mu Chenyì was basking in the sun in the courtyard when Mu Liao summoned him into her chamber. Upon entering, he embraced Mu Liao and remarked, "I spent the night with you. And now you already miss me? Mu Liao retorted, how annoying. I have something to ask you. What is it? Did Mu Lingfei strike you yesterday? So you already know? Having received her answer, Mu Liao's expression turned furious. I will go confront him right now. Mu Chenyì swiftly grasped her arm, saying, Yao Yao, what are you doing? Don't act impulsively. He dared to hit my man. I must teach him a lesson. Mu Chenyì chuckled, genuinely pleased by her fierce loyalty, yet he felt compelled to reason with her. Are you really going to confront him with that excuse? Mu Liao paused, suddenly recalling that their matters could not be made public. After a moment's thought, she declared, he struck the steward of my courtyard. My retaliation is entirely justified. Mu Chenyì shook his head and replied, Yao Yao, be rational. He is the third young master of the Mu Wangfu. Striking a servant is hardly significant. It would be unreasonable for you to confront him over such a matter. My father dotes on me. Even without justification, I would not face any repercussions for striking him. Mu Chenyì sighed, realizing that while Mu Liao might be unharmed, he could easily become embroiled in a troublesome situation. He quickly advised her, Yao Yao, you must not go. Consider this. If others learn that you are defending a servant, the prince and princess will undoubtedly suspect our relationship. If they discover our connection, I would be in grave danger. Mu Liao calmed down, recognizing the validity of his words. Then, I shall find an opportunity to deal with him later. Yao Yao, you should refrain from going out for the next few days. Stay within the courtyard. Why? Your cultivation has improved significantly. Being outside will attract unwanted attention. Mu Liao nodded in understanding. She had been so absorbed in her cultivation progress that she had overlooked this crucial detail. If anyone were to discover her rapid advancement, it would put Mu Chenyì in even greater peril, not to mention her father, who would undoubtedly dig deeper into the matter, potentially endangering Mu Chenyì. I can avoid going out for a short time, but eventually someone will notice, she stated. Even if I stay in, I cannot guarantee that others will not come in. If my mother enters, she would discover everything at once. Rest assured, I have made preparations, he replied, activating the system to imprint a technique into Mu Liao's mind. Concealment technique, a profound skill that can mask one's cultivation level. Is this another gift from that old man? Indeed. Did you not notice that my cultivation is undetectable? Have you practiced this technique? Mu Chenyì nodded. He had relied on the system to provide her with this advantage. He had only thought of Mu Liao's cultivation issue that morning, exchanging 600 system points for the technique specifically to assist her during this period. In time, as long as they could make others aware of Mu Liao's unique constitution, her rapid advancement would be easily explained, alleviating any concerns. Yao Yao, for the next few days, focus on mastering this technique. Once you have perfected it, you can venture out. Mu Liao nodded. Once I have mastered it, I will seek vengeance for you. Do not dwell on revenge. Simply wait for half a month. By then, Mu Lingfei will be finished. Mu Liao was taken aback and asked, What have you done? With a smile, Mu Chenyì replied, I have administered a slow-acting poison to him. In half a month, it will take his life. That is too merciful. After all, he is still your brother. Do you not feel any sorrow? My mother and his mother have never gotten along. His mother has frequently troubled mine and even poisoned her in the past. So, you understand our relationship now? If he dies, why should I feel sorrow? Moreover, he dared to strike my man. He deserves his fate. I only revealed this to prevent you from causing trouble. You must act oblivious and not let anyone suspect anything. Do not worry. I am not foolish. Mu Chenyì thought to himself, foolish? She is adorably naive. What girl in love isn't a bit foolish? He embraced Mu Liao and suggested, let's cultivate together for a while. As he leaned in for a kiss, Mu Liao pushed him away. No, I must quickly master this technique. Otherwise, it is too dangerous. It's fine. I will hold you while you cultivate. No, if you fidget, I will be distracted. I promise I will remain still. Ultimately, Mu Chenyì was still sent away by Mu Liao. With no choice, he left the Mu Wangfu and went to the ancestral hall to absorb the deathly aura. For the next few days, Mu Liao devoted herself to diligently practicing the technique, ignoring Mu Chenyì completely. Understanding that her focus was for his safety, Mu Chenyì did not press her to train together. However, he still relied on dual cultivation for his own progress, so he found himself visiting Wang Shiming every night. Wang Shiming was more than willing to accommodate him, following his every request and providing him with pleasure for several days. After Mu Liao mastered the technique, she began to move in and out of the courtyard freely. Consequently, Mu Chenyì behaved himself and refrained from visiting Wang Shiming again. A few days later, After absorbing nearly half a month's worth of deathly aura, Mu Chenyì was finally ready to undergo his third death. As he activated the 9 lives immortality technique, the 20 black lines on his chest had thickened to the size of a finger. He was now able to extend his death period by an additional 2 days. This time, the duration of his death will be shortened to under 10 minutes, and with each subsequent occurrence, the time would continue to decrease. As the clock struck midnight, Mu Chenyì initiated his third death. With several mouthfuls of black blood expelled, he lost consciousness. However, a minute later, his awareness began to return. After 7 minutes had passed, he regained control over his body, experiencing a significant enhancement in both physical strength and vitality. Immediately, he unleashed the Qi sword technique from his palm with all his might. Yet, even at full strength, he could not breach his own physical defenses. He sensed that with his current prowess, even a 5th-level practitioner would not stand a chance against him. Without a high-grade technique, they might not even penetrate his defenses. In the Mu Wangfu, the only person he regarded with caution was Mu Chenyì. Chapter 37. The death of Mu Lingfei. In the morning, Mu Chenyì entered the courtyard, intending to greet Mu Liao, when he overheard several servants whispering. Upon noticing him, they fell silent. "Get back to work," he commanded. He did not wish to keep them idle, but felt it necessary to exhibit his authority as the steward. He then called over Li Si and inquired, "What were they discussing just now?" Li Si glanced around before quietly replying, "Brother, it seems the 3rd young master has died. They were just talking about him." A smile crept across Mu Chenyì's lips. He had almost forgotten about this news. "How'd he die?" Li Si explained. "Last night, the 3rd young master's body suddenly began to decay. The prince hurriedly summoned a physician, only to discover it was poisoning. Despite the physician's efforts, nothing could be done. The prince even attempted to use his own cultivation to counteract the poison, but it only seemed to accelerate the rate of decay. Ultimately, the 3rd young master perished, and it is said that only a portion of his bones remained." Mu Chenyì nodded slightly, understanding that as long as the detoxification pill had not been consumed prematurely, death was inevitable. He inquired, "Who was responsible for this?" Li Si shook his head, replying, "I cannot say. I've heard that even the 2 servants of the 3rd young master perished alongside him. The prince has dispatched someone to investigate. You are quite aware that word has spread throughout the manor. It's said that the guards have already commenced a thorough search, and they are likely to arrive here shortly." Mu Chenyì remarked, "I see. You may leave now." Li Si exited the room. With a smile, Mu Chenyì thought, this is indeed a case of retribution. However, it is he who has orchestrated it. Mu Chenyì then visited Mu Liao's chamber and disclosed the events to her. Mu Liao said, "I thought your poison had lost its potency. It seems it has finally taken effect." "Yaoer, you must be cautious and not let anyone suspect," she warned. "Yes, I understand." As Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liao, they were interrupted by a commotion in the courtyard. It appeared the searchers had arrived. "Let's go and have a look." Of course, Mississippi. Mu Chenyì followed Mu Liao outside, where they encountered several guards. One of them stepped forward and knelt, saying, "I pay my respects to the 6th Mississippi." Mu Liao commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, Mississippi. We are here under the prince's orders to search for clues. May I trouble you for your cooperation?" Mu Liao coldly responded, "Shouldn't you start searching in my quarters?" "I wouldn't dare. We only inspect the servants," the guard replied. The guards were reluctant to search Mu Liao's room. Had it not been for orders from above, they would not have entered this courtyard, knowing well that this esteemed lady was the prince's favored one. Ignoring the guard, Mu Liao turned to Mu Chenyì and instructed, "Cooperate with their search. If they overstep, inform me immediately." Mu Chenyì bowed, assuring her, "Rest assured, miss, I will fully cooperate." Mu Liao then returned to her room. Mu Chenyì addressed the guards, "Brothers, please proceed. I will cooperate wholeheartedly, but do be cautious if the miss holds you accountable. I cannot bear the consequences." "We understand the gravity of the situation," one of the guards replied. With a wave of his hand, the others dispersed to search the other rooms. Mu Chenyì suggested, "Allow me to take you to the servant quarters. You may search freely there." "Thank you." Mu Chenyì led them, beginning with his own room. "I apologize for the mess. I rarely tidy up." "No worries. It's similar for everyone," the guard said. "You lead a comfortable life. As a steward, you must be less burdened." "Not at all. There is always pressure, fearing one might fail in serving their master and face punishment at any moment." Mu Chenyì guided them through the remaining rooms. Naturally, the guards found nothing of interest and proceeded to question the servants. Mu Chenyì recounted, "The last time I saw the 3rd young master was half a month ago. He even gave me a beating that left me sore for days. He did not conceal this incident, knowing it was common knowledge and that lying would serve no purpose. The guard asked, "Do you know anything else about the third young master?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I'm unaware of any other matters." The guard, visibly disappointed, noted that many had suffered the third young master's wrath in the last few days, but none of it was pertinent information, and certainly not recent. Finding nothing, the guards hastily departed. Mu Chenyì then arranged for the mess created during the search to be tidied up before seeking out Mu Liao. "Have they left?" she asked. "Yes." They found no issues and thus dared not linger. As afternoon approached, Mu Chenyì heard that the city was undergoing a thorough investigation. Mu Tianheng had wielded his authority, mobilizing the city's officials and soldiers, throwing the entire town into chaos. The city gates had been sealed since morning, trapping many outsiders, while numerous criminals were apprehended. By day's end, the number of arrests was so high that the prison could not accommodate them, yet not a single lead on the murderer had surfaced. For 3 consecutive days, the city was searched without success. Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao remained vigilant, refraining from discussing Mu Lingfei's incident, pretending to know nothing. To avoid drawing attention, Mu Liao ventured out very little. Throughout the manor, silent the system spoke, "Master, I apologize. Please do not confine the adorable ones." Mu Chenyì replied with evident disdain, "Don't disgust me. Just speak quickly." The system continued, "This jade pendant is nothing special, except that it bears a slight restriction set by the emperor. It likely conceals something within. If you can break the restriction, you shall discover what it is." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brows and retorted, "Are you trying to get me killed? How could I possibly break the restriction set by the emperor?" The system reassured him. "What are you afraid of? The emperor has probably been dead for thousands of years. How much power could this restriction still possess? It would be a miracle if the pendant remains intact." Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "So that is how it is." The system added, "What else could it be? You're so foolish. What kind of attitude is that? Do you dare to speak to me like this? Are you attempting rebellion?" The system responded, "Brother, I was wrong. It was just a slip of the tongue. Rest assured, I will discipline myself. Slap, slap, slap. Please forgive me." Mu Chenyì, lacking the time to dwell on this, inquired, "How do I break the restriction on the pendant?" The system advised, "Brother, just crushing your hand." Mu Chenyì grasped the pendant tightly and exerted all his strength, causing it to shatter into fragments. Instantly, numerous blue light points appeared in the room, gradually coalescing into 2 maps. One map featured a red dot, resembling a rough outline intended for general navigation, while the other was more detailed, likely depicting the specifics surrounding the red dot. Mu Chenyì remarked, "Is this a treasure map?" No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man appeared beside the map, exuding an overwhelming presence, towering over the ordinary. Under that pressure, Mu Chenyì knelt down, fearing annihilation. "Young one, I pay my respects to the emperor." The system interjected, "What are you scared of? This is merely a projection imbued with the emperor's might." Mu Chenyì, puzzled, queried a recording. The system confirmed, "You may interpret it as such." Standing up and dusting himself off, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Your attitude was quite commendable just now." The system retorted, "Weren't you just going to confine me? Go ahead. I'm done playing. I'm going back to sleep." Mu Chenyì hastily replied, "System brother, I was merely joking. I would never confine you for real." The system responded, "Is that so?" Mu Chenyì, realizing he had spoken without thought, smacked his own mouth 4 times. "See, system brother, I have corrected myself." The system replied, "You have some perception." Mu Chenyì asked, "Could you show me that map?" The system conceded, "All right." The screen then displayed the map. Having been in this realm for merely over 2 months, Mu Chenyì found it difficult to recognize the locations, though he had heard of one mountain range not far from the city. However, he could not locate Xing'an City near the mountain range on the map. It seemed that due to the passage of time and the change of dynasties, many place names had altered. He would need a reference map for comparison. The system remarked, "You're quite clever." Mu Chenyì smiled. "Oh no, if we're talking cleverness, that title belongs to you, system brother." The system proudly replied, "Of course, haha." Chapter 39. I love you. Mu Chenyì exited the room, determined to find a map. This task was not difficult. He recalled that Mu Liao's room contained a map. He walked directly into Mu Liao's chamber. She was taken aback, as Mu Chenyì usually knocked before entering her room. Today, he had barged in without warning. Concerned, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Mu Chenyì proceeded to the bookshelf, rifling through the items, scattering books across the floor, until he finally unearthed the map. Mu Liao stared in astonishment. Was he here to disturb her? "What are you doing?" she asked, her irritation rising. He had intruded without a word and made a mess of her room. Without replying, Mu Chenyì approached her, cupped her face, and planted a passionate kiss on her lips. Afterward, he declared, "I love you." He then left her room, leaving her blushing, as he had no intention of staying behind to tidy the scattered books. The system commented, "That's the way. Be assertive with me in the future." Mu Chenyì replied, "Whatever sister brother says goes. I will follow your lead." The system responded, "Young man, you have a bright future. I have high hopes for you." Upon returning to his room, Mu Chenyì began comparing the maps. It became evident that, according to the map, the location of the Spirit Stone mine lay approximately 100 kilometers west of Shingen City, nestled within a small mountain range. The system urged, "We pinpointed the location. Hurry and obtain that young man's blood. We shall proceed immediately." Now aware of the general location, Mu Chenyì felt no urgency. He pondered the emperor's words and asked, "Can we trust what the emperor said?" Since he anticipated that this pendant might fall into someone else's hands. Why did he mention taking care of the Han family's bloodline? What if the person who acquired the pendant has already been eliminated? He revealed how to enter the Spirit Stone mine, which could potentially aid their enemies. The system clarified the pendant contains other means. If you were to eliminate the Han family member before breaking the restriction, you would not have witnessed this recording, but rather a different one. Mu Chenyì countered, "Even if I hadn't killed anyone before seeing the recording, upon learning this, it's conceivable I might directly kill for blood afterward. The emperor surely must have considered this." The system explained, "The emperor is deceased and can no longer threaten future generations. All he could do was fulfill his responsibilities and leave the rest to fate." His words were likely spoken with a hopeful mindset. Unable to comprehend fully, Mu Chenyì chose to abandon the thought. The treasures left by the emperor warranted exploration. The system urged, "Hurry up and depart." Mu Chenyì marked the location on the map he had acquired and then stored it away. He said, "We don't know how many days our journey will take. Shouldn't we prepare a bit?" He needed provisions for the mountains, and, most importantly, he had to ask Mu Liao for leave and arrange matters before departing. However, first, he needed to procure Han Ming's blood. Mu Chenyì fetched a wine jar and said, "This should suffice, right?" The system retorted, "Are you planning to drain the poor fellow dry?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I'm just worried it might not be enough." The system countered, "Would the emperor really make things difficult for his own people? Perhaps a small cup of blood will suffice," Mu Chenyì remarked. He then switched to a teacup, acknowledging that while the system's suggestion was reasonable, it was prudent to prepare a little extra. He subsequently summoned Han Ming, who immediately knelt upon arrival. "Manager Mu, how may I serve you?" Mu Chenyì pointed to the teacup and said, "Do you see that teacup?" Han Ming nodded vigorously. Mu Chenyì tossed a fruit knife to him. "Now draw some blood." Startled, Han Ming immediately began to bow repeatedly, fearing for his safety. "Manager Mu, please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for." Furrowing his brows, Mu Chenyì replied, "What are you afraid of? I have no intention of killing you. I simply require your blood to fill that teacup." Taken aback, Han Ming hesitated, grasping the knife but unable to bring himself to cut his palm. "System, stop hesitating. Just do it." Mu Chenyì addressed Han Ming. "Would you like me to assist you?" Han Ming, seeing the smile on Mu Chenyì's face, quickly responded, "No need. I would do it myself." Gritting his teeth, he made a cut on his palm, and blood poured forth. He swiftly placed his hand over the teacup, and soon it was filled to the brim. "Excellent. Han Ming, you have been injured in the line of duty. You need not work for the next few days. Focus on your recovery," Mu Chenyì stated. Han Ming let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Manager Mu. I take my leave." System, hurry up. Move quickly. Mu Chenyì retorted, "What are you so anxious about? Can't you see I'm still preparing?" He retrieved a water pouch, poured the blood inside, and placed the items into his spatial ring, where they would remain intact and not coagulate. He then left and made his way to Mu Liao's room. Upon seeing him, Mu Liao asked, "What brings you here?" Embracing her, Mu Chenyì replied, "I wish to take a few days off." System, what kind of man are you? Do you really need to ask for leave for such a trivial matter? Mu Chenyì retorted, "You know nothing. This is a matter of marital intimacy." Mu Liao frowned, inquiring, "What do you plan to do?" Mu Chenyì answered, "I've been away for a while. I want to go back and check on things." "But your parents have passed away, haven't they? What is the point of going back?" She questioned. "Well, I have a wife now. I ought to return and inform them that their son has found a good partner," he replied. Blushing, Mu Liao said, "Then I shall accompany you." System, not allowed. Not allowed. Ignoring the system, Mu Chenyì had no intentions of bringing Mu Liao along. It would be unwise to let her venture into the unknown. Liao, you cannot come just yet. If the prince discovers you have left with me, it would be disastrous for my family's ancestral grave. Ridiculous. Your family's ancestral grave is my family's ancestral grave. Mu Chenyì realized this was indeed true. Their families were interconnected. Even if the prince does not disturb the grave, he would certainly unearth me. Fine. Next time I'll take you back, he declared. System, look at you. So cowardly. Just slap her. Mu Liao remained displeased. Mu Chenyì added, All right, Liao, if you are willing to let me be unearthed by the prince, I will take you with me. Finally, Mu Liao replied, You must return early. Holding her close, Mu Chenyì said, I will certainly return as swiftly as possible. Snuggling against him, Mu Liao asked, When do you leave? Mu Chenyì pondered for a moment and said, I will attend to my matters and depart shortly. The sooner I leave, the sooner I return. After bidding farewell to Mu Liao, he called upon his servants. I will be away for a few days on behalf of the young lady. For the duration of my absence, Li Si will be in charge of the household. Do you all understand? Understood. Good. Now go about your duties. Chapter 40. Comprehending the divine powers of the great emperor having left the Mu residence. Mu Chenyì procured provisions before exiting the city, heading westward. Once in an uninhabited area, he donned a black outfit, altered his hairstyle, and concealed his face before soaring towards the mountains. System, with that appearance, anyone would find you suspicious. Mu Chenyì countered, We are heading to a desolate place, not a bustling crowd. It would be more suspicious to appear unremarkable. In such a locale, one must adapt their appearance. Otherwise, I would surely be targeted first. System, you make a valid point. Mu Chenyì scoffed, Of course, I am never mistaken. An hour later, he arrived near the mountain range and landed. System, stop dawdling. Let us hurry inside. Mu Chenyì, however, sat down, stating, I have flown for an hour straight. I need to replenish my spiritual energy first. If I exhaust it completely and encounter danger, I would perish instantly. System, then quickly absorb some spiritual energy. After another half hour, Mu Chenyì finally ventured into the mountain. He proceeded cautiously, as the undergrowth was already knee-high, making progress arduous. Flying directly in would consume significant spiritual energy, which made him hesitant. Although he could exchange for pills to restore his energy, his system points were running low, and he could only afford to conserve them, enduring the strain. By nightfall, he had entered deeper into the mountains, yet still had a considerable distance to cover to reach his destination. Fortunately, the interior was less overgrown, making travel somewhat easier. Mu Chenyì decided to halt his advance and rest for the night, pulling out food and water to eat casually. System, hurry up. Why do you look like you're about to sleep? Mu Chenyì replied, It's dark. Traveling in the forest at night is perilous. What's the rush? System, with me around, gods can be slain and demons vanquished. What is there to fear? Mu Chenyì derisively responded, Enough with the nonsense. He glanced around and said, Keep watch for me. I still possess a drop of the great emperor's essence. I will refine it first. System, Sai, you lack the heart of a true warrior. Ignoring the remark, Mu Chenyì decided to utilize his idle time to strengthen his abilities. He retrieved the essence and consumed it, beginning the refinement process. As time passed, his cultivation rose steadily to the 8th level of the spiritual realm. Soon after, he broke through to the 9th level. Stopping at the pinnacle of the 9th level, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Host has refined the great emperor's essence, successfully comprehending the divine power of the great emperor's divine step, immortal grade. Reward: 1 lottery draw. 1,500 system points. Mu Chenyì smiled, exclaiming, I have successfully comprehended a divine power, and it's of immortal grade. How splendid. System, your luck is indeed remarkable. Generally, divine powers created by emperors rank at the sacred level. To create an immortal grade divine power requires extraordinary talent. Mu Chenyì chuckled and said, I am truly gifted, the child of destiny, having comprehended an immortal grade divine power. Who else can claim such a feat? System, have some modesty. Though few can comprehend immortal grade powers, they do exist. Your fortune stems from your exquisite physique, enhanced by luck. Mu Chenyì retorted, By that logic, shouldn't Mai Liao have comprehended a divine power long ago? System, the exquisite physique merely grants a boost. It does not guarantee success. She might have a 40 enhancement, while you only have a 10. She would still have ample opportunities in the future. You have already exhausted your good fortune, which is not entirely impossible. Mu Chenyì stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Isn't this compelling me to take action against Wang Shuiwei? System, just go for it. A man must be ruthless to himself to stand firm. Mu Chenyì shook his head, deciding against it. He would surely be met with Mu Liao's wrath. He clicked on the introduction of the Divine Step. Divine Step, a celestial grade speed technique that allows one to traverse vast distances with a single step, unmatched in the world. After reading the introduction, Mu Chenyì remarked, unmatched in the world? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? System, exaggeration? Once your cultivation level rises, you will naturally achieve such effects. This technique enhances speed, granting the practitioner unparalleled swiftness. However, it requires the practitioner to possess an extraordinarily robust physique, at least several times stronger than the average cultivator of the same realm. Without such a physique, one cannot withstand this speed. For Mu Chenyì, this was a tailor-made skill. He promptly executed the Divine Step, instantly arriving 100 meters away. Of course, with this step, he could easily leap even farther. He estimated that a distance of a mile would pose no challenge. Once his cultivation improved, he would indeed be able to traverse vast distances with a single step. Such a marvelous technique, akin to instantaneous movement, albeit with considerable energy consumption. This single step consumed nearly 1/20th of his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it was still quite impressive. As he was just beginning to master it, he would not worry too much about energy consumption once he became more familiar with it and his cultivation advanced. With this skill, he need not fear Mu Tianheng. If he could not win, he could simply flee. Mu Chenyì then returned to his original position and began to recuperate the spiritual energy he had expended, ensuring he remained in peak condition. System, someone is approaching. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. It was astonishing that anyone would venture into such a desolate area. He quickly climbed a tree, concealing his presence, and remained still as he observed his surroundings. Mu Chenyì, where are they? System, to the west, approximately 200 to 300 meters away. Mu Chenyì, are they coming this way? System, not at the moment. Mu Chenyì cursed. Why didn't you say so earlier? System, it seems they might be fighting. Mu Chenyì said, then let's go and have a look. Perhaps we can take advantage of the situation. System, is that all you're capable of? Why not just eliminate them directly? Mu Chenyì leaped down from the tree and sprinted westward. Eliminating them directly was too risky. The prudent approach was to wait for the right moment. Soon, he heard the sounds of combat. He slowed his pace, stealthily moving closer. Taking cover behind a tree, he peeked out and spotted 3 men and 1 woman engaged in conversation. From their demeanor, it was clear that the 3 men were in cahoots, surrounding the woman in the center. One man said, Dan Ming, today you will have no escape. Shun Qi, do you really think the 3 of you can handle me? Dan Ming scoffed. Shun Qi smirked. Today, we will certainly slay you, this demoness, to avenge my 4th brother. Brother, there's no need for idle chatter. Let's capture her and behead her, offering her head at the grave of our 4th brother to appease his spirit. From here onward, the writing becomes somewhat filler. You may skip ahead, as it improves after Chapter 67. Chapter 41. Let us wait until they finish, then we'll loot the spoils. Dan Ming listened to their words. Her face filled with disdain and disgust. Vengeance? Do you truly possess such loyalty? You speak so grandly, yet you are merely coveting what I possess. Shin Qi did not counter her, smiling as he said, since you know, hand over the items, and we might consider granting you a swift end. The other 2 chimed in agreement. The second man declared, Demoness, quickly surrender your possessions and spare yourself. The third man, with a lewd grin, added otherwise, don't blame us brothers for being merciless. Dan Ming's expression turned icy. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Shin Qi. You 4 have committed numerous atrocities. I have already slain one of you before, and today I shall rid the world of the remaining 3. As she spoke, she lunged forward, attacking Shin Qi with her sword. The blade shimmered with a cold light, spiritual energy radiating from it as her killing intent surged. Dan Ming's speed was astonishing. In an instant, the tip of her sword was aimed directly at Shin Qi's face. Shin Qi frowned, puzzled as to why she would target him first. Yet he remained unfazed. As she moved in, he was already prepared, swiftly deflecting her sword with ease. Simultaneously, he launched a punch towards her chest. Dan Ming quickly retreated. In a 3-on-1 scenario, she dared not engage for too long, aware that if the other 2 seized the opportunity, she would be in grave danger. As she fell back, she pivoted her sword, aiming it at the second man among the trio. Seeing this, the second man swung his knife down fiercely. Dan Ming nimbly sidestepped the attack, thrusting her sword toward his abdomen. The second man, unable to raise his knife in time, could only hastily retreat. Dan Ming did not pursue. Instead, she stood her ground, sword at the ready. She could not act recklessly. Exhausting her energy too quickly could prove fatal. Mu Chenyì thought, "It seems we will have to wait a while. System, why not just go in and handle it? Your current strength is more than sufficient to deal with them." Mu Chenyì replied, "Let them finish first. Then we'll loot the spoils. The wise approach is to let the mantis catch the cicada while the yellow bird waits in the shadows." He had other thoughts in mind as well. In the midst of the confrontation, Shunqi observed Dan Ming warily positioned among the three of them and mocked, "Demoness, weren't you quite boastful just a moment ago? Why the silence now?" Dan Ming, undeterred by his taunts, retorted, "Aren't you here to kill me? Yet you make no move." Shunqi replied, "We are not in a hurry. We will slowly enjoy your demise." Though they were 3 against 1, each harbored ulterior motives, and the other 2 were not entirely aligned with Shunqi. Dan Ming smirked, "Perhaps you all fear being betrayed by one another?" Shunqi's expression darkened as he responded, "Demoness, do not speak nonsense. Our brotherhood is united, and you cannot sow discord among us. Indeed, you demoness, facing death, still dare to be so cunning. We will certainly treat you well." Dan Ming regarded the trio with contempt. Should they truly cooperate, she might indeed be at a disadvantage. Yet their lack of trust among each other presented her with ample opportunity. She provocatively taunted, "Oh, then come at me." Shunqi tightened his grip on his knife. Already formulating a plan, he addressed his 2 brothers, second brother, third brother. "This demoness is exceedingly cunning. Let us eliminate her first before addressing other matters. I shall lead the charge." The second and third brothers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Shunqi's intentions. They did not trust that he had no ulterior motives, yet they offered no opposition. With their elder brother leading the charge, they believed the demoness would surely falter. "Go ahead, we'll support you." Shunqi smiled and replied, "Very well." He then grasped his knife and charged at Dan Ming. Six-fold spirit slashing blade. Shunqi unleashed 6 strikes in rapid succession. With each swing, a red blade of spiritual energy shot forth. Dan Ming raised an eyebrow. It was not the power of the technique that concerned her, but rather Shunqi's decision to use a spirit technique right from the outset. Did he not fear depleting his energy and leaving himself vulnerable to the other 2? As she had no time to ponder further, surrounded by 3 adversaries, she activated her spiritual energy and wielded her sword. The long sword was enveloped in spiritual energy, flowing gracefully in her grasp. In an instant, she shattered the 6 sword shadows one by one, but with each destruction, she was forced back a step. Dan Ming halted, her right hand stinging from the recent attack, yet she paid it no mind. At that moment, Shunqi had rapidly closed the distance between them, bringing his blade down heavily above her. Recognizing the fluctuations of spiritual energy on the long blade, Dan Ming understood that she could not withstand this blow in haste and immediately retreated. Mu Chenyì observed the scene, shaking his head. Just moments ago, it was an excellent opportunity. If the other 2 men had chosen to attack while Dan Ming was withdrawing, they could have severely injured her. Unfortunately, those 2 remained unmoved, lacking the unity necessary for a successful team, and such disarray typically leads to dire outcomes. As Shunqi's blade descended, the spiritual energy upon it crashed into the ground, carving out a trench a foot wide and several inches deep. Yet the residual force of the strike surged toward Dan Ming. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy, bracing her sword to withstand the impact, but the pressure bent the blade, forcing her backward. Shunqi lifted his sword, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Dan Ming, is this all you are capable of?" Dan Ming furrowed her brow, perplexed by Shunqi's intentions. Continuously unleashing spiritual techniques would undoubtedly take a toll on her. And how long could she maintain this relentless assault? Shunqi, seemingly indifferent to the depletion of his own energy, launched another attack. The clash of swords echoed throughout the arena. The second and third men exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, clearly indicating they had no intention of intervening. They too were bewildered by Shunqi's motives, yet it was evident that in this exchange, they would ultimately benefit from the struggle between Shunqi and Dan Ming. As the battle progressed, Dan Ming's frown deepened. Her opponent showed no regard for energy consumption, forcing her to expend considerable spiritual energy merely to keep up. Prolonging this conflict might allow her to defeat Chenyì, but with two others eyeing her hungrily, how could she fend them off once her strength was depleted? A glint of cold determination flashed in her gaze as she realized Chenyì was resolute in his approach. She had no choice but to give it her all. Gripping her longsword tightly, she channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy within her and unleashed a flurry of strikes, each faster than the last. Her movements were fluid and decisive, the sword light flashing with ruthless precision. Chenyì found himself momentarily overwhelmed and was forced to retreat, his expression darkening, though a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. From his hiding place behind the trees, Mu Chenyì chuckled, recognizing that she was now fighting with earnest intent. If she doesn't unleash her full potential soon, she'll be drained dry. Naturally, she must fight seriously. Go on, let them engage in mutual destruction. I shall seize the opportunity. As Chenyì withdrew, Dan Min seized the moment. With no one pressing close, she could safely unleash her spiritual technique. Instantly, she invoked her skill, the mysterious bright destruction sword, conjuring a violet energy soared before her. She extended her palm forward, and the violet sword shot forth at incredible speed, leaving a trail of shimmering sword shadows aimed directly at Chenyì. Chenyì's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly retracted his blade, his hands spinning in front of him as he shouted, "Elemental shield." He conjured a protective barrier before him, but the violet sword collided with it, sending dust and debris scattering in all directions. Chenyì, not daring to underestimate her, channeled his energy to reinforce the shield. Although he managed to deflect the violet sword, he was gradually forced to retreat step by step. Dan Min smirked disdainfully, thinking to herself, "You believe you can withstand my spiritual technique? How naive." With a clenched fist, she caused the violet sword to explode into a brilliant burst of energy. The blast shattered Chenyì's shield, propelling him through the air until he crashed forcefully against a tree trunk, sliding down to the ground, kneeling and clutching his chest as blood spilled from his lips. His eyes widened in fear as he glanced at Dan Min and hastily retreated. The second and third men rejoiced at this development, but quickly composed themselves, approaching Chenyì with feigned concern. "Big brother, are you all right? How badly are you hurt?" Chenyì forced a smile, attempting to downplay his injuries. "I'm fine, just a minor wound." However, as he spoke, he coughed up a significant amount of blood, clearly struggling to suppress the severity of his condition. Dan Min shook her head, recognizing that anyone could see he was gravely injured. "Chenyì, tell me, will you perish at their hands or mine today?" Chenyì's expression shifted, and he glanced at his two brothers before stepping back a few paces. "Demonis, I misjudged your strength, but you will not sow discord among us." He turned to his brothers. "I am injured and need to heal quickly. I shall not linger here. Let us meet at the usual place." With that, he took flight, but faltered, crashing down before scrambling away with his blade, appearing as though he were fleeing for his life. "Look, he has escaped without your intervention." The system chimed. Where could he possibly run to? Dan Min addressed the remaining two men. "Do you wish to continue?" "Of course. Today we shall undoubtedly capture you." They replied. "Indeed, you've already exhausted a considerable amount of energy in your fight with Chenyì, and we are certain we could take you down." Dan Min's brow furrowed slightly. That last technique had indeed drained her, or else she would not have been able to severely wound Chenyì. She smiled and said, "Even if you two manage to kill me, what then? How will you divide the spoils? Will you not end up in a fierce struggle amongst yourselves?" The second man grinned. "You needn't worry about that. I have a penchant for treasures, while my younger brother has an eye for women. That makes for an easy division, does it not?" The third man licked his lips, his gaze roving hungrily over Dan Min, especially fixating on her alluring features. "Now that Chenyì is out of the picture, it seems we can each have our fill." Dan Min was taken aback, realizing her attempts to sow discord had backfired. "U filthy kurs." She cursed under her breath. The third man cautioned, "Big brother, be mindful of where you strike. Don't damage her too much." The second man chuckled. "Fear not. I shall avoid her face and chest. I wouldn't want to ruin your enjoyment. Unless, of course, she approaches me first." In an instant, they lunged at her from both sides. The second man wielded a hefty blade, swinging it with great force. Each strike whipped up gusts of wind that sent Dan Min's hair flying, and every blow threatened to bend her longsword beyond its limits. As she warded off the attacks, her arms began to tremble, struggling to maintain her grip on the sword. The third man, armed with a dagger, struck at her limbs, even targeting her vulnerable areas, forcing her to be overly cautious and preventing her from mounting an effective counterattack. Though Dan Min appeared to handle the situation, the shadow of a fist swept past Shan Min, striking a tree behind her with such force that the massive trunk was severed in half. Mu Chenyì was startled. That punch had nearly hit the tree where he was concealing himself. Gazing at the fallen tree beside him, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, realizing how close he had come to being discovered. Chapter 43. Releasing poisonous smoke after departing, Shen Qi stealthily returned from another direction, careful not to approach too closely and hiding at a distance. His chest throbbed painfully, as if it might explode, and his complexion was extremely pale. That woman's spiritual technique was truly formidable. Leaning against a tree, he hastily consumed a medicinal pill, feeling somewhat relieved. From his pocket, Shen Qi produced a small vial and remarked, "Whether this plan succeeds depends on you." Inside the vial was a specially concocted poisonous smoke. Anyone below the Xian realm would succumb to poisoning even from a mere whiff. Even those at the Xian realm would experience significant effects. Moments after inhalation, the poison would gradually take effect, leaving the victim weak and unable to circulate their spiritual energy. If one attempted to harness their energy while poisoned, the toxin's onset would accelerate. Shen Qi's confrontation with Shan Min was merely an act to feign severe injury, allowing him to retreat discreetly and return to poison them at the opportune moment. He only needed to wait for the wind to be in his favor, then uncork the vial and let the toxic fumes drift toward the three individuals present. He sighed, "The price is steep. This injury will take 2 to 3 months to heal. However, had I not been so severely wounded, those two scoundrels would never have let me escape." In the clearing, after evading the third man's spiritual technique, Shan Min's speed suddenly surged. A flash of sword light appeared as she closed the distance to the two men. Her sword aimed at the third. However, the second man lunged forward, extending his left arm to block her blade. Shan Min was momentarily taken aback as she brought her sword down. At that moment, a shield materialized on the second man's left arm, successfully deflecting her strike. The impact shattered the shield, yet the force of her attack was nearly spent. Realization dawned on her. The opponent possessed a protective spiritual artifact. But where could 3 bandits have acquired such items? Seizing the opportunity, while Shan Min was momentarily stunned, the second man swung his weapon. Shan Min, disdainful, swiftly countered with her sword, the clash of blade against blade, sending her retreating due to the force of the impact. Just then, the third man sprang from the side, a cold smirk on his face, delivering a powerful punch. Shan Min's expression shifted, realizing too late that while she had been engaged with the second man, the third had maneuvered to her side. There was no time to evade. She could only raise her palm to block. Their strikes met, yet the third man's punch, charged with power, overwhelmed her hastily raised arm, sending her crashing to the ground 2 yards away. She quickly regained her footing, her left arm trembling uncontrollably. Though she appeared uninjured, the blow had taken its toll. Her internal energy surged chaotically, and her spiritual flow became obstructed. A gust of mountain wind swept through, dislodging the withered leaves from the trees, the mournful sound of rustling filling the air. This brought a glimmer of joy to the concealed Shen Qi. The moment he had waited for had arrived. He stealthily approached, then uncapped the vial. A wisp of white smoke billowed forth, caught by the wind and carried toward the 3 individuals in the clearing. As the mountain breeze enveloped her, Shan Min involuntarily shivered and remarked, "I had thought you, the second man, to be stronger. It appears the third is the true expert." Previously, the second man had taken the lead, while the third had waited for an opening, leading her to misjudge their capabilities. She silently cursed their insidious cunning. The second man replied, "That is merely your assumption. We never told you otherwise." "Who can you blame?" He scoffed. "Your own cleverness has led to this outcome. Continue. Strike while she is down." The third man chuckled. "If her life can be spared, let it be. We cannot always strike while the iron is hot. All right, let us proceed." Without hesitation, the second man charged forward, swinging his knife with ferocity. Shan Min attempted to evade using her agility, but as she focused on channeling her spiritual energy, her body weakened unexpectedly. By the time she sought to escape, it was too late. Instinctively, she raised her sword in defense, but the force of the attack bent her blade. though she managed to block the strike. The second man was not alone. The third man's fist was already upon her, delivering a devastating blow to her chest. Shan Min had been attempting to retreat, but was struck squarely in the chest, though the punch did not land with full force. The spiritual energy behind it impacted her significantly. She was propelled backward, the sword digging into the ground to prevent her from falling completely. Straightening herself, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The previous blow had been a minor injury, but this one had severely shaken her internal organs. Her complexion grew pale as she realized the gravity of her condition. Mu Chenyì thought to himself, "Is this all she can manage?" Lao San nodded slightly and then remarked, "Your half-dead appearance is truly captivating. I have long desired your form, and today my wishes shall finally be fulfilled. System, stop watching the show. Hurry up and deal with those two men, and then you can have that woman. Not only is she of a special constitution, but her primordial yin remains intact." Mu Chenyì was taken aback. With her primordial yin still present, his fortune seemed to be in his favor. The exquisite treasure body should not have such a high enhancement, which meant he must possess a significant amount of luck himself. System, stop your lamentations. If you don't act now, it will be too late. Mu Chenyì replied, "Isn't it just a true spirit body? The talent is only 44. She hasn't even taken her clothes off yet." System, what I mean is that the woman can't hold on much longer. She is on the brink of death. Mu Chenyì responded, "But she isn't dead yet, and even if she were, one could take advantage of the heat. Of course, he wouldn't let anyone perish. He still had use for her afterward." System. Mu Chenyì then checked the description of the true spirit body. After cultivating the ancient carefree technique, he would condense a true spirit body, which was only a letter away from the true spirit body. Naturally, he was curious to see. True spirit body enhances affinity with spiritual energy, greatly aiding in cultivation and the release of spiritual techniques. In the arena, Lao Er approached and said, "You're quite ruthless. In this state, she is practically dead." Lao San chuckled. "This way, her despair deepens, and I can relish it even more." Lao Er shook his head and said, "Enough of that. Hurry up and finish this. We need to pursue Shun Chi and eliminate that fellow as well." Lao San nodded, then took a ring from Dan Min's finger. "Ergo, the goods should be inside. Take a look for yourself. I'm off to enjoy myself, or else this woman will perish." Lao Er took the ring, preparing to inspect its contents, while Lao San was already unbuckling his belt. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. "My good brothers, why didn't you call me when dividing the spoils?" Shun Chi emerged from behind the two, coughing a mouthful of old blood that splattered on the ground. Mu Chenyì smiled at the scene. The group was gathered once more. Dan Min, hearing the voice, suddenly realized that the poison must have been released by Shun Chi. However, it was too late for her to grasp this truth. Lao Er and Lao San were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Brother, your timing is impeccable. We've been thinking of you all along." Shun Chi's expression was grim as he said, "Is that so?" Lao Er noticed Shun Chi's hand pressed against his chest and chuckled. "Of course. Your injury looks quite severe. I am severely wounded, and seems you are intent on killing me." Shun Chi retorted, "Brother, you're so clever. If you're not the big brother, then who is?" Shun Chi chuckled, only to wince in pain and spit out more blood. "In that case, I shall kill both of you here today. I trust you have no objections?" Lao San sneered. "Just now I praised you for your cleverness. Yet how can you be so foolish in an instant? With your current state, you think you can kill us?" He looked at Shun Chi, confused by his intentions. Given Shun Chi's condition, there was no way he could win even a one-on-one fight. Shun Chi replied, "If I dare to appear, it signifies my confidence. Can you not comprehend this?" Lao Er and Lao San chuckled. "You're gravely injured. What confidence do you have?" Lao Er then drew his blade and declared, "I'll send you on your way right now." As he spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy, only to feel his body weaken and collapse to the ground, unable to rise again. Lao San was taken aback and threw a punch at Shun Chi, but before his fist could strike, he too felt his body weaken and fell to the ground. Shun Chi scoffed. "Now you understand whether I have confidence?" Lao Er gazed at Shun Chi and inquired, "What exactly did you do?" Shun Chi replied, "Nothing much, just administered a little poison." Lao San exclaimed, "Impossible. We've kept a close watch on you all the way. You had no opportunity to poison us." Shun Chi responded, "Not along the way, but when you were fighting Dan Min just now, I had my chance. I deliberately allowed myself to be injured to slip from your line of sight and poisoned you without you realizing it. This poison will gradually take effect as you circulate your spiritual energy. The reason you could easily subdue Dan Min is all thanks to my assistance. At this moment, Dan Min, lying on the ground, asked, "Did you poison us through the wind?" Shen Qi replied, "Precisely. You're quite astute, Miss Dan. Rest assured shortly, I will treat you well. Unlike that fool, I am quite gentle." He then slowly approached the two men on the ground. Lao Er hastily said, "Brother, you are truly strategic and meticulous. Here, take the goods, and spare us just this once." Lao San quickly chimed in, "Brother, we will give you the goods and this woman. We ask for nothing else. Please spare us." Upon hearing their pleas, Shen Qi smiled. "Killing you will not prevent the goods from being mine." Shen Qi had never been on the same side as these two. Moreover, they had just plotted against him, so there was no way he would let them live. He drew his knife and pressed it against Lao Er's chest. "Brother, rest easy. I will take good care of your wife and children left in Yang Village. System, do not go. Will you care for his family? Mu Chenyì, would he be so kind? You must be dreaming." Shen Qi continued, "I will ensure my nephew meets you soon. As for your sister-in-law, she is quite lovely, and I will enjoy her thoroughly before sending her down to you. Just don't complain about her." Lao Er's eyes widened in fury, but he forced a smile and said, "Brother, they are innocent. I beseech you to spare their lives." Chapter 45. Such beauty! Heaven treats me not unkindly, Shen Qi laughed. "How could that be? You're making it difficult for your brother. One must eliminate the roots of trouble. You often say this, and I have always remembered it. Rest assured, I'll one T grant them a swift death. I will torment them slowly, just as you have tormented others." Lao Er cursed, "You are so cruel. You're a beast." Shen Qi laughed heartily, causing him to cough up more blood. He had to stifle his laughter and said, "Curse away. For the sake of brotherhood, I want to hold it against you." As he spoke, he slowly plunged the knife into Lao Er's chest. Lao Er's agonized screams echoed through the forest, and as his blood flowed out, his cries eventually faded into silence. Lao San, seeing Shen Qi approach him, trembled in fear. He did not wish to die. He immediately pleaded, "Brother, it was all his urging. Spare my life, and I will repay you." Shen Qi shook his head and said, "You were so close with Lao Er. How can you not accompany him? Besides, if I don't kill you, I want to feel at ease. I will care for Lao Er as I do you. Your daughter hidden in Li Jiaduan is 15 this year, right?" Lao San was taken aback. "How do you know that?" Shen Qi replied, "If I didn't have something on you, would I dare to collaborate with you? I will take good care of my niece. After all, at her age, she needs proper care." Lao San retorted angrily, "May you meet a terrible fate." Shen Qi laughed heartily. "We who commit numerous evils will certainly face retribution. Even if I do not meet a terrible fate, it is only just. My today is your yesterday, and your today is my tomorrow. However, on that day, you certainly will not witness it." Shen Qi slowly drove the knife into Lao San's chest. "Third brother, rest easy." Lao San screamed in agony, cursing Shen Qi repeatedly, but soon his voice diminished, and he ultimately breathed his last. Both Lao Er and Lao San met their demise. Mu Chenyì, this wretched creature is quite ruthless. Truly, I have learned something from him. System, this wretched creature is quite eloquent. You seem unfazed by this person's arrival. Mu Chenyì, are you surprised then? System, what is there to be surprised about? Mu Chenyì cursed inwardly. Shen Qi's return had been anticipated. After killing both brothers, Shen Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured, and had to consume another pill. He collected their belongings, picked up a ring, and then moved aside. Dan Min, today is your day of reckoning. The heavens truly have eyes. Dan Min naturally heard and witnessed the recent events, her opponent's cruelty causing her to tremble with fear, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Weakly, she said, "You've obtained the items. What more do you want?" Shen Qi sneered. "Did I not mention before that I would take my time to play with you until your demise? Let the games begin. You scoundrel, you insult me, yet I'll show you just how formidable I am." As he spoke, Shen Qi crouched down, extending his hand to grasp her clothing, effortlessly loosening her bindings. Mu Chenyì thought, this wretched creature, even in such a grave state, still finds the energy for such antics. System, aren't you going to intervene? If he succeeds, you will suffer loss. Mu Chenyì remained silent. What could he lose? He continued to wait, knowing that the more desperate the situation became, the weaker her defenses would be, making it far easier to manipulate her later. Chenyì removed her outer garment, his cold laughter echoing. At that moment, Dan Min's face turned ashen. Her eyes filled with despair and tears, regret etched upon her features. She was left in only an undergarment, her smooth shoulders and exquisite skin, along with her exposed collarbone, exuding temptation. With such a beauty before him, how could Chenyì remain indifferent? He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, how splendid! The heavens have not been unkind to me." His hands trembled, and in his excitement, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, barely able to suppress his injuries. He quickly steadied his breath, focusing on regaining his composure. Chenyì retrieved a vial from his possession, swallowing several healing pills. Though it felt wasteful, he prioritized enjoyment over the consequences of his wounds. "System, are you not going to act? This is your last chance. She will be exposed." Mu Chenyì remarked, "She is not my woman. As long as that scoundrel does not succeed, I have no concerns." He merely sought to use her, intending to save her when she was utterly despondent, thus gaining her trust more easily. He couldn't fathom what this foolish system was thinking, assuming he would see a woman and claim her as his own. Why do such simpletons always harbor such ridiculous thoughts? It was utterly absurd and disgusting. Chenyì gripped her neck tightly, saying, "You never imagined you would end up in this predicament, did you?" At that moment, Dan Min suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a slender silver needle an inch long, shooting it directly at Chenyì. Startled, he quickly turned his head to evade, the needle barely grazing his face and leaving a cut. Alarmed, he retreated slightly, wiping the blood from his face and noting it wasn't blackened, which offered him a modicum of relief. The needle was merely a precaution. She would never poison herself with it, and Chenyì's concerns were unwarranted. System, this woman had a trick up her sleeve, but alas, it bore no fruit. Mu Chenyì thought, "It's fortunate I did not heed your advice. Otherwise, that needle would have pierced me." System, what are you afraid of? With your current physical strength, even if she aimed for a vital spot, it would not penetrate. Mu Chenyì retorted, "What if she aimed for my eyes?" System, at worst, you'd lose an eye. It's not a significant issue. Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "Damn it." In the arena, Dan Min, seeing that Chenyì had evaded the silver needle, felt helpless. Having been poisoned, her body was weak, and her earlier attempt lacked force, allowing him to dodge. This was a desperate gamble that had yielded no results, and she resignedly closed her eyes. Chenyì glared at Dan Min, furious, "You deceitful wench, playing tricks on me." With that, he slapped her across the face. Blood trickled from her lips, and her cheeks swelled. Chenyì tore at his own clothing, preparing to strike again. Mu Chenyì sensed it was time for his entrance. Saving her now would allow him to perform later, making it easier for Dan Min to traverse the Emperor's tomb. He leapt into the fray. "Hey, scoundrel, step aside." Chapter 46. Are you truly planning to play the hero? Hearing the voice, Chenyì halted his actions, turning to see a young man with a cultivation level of spirit realm, first layer, his brows furrowed. In a severely injured state, how could he contend with this individual? Rapidly, he calculated that Mu Chenyì had likely just arrived. Otherwise, he too would have succumbed to the poison. With this thought, he pointed to the bodies nearby, saying, "Young brother, you misunderstand. This enchantress killed my 2 brothers. I merely seek revenge." Dan Min turned to Mu Chenyì, seeing him as her savior. She exclaimed, "Esteemed brother, those men were slain by him. This man is a scourge, devoid of humanity. I implore you to save me." Mu Chenyì replied, "As cultivators, we traverse the world to punish evil and uphold righteousness. Such scum must be eliminated. Fear not, fair maiden. As long as I am here, you shall not be harmed." System, do you not feel any shame saying that? Dan Min gratefully responded, "Thank you, kind brother." Mu Chenyì waved his hand, saying, "It is but a small effort. I believe every righteous person would do the same. Fair maiden, you should dress yourself at once." Okay, here's a refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced. "I am immobilized by a potent venom," Shan Min declared to Han. Mu Chenyì feigned indignation. "These reprehensible scoundrels will stop at nothing," he exclaimed. Approaching Shan Min, he averted his gaze and announced, "Given your poisoned state, this location is unsafe. Allow me to assist you with your garments before escorting you to a secure haven. Forgive my intrusion." A blush crept across Shan Min's face. "Then I am in your debt, Brother Han." Mu Chenyì's hand ventured forth, making deliberate contact with two tender spots. His eyes tightly shut as he had meticulously calculated the position beforehand. Shan Min emitted a soft, coquettish moan. "My garments are beneath me, Brother Han," she whispered. "My sincerest apologies." Mu Chenyì stammered. "My nerves got the better of me." "System, you lecherous cur." Her cheeks flushed crimson. Shan Min responded. "It is of no consequence." Mu Chenyì lingered, his hand caressing Shan Min's delicate form before finally locating the garments beneath her, as she had indicated. He then assisted her in donning them. Opening his eyes, he said, "I am truly mortified, Miss Shan, about what just transpired." Her face radiant with a rosy hue, Shan Min interjected, "Say no more, Brother Han. I bear you no ill will." "System, are you planning a heroic rescue, followed by a genuine romance?" "Mu Chenyì, cease your prattle. You are disrupting my thoughts." "System, mark my words, this woman is not to be trusted." "Mu Chenyì, do you think I am unaware?" He turned his gaze toward Shan Min. "I shall carry you to a place of safety, Miss Shan." "My belongings are still on that man," Shan Min replied. "That brute dared to steal from you, and then attempt such a vile act? A true beast." Mu Chenyì retorted, "I shall retrieve your possessions at once." He then feigned a search of Shun Qi's person. "Is this the ring you seek, Miss Shan?" he inquired. "And is that blade yonder also yours?" Having received confirmation, Mu Chenyì took the ring and placed it on Shan Min's finger. He then took the sword in hand, swept her into his arms, and departed. "System, you are returning her possessions? What is your scheme?" "Mu Chenyì, did you not imply that I intended a genuine affair?" "System, that still does not explain your use of the surname Han." Mu Chenyì continued to ponder. "System, Mu Chenyì discovered a cavern and declared, 'This location should suffice, Miss Shan.'" Shan Min nodded in agreement. Mu Chenyì bore her inside and gently set her down. "What manner of poison afflicts you, Miss Shan? Is it grave?" "I am uncertain," Shan Min confessed. "If I remain immobile in an hour, I fear I shall succumb to internal injuries." Mu Chenyì produced a pill. "I possess a panacea. If you place your trust in me, Miss Shan, I shall administer it, and it shall swiftly restore your vitality." "System, have you lost your senses? You are giving her a panacea. What is your intention?" "Mu Chenyì, silence. Do not interrupt." Shan Min blushed demurely. "I owe you my life, Brother Han." "Of course. I trust you." Mu Chenyì placed the pill in her mouth. Shan Min ingested it without hesitation, knowing that in her current state, she was at the mercy of others. And if someone intended to harm her, they would not resort to such elaborate means. Soon after, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her veins, and she became aware that her internal injuries were rapidly healing. She was astounded by the pill's potency. In a short while, her internal injuries had completely healed. She now felt incredibly at ease, though she retained a sensation of weakness. Nevertheless, she was able to move with some difficulty, and she was certain that within an hour, the effects of the medicine would completely dissipate. Chapter 47. Pretense. Mu Chenyì noticed the color return to Shan Min's face and knew that her internal injuries were now fully healed. "Your injuries appear to have abated, Miss Shan. This brings me great relief." Shan Min offered a sweet smile. "Indeed, I am well. I am in your debt, Brother Han. Without you, I might not have." Mu Chenyì adopted an air of uprightness. "You need not be so formal, Miss Shan. It was but a trifle, unworthy of thanks. It is my honor to assist such a beautiful girl as yourself." Shan Min gazed at Mu Chenyì, her cheeks flushed with a rosy tint. "You are truly a kind soul, Brother Han. Rest here and recover, Miss Shan. The poison has not yet fully dissipated. I shall remain on guard outside the cave." Mu Chenyì offered, "I am in your debt, Brother Han." Mu Chenyì nodded, then rose and exited the cave. As soon as Mu Chenyì was out of sight, Shan Min's smile vanished, and her eyes turned cold. If he possesses such a pill, he must be someone of consequence. Perhaps a young master from a noble family or a disciple of a major sect. The latter is less likely, given his low cultivation level. Without a good family background, it would be impossible for him to possess such a pill. But why would a young master from a noble family come to such a remote and desolate place? Lost in thought, she inadvertently noticed something where Mu Chenyì had been sitting. Shan Min reached out and retrieved the object, discovering it to be a folded piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, she realized it was a map. The map was ordinary, but a particular location was marked, and that location was this very mountain range. Could there be something of value in this mountain range that drew him here? This thought made his presence here more plausible. Shan Min saw two possible courses of action. First, she could offer herself to Mu Chenyì. If he had connections, she might be able to obtain cultivation resources easily, without the need for such arduous effort. She had suffered greatly for cultivation resources, even nearly sacrificing her life and body this time. Second, she could ascertain the nature of the treasure, then kill Mu Chenyì and take it for herself. Now that her injuries were healed, she only needed to wait for the poison's effects to wear off. How could a mere spirit realm level 1 cultivator be a match for her? Shan Min refolded the map as it had been. She frowned at her tattered clothing. Forcing herself, she used a small amount of spiritual energy to retrieve a clean, attractive set of garments from her ring. This almost caused her internal organs to be injured by the rush of blood, but fortunately, the poison's effects had weakened considerably. She changed her clothes, tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, and then walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Mu Chenyì sat listening to the sounds within. System, why did you leave the map there? Aren't you revealing everything to her? This is a remote and desolate place. If you leave the map, she will know there is treasure here. Mu Chenyì, that is precisely what I want her to know. What are you panicking about? System, what are you trying to do? Mu Chenyì, it will be useful, or I would have dealt with her already. System, isn't she just a tool for your cultivation technique? What is the point of this? Mu Chenyì, she is coming out. Do not interrupt me. He immediately stood up and pretended to look around in a flustered manner, a thoughtful expression on his face. Shan Min emerged from the cave, and, seeing Mu Chenyì's anxious demeanor, guessed that it might be related to the map. She asked, "What is wrong, Brother Han?" Hearing her voice, Mu Chenyì turned to Shan Min. "Why did you come out, Miss Shan? Has the poison's effect worn off?" "Not yet, but I am much better. I am relieved that you are well, Miss Shan. Wait here. I will be right back. I may have lost something outside." He seemed quite anxious. Shan Min held out the map. "Is this it, Brother Han?" she asked. Mu Chenyì feigned surprise, then took the map and carefully examined the folds. A look of joy spread across his face. "So it fell inside the cave. I was worried for nothing. I apologize for alarming you, Miss Shan." Mu Chenyì's astonishment was feigned, yet his delight was genuine. He had been waiting for the other party to take the bait. Now, it was time to observe their performance. Dan Min, noticing Mu Chenyì examining the creases, secretly rejoiced, relieved that she had just folded it back as it was. Otherwise, it might have raised his suspicions. She smiled and said, "Brother Han has been kind to me. How could I possibly laugh at you? I found this item in the cave and guessed it must belong to you, Brother Han. It could be quite important, so I took it out immediately." Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed, it is fortunate it did not fall outside." Dan Min feigned curiosity and asked, "Brother Han, what is this? Why are you so anxious?" Mu Chenyì's expression was awkward as he replied, "It's nothing, just an ordinary piece of paper. One must fully commit to the act." "Thank you, Miss Dan, for helping me retrieve my belongings." The system remarked, "You truly are an actor." Mu Chenyì thought, "Do I really need a reminder? Can I tell if she has ulterior motives?" As Dan Min leaned closer, he embraced her directly, gazing at her resting her head against his chest with disdain. He composed himself and solemnly stated, "I am grateful for your favor, Miss Dan. I shall not disappoint you." Dan Min playfully retorted, "Brother Han, why do you still call me Miss Dan?" Mu Chenyì smiled, "It is my fault. Minner, I will treat you well." Dan Min shyly replied, "Nem." Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chenyì leaned in for a kiss. Dan Min feigned a struggle, but ultimately reciprocated, investing a bit of trust to ensure her scheme's success. He carried her back to the cave, gently placing her down before leaning over to kiss her cheeks and delicate neck. As he reached for her ribbon, a flicker of hostility crossed Dan Min's eyes, and she said with mild annoyance and a hint of grievance, "Brother Han, I do not wish for such casualness." Internally, she scolded Mu Chenyì, thinking men are indeed all the same. He immediately halted, his face a mask of regret as he said, "Minner, I apologize. I lost control for a moment. It was entirely my fault." Dan Min wrapped her arms around him, giving him a gentle kiss. "Brother Han, it's not that I do not wish to give myself to you. I simply desire it to be more formal. I will give you my full self when we marry." Mu Chenyì scoffed internally. Who are you trying to fool? But did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he wore an expression of contrition, tenderly caressing her cheek as he said, "You are right, Minner. It should be like that. My actions just now were improper." The system remarked, "You really do act well. If I didn't know who you truly are, I might have believed you." Mu Chenyì wished he could silence the system, but was too preoccupied at the moment. Dan Min shook her head, holding him tightly and burying her face in his chest. "Minner likes Brother Han and will not hold anything against you. If you truly desire it, I will not refuse." Embracing her tightly, Mu Chenyì feigned sincerity. "Minner, rest assured, once I finish my business, I will take you home, and we shall wait until our marriage too." Chapter 48. A performance beyond compare, Dan Min softly replied, nestled against Mu Chenyì's chest. Her expression was icy. Her thoughts dark. You lucky fool. I'll deal with you once I ascertain the map's details. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì grew bolder, proclaiming, Minner, encountering you is my greatest fortune. I truly adore you. Dan Min playfully responded, meeting Brother Han is a stroke of luck for me as well. Without you, I would have. His audacity made her cheeks flush, growing warmer. She wanted to slap this greedy rogue right then, but thoughts of the map kept her in check. The system muttered, two shameless individuals, each outdoing the other in their performance. Mu Chenyì retorted, if I don't act, how could she willingly cooperate? Dan Min felt it was time to probe further, cautiously asking Brother Han, what brings you to these mountains? She feared that if their conversation continued, he would become increasingly inappropriate. Mu Chenyì, noticing her inquiry, felt a surge of joy. She had finally asked after waiting so long. With an apologetic expression, he said, that folded paper is a map, marking a specific point in these mountains. I came here for that purpose. Dan Min's demeanor shifted slightly, but Brother Han, didn't you say it was just ordinary paper? Why deceive me? Mu Chenyì quickly apologized. I am sorry, Minner. I lied to you, but it was unintentional. It concerns my family's legacy, and I could not afford to disclose it lightly. He sighed inwardly. Acting is truly exhausting. Dan Min's expression softened as she replied, now I understand. As long as it was not your intention to deceive me. Mu Chenyì quickly reassured her, I certainly did not mean to mislead you. I will tell you everything now. Dan Min hesitated. Brother Han, since it pertains to your ancestors, might it not be inappropriate to share it with me? She did not wish to appear too eager. If he sensed anything amiss, her previous sacrifices would be in vain. Seeing her retreating stance, Mu Chenyì naturally played along. He smiled. How could it be inappropriate? You are now my betrothed. We are family, and sharing this with you is only right. Dan Min beamed, She gazed at Mu Chenyì, her smile radiant, while internally plotting, fool, you think I can't handle you? Mu Chenyì inwardly scoffed but maintained a deeply affectionate facade. Minner, you are truly beautiful. Dan Min cursed silently, you rogue. Yet, she could only comply, knowing she was close to uncovering what she needed. Just as she prepared to inquire further, his advances grew more brazen. She feigned shyness. Brother Han, please, wait until our wedding. Then I shall give myself to you. Mu Chenyì replied with a smile. Rest assured, Minner, I will not overstep. He did not forget his primary objective and continued, I came here because of that map, which originates from a jade pendant. Dan Min, seeing he was beginning to divulge information, allowed him to proceed freely. Ajut Bondon, my ancestor was a great emperor, and the jade pendant is his legacy. Shan Min was taken aback. The realm of an emperor is an unattainable aspiration, and she never anticipated that this person was a descendant of such a lineage. No wonder he possessed that extraordinary medicine. Her confidence surged. After all, a descendant of an emperor must come from a prestigious family. Even if she couldn't acquire the treasure, aligning herself with him would surely yield significant benefits. She immediately expressed her admiration, exclaiming, wow, I didn't realize Brother Han had such a remarkable background. Mu Chenyì, however, sensed the problem. He had no intention of allowing this woman to follow him. He quickly replied, alas, it is a pity that we descendants are not commendable. By my grandfather's time, our family had already fallen into disarray. My grandfather, a mere third-tier cultivator, is the highest in our household. Upon hearing this, Shan Min's eyes flickered with disappointment. But she quickly responded, I see. No worries, Brother Han. You will surely inherit your ancestors' aspirations and restore our family's glory. Now that she was aware of his family's decline, her previous two notions dwindled to one. Her next course of action was almost determined. First, to clarify the situation, then to find an opportunity to eliminate Mu Chenyì. Chapter 49. The trap is set. Mu Chenyì noticed the fleeting disappointment in her eyes and smiled. This was as it should be. Otherwise, how could he utilize her later? His gaze was resolute, his voice resonant, and he exerted a hint of strength. Rest assured, Minner, I will accomplish this. Shan Min let out a soft sound as Mu Chenyì's grip tightened, playfully swatting at his chest. Oh, how annoying. The system, rather displeased, interjected. You are not merely annoying. You are utterly nauseating. He spit. Mu Chenyì could no longer tolerate this and directly accessed the system settings, choosing to disable the system's consciousness. The system quickly pleaded, Brother, let us discuss this. Brother, The system's voice was abruptly silenced. and Mu Chenyì felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leaning against Mu Chenyì, Shan Min inquired, "Brother Han, what was the purpose of the jade pendant left by our ancestor?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Within the pendant lies a map, marking the locations of the treasures left for our Han family by our forebear." She asked, puzzled, "Then why didn't we retrieve it sooner? Had we done so, our family might not be in such a state of decline." With a sigh, Mu Chenyì explained, "The pendant is imbued with restrictions set by our ancestors, which we descendants cannot break. Only recently have we discovered that the Emperor's restrictions have weakened, allowing us to open it. Upon doing so, we realized our ancestor foresaw the decline of the Han family, which is why he placed these restrictions, to prevent the treasures from being misused and to ensure our family would have a chance to rise again." The question she posed mirrored Mu Chenyì's own doubts, yet this matter could no longer be verified. When Han Ming had unhesitatingly handed things over to Mu Chenyì, it indicated that the current members of the Han family were indeed unaware of the pendant's significance. Shan Min thought to herself, "It is foolish individuals like you that have led the Han family to its downfall. Truly a waste of your ancestors' greatness." She maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Our ancestor truly cared for us descendants, thinking of everything so thoroughly." Mu Chenyì replied with a smile, "Of course. It is said that our ancestor achieved the imperial realm, a figure nearly invincible in his era, so his arrangements are bound to be meticulous." Shan Min internally scoffed, thinking, "Who wants to hear your braggadocio?" She then asked, "Brother Han, what exactly did our ancestor leave behind? It hasn't deteriorated, has it?" Mu Chenyì reassured her, "Do not worry, Minner. It should be a spirit stone mine, along with our ancestors' supreme techniques." Shan Min was exhilarated. The Emperor's techniques combined with the spirit stone mine were enough to drive anyone to madness. With spirit stones, one could swiftly enhance their cultivation, and with the Emperor's spiritual skills and methods, as long as one's talent was not lacking, diligent practice would surely lead to strength. In her excitement, she sought to extract more information. After all this time, surely no one has taken it? Mu Chenyì, being forthright, answered, "Rest assured. There are formations set by our ancestor. To enter, one must possess the blood of our forebear. Outsiders cannot access it." Shan Min thought, "Exactly. Speak on. Once you have divulged everything, your demise will be sealed. Ancestors' blood. After so many years, how could they possibly procure it?" Mu Chenyì continued, "Our ancestor had already prepared for this. He concealed a drop of his blood within our ancestral temple, which we have now located. Unfortunately, after all these years, the imperial essence has dissipated, leaving only ordinary blood, which can now merely activate the formation." Shan Min appeared regretful. That was imperial blood. Even a drop could be immensely beneficial for refining. "Brother Han, it's all right. As long as we activate the formation, we can still cultivate with the resources inside." "Indeed, you are correct," Mu Chenyì replied, caressing her shoulder. "With the resources there, we will surely achieve great things." Shan Min giggled. "You just know how to take advantage of me." Mu Chenyì teased, "Isn't it because you are so adorable? How annoying." Shan Min retorted, "Brother Han, this mountain is vast. We will likely be searching for a long time. Do not worry, I have a detailed map. I didn't dare carry it for fear of it being discovered, so I memorized it. Tomorrow, we shall proceed and find it swiftly." "That is good." Shan Min gazed at Mu Chenyì, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yet her heart was rife with curses. This meant she could only wait until they reached the location to act against Mu Chenyì. However, his caution in memorizing the map further confirmed the truth of the matter. Nonetheless, she had one final question. "Brother Han, such an important task. Did you come alone? Where are the others?" Mu Chenyì explained, "If my grandfather and father were to leave, they would attract the attention of enemies, so they cannot venture out easily. I am the only son of the family, and thus it falls to me to come. In this remote wilderness, no one else would appear. As long as we are cautious, we will be fine." Shan Min's heart soared with joy. With only Mu Chenyì present, he would be easy prey. As soon as they reached their destination tomorrow, she would eliminate Mu Chenyì and seize the treasures for herself. She gazed at him sweetly, and Mu Chenyì, fully cooperative, leaned in for a tender kiss, his hands not idle either. Noticing that Shan Min had ceased her inquiries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing she had begun to trust him, he thought to himself, "As long as the trap is set, I will need you afterward." Both harbored ulterior motives. However, while Mu Chenyì could discern her intentions, she remained oblivious to his true designs. The two spent the night in the cave. Though Mu Chenyì did not engage with Shan Min intimately, he explored her form thoroughly, which was an experience of its own. Shan Min, while slightly less beautiful than Mu Liao and Wang Ximing, possessed a body that undoubtedly surpassed theirs, being a few years their senior. If it were not for his ulterior motives, Mu Chenyì might have truly lost control. The following morning, after indulging in a moment of intimacy, they exited the cave. Mu Chenyì said, "Minner, wait here. I'll go find something to eat." Shan Min nodded, "All right." Mu Chenyì ventured out, swiftly capturing a rabbit, skinning it, and removing its entrails before returning. Shan Min remarked, "Brother Han, let me roast it. You rest for a bit." Mu Chenyì nodded and sat down to the side. Noticing that Mu Chenyì was watching her intently, Shan Min reluctantly abandoned her plans for poison. She has now fully recovered, and dealing with someone of significantly lower cultivation is hardly a challenge. It is best to remain cautious and avoid unnecessary actions to prevent the other party from discovering anything. As a corner dog may jump over the wall. Chapter 50. Arrival at the destination soon. Shan Min finished roasting the rabbit meat. The two of them took a few simple bites before discarding their food and setting off. Mu Chenyì held Shan Min's hand, and after nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the vicinity of their destination. Not far ahead lay the base of a cliff, with a sheer stone wall towering 100 feet high, remarkably smooth, as if it had been carved by a knife. The top of the stone wall receded inward, connecting to the peaks behind it, extending endlessly into the horizon. Mu Chenyì gazed at the wall and said to Shan Min, "According to the map, this should be the place." Shan Min smiled with excitement. "We've finally arrived. Once we get inside, I will take action to eliminate Mu Chenyì. Brother Han, let us hurry over." Mu Chenyì chuckled. "I knew you couldn't wait." "All right." He led Shan Min to the base of the stone wall, which was now overgrown with weeds, obscuring the entrance completely. As he approached, the weeds concealed him from the waist down. He reached out to touch the stone wall. Based on the map, the spirit stone mine should lie just beneath it, protected by some formation. Yet, he felt no indication of anything unusual. The entire area appeared normal, except for the overly smooth surface of the stone wall. Clenching his fist, Mu Chenyì struck the wall with all his strength, feeling pain in his hand, yet the stone remained utterly unscathed. His physical strength was considerable, estimated to be around 60,000 pounds, and yet the wall had not budged. Was this the protective power of the formation? He felt puzzled, thinking, "I can't sense the formation at all." System voice. The formation set by the Great Emperor is designed to conceal treasures, and how could you perceive it? If you could sense it, the treasure would hardly remain hidden. Mu Chenyì cursed inwardly. "Why do you keep appearing? I can assist you. At least I can sense the objects nearby." Mu Chenyì considered this. Indeed, had the system not alerted him last night, he might have been oblivious to the presence of others. "Let's proceed quickly, Brother Han," Shan Min urged, growing impatient as she watched Mu Chenyì continue to examine the stone wall. Mu Chenyì stepped back, realizing that they needed to unlock the formation by locating a special stone at the base of the wall. They had to clear away the weeds. Otherwise, they might be searching until next year. Shan Min, unable to contain her eagerness, drew her sword and swiftly slashed at the weeds. In mere moments, the underbrush was cut down, revealing the ground below, scattered with stones of various sizes. System. This woman is truly impatient. Mu Chenyì thought, isn't that entirely normal? Who wouldn't be anxious about the treasures inside? He praised Shan Min. "Minner, your skills are truly remarkable." "Not at all. Now we just need to find the stone that can unlock the formation," she replied, urgency in her voice. Mu Chenyì smiled subtly. The more anxious Shan Min was, the more advantageous it was for him. He suggested, "Minner, let us split up and search from both ends towards the center. According to our ancestors, it is a rather unique stone. One glance is enough to identify it." Shan Min nodded and immediately dashed off, bending down to inspect the stones around her. Mu Chenyì quickly found a stone the size of a human head among the surrounding rocks. It was firmly attached to the wall, immovable by any means he possessed, likely protected by the formation. The stone bore several intertwined red patterns, resembling talismans, with a central groove about the size of a wine cup. This must be the stone. These patterns are a special array. As soon as blood is applied, the formation will activate, and the entrance should appear. Mu Chenyì marveled at the stone, realizing it could be identified at a glance. He feigned excitement and called out, "Minner, come quickly. I found the stone. We can enter." Shan Min, who had been diligently searching, felt a wave of relief upon hearing his words. When she turned to him, her face lit up with joy. She rushed to his side and gently touched the stone with the red patterns, her demeanor akin to caressing a lover. Finally found it. This woman is even more excited than we are, as if it belongs to her. Mu Chenyì mused, noting that she had already claimed the treasures inside as her own. How could she not be excited? He had brought Shan Min along, so she could brave the dangers while he reaped the benefits. He had little faith in what the great emperor had said. Having someone else take the risks was ideal. He explained to Shan Min, "We only need to drop blood on it to unlock the passage, and we can enter." Shan Min grasped Mu Chenyì's hand, urging, "Brother Han, hurry and drop your blood." Mu Chenyì took out a water pouch from his robe and handed it to her. "Minner, this contains the blood of our ancestors. As my fiancé, it is your duty to activate the formation." Shan Min playfully chided, "Husband, you are so kind to me." She thought to herself that even if Mu Chenyì gained an advantage in the end, it was worth it. "Honey, it's only right. Please proceed." Both are plotting against one another while calling each other husband and wife. What a pair of rogues. Shan Min turned and opened the water pouch, carefully pouring the blood into the groove. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì discreetly placed a pill in his mouth while her attention was diverted. Chapter 51. What face do I have to continue living? Shan Min filled the groove with blood, then paused, anxiously watching for any changes in the stone. Mu Chenyì, equally excited, observed closely. After roughly 5 seconds, the patterns on the stone began to come alive, intertwining to form a perfect circle. Then, the stone emitted a red glow, and the blood in the groove began to diminish until not a drop remained, while a faint red halo appeared on the surface of the stone. Both Mu Chenyì and Shan Min sighed in relief, having feared the blood would not activate the formation. At that moment, the stone wall before them began to shift. The surface rippled, enveloped in a soft purple light, pulsating with a clear aura of spiritual energy. They then beheld a stone door emerging from the wall, standing about 10 feet tall and equally wide. The red patterns on the door mirrored those on the stone, yet magnified, they appeared quite eerie. Shan Min laughed upon seeing the door. "We finally found the entrance." Mu Chenyì smiled back. "Minner, let us go inside." "Brother Han, since it's your ancestral heritage, you should enter first." She feigned modesty, hoping to lower his guard and find an opportunity to strike once inside, preventing him from escaping. "Very well, let us proceed," Mu Chenyì replied. He pushed the stone door open and stepped inside first, knowing any dangers awaited them deeper within, not at the entrance. Shan Min wore a cold smile, and after seeing Mu Chenyì enter, she followed closely behind. As they stepped through the stone door, they encountered a descending passageway, flanked by small purple stones, each about the size of a thumb, releasing a hint of spiritual energy. The purple radiance illuminated the entire passageway, extending downward in a mesmerizing hue. Mu Chenyì pondered, "Is this the spirit stone?" The system remarked, "With spiritual energy leaking and manifesting as purple light, could it be anything but a spirit stone? What a lack of insight." Frustrated by the system's words, Mu Chenyì felt compelled to strike it. He had only been here a few days, confined within the Mu royal residence. And where could he have gained such experience? Seeing the spirit stones, Shan Min struggled to contain her excitement. She was eager to pry them loose immediately. Exercising restraint, she decided to wait until they descended and thoroughly confirmed everything was in order before making her move. "Brother Han, let us go down." Mu Chenyì nodded, grasped Shan Min's hand, and proceeded downwards. A flicker of disdain crossed Shan Min's eyes. She could hardly suppress her desire to eliminate Mu Chenyì. But at this moment, patience was paramount. The duo traversed the passage, stopping after several hundred meters. More spirit stones emerged around them, with both sides of the stone walls shimmering in purple light, and the space ahead widened significantly. Reaching the end of the descending staircase, they descended the final few steps. Before them lay a vast expanse, exceeding 100 feet in diameter, with the ground nearly 10 feet from the overhead stone walls, presenting an imposing sight. The surrounding walls radiated purple light, casting the entire cave in a hue of violet. At the center of the open area stood a grand edifice. Mu Chenyì gazed toward it, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed to Shan Min, "That must be the place where our ancestors stored their treasures. With our ancestral legacy and these spirit stones, we shall undoubtedly enhance our strength at an astonishing pace." Shan Min, captivated by the surrounding purple glow in the central palace, felt a surge of confidence, her heart darkening with murderous intent as she regarded Mu Chenyì's figure. "Brother Han." Mu Chenyì turned around, his expression bright with happiness as he faced Shan Min. Upon seeing him turn, she bestowed a sweet smile before delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The system gasped. This woman, her smile is as sweet as honey, yet her hand is as merciless as a blade. Mu Chenyì was propelled back a full yard and fell to the ground, barely managing to prop himself up as blood began to pour from his mouth. In agony, he questioned, Minor. The statue's sculptor bore an uncanny resemblance to the emperor whom Mu Chenyì had previously encountered, leaving a profound impression on him. He quickly turned his gaze to the stone tablet, which contained an account of the emperor's life. It detailed the exploits of the Emperor Han Huanyu, noting his unparalleled talent and achievements upon reaching the imperial realm, where he dominated his peers and even triumphed over seasoned emperors, rendering him invincible for an entire era. Much of this, however, appeared to be mere exaggeration. At the end of the inscription, it stated, if a descendant of the Han family comes here, they may use their blood to mark their palm upon the handprint behind the stone tablet, thereby unlocking the statue's restrictions and obtaining the legacy of this emperor. Upon reading this, Shan Min felt a surge of joy and relief, grateful that she had not completely drained her blood earlier and had brought her water pouch with her. She carefully poured the remaining blood from the pouch onto her palm, then hurried to the back of the stone tablet. Overwhelmed with excitement, her hands trembled uncontrollably. The system prompted, are you not going to act? Perhaps this emperor's legacy is transmitted through a special method directly into your mind. If you do not intervene now, it may be too late. Mu Chenyì remained unfazed. Why should I rush? You seem more anxious than I am. How can you say that? This system is genuinely concerned for your well-being. Mu Chenyì scoffed, dismissing the system's concern as nonsense. Your sincerity is wasted. He retorted disdainfully, do not disgust me. On the other side, Shan Min took a deep breath to steady herself, her trembling arm finally calming down as she pressed her hand against the imprint on the back of the stone tablet. Observing this, Mu Chenyì quickly stepped back, retreating 5 zhong to avoid any unforeseen complications that might affect him. Is it really necessary to be this fearful, ignoring the system's comments? Mu Chenyì focused intently on Shan Min. If anything were to go awry, he would let her bear the brunt of it. If all went well, he could simply step in to claim the benefits. He was not afraid of the legacy being transmitted in an unusual manner. If necessary, he could always resort to coercive means. He could light a candle and find a small whip to ensure she would comply. Suddenly, a myriad of purple lines appeared on the ground within a radius of 3 zhong around the statue. The ground trembled and began to crack, forming numerous grooves filled with spiritual stones, from which spiritual energy continuously emanated. A violet light barrier rose, swiftly enclosing everything within 3 zhong of the statue. Mu Chenyì remarked, this must be a formation. It does not seem like it is unlocking the statue's restrictions, but rather establishing a new one. The system explained, this is a spirit-binding formation. Within this formation, the circulation of spiritual energy is hindered, and even movement becomes restricted. Only at the formation's focal point set by the arranger is one unaffected. Mu Chenyì was uncertain about what would unfold next, but he was sure it would not be simple. If it were truly a legacy, setting up this spirit-binding formation would be pointless. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately this time, directly bringing in the storm. Otherwise, he might find himself in trouble. Shan Min sensed the changes within the formation, but did not pay much heed, reasoning that an emperor would not leave behind something to harm their descendants. At that moment, the statue beside the stone tablet suddenly emitted a series of cracking noises. Countless fine fissures appeared on its surface, and gradually, its outer layer began to peel away. Both Mu Chenyì and Shan Min stared intently at the statue. Chapter 53. A challenge to face seeing the statue's transformation. Shan Min was overjoyed. The tablet had claimed that upon marking the handprint, the statue's restrictions would be lifted, allowing her to obtain the emperor's legacy. Naturally, she assumed this meant the disappearance of the restrictions, hence the statue's changes. Mu Chenyì, however, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, could a red-haired old monster emerge from there? At that moment, as the spiritual energy surged from the stones in the grooves, it began to coalesce and flow along the purple lines, accelerating rapidly. The outer layer of the statue shed more and more, resembling a molting process. Soon a tall, slender figure emerged from the dust, revealing a gaunt individual whose skin clung tightly to their bones, appearing almost skeletal. The figure suddenly raised its head, eyes filled with a crimson glow, scanning the surroundings. Mu Chenyì thought, what on earth? How can someone in such a state still be alive? This so-called emperor is certainly up to no good. I'm fortunate I didn't heed your advice. Had I done so, I might have been doomed. Brother E, how can you say that? I was unaware of such a creature. Is this the true form of the Emperor? It seems so. Shanmin edged closer. Observing more closely, a wave of dread washing over her, causing her to tremble and collapse to the ground. The skeletal figure looked down at its own body and sighed. I am nearly at my limit, yet at last, someone has come. Not in vain have I schemed. It turned its gaze to Shanmin, its eyes narrowing. The one who broke the seal is a woman. But thankfully, there is still a man outside. Mu Chenyì froze. He had been noticed. However, upon reflection, it was only natural for a being of such stature to recognize him in this form. He promptly revealed himself, stating, Junior Hanming pays respects to the esteemed emperor ancestor. As he spoke, he knelt and bowed. This system is truly impressed. Your skill in kneeling and bowing has become increasingly proficient. Mu Chenyì privately communicated with the system. You know nothing. Perhaps if I show proper respect, I might receive some benefits. What benefits could you possibly gain? A lofty emperor would surely discern whether you are his bloodline descendant. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He had been careless. Was it too late to change his words? Should he simply acknowledge him as a foster father? Is this all you aspire to? It's just an emperor. Go confront him. Shut up, you wretched creature, always plotting against me. Meanwhile, upon hearing the voice, Shanmin turned to see Mu Chenyì, and upon hearing Mu Chenyì's words, Shanmin became increasingly convinced that something was amiss, yet she felt powerless to act. The Emperor of the Universe, upon listening to Mu Chenyì, was engulfed in a fiery rage. You young ones think you can come and go as you please? Do you believe this palace is a mere playground? Mu Chenyì hastily interjected. Ancestor, please calm your fury. I harbor no intentions of offense. The Emperor's voice was icy as he commanded. Then hasten inside and accept the legacy. Ancestor, my innate talents and spiritual veins are woefully inadequate. Allow me a few days to fetch some capable individuals from the Han family. The Emperor retorted, I shall bestow upon you my legacy, even with your modest gifts. You can attain unrivaled prowess through the spiritual stones here. Enter at once. Ancestor, I must decline the legacy. The Emperor's anger flared. Do you truly believe I lack the capacity for wrath? Mu Chenyì chuckled. I assure you, I would rather perish than step inside. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor caused the formation to tremble, cracking the ground beneath with a formidable display of power. Considering you are a descendant of the Han family, I grant you one last chance. Enter now, and I shall overlook your previous insolence. Mu Chenyì smirked. The Emperor's earlier display of might was impressive, yet was confined within the formation. Clearly, he could only assert his dominance within these boundaries. Had he the power to break free, Mu Chenyì would have faced his wrath long ago. Having tested the waters sufficiently, Mu Chenyì stood his ground. Ancestor, let me witness that wrath of yours. Shanmin gazed at Mu Chenyì in bewilderment, unable to fathom his audacity in defying an emperor. The system was astonished. What has caused your sudden boldness? Mu Chenyì mused. As long as he refrained from entering the formation, the emperor could do nothing to him. Why should he not display some bravado? Curse it, you've been discovered. Mu Chenyì narrowed his eyes. The system indeed sought to ensnare him. The emperor's eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to unleash flames. Young one, you court death. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? In response, Mu Chenyì turned, raised his backside, and playfully exclaimed, Come on, ancestor. If you have the ability, step out and kill me. The emperor, incensed, shouted, Wretched beast. Mu Chenyì discarded all pretense. Old dog, cease your impotent rage and come out for a fair challenge. Chapter 54. You kill her. I feast, wretched beast. I shall annihilate you. The emperor raised his withered arm, pointing a finger that emitted a crimson light, akin to a venomous needle, aimed directly at Mu Chenyì. Startled by the red glow that shot forth from the formation, Mu Chenyì exclaimed, What the hell? He swiftly dodged to the side, but the scarlet beam swiftly redirected towards his forehead, mere inches from contact. Summoning his spiritual energy, he prepared to employ the divine step, yet suddenly, the red light shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Mu Chenyì was taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Old dog, how feeble you are. You startle me for nothing. Come out, old dog. I intend to smash your skull. As he spoke, he retreated a full yard. Brother E, with such bold words, do not retreat now. The emperor ignored Mu Chenyì's taunts, instead lamenting his own frailty. Had he truly weakened to such a degree? He had already sacrificed a portion of his dwindling lifespan, only to discover that he could not even reach those beyond the formation. Years prior, after a fierce battle with a predecessor, he had sustained grievous injuries. Though he possessed the cultivation of an emperor, his wounds were insidious, embedded within his very essence. They could only be suppressed by his own power and would require an extensive period to gradually dissipate. In desperation, he had sealed himself within this palace constructed from meteoric iron. This sanctuary shielded him from the celestial forces, significantly reducing the injury's toll on his spirit. He had anticipated that after a millennium, the wounds would fully heal, allowing him to break free from his confinement. However, he had not anticipated that it would take so long for someone to unravel the seal. Had it been delayed a year or two longer, he would have perished. Pointing at Shan Min, the emperor declared, "If you refuse to enter, I shall take the life of this woman." Shan Min's heart sank. How could that person save her? Brother E, this old villain threatens us. Even I, a mere system, can't tolerate it. You must enter and crush him. Mu Chenyì, infuriated, lamented the system's penchant for urging him towards perilous actions. He addressed the emperor, "Mighty emperor, spare her life. She is my one true love." The emperor sneered. His gaze sharpened. "If you wish for her survival, then step inside." With a heavy sigh, Mu Chenyì acquiesced. "Very well. Mighty emperor, please wait a moment." The emperor, puzzled, replied tersely, "You had best hurry. My patience wanes. Rest assured, it shall be swift." Mu Chenyì proclaimed, retrieving food and drink from his hidden god ring and setting them out. "Mighty emperor, you may proceed. I am prepared for a feast, so if you kill her, I shall dine." The emperor was rendered speechless for a considerable time. Shan Min glared at Mu Chenyì, cursing, "Han Ming, may you meet a wretched end." Despite the impending threat to her life, she could hardly contain her outrage at his nonchalance, setting up a banquet while death loomed near. Mu Chenyì laughed heartily. "You speak well. Han Ming shall certainly meet a miserable fate." The emperor, regaining his composure, bellowed, "Wretched beast, do you think me easily trifled with?" Mu Chenyì replied with a grin, "You guessed correctly. I indeed find you quite easy to manipulate. What will you do about it? Come out and face me." The emperor, now at a loss, struggled to catch his breath. From several yards away, Mu Chenyì taunted, "Emperor, why do you tremble in fear, gasping for air? You call yourself an emperor. Spare us the disgrace of your title." The emperor roared, "Wretched beast, I vow to slay you." Mu Chenyì dismissed him, "Old dog. Your threats are all bark." Just then, the hall's doors slammed shut, attempting to confine him within. "Oh no, Brother E, these doors are also made of meteoric iron. With your current strength, you cannot open them. What shall we do now?" The system's gleeful tone infuriated him. It surely knew the doors would close, but had chosen to remain silent. This system was undoubtedly a traitor. The emperor snarled, "Wretched beast, once I possess this woman, I shall emerge to kill you." Shan Min gazed at the skeletal emperor, her spirit crushed. Mu Chenyì scoffed, "How revolting. Even if you seize her, you will not stand a chance against me." The skeletal emperor declared, "An emperor's methods are beyond your comprehension. You possess but a mere spiritual realm. Once I take her, my power will ascend to the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, perhaps even break through to the profound realm. Then your demise shall be imminent." Brother E, did you hear that? He is weakened to such an extent. Why should we fear him? Let us go. Let us finish him off. I will reward you with 1,000 system points and a volume of celestial-grade spiritual technique. Although Mu Chenyì was tempted by the emperor's words, the system's interjection caused him to abandon the notion of entering. Once it began to entice him, it was clear that a trap lay in wait. He would never step into the formation. Originally intending to grab something and leave, he now sensed that the emperor could only reach the profound realm at most. Thus, he could attempt to battle outside the formation. At that moment, he would seize the emperor and then deal with him accordingly. After all, Shan Min possesses a unique constitution, and the opportunity for dual cultivation should not be squandered, even though she has been possessed by the emperor of the universe. At this moment within the formation, the emperor beckoned, and Shan Min was drawn towards him. Startled and trembling, she desperately attempted to resist, but to no avail. "Ego, your fiancé, from last night's vows, is about to be toyed with by this old dog. Aren't you going to say something?" Mu Chenyì pondered. What should I express? Applause or cheers, or perhaps both? As chapter 55 unfolds, "Father, save me," echoed in Mu Chenyì's ears. Seeing Shan Min slowly approaching the emperor, He was determined not to let the situation unfold so smoothly. Even if he couldn't prevent the emperor from possessing Shan Min, he would at least add some obstruction. He immediately unleashed the Qi sword technique, causing several mixed shadows of purple and black swords to materialize before him. In a flash, the sword shadows sped towards the emperor within the formation. The sword energy struck the emperor, but soon shattered and dissipated, proving utterly ineffective. The system scolded, "Are you foolish? You, a mere spirit realm cultivator, think your spiritual techniques can harm the body of an emperor? Even an emperor without a cultivated body can easily withstand all your attacks." Mu Chenyì remarked, "Truly impressive. The emperor is formidable. That's just stating the obvious." The emperor sneered, "You are overestimating your own abilities, young one. If you were to enter now, I could make your death much more merciful." The possession could only occur once, and he preferred to take over a man, as the pleasures of being a man were more plentiful. Mu Chenyì had no intention of entering, shouting, "Old dog, come out if you dare. I guarantee I won't kill you." The emperor glared at Mu Chenyì, his eyes cold. "Wretched beast, once I successfully possess her, your time will come." Unfazed, Mu Chenyì thought it futile to fear. It was either his death or that of the emperor. If he lacked the courage to appear, he should refrain from boasting. It was disgraceful to resort to possessing women. Others may have thick skin, but he had none left. The emperor, infuriated, chose silence, focusing on the successful possession of Shan Min, who was now before him. A smile broke across his face. "Fortune smiles upon me. A true spiritual body. Excellent. With this vessel, I shall swiftly restore my powers." Previously, he had overlooked her. He never anticipated her to be such an unexpected delight. Shan Min trembled, gazing at the skeletal figure of the emperor, her fear palpable. She did not wish to perish. "Han Ming, save me. I promise anything, please." The system remarked, "This woman is genuinely terrified, pleading for your help." Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "First call me daddy, and I shall consider saving you." Shan Min, seeing no other hope, shouted with all her might, "Daddy, daddy, please save me." She actually called out, "Iga, she is called. We must hurry to save your daughter, my dear niece." Mu Chenyì mused, "Stop trying to endanger me. I would never enter." "Saving whom? Are you not deceiving her? She is called, yet you refuse to honor your word. You will be scorned." "What did I promise? I merely stated I would consider it. I never said that upon her calling, I would certainly rescue her." "What the hell?" Shan Min's voice rang out again. "Daddy, daddy, help me." The emperor did not halt her cries. If Mu Chenyì truly entered, it would provide him with another option for possession. Hearing Shan Min call out for him, Mu Chenyì felt a thrill of joy. "Fear not, my dear daughter. If that old dog possesses you, I shall avenge you. I will firmly subdue him." Mu Chenyì was not averse to saving her. After all, should she be possessed, though she would retain her female form, her soul would be male. How could he bear to act against a man in a woman's body? Yet, he found himself cornered. Entering the formation was too perilous, and he would not take that risk, even if it cost him his life. The system questioned, "Are you truly so averse?" "Of course. I'm not a pervert. You are. Let us set aside the fact that you are indeed a pervert. Why did you wear such a lewd expression when discussing a man in a woman's body?" Grinning widely. "Impossible. I'm a paragon of virtue. How could I wear a lewd expression? You are drooling even now, you big pervert." Mu Chenyì quickly wiped his mouth, ensuring such details remained unspoken. If this continued, readers would think me a pervert. Meanwhile, Shan Min, infuriated by Mu Chenyì's antics, cursed, "Han Ming, I will haunt you as a ghost." Mu Chenyì clapped his hands in delight. "That sounds splendid. If you become a ghost, be sure to seek me out. I have yet to experience a ghost." "You are not even sparing ghosts." Mu Chenyì thought, "What is the harm? The protagonist next door is intent on capturing the system. Host, I must solemnly inform you. I am not interested in you. Even if forced, I will not yield. Is your CPU malfunctioning? How can you speak so brazenly?" Shan Min cursed, "Beast, you will go to hell." Mu Chenyì replied nonchalantly, "No worries when I arrive. We can have fun together. Beast, trash, stinking dog, scoundrel, villain, dog bastard. Just last night, you kissed me while calling me good brother, and now you've turned into this. Ah, women." Shan Min seethed, "Damn it." Mu Chenyì, sipping wine and enjoying his meal, calmly listened to Shan Min's hysterical curses, occasionally responding. The emperor, enraged by their banter, realized Mu Chenyì would not enter, and pointed a finger at Shan Min's delicate neck. Did he think the emperor lacked temper? Immediately, Shanmin felt a sharp pain in her throat, her face contorting as she gasped for breath but could emit no sound. Mu Chenyì, witnessing this, scoffed. "Oh, look at you, bullying a woman. How impressive. If you possess any courage, come out, and I will stand still, allowing you 30 moves." The Emperor's eyes glinted with malice, yet he suppressed his rage. "Wretched beast. Once I successfully possess her, it will be your doom." Mu Chenyì laughed. "If you fear to emerge, simply admit it. Stop boasting." Chapter 56 unfolds. Revealing Mu Chenyì's thoughts, this old dog, if successful in possession, would undoubtedly emerge to eliminate me. The system cautioned. You are aware, even if this emperor is nearly crippled, upon possession, he will only possess the peak of the spirit realm or just enter the profound realm. Even so, you may not be his match. More importantly, the emperor possesses divine abilities. Upon possessing, his powers will be exponentially stronger than those derived from his bloodline, likely capable of dispatching ordinary cultivators at the 9th level of the profound realm with ease. Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How could you not mention such an important matter earlier?" "Brother E, it's not that you asked before." Mu Chenyì glanced at Yu, pondering. "Is it too late for me to kneel and beg for mercy now? Why not give a try and see?" Mu Chenyì retorted angrily. "Are you determined to ruin me? What is there to fear? If death comes, then so be it. 20 years from now, you'll be just another worthless soul. Damn it." Mu Chenyì cast his gaze into the formation, where he saw Yu making a move. Yu was seen carrying Dan Min towards the stone tablet, then striking it with a claw. The stone tablet shattered into pieces, and from within emerged a dark compass. Seeing Yu, who had previously been stationary, suddenly move, Mu Chenyì inquired, "Didn't you say that only the designated focal points are unaffected by the formation? How can this old dog still manipulate spiritual energy after moving? The focal point isn't inanimate. He can still exert control over the formation he set up. Are you really that foolish? You're becoming increasingly arrogant. I'll deal with you when I have the opportunity." Mu Chenyì looked back into the formation. Yu discarded Dan Min onto the ground and began to rotate the compass in his hand, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Beneath his feet appeared a Tai Chi Bagua diagram, surrounded by countless spiritual stones, likely numbering in the millions. Dan Min was placed directly upon the yin eye of the Bagua diagram, while Yu slowly stepped into the yang eye. Mu Chenyì observed the diagram, confused, and asked, "Is there any significance to this?" "That old dog is on the verge of death. He can be considered a living corpse, merely clinging to a remnant of life. His current state embodies a mix of yin and yang, which is entirely reasonable. Dan Min is in perfect health, brimming with vitality, yet as a woman, she embodies yin. It's only logical that she holds yin within yang. Are you not deceiving me? Is it truly so? I cannot say for certain. Everything I just mentioned was a spur-of-the-moment fabrication." "Damn system," Mu Chenyì remarked. "If I were to find a way to disrupt that diagram, would it affect his soul seizing? That diagram is merely ornamental. Do you understand formalism? The true essence lies within those surrounding spiritual stones, which serve as the foundation of the formation. Disrupting the foundation would undoubtedly have an effect." Mu Chenyì frowned. "Isn't this just reckless? Soul seizing is a serious matter, yet you employ such formalism. I thought I could devise a means of sabotage. The dense spiritual energy released by so many stones combined acts like a protective shield, and with his current cultivation, he could not hope to shake it." With a steely resolve, he contemplated, if I were to kill Dan Min, could he still seize her soul? Of course not. To seize control of another's body, one must refine their soul. If Dan Min dies, her soul will perish, and even if that old dog could take over her body, it would not last long. Then I shall kill Dan Min now, even if that emperor is on the brink of collapse. Attempting to murder someone under his nose is unlikely to succeed. Whether it's possible or not, one must simply try. Mu Chenyì unleashed his sword technique once more, sending forth several streaks of dark purple sword light toward Yu. Yu scoffed, remaining motionless as he diligently rotated the compass in his hand, seemingly making his final preparations, allowing the sword energy to strike him without harm. "You think a mere weakling in the spiritual realm could injure me? How naive." The system remarked. "What good is attacking him? You should strike that woman." Mu Chenyì cursed. "What do you know? He wants to perform well and outsmart Yu. Attacking Dan Min directly is out of the question." "Damn it. The system warns you. Ignore my advice, and you will suffer the consequences." Mu Chenyì disregarded the system. If he had listened to it, he would be lying on the eye of the manhua diagram now. He stood up, pointing at Yu, feigning anger. You old dog dare to call me a weakling? Come out. I shall destroy you. Yu replied coldly, Do not rush, beast. Once I seize the soul, I will thoroughly deal with you. You need not wait for that moment. I shall enter now and slay you, you dog. Yu sneered, If you have guts. Then come. Mu Chenyì pretended to hesitate before declaring, I can stand right here and still defeat you. If you are afraid, just say so. After all, I have encountered countless cowardly creatures in my lifetime. Infuriated, Mu Chenyì resolved to eliminate this old dog today. Prepare yourself. As he spoke, he unleashed another barrage of sword energy, yet it proved futile. He fumed, I refuse to believe I cannot peel away your skin. He shifted positions and continued to unleash sword energy for nearly 10 minutes, exhausting himself. The system scolded, You foolish idiot. Ignoring my advice has led you to this predicament. Mu Chenyì paid no heed to the system, resting for a few minutes before resuming his assault. Yu remained indifferent, continuing to rotate the compass. As the minutes passed, the spiritual energy emanating from the stones began to swirl. He was on the verge of completion, preparing for the soul seizing. Dan Min, witnessing Mu Chenyì's assault on Yu, held on to a flicker of hope. Yet, as time passed with no effect, despair crept. He activated the system, intending to purchase a pill for restoring spiritual energy. System prompt. Single pills are not sold. A vial of 10 is priced at 100. Without hesitation, Mu Chenyì exchanged for it, and a vial appeared in his hand. He promptly consumed one pill, and his internal spiritual energy instantly recovered by half, continuing to regenerate. He then resumed his assault, this time targeting Shan Min directly. His attacks became intermittent rather than continuous, occurring every few seconds or possibly up to a minute apart. Although the Emperor Yu managed to fend off each attack, he was increasingly disturbed and agitated. You insolent child, is there no end to this? Mu Chenyì chuckled, There is no end. I simply wish to toy with you. He then addressed Shan Min, saying, Minner, he intends to seize your body by refining your soul, a process that will not be easy. Yet, this also presents an opportunity for you. If you wish to survive, you must reverse the process and refine this old scoundrel. If successful, you will inherit an emperor's complete memories, equivalent to receiving his legacy. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope returned to Shan Min's eyes. Emperor Yu scoffed. You foolish child, how can the soul of an emperor, so potent, be extinguished by you? Despite his words, a flicker of concern stirred within him. Mu Chenyì retorted, The soul of an emperor is indeed formidable, yet in your current state, how strong can it truly be? Your soul, like your body, has weakened to the point where you rely on formations to assist in seizing a body. What bravado do you have left? He called out to Shan Min, Minner, this is your only chance. Strive with all your might. I'm still waiting to marry you. Shan Min was infuriated, for just moments ago, Mu Chenyì had genuinely sought her demise. Had it not been for Emperor Yu's intervention, she might have already perished. Yet, with hope rekindled, she resolved to fight with all her strength. Observing Shan Min's transformation, Emperor Yu raised an eyebrow. This would require him to exert more effort. System inquired, How do you know his soul is weakened? I merely stated this to create some trouble for him. Could it be that he is genuinely weak? His soul has undoubtedly weakened over these millennia unless he possesses a high-grade soul cultivation technique, which he clearly does not. If he did, you would have been dispatched long ago. Mu Chenyì continued to attempt to inflict harm on Shan Min, yet she offered no opportunity for him. At this moment, Emperor Yu finally placed the compass into a recess on the ground. Immediately, circles of spirit stones surrounding the trigrams began to levitate from the recess and swiftly revolved around the central yin-yang fish design. The skeletal emperor and Shan Min's bodies also began to levitate and rotate. Mu Chenyì inquired, How long will the seizure take? It will likely take several hours. The spirit stones spun continuously, forming a hemispherical barrier that encircled both Emperor Yu and Shan Min. Mu Chenyì unleashed the Qi sword technique, sending forth a crimson-black sword light that charged toward the spirit stone barrier. However, before the sword light could make contact, it was dispersed by the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the barrier's surface. Seeing this, Mu Chenyì sighed. He was now rendered powerless. He shouted, Minner, give it your all. Defeat that old dog. Shan Min, initially dizzy from the rotation, found clarity upon hearing Mu Chenyì's persistent calls. Rage surged within her, her eyes flashing with fury. Scoundrel, if I survive, I shall tear you to shreds. Yet, despite her fierce resolve, she could not vocalize her threats. At this moment, Emperor Yu began to invoke a secret method, enveloping himself in spiritual energy. A brilliant blue light surged toward Shan Min's head and penetrated her being. Shan Min felt an excruciating headache. Had she been able to move, she would have undoubtedly banged her head against the wall in frustration. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a crimson expanse, where a man radiating blue light stood not far away. His imposing aura was overwhelming, inciting an involuntary reverence within her. Gazing at the man whose visage mirrored that of a statue, fear gripped her heart. Before such an astonishing presence, she could not muster even a hint of defiance. Just then, Mu Chenyì's voice echoed, "Minner, give it your all. I love you, Mua. Minna, Steifan. I await your return, and we shall have children at once." His intent was simply to encourage Shan Min to create some disruption for Emperor Yu. Upon hearing Mu Chenyì's shouts again, Shan Min retorted, "Scoundrel! I will chop you into pieces to feed the dogs." The emperor interjected, "No need to shout. He cannot hear you. This is your soul space. Should you relinquish your resistance, it would be easier for you. Once I seize your body, I will ensure that scoundrel is dealt with. If you resist, do not blame me for being merciless." Chapter 58. Today I shall bite you to death. Shan Min would not comply passively. Fueled by Mu Chenyì's constant encouragement, her fear dissipated. All she desired was to escape and exact vengeance on Mu Chenyì. She would not yield. What was an emperor to her? She was determined to survive. "You shall not seize my body." Emperor Yu furrowed his brow and declared, "That is not for you to decide." As he spoke, he extended his hand, drawing Shan Min towards him. She struggled fiercely, but it was futile. The emperor grasped her neck, while his other hand pressed against her head. Shan Min felt a searing pain as she sensed something being slowly extracted from within her. The sensation intensified, and despite her desire to resist, she was utterly trapped in his grasp. Mu Chenyì, ignorant of the turmoil within, could only fret. "Minner, please do not give up. If you are seized, I will have to father children with him, using your body." Shan Min, infuriated, responded with even greater intensity. Hearing Mu Chenyì's words, Emperor Yu grew increasingly enraged. Tightening his grip, the added pressure caused Shan Min immense discomfort. Yet she summoned her strength and managed to pry open the emperor's hand from her neck. This surprised Emperor Yu, his expression darkening. Shan Min seized the opportunity and bit down hard on the emperor's hand. His face twisted in anger. Within the confines of the soul space, they were both manifestations of their souls. Though the bite was not fatal, the pain struck deep into the core of his being. Furious, he retaliated with a powerful slap to her chest. Shan Min's chest caved in from the impact. Agony etched across her face, yet this only fueled her ferocity, and she bit down with all her might. Emperor, you let out a roar of pain. Wretched beast. He retaliated with a vicious kick to Shan Min's abdomen, sending her flying backward, crashing to the ground. Yet in that moment, she managed to gnaw a piece of his essence, more specifically, a fragment of his soul. A small gap appeared on his palm, from which blue light began to emanate. The missing portion gradually began to regenerate. With a darkened expression, he glared at Shan Min. "You are to die. You are far more deserving of death than that little scoundrel outside." Though Shan Min's body was racked with pain, she relished her newfound freedom. Glaring fiercely at Emperor Yu, she bit through the fragment of soul torn from his arm and consumed it. Observing the changes in his hand, she knew her previous bite had inflicted discomfort upon him, igniting her fury. "Today, even if I perish, I shall tear you apart." With that declaration, she charged at Emperor Yu once more. He struck her in the chest with a punch, causing her to stagger backward, yet she grasped his arm tightly. Enduring the searing pain, she pulled him closer and bit down again, this time sinking her teeth into the back of his hand. Emperor Yu swung his arm violently, tossing Shan Min away. His gaze fell upon the missing piece of his essence, his face darkening ominously as his aura erupted, filling the entire soul space. The slight loss of his soul was something he could naturally recover from through cultivation after seizing the body. However, the other party appeared intent on fighting to the death, which greatly displeased him. He genuinely wished to shatter the opponent's soul directly, yet he found himself unable to resort to lethal measures. The body-seizing formation had already been activated, making the process irreversible. His soul could no longer leave this realm of soul space, and he had no avenue for retreat. To seize the other S body, he had to completely refine their soul, but his current state did not allow him to fully suppress the opponent. The Emperor of the Universe felt a pang of frustration. Had he not been so careless earlier, he would not have expended a significant amount of his soul power to save Dan Min's life. Regret was futile now. Dan Min had already risen from the ground. In front of the Emperor, she resolutely bit down on the shards of her own soul and swallowed them again. "I will bite you to death today," the Emperor observed as Dan Min charged at him once more, her hair dancing wildly. Infuriated, he shouted, "Arrogant!" His thunderous roar created ripples within the soul space. Dan Min was thrown back by the force of the ripples, but immediately scrambled to her feet, disregarding her pain, and lunged at him fiercely once more. Enraged, the Emperor unleashed a palm strike, sending a beam of blue light directly toward Dan Min's chest. Struck by the blue light, she let out a pained scream and tumbled to the ground. While the Emperor could not suppress Dan Min, he could still inflict enough pain to incapacitate her. Outside the formation, Mu Chenyì had ceased his shouting. He opened the system interface, preparing to exchange for a drop of the Emperor's blood, intending to refine it immediately. As long as he broke through to the Xian realm, he would not need to fear the opponent, even if they succeeded in seizing a body. The system cautions, "I do not recommend refining the Emperor's blood." "Why?" he inquired. "You have only been cultivating for a little over 2 months. Breaking through to the Xian realm at this time will be detrimental to you. Your current meager cultivation is the result of refining the Emperor's blood or dual cultivating with those who have not lost their primordial essence, achieved through successive breakthroughs." Essentially, this meant his foundation was unstable. Isn't that self-evident? What you need to do now is suppress your realm and solidify your foundation. I understand what you mean, and I agree, but I can't shake the feeling that you, dog-like system, are trying to harm me. Brother E. Our relationship is akin to that of siblings separated at birth. I would never wish you harm. Not possible. Isn't that just right? Mu Chenyì scoffed. What does that even matter? You are just a system, not even human. Damn it. I've been talking to you for ages, and you still don't believe me. Do you? Very well. Go ahead and exchange for the Emperor's blood. Refine it. I want to even charge you system points. Mu Chenyì paused, sensing something amiss. This system was acting too generously. Don't blame this system for not warning you in advance, after your breakthrough. Resolving the issues of an unstable foundation will be incredibly difficult, akin to challenging a peak emperor with your current cultivation. Mu Chenyì's expression changed as he asked, "You're not deceiving me, are you? Think carefully. If breakthroughs were so easy, those with emperor and saint lineages would be bleeding their families dry every day, and there would be no need for you. Also, even if you refine the emperor's blood now, there's no guarantee of a breakthrough. Too much medicine can lead to resistance, and the same applies to blood. The primary function of the emperor's blood is to comprehend divine abilities and spiritual techniques." Understood. Do you still want the emperor's blood? Mu Chenyì asked, "Is it free?" "Of course. Do you think the system would charge you? Then hand it over." "Did I just waste my breath?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Hurry up and give it to me. Stop with the nonsense." "Here you go. Regret it later." Chapter 59. The Great Emperor actually fears Mu Chenyì took the Emperor's blood, then retrieved a pill bottle, poured out the pills, and placed the Emperor's blood inside before storing it in his hidden ring. "Aren't you going to refine it?" "I never said I would refine it. I'm keeping it since it's free. I want to pass up a gift." "Damn it. I fell for your trick. You deceived even the system. You're a real piece of work." Mu Chenyì retorted angrily, "You've gone too far. Do you even want to come out again?" "Brother E, I was wrong." Mu Chenyì still believed the system's warnings about his unstable foundation, but did not think they were for his benefit. It was clear the system knew about the formation on the ground when they entered, but did not alert him, instead encouraging him to step into it. Considering the recent words, which seemed to express concern for his cultivation, if he did not elevate his realm, wouldn't he be in danger once the Emperor succeeded in seizing a body? The system's previous remarks likely aimed to lead him into a trap. Nonetheless, he could not ignore the issue of his cultivation. He did not want to leave any hidden dangers. Mu Chenyì decided not to dwell on these matters. Now was not the time, especially since he had to consider what lay ahead. He opened the system interface. His Calamity Spirit finger was still at a minor completion stage and was due for an upgrade, so he spent 900 system points. Congratulations, host. You have upgraded the Calamity Spirit finger to perfection. This gave him greater assurance when facing the Emperor. Previously, his spiritual techniques were ineffective against the Emperor, but after seizing a body, the opponent's physical form would no longer be that of the past Emperor. It could not remain immune to his attacks. He had previously only employed the Chi sword technique, but using the Calamity Spirit Finger for a surprise attack would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Meanwhile, within the soul space, Dan Min's left arm had been shattered, causing her to roll on the ground in agony, continuously screaming. The Emperor bore over a dozen wounds, slowly healing. At that moment, he felt a twinge of fear. The other party was heedless of their own injuries, intent on biting him to death. Yet he could not resort to lethal measures. He had shattered her arm only to escape her grasp. Why do this? Continuing like this will surely lead to your demise. Surrender your soul to me and become a part of me. At least you will still be alive. Dan Min coldly retorted, "You wish. I will undoubtedly bite you to death." She charged at him once more, fangs bared. The Emperor's gaze hardened, yet he felt a hint of trepidation. The other was fearless in the face of death, making him hesitant to strike too hard. He could clearly see that Dan Min was in a deteriorating state. The blue light emanating from her soul body had significantly dimmed. Having just shattered her arm, coupled with the earlier attacks, her soul had sustained severe damage. If he struck too hard again, he risked shattering her soul completely. Under normal circumstances, anyone else subjected to such prolonged assault would have been left in a daze. Yet this woman appeared increasingly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that seizing this woman's body would prove so troublesome. This was primarily due to the fact that after millennia, his soul power had diminished considerably, rendering many of his techniques unusable with his current soul. As Dan Min lunged at him, he deftly pointed towards her chest. In response, she lowered her body, tilting her head forward. Realizing this, the Emperor quickly moved his finger aside. Should he have struck her soul body's head, he might have killed her instantly. The head was crucial to the soul body, and without it, there would be no life. Seizing the opportunity, Dan Min bit down on the two fingers he extended, applying force to sever them. Instead of shattering the soul shards, she swallowed them whole before lunging at him again. The Emperor retaliated with a knee strike to her abdomen, causing her to double over in pain, yet she seized the chance to bite down on his leg, tearing away a substantial chunk of his soul. The Emperor, in agony, kicked her away, the pain in his leg nearly causing him to collapse. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of an emperor, he would have already succumbed to the ground, crying out in torment. Shan Min fell to the ground, rolling a considerable distance, pain coursing through her body, yet she smiled with unrestrained joy. Her opponent had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Although her body bore the marks of their confrontation, her head remained untouched, a fact that left her perplexed. Upon testing the waters, she discovered that her adversary had withdrawn their attack, an opportunity she could exploit to retaliate fiercely. Seizing the torn remnants of her soul, she crushed and consumed them, rising once more to glare menacingly at her foe. The Emperor involuntarily recoiled 2 steps, astounded by her ferocity. He had not anticipated that a mere woman could possess such ruthless determination. If given the choice, he would have longed to return home. "Junior, cease your actions," he implored. He could not completely subdue Shan Min's spirit, rendering him incapable of refining her essence. Continuing this battle would only lead to mutual destruction, a scenario detrimental to both parties. How amusing that a grand emperor has succumbed to fear. Shan Min retorted fiercely, "Perfect. If we both perish, I shall drag you down with me." The emperor, in a state of helplessness, pondered his predicament. Could he not fear? He had sealed himself away for millennia solely to survive. If she were to ensure their mutual demise, would that not benefit the outsider lurking beyond? Having previously refined a fragment of Shan Min's soul, he was privy to her recent memories. It became evident that she had been lured here by Mu Chenyì, who was clearly aware of the impending danger and had orchestrated her path into this treacherous place, merely to let her tread the perilous ground while he reaped the rewards. From the moment he rescued her, he had been calculating her downfall. Even her potential to kill him was woven into his plans. That little wretch, so cunning and malevolent, did she not desire vengeance? When Shan Min had seen Mu Chenyì alive, she was initially taken aback, but the subsequent events regarding the soul snatching had clouded her thoughts. Now, reflecting on his words, she recalled the earlier events. She had foolishly believed that her beauty had granted her access to the secrets of this realm, unaware that Mu Chenyì had orchestrated her arrival from the very beginning. From the map folded in that cave to her feigned affection, he had manipulated her, brazenly taking advantage of her. Now, in this moment, his feigned demise was nothing but a calculated ruse. The realization that he had been observing her antics was akin to watching a jester perform, igniting her fury further. Han Ming, I shall flay you alive and feed your flesh to the dogs. Chapter 60. The Emperor's Solution. Shared souls in one body. The Emperor regarded Shan Min with a smile before disseminating another piece of information. You are mistaken. He does not belong to the Han lineage. Hence Han Ming is likely a false name. Shan Min paused, anger flaring. Is that also a fabrication? The Emperor nodded, replying, I knew it upon seeing him. Otherwise, why would I seek to eliminate him? If he were indeed a member of my Han family, I would have simply bestowed upon him my legacy. He continued, the blood he shared with you is not mine, but rather that of a descendant from my clan. Frowning, Shan Min inquired, so everything he said is false? The Emperor clarified, not entirely. His assertions contain a considerable kernel of truth, perhaps 7 or 8 parts out of 10. Such is his cunning. One must cloak a lie with a multitude of truths to render it believable. Shan Min turned her gaze to the Emperor, demanding, what is your intent in revealing this to me? She remained skeptical of his purported goodwill. The Emperor sighed, I initially sought to possess you, but alas, my spirit has waned over millennia, rendering such an endeavor impossible. Thus, I propose a partnership. Shan Min scoffed, disdain evident in her voice. Do you presume I would trust you? You undoubtedly aim to seize my body at the first opportunity. The Emperor offered a wry smile. I am but a shadow of my former self, awaiting a worthy descendant of the Han family to whom I might pass my legacy. Yet, you have breached this place and undone the seals. Should I fail to possess you, I will soon fade into oblivion, leaving me no choice but to act. Shan Min sneered. So your ultimate goal remains possession. The Emperor maintained, I have stated that I can no longer seize you. Continuing this path will only lead to our mutual demise. I propose a solution that benefits us both. Cohabitation of our souls within a single body. Shan Min immediately retorted, impossible. She had no desire to share her being with an old man, regardless of his sincerity. The Emperor urged, do not hastily dismiss my proposal. Consider the state of your own spirit. She examined her essence, noting the dimming blue light, yet discerned no significant changes. The Emperor continued, your spirit has suffered a significant loss, nearing a point of irreversibility, lacking the means to restore your essence or the elixirs to regain your power. Your spirit will soon collapse, leading to your demise. Skepticism clouded Shan Min's face. She believed the old man was attempting to deceive her. If I die, wouldn't that allow you to seize my body effortlessly? The Emperor sighed. You are indeed a fool, easily manipulated. If killing you would grant me your physical form, I could have done so countless times already. This realm is your spirit's domain. Should you perish, it will shatter. And I shall follow suit unless I refine your essence to take possession of your body. Did you not just withstand my attack with your head? How can you fail to see that I cannot allow your spirit to extinguish? Shan Min frowned. You only seek to refine my essence for your gain. The Emperor asserted. I have contemplated that, but it is not my desire to see it come to fruition. You need not fear that. Her brows softened slightly as she asked, what benefits would this partnership bring me? The Emperor replied, first and foremost, I can safeguard your spirit from destruction. With time and diligent cultivation, your essence can be restored. The pace of recovery depends solely on your efforts. Secondly, possessing the memories of an emperor carries its own advantages, which I need not elaborate upon. Shan Min felt a flicker of temptation. She did not wish to die, and the prospect of the emperor's memories was alluring, but her mistrust lingered. What benefit does this hold for you? The Emperor smiled. The greatest benefit is that I can continue to exist through your body. Additionally, I must undertake another task. Upon our escape, I shall seek out the descendants of my Han family to pass on my legacy, which was the purpose of my self-imposed seal. Shan Min queried, how can I trust that you will protect my spirit? The Emperor shook his head. What folly! I have already stated that should your spirit perish, this realm will crumble, and I too shall perish. My protection of you is, in essence, a protection of myself. Shan Min remained resolute in her skepticism. How do I gain access to your memories? The Emperor extended his hand, conjuring a small blue orb that unfurled into a vivid tableau, akin to a cinematic experience from a first-person perspective. This is my memory. You may explore at your leisure. Should you find it cumbersome, you can directly refine it and thereby acquire these memories. Shan Min gazed at the screen, seemingly lost in contemplation. The Emperor of the Universe inquired, do you have any lingering doubts? Shan Min furrowed her brow as she turned to him, and replied, "The methods of the emperor are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. What assurance do you provide that you will not betray me?" The emperor shook his head, feeling a mix of helplessness and confusion regarding the woman's thoughts. Even if he were to offer a reason, would she truly believe him? She herself had acknowledged the inscrutability of the emperor's methods. Why then demand a justification that she would not accept? He responded, "All I can say is that, given the present circumstances, I cannot seize your body. I can only cooperate with you. If you wish to survive, it is imperative that you collaborate with me. If you remain skeptical, I possess a secret technique that can establish a mental connection between us, allowing you to perceive my thoughts at any time, and likewise, I shall know your intentions." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Shan Min contemplated and said, "If such a technique truly exists, it is worth a try." The emperor waved his hand, and a blue light struck the earlier memory projection, causing it to transform and reveal an array of texts. He continued, "You have ingested a considerable number of my soul fragments. By employing this secret art to refine those fragments, you will be able to discern my thoughts at all times." Shan Min examined the technique and declared, "I shall practice this art immediately. Should it prove ineffective, I will ensure your demise." The emperor assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not deceive you, for it is indeed effective." He turned away, sighing inwardly. It was a tragic irony that a mighty emperor found himself resorting to deceit against a mere girl. As chapter 61 unfolds, Shan Min sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate the secret art. Much of what the emperor had divulged was indeed true, albeit with a concealed detail. The technique had been modified by him. He only needed to conceal any detrimental thoughts about Shan Min, and with the alterations made, this would pose no challenge for him. Most crucially, once their minds were connected, he would be able to control her physical form. In due course, as they merged, he would gradually restore his soul to sufficient strength, enabling him to successfully seize Shan Min's body. The emperor's disdain was palpable in his gaze, for he had previously informed Shan Min that to convince someone a lie, one must cloak the falsehood with reality. Clearly, she had not taken his words to heart. An hour passed. The emperor observed Shan Min and remarked, "You need not feign any longer. The technique is complete, and you can now perceive my thoughts, just as I can perceive yours. Rise, it is time to deal with that boy." Shan Min opened her eyes, now able to continuously discern the emperor's thoughts, and had come to trust him. "How shall we proceed?" she asked. The emperor responded, "The body-seizing formation is quite draining on spiritual energy. By this point, most of the spiritual stones here have been depleted. We are about to exit." As his words fell, a vast expanse of white light appeared before them. As the light dissipated, Shan Min opened her eyes to find herself floating in midair, while the layer of spiritual stones around her had lost their original purple glow, resembling ordinary stones that began to fall to the ground. The vitality of her youthful body felt invigorating. A voice, imbued with a long-forgotten exhilaration, emerged. Shan Min was startled. The voice originated from her lips, yet it was not her speaking. It was the emperor. "You did not mention you could control my body," she exclaimed. The emperor replied, "We are now of one body and two souls. It is only natural for me to exert control over your form. This is advantageous for you, should danger arise. My control will ensure your safety." Shan Min frowned, insisting, "You had better not control my body. You need not worry. I shall not arbitrarily commandeer your form, unless you are in peril. I will seek your consent beforehand. It had better be so." Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Chenyì, indulging in food and drink, noticed the barrier losing its luminescence and the spiritual stones gradually falling. He sprang to his feet. "Didn't they say it would take several hours? Has it not yet been 2? Brother E, go for it. Take him down. Why don't you go first?" "Brother E, if I could, I would have already knocked that old dog down." As the barrier vanished, Shan Min stabilized her body and descended to the ground, while the emperor's physical form crashed down. Mu Chenyì, upon witnessing this, asked, "Minner, are you still there?" He tentatively inquired. Shan Min, filled with rage, retorted, "You scoundrel. I shall rend you limb from limb." Mu Chenyì, astonished, exclaimed, Min, you are incredible. You have defeated the emperor." Shan Min's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she declared, "Wretched beast, prepare to meet your end." Mu Chenyì, puzzled, noted that the voice belonged to Shan Min, yet her demeanor and tone mirrored that of the emperor. "What is this situation? Brother E, can you not see? This couple has collaborated, sharing one body and two souls. Is it truly possible? Why not? Brother E, They have united, which means this woman has put a green hat on you. A chill ran down Mu Chenyì's spine at the realization. That's infuriating. Without a doubt, it's infuriating. Brother, go for it. Mu Chenyì remained still, recognizing the inopportune timing for a direct attack. The prohibition array still loomed, necessitating careful planning. Shan Min approached with a fierce glare, eager to devour him, blaming him for her current plight. Do not interfere. I shall personally handle this scoundrel. The Emperor interjected. The wound on your chest is merely suppressed by me. Allow me to intervene. No, I want to kill him myself. This boy is formidable. Proceed with caution. As Shan Min drew near, Mu Chenyì cautiously retreated. Brother E, why fear her? She is merely at the 8th level of the spirit realm. Sharing a body does not elevate her cultivation. You know nothing. The principle of feigning weakness to strike unexpectedly is beyond you. Retreating, Mu Chenyì smiled at Shan Min. Min, it is splendid to see you safe. Let's marry once we are outside. He intended to lure her further from the prohibition array. How can you approach without comforting someone who nearly perished? Shan Min scoffed. You look like you want to eat someone. I dare not come near. Since my husband does not approach, I shall come to you. Mu Chenyì grinned. That is fortuitous. Let's consummate our marriage today. I trust the Emperor has not been exposed. Today, I shall let you savor the experience. One body, two souls, this would be exhilarating, and he looked forward to it. Shan Min's expression fluctuated, alternating between fiery rage and icy resolve. Scoundrel, I will tear you apart. I shall make you regret ever coming into this world. Scoundrel, wretched beast, you, insolent child. Mu Chenyì chuckled. Why the rush? One at a time, I will ensure you both enjoy yourselves. Shan Min insisted. Step back. I will handle this myself, or I shall take my own life. Very well. Shan Min executed her movement technique, swiftly closing the distance to Mu Chenyì, arriving at his side in an instant. He feigned surprise, his face shifting to one of alarm. Observing this, Shan Min smirked cruelly and struck him with a palm to his chest. Mu Chenyì bent forward, staggering back several steps, and with a cough, expelled a pool of liquid. Shan Min gazed at Mu Chenyì, whose expression was one of agony, and though he spat blood, his smile was captivating. Yet, she soon found herself in shock. Blood? Nonsense. That was nothing but a puddle of saliva. Mu Chenyì was completely unscathed. He stood upright, observing the drool on her face, and teased, surprised, are we? Is my saliva sweet? Chapter 62. Severe injury. Shan Min was taken aback, her face splattered with saliva. The opponent was merely at the 1st level of the spirit realm, having suffered injuries from her earlier assault. It was likely due to some elixir that he had survived unscathed. Yet, her strike had been genuine, so why did he appear completely fine? Seizing the moment of her astonishment, Mu Chenyì unleashed the sword chi technique, sending forth several streaks of black and red sword energy directly at Shan Min's chest. Shan Min was horrified, realizing she had no time to evade. Just then, her arm shot forward, and a crimson shield materialized before her, successfully fending off the oncoming sword energy. With a disdainful expression, she retorted, You wretched creature, surprised are we? Mu Chenyì chuckled. So, it is the esteemed Emperor Yu who intervenes. The ability to switch freely is truly marvelous. I wonder if, during our tasks later, the esteemed Emperor will call out with such passion. Emperor Yu, incensed by his words, shouted, You seek death. Shan Min declared, I will take action. You are no match for this brat. He has concealed his true cultivation level. He is not merely at the 1st level of the spirit realm, but at least at the 9th level. Impossible. Shan Min exclaimed angrily, glaring at Mu Chenyì. You scoundrel. If it weren't for your deceit, I would not have ended up in such a predicament. Mu Chenyì shook his head, feigning sorrow. Min, your words wound my heart. I have been deeply enamored with you. Brother E, even at this moment, you still put on an act. How excessive. Shan Min fumed. You scoundrel. You brought me here with ulterior motives. If it weren't for you, I would not have become this way. Minner, I swear by heaven, what have I deceived you about? You concealed your cultivation and led me here to wade through murky waters for you. I assent that deceit. Mu Chenyì smiled. Regarding cultivation, you never inquired of me. And as for coming here, you followed of your own accord. How can you blame me? Shan Min trembled with rage, yet found herself at a loss for words. The Emperor declared, Enough. Further words are futile. I shall take action and eliminate this brat. With that, he swiftly closed the distance to Mu Chenyì, moving at a speed that far surpassed his previous pace, leaving Mu Chenyì momentarily stunned. With a single palm strike, Mu Chenyì was sent flying. Did you see that? This is how one employs palm techniques. Shan Min spat in disdain. Mind your own business. As Mu Chenyì was knocked away, he felt as if his chest would explode. The might of the emperor was indeed formidable, even having dropped to a lower realm than Mu Chenyì. A casual strike nearly inflicted grave harm upon him. Had it not been for Mu Chenyì's practice of the undying 9 deaths technique, he would have surely perished from that blow, despite the protective armor he wore. Getting to his feet, Mu Chenyì wiped the corner of his mouth, feigning a cough as he secretly swallowed a healing elixir. He then scoffed, "The esteemed emperor is lacking. Your blows can't harm me, so spare me the boasting. Minner, do not heed that fool. Once I defeat him, I shall teach you some delightful tricks. It will surely be exhilarating. Alas, the emperor shall also partake." "Emperor," you roared. "Little beast, I shall crush your mouth." Mu Chenyì laughed heartily. "Huh? Boasting? Old dog, you cannot harm me. Brother that's the spirit. Drive that old dog to fury." Disregarding the system's comments, Mu Chenyì sought to provoke his opponent into losing his composure. The system appeared to revel in his plight. "Emperor," you sneered. "Little beast, do you truly believe that a mere protective spirit artifact can shield you from me? Such delusion. Today, I shall demonstrate my might." Controlling Shan Min's body, he pointed a finger, invoking the annihilation finger. Mu Chenyì chuckled. "A name so grand, yet you dare speak of annihilation. How shameless." Suddenly, he gasped, for he saw a black hand materializing before Shan Min. The index finger of that hand pointed toward him, growing larger until its length surpassed 10 feet, its girth exceeding his waist. Fortunately, its speed was not overly swift. Mu Chenyì attempted to dodge to the side, but found his body unresponsive. The system remarked with a hint of malice, "Oh dear, this is his imperial divine ability, my dear host. Your energy has been bound by his technique. Oh dear, the skill is upon you. What shall you do? Host, you may be in grave peril." As the massive black finger approached, Mu Chenyì's expression turned frantic. His eyes filled with dread, yet he harbored no excessive fear. He could still evade using the divine step technique, yet doing so would reveal his trump card. That was crucial to his victory, and he would not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Armed with the undying 9 deaths technique and protective armor, he believed he could survive the ordeal. Coupled with the healing elixir in his mouth, now was the time to gamble. "Emperor," you had deliberately slowed the attack speed of his skill, intending to instill a sense of despair, helplessness, and fear in Mu Chenyì. He relished the terror in Mu Chenyì's eyes, satisfied. "Little beast, prepare to die." With a flick of his hand, the enormous black finger accelerated and struck Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì utilized the sword chi technique, launching several streaks of red-black sword energy at the giant finger. However, upon contact, the sword energy shattered, proving utterly ineffective. "Emperor," you scoffed. "A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You know not your limits." Mu Chenyì exerted all his effort into the undying 9 deaths technique, channeling his energy to activate the protective armor. As the massive finger struck his chest, he felt as though it would shatter, and he coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward. He landed heavily on the ground, spewing blood once more. Twice he coughed up blood, nearly expelling the elixir in his mouth, but he managed to keep it firmly pressed beneath his "let's proceed" with this one in the middle. Mu Chenyì widened his eyes upon hearing this, then cursed, "You vile woman." Shan Min smiled and said, "I'll end you right now." With that, she thrust her sword downward. Mu Chenyì, having nearly recovered, immediately activated the divine spirit step, a supreme technique, and vanished from the ground. Shan Min's sword struck the earth, bending upon impact and nearly causing her to lose balance. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì reappeared behind her, swiftly executing the soul-seizing finger with both hands. Not good. The emperor forcibly took control of Shan Min's body, turned around, and struck out with a palm. Mu Chenyì was sent flying, crashing into a load-bearing pillar and creating a dent where he became lodged. Coughing up blood, he nonetheless smiled with satisfaction. Although injured again, his fingers had successfully struck the spiritual veins on Shan Min's chest. He had initially considered using the chi sword technique, but even if it had hit, he wasn't confident it would kill her. Merely wounding her was insufficient, as evidenced by her survival despite a previous heart piercing. Thus, the soul-seizing finger was his only option. The emperor, controlling Shan Min's body, felt unable to circulate spiritual energy, and his expression darkened. Shan Min angrily asked, "What's happening?" She had been about to slay the villain, who was severely injured, yet he had escaped and attacked her. Mu Chenyì swallowed another pill, pushed back with his elbows, and freed himself from the pillar's dent. His injuries were less severe this time, and he was nearly recovered. Without a word, he unleashed several finger strikes from a distance, all hitting Shan Min's body, causing her to collapse weakly. Still cautious, Mu Chenyì struck 3 more times at her head, and Shan Min finally fell to the ground. He raised his finger again, aiming for her legs. Brother, that's enough. Your soul-seizing finger is perfected. 1 strike is enough to seal her. Any more, and she might die. Although it's a supportive skill, it's not without harm. Mu Chenyì replied, is that so? And struck a few more times. He then accessed the system and deactivated its self-awareness. After shutting down the system, he approached Shan Min, gently caressing her face and softly saying, last night, you were sweet-talking and pledging eternal love, and today you treat me like this? It breaks my heart. Shan Min, barely able to speak due to the multiple strikes, weakly asked, what do you want? Mu Chenyì smiled, guess. The emperor secretly advised Shan Min, I have a secret method to counter his technique, but you need to buy time, at least a quarter of an hour. Relieved, Shan Min thought a quarter of an hour was manageable. Dealing with Mu Chenyì, a known lecher, wouldn't be difficult. Feigning remorse, tears streaming down her face, she said, Brother Han, it was all my fault. Can you forgive me? Mu Chenyì laughed. My dear Min, I never blamed you. Shan Min pretended to be overjoyed. Really? Of course, Mu Chenyì replied, producing 10 small packets from the system, 10 doses of spirit erosion powder, a second safeguard. He opened 3 packets and said, open your mouth, Min. Shan Min naturally resisted, sensing something amiss. Brother Han, what is this? Without hesitation, Mu Chenyì slapped her, causing blood to trickle from her mouth. He forced her mouth open, poured in the powder, and stuffed the wrappers in as well. I'm not poisoning you. What are you afraid of? He said, slapping her again. Shan Min began, Brother Han. But Mu Chenyì cut her off. Don't think I don't know your plan. That old dog has a way to break my technique, doesn't he? My technique might not hold you for long, but with this spirit erosion powder, you'll have no spiritual energy left. Without it, even an emperor can't do anything to me. Unsure of the powder's duration, he decided to administer it every half hour. Shan Min, nearly unconscious from the slaps, dropped her pretense, her gaze turning fierce. The emperor was deeply concerned. Without spiritual energy, even if he broke the technique, he'd be powerless against Mu Chenyì with only his soul. Mu Chenyì said, don't worry. I'll take good care of you. Remember how Third treated you in the woods last night? Shan Min's face changed, fear flashing in her eyes. Mu Chenyì stroked her abdomen, feeling her entire body tremble. I think his method was quite effective, he mused, considering it his third safeguard. Chapter 64. The emperor admits his mistake. Mu Chenyì had considered that, being an emperor, merely depriving her of spiritual energy still posed some risk. If he crippled her, with no spiritual energy and severe injuries, a nearly dead emperor would be no threat. Raising his fist, he looked at the terrified Shan Min and said, don't worry. I won't use spiritual energy like Third did. I'll just use my physical strength, which is about 60,000 pounds. The emperor was alarmed. If injured, they'd have no chance of recovery. He hurriedly said, young man, don't go too far. Before he could finish, Mu Chenyì lightly punched Shan Min's abdomen. She curled up, blood flowing from her mouth, her face contorted in pain. Mu Chenyì sighed, I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already done. The emperor began, young man, you. But Mu Chenyì punched again, causing Shan Min to spit blood, splattering her face. This repeated several times until Mu Chenyì stopped, deeming it sufficient. With such injuries, even if she regained spiritual energy, he need not fear. He doubted the emperor could suppress such damage. Shan Min's painful moans were clear to Mu Chenyì, but he felt no pity. The emperor said, young man, can't you let me speak? Mu Chenyì retorted, if you keep calling yourself emperor, I'll kill you outright. In this state, still pretending, I won't indulge you. The emperor began, young man you, but was cut off by a slap to Shan Min's face, which slowly swelled. Mu Chenyì said, you have a problem with that? He picked up a fallen sword and placed it against Shan Min's neck. You better understand, I'm in control now. The emperor was furious, but helpless. If Shan Min died now, so would he. I was wrong, he admitted. Mu Chenyì sneered, louder. I was wrong. Please forgive this humble one. That's more like it. Shan Min cursed. An emperor with no shame, truly despicable. The emperor of the universe remained unconvinced, asserting that survival was the ultimate truth. Furthermore, he merely surrendered, considering that this woman had previously referred to Mu Chenyì as father. Wasn't that a greater display of shamelessness? Ignoring Shan Min, he addressed Mu Chenyì, stating, "There is no need for violence. Cooperation is entirely feasible. There are ample spirit stones here to sustain you for quite some time." Mu Chenyì replied with a smile, "Your reasoning is sound. But why should I be the only one to benefit?" The emperor responded, "Retaining us would be advantageous for you. She possesses considerable appeal, and you may enjoy her at your leisure. As a great emperor, I could also offer you guidance in your cultivation." Mu Chenyì scoffed, "You have already fallen into our hands. What wisdom could you impart? Would you have me become as foolish as you?" Though the opponent was indeed an emperor capable of offering guidance, Mu Chenyì recognized it as a mere ruse to escape a precarious situation. The emperor insisted, "I was merely careless, allowing you to succeed. Young man, such arrogance will lead to your downfall." Mu Chenyì retorted with a sneer, "Just careless?" The emperor coughed up blood, explaining, "You led her away from the formation while revealing your cultivation, thereby dispelling our suspicions. You even risked your life to lure the enemy deeper, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. That, too, is a skill of yours." Shan Min, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. It was infuriating to hear such eloquence when she had been outsmarted, and for a great emperor to be similarly deceived. How pathetic. No wonder their situation was so dire. The emperor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could not fathom that a mere child could orchestrate such a scheme. Moreover, at that time, he had been so distracted by the opponent's taunts that he had not considered the possibilities. Mu Chenyì remarked, "I spent over an hour devising a plan to deal with you. You clearly did not contemplate how to counter me. Hence your defeat is entirely justified." The emperor's eyes narrowed at this, acknowledging, "I underestimated you." Chapter 65. Come, call me Grandpa, reflecting on past events. Mu Chenyì realized that his greatest miscalculation had been underestimating the emperor's devastating technique, the celestial finger. Its immense power had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Had it been even slightly more potent, he could have been killed outright. If Shan Min had not been so obstinate, he might have indeed lost his life. This was a lesson for him to remain prudent in the future and not risk his own safety. Furthermore, as the old adage states, villains perish from excessive talk. He must not fall prey to that folly. He delivered a punch to Shan Min, causing her to spit blood and moan in agony. The emperor exclaimed, "She's already gravely injured. Why must you be so cruel?" Mu Chenyì retorted, "Cruelty towards enemies is kindness to oneself. I act solely out of self-preservation." Fearing that the emperor might further suppress Shan Min's injuries, he resolved to strike her periodically. He continued, "If I recall correctly, I previously stated that I would make you kneel and call me Grandpa. While it may be inconvenient for you to kneel now, speaking is not an issue. Let us begin. It is time to fulfill your promise. Come, call me Grandpa." Upon hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brow and angered, given the circumstances. "It is time to conclude this matter. Your value has diminished significantly. Do you have any final words to share?" "Of course, I shall not act on your behalf." The emperor immediately interjected, "Grandfather, we hold great value for you." He felt compelled to lower his stance. Mu Chenyì scoffed, "What value?" The emperor replied, "The presence of an emperor is a value in itself. Keeping me alive will greatly benefit you, Grandfather. I can provide you with techniques, spiritual skills, and guidance in your cultivation. Grandfather, you have practiced dual cultivation, right? Dan Min, being of the true spirit body, would be of great assistance to you in this." Dan Min quickly added, "Brother Han, you have taken my body. I am willing to engage in dual cultivation with you. I hope you spare my life. I will serve you faithfully." Her expression conveyed a poignant vulnerability. Chapter 66. Grandfather, please hesitate before you act. Mu Chenyì regarded their words with disdain. Dan Min was a skilled actor. Though she appeared sincere, she would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to stab him in the back. As for the emperor he was far from benign. Once he regained sufficient strength, he would pose a significant threat. Indeed, an emperor possesses value, but to me, it holds little significance. I have practiced dual cultivation, yet Dan Min no longer offers me any value in that regard. Keeping you both alive serves no purpose. If there is any, it will only bring calamity. Thus, you must perish today. As Mu Chenyì spoke, his hand tightened around Dan Min's throat. Dan Min angrily cursed, "You heartless scoundrel." The emperor pleaded, "Grandfather, please hesitate." However, Mu Chenyì disregarded their cries and abruptly snapped Dan Min's neck. It is better to be merciless with a woman like her. He cast aside her lifeless body and approached the shelves at the edge of the hall, believing it prudent to inspect for treasures himself. Upon clearing the dust with his spiritual energy, he found nothing of value, only some jars and bottles that shattered upon impact with the ground. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yu and Dan Min found themselves reunited within her spiritual space. Dan Min inquired, "I'm not dead?" Despite the sensation of her throat being twisted, the Emperor Yu sat wearily on the ground, having expended his limited spiritual power to protect her. "For the time being, you are safe. I have shielded your spirit. Whether you survive thereafter depends on fate." Dan Min, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" The Emperor, with a hint of exhaustion, replied, "He believes you are dead. If he refrains from further action and departs soon, you may live, as will I." Dan Min questioned, "But what if he discovers I am alive?" The Emperor assured, "That is impossible. I have concealed your life force from him." Outside the spiritual space, Mu Chenyì surveyed the surrounding shelves, shaking his head in disappointment. "It should not be. A person is dead. Why has the reward not yet arrived?" He lifted Dan Min's bare corpse and exited the hall. Using Dan Min's sword, he dug a pit in the clearing, placing her body within and removing her ring. He poured wine in her mouth and the wound on her chest before burying her remains. Moments later, the Emperor Yu gasped in shock, his eyes wide. "This wretched creature has left us no chance for survival," he uttered, his expression turning despondent. Dan Min, anxious, asked, "What is wrong?" The Emperor replied, "He has poisoned your body. It is slowly decaying. I can only send you forth. Whether you survive depends on destiny." A flash of white light enveloped Dan Min, and upon returning to her physical form, she felt an overwhelming suffocation, accompanied by excruciating pain as if being torn apart. She frantically dug through the earth and crawled out. Mu Chenyì stood nearby, watching as Dan Min emerged from the grave, her head drooping. "Damn it, she truly is not dead." Dan Min, writhing on the ground, contorted her face in agony, crying out, "Ah, Brother Han, save me. Father, save me. Ah, help me." Mu Chenyì remarked, "The Emperor's methods are indeed profound. He has managed to preserve you. Yet, this poison will cause your body to rot away. Once you are fully decayed, I wonder if you can survive?" Dan Min soon ceased her cries, lying still on the ground as her skin continued to decay, her arms revealing bone, and black blood pooling around her. "Host has slain a spiritual realm practitioner. Reward: 1 lottery draw, 1,000 system points." Dan Min was utterly dead. The Emperor Yu, having exhausted his spiritual power to save her, could no longer assist. He too would soon crumble alongside her spiritual space. "You knew she was alive. My scheme has failed, leading to this tragic end. How lamentable. You truly are a ruthless individual." Mu Chenyì replied, "I initially did not wish to be so cruel. Yet your survival unsettled my heart. Surely, you cannot still cling to life." The Emperor sighed. "Though I am an emperor, I am on the brink of exhaustion. How could I not perish? Heaven has decreed my demise." His voice, though tinged with sorrow, bore a semblance of acceptance. "Emperor, may your journey be smooth." Mu Chenyì refrained from further mockery, and soon Dan Min was reduced to mere bones. "Host has slain an emperor's spirit, extremely weakened state. Reward: 2 lottery draws, 2,000 system points." At last, Mu Chenyì felt a sense of relief. After snapping Dan Min's neck, he had confirmed her lack of breath. Yet after waiting for an extended period, the system reward had not arrived. This led him to suspect that Dan Min had not truly died, prompting his use of blood poison. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the remaining spirit stones amounted to less than a quarter of the original quantity. He planned to excavate them all for transport. "Brother E, it would be wise not to proceed with that. What the hell are you doing here? In critical moments, how can I not appear? Do you not desire this grand hall? Who would not covet a treasure capable of shielding against the forces of heaven? Then you best not disturb these spirit stones. Explain your reasoning." Although this place is somewhat remote for those sects, the spirit stone vein remains undiscovered primarily due to the concealed array here. Most of these spirit stones support the array. If you tamper with them, the array will fail, and this location will be revealed. Wait until you are stronger to return and claim the hall." Mu Chenyì responded, "So this journey has been in vain?" "It cannot be deemed in vain. You have acquired part of the true spirit body, which is already a gain. Besides, there is still the Emperor's physical body, is there not?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì promptly re-entered the hall, where the internal spiritual array had ceased. He approached the Emperor's corpse, a body of an emperor whose death energy should suffice for him to endure a few deaths after reaching the profound realm. The system disdainfully remarked, "Is this all you aspire to?" The essence within his body is the true treasure. Without paying heed to the system's words, Mu Chenyì's sole focus was to extract the emperor's essence. He swung his sword in a frenzy, yet proved ineffective, leaving no mark. He then stored the body within his hidden ring, reasoning that if he could not access it now, he would take it back for later. What a pity. I cannot carry this away at present. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Keeping it in your possession now serves no purpose. Mu Chenyì resigned. Could only wait for a later time. Thank you for the gift. Chapter 67. Is this not unreasonable? To the system, Mu Chenyì exclaimed. You nearly led me to my doom this time. If you don't furnish me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall refrain from releasing you willingly in the future. Brother, what prompts such a declaration? Spare me the pretense of ignorance. From the moment we encountered Shan Min's group until the present, your machinations to ensnare me have been incessant. Brother E, I assure you, it was not intentional. Was it not to fortify you? Fortify my posterior. Why endure hardship when one can recline in tranquility? Brother E, how will you contend with the paragons of our generation in such a state? Contend with them, indeed. Let them vie amongst themselves. I shall seize any opportunity to strike clandestinely, and when none presents itself, I shall maintain a safe distance. Brother, return forthwith and reflect upon your transgressions. Cease your vexations. I shall depart. Yes, depart. Having interred the scant vestiges of Shan Min's remains, Mu Chenyì planted her sword upon the grave. Minner, I must take my leave. Upon my return, I shall offer a proper libation in your honor. Subsequently, he retraced his steps, his gaze drawn to the spiritual stones embedded within the corridor's walls. Stroking his chin, he mused, to leave them here as mere illumination is a profligate waste. With magnanimity, I shall liberate them from their confinement. Without hesitation, Mu Chenyì set about dislodging the spiritual stones from their settings. Securing over 1,200 such gems, he found a measure of solace. Reaching the portal at the corridor's terminus, he opened it and stepped through. Upon turning back, he discovered that the portal had vanished. Procuring a sizable boulder, nearly the height of a man, he placed it atop the stone bearing the inscription before departing from the mountain range. Employing the divine, swift steps, Mu Chenyì traversed the distance to the vicinity of Xing'an City in a mere 2 minutes. Seeking a secluded spot, he changed his attire. As it was late into the night, the city gates were already sealed. With agility, he scaled the walls and entered the city, making his way to the Mu Manor, where he stealthily returned to his chambers. Too deep in the night, he did not plan on finding Mu Liu. He withdrew Shan Min's storage ring, extracting its contents. Within were several dozen spiritual stones, along with some elixirs, though their quality appeared dubious. A vambrace was also present. Mu Chenyì recalled that this was the item Shen Qi had retrieved from the second leader's arm during their encounter in the forest. A collection of garments completed the inventory. Mu Chenyì lifted them, detecting a faint, pleasing aroma, the scent of minner. Alas, as he contemplated discarding the garments, an object fell from within, wrapped in cloth. Unfurling the fabric, he discovered a manual. Upon opening it, he identified a profound-grade spiritual skill, fiery severance. Mu Chenyì remarked, they fought so fiercely unto death. For such a paltry skill, he promptly engaged the system to appraise the vambrace. Profound-grade vambrace. When activated with spiritual energy, it can deploy a protective shield. Mu Chenyì shook his head. Merely profound-grade? Its deployment would likely be less effective than my physical defenses. I shall not utilize it for myself. However, it may serve as a gift for another. He stowed the items away and drifted into peaceful slumber. At dawn, Mu Chenyì arose early and proceeded to Mu Liu's door. After a considerable wait, a maid entered to attend to Mu Liu's ablutions. Upon emerging, Mu Liu's face lit up with joy upon seeing Mu Chenyì, but she swiftly composed herself, adopting a stern countenance. Enter, she commanded. As you wish, young mistress, Mu Chenyì replied. Once inside the room, with the door securely closed, Mu Liu threw herself into Mu Chenyì's embrace. Enfolding her tightly, Mu Chenyì chuckled. Have a few days' absence stirred such emotion? Mu Liu responded, I suffered a nightmare, wherein you eloped with another woman. With that, she pinched Mu Chenyì. Winston, Mu Chenyì exclaimed, Liu, gently. Fixing Mu Chenyì with a severe gaze, Mu Liu declared, I have warned you. Should you ever betray me, I shall render you impotent. Alarmed, Mu Chenyì protested. Liu, such measures are unwarranted. It was merely a dream. With a forceful tug and twist, Mu Liu retorted, not even in dreams. Mu Chenyì pleaded for mercy. Gracious mistress, I beg your clemency. This is devoid of reason. Nay, castration is the surer course, Mu Leo insisted, pulling upwards. Mercy, I beseech you. No, no, no. Nay. Ah, by the heavens. Mu Chenyì's face contorted in agony. Lifting Mu Leo into his arms, he carried her to the bedside. This is an outrage. I must administer discipline. The restoration of marital authority is imperative. Gently placing Mu Leo upon the bed, he initiated a passionate kiss. Amidst the rustling of garments, they became entwined. After an hour, Mu Chenyì emerged from Mu Leo's chamber, refreshed and exuding triumph. Within, Mu Leo lay languidly against the headboard, her face flushed with perspiration. That scoundrel! Mu Chenyì proceeded to the side courtyard, where Li Si and his cohort greeted him with obsequious deference. Dismissing the others, he ushered Li Si into his chambers. Have any events transpired during these past days? Li Si replied, nothing of note within the manor, though the city is abuzz. Oh, what has occurred? On the night before last, several prominent households were relieved of considerable sums of money. The municipal authorities have been conducting citywide searches to no avail. Mu Chenyì remarked, very well, maintain vigilance. He had no interest in such matters, provided they did not impinge upon his own affairs. After Li Si's departure, Mu Chenyì resumed his cultivation. At midday, as Mu Chenyì prepared to join Mu Leo for luncheon, Li Si burst in, agitated. What is it? Why such haste? Li Si announced, brother, someone seeks an audience with you. Seeks me? Who might that be? According to the messenger, is a young lady claiming to be your cousin, the youngest daughter of your second uncle's family. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. My parents are deceased, and now, unexpectedly, a cousin from my second uncle's side emerges? This is quite perplexing. I am utterly ignorant of affairs on that front. He inquired, where is this person? Outside the manor. Very well, I shall investigate. Mu Chenyì approached the main gate of the Mu Manor, peering out from within. He observed a young girl, clad in coarse garments, her hair tied back, her face somewhat darkened, standing outside the gate. She appeared to be 13 or 14 years of age. Mu Chenyì felt a measure of relief. A mere girl should be easily swayed. He proceeded to exit the manor. The guard at the gate greeted Mu Chenyì respectfully. Steward Mu. Mu Chenyì murmured, my esteemed brothers, you have toiled diligently. Accept this token for a drink or two. He discreetly presented a silver ingot to the guards. We are grateful, Steward Mu. Mu Chenyì, a frequent traveler, had grown familiar with the guards. Spare me such formalities. Upon hearing his voice, the young girl exclaimed with delight, brother. Mu Chenyì approached her, saying, sister, how I have missed you. Chapter 68. Cousin Mu Shaoqing. Mu Chenyì then escorted the girl inside. With the token provided by Mu Leo, the guards offered no resistance, which greatly facilitated matters. En route, he inquired, sister, what brings you here? The girl replied with a troubled expression, brother, my father inadvertently injured someone, and they demand compensation. They threatened to sell me into servitude if we fail to pay. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì felt relieved. She had come seeking financial assistance, which was manageable. Though not wealthy, he possessed assets worth a considerable sum. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, he consoled her, fear not, with your brother your side. All will be well. I shall find a solution. Wiping her tears, the girl responded, thank you, brother. Mu Chenyì led the girl back to his chambers, providing her with an assortment of treats. He intended to elicit information from her. Seemingly guileless, the girl consumed the snacks without reservation, divulging the relevant details. The girl's name was Mu Shaoqing. Mu Chenyì's parents had passed away early, and he had been raised by his second uncle from the age of 7. His second uncle's family had treated him kindly. Until recently, Mu Chenyì's second aunt unexpectedly broke her leg, incurring substantial medical expenses, which led to financial difficulties for the family. Consequently, Mu Chenyì arrived at the Mu Wangfu, intending to earn money to support his household. Working for a prominent family was certainly preferable to remaining in the village. Yet he tragically passed away just days after his arrival. Mu Chenyì looked at Mu Shaoqing and inquired, how much are they demanding for my second uncle? Upon hearing this, Mu Shaoqing's eyes brimmed with tears. They want 2 taels of silver. Father asked me to find you and see if he could help. They were merely testing the waters. Considering Mu Chenyì had only been away from home for less than 3 months, how much could he truly have saved? Mu Chenyì thought, how ruthless they are. I only earned 2 taels a year as a steward, though in reality, it was a bit more, especially during festive seasons when additional bonuses were given. He reassured Mu Chenyì, "Don't cry. Not only can I manage 2 taels, but I can also find a way for 10. As he spoke, he produced 3 silver ingots from his person. Mu Chenyì gazed at the money, asking, "Brother, where did you get so much?" Mu Chenyì ruffled her hair, saying, "I am quite capable." Her worries dissipated, and she joyfully began to eat. Mu Chenyì contemplated whether to purchase a small house to bring his second uncle's family to the city. He hesitated. While he could provide for them now, he would eventually leave this place. What would happen then? After some reflection, he decided it was best to bring them over. It would allow him to contribute and resolve this matter, leaving the future to fate. After all, he was not the same Mu Chenyì he once was. While Mu Chenyì was chatting with Mu Chenyì, a knock sounded at the door. He rose to open it, revealing Xiao Cui. "Steward Mu, the young lady requests your presence." "I understand. You may go," he replied. Turning to Mu Chenyì, he cautioned, "Stay here and don't wander off. This place is vast, and if you attract trouble, you could be in danger." Mu Chenyì nodded earnestly. Mu Chenyì then proceeded to Mu Liao's chamber. Upon entering, he found her with a frosty expression. "Who has upset my wife? Tell me, and I shall deal with them." Mu Liao beckoned him closer. "Come here." He approached and embraced her, puzzled. "What is the matter?" Seizing the opportunity, Mu Liao pinched him and declared, "If you betrayed me in your dreams, that would be one thing, but to bring another woman home is unacceptable. I shall punish you for this." Mu Chenyì was taken aback, quickly grasping her hand. "That was my cousin. We are 3 generations of blood relatives." Mu Liao scrutinized him, still applying pressure. "Really?" "Indeed." "Oh, in that case, I shall let it slide this time." Rubbing his sore spot, Mu Chenyì remarked, "You are unjustly accusing me, and I demand compensation. How would you like to be compensated?" Mu Chenyì leaned closer and suggested, "Perhaps like this." Mu Liao shook her head decisively. "Absolutely not. You cannot refuse. Prepare yourself, for I shall return tonight." "You rascal." Elated, Mu Chenyì exited Mu Liao's room and ventured into the city, where he purchased a modest courtyard. It measured around 200 square meters, featuring 3 rooms and a small kitchen, sufficient for accommodating his second uncle's family. Upon returning to his room, he noticed Mu Chenyì peacefully asleep by his bedside. He had intended for her to return home today and send someone to bring her family over. But seeing her in such a deep slumber, he decided against disturbing her. Tomorrow shall suffice. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently smoothing the strands of hair that had fallen across her face, observing her closely. The young girl was quite pretty, albeit a bit sun-kissed, with slightly rough skin. He held her hand in his, noting its lack of beauty, dark and somewhat swollen, with cracked skin that could easily peel away. Her palms were calloused, the result of years of hard labor. Mu Chenyì glanced at his own hands, which had improved considerably due to his training, though he recalled when he first arrived. His hands were not as smooth as they were now, certainly better than Mu Chenyì's. He sighed inwardly, realizing that they had indeed raised Mu Chenyì as if she were their own daughter. Tenderly, he caressed her hand, filled with compassion, as if she were his sister. Mu Chenyì stirred awake, noticing Mu Chenyì touching her hand, and instinctively retracted it, not out of shyness, but to conceal her less than perfect appearance. Mu Chenyì playfully ruffled her hair. Chuckling, "You've grown shy. Brother, it's still early. I should return. Tomorrow is better. If you go now, it will be dark by the time you get home. And that is unsafe. What would I tell my second uncle if a wolf carried you away? But I can run very fast. Tonight, stay here peacefully. I have some matters to discuss with you. And you can leave tomorrow." "All right." Mu Chenyì then shared the news about the house with Mu Chenyì. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, with so much money, you should save it for a wife. Sister Lu next door has always had a liking for you." Mu Chenyì frowned at this. "Tell her not to wait for me. She should find a good man and marry." He recalled Mu Chenyì mentioning this girl before, who could be considered his childhood sweetheart, though her parents would never allow their daughter to marry someone deemed unsuccessful. They had played together as children, but had drifted apart since turning 10. "But brother, you used to say you would marry Sister Lu." "I was young and naive then. The village girls cannot compare to city women. City women know how to have fun." Mu Chenyì seemed to understand and did not pursue the topic further. Later that evening, Mu Chenyì discreetly slipped into Mu Liao's room, where she compensated him for his earlier grievances. By the time he returned to his own room, it was well past midnight. He found Mu Chenyì still awake. "Why are you still up?" The young girl replied, "Brother, I'm scared and can't sleep." Mu Chenyì sighed. "Then I will watch over you. You should try to sleep." Mu Chenyì pulled him onto the bed, declaring, "Brother, let us sleep together." Hearing this, Mu Chenyì's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. Sister, that might not be appropriate. Mu Chenyì looked puzzled. Why not, brother? We used to sleep together all the time. We are family. You've only been away for a few days, and now it feels like you are distant. Mu Chenyì recalled that during their childhood, they indeed shared a bed due to their modest living conditions. Feeling awkward, he replied, we were just children back then. Mu Chenyì insisted, we are not that old now. She rested her head on his left arm and nestled into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his right. Mu Chenyì thought to himself, she is not a child anymore. Brother, why are your hands so cold? It's nothing, I'm fine. Just a bit cooler than usual. I can handle it. His hands were indeed cooler than average, a side effect of his rigorous training, but it posed no real issue. Mu Chenyì offered, let me warm your hands. Mu Chenyì was startled. Surely, if she wanted to warm her hands, she could simply hold them in her own. The delicate touch sent a jolt through him, and the faint scent of the young girl was intoxicatingly close. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but her grip was unyielding, leaving him in a predicament. Was this not a form of torment? Unavoidably, he sighed inwardly. If I am guilty, would it not be preferable for divine retribution to descend upon me directly, with thunderbolts striking me down to ashes? Why must I endure such punishment? How cruel! Brother E, perhaps you are simply too abnormal. Even the thunder finds you unsettling and would never dare to appear before you. Mu Chenyì frowned. How could this insufferable system reappear? He inwardly inquired. Key situation? Indeed, Brother E, you are becoming increasingly astute. You may return. Brother E, this little girl possesses a special constitution, one of the highest caliber. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Chenyì had his suspicions confirmed. Could the little girl cultivate? Regrettably, she cannot. This child is competent in every aspect, save her spiritual veins, which are among the most inferior of mundane quality. How could this be? Mu Chenyì was taken aback. A special constitution should not result in such deplorable spiritual veins. Mundane quality spiritual veins typically have issues. Most have deficiencies in certain areas, allowing for some cultivation. However, this child's spiritual veins are inherently blocked, rendering her completely incapable of cultivation. Understood, you may leave. Brother E, are you not disheartened? Do you not intend to take action? She is my sister. You are Mu Chenyì, not Mu Chenyì. Besides, you are already in a high position. What are you holding back for? I am a normal person, and thus have reactions. I am human, and therefore refrain from taking action. Brother, is this not a missed opportunity? I do not comprehend. You, this wretched system, are either inciting me to commit villainy or scheming against me. I truly wish to smash you. I'm doing all this for your benefit. Get lost. Just go away. Unappreciative of a good-hearted. Good system. After a while, Mu Chenyì asked, Brother, are you asleep? Hearing this, Mu Chenyì bitterly smiled. Given the circumstances, it would be strange if he could sleep. What is it? Mu Chenyì replied. Nothing much. I just thought you were having a nightmare since you were moving. Mu Chenyì said, No, rest well. You need to travel tomorrow. His heart was heavy. He did not desire this. Alas, another night of willpower training and skill practice. In the morning, Mu Chenyì departed from a Mu Wangfu with Mu Chenyì, then proceeded to the small courtyard he had prepared, giving instructions before escorting the little girl out of the city. Xing'an City was merely 20 miles from their village, and Mu Chenyì estimated that if they hurried, his uncle's family could move over tonight. Returning to Mu Wangfu, he noticed Wang Shuiwei entering Mu Liao's courtyard. He paused. The last time this princess visited was for Mu Liao's birthday, as she usually went to see Wang Shuiwei. What could this be about? He retreated to his room, opting not to venture out again. Though he no longer feared Mu Tianheng, it was still prudent to remain discreet. Before long, someone knocked on Mu Chenyì's door. He said, Come in. Xiao Zui pushed the door open and announced, Steward Mu, the young lady requests your presence. Mu Chenyì replied, Understood. Exiting his room, he recalled the torment from yesterday when he was summoned. Even now, it sent shivers down his spine. Could it be another round of that today? I have done nothing wrong. Upon entering Mu Liao's room, he found her looking quite unwell. Young lady, what has happened? Mu Liao said, Come here. Mu Chenyì's body trembled. Yesterday, she had said the same, and he had nearly faced disaster. Nonetheless, he approached, thinking, Very well. Let Liao toy with me a bit, as long as it does not escalate. Mu Liao embraced Mu Chenyì tightly. He furrowed his brow. Would she not tease him today? That would be a disappointment. Noticing something was amiss with Mu Liao, he inquired, Liao, what troubles you? Mu Liao said, My father intends to marry me off. What is the matter? Mu Chenyì was perplexed. If it were an ordinary person, that would be one thing, but cultivators need not wed so early. My father has fostered a good relationship with the Prince of Chihua City and wishes to marry me to his son to solidify the ties between the two families. Mu Liao continued. My mother mentioned that in a few days, the Chihua family will come to discuss the marriage. Wang Shiyue's visit was to inform Mu Liao about this matter and to prepare her psychologically. Mu Chenyì said calmly, so that is the case. This situation is straightforward. There are numerous solutions, such as eliminating the root of the issue by getting rid of the prince's son. Seeing Mu Chenyì's impassive expression, Mu Liao felt a surge of anger. Did this not imply he cared little for her? She pinched him on the waist, twisting it back and forth. You insufferable cad. I am to be married, and you show no concern whatsoever. Mu Chenyì grimaced in pain, quickly saying, Liao, this is a minor issue. It can be easily resolved. Mu Liao loosened her grip and asked, how so? If we reveal your condition, will the prince still consent to this marriage? Upon learning, Mu Tianheng would not cast Mu Liao aside, would he? After all, among his children, she possesses the greatest talent. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the gifts. I heard that small gifts powered by love are free. I thank all you lovely ones in advance. I no longer desire Bai Lian. Please hint madly. Chapter 70. Princess, how did you recognize me? Upon hearing this, Mu Liao furrowed her brow. She had considered revealing her condition, but doing so could lead to Mu Chenyì's peril if it were discovered that she had been with someone. She did not wish for him to suffer. Mu Chenyì was hers and could only be harmed by her. No, if this were exposed, what would happen to you? Mu Chenyì caressed Mu Liao's cheek and then said, let us find another way. Tonight, we shall elope and wander the world, returning only after we have sired 17 or 18 children. Mu Liao retorted, I am not a pig. Then shall we go? Let us go. Then prepare your belongings. We shall elope. Without hesitation, Mu Liao sprang up, retrieving a bundle and a small box from the cabinet. She opened the box and declared, this money will suffice for our time away. Let us depart. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He had merely jested. Yet this girl seemed to have long prepared for their elopement. He was genuinely moved. Of course, he would be willing to take Mu Liao away, but doing so would mean she must sever ties with her family. He could care less, but he could not let Mu Liao follow him into hardship. Moreover, his uncle's family had yet to arrive. It was not the right time for him to leave. Mu Chenyì pulled Mu Liao into his embrace, saying, there is no rush. Do you wish for me to marry another so that you may pursue other women? Of course not. Elopement is a last resort. Mu Chenyì said, Liao, you should tell the princess about your condition. No way. Rest assured, nothing will go amiss. Even if it does, I can still take you away. What if my father insists I marry? Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, how could I allow you to marry another? We shall simply eliminate the prince's son. Mu Liao shook her head. The prince's son was not so easily dispatched. If it were discovered, Mu Chenyì would be pursued by both his father and the prince. Far too dangerous. Mu Chenyì reassured her, do not worry. Did not Mu Lingfei perish with such ease? As long as he merely brushes against the other's skin, everything will be resolved effortlessly. Now he only hopes that things do not reach that point, for after all, the union of the Mu and Qi families is akin to a political marriage. If the son of the Qi king were truly to fall victim to his poison schemes, it would be an egregious injustice. Mu Liao still wore a worried expression. Mu Chenyì could only reassure her, dear wife, do not fret. I possess the heirlooms left by my forebear. Nothing will go awry. Even if it does, we can elope together. With some reluctance, Mu Liao conceded, very well. If something were to happen to you, I shall accompany you. It will not come to that, Mu Chenyì replied. Liao, hurry and seek out the princess. Inform her about the physical condition, lest we linger too long and invite trouble. Mu Liao nodded, then rose and swiftly exited the room. Mu Chenyì pondered for a moment, realizing he should also pay a visit to Wang Shiyue. Once word of the physical condition spreads, any further inquiries into Mu Liao's health would surely expose the truth, which would not bode well for her. He needed to preemptively offer his apologies. That evening, while Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao were sharing tender moments, he inquired about the situation. Mu Liao had already informed Wang Shiyue, yet remained uncertain how Mu Tianheng would choose to respond upon learning the truth. Shortly thereafter, Mu Chenyì departed from Mu Liao's quarters, preparing to confront his mother-in-law. He returned to his room, donned a suitable outfit for nighttime excursions, obscured his face, and stealthily slipped out. As Mu Chenyì exited the courtyard, he spotted a shadow darting across the rooftop nearby. The figure, clad in dark attire, moved with remarkable speed. Intrigued, Mu Chenyì pursued, leaping onto the roof and observing the cloaked individual conceal themselves in a tree within the courtyard. He found it peculiar. The person emitted a distinct aura of spiritual energy, likely at the fourth level of the Xian realm. Although uncertain, he refrained from probing further, fearing he might alert the individual. At that moment, patrolling guards passed through the courtyard, compelling both Mu Chenyì and the mysterious figure to conceal themselves. Once the guards departed, the cloaked figure swiftly descended from the tree, stumbling slightly upon landing, almost losing their balance. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow. It was improbable that such a misstep was merely a momentary lapse. He suspected the individual was injured. The figure moved quickly, entering a storage room. Mu Chenyì observed for a considerable time, but saw no further activity. Not wishing to complicate matters, he resolved to visit Wang Shuiwei first and address the other issue later. He soared away, approaching Mu Tianheng's courtyard. Utilizing the invisibility function of his hidden ring, he effortlessly scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. After a thorough search, he finally located Wang Shuiwei's chamber. He hesitated to enter, for a maid was tending to Wang Shuiwei's evening routine. Before long, the maid exited, providing Mu Chenyì the opportunity to slip inside. Upon entering, he beheld Wang Shuiwei with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, devoid of makeup, her fair cheeks radiant, embodying a delicate beauty that was youthful yet graceful. She wore a translucent purple garment that revealed her delicate shoulders, her skin a soft hue, modestly accentuating her figure without overt allure. Wang Shuiwei approached the table and seated herself, engrossed in a book. This sight prompted Mu Chenyì to recall a saying. With a slender waist and gentle steps, she presents her fair wrists through light gauze. Mu Chenyì couldn't help but sigh internally. What a waste of such beauty to be relegated to a mere dog-s bowl. Who could possibly resist such a captivating figure? He forcibly steadied his racing heart. He was here for serious matters. Slowly, he approached Wang Shuiwei, raised his hand, and swiftly employed the spirit-snatching finger technique, covering her mouth immediately. He certainly could not broach the subject of Mu Liao while she was capable of resistance. Princess, I beg your pardon for my boldness. But for your safety, I must release my grip, and I implore you not to scream. He cautiously loosened his hold, and she did not cry out. Wang Shuiwei remained remarkably calm and replied, You must be the steward from Liao's quarters? Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He had obscured his face and altered his voice specifically to avoid detection. How could she have recognized him? How did you discern my identity, princess? Wang Shuiwei chuckled softly. Take a guess. Mu Chenyì found himself entranced. Her smile was utterly enchanting, her captivating gaze striking a chord deep within his heart. Was this not an outright seduction? Key moment. Key moment. Brother, this woman dares to entice you. Why not seize the opportunity? Mu Chenyì felt exasperated. Why did this absurd system always choose such moments to meddle? Could you not be quiet for once? Brother E, I am a mature system. In times of significant life choices, without my guidance, you would surely falter. If I were to heed your advice, that would be a grave mistake. You ridiculous system. Mu Chenyì chose to disregard the system and looked at Wang Shuiwei. Princess, I cannot guess. You must enlighten me. He needed to understand how she had discovered his identity and make necessary adjustments to avoid future complications. Wang Shuiwei responded, It was your scent. This woman has a keen sense of smell. Mu Chenyì paused, then sniffed himself, detecting no unusual fragrance. Observing his confusion, Wang Shuiwei continued, My sense of smell is exceptionally acute, and after my training, it has become even more refined. However, this is something that others are unaware of. Mu Chenyì pondered. Scent. Indeed, he had overlooked that detail. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If that were the case, then Wang Shuiwei must have known about his relationship with Mu Liao for quite some time. Given their intimate encounters over the past 2 months, it was inconceivable that she remained unaware of their connection. Fortunately, his interactions with Wang Shidream were minimal, and she rarely crossed paths with Wang Shuiwei. Otherwise, his indiscretions would have been revealed without a doubt. Wang Shuiwei seemed to sense Mu Chenyì's thoughts and remarked, I am indeed aware of your relationship with Liao. Brother E, this woman is privy to your secrets. You must act swiftly. After taking action, consider the necessity of silencing her. If you wish for me to release you, then be gone. I only threaten those who are adorable. Leave, just leave. Mu Chenyì gazed at Wang Shuiwei. unsure of how to proceed. You did not come here merely to gawk at me, did you? I came to... He began, but was interrupted by footsteps approaching from outside. Someone was coming. That should be Mu Chenyì. Carry me to the bed, she instructed. Although she was capable of movement, her body felt too weak to comply. Mu Chenyì hesitated. He had intended to flee. Hurry, you cannot escape. Mu Chenyì complied, lifting Wang Shuiwei and placing her gently onto the bed. Now come up here. Cover yourself with the blanket and hide beneath it. Is that appropriate? If you wish to be discovered, I have no objections. Upon hearing those words, Mu Chenyì climbed onto the bed, pulled back the covers, and concealed himself within. Wang Shuiwei pressed her hand onto Mu Chenyì's head, instructing, get closer, otherwise, it will be all too apparent. Mu Chenyì intended to protest, but upon hearing her words, he acquiesced, allowing her to guide his head down. The sensation was indescribable. Being enveloped in the blanket, pressed against her, created a feeling of blissful suffocation. He couldn't help but take in her scent. It was delightful. He quickly stifled his breath. Wang Shuiwei sensed his presence near her chest. Her body tingled, prompting a soft moan. Little rascal, she scolded quietly. Just then, a male voice called from outside, madam. The door swung open. At that moment, Mu Chenyì suddenly realized that something was amiss. It was rather conspicuous what Mu Chenyì intended by seeking out Wang Shuiwei late at night. Was he not digging his own grave by hiding under the covers? He was practically inviting discovery in flagrante delicto. Mu Chenyì realized this too late. The deed was done, and all he could do was conceal himself. Clinging tightly to Wang Shuiwei, inhaling her fragrance, deciding to seize the opportunity for some dalliance, now that things had escalated so dramatically. Wang Shuiwei lightly pinched Mu Chenyì's neck, suppressing the mingling sensations of pleasure and discomfort, and coldly rebuked Mu Chenyì. What do you want? Leave? Mu Chenyì was taken aback by the frigidity in Wang Shuiwei's tone, which was hardly indicative of a marital relationship. Mu Chenyì, however, disregarded her harsh words and inquired, have you spoken to Yaoer about the marriage? Yes. Now you may depart. Wang Shuiwei's voice was now laced with anger, leaving Mu Chenyì utterly bewildered. The entire Mu residence spoke of the profound love between the prince and princess, their exemplary marital bond, but the reality seemed far removed from this perception. Wang Shuiwei's demeanor toward Mu Chenyì was not that of a wife but of an adversary. Upon hearing Wang Shuiwei's words, Mu Chenyì sighed and said, then, madam, rest well. I shall not disturb you further. With that, he turned and exited the room. Mu Chenyì twitched his nose, lost in thought, his hand unconsciously settling on Wang Shuiwei's waist, the gossamer fabric doing little to conceal its smooth, tender texture. Wang Shuiwei, sensitive to the twitching of his nose, could not suppress a soft moan. Oh! She threw back the covers and found Mu Chenyì pressed against her, his hand gently caressing her waist. She initially intended to stop him, but, inexplicably, closed her eyes, savoring the moment. After a moment, Mu Chenyì turned his head, taking deep breaths. Though the experience had been pleasurable, it had also been stifling. The instant Mu Chenyì's head moved, Wang Shuiwei opened her eyes, a hint of anger in her expression, and demanded, was that comfortable? Comfortable? No, not comfortable. Your Highness, would you believe me if I said it was unintentional? Mu Chenyì looked at Wang Shuiwei with sincere eyes. Wang Shuiwei, exasperated, retorted, do you believe that yourself? His hand was still gently caressing her waist. After all, Mu Chenyì replied, what I say, I naturally believe. You impudent rogue. Are you not afraid I will tell Yaoer about your behavior? Please, you mustn't. Yaoer would surely strip me bare if she knew. Wang Shuiwei sneered, then tell me. What should I do? Mu Chenyì responded, Your Highness, I am a normal man. In this situation, which man could resist such temptation? If one cannot resist, does that justify acting on it? Your Highness, I have exercised considerable restraint. If I had truly acted, you would have been powerless to resist. Besides, you are the one who allowed me to come up here. So it is my lack of propriety, and I should thank you for it? Your Highness, you are indeed at fault, but not for impropriety. It is for being too beautiful. Wang Shuiwei's face flushed slightly at the compliment, but she maintained a stern demeanor, saying, Are you being fair to Yaoer? Mu Chenyì could only reply, My actions stem from affection, but I have not transgressed any boundaries. My conscience is clear. Wang Shuiwei was taken aback, wondering how he could utter such words with a straight face. You are being sophistical. Seeing the complex emotions in Wang Shuiwei's eyes, Mu Chenyì, unsure of her thoughts, took her hand entwining their fingers, and said, "Your Highness, let us keep this a secret, known only to heaven, earth, you, and me, a secret that belongs solely to us for the rest of our lives." Wang Shuyue's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her neck flushed. She hastily withdrew her hand, her heart pounding, reminding herself that he belonged to Mu Liao. To ease the tension, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Your Highness, your relationship with the prince seems." Wang Shuyue's face turned cold at the mention of the prince, and she said, "Not as harmonious as the rumor suggests. Is it?" Mu Chenyì nodded. "Far from it. There is a palpable animosity from your Highness towards the prince." Wang Shuyue said, "Would you like to hear a story?" "Thank you for your support and gifts." Chapter 72. A 20-year-old secret. Mu Chenyì nodded again. Wang Shuyue began her tale. 22 years ago, a young lady from a prominent family went out for a leisurely stroll and was accosted by bandits on a mountain path outside the city. The thugs murdered her 2 attendants, stole her valuables, and, captivated by her beauty, lusted after her. Just as they were about to assault her, a man descended from the heavens, slaying all the bandits and saving the girl. The girl thought she was rescued, but to her dismay, the man, aroused by her disheveled clothing and exquisite face, succumbed to his baser instincts and violated her. Afterward, the girl was distraught and considered ending her life after bidding farewell to her family. However, the man who had defiled her followed her home and, threatening her family's lives, forced her to marry him. The girl married the man and, years later, bore him a daughter. In public, she and the man always portrayed an image of marital bliss. Wang Shuyue then asked, "Do you think they behave like husband and wife in private?" Mu Chenyì was stunned, as this version differed significantly from what Wang Shimeng had told him. This was the true story, which explained Wang Shuyue's attitude toward Mu Chenyì. Wang Shuyue's eyes were now filled with tears, her expression one of grief and anguish. Mu Chenyì, unsure how to comfort her, as it was not his forte, received guidance from the system, which instructed him to embrace her, offering her a warm and comforting gesture. Heeding the system's advice, Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Shuyue, gently stroking her back. Wang Shuyue reciprocated, burying herself in his arms, and sobbed uncontrollably, releasing years of pent-up emotions. Mu Chenyì had to conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy to prevent the sound from escaping, as Wang Shuyue's cries were heartrending, filled with sorrow and despair. Mu Chenyì held her tightly, realizing the depth of suffering concealed beneath the dignified and alluring facade of the princess. After nearly half an hour, Wang Shuyue's sobs subsided, replaced by soft whimpers. Mu Chenyì wiped away the tears from her eyes and whispered, there, don't cry." The system then urged him to kiss her, asserting that words were futile. Mu Chenyì, succumbing to the system's influence, kissed her, only to realize he had been manipulated. Wang Shuyue initially resisted, but soon acquiesced. Mu Chenyì, abandoning all pretense, began to caress her, his hands moving freely beneath the light fabric. Wang Shuyue placed her hand on Mu Chenyì's chest, feeling the heat emanating from his body, and allowed him to indulge himself. After a long while, they lay together entwined. Mu Chenyì refrained from further transgression, ignoring the system's urging, and held Wang Shuyue close. Wang Shuyue rested quietly against Mu Chenyì's chest, finding solace in the presence of someone who knew her deepest secret. Had Mu Chenyì not stopped, she would have likely yielded completely, a thought that now filled her with fear and regret, as she had almost betrayed Mu Liao. The system detected a trace of morality in the host and rewarded him with 100 system points, a small but unexpected bonus. He happily kissed Wang Shuyue's forehead. Wang Shuyue said with a bitter smile, "If only you were not Yao's man, how wonderful it would be. If you weren't, I could freely offer you this frail body without hesitation." Her voice was hoarse, and as she smiled, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Mu Chenyì gently brushed away her tears. "Sister, if I had no connection to Yao, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. I only lament that I was born after you, yet I am fortunate to have met you." Wang Shuyue embraced Mu Chenyì, contemplating whether, had the hour not been so late, they might have shared a sweetness that penetrated to the very marrow. She then inquired, "What brings you here tonight?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Yao has awakened the Linglong treasure body. The examination of her constitution might unveil our connection. I have come to seek your forgiveness, and hope you will assist in concealing this matter, for its revelation would not bode well for Yao." Wang Shuyue nodded and said, "I have not disclosed Yao's condition to that beast. I hinted to Yao to leave with you. The chief family should arrive the day after tomorrow. You must depart tomorrow. Mu Chenyì gazed at Wang Shuiwei and said, that scoundrel Mu Tianheng likely places great importance on his marriage alliance with the chief family. If Yaoer and I leave, what will you do? What if Yaoer longs for you after we depart? And what about me? Previously, allowing him to take Mu Liu away would have posed no issue, but now, should they leave, Mu Tianheng would surely vent his wrath upon Wang Shuiwei. Utilizing the Wang family as leverage against her, she would be unable to leave this place. Once they departed, Wang Shuiwei would be in grave danger. Under such circumstances, how could he rest easy? Chapter 73. Do you not feel sad? Wang Shuiwei shook her head, preparing to further persuade Mu Chenyì. That beast had always treated Yaoer well, though the suitor he selected for her was for his own benefit. He had indeed considered Yaoer's welfare. However, she did not wish to see Yaoer manipulated by him. Take Yaoer away. If that beast discovers Yaoer possesses a special constitution, he will undoubtedly seek to exploit her. Wang Shuiwei also wished to avoid Mu Chenyì. Though they had not overstepped boundaries tonight, she felt she had wronged Mu Liu. Mu Chenyì shook his head and contemplated, Sister, Yaoer and I will certainly not leave. What do you intend to do? Just inform that scoundrel about Yaoer's situation. Once the year end is over, Yaoer will be 16 and eligible to join the sect. Mu Chenyì continued, by then, that scoundrel will likely find a way to send Yaoer to a reputable sect, which would be beneficial for her. At that time, I can devise a plan to eliminate him. Wang Shuiwei furrowed her brow, expressing concern. No, he recently broke through to the 4th level of the Wang realm. You are no match for him. If something were to happen to you, what would happen to my Yaoer? Mu Chenyì smiled, noting how much the two women resembled each other in their speech. Sister, do not worry. I will act prudently and would never abandon you and Yaoer. Mu Chenyì was indeed contemplating poisoning Mu Tianheng. With the divine concealment ring, it would not be overly difficult, but timing was crucial. The Mu family held considerable power. With Mu Tianheng present, no one in the city would dare to target them. However, should Mu Tianheng perish, the Mu residence would become but a shadow of its former self. Before that time, he needed to find a way to elevate Wang Shuiwei's cultivation to the Wang realm. This was not insurmountable. He could share the techniques from the Yuanling treasure record with her, and, with a few drops of imperial blood, she could likely reach that level within months. The challenge lay in the fact that Mu Liu was unaware of her parents' circumstances. If Mu Tianheng were to die, Mu Liu would undoubtedly be devastated. Moreover, if she deduced that he was behind the poisoning, how could he explain himself? Mu Chenyì looked at Wang Shuiwei and asked, Sister, do you wish to personally eliminate Mu Tianheng? Wang Shuiwei's expression hardened momentarily, but soon dimmed significantly. I have longed for it in my dreams. But my cultivation is too low to accomplish such a feat, Mu Chenyì replied. Your cultivation can be enhanced, and we can also use poison. Then we can rid ourselves of him. Upon hearing Mu Chenyì's suggestion, Wang Shuiwei was naturally somewhat tempted, yet she shook her head. Cultivation does not improve overnight. It will take a long time for me to reach the Wang realm. Furthermore, Mu Tianheng has always been cautious. Administering poison is not an easy task. I fear that if you act impulsively and fail, the consequences may be dire, and it would not be worth it. You must not be foolish. If something happens to you, Yaoer would be heartbroken. Mu Chenyì asked, do you not feel sad? As he spoke, he pressed his lips against Wang Shuiwei's. You little rascal. After that, Mu Chenyì did not bring up these matters again. He needed to ponder carefully. Near dawn, he stealthily exited Wang Shuiwei's chamber. Wang Shuiwei, watching him leave, returned to her bed, her hand resting on her chest as she gazed at the red mark before her. She was uncertain of how to lighten it, for it had already left a mark. She placed her hand upon it, her face flushing red, akin to a young girl holding hands with her beloved. Yet, she soon fell into a melancholic reverie. Chapter 74. I have never seen so much money. Even in my dreams, Chenyì quickly returned to his own room. Brother, she was clearly the first person who genuinely did not reject you. I know. Then why? If I had not stopped at that moment and continued, she would have certainly thought I was merely driven by desire and that I would harm her. She is already so pitiable, I should tread carefully. If anyone is to be pitied, it is Mu Tianheng. You take advantage of his wife while scheming with her to harm him. You are indeed a ruthless individual. That beast is not worth mourning. Mu Chenyì mused. After all, neither Mu Tianheng nor I are virtuous individuals. He used force against Wang Shuiwei, and I initially coerced Yaoer. Detected that the host's moral compass is faltering. Please ensure a proper mindset. Brother E, do not be foolish. You are different. At least your feelings for Mu Liu are sincere. His desires are fleeting, while your affection for Mu Liu is deep-rooted and deliberate. Mu Chenyì pondered. I do like Yaoer, but is this affection truly profound? How could it not be? You allow Mu Liu to act willfully. If it were Wang's sure dream, or that little you, would you show them any kindness? Certainly not. Then it is settled. Mu Liu is already an irreplaceable presence in your heart. Is that so? Mu Chenyì thought of Mu Liu. Hey, Yaoer, my Yaoer. Detected that the host's moral compass is stable. It is another positive day. For now, I must assist my sister in awakening her constitution to swiftly elevate her cultivation, ensuring she can personally eliminate Mu Tianheng. After this, it will all fall into place. I shall visit her tonight to help awaken her powers. These days, your presence is futile. What do you mean? You will understand soon. Mu Chenyì continued. You must give me 3 drops of imperial blood. You can simply access the system interface and redeem them. I tell you, it is because I do not intend to spend system points. This is unacceptable. It contravenes the regulations. You have already taken advantage of me throughout our journey in the mountains. I have not yet settled the score. Hand over 3 drops, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Mu Chenyì declared fiercely, if you cannot produce them, I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation. You only know how to threaten me. Hurry and hand them over. Here you go. Mu Chenyì received the imperial blood and stored it in a vial. All right, there's nothing more for you to do here. You may leave now. After taking everything, you're just going to smash the pot. You truly play this game well. With that, he dismissed the presence. Mu Chenyì chuckled softly, realizing that his previous approach to the system had been misguided. To manage this system, one must maintain a cool demeanor. Being overly kind only invites arrogance, while scolding it only seems to fuel its enthusiasm. As Mu Chenyì reclined on his bed, he pondered the events of the previous night, suddenly springing upright and slapping his thigh. How could I forget about the man in black? He rushed out of his room only to find that dawn had broken, forcing him to retreat, with the daylight bringing forth a multitude of onlookers. It would be impractical for him to investigate. He could only wait for the night, hoping that the individual had not departed. In the afternoon, Mu Chenyì left the Mu Wang mansion and headed to the small courtyard he had purchased. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed that the gate was ajar. His uncle's family had already arrived. As the sounds from within revealed, they were tidying up the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, pushed open the gate, and entered. Upon hearing the noise, Mu Shaoqing turned around and, upon seeing Mu Chenyì, immediately dropped her broom and dashed towards him. Brother, I was just about to clean up before coming to find you. I guess you would be here, so I came to take a look. At that moment, a middle-aged man and a young man emerged from inside the house. Recognizing them, Mu Chenyì approached, addressing the middle-aged man as his uncle, Mu Tianji, and the young man as his cousin, Mu Chenyì. Uncle, brother. Mu Tianji welcomed him with a smile. Chenyì, come in. Mu Chenyì pulled him in, saying, Lil E, impressive. You made quite the name for yourself, buying a house in the city. Mu Chenyì laughed modestly. Not at all. I still fall short compared to brother. Look at you, daring to tease me now. Not at all. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the house. Inside, a weary-looking middle-aged woman sat in a chair, her complexion pale. Mu Chenyì approached her. Aunt, the woman exclaimed, Little E is here. Come, let Aunt have a look at you. She scrutinized Mu Chenyì from head to toe, then patted him on the shoulder, smiling. You've grown strong. Now I can rest easy. Aunt, I'm doing well outside. You needn't worry. Mu Chenyì then produced a silver note and handed it to Mu Tianji, saying, Uncle, please hire a doctor for Aunt as soon as possible. It was evident that Aunt's condition was grave, with her injured leg still bandaged, indicating ongoing issues. Mu Tianji, gazing at the silver note in his hand, asked, Where did you get so much, Chenyì? It's all from the 6th young lady of the mansion. Mu Chenyì casually fabricated an excuse. Uncle, we cannot delay Aunt's situation. Please act quickly. Aunt interjected, Husband, I'm fine. This money should not be touched. It should be saved for little Yi's future marriage. Mu Tianji nodded in agreement. You're right. With your elder brother gone early, little Yi is nearing 16, we ought to arrange a match for him. Mu Chenyì suggested, Father. The Liu family girl used to play well with little Yi. We could consider her. I'll return to the village tomorrow and speak to someone about it. Previously, Mu Tianji had hesitated to entertain such thoughts, as his own son was older than Mu Chenyì and still unmarried. However, The presence of the silver note gave him newfound confidence. At that moment, Mu Chenyì chimed in, "Father, brother asked me to tell sister Lu not to wait for him and to find a good man to marry. I spoke to her about it last night." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì immediately removed his shoes, ready to scold Mu Chenyì. "You little troublemaker, can you not make things worse?" Mu Chenyì swiftly hid behind Mu Chenyì, saying, "Father, it was brother's request. I could always marry him instead." Mu Chenyì frowned at this absurdity. How had it escalated so far? It would be ages before marriage was even a consideration. Marrying now would lead to so many missed opportunities. He quickly interjected, "Uncle, it was I who asked Chenyì to speak. Do not blame her." Mu Chenyì sighed, donning his shoes once more. "Rest assured, tomorrow I will visit the Lu family. Uncle, use this money for aunt's treatment. I'm still young, and marriage is not urgent." After Mu Chenyì firmly argued his case, the matter was settled. He then called Mu Chenyì aside, producing 1,000 taels in silver notes and handing them over. Although 1,000 taels was not an exorbitant sum, it would sufficiently cover the family's expenses. Mu Chenyì nearly fainted upon seeing the amount, realizing he had never encountered such wealth, even in dreams. "Chenyì, did the young lady from the mansion give you this?" "Uncle, let us not discuss it. The source of this money is secure, so please use it without concern. This one do. I will save it for you, for when you start your own family." "Uncle, I have more. This is for you." "Uncle, the city is different from our village. We must be cautious. Keep this money a secret. If others find out, it could attract unwanted attention." Mu Chenyì nodded, still dazed, his eyes fixed on the silver note. Mu Chenyì continued, "Uncle, now that I work at the Muwang mansion, I may not be able to visit often. That is all right. As long as you are safe, your aunt and I will be content. Besides, we have Cheng Wang and Xiaoqing around. You need not worry. Uncle, working in the mansion could lead to offending someone, so please advise the family not to mention our connection. If anything happens to me, I would want to drag you all down with me." Mu Chenyì nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. He had heard tales of servants from wealthy families facing dire consequences for offending their masters, some beaten, some cast out, and others simply vanishing. After reiterating several cautions, Mu Chenyì bid farewell to his uncle and aunt. With family matters resolved, he felt a great weight lifted from his mind, sensing an elevation in his spirit. Watching Mu Chenyì depart, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Little he has changed so much. He is not the same as before." Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed, Chenyì has matured and prospered. Your uncle and his family can now rest in peace." Mu Xiaoqing then asked, "Father, are we not allowed to visit brother anymore?" "Not unless there is a significant matter. Your brother has it hard out there. We should avoid adding to his troubles, especially you. Remember that." "I will." As night fell, Mu Chenyì donned a dark outfit, concealing his face, and stealthily exited Mu Liao's courtyard, heading towards the small courtyard where the man in black had been the previous night. He approached the storeroom's entrance and quietly opened the door, closing it behind him. The room was pitch black, so dark that one could hardly see their hand in front of their face. As Mu Chenyì cautiously stepped inside, he suddenly felt a chill and found a blade pressed to his throat. Feigning terror, he exclaimed, "Hero, please spare my life. Don't move. What are you doing here?" Chapter 75. I trust you won't mind? Mu Chenyì blinked in surprise, realizing the person was a woman, and frowned. Too many women can complicate matters. Perhaps a bit of moderation would be wise. He quickly responded, "Heroine, I merely wanted to steal a few things." The woman retorted, "Why would you come to the storeroom to steal? Do you think I'm easily deceived?" Shaking in fear, Mu Chenyì replied, "Heroine, I've never been to Mu Wang Mansion. How could I know this is the storeroom? It's so large. I simply picked a room at random." The woman pondered this for a moment, recalling that she too had not realized this was the storeroom before entering last night. She lowered her knife, no longer suspicious. The opponent possessed no discernible cultivation, and despite her severe injuries, she would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with ordinary individuals. She retrieved a silver note from her bosom and promptly declared, "Take this money and leave. Do not engage in petty thievery again. If we cross paths once more, I shall not be lenient." Mu Chenyì accepted the silver note, which was worth 100 taels, and mused that the other party's generosity was somewhat excessive. How could he bring himself to harm her? If he were to lay a hand on this woman, his conscience would surely weigh heavily upon him. Holding the note, he bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, noble heroine. I shall certainly turn over a new leaf and strive to be a better person." His words were imbued with sincerity. "Heroine, please allow me to pay my respects." As Mu Chenyì attempted to kneel in homage, the woman, having acted on impulse, did not anticipate such a heartfelt gesture and quickly moved to assist him. However, just as her hand brushed against his arm, he unexpectedly extended a finger and pointed at her chest. Startled, she instinctively sought to retreat, but given their proximity, she found herself with no escape. Had she chosen to strike, she might have had a chance, but withdrawing would only lead to her demise. Mu Chenyì's finger easily made contact with her, causing her internal energy to falter and her body weakened. He then proceeded to touch her forehead and various points around her body, nodding in satisfaction, assured that she was now secure. Will your conscience not trouble you? I have already discarded it. Keeping it would serve no purpose other than to add to my burdens. Mu Chenyì remarked, Heroine, you must exercise caution in the future. Your vigilance is woefully inadequate. The woman, now utterly incapacitated and lying on the ground, seethed with indignation. You scoundrel, you have plotted against me. She had not anticipated that he concealed his true strength, and she struggled to comprehend how someone from such a humble background could possess such skills. Mu Chenyì retorted, My dear lady, you are mistaken. I acted openly and above board. How can this be considered a plot? Moreover, when one ventures into the world, can one truly expect to encounter only virtuous individuals? Her fury was palpable, yet she found herself at a loss for words, as she could not muster her energy to contend with him. Most critically, based on the energy fluctuations he had exhibited, it was evident that he had reached the peak of the spirit realm. Given her injuries, even if she could channel her energy, she likely would not be his match. What do you intend to do? Mu Chenyì replied, The night is long, and we are but a solitary man and woman. Need I elaborate? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately retorted, You beast. His words were merely a jest. He was not a lecherous fiend who would accost a woman indiscriminately. He had assessed her potential and found her to possess considerable talent, yet lacking any special physique. You may raise your voice, should you attract others. I fear you may not leave here alive in your current state. The woman furrowed her brow and continued to hurl insults at him, though her voice had significantly softened. Mu Chenyì leaned closer, then removed her mask and produced a spirit stone for illumination. Ah, you are quite beautiful, scoundrel, he chuckled before stating. You now have two choices. Relinquish your valuables, and I shall let you go, or after our encounter, I shall take what I desire myself. Which do you prefer? The woman inquired. Will you keep your word? Mu Chenyì replied earnestly, I, Han Ming, am a man of honor. I would not be deceitful. She regarded him with disdain. A man of honor. You cannot afford to play this game. You resorted to ambush, you wretched scum. The items are in my storage ring. You may take them, but I hope you keep your word, or I shall haunt you as a ghost. Mu Chenyì paused. Finding her words familiar, he remembered what Dan Min had said before she had indeed met her end. Rest assured, I am not one to deceive. He removed the ring from her finger and tucked it away. The woman asked, Now that you have taken my belongings, may I be released? He shook his head. Do you possess any other treasures, such as protective armor? No, I find that hard to believe. I must conduct a search. You would not object, would you? Hee. You shameless fiend. Mu Chenyì responded, This is simply a necessary measure. I do not trust your words. A thorough search is more straightforward. Please cooperate and refrain from shouting, lest I be compelled to take unforeseen actions. With that, he reached out, methodically searching her entire body, with certain areas receiving particular attention. The woman kept her eyes tightly shut, biting down on her lips in fury. Mu Chenyì observed her and said, It seems you were indeed truthful. I was narrow-minded, and I asked for your forgiveness. May I be released now? She coldly inquired. In due time, you shall regain your strength. There is no need for concern. He refrained from dispelling the effects of the binding spirit finger, as that would only invite danger from her. He carried her to a corner, then picked up a large piece of cloth nearby. My apologies for the offense today, fair lady. Let us part ways here. When we meet again, I shall offer my apologies once more. With that, he draped the cloth over her and exited the room. Han Ming, I shall remember you. When I recover, I will seek justice for this day's indignities, she vowed fiercely. After leaving, Mu Chenyì concealed himself on the rooftop nearby, delaying his departure. The young lady was kind-hearted, incapacitated at present, and it would be too perilous for her to be discovered. Having taken advantage of her, he felt compelled to ensure her safety. Half an hour later, he finally left the rooftop and made his way to Wang Shuyue's quarters. Wang Shuyue lay upon her bed, weariness overtaking her, and as she dozed, she heard a noise at the door and turned to see a figure in black entering and shutting the door behind him. What is this little rascal doing here again? She had previously instructed Mu Chenyì not to return. Chapter 76. You must take responsibility. Wang Shuiwei frowned, regarding Mu Chenyì. Did I not tell you not to come here again? He drew her into an embrace. I simply missed you. He then lightly kissed her cheek. You little rascal. Wang Shuiwei's cheeks flushed as she scolded. You have put me in a difficult position with Yaoer. Mu Chenyì asserted. Yet you cannot flirt and then deny responsibility. You must take accountability for this. Alas, you troublesome adversary. How am I to live with this? Wang Shuiwei attempted to push him away, but her hands lacked strength, and she ultimately yielded to him. Mu Chenyì grasped her hand and said, of course. We shall live joyfully. Wang Shuiwei shyly replied. You truly leave me helpless, but for the next few days, it is not possible. She rolled her eyes at him. Mu Chenyì was taken aback, realizing it was that time of the month. No wonder the system had indicated it was not feasible. He grinned mischievously. No, what are you thinking? I merely came to check on you, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuiwei wished she could sink beneath the bed, utterly mortified. You little rascal. She playfully pinched his waist. Mu Chenyì caressed her cheek. You two possess a special physique. What special physique do I have? Indeed, you share the exquisite physique of Ling Long, just not yet awakened. Wang Shuiwei inquired. Do you possess a method? Mu Chenyì responded. There is a way. Yaoer was also unawakened before, but after our union, her physique awakened. Together, can one awaken a special physique? Wang Shuiwei was skeptical. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Mu Chenyì shook his head, exclaiming how love can indeed make one foolish. Your words are rather misplaced. Even if I don't mention this matter, wouldn't I still benefit? Can you truly prevent me from doing so, you little rascal? Rising to his feet, Mu Chenyì lifted Wang Shuiwei into his arms. He then accessed the system, expending 200 system points to bestow a kiss upon Wang Shuiwei's forehead, transmitting the Yuanling treasure record and the concealment technique to her. Instantly, Wang Shuiwei felt an influx of new knowledge within her mind and inquired, Did you do this? The former was an earth-grade cultivation method, while the latter was a profound spirit technique, both of which would greatly aid her cultivation. With an earth-grade cultivation method, I now possessed the potential to slay that beast. Wang Shuiwei's delight was palpable. Mu Chenyì declared, It is not a possibility, it is a certainty. He then produced a drop of imperial blood. Wang Shuiwei sensed the powerful aura emanating from it and asked, What is this? Imperial blood, he replied. Where did you acquire such treasures? Dear sister, no need for questions, just hurry and refine it, lest it go to waste. He promptly placed it into her mouth. Wang Shuiwei chuckled helplessly, embracing Mu Chenyì tightly. The imperial blood was undeniably precious. She had only heard of it before, yet Mu Chenyì had unhesitatingly gifted it to her, along with techniques. Thank you, she expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Her emotions condensed into those 3 words. Mu Chenyì replied, What is there to thank? What is mine is yours. Now focus on refining it. Wang Shuiwei adjusted her state to its peak and began the refinement process. Mu Chenyì held her waist, gazing earnestly at her to ensure no mishaps occurred. As Wang Shuiwei was refining the imperial blood, she felt a mix of anxiety and urgency, unable to cease her efforts despite the distraction of his embrace. You fiend, aren't you making me suffer? She thought, struggling to concentrate on both her refinement and maintaining her composure. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì remained steadfast, focused solely on her. After nearly 2 hours, Wang Shuiwei successfully refined all the imperial blood. The results were remarkable. Her cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the profound realm. At this rate, with just 1 more drop, she could potentially break through to the king realm. However, Mu Chenyì decided it prudent to wait a while before allowing her to refine again. He gently wiped the sweat from her brow and inquired, How do you feel? Have you gained any insights into techniques or powers? Wang Shuiwei shook her head, responding no. But merely raising my cultivation is already a significant achievement. Techniques and powers are not easily comprehended. Mu Chenyì nodded, realizing he had been too hasty. It would be better to allow Wang Shuiwei to awaken her innate constitution before she refined the imperial blood again. Next, focus on mastering the concealment technique. Do not let that scoundrel discover anything. In time, we shall devise a plan to eliminate him. Wang Shuiwei agreed, yes. Mastering the spirit technique will take time, but it can be used to obscure some of my cultivation. That should not be too difficult. A few hours will suffice. Mu Chenyì asked, "Sister, what did that scoundrel say upon learning of Yao Yao's situation?" "I'm not certain, but he likely intends to marry off his other daughter to the chief family," Wang Shui sighed. "As for Yao Yao, he has probably found a way to inform someone from a sect, most likely the Yaoguang sect." "The Yaoguang sect? Is that the subordinate sect of the Yaoguang sacred land?" Indeed, Mu Chenyì recalled hearing of the Yaoguang sacred land, a superpower within the Xianyu continent located in the central region. The Yaoguang sect in the southern region was its branch and was among the top forces there. If Yao Yao could join the Yaoguang sect, it would be advantageous for her. Wang Shu lamented, "The Yaoguang sect is not just thousands of miles away from Xing'an City." Mu Chenyì reassured her, "Though it may seem vast to an ordinary person, for those of profound cultivation, it is but a fleeting moment. You need not worry. Once your constitution fully awakens, your cultivation will surely soar, and these matters will pose no obstacle." Wang Shui nestled against Mu Chenyì, sighing, "Let's hope for that." They conversed extensively, and Wang Shui playfully pinched Mu Chenyì's cheek, exclaiming, "You truly are a little rascal." Noticing her disheveled hair, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Sister, your hair is a mess." She stood and tucked a stray lock behind her ear, retorting, "You pest." The day had already begun. Mu Chenyì announced, "Sister, I must take my leave for now, but I shall return to see you tonight." Wang Shui shyly nodded, then frowned in exasperation. "What do you need my undergarment for?" Mu Chenyì lifted it to his nose and said, "It smells delightful. I shall keep it a hold while I sleep." "Rascal, you. Never mind, take it back. Just don't let Yao Yao find out, you little scoundrel." Rest assured, Mu Chenyì returned to his room, clutching the garment, tossing and turning in excitement for a while before placing it in a storage ring. He then retrieved another storage ring obtained from a mysterious woman. Extracting its contents, several vials of elixirs, over 300 spirit stones, and a jade tablet, alongside some garments. He lifted one of the garments to his nose, inhaling a refreshing fragrance. Upon examining the jade tablet, he noticed a name inscribed on one side, Yin Yiru, with the word outer etched in the upper right corner. The reverse bore the words Yaoguang sect. An outer disciple of the Yaoguang sect? Mu Chenyì mused, discarding the clothing and collecting the spirit stones. Holding the jade tablet, he commanded, "All of you come forth," summoning me by name, yet casting me aside afterward. "Do not provoke my wrath. Does this jade tablet possess any restrictions?" "Umph. The restrictions are simple. You may treat it as a distress signal, shatter it to activate it, though its effective range is merely a few thousand miles, hardly of great use." Mu Chenyì nodded, contemplating that keeping it might invite trouble, and decided it best to dispose of it outside the city. He promptly exited the Mu residence, discarding the item in the mountains several miles beyond Xing'an City. Upon his return, dawn had already broken. He rushed to his room, washed himself thoroughly, changed into fresh attire, and stepped outside. In the front courtyard, he encountered Wang Tung entering. He approached immediately, recalling his promise to educate Wang Tung. An opportunity now presented itself. "Young master, this is not a place for you. You ought to leave at once." Wang Tung furrowed his brow. Though addressed as young master, the tone was anything but respectful. If Mu Chenyì had previously shown him feigned respect, now it was blatant disdain. He had not forgotten the last incident, simmering with repressed anger after nearly a month of intense training, which had indeed elevated his cultivation. In his elation, Wang Tung had wished to share his joy with his sister and showcase his talent before Mu Liao. Yet, encountering Mu Chenyì here had thwarted his intentions, igniting his resentment. "You dog slave," he spat. "I did not seek you out, yet here you are, just in time to settle both old grudges and new grievances." He now exudes an overwhelming confidence, his strength having increased significantly, nearly tenfold that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the manipulation of spiritual energy, it approaches 20-fold. He is resolute in his belief that he can easily deal with Mu Chenyì. "Today, I shall ensure that you are thoroughly defeated." Upon finishing his declaration, he charged viciously towards Mu Chenyì, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. Mu Chenyì merely shook his head, bemused. This individual truly was a fool, lacking the cunning even compared to Wang Sherdong. Despite being siblings, how could he possess such a complete lack of awareness? He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. With a resounding crack, Wang Tung was sent sprawling to the ground, one hand clutching his face while the other cradled a few of his dislodged teeth. He groaned incessantly. Those teeth had cost him a considerable sum to replace after they were knocked out previously. He could not fathom how, As a practitioner of the 7th level of martial arts, he could be bested by an ordinary person. As he continued to ponder, his resolve crumbled, and he burst into tears. Mu Chenyì was taken aback, eyes widening in disbelief. Why was he crying? Was it merely from being beaten? Surely, this was an overreaction. If the opponent were obstinate, spouting arrogance, or even attempting to strike again, he would think nothing of it. Yet, witnessing a grown man weeping uncontrollably was beyond his capacity to bear, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. The cries naturally attracted the attention of others. A group of servants rushed over, gathering at a distance to witness the spectacle. Soon, Mu Liao and Wang Shidong also emerged. Furrowing her brow, Mu Liao cast a disdainful glance at Wang Tong before inquiring of Mu Chenyì. What has transpired? Mu Chenyì replied, he attacked me first, and I merely returned the favor with a slap, and now he is like this. A single slap, and he is wailing like a child. Is he even a man? Upon hearing Mu Liao's words, Wang Tong began to weep even more violently. Wang Shidong, feeling embarrassed, rushed forward to assist Wang Tong, guiding him back to her room. Mu Chenyì turned to the gathered servants, commanding, what are you all staring at? Get back to work. The servants promptly dispersed. Mu Liao questioned, did you perhaps strike too hard? She was aware of Mu Chenyì's immense strength. She had previously tested it herself and found that even without employing spiritual energy, his physical prowess outmatched her own. Mu Chenyì responded, could I truly be so indiscriminate? Miss, you saw for yourself that aside from losing a few teeth, he is no worse for wear. I did not anticipate that a mere fraction of my strength would bring him to tears. Mu Liao remarked, should I praise you for being so impressive then? Am I not impressive? You are the one who knows best. How irritating. Come, it is time for a meal. Indeed. After Wang Shidong had taken Wang Tong back, she looked at her sobbing brother with a sense of helplessness. She found herself at a loss for words. Neither scolding nor comforting seemed appropriate, so she simply remained silently by his side. After a considerable time, Wang Tong finally spoke, sister, I no longer wish to cultivate. Wang Shidong was taken aback. If her brother ceased his training, had her sacrifices been in vain? She immediately inquired, why? With tears streaming down his face, Wang Tong lamented, after 2 or 3 years of cultivation, I cannot even defeat a mere servant. What is the point in continuing? Wang Shidong sighed, how can you be so foolish? Mu Chenyì is far from an ordinary person. His cultivation is vastly superior to ours. How could you not see that? Impossible. If he had any cultivation, how could he possibly be content as a servant? That may be so, but perhaps he owes a debt of gratitude to our cousin. However, he undoubtedly possesses formidable skills. Wang Shidong yearned to tell Wang Tong that the man in question was effectively his brother-in-law, but the words would not leave her lips. Instead, she cautioned, do not seek him out again. We cannot afford to offend him. Wang Tong wiped away his tears, declaring, I will return to my training. Once I surpass that scoundrel in strength, I shall repay both old and new grievances. With the realization that his opponent was indeed formidable, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Wang Shidong, seeing her brother's despondency lift, breathed a sigh of relief and refrained from further admonitions. She thought to herself that if this would instill a sense of ambition in her brother, it would be a positive outcome. As for her brother seeking trouble with Mu Chenyì again, she was not overly concerned. After all, Mu Chenyì would not truly resort to lethal force. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your gifts. The child can finally achieve full attendance. I appreciate everyone and bow deeply. Chapter 78. Lamentations of Uselessness. Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao were enjoying their breakfast in the room. My mother informed me that my father has decided not to marry me off, Mu Liao remarked. At this, Mu Chenyì looked at her, perplexed. Isn't that good news? Why the long face? Mu Liao shook her head, then replied, it is not because of this matter. Then what is it? Yesterday, when my mother visited me, I sensed something was amiss with her. I fear she may be in trouble. Mu Chenyì was startled, nearly dropping his chopsticks. This woman was remarkably perceptive in such matters. It was alarming. He replied nonchalantly, you are worrying unnecessarily. The princess is also a practitioner. Perhaps she is merely facing challenges in her cultivation, much like you often do. Mu Liao nodded, saying, I hope that is the case. Mu Chenyì discreetly exhaled in relief. At noon, a maid entered Mu Liao's courtyard, announcing that members of the Qi family had arrived and requested to meet her. Once the maid departed, Mu Liao furrowed her brow. Did they not say they would not marry me? Why summon me now? Mu Chenyì reassured her. It is likely just a courtesy visit. After all, the Qi Wang is a distinguished guest of the Mu residence. It is customary for the host to pay their respects. Yao, go ahead and meet with them. If the prince insists on marrying you, I shall take care of his son. Nothing will come of it. Mu Liao and Mu Chenyì shared a gentle kiss before she departed the small courtyard. Following her, Mu Chenyì decided to observe the situation closely. He needed to identify the principal figures to avoid making a misstep. Utilizing the invisibility feature of his divine ring, he trailed Mu Liao to the reception hall. Inside, he observed two middle-aged men seated in the main positions, engaged in jovial conversation. Wang Shuiwei and several female relatives were whispering among themselves. Two unfamiliar faces, likely being the wives or concubines of the Qi Wang. In addition, several young individuals were present, both male and female. Among them were members of the Mu family, while the rest appeared to be from the Qi family. Mu Chenyì silently lamented the number of guests present. Upon seeing Mu Liao enter, Mu Tianheng smiled and called out, Yao, come here and greet your Uncle Qi Wang. Mu Liao approached and respectfully bowed. Greetings. Uncle Qi Wang, though her face betrayed little emotion. Qi Yongtai smiled. So this is my daughter-in-law? He then addressed the others. Qingyang, come here and meet your wife. Qi Qingyang stepped forward from the group of young people, making his way toward Mu Liao. Mu Chenyì was momentarily stunned. Having initially seen Qi Qingyang with his back to him, he had not observed clearly. Now, however, he noted his handsome demeanor and refined elegance. Truly a striking figure. He pinched his cheek, puzzled. He was the protagonist, yet this secondary character seemed to overshadow him. At that moment, Mu Tianheng remarked, Brother Qi, circumstances have changed. We must arrange for a different daughter-in-law. Qi Yongtai inquired, Oh, what is the reason? Yao has encountered some health issues, rendering her unsuitable for marriage. It is a regrettable situation. Ah, what a pity. I had high hopes for Liao. Only then did Mu Liao's expression brighten slightly, thinking, who needs your approval? Mu Tianheng continued with a smile. It seems Yao lacks the fortune for this. He then called out, Qing'er, come here. A young girl stepped forward, curtsying. I have met Uncle Qi Wang. Mu Tianheng stated, Brother Qi, this is your new daughter-in-law. Qi Yongtai had no objections. After all, the primary goal was the alliance through marriage. Moreover, Mu Liqing was not much inferior to Mu Liao. However, Qi Kanyang's expression darkened. He had always been resistant to the idea of an arranged marriage, but found it difficult to defy Qi Yongtai, so he reluctantly agreed. Just moments ago, he had been captivated by Mu Liao, and before he could even rejoice, he was told she would be replaced. This was unacceptable to him. His heart was set on Mu Liao, and despite Mu Liqing's qualities, he was unwilling to accept the change. Father, Uncle Mu, please forgive my boldness. But I am fond of Liao. I wish to marry her, he declared. Mu Liao frowned, displeased, while Mu Liqing looked awkward. Mu Chenyì, however, found this situation normal. My daughter, with her celestial beauty and the awakening of her Linglong physique, has become even more radiant. Who wouldn't be drawn to her? Unfortunately, she is already spoken for, he thought. Qi Yongtai, upon hearing his son's words, frowned slightly. He had to consider his son's feelings. Brother Mu, my son has taken a liking to Liao. What do you think? He asked. Mu Tianheng gave a bitter smile. Naturally, he wouldn't marry off Mu Liao so easily. Keeping her would benefit the Mu family the most. After discovering her special physique, he felt the Qi family was no longer a match for his daughter. Brother Qi, I'm afraid this won't be possible, he replied. Seeing Mu Tianheng's reluctance, Qi Yongtai knew the matter was more complicated. He glanced at his son, thinking, I'll help you this once, but the outcome depends on you. He then suggested, Brother Mu, how about this? Let the two young ones decide for themselves. If both are willing, they can marry. If Liao is unwilling, then we'll drop the matter. Qi Yongtai was confident in his son's charm. With his looks, who in watching wouldn't glance twice. Winning over a young girl shouldn't be difficult. Mu Tianheng, however, was troubled. His daughter was an impressionable age and might indeed be swayed. This is an ideal, he thought. There's no harm in letting them spend some time together and decide for themselves, Qi Yongtai insisted. Seeing no way to refuse, Mu Tianheng agreed. Liao, take Qingyang around the estate. Make your decision carefully. Mu Liao nodded, thinking there was nothing to worry about. She didn't outright refuse, wanting to use this opportunity to leave. As the two walked out, Qi Yongtai remarked, they make a fine pair. Mu Tianheng smiled perfunctorily. Yes, they do. Mu Chenyì followed behind Mu Liao and Qi Kanyang. Once outside, Mu Liao stopped. Where shall we go, Liao? Qi Canyon asked, smiling, trying to appear more handsome and dignified. However, Mu Liao didn't even glance at him. You can leave. I have no intention of marrying you, she said and walked away. Qi Canyon was stunned. This wasn't how it usually went. Girls usually couldn't resist his smile. Liao, what's wrong with me? I can change, he pleaded. Everything is wrong with you. You're utterly worthless, Mu Liao retorted and left. Qi Canyon stood there, utterly confused. Mu Chenyì sneered and left as well. After some twists and turns, Mu Chenyì managed to arrange the marriage of Mu Liqing to Qi Canyon, with the wedding set for half a month later. A few days later, late at night, Mu Chenyì sneaked into Wang Shuyue's room. She had grown accustomed to the nightly disturbances. In these days, she found herself somewhat anticipating Mu Chenyì's visits. Mu Chenyì removed his clothes and lay beside Wang Shuyue. It's confirmed. That beast has informed the Yao Wang sect. They should arrive tomorrow or the day after to verify Li Yao's physique, Wang Shuyue said. That's good news, Mu Chenyì replied. Li Yao will likely be taken away immediately. So soon? They won't wait? I heard a Yao Wang sect elder is coming. If Li Yao's physique is confirmed, she will take her as a personal disciple. Mu Chenyì nodded. Though it's a bit rushed, it's acceptable. He wrapped his arm around Wang Shuyue's waist. Does Li Yao know about this? No. You want me to tell her? Wang Shuyue nodded. Li Yao will miss you the most. It's best if you tell her. Mu Chenyì smiled wryly. All right, I'll be the bearer of bad news. Shouldn't you reward me? Wang Shuyue hugged him and whispered in his ear. How would you like me to reward you, you little rascal? Mu Chenyì sighed. You're making it hard for me to resist. If you could resist, you would have done so earlier, Wang Shuyue teased, her eyes sparkling as she bit her lips softly. It's already a bit late. True, Mu Chenyì agreed, slowly removing Wang Shuyue's thin robe. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful. He caressed her cheek. I surrender. Even if it means 1,000 cuts and a terrible death, I accept it. Wang Shuyue kissed him, stopping his words. Her fingers traced words on his shoulder. I won't allow you to speak such nonsense. Mu Chenyì chuckled. Is it convenient today? Wang Shuyue nodded shyly, yes. Why are you still shy? After these days, we should be quite familiar, Mu Chenyì teased. You little rascal. Wang Shuyue thought, how could I not be shy? They embraced tightly. Later, Mu Chenyì used his probing eyes to look at Wang Shuyue. Talent, 62, special physique. Ling Long physique, defective. He was puzzled and wanted to investigate further. But Wang Shuyue held him tightly. He decided to lift her instead, reaching under the blanket, which was in the way, and prepared to remove it. Don't. Wang Shuyue quickly said. Mu Chenyì, who had almost failed to suppress his breakthrough to the Xian realm, didn't stop. As the blanket was removed, he was stunned by the obvious trace of blood. No wonder. He held Wang Shuyue tightly. Sister, what's going on? He had been deceived. Wang Shuyue caressed his face apologetically. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Mu Chenyì sighed. Sister, I'm not blaming you. But what exactly happened? Wang Shuyue began, about 14 years ago. I returned home to visit. Liao was less than a year old then. My health was deteriorating rapidly, and I was on the brink of death. One night, I talked in my sleep, and my sister Wang Shuai overheard. Under her questioning, I revealed the past events. A few days later, I succumbed to my illness. For the safety of the Wang family, Shuai took my place at the Mu residence, primarily to avenge me. Mu Chenyì listened intently. So you're actually Li Yao's aunt? Indeed. Otherwise, how could I possibly be so inexpensive? You little rascal. Wang Shuyue declared. I shall persist in living as Wang Shuyue. Mu Chenyì inquired with a hint of perplexity. In these past 10 years, hasn't that scoundrel Mu Tianheng ever noticed something amiss? Wang Shuyue replied. Since my arrival, I have rarely been alone with that beast. At that time, he was preoccupied with his cultivation, striving to break through to the king realm. By the time he finally attained it, a significant amount of time had already elapsed, and naturally, he would not detect anything unusual. Mu Chenyì asked, so that scoundrel never laid a finger on you? When I first arrived, I used Yaoer as an excuse to keep him at bay. Subsequently, whenever he came, I always chased him away, Wang Shuyue explained. Perhaps, having entered the king realm and become a person of stature, along with having Yaoer, he feared past matters would be exposed, thus he never forced himself upon me. Mu Chenyì gently caressed Wang Shuyue, then pinched her playfully. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Wang Shuyue let out a soft whimper and then playfully smacked Mu Chenyì's chest. You little rascal. Is that even question? Naturally. I was afraid Yaoer would find out. If she learns that her father is such a scoundrel and that her mother has already passed away, how could she ever accept it? Mu Chenyì sighed and said, You silly girl. If you had told me, would I have let it slip? Am I that unreliable? Wang Shuiwei embraced Mu Chenyì tightly, saying, if you were reliable, would we have ended up in this situation? Mu Chenyì replied, you cannot blame me entirely. It is simply that your charm is too great. I did not intend for this to happen, but once feelings are stirred, they cannot be retracted. He leaned in to kiss her. Wang Shuiwei blocked him, pleading, can we not wait until tomorrow? Please allow me to rest today. Mu Chenyì softly responded, but he won't agree. Wang Shuiwei furrowed her brow slightly and sighed, oh, my nemesis, I truly owe you for my past life. I must repay it with my life in this one. Mu Chenyì gently wrapped his arms around Wang Shuiwei, softly whispering in her ear, so, do you wish to repay this debt? Wang Shuiwei, I am truly afraid of you. Yes, I shall repay. Is that not sufficient? My nemesis. Just as Mu Chenyì attempted to rise, he was pressed down by Wang Shuiwei. He asked, what is it? Wang Shuiwei stood up, gathered her hair, and then leaned down, saying, is this sufficient for repayment? Mu Chenyì replied, if you say it is, then I shall comply with all your arrangements. You truly are a little rascal. Chapter 81. Visitors from Yaoguang sect. Upon returning to his room, Mu Chenyì promptly accessed the system to review his attribute panel. Host, Mu Chenyì. Age, 15. Talent, 21 out of 100. Spiritual vein, Earth grade. Special physique, Linglong treasure body, 25, 10,000. Poisons body, 10, True spirit body, 10, Realm, spirit realm, 9th level. Techniques, Ancient carefree technique, immortal grade, 9 lives. Undying body, immortal grade. Spiritual skills, spirit theft finger, heavenly grade. Chi sword technique, heavenly grade. Divine ability, divine step, immortal grade. Special skill, eye of detection. System points, 6,800. Mu Chenyì was greatly exhilarated. The Linglong treasure body had seen considerable enhancement. After so long, his spiritual vein had finally elevated to earth grade. He immediately began to circulate his spiritual energy and soon discovered that his spiritual vein had broadened significantly, with many previously narrow sections now considerably strengthened. As he absorbed spiritual energy, he noted the speed was over 3 times faster than before. Calming his excitement, Mu Chenyì opened the system again. Noting he had 4 chances for a lottery draw, an opportune moment to try and see if he could obtain a treasure. If he could acquire a few defensive items, it would be beneficial, especially since Mu Liao was heading to the Yaoguang sect. System, what is it? I intend to draw a lottery. I need defensive items. You understand my meaning, right? No, that violates the rules and cannot be done. I shall draw regardless. You may handle it as you see fit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of supreme healing elixir. Seeing this, Mu Chenyì nodded. The previous high-grade healing medicine had miraculous effects, so this supreme version would undoubtedly be even more potent. He drew again. Congratulations to the host. No prizes were drawn this time. Congratulations to the host. No prizes were drawn this time again. Mu Chenyì frowned and retorted, can it actually be like this? Isn't that obvious? Lottery draws are based on probability. How can one win every time? I care not for such matters. If I do not receive something good this last time, our relationship shall be severed. Are you not threatening me? Indeed, I am threatening you. Mu Chenyì once more clicked to draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious ancient jade fragment. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. A fragment? He clicked for more information. Ancient jade fragment. A shard of unknown ancient jade. Possesses teleportation capabilities, allowing instant transport to a location thousands of miles away. The direction is random. Use with caution. Mu Chenyì mused, this is indeed a fine item, but it may be of little use to Yaoer at this moment. He opened the exchange interface, searching for some time until he located a heavenly grade soft armor spiritual artifact. Heavenly grade protective soft armor. After blood recognition, it can freely alter its shape and color. Can be stored within the body for nurturing and continually enhances its defensive capabilities. It can release a protective shield at the peak of spirit realm. It can withstand full force strikes from ordinary practitioners below the 5th level of the heavenly realm. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the shield's defense. After reviewing the description, Mu Chenyì wasted no time and directly opted for the exchange, spending 4,500 system points. He looked at the red soft armor in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. With the ancient jade fragment and protective soft armor, Yaoer would be much safer, and he could feel more at ease. At dawn, Mu Chenyì approached Mu Liao's room to inform her about the matters concerning the Yaoguang sect. After hearing the news, Mu Liao replied, I shall not go. Why not? If you go, you won't be able to see me. Mu Chenyì extended his arms, embracing Mu Liao, and chuckled. How can you be so foolish? I could never rest easy letting you go alone to the Yao Guang sect. Who knows how many people would have their eyes on you? In a few months, various sects will begin recruiting, and I can simply join the Yao Guang sect then. Mu Liao countered, but what if you cannot get in? What if you end up seducing other women? Fear not. By that time, my cultivation will surely have reached the profound realm. How could I possibly fail to enter? I promise, during this time, I shall not pursue anyone else. He thought to himself, those he had already pursued, well, that could continue, right? Mu Liao grasped Mu Chenyì's hand, glaring fiercely. So you mean, during other times, you cannot guarantee that? You scoundrel. Mu Chenyì hastily replied, absolutely not. During all other times, I will be by your side. You need not worry about that. Oomph. After much persuasion from Mu Chenyì, Mu Liao reluctantly acquiesced. He produced the ancient jade fragment and the soft armor. This is what I have prepared for you. He explained its usage and effects to Mu Liao, cautioning her to keep it a secret from others. Mu Liao said, you should keep it. I may not need it at the Yao Guang sect. Better safe than sorry. Within the sect, it is not like this small place. There will undoubtedly be many dangers. As he spoke, he took Mu Liao's hand and pricked her finger, letting her blood drip onto the soft armor. The armor glowed brightly, merging into Mu Liao's body. Mu Chenyì then presented a storage ring to Mu Liao, which contained 300 spirit stones, 5 supreme healing elixirs, and a drop of imperial blood. Mu Liao tidied up her belongings and inquired, did the old man truly leave behind so many items? Mu Chenyì produced the last remaining high-grade healing elixir and placed it into Mu Liao's mouth. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could I conjure it out of thin air? Mu Liao embraced Mu Chenyì, refraining from further questions. In the afternoon, 2 female cultivators flew into the Mu Wangfu. The leading woman, though of unremarkable appearance, exuded an ethereal grace. The other was a girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with lively eyes and a faint smile that expressed curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Mu Tianheng promptly welcomed them into the hall. Elderly, thank you for your journey. The meal will be ready shortly. No need, just summon the others. Mu Tianheng replied. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch Liao. Once he departed, the girl asked, Master, what brings you here? Her curiosity had persisted throughout the trip, yet her master had remained silent. Elderly responded, there is a young girl in the Mu family who is said to possess a Linglong body. Master, do you intend to take her as a disciple to enhance your fortune? That is one reason, but primarily I seek a worthy apprentice. The girl pouted, Master, is Xiaoyu not good enough? Elderly sighed, I do not expect you to be exceptional. If you could merely stop causing me distress daily, I would be profoundly grateful. Among his disciples, the one before him, Yun Xiaoyu, had the greatest talent. However, she often busied herself with trivial pursuits, neglecting her cultivation and wasting precious time. After numerous scoldings yielded no results, he resigned himself to allowing her antics. Yun Xiaoyu clung to Elder Li's arm, swaying, Master, have I done anything to upset you? I have always been your little darling. Elder Li shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Soon, Mu Tianheng returned with Mu Liao to the hall, where a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the event. Most were ordinary citizens, deeply intrigued by cultivators, peering curiously through the doors. Yin Xiaoyu greeted the onlookers with a gentle wave, her demeanor warm and charming, captivating Mu Tianheng's sons. Wang Shuiwei too stood outside, compelled to witness the occasion. Mu Tianheng bowed slightly, introducing, Elderly, this is my daughter, Mu Liao. Elderly rose and approached Mu Liao, channeling his spiritual energy to examine her. Soon, he halted his scrutiny. My name is Li Zixin, an elder of the Yaoguang sect. Liao, do you wish to become my disciple? Hearing this, Mu Tianheng was elated. If Mu Liao joined the Yaoguang sect, her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his, thereby elevating the Mu family status. Mu Liao knelt and bowed her head. Liao pays respects to Master. Elder Li Zixin, smiling, replied, Good disciple, rise. He assisted her to her feet and presented her with a storage ring. This is a gift for our first meeting. Mu Liao accepted it graciously. Thank you, Master. Wang Shuiwei, witnessing the exchange, smiled and departed. After conversing for a while, Elder Li Zixin instructed, Liao, please gather your belongings. We shall return to the sect in an hour. Mu Liao's eyes widened. So soon? I wish for you to bid farewell to your family properly. But I have matters to attend to, thus we must set off swiftly. Oh, Mu Tianheng interjected, Liao, It's perfectly fine. You can accompany your master. There will be opportunities to return. Mu Liao nodded. Elderly Zixin turned to the curious Yun Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, accompany your junior sister. Of course, master. Yun Xiaoyu linked arms with Mu Liao, cheerfully declaring, sister, let us go. Mu Liao sensed something amiss with her smile and noticed Yun Xiaoyu's hand lingering on her own. All right. Together, they made their way to Mu Liao's small courtyard. Yun Xiaoyu playfully nudged Mu Liao's cheek, remarking, your home is quite large. Mu Liao tilted her head slightly. It's all right, not particularly big. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì anxiously awaited in the courtyard. He longed to see what was happening, but he recalled Wang Shiyue's warning that the arriving elder was at the heavenly realm, far surpassing his own 4 major realms. Using the divine concealment ring would expose him, leaving him to await news. As Mu Chenyì paced, he spotted Mu Liao entering with a girl clinging to her arm. Miss, he greeted. Mu Liao responded. This is my senior sister. Please escort her to the main hall and then assist me in gathering my belongings. Yes, Mississippi. Mu Chenyì then addressed Yun Xiaoyu. Fairy, please follow me. Very well. Yun Xiaoyu followed him to the hall and quietly asked, what is your relationship with my junior sister? I serve as her attendant. You are not being truthful. Her gaze towards you is different. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Was she truly so observant? Fedi, Yuyist, bring in the tea, he called. Please have a seat while I assist the Mississippi. Yun Xiaoyu waved her hand, grinning mischievously at Mu Chenyì. Go on. As Mu Chenyì entered Mu Liao's room, she immediately embraced him. I will leave shortly. Do not worry. I will find you soon. You must hurry. Of course. They shared a tender kiss, savoring their final moments together. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yun Xiaoyu dashed in, promptly shutting the door behind her. Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao froze, surprised by her intrusion, as others typically sought permission to enter. Yun Xiaoyu was flushed with excitement. Do not mind me. Continue as if I am not here. When they remained still, she covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers. Continue. I cannot see. Mu Chenyì was at a loss. Was she foolish? Or did she believe they were? Regardless, he seized the moment and kissed Mu Liao. Initially shy, she soon embraced the situation, responding passionately. Yun Xiaoyu parted her fingers, her eyes wide with fascination, unable to hide her delight. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Eventually, Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao paused, aware of their audience. I told you they were involved. Yun Xiaoyu exclaimed. Mu Chenyì presented a storage ring to Yun Xiaoyu. Senior sister, as Liao departs for the first time, I hope you will look after her. Yun Xiaoyu inspected its contents, grinning wickedly. 100 spirit stones. You are quite generous. It took considerable effort to save. It is but a token of my appreciation. Yun Xiaoyu pocketed the spirit stones and suggested, you could accompany her, then you could be together. I cannot enter the Yaoguang sect now. You could ask your master. Mu Liao's eyes sparkled with hope. Will master agree? Of course not. He delights in separating couples, claiming it is for cultivation. Then why suggest it? Because I wish to see the spectacle. Mu Chenyì's expression shifted slightly. The girl appeared rather unreliable, and he feared she might lead his beloved Yao astray. Yun Xiaoyu addressed Mu Chenyì, saying, little brother, rest assured, once we reach the sect, I shall introduce some young men from the clan to my junior sister. With her beauty, she is bound to be quite popular. Mu Chenyì responded, but you have just received a favor. Yun Xiaoyu replied playfully, is that so? Well, that is not a problem. I have always been one to accept payment, without performing any tasks. Mu Chenyì exclaimed in disbelief, what? Yun Xiaoyu chuckled a few times before continuing, I was just teasing you. However, you had better hurry to find your junior sister. Or, I might truly introduce her to someone else. Mu Chenyì looked at Yun Xiaoyu and remarked, compared to others, I find you to be the most dangerous. One must guard against you first. Yun Xiaoyu covered her face with her hands and exclaimed, oh no, I've been discovered. As half an hour passed, Mu Chenyì said to Mu Liao, Yaoer, go bid farewell to the princess. This parting may last a long time, and I cannot take up the last moments we have. I will not seek other women after you leave. Mu Liao assured him, there are women in the manor. I won't utter a word to them. Mu Liao nodded, embracing Mu Chenyì and reluctantly saying, then I shall take my leave. Mu Chenyì pinched Mu Liao's cheek gently. Go on. We shall meet again soon. Yes. With that, Mu Liao departed with Yun Xiaoyu. Mu Chenyì lay on Mu Liao's bed, feeling a sense of loss over the inability to see the one he cherished. He was about to cover himself with the blankets to breathe in some fresh air when he heard footsteps outside the door. Furrowing his brow, He wondered who could possibly be visiting at this hour. The door opened, revealing Yun Xiaoyu, who entered with a cheerful expression, licking her lips. The item you gave me earlier was quite splendid. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. It was merely 100 spirit stones. The look on her face did not suggest she found it lacking. Just as he was pondering this, Yun Xiaoyu produced an item. Wow, she exclaimed, holding up an undergarment. Little brother, judging by the size, this surely does not belong to Yaoer. Mu Chenyì felt his mind go blank. That was Wang Shuyue's. He had stored it in his ring after bringing it back last time, and had subsequently forgotten. Now he was in deep trouble. Senior sister, this, cough cough, this is a gift for you. Feigning shyness, Yun Xiaoyu twisted her body, playfully scolding, but I don't have such a large size. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow. She was quite the actress, even more so than Dan Min. He chuckled. No worries, just wait a couple of years, and it will fit. Yun Xiaoyu held the garment up to her body, bashfully saying, Then can I wear it for you now? Absolutely not. Why not? You gave it to me. Did you not want me to wear it? Mu Chenyì stepped toward Yun Xiaoyu, saying, Senior sister, I think I should take it back and exchange it for something more suitable. Yun Xiaoyu insisted, but this is just perfect. She tucked the item away and added, Imagine if I told Yaoer that you secretly kept another woman's undergarment, especially one belonging to a mature and alluring woman. How do you think Yaoer would react? Mu Chenyì pondered. That would likely lead to my downfall. If she finds out it belongs to Wang Shuyue, I might truly be Wang Shuyue was originally seated at the table, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing a noise, she assumed it was a maid come to assist her with her ablutions. However, when she looked up, it was Mu Chenyì, and her brow furrowed in irritation. She gazed at him, chiding, What brings you here so early, you scoundrel? Mu Chenyì sat down, embracing Wang Shuyue and placing her on his lap, holding her delicate hand. He replied, Is it not that I long for my sister? Wang Shuyue sighed, feeling a mix of annoyance and joy. Leaning against Mu Chenyì's shoulder, she lamented, What shall we do if we are discovered? I suppose I must first elope with my sister, and once my cultivation improves, we can return, he teased. You little rascal, you've truly put me in a predicament. I can understand the hardship. After all, waiting for me each night can be painful, but is there not sweetness amidst the suffering? Scoundrel! At that moment, a sound came from outside the door. Wang Shuyue instructed, You should wait on the bed for a while. Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, Very well. I shall await my sister. Do hurry. Understood, you scoundrel. Mu Chenyì lay down on the bed and drew the curtain. The door swung open, and a maid entered, beginning to assist Wang Shuyue with her ablutions. As the maid worked, she relayed various matters regarding the household. Among these trivialities, one piece of news caught Mu Chenyì's attention. Mu Tianheng's eldest son, Mu Lingkong, was returning. He had heard some rumors about this individual. At 27 or 28 years old, Mu Lingkong had joined a secondary power known as the Kuaishing sect, where he had displayed notable talent and became an inner disciple 4 years ago, already achieving the Xian realm. Mu Chenyì found himself puzzled by this sudden return. Wang Shuyue, clad in light garments, lifted the curtain and lay beside Mu Chenyì. Noticing his distracted demeanor, she inquired, What troubles you? Mu Chenyì drew her close, stating, What is the situation with that Mu Lingkong? Wang Shuyue shook her head, admitting she was not well informed. I have only seen him once or twice since I arrived. After he joined the sect, he has returned home only once, and that was 7 or 8 years ago. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì dismissed further speculation. As long as a Xian realm practitioner did not cause trouble, he would not concern himself too much. He then took out the blood of an emperor, saying, Come now, sister, it is time for refinement. Wang Shuyue replied, You should keep it for yourself. I've already used a drop, and with my earth-grade cultivation method, I will soon break through. This is not meant for your breakthrough. While you refine it, suppress your cultivation to temper yourself, solidifying your strength, and then we shall break through together. I do not require it. You need it more. Do not worry, I have plenty of this, and I have already used it twice. The effects have diminished, so you may use it freely. Then save some for Yaoer. Before leaving, I had her take a drop, so you need not fret. Very well then. Wang Shuyue acquiesced. Mu Chenyì lifted Wang Shuyue, urging, Let us begin. Wang Shuyue chuckled wryly. Scoundrel, how am I to refine it in this manner? Mu Chenyì had no choice but to adjust their positions, stating, This will do. Now, do not fidget. Rest assured, I'm not that kind of person. Wang Shuyue thought to herself, If you are not, then who is? After swallowing the emperor's blood, she began the refinement process. Mu Chenyì naturally drew closer, indulging in a moment. Wang Shuyue frowned slightly. She had long known that Mu Chenyì could not sit still. A man's lips are but deceivers. Yet, she found herself enjoying the tantalizing sensation. As for Mu Chenyì, he relished the closeness, embracing her tightly, feeling every subtle tremor of her being. They drew ever nearer, yearning to merge into one another. Over an hour later, Wang Shuiwei had completely refined the emperor's blood. Mu Chenyì wiped the sweat from her brow and asked, "How do you feel?" Wang Shuiwei appeared somewhat dejected, shaking her head. "I did not gain any insights into divine abilities or spiritual techniques. It feels wasted. It is quite normal not to attain understanding. It is of no great consequence. Besides, we have resources to spare. Sister, feel free to indulge." "How insufferable. You are the one indulging." Embracing Wang Shuiwei, Mu Chenyì said, "Sister, I must consult you about something." Wang Shuiwei regarded him and queried, "Is it related to Yao?" "Indeed. Is it about shimming?" Mu Chenyì's eyes widened slightly, and he replied, "Sister, you truly are perceptive." Wang Shuiwei shook her head, clarifying, "I did not know. I merely suspected. You once mentioned your cultivation methods, and to advance, you would inevitably engage with many women. In the Wang residence, aside from Yaoer and shimming, the other women lack talent. How could you not take an interest in shimming? I heard from Yaoer that shimming's cultivation has been progressing rapidly lately. You must have made some arrangement with her." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow and sighed, "Sister, you are far too astute." Wang Shuiwei retorted, "Should I be less clever in the future? If she were not shrewd, she would have perished long ago in the Mu residence, where Mu Tianheng's wives and concubines are no trifling matter." Mu Chenyì smiled. "No need for that. I find it rather appealing. Sister, how should I approach Yaoer about this?" Wang Shuiwei shook her head. "I do not know, but it is best to tell Yaoer as soon as possible. The longer you wait, the more likely trouble will arise." Mu Chenyì nodded. "You speak wisely. You truly care for others, sister. You are simply wonderful." Wang Shuiwei responded, "I'm a woman too. I am not without my concerns. I merely understand my own faults, which is why I am more forgiving." Mu Chenyì held her close, saying, "It is my fault, and has nothing to do with you. I was the one who acted first. When we go to Yao Wang's sect this time, I will tell Yaoer everything, including about you. You little rascal. Do you wish to ruin me? What should I do then? I cannot simply let you go. There is no need to inform Yaoer. This arrangement suffices. Being clandestine is not ideal." Wang Shuiwei laughed. "Yet each time you sneak over, you appear utterly exhilarated." Mu Chenyì touched his face, replying, "Was I that obvious? One need not be blind to see. I shall be more cautious in the future." Wang Shuiwei leaned against him, caressing his chest. "You must not reveal our matters to Yaoer. If she learns of the connection between me and that rogue, she may not withstand it." Mu Chenyì nodded, affirming understood. He then leaned in to kiss her. 10,086 words omitted. Let your imagination run wild. Chapter 85. No respect. Call me brother-in-law. 7 or 8 days later. The Mu residence was adorned with festive decorations, and joy radiated throughout the household. Today marked the day of the Qi family's wedding procession. In the afternoon, the Qi family's entourage arrived, stretching nearly 2 miles in a jubilant procession filled with drums and firecrackers, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. However, Qi Kenyang, riding a magnificent steed at the front, wore a frown, still troubled by prior events. The bride was successfully escorted away, and Mu Tianheng, accompanied by several wives and children, set off with the procession. Mu Chenyì cast a few glances before returning to his courtyard, as he had many matters awaiting his attention. Upon entering his room, he retrieved the corpse of the emperor, intending to extract the imperial blood within. He had none left, and his system points were merely over 2,000. He had no choice but to rely on this corpse. Mu Chenyì declared, "Everyone, come forth and get to work." "What for? You can handle it yourself. You can exchange system points for items. I cannot assist, all right. Here's the refined version of your text, focusing on clarity and removing extraneous elements. Let's settle this. Why? Isn't the mountain range issue resolved? We're addressing the matter of my sister. You were aware of her in Tactine, yet you withheld this information, nearly causing my Tao heart to collapse. How do you propose to rectify this? But, esteemed brother, didn't you fail to inquire? Had you asked, I would have disclosed it. As a sophisticated system, you are obligated to serve me wholeheartedly. Your lack of diligence will impact your performance review. How did you discern my performance review? Merely a casual remark from Mu Chenyì, yet struck true. Maintaining composure, he stated, I possess knowledge of numerous matters, but I refrain from speaking to afford you opportunities for distinction. Comprehend? Understood. You're simply averse to expending system points. You seek to freeload. Your transgression is undeniable. Therefore, expedite the process. I'm pressed for time. Here, this is the final instance. Mu Chenyì, observing a vial materialize before him, inquired, provided you refrain from future errors. This shall indeed be the last occasion. After all, given our extensive association, would I truly seek to inconvenience you? The system harbors profound skepticism regarding your veracity. What is this substance? Essence of divine corrosion, capable of corroding all of creation. Legend has it, in ancient times, it annihilated the divine soul of a saint realm expert. That's potent. It can even corrode the divine soul. The soul is merely another facet of existence. Is this not self-evident? Why the alarm? As Mu Chenyì uncorked the vial, preparing to pour, what are you doing? A single drop suffices. Mu Chenyì promptly halted, carefully tilting the vial to release a solitary drop of the essence of divine corrosion onto the corpse's chest. Immediately, a substantial patch of skin vanished from the left pectoral region, revealing a palm-sized cavity devoid of ribs. Truly formidable. No intermediate stage, simply obliteration. Were this to affect an ordinary individual, they would cease to exist instantaneously. Naturally, it's a treasure. All right, return now. Don't stand on ceremony. Retire and recuperate. I scoff at your words, you cur. Mu Chenyì extracted the entirety of the great emperor's blood essence, totaling 32 drops, and secured it within a vial. With these acquisitions, he could elevate Wang Shiyun's power. Without delay, Mu Chenyì departed the chamber, proceeding towards Wang Shiyun's quarters. Upon arrival, he found Wang Shiyun immersed in diligent cultivation. Wang Shiyun, alerted by the disturbance, opened her eyes and said, "You've arrived." Mu Chenyì approached, inquiring, "How fares your cultivation?" "Acceptable. Significantly expedited compared to prior. I've attained the 8th level of the martial realm." Mu Chenyì nodded, embraced Wang Shiyun, and initiated a kiss. Wang Shiyun returned the embrace with naturalness. Subsequently, she sensed an anomaly, a surge of new information within her mind. Mu Chenyì stated, "I'm bestowing upon you an elevated cultivation technique of earth grade, enabling accelerated progress. Furthermore, your cultivation will require concealment." "Why bestow it upon me?" Wang Shiyun was perplexed. Their bond lacked such depth. Mu Chenyì replied, "As you accompany me, is it not fitting that I provide you with certain endowments? Moreover, our departure looms, and insufficient strength would prove detrimental." Wang Shiyun acquiesced, subsequently inquiring, "Where do we journey?" "The Aurora sect." "Due to your cousin?" "Indeed, but not solely for her. To pursue cultivation, we must seek out a sect where guidance is accessible." Wang Shiyun paused, then asked, "Is my cousin aware of our situation?" Mu Chenyì shook his head. "I dare not inform her. I shall disclose it upon our next encounter." He produced a single drop of the great emperor's blood essence and administered it to Wang Shiyun. "Commence refinement immediately." Wang Shiyun initiated the circulation of her spiritual energy, refining the emperor's blood. Mu Chenyì refrained from interference. Wang Shiyun required merely an hour to completely refine the great emperor's blood essence, elevating her cultivation directly to the 5th level of the spirit realm. Mu Chenyì shook his head. The elevation and cultivation experienced by each individual who refined the great emperor's blood essence surpassed his own. Talent and aptitude are paramount. I must exert even greater effort. Did you glean any insights? Wang Shiyun responded, "Yes, a divine ability known as the sky-shattering finger." Mu Chenyì paused, surprised. Mu Liyun and Wang Shuiwa had failed, yet Wang Shiyun succeeded unexpectedly. He pondered, could it be my presence that disrupted Liyun and my sister's comprehension? Am I the cause of this? Wang Shiyun, observing Mu Chenyì's shift in countenance, inquired, "What ails you? Is there an issue?" Mu Chenyì recollected himself and stated, "No. All is well. Shiyun, you are exceptional." Wang Shiyun smiled, then said, "Such praise is unwarranted. I am no longer a child." Nearly. Mu Chenyì spoke, as he reached out and let her garments fall from her shoulders. As the two conversed, a sudden commotion arose outside the door. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow, stating, given the hour, the visitor must be Wang Tong. Wang Shiyun said, "Indeed, aside from Teng'er, no one else would dare come." She exhibited slight nervousness, her voice retaining composure, yet her body trembled subtly but distinctly. "What shall we do?" Mu Chenyì replied, "He will inevitably discover this. It is better to inform him now. But, have you a superior solution?" Wang Shiyun sighed, shaking her head. At that moment, a knock resounded upon the door. "Sister, are you within?" Wang Shiyun desired to feign absence, yet could only respond with resignation. "Await me. I am dressing." "Sister, be swift." Wang Shiyun donned her garments and turned to Mu Chenyì. "You." Mu Chenyì merely donned an outer garment. This will be more convincing, lest he disbelieve. Wang Shiyun reluctantly rose from the bed and stated, "Enter." Wang Ting opened the door and entered. "Sister, you dog, what are you doing here?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Is it not self-evident?" He rose and continued, "Show some respect. Address me as brother-in-law." Wang Tung, observing Mu Chenyì's bare chest and his sister's flushed face, could not misinterpret the events that had transpired. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. He was aware that his sister, though outwardly approachable, possessed an inherent pride. Yet his sister had become involved with this scoundrel. How would he accept this? He turned to Mu Chenyì, exclaiming, "You cur, you've struck me before, and now you dare to take advantage of my sister? This is intolerable. I shall fight you." He charged forward, shouting. Wang Shiyun immediately exclaimed, "Tung or no?" However, Wang Tung did not cease his advance, disregarding all else. Mu Chenyì simply extended his hand, pressing Wang Tung's head onto the table. "Young man, you are ignorant of the immensity of the world, prone to recklessness." Wang Tung struggled incessantly, striking and kicking Mu Chenyì. "You cur, today, either you or I shall perish." Mu Chenyì remained unmoved. His opponent's strength was negligible against his defenses. Why the predilection for violence? You should first inquire of your sister whether she acquiesced willingly. Wang Tung turned his gaze towards Wang Shiyun, then asked, "Sister, did this cur threaten you?" He instantaneously concluded that this was the case. "Sister, you are mistaken. You cannot sacrifice yourself for my sake. I cannot bear such a burden." Wang Shidream said, "Tung, stop messing around. I'm doing this willingly." "Sister, you must be lying to me, right?" "Tenga, itudium willing." From the first time I met him, I felt a fondness. As I got to know him better, I fell for him. Wang Shidream had to fabricate a few words. If she told her brother that she was sacrificing herself for the cultivation technique, he would surely feel guilty. Mu Chenyì released Wang Tung and remarked, "Did you hear that? Your sister is with me because she likes me. I did not force her." Wang Shidream refrained from revealing the truth, and naturally, Mu Chenyì would not expose it either. Wang Tung shook his head repeatedly. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Wang Shidream chose silence, stepping closer to Mu Chenyì, then rising on her toes to kiss him. Mu Chenyì wrapped his arm around Wang Shidream's slender waist, and the two shared a kiss. Wang Tung held his head in despair, calling out a few times, almost banging his head against the wall, but the reality was before him. What could he do? "Sister, why? That scoundrel bullies me so much. How can you still like him?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Feelings are too subtle. When they come, they cannot be resisted. You are still young. You do not understand, you cannot grasp it." Wang Shidream sighed inwardly, remaining silent, tacitly agreeing. Wang Tung slumped into a chair, at a loss for what to do. Mu Chenyì looked at Wang Tung and said, "What are you staring at? Call me brother-in-law." Wang Tung glared angrily and retorted, "You." Mu Chenyì interjected, "If you don't call, I will abandon your sister. I will bully your sister. You scoundrel." Mu Chenyì pulled Wang Shidream closer, raising his hand as if to strike. Seeing this, Wang Tung immediately mumbled, "Sister, brother-in-law." Mu Chenyì smiled. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Wang Tung's mouth twitched, but he could only say brother-in-law. "Louder. Haven't you eaten?" "Sister, brother-in-law." Mu Chenyì nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now that's more like it." Wang Shidream felt a bit relieved. Her brother had called him brother-in-law, so perhaps there would be some benefits in the future. It wasn't a total loss. Mu Chenyì sat at the table and remarked, "Little brother-in-law, my shoulders are a bit sore. You understand what I mean, right?" Wang Ting clenched his fists, but seeing Wang Shidream's gaze, he ultimately restrained himself. He moved behind Mu Chenyì and began to massage his shoulders, albeit with all his strength. Mu Chenyì said, "Put in more effort. Slacking off? How do you expect to have a future like this?" Wang Tung gritted his teeth, exerting force, thinking, "I could crush you." However, Mu Chenyì seemed completely unfazed, as if he felt nothing at all. Within a few minutes, Wang Tung was panting, his arms aching as if they had gone numb. Wang Ting asked, "What is your cultivation level?" Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow. "You?" Wang Ting took a deep breath and replied, "Brother-in-law, what is your cultivation level?" "Not high. Just the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm. I can break into the profound realm at any time." "So strong." Mu Chenyì scoffed. "Strong? Just the profound realm? not to mention the Holy Realm experts in the profound universe continent. There are many who are of the Emperor realm. Everyone below that is but an ant. If this is all you understand, how can you achieve anything great in the future? You will merely fade into the crowd. This was an opportune moment to educate Wang Tong, and he naturally spoke grandly. Wang Tong was momentarily stunned, nodding repeatedly. Yes, right? What brother-in-law says is correct. Mu Chenyì nodded approvingly, saying, broaden your horizons. Do not limit yourself to your immediate surroundings. Wang Tong replied, brother-in-law, I understand. Wang Shi's dream felt completely reassured. It seemed that nothing would go awry, and as long as she reminded her brother again later, everything would be fine. Mu Chenyì looked at Wang Shi's dream, and then said, you can give that profound cultivation technique to my little brother. Whether he receives anything else afterward depends on his performance. You understand what I mean, right? Wang Shi's dream nodded, evidently aware that Mu Chenyì feared that giving her brother the good stuff directly might lead to leaks, which would be dangerous for them all. Rest assured, I will be cautious. You may be cautious, but this little brother-in-law clearly isn't the brightest. You must remember, this concerns our lives. Wang Shi's dream replied, I understand. Mu Chenyì nodded and then left Wang Shi's dream's room, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He had been interrupted halfway through a task, which was quite torturous. It was still daytime, so he could only return to his own room. Wang Tong did not comprehend what they had been discussing, but his eyes sparkled. He had just heard about the profound cultivation technique that was to be given to him. How could he not be excited? Sister, profound cultivation technique? Wang Shi's dream said, the technique can be given to you, but you must keep it a secret. If this matter comes to light, then both you and your brother-in-law will be doomed. Even our Wang family will be in danger. Wang Tong replied, sister, I understand, I know. Wang Shi's dream took out the secret manual of the clear spirit technique and handed it to Wang Tong. Don't be careless. Wang Tong excitedly said, sister, don't worry. Profound cultivation technique. I have a profound cultivation technique now. Wang Shi's dream wore a worried expression, now deeply understanding how justified Mu Chenyì's concerns were. Chapter 87. Cultivation improvement. In the following half-month, Mu Chenyì traveled back and forth between Wang Shiwei and Wang Shi's dream, leading a very hurried life. In the past 2 days, he learned from Wang Shiwei that Mu Linkong had returned. The reason for Mu Linkong's return was that he had gotten involved with the daughter of an outer elder from the Kueishing sect, and they were to hold a wedding soon. Mu Linkong was going to marry into the girl's family, and this return was to invite Mu Tianheng to the wedding. As Mu Tianheng was at the Wang realm level and could lend some prestige to the occasion. However, Mu Tianheng was quite displeased with this matter. His son had voluntarily gone to marry into another family, and although it was for his own future, the news would surely tarnish his reputation. Mu Chenyì did not care much about this. It had no impact on him. After so many days, his foundation had been thoroughly refined without any issues, and he planned to break through to the profound realm today. Upon returning to his room, he began his breakthrough. Having previously suppressed his cultivation, the breakthrough was quite easy, and in less than 15 minutes, he succeeded in breaking through. His cultivation reached the first level of the profound realm, and the total amount of spiritual energy within him increased by about 5-fold. If he were to use the divine step now, he could do so at least 100 to 180 times. Escaping in the future would certainly not be a problem. After breaking through, Mu Chenyì's physical body also saw significant improvement, with his physical strength increasing by around 2-fold. Now, when he struck, his strength would undoubtedly exceed 100,000 pounds. He calculated that if he were to die 3 more times, his physical strength might directly surpass 1 million pounds. The 9 lives undying body truly was formidable. In the future, he could conquer the world solely relying on his fists. Post-cultivation has improved. Reward: 1 heavenly grade offensive spiritual weapon, 1 drop of Emperor's blood, and 1,000 system points. Mu Chenyì clicked on the spiritual weapon option and found he could choose from 3: a spear, a sword, or a dagger. How should he choose? If he were to consider style, the spear would be the most impressive. He was originally accustomed to using a spear, which would suit him well, but it was too long for stealthy attacks. He shifted his gaze to the sword and dagger, ultimately opting for the dagger, which was styled like a tang knife. Quite nice. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a heavenly grade offensive spiritual weapon. Spirit Slaying Blade. Heavenly grade spiritual weapon can be stored within the body, capable of devouring the blood and flesh of cultivators to enhance attack power. Mu Chenyì sliced his finger, letting blood drip onto the hilt of the blade. And then he stored the spirit-slaying blade away. He took out the drop of Emperor's blood rewarded by the system, swallowed it, and began to refine it. After nearly an hour, he had completely refined the Emperor's blood. His cultivation had increased somewhat, yet not significantly. It appeared that the system's earlier assertion was indeed accurate. He had developed some resistance. Host refines Emperor's blood, successfully comprehends the spiritual technique, Dragon's Dance, Heavenly Grade. Reward, 500 system points. Dragon's Dance, Heavenly Grade, spiritual energy, transformed into a force as graceful as a drifting dragon. The condensed spiritual energy not only serves for offense, but also encircles the body, forming a layer of defense that allows for both advance and retreat, embodying a harmonious blend of attack and defense. Mu Chenyì shook his head and sighed, lamenting the fact that he had not comprehended any divine abilities. He stepped out of the room, intending to seek out Wang Shi Dream for an in-depth discussion. Upon reaching the courtyard, he spotted Wang Tong pacing back and forth. As soon as Wang Tong saw Mu Chenyì, he hurried over with an ingratiating smile and said, "Brother-in-law, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders, pound your back, and knead your legs." Over the past month, he had accepted Mu Chenyì's status as his brother-in-law, as there was little else he could do. His sister had already acknowledged it. Wang Tong was also aware that his sister's rapid advancement in cultivation was due to the precious gifts bestowed upon her by Mu Chenyì, and naturally, he desired to benefit as well. Thus, for the past half-month, Wang Tong had been diligently currying favor with Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì was somewhat astonished by Wang Tong's swift transformation, yet he deemed it a positive development. After some contemplation, he handed a drop of the Emperor's blood to Wang Tong. If he refrained from doing so, Wang Shi Dream might not voice her thoughts, but she would certainly harbor some feelings about it. After all, he was her younger brother, and it was better to be generous. Go ahead and refine it. Wang Tong was immensely excited and filled with joy. Although he did not fully comprehend the nature of the substance, he could surmise its significance. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Upon saying this, he directly swallowed it and began the refinement process. Mu Chenyì sighed and shook his head, resigning himself to watch over him. An hour later, Wang Tong rose, beaming as he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I have reached the 4th level of the spirit realm. It is merely the 4th level of the spirit realm. Why are you so elated? I have already attained the profound realm, yet I do not make such a fuss. Be modest, do you understand?" "I understand, brother-in-law. I was just overly excited for a moment. I won't do it again." Mu Chenyì did not believe this, saying, "From now on, you should reside in this courtyard. Unless necessary, do not wander outside. Go and learn the concealment technique with your sister. Do not expose your cultivation level." Wang Tong nodded repeatedly. "Brother-in-law, you can rest assured. I will listen to you completely." "All right, off you go." "Okay." Mu Chenyì subsequently arrived at Wang Shi Dream's chamber, approaching her side and embracing her as she practiced her cultivation. "Has her training been going well lately?" Wang Shi Dream replied, "Not bad, no issues." Her innate talent was already commendable, and with the new cultivation technique, her progress was indeed swift. Mu Chenyì smiled and gently kissed her cheek. "As long as there are no issues." While they chatted idly, Mu Chenyì pondered for a moment before saying to Wang Shi Dream, "You should teach Wang Tong the techniques and spiritual arts." Wang Shi Dream paused, then replied, "Are you now at ease?" "Of course not. You will need to keep an eye on him afterward." Mu Chenyì asserted, "If he becomes overly proud, just give him a good beating." Wang Shi Dream nodded reluctantly. How could she bring herself to do such a thing? Seeing her hesitation, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Do not be soft-hearted. There is no significant danger now. If we wait until we reach the sect, it will be too late to educate him, as there are far too many formidable figures there." Although there were still a few months until the various sects began recruiting, Yawang's sect was quite distant, and they would need to depart within a month, or they risked missing the opportunity. Thus, he agreed to allow Wang Tong to learn the techniques. Wang Shi Dream said, "I understand." Mu Chenyì kissed her once more and, before departing, handed her a drop of the Emperor's blood. That evening, Mu Chenyì entered Wang Shuyue's room and directly lifted her onto the bed. Wang Shuyue chided, "You rascal, you just want to find Shi Dream in the afternoon, and now you're here again at night. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your body?" Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Shuyue, playfully removing her thin veil, and replied with a smile, "What can I do? If I do not ensure you are fully satisfied, will you not accuse me of neglect?" Wang Shuyue leaned against Mu Chenyì's shoulder and playfully punched his chest, saying, "You naughty boy, I plan to go out and steal someone soon." Mu Chenyì caressed her cheek, laughing, I believe my sister would never do such a thing. You little rascal. Mu Chenyì then inquired, Sister, when did that scoundrel Mu Tianheng leave? Wang Shuwei responded, He left in the afternoon. Even though Mu Lingkong's wedding is still half a month away, they must go early to prepare. Mu Chenyì nodded and said, Then when he returns, we shall take action against him. Ideally, they would strike when he returned outside the city without anyone noticing, leaving them to assume Mu Tianheng had merely gone missing. After Mu Lingkong's wedding, it would be the perfect time for them to act, which would simplify matters greatly. Wang Shuwei asked, Are you confident? Even if I break through to the Wang realm, I would still be 3 levels below him. And you have just reached the profound realm. Mu Chenyì replied, At that time, I was merely at the spirit realm, yet I managed to deal with you. Wang Shuwei playfully retorted, You pest, you are insufferable. So you like it? I do, I really do. Sister, your response is somewhat perfunctory. Wang Shuwei sighed, kissed Mu Chenyì deeply, and said, You pest. Mu Chenyì replied, That will have to do. Handling Mu Tianheng would be relatively straightforward. In the coming days, he would enhance his strength, and then they could lie in wait outside the city. Wang Shuwei nodded in agreement. Mu Chenyì produced a drop of the emperor's blood and said, Sister, refine this. Tonight, you shall break into the Wang realm. This will give you a few days to familiarize yourself with the new cultivation level. Wang Shuwei immediately began the refinement process. This time, Mu Chenyì had learned his lesson and did not interfere. If Wang Shuwei could successfully comprehend the divine abilities, perhaps she could deal with Mu Tianheng without needing his assistance. Without Mu Chenyì's meddling, Wang Shuwei completely refined the emperor's blood in just over half an hour. Mu Chenyì asked, Did you gain anything? Wang Shuwei shook her head and replied, No, I need to leave the city to break through. Breaking into the Wang realm would create a considerable commotion, and, clearly, the city was not the right place for it. Mu Chenyì helped Wang Shuwei into her clothes and then flew her out of the city. Using the divine step, he swiftly carried Wang Shuwei to a forest situated 100 miles outside of Xing'an City. Mu Chenyì said, Sister, you can break through here. After saying this, he spread out a blanket on the ground. Wang Shuwei sat down and commenced her breakthrough, immediately emanating waves of spiritual energy that swept away clouds of dust. Within minutes, the energy surged significantly, causing a nearby tree trunk, as thick as a leg, to snap, while other trees bent under the force. Fortunately, this tumult lasted only a brief 10 seconds. Otherwise, many trees would have toppled over. Wang Shuwei laughed joyfully and approached Mu Chenyì, taking his hand. I succeeded in the breakthrough. Let us return. Mu Chenyì replied, This place is tranquil and pleasant. Try refining the emperor's blood again. If you can comprehend the divine abilities, it will make our task much simpler. Wang Shuwei said, No, I won't gain much from further refinement. Let us give it to Yao Yao and the others. I have saved some for them. Do not worry. This is the essence of the great emperor from the same individual. The more we refine it, the greater the likelihood of success. Let us commence the refinement. Very well. Wang Shuwei no longer declined and began the process immediately. However, this drop also did not yield success. Mu Chenyì produced another drop. He had nearly 27 or 28 more, and he was determined that with such an abundance, he would surely manifest a divine ability. Wang Shuwei continued her refinement, and after 2 more drops, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, I have comprehended a divine ability. The Annihilation Finger, a quasi-saint level technique, and my cultivation has also advanced to the 2nd level of the King Realm. Mu Chenyì mused to himself, This universe emperor truly is lacking a divine ability of merely quasi-saint level. No wonder his situation is so dire. He said to Wang Shuwei, With this divine ability, even if your cultivation is slightly inferior to that scoundrel, it will be sufficient to vanquish him. Mu Tianheng only possessed techniques of earthly rank. Compared to a quasi-saint divine ability, he was significantly outmatched. The prospect of eliminating Mu Tianheng was nearly assured. Wang Shuwei felt a surge of confidence. I can finally avenge my sister. Seeing the tears welling in Wang Shuwei's eyes, Mu Chenyì gently embraced her, wiping away her tears. Sister, please do not cry. I am not skilled at comforting, and your tears will only make me weep alongside you. Wang Shuwei held him tightly, silent. After a prolonged embrace, she sensed an unusual tension and playfully scolded, You little rascal. Mu Chenyì, kissing her, replied, I cannot help myself. It is beyond my control. Wang Shuwei glanced at the sky, shyly stating, There are still nearly 2 hours until dawn. We should return. Mu Chenyì feigned ignorance and asked, return. And then what? Wang Shuiwei, slightly annoyed, thought how he could not restrain himself, yet still pretended otherwise, truly incorrigible. She pinched him, calling him a big bad egg. Mu Chenyì leaned in to kiss Wang Shuiwei again. Let us wait until we return. Not here. Mu Chenyì looked at the blanket spread on the ground, saying, I have prepared this. It would be a shame not to utilize it. He had planned this well in advance. As they say, preparation prevents mishap. Wang Shuiwei raised her brow. You little scoundrel, you. Mu Chenyì directly pulled her into his embrace and lay down. It was late, in a desolate area where no one would wander. The silence was perfect. At home, they had to be wary of others, but here they could truly let loose. Despite her initial resistance, Wang Shuiwei could not withstand Mu Chenyì's gentle coaxing. Ultimately, he removed her outer garment. At first, she felt a little awkward, but gradually she relaxed. While there were many constraints at the Mu residence, they were less encumbered outdoors. Mu Chenyì kissed Wang Shuiwei's cheek, holding her close and indulging in the softness of her delicate form. Wang Shuiwei, embracing him, felt an urge to teach this little rascal a lesson. She pinned him down and began to slap him repeatedly. The sounds echoed loudly, smack, smack, smack. Ouch. I was wrong, sister. Please be gentler. Today, I shall thoroughly punish you. Chapter 89. I cannot disregard your generous affection. Dawn was approaching. Mu Chenyì lifted the somewhat weakened Wang Shuiwei and swiftly returned to the city. He delivered her back to her room, planting a tender kiss on her lips. Sister, I must take my leave now. I will come to see you again tonight. Wang Shuiwei smiled wryly. You scoundrel. If you keep coming every day, how can I endure it? You will get used to it. After Mu Chenyì departed, he hastened back to his own room. He retrieved the corpse of the Universe Emperor, preparing to absorb its death energy, intending to die once more. He positioned the corpse and extended his hand, drawing in a substantial amount of death energy. His entire arm turned black, trembling uncontrollably. The dense death energy emanating from the corpse sent chills throughout his body. After nearly an hour, Mu Chenyì ceased, having gathered enough death energy. He was ready to die. He stored the Universe Emperor's body and activated the 9 Deaths Immortal Body technique, causing his chest and abdomen to turn black. He felt the excruciating agony of his organs being eroded and destroyed, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Before collapsing onto the bee, Wang tongue skipped joyfully out, clearly overjoyed. Mu Chenyì shook his head and proceeded towards Wang Shiming's room. Upon entering, he took a seat. Wang Shiming, noticing his arrival, halted her practice. She had grown accustomed to his daily visits every afternoon. Today, she had even prepared in advance, donning a white off-shoulder gown. Lacking even an undergarment, she gracefully rose and approached Mu Chenyì, exuding vitality, purity, and elegance. Mu Chenyì repeatedly raised his gaze in reverence. Wang Shiming drew closer and sat directly on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her proactive demeanor stemmed from her awareness that Mu Chenyì appreciated such gestures. It was not merely an attempt to please him. Their relationship had evolved to this point, and she had long pledged herself to him. So she willingly embraced opportunities to bring him joy, further deepening their bond. Mu Chenyì gently grasped the hem of Wang Shiming's gown, realizing she was clad solely in a long dress. He lifted the fabric to prevent it from slipping and then wrapped his arms around her waist, lightly teasing her. Time passed. After a while, Mu Chenyì lifted Wang Shiming from the chair, asking, shall I assist you with a wash? Wang Shiming shook her head, concerned about being discovered. I'll take a break. I can manage on my own. Mu Chenyì nodded, placing her on the bed before retrieving a spirit technique manual he had previously obtained from Minner, the Blazing Fire Slash. You may use this low-grade technique for now, or you can pass it on to Wang Tung. He was not overly worried about Wang Shiming, for she had acquired the Emperor's divine abilities, granting her considerable prowess. Unlike Wang Tung, who lagged behind. Hearing this, Wang Shiming nodded in agreement. A fortnight later, Mu Chenyì sat in a chair, addressing Wang Shuiwei. According to the timeline, Mu Lingkong's wedding should have concluded, and Mu Tianheng ought to be returning. Wang Shuiwei nodded, responding, if that scoundrel didn't dawdle and return directly, he should arrive by afternoon, at the latest by nightfall. However, if he lingered at the Cultivation Gate, that remains uncertain. Mu Chenyì remarked, he likely won't tarry. After all, his son has married into the Wang family. As a Wang, he must retain some dignity. He won't stay long. I think so too. Let's leave the city now and wait for him en route to prevent that scoundrel from arriving too early. Agreed, Wang Shuiwei said. When the time comes, you needn't intervene. I'll handle it. Mu Chenyì hesitated. While he believed it should be fine, those engulfed in hatred often acted unpredictably. Wang Shuiwei stated, "It's only right for me to avenge my sister, but you cannot. After all, he is Yaoer's biological father." Mu Chenyì was taken aback, but acquiesced. "Very well. I won't intervene, but will remain hidden nearby to watch, just in case." He removed his low-grade protective armor and handed it to Wang Shuiwei. "Sister, put this on. It's low-grade armor that can protect you. Why don't you wear it? If that brute becomes desperate and attacks you, it could spell trouble." "I won't. I'll keep my distance. His speed cannot match mine." As he spoke, Mu Chenyì began to assist Wang Shuiwei with the armor. Despite its inferior quality compared to high-grade armor, it was still decent and held together well. Wang Shuiwei playfully punched him, exclaiming, "You rascal, undressing me in broad daylight." Mu Chenyì gulped, thinking her enchanting. "Sister, please refrain from tempting me. Let's exit the city, deal with Mu Tianheng, and then we can take our time with each other." With that, Mu Chenyì and Wang Shuiwei departed the city, waiting along the route that Mu Tianheng would inevitably traverse. Wang Shuiwei, clad in white, stood atop a small hill with a clear view, ensuring that anyone passing by would easily spot her. If Mu Tianheng caught sight of her, he would surely stop. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì concealed himself behind a nearby rock. Bored and restless, he peered through the crevices, watching Wang Shuiwei, occasionally wiping away the drool that had formed from his longing gaze. Wang Shuiwei, noticing his lecherous expression, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Flustered by his stare and recalling their recent clandestine encounters, she felt an overwhelming urge to push him down. In her mind, she cursed rascal. However, Mu Chenyì only grew bolder, unabashedly gazing at her and occasionally gesturing with odd movements. Wang Shuiwei bit her lip, fuming, "Tonight, I shall deal with you thoroughly." Mu Chenyì opened his mouth to respond, "Sure, sure," though no sound emerged. Wang Shuiwei understood immediately. Infuriated, she picked up a stone and hurled it at him. Mu Chenyì caught the stone, sniffed it, then rubbed it against his face, giving Wang Shuiwei a thumbs up. "Sister, you're amazing." Wang Shuiwei could no longer maintain her composure and turned away, refusing to look at him. Mu Chenyì laughed, finding shy girls utterly charming. They waited for a considerable time. The sun setting, yet Mu Tianheng had yet to return. Both grew impatient. Mu Chenyì pondered whether that scoundrel might be lingering at the Cultivation gate for a few days. He gestured to Wang Shuiwei, suggesting they wait another hour. If Mu Tianheng had not arrived by then, they would return to their training. If necessary, he could stealthily administer poison upon his return, allowing Wang Shuiwei to eliminate him without raising suspicion. At this moment, a distant purple light appeared, gradually enlarging. Wang Shuiwei rose, stating, "Finally, someone has arrived." Mu Chenyì concealed himself, suppressing his presence. The light quickly approached, transforming into a radiant orb. Wang Shuiwei immediately released her own aura. As the orb passed, it indeed halted and began to descend. "My lady, the sun sets. I am moved that you awaited my return." Mu Tianheng's voice carried a note of joy. Wang Shuiwei replied, "Is that so? Since our marriage, you have never treated me kindly. Of course, I hold you accountable. I harmed you in the past, yet my feelings for you are genuine." "Such insincerity," he replied. "After all these years, you still fail to understand? If I were insincere, why would I go out of my way to accommodate you? Why would I treat Yaoer with such kindness?" Wang Shuiwei scoffed internally, dismissing his words. Mu Chenyì, understanding the depth of the situation, recognized that Mu Tianheng truly had feelings. Otherwise, Wang Shuiwei's chastity would have been compromised. Utilizing his invisibility ability, he stealthily approached within earshot. Mu Tianheng sighed, gazing at Wang Shuiwei, and asked, "How might I earn your forgiveness?" "Simple. You can die." "My lady, why must you go to such lengths?" Wang Shuiwei retorted, "If you refuse to die, I shall send you on your way today." As she spoke, she channeled her spirit energy, executing the divine finger of annihilation. A colossal red hand, spanning over 10 yards, materialized in the sky, fist clenched, extending a finger that pointed directly at Mu Tianheng. The finger, akin to a pillar requiring 3 individuals to encircle it, emanated an astonishing force, causing the surrounding sand and stones to swirl and the ground below to collapse. Mu Tianheng, struck with terror, exclaimed, "How is your cultivation at the Wang realm? And this technique? Definitely a high-grade skill? How is this possible?" He immediately attempted to flee. But as the red hand manifested, his energy was bound, rendering him too sluggish to escape. Mu Tianheng had no choice but to retaliate. He cast his sword forward, enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, forming an enormous sword shadow over 2 yards long. However, in comparison to the crimson fingertip, it seemed utterly insignificant. The sword's shadow shot forth at incredible speed, colliding with the fingertip, instantly shattering into fragments, and the exquisite sword itself, a treasure of the highest grade, was reduced to mere dust. As the fingertip approached, it struck Mu Tianheng directly. He was sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth, splattering onto the ground. Upon landing, he crashed into a colossal boulder, which fragmented upon impact, while his body created a small depression in the hillside. Mu Tianheng continued to cough up blood. His ribs were completely shattered, and his internal organs were ruptured, leaving him on the brink of death. Why? Chapter 91. The death of Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng managed to utter just 3 words before coughing up a chunk of flesh, his eyes growing increasingly vacant. Wang Shuiwei slowly approached. Mu Chenyì materialized beside her. Mu Tianheng glared at the advancing Wang Shuiwei and Mu Chenyì, his face contorted with anger, clearly having come to a realization. Wretched woman! Wang Shuiwei ignored Mu Tianheng and instead gazed skyward, tears streaming down her cheeks as she softly murmured, "Sister, are you watching? Inger is here to avenge you." Mu Chenyì wiped away Wang Shuiwei's tears, saying, "Sister, please don't cry. You know I'm not good at comforting others." Wang Shuiwei embraced Mu Chenyì tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, truly." Mu Chenyì gently patted her back, quipping, "This won't do. You owe me 10 or 8 children in return. Let us get to it then. I'll tire you out." Mu Tianheng, witnessing his wife in the arms of another man, attempted to rise, intent on eliminating the pair. However, his injuries were too severe. As he sat up, he coughed up a small mass of internal organ, blood pouring from his mouth. "Adulterers, I shall haunt you even in death." Mu Chenyì remarked, "Sister, just a few more strikes to vent your anger." He extended his hand, summoning a spiritual blade, which he handed to Wang Shuiwei. She took the blade, addressing Mu Tianheng. "Today, I shall carve you into 1,000 pieces to appease my sister's spirit." With that, she advanced, poised to strike. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Mu Tianheng's head, he raised his hand, a flash of purple light illuminating his wrist as a steel needle shot forth, aiming for Wang Shuiwei's chest. With no time to react, Wang Shuiwei braced for impact, while Mu Tianheng revealed a cruel smile. At that moment, Mu Chenyì swiftly interposed, the needle piercing his palm, though it barely penetrated. "I suspected you were up to no good," Mu Chenyì scoffed. Wang Shuiwei kicked Mu Tianheng in the face, sending him sprawling. She then extracted the steel needle from Mu Chenyì's hand, questioning, "What are you doing?" "I'm wearing protective armor. That needle can't harm me." "It may not harm you, but it would still hurt if it struck. How could I bear to see you in pain?" Mu Chenyì replied. Wang Shuiwei tore a strip of cloth from her sleeve, retorting, "If you're so concerned, why do you exert yourself so vigorously every night?" As Mu Chenyì observed the bandage he had fashioned, adorned with a bow, he chuckled, "Isn't it different? Every night is quite joyous. Isn't it? Rascals." Mu Tianheng growled in fury, coughing up another piece of flesh. "Wretched woman, if I cannot kill you, I shall take this brat with me. Today, you would die alongside me." Mu Chenyì countered, "Do you think a mere poison can claim my life?" Wang Shuiwei grew anxious, having inspected his wound earlier and found no sign of poisoning. "Are you all right?" "Do not worry, sister. Most poisons are ineffective against me, and any that could harm me are beyond his means," Mu Chenyì assured. Mu Tianheng sneered, "You are blissfully ignorant. Spare us your words. I would want you to cough up a kidney." Mu Chenyì dismissed him. He then urged Wang Shuiwei, "Sister, let us finish this quickly and return home to start a family." Wang Shuiwei advanced, delivering a decisive blow to Mu Tianheng, severing his body. Mu Chenyì instructed, "Sister, stab the blade into this scoundrel's corpse." Although puzzled, she complied. Soon after, they witnessed Mu Tianheng's body rapidly shrivel and decay, leaving only a skeleton behind. Mu Chenyì approached, reclaimed the blade, and plunged it into Mu Tianheng's skull. In no time, only a bare cranium remained. "This blade can absorb flesh and blood. How sinister," Wang Shuiwei remarked. Mu Chenyì responded, "Whether a blade or a sword, they are inherently the same. Their nature depends on the wielder. In the hands of someone as righteous as I, they are undoubtedly instruments of justice." "Shameless," Mu Chenyì chuckled, unfazed, and then gathered a large bundle of dry branches. Laying them on the ground, Wang Shui inquired, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much, just giving him a fitting send-off," he replied, kicking the skeleton into the pile of wood. Tossing the skull with a hint of respect, albeit not much, he produced a large jar of strong liquor and poured it over the branches, skeleton, and skull. Before igniting it, the flames roared, quickly covering the ground in ash. As a mountain breeze swept by, the ashes were carried away. Mu Chenyì unleashed his spiritual energy, dispersing the remaining ashes, leaving the ground spotless. He took Wang Shui's hand and smiled. "My dear, it's time to head home." Upon hearing the words home, her cheeks flushed, and she softly replied in agreement. Mu Chenyì lifted Wang Shui into his arms and soared back to Shingen City. Once in their chamber, Wang Shui opened a hidden compartment in the corner, revealing her ancestral tablet. She knelt in prayer, laughing and crying simultaneously. Mu Chenyì also knelt. Though he had never met her mother, he felt immense gratitude, for without Wang Shui, how could he have Yaoer? An hour later, seeing Wang Shui's emotion stabilize, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Sister, it's time to put this tablet away or dispose of it altogether." Wang Shui nodded, replying, "You're right. We cannot let Yaoer find out." She then erased the original inscription and replaced it with her own name using spiritual energy, ensuring Yaoer would remain oblivious. Mu Chenyì sighed, commenting, "Are you planning to worship yourself?" Wang Shui replied, "Let it be a tribute to my sister." After sealing the hidden compartment, she turned to Mu Chenyì and asked, "Why are you still kneeling?" Feeling guilty, Mu Chenyì said, "Do you think if my mother-in-law knew about Yaoer and me, she would come to have a heart-to-heart with me at midnight?" Wang Shui laughed in exasperation. "Now you're scared? Why didn't you think of that sooner? Get up. My legs are numb. If you don't carry me, I can't rise." He protested. Reluctantly, Wang Shui lifted him and walked to the bed, gently placing him down. They shed their garments and embraced. Wang Shui inquired, "Why are you so compliant tonight?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I thought you must be tired tonight and should get some proper rest." As Wang Shui held him, she drifted into a sweet slumber, while Mu Chenyì continued to practice diligently through the night. Chapter 92. Sharing blessings and meals the following day. In the morning, Mu Chenyì returned to his chamber and summoned Li Si, asking, "How are things on that end?" Li Si replied, "Brother E, rest assured, I've inquired, and there are no issues." Mu Chenyì produced a map and inquired, "Where is that location?" Li Si pointed to a specific spot on the map and replied, "I arrived here half a month ago." Mu Chenyì nodded. It was not far, merely 30 miles from Shingen City. "Do you wish to visit?" Li Si asked. "If so, I can arrange for someone to guide you. There's no need for such trouble. I can make my way there alone." "You go about your business," Mu Chenyì responded. "Yes, Brother E." Taking the map, Mu Chenyì exited the Mu residence and left the city. He confirmed the direction on the map and, employing the divine step, soared southward. 30 miles were traversed in mere seconds. He descended to the ground at the entrance of a small village, where a large stone bore the inscription Fengyuan Village. Indeed, this was the place. As he entered, Mu Chenyì observed that the village was modest, comprising only about 20 to 30 households. He ambled through until he reached a somewhat dilapidated courtyard at the village's end. The door was ajar, and faint sounds of laundry being washed could be heard from within. Upon entering, he spotted a woman diligently scrubbing clothes in the yard, clad in rough cloth and with her long hair braided for practicality. Her face bore a hint of sorrow, revealing signs of weariness. Lost in thought, she failed to notice the new presence in the courtyard. This woman was none other than the girl, Xiao Yu, who had been expelled from Mu Wangfu. Mu Chenyì approached and stood a meter away, observing her before gently saying, "If you continue scrubbing, the clothes will surely tear." Startled, Xiao Yu dropped the garment into the water, splashing it, and the braid at her chest became damp. The voice, both familiar and foreign, made her feel as if she were in a dream. As she turned to face Mu Chenyì, tears welled in her eyes, and she struggled to find her voice. Sighing softly, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Why do you cry so easily?" He opened his arms, unable to contain herself any longer. Xiao Yu rushed into his embrace, burying her head and sobbing uncontrollably. Mu Chenyì held her close, caressing her head and back. After a lengthy bout of tears, Xiao Yu managed to say, I thought I would never see you again." Mu Chenyì cupped her face, wiping away the tears from her eyes. "But you see me now, do you not?" "No more tears, be good." "I thought you had forgotten me," she replied. "How could that be? I promised never to forsake you. Did I not tell you I would return?" "But it has been over 2 months," Xiao Yu countered. "Yes, that is my fault." Mu Chenyì acknowledged. Xiao Yu shook her head. As long as you are here, I am willing to wait, be it a year, 10 years, or a lifetime. Mu Chenyì embraced her tightly, knowing he had to be cautious. Previously, Mu Liyue had warned that, given the circumstances, Xiao Yu could not remain. This could mean either leaving or disappearing, both of which were perilous. If Xiao Yu stayed in the city and was discovered by the household staff, the consequences could be dire. While Mu Chenyì had the protection of Mu Liyue, Xiao Yu would be in grave danger. At that time, his strength was insufficient to ensure his own safety, let alone hers. He had only informed Li Si that night. Li Si had a relative in the city who could escort Xiao Yu out, and after spending some money, she was safely arranged here. Now that the crisis at Mu Wangfu had passed, he could finally take Xiao Yu back. Xiao Yu's sorrow dissipated as she said, I will prepare a meal for you. You've learned to cook. It seems you've endured much hardship, Mu Chenyì remarked, taking her hand and noticing the once delicate fingers had grown somewhat rough. The village is not like the city. Everything must be done by oneself. It will get better, she replied. Mu Chenyì gently caressed her cheek. I would never despise you. There is no need for such worries. But you used to like my hands. Ahem. Such matters should not be discussed in public. He took out a premium healing elixir and fed it to Xiao Yu. She obediently consumed it, and soon, the rough skin on her hands began to shed, revealing a much smoother surface. Still fond of my hands. Mu Chenyì sighed, realizing he could not clear his name. His intention was merely to ensure Xiao Yu's well-being after a time outside. His heart was pure, untainted, visible to the heavens and the sun. Xiao Yu tiptoed to kiss him, and then dashed to the adjacent room, where the sounds of pots and pans soon followed. Mu Chenyì sat in the courtyard, gazing at the desolate surroundings and the dilapidated courtyard, silently lamenting, had I arrived here upon my reincarnation, perhaps I would have found solace in this life. Alas, I have embarked on an irreversible path. It is unfortunate that my luck is so poor, and those women possess such fortune. Before long, Xiao Yu emerged with a simple meal, a plate of scrambled eggs and stir-fried greens. Quickly try it, she urged. Mu Chenyì sampled the dish, raising an eyebrow before resuming his composure and finishing it with rice. Observing her eager expression, he said, You did well. Though he had no particular expectations for cuisine, he could not deny that while it was not inedible, it was indeed difficult to swallow. Xiao Yu beamed with delight. Stop staring and eat. Mu Chenyì insisted. After all, we should share both blessings and meals. Xiao Yu ate naturally, unaware of any flaws. With no further words to say, Mu Chenyì continued his meal. After they finished, Xiao Yu cleared the dishes and stepped outside. Is there anything else you need to attend to? Mu Chenyì inquired. If not, I shall take you back to Mu Wangfu. Xiao Yu froze. Can I really go back? Why not? Do you think I came only to see you? Mu Chenyì chuckled. If you do not wish to return, I shall not force you. Xiao Yu rushed forward, hugging Mu Chenyì's arm. I do wish to go. If there's nothing else, we shall leave now. There is nothing else. Mu Chenyì embraced Xiao Yu, instructing, close your eyes. As she complied, standing on tiptoe in anticipation of his kiss. Mu Chenyì smiled and, using the divine step, found himself at the entrance of his room in Mu Wangfu in mere seconds. Chapter 93. You clearly adore him. Xiao Yu opened her eyes to the familiar surroundings, recalling that she had previously sneaked in at night. She was astonished at how quickly they arrived. Mu Chenyì held her close, saying, There is still ample time before nightfall. We can accomplish much, so we must hurry. We need to delve deeper into our previous discussion. How annoying. Mu Chenyì ushered Xiao Yu into the room and secured the door. Isn't it inappropriate? What if we get caught again? She asked shyly. That will not happen. Even if we do, it matters not. This Mu Wangfu belongs to me, Mu Chenyì. Really? Mu Chenyì then recounted the matters involving Mu Liyue, Wang Shidream, and Wang Shuye. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, you even included the princess. Mu Chenyì sighed. What can I say? My charm is simply irresistible. They find it hard to resist. We should quickly take the princess and cousin away. If the prince finds out, it would be disastrous. Xiao Yu exclaimed. Mu Chenyì chuckled. Do not worry. The prince shall never return. He has gone to a faraway place, carried away by the winds. Xiao Yu, perceptive as she was, deduced the prince's fate but remained puzzled by how Mu Chenyì had achieved such a feat. Mu Chenyì then proceeded to explain the intricacies of cultivation to Xiao Yu. After listening attentively, Yu inquired, Am I truly incapable of cultivating to the same extent as you? Not wishing to deceive you, Mu Chenyì knew that with her innate talent and ordinary spiritual veins, she could at most reach the 4th or 5th level of the martial realm. He responded, Not for the time being, but I will devise a solution. So there's no need to fret. Yu nodded in understanding. Mu Chenyì disclosed Yu's true identity, the demise of Mu Tianheng, and matters pertaining to the Yu Emperor, except for certain details. He then said, now that you are aware of the situation, do you have any comments? Yu shook her head, replying, I care not for any of that. I simply wish to remain by your side forever. Mu Chenyì smiled, remarking, in that case, there is naught else to discuss. He reached out, untangling Yu's braids, as he favored the sight of a maiden with flowing locks, and gently kissed her forehead. Yu embraced Mu Chenyì tightly, her longing for him palpable after their prolonged separation. She caressed Mu Chenyì's countenance with her delicate hand, willing to do anything to bring him joy. Mu Chenyì sighed inwardly. Why must she resort to such actions? I am not that kind of person. Humph. You most certainly are. Later that evening, Mu Chenyì informed you. I shall escort you to Consort Wang's residence, where you will be under her protection, ensuring that no one can mistreat you. He had initially intended to depart with several companions, but Wang Shuiwei had no intention of leaving. Wang Shuiwei conveyed to Mu Chenyì that occasional visits would suffice, as she lacked the courage to face Mu Liao for an extended period. Mu Chenyì refrained from pressuring her, understanding that such matters required time. Given Wang Shuiwei's decision to remain, he intended to leave you behind as well, as he would be unable to bring you with him to the sect, and he could not guarantee her safety at that time. Allowing you to stay at the Wang residence would ensure her safety, and he could retrieve her once he found a solution, during which time he could visit them both. You had no objections to Mu Chenyì's arrangement, as she did not wish to burden him, and she would be content as long as she could see him in the future. Mu Chenyì did not resort to secrecy this time, but openly escorted you into Wang Shuiwei's courtyard. The guards at the entrance were perplexed, but dared not obstruct them upon seeing Wang Shuiwei's token. As they entered the room, they found Wang Shuiwei engaged in cultivation. Upon hearing their arrival, Wang Shuiwei descended from the bed, smiled at them, and quipped, You little scoundrel, always seducing innocent maidens. Mu Chenyì retorted, Sister, if I didn't seduce, how could I have gotten you in my grasp? You little rascal. You, in turn, attempted to kneel before Wang Shuiwei, but Wang Shuiwei assisted her up, smiling and saying, All right, there's no need to kneel before me in the future. Now that this scoundrel has taken advantage of us, we are all family. You may address me as elder sister from now on. You softly uttered, elder sister. Wang Shuiwei immediately led you to sit beside her, engaging in conversation. Mu Chenyì was gratified, realizing that she was a truly capable consort, understanding his intentions without him having to utter a word and acting accordingly. He then excused himself, allowing the two maidens to converse freely. That night, Mu Chenyì returned to Wang Shuiwei's chambers. Wang Shuiwei remarked, Oh, so you still know to come here? Shouldn't you be visiting your little girlfriend? Mu Chenyì smiled, embracing Wang Shuiwei and saying, Isn't elder sister my little girlfriend? I'm already past my prime. Nonsense. Elder sister is in the prime of her life. If one didn't know better, they would say that elder sister is a maiden in her bloom, always saying sweet words. I speak the truth. Wang Shuiwei kissed Mu Chenyì, then said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Mu Chenyì replied, I knew that elder sister was the best to me. Yu is in the adjacent room. Go, and keep her company. She has just arrived here and may not be accustomed to it. That's a good opportunity to temper her. Besides, I tormented her all afternoon today. Let her rest well. Wang Shuiwei did not persist, as she had her own selfish desires, wanting to spend more time with Mu Chenyì before his imminent departure. She said to Mu Chenyì, Yu's spiritual veins are too weak. She may not even reach the spiritual realm. Have you considered her future? Mu Chenyì disclosed all of his thoughts to Wang Shuiwei. Wang Shuiwei inquired, Is there truly a method to alter one's innate talent and spiritual veins? Mu Chenyì responded, How could there not be? Is there not an example of one undergoing such a transformation right before your very eyes? His original talent was inferior to Yu's, with only his spiritual veins being slightly better. Had it not been for the primordial carefree art, he might still be drinking Mu Liao's foot bath every day. How could he have achieved his current unparalleled success? Wang Shuiwei asked, Is your cultivation technique ineffective for you? Mu Chenyì shook his head, explaining that the technique clearly stated that it involved plundering the talent of others through dual cultivation. How could you plunder the talent of others? Even without that limitation, he could not allow you to use it, as that would be akin to cuckolding himself, which was absolutely unacceptable. Mu Chenyì reached out to Wang Shuiwei, embracing her waist, and began to disrobe her. Wang Shuiwei exclaimed, My dear, I cannot, it's inconvenient. Mu Chenyì replied, So, soon? It's even a few days late. What can we do? Mu Chenyì said, gazing at Wang Shuiwei. Wang Shuiwei scolded, "You little rascal." She smiled, nevertheless, and sat up, arranging her hair. Chapter 94. Are you really not coming with me? The following morning, Mu Chenyì awoke to find Wang Shuiwei already dressing, attended to by maids. He rose from the bed and gestured for the maids to leave. The maids bowed respectfully and departed. Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Shuiwei from behind, then said, "Today, we shall go out and enjoy ourselves." Wang Shuiwei recalled their night in the wilderness, her cheeks immediately flushing crimson, making her exquisitely delicate. Mu Chenyì whispered in Wang Shuiwei's ear, "Elder sister, what are you thinking about? You little rascal." Mu Chenyì retrieved a red dress from his storage ring, then said, "Elder sister, wear this." Wang Shuiwei glanced at it, somewhat hesitant, saying, "This is for young maidens, isn't it? How could I possibly wear it out?" Mu Chenyì coaxed, "Please wear it. Please wear it." Wang Shuiwei sighed, feeling helpless before this dear man. She changed into the dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, without any makeup, exuding a serene and refined aura. The red dress, reaching just past her knees, revealed her smooth calves, making her charmingly alluring. "My dear, is this acceptable now?" Mu Chenyì took Wang Shuiwei's hand and headed outside. "It is, indeed, too acceptable," Wang Shuiwei said with a touch of coyness. "Don't." She dared not go out in this attire. If acquaintances were to see her dressed so youthfully, she would be ridiculed. Mu Chenyì said, "Elder sister, don't be shy. If it's too much, we can go elsewhere." Without further ado, he pulled Wang Shuiwei outside, then directly lifted her into his arms, using the divine step to fly out of the city. Subsequently, they arrived in the neighboring Cloudwater city. Mu Chenyì led Wang Shuiwei into the city. Strolling along the bustling streets, Wang Shuiwei was somewhat puzzled, asking, "Why are we here?" She had assumed they were going to the wilderness. Mu Chenyì responded, "I'm taking you out on a date. It's been so long, and now that the obstacles are gone, I must hold your hand and flaunt you in public. Sneaking around may be thrilling, but we prefer to embrace in the sunlight." Wang Shuiwei clutched Mu Chenyì's arm tightly, leaning on his shoulder. "I'm not a young girl anymore. Don't use such tactics to coax me." Mu Chenyì smiled, saying, "But do you like it?" "I do. That's right. You will always be my girl." "How annoying." Mu Chenyì smiled, thinking, "That's quite girlish." He grasped Wang Shuiwei's hand tightly and walked forward. They passed a bridgehead, then walked to the center of the bridge, watching the flowing water. In the distance, a wedding procession passed by, the clamor attracting their attention. Mu Chenyì noticed that Wang Shuiwei was lost in thought and suggested, "Shall we take a look?" Wang Shuiwei nodded in agreement, and the two followed along. Shortly after, the procession came to a halt. They glanced over and discovered a flower sedan positioned before an inn's entrance. Beside the inn, a red sign bore some inscriptions. The essence conveyed that both the groom and bride had lost their parents, and with few relatives or acquaintances remaining, they decided to host a buffet in the inn to infuse some joy into their wedding. The groom stood at the doorway, addressing the gathered villagers. "Today marks the joyous occasion of my marriage to Meng Ji. If you find yourselves with some leisure, I warmly invite you to enter and share in a cup of celebratory wine. Your presence would be greatly appreciated." Mu Chenyì and Wang Shuiwei stepped inside, taking a seat in a corner. As they watched the couple exchange vows, Wang Shuiwei tightly grasped Mu Chenyì's hand. Laughter and cheers filled the inn as patrons celebrated the newlyweds. Although Wang Shuiwei wore a smile, a hint of bitterness lingered. What woman does not dream of marrying her beloved, raising children, and growing old together? She sighed inwardly, realizing that such a day might never come for her and her little paramour. Mu Chenyì, gazing intently at Wang Shuiwei, softly remarked, "Do not envy, for we too shall have our day." Wang Shuiwei snapped back to reality, smiling in response, "Very well." She understood that Mu Chenyì had such intentions, but the thought of a wedding was best left unspoken, especially with Mu Liao around. As the couple began to toast at each table, Mu Chenyì and Wang Shuiwei partook in the festivities, offering their monetary gift before quietly departing. They spent the entire day exploring the city, and by evening, they found themselves atop a cliff, basking in the glow of the setting sun, leaning against one another and sharing their innermost thoughts. Mu Chenyì asked, "Will you truly not come with me?" Wang Shuiwei took his hand and placed it against her heart, whispering, "Dearest, please do not ask again. If you do, I may truly be unable to resist accompanying you." "Then let us go," Mu Chenyì exclaimed. However, she knew it was not the right time to leave. particularly considering the needs of the Wang family. Mu Chenyì expressed his concerns. I wonder how long we can keep this from Yao Yao. Wang Shuiwei insisted. We must keep it hidden. If you cannot, I shall not see you again in this lifetime. Please do not say such things. How could I possibly live without you? That is not my concern. Faced with her determination, Mu Chenyì could only bide his time. As the sun vanished, the sky dimmed, and Wang Shuiwei kissed Mu Chenyì. He reciprocated, reaching for a blanket, which he casually spread on the ground behind them. Wang Shuiwei pushed him down, and soon their clothes lay scattered about. Their whispers of passion danced on the mountain breeze. Upon returning to the Mu residence, it was already deep into the night. Mu Chenyì visited Wang Shuiwei's room, checking on Xiaoyu. As Wang Shuiwei had mentioned, Xiaoyu was somewhat anxious, yet overall, she appeared fine, allowing Mu Chenyì to breathe a sigh of relief. That day, news spread within the household that Wang Shuiwei had taken Xiaoyu as her adopted daughter. Mu Chenyì could only lament, the connections in my circle are indeed rather convoluted. Even I find them difficult to navigate. Nonetheless, this arrangement was beneficial for Xiaoyu. At least the fabricated relationship would shield her from anyone seeking to bully her within the Mu residence. Mu Chenyì engaged in light conversation with Xiaoyu, who gradually relaxed, shedding her earlier unease. They needed to deepen their bond. Xiaoyu was convinced of Mu Chenyì's affection. Reluctantly, he reciprocated. After all, who could resist such a thing? The following day, Mu Chenyì took Xiaoyu to the market, intending to enjoy a date. With his imminent departure, he felt the need to make amends. Over the next few days, he consistently took Wang Shuiwei and Xiaoyu out for entertainment. He also managed to visit his second uncle's family, albeit incognito, merely observing from shadows. His second aunt appeared to be recovering well, able to move about, while his uncle and elder brother were busy with small business endeavors. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoqing spent her days cooking and caring for the family, often found daydreaming in the courtyard. Mu Chenyì had already informed Wang Shuiwei of this family situation, so he was relieved to know she would keep an eye on them. It was finally time to depart. Chapter 95. Departure in the early morning. Mu Chenyì arrived at the courtyard where the Wang siblings awaited him. Without unnecessary farewells, having exchanged ample words the previous night while sharing a bed, he led them away. The trio quickly traveled hundreds of miles beyond Xing'an City. Mu Chenyì produced a flying vessel, an auxiliary spirit tool he had exchanged for 2,500 system points the night before. Though not particularly useful, it served well for travel. While Mu Chenyì could traverse the distance alone with divine steps, the presence of the Wang siblings necessitated a slower pace. With less than 3 months remaining before Yao Wang's sex recruitment, they needed to hasten. The three boarded the flying vessel, which, though modest in size, just over 10 feet long and under 2 meters wide, was more than sufficient for their needs. The vessel was also equipped with a small room, a deliberate choice by Mu Chenyì to ensure they could continue their cultivation during the long journey. Wang Tung, brimming with curiosity, roamed about during the flight, exploring and fiddling with various features. Seeing this, Mu Chenyì allowed Wang Tung to take the helm while he and Wang Shidream retreated into the small room. I've neglected you these past few days, he admitted. Wang Shidream leaned against him, replying, Not at all. We are together, and during the journey, it's only natural for you to spend time with them. Indeed, your presence reassures me. If you do not treat them well, who knows? Perhaps one day, I too will be discarded. Mu Chenyì took her delicate hand and smiled. Is that truly how you view me? Wang Shidream nodded, saying, I witnessed your indifference when Xiaoyu was driven away. I am well aware. Now that we share a bond, I cannot help but consider my own fate. You are mistaken. Given your intelligence, you should have seen through it. At that time, keeping Xiaoyu around bore no benefit, and I lacked the strength to protect her. Not that I hadn't thought of it, but women can easily become fixated in such matters. After all, I could very well be the next Xiaoyu. Mu Chenyì nodded thoughtfully before asking, And what of now? Wang Shidream embraced him, her voice soft. I feel somewhat reassured, though not entirely. I have entrusted myself to you, leaving no path for retreat. Yet, I remain uncertain if I hold a place in your heart. How could you lack confidence? Over time, feelings will naturally grow. Tell me, do you desire my body, or do you seek my heart? Mu Chenyì grasped her conscience, declaring, I desire all of you. His feelings for Wang Shidream were complex. Even he could not fully articulate them, but they were undeniably present. Whether born of lust or affection, he sought to possess her entirely. As they lay together, conversing, he gradually removed her garments, caressing her soft form. Just as Mu Chenyì opened his mouth to suggest some fruit, the vessel jolted suddenly, and they heard Wang Tung arguing outside. Fuming, Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "What trouble is this at such a moment?" He hurriedly dressed Wang Shi dream before she could speak. "Blame me," she said. "No worries. A little discipline will suffice," he assured her. "Let us go see what the commotion is." As they stepped outside, they spotted another flying vessel alongside theirs, where a young man was profusely apologizing. Wang Tung, still irate, continued to berate him. Mu Chenyì inquired, "What transpired?" Wang Tung replied, "Brother-in-law, this fellow collided with our vessel." The young man from the opposing vessel quickly interjected, "I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. If any inconvenience was caused, I am willing to compensate for the damages." Wang Tung was about to retort when Wang Shi dream intervened, silencing him. Mu Chenyì gazed at the man across from him and remarked, "Since my brother acted without intent, let us consider the matter settled." The man's demeanor was amiable, and it was wise not to dwell on trivialities. A chance to strike at the right moment would suffice. The man replied, "My brother is magnanimous. I am grateful. If you do not mind, shall we share a few drinks?" "That would be splendid," Mu Chenyì responded. "Brother, let us board the flying vessel." He gestured for the Wang siblings to remain at ease before soaring directly onto the ship opposite them. Once seated, the man produced food and wine. "I am Lu Chenyì. How should I address you?" "Ascending to the clouds, Brother Lu, is a fine name." "I am Mu Chenyì." Lu Chenyì said, "Ah, so you're Brother Mu. Our meeting today is indeed fortuitous. Come, let us toast." "To that I agree." The two indulged in food and drink, engaging in casual conversation, soon discovering that they were both bound for the Yaoguang sect, and thus their rapport blossomed. Under Mu Chenyì's persuasive charm, Lu Chenyì consumed a considerable amount of wine, becoming intoxicated and reaching out to grasp Mu Chenyì's hand. Startled, Mu Chenyì swiftly withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, "What a lecherous fool." Lu Chenyì burped and lamented, "Brother Mu, my heart is heavy." Mu Chenyì mused, "No matter how you feign sorrow, I shall not engage in such matters with you." Lu Chenyì continued, "Consider my lineage. I hail from a family of cultivators, the legitimate heir of the family head. Surely, I am a person of some standing?" "Indeed, indeed," Mu Chenyì assented. "But that woman of the Chu family dared to come and annul our engagement." Mu Chenyì narrowed his eyes at Lu Chenyì, contemplating the implications of such a broken engagement. Would this man become a formidable force in the future? Perhaps it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship. Lu Chenyì declared, "Brother Mu, yes, you ought to ask me why she sought to break our engagement." "Oh, why did she wish to annul it?" With a flushed face and indignation, Lu Chenyì replied, "Is it not because she despises my poor spiritual veins? Or perhaps she believes the Lu family has fallen from its former glory. I severed the engagement without a second thought." Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "Remarkable, remarkable. She breaks our engagement only to become betrothed to that fellow Chung. How could one endure such an affront? Such indignity is intolerable." Lu Chenyì proclaimed, rising to his feet, "Thus I have left home. I intend to distance myself from my family and join the Yaoguang sect. I shall become powerful, and one day, that woman shall surely regret her decision." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow, thinking, "Surely, you've misunderstood the narrative. You should seek revenge after some years, not now." Lu Chenyì insisted, "I have embarked on this journey not for her, but to vindicate myself and to prove my worth. I want her to regret her choice for a lifetime. Yet you are still motivated by her. Is that so?" "Indeed." Lu Chenyì collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "I loved her for 16 years. Mu Chenyì contemplated this, thinking it improbable. 16 years ago, he had not even been born. How could he have known what love was? He could only say, "Brother Lu, you truly possess a deep affection." Mu Chenyì was convinced that this individual was destined to be a mere fool, lacking in prospects. It was possible that he might soon change his approach. It was best to maintain a semblance of camaraderie. After weeping for some time, Lu Chenyì regained his composure, bewildered as to how he had become so inebriated. He quickly apologized. "I must beg your pardon, Brother Mu. Brother Lu, you are merely a man of sentiment. It is of no consequence." As Mu Chenyì and Lu Chenyì conversed, an explosion suddenly erupted ahead. The two turned their heads, witnessing flames erupt approximately a mile away. Lu Chenyì halted the flying vessel, and the Wang siblings stood at the front. Moments later, a woman clad in blue soared toward them, pursued by two elderly men. Mu Chenyì frowned, realizing his earlier negligence. He should have altered their course to flee. But now it was too late. The woman plunged into Mu Chenyì's vessel, crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth, clearly gravely injured. The two elderly men soon stood upon the ship. Girl, why resist? It would be wiser to come along quietly. Your defiance is foolish. The woman coughed up blood and retorted, I would rather die than accompany you. Zishu Yuang, you are being foolish. If it were not for the young masteress' orders to bring you back alive and intact, I would have ended you with a single blow. One elder, speaking, waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that sent Zishu Yuang flying away. By unfortunate coincidence, she landed toward Mu Chenyì. Innate talent, 71 special physique, heavenly sacred body. Mu Chenyì activated his eye of detection and was taken aback. This woman possessed not only a unique physique, but also an impressive talent of 71, comparable to the awakened physique of his sister, Mu Leo. This opportunity could not be overlooked. He swiftly extended his arms to catch her, silently lamenting, she nearly rivals my sister. Taking the chance, he squeezed her hand before gently placing her on the ground. Are you unharmed, my lady? Though initially angered by Mu Chenyì's audacity, upon seeing his clear and earnest eyes, she reconsidered, thinking perhaps she had misjudged him. He might have acted out of desperation. She replied, I am fine, but I have inadvertently caused you trouble. Mu Chenyì, internally disdainful, thought, if you knew you were causing trouble, why did you not flee elsewhere? There are countless uninhabited directions. Why choose this one? Maintaining his composure, he answered, it is but a trivial matter. You need not worry, my lady. The elder at the bow interjected, you have not merely caused them trouble. You have invited mortal danger upon them. Zishu Yuang's face turned pale, but she had acted out of necessity. There was little time for contemplation. You are esteemed elders. Why pursue an unrelated party to the death? This is your own fault and their misfortune. You should surrender quietly. If you are harmed, the young master will be displeased. At this moment, Mu Chenyì had fully sobered and whispered, Brother Mu, what do we do? These two old men possess formidable cultivation levels. The Wang siblings also wore expressions of concern. Mu Chenyì replied, we shall proceed as we must. Zishu Yuang furrowed her brow, stating, I will accompany you, but you must allow them to leave. The fish and meat on the table hold no authority to negotiate conditions. Zishu Yuang, filled with regret, said, my lord, I am truly sorry. I have embroiled you in this. Mu Chenyì smiled gently and replied, my lady, there is no need for such distress. The affairs of the world are but a matter of fate. Our meeting is destiny, and if we are to perish together today, it is worth it. Zishu Yuang gazed at him, astonished, and asked, my lord, at such a time, do not jest with life and death. I am a man of few virtues, but I do not deceive. I speak only the truth. In times of life and death, if one cannot speak freely, when will the opportunity arise? Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. The elder across from them remarked, Zishu Yuang, we have given you a chance, if you do not surrender. Do not blame us for being ruthless. Zishu Yuang seized her words, drawing forth a long sword, preparing for a desperate struggle. The old man remarked, ignoring advice, you are truly stubborn. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared beside Zishu Yuang. He then extended his right hand and struck towards Zishu Yuang's abdomen. Having been fleeing for a while, Zishu Yuang was nearly drained of her spiritual energy, and with her injuries, she could hardly resist. At that moment, she had closed her eyes. Mu Chenyì positioned himself directly in front of Zishu Yuang. The old man's palms struck Mu Chenyì's abdomen, but simultaneously, Mu Chenyì had pressed a finger to the old man's forehead. Zishu Yuang, feeling no impact, opened her eyes to see Mu Chenyì shielding her, while the old man was being held at bay by Mu Chenyì's finger. She then witnessed the old man's body go limp and collapse to the ground. The old man was greatly astonished. Not only was his body incapacitated, but more importantly, he found himself unable to channel his spiritual energy. He immediately called out to another old man, Haishuan, save me. Haishuan stepped back 2 paces, warily observing Mu Chenyì. They had previously underestimated their opponents, believing that a few children could not be formidable. Now, they realized their grave miscalculation. You concealed your cultivation. Haishuan exclaimed, for heaven's sake, save me. Hai Xian. Do not panic. Damn it. Zishu Yuang turned to Mu Chenyì and said, young master, you? She was astonished by Mu Chenyì's prowess. At that moment, Mu Chenyì spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as if he were about to fall. He was merely feigning weakness. The opponent was only at the 7th level of the mystical realm, and his physical defenses could easily handle such ordinary practitioners. Zishu Yuing quickly supported Mu Chenyì, asking, "Young master, are you all right?" She promptly produced a pill and administered it to him. Lu Qingyun stood in front of Mu Chenyì, stepping on the old man's body, and declared, "Brother Mu, you mustn't come to harm. You are our hope for survival." The other 4 of them were no match for the mystical realm. Wang Tung immediately shouted, "Brother-in-law, how are you?" Mu Chenyì silently cursed, "You foolish brat, calling me brother-in-law now. How am I supposed to win over your sister?" Wang Sherdong flew over. Mu Chenyì had already leaned into Zishu Yuing's embrace, and he had to admit, it felt rather pleasant. He quickly pretended to be weak and said, "I am fine, you need not worry." As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood, leaning further into her embrace. Apologies for the late response. Thank you for your support. Thank you for gifts. Chapter 97. Though Clich D, it is effective. Wang Sherdong noticed Mu Chenyì's actions, and her worries diminished instantly. Observing Mu Chenyì, aside from a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth and some on his body, his complexion appeared rosy, showing no signs of injury, leading her to surmise the situation. Zishu Yuing, unfamiliar with Mu Chenyì, was now filled with concern, for he had taken the blow meant for her. Haixuan dared not take risks. The mere touch of Mu Chenyì's finger had incapacitated Haixuan, and he was only slightly superior in cultivation. Seeing Mu Chenyì spitting blood eased his worries. At least escaping was no longer an issue. Mu Chenyì feigned strength and addressed Haixuan. "Senior, I am quite powerful. If you continue to attack, you shall stumble as well. It would be wise to cease hostilities." Haixuan's expression darkened. Although Mu Chenyì appeared to be on the brink of collapse, what if he truly possessed strength? He pointed at Haixuan and said, "Fine him. You must hand him over." "That is acceptable." Mu Chenyì replied, "We shall withdraw. Senior, just take your people and leave." With Zishu Yuing's support, he began to retreat slowly. Seeing this, Haixuan cautiously approached Haixuan, observing no signs of aggression from Mu Chenyì, and quickly pulled him up. The 2 old men sighed in relief. However, suddenly, the scene before them shifted slightly. Haixuan immediately released his grip and prepared for defense, but it was too late. Mu Chenyì appeared behind him, his finger poised at the back of the old man's head. Haixuan felt a sharp pain in his brain before his body slumped to the ground. The Wang siblings and the others were left in a daze. How could this be? Just a moment ago, he was spitting blood, and the next, he was incapacitating someone? Haixuan lay on the ground, furious. "You little brat, you tricked me." Haixuan cursed, "You old fool. Be quiet. If it weren't for your incompetence, I wouldn't have been caught off guard. Damn it." Mu Chenyì employed the Qi sword technique, piercing the hearts of both men. Host has killed 2 practitioners of the mystical realm. Reward for 1,000 system points. Only then did he feel relieved, promptly channeling his energy to expel another mouthful of old blood, which he immediately spat out before collapsing to the ground. Zishu Yuing rushed over, supporting Mu Chenyì, and said, "Young master, please do not come to harm." Mu Chenyì instructed, "Burn the bodies." He then tilted his head and pretended to faint. Zishu Yuing shook him urgently, saying, "Young master, wake up, wake up." Mu Chenyì felt dazed. If he were truly injured, would he not be shaken to death? Lu Qingyun approached and said, "Miss, Brother Mu must have fainted from his injuries. He needs rest. Do not shake him too much." Zishu Yuing ceased her actions and took out a pill to feed Mu Chenyì. Wang Sherdong returned to the flying vessel. Just Wang Sherdream cast a glance at Wang Tung, then turned her attention to Mu Chenyì. It was the first time she had witnessed Mu Chenyì's remarkable acting skills. Her lips curled slightly as she turned away to look elsewhere. Lu Qingyun disposed of the body, incinerating it and handling the ashes before returning. Upon seeing that Mu Chenyì had awakened, he smiled and said, "Brother Mu, you have finally come to. We were quite worried about you, especially Miss Zishu, who has cried several times." Mu Chenyì pretended to be startled, then grasped Zishu Yuing's hand, saying, "I apologize for causing you concern." Zishu Yuing attempted to withdraw her hand but hesitated, fearing it might aggravate Mu Chenyì's injuries, so she allowed him to hold it. Previously, she had not thought much of it when Wang Tung referred to Mu Chenyì as brother-in-law, but now, when she glanced at Wang Sherdream, she noticed that the latter was completely oblivious to their exchange. After a while, Mu Chenyì was fed a few more pills and shakily stood up, supported by Zishu Yuing as they walked toward the distance. Zishu Yuing cautioned, "Young master, please take it slow. Your injuries are not yet healed. Mu Chenyì smiled, holding Zishu Yueying's small hand. Thanks to your care, Yueying, I am feeling much better. Zishu Yueying's cheeks flushed. Brother Mu, you were injured while saving me. It is only right that I take care of you. Mu Chenyì chuckled, thinking that the clutch of a hero saving a damsel was indeed effective, justifying the blood he had lost in the process. Chapter 98. Zishu Yueying departs. Mu Chenyì wrapped his arm around Zishu Yueying's delicate shoulders and asked, Yueying, why were those two old men pursuing you? Zishu Yueying replied, as I passed through this area, I encountered the young master of the High family. He attempted to force himself upon me, but I taught him a lesson. Afterwards, he sent people to capture me. Mu Chenyì expressed his anger. The High family is truly despicable. Zishu Yueying nodded. Fortunately, I met Brother Mu. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Mu Chenyì pulled Zishu Yueying closer, gazing in her eyes. No, it is I who am fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime, wasting precious time. Zishu Yueying's face turned red as she lowered her head. Brother Mu, that is not true. Mu Chenyì embraced Zishu Yueying tenderly. I speak only the truth. Zishu Yueying, slightly shy, said, Brother Mu, if Sister Sherdream sees us like this, do you think she will be upset? Mu Chenyì squinted his eyes, finding her words somewhat teasing. However, when he looked at her earnest expression, he detected no hint of jest. Would he not prefer to be in my embrace? Zishu Yueying, her cheeks flushed, looked down. Brother Mu nearly lost his life, saving me. Of course, I am willing, but if Sister Sherdream finds out, she will blame you. Mu Chenyì sighed internally, thinking, why is she becoming more teasing? Observing her expression, he could not discern any impropriety. Gently caressing Zishu Yueying's face, he reassured, it is all right. Brother Mu, this may not be appropriate. Zishu Yueying attempted to push him away, but fearing for his injuries, she refrained from applying force. Mu Chenyì continued to hold her, thinking, what harm is there in a charming and fierce girl? He then inquired, Yueying, where do you plan to go next? Zishu Yueying replied, I must return to Zhongzhou immediately. I can only delay for a few hours. Zhongzhou? Yes, the various sacred places in Zhongzhou will soon begin recruiting. I must hurry. Mu Chenyì paused, realizing the distance involved. How will I be able to see you again? Noting his contemplative expression, Zishu Yueying asked, Brother Mu, what troubles you? Mu Chenyì snapped back to reality. Zhongzhou is too far from here. The thought of not being able to see you again fills me with sorrow. I too wish to see Brother Mu often, but I must return, Zishu Yueying said, producing a handkerchief. Brother Mu, I have little to offer, but please accept this. Mu Chenyì took it, pondering its significance. Zishu Yueying blushed and added, if Brother Mu misses me, you may come to Tianlan City in Zhongzhou to find me. Mu Chenyì considered this, realizing it was feasible. The Yaoguang sect belonged to the Yaoguang sacred land, thus providing a pathway for him to reach Zhongzhou. It was a land filled with numerous beautiful women, and the thought made him smirk. He gently cradled Zishu Yueying's face and leaned in for a kiss. Zishu Yueying struggled slightly. Her face flushed, but closed her eyes. After a tender kiss, Mu Chenyì promised, I will certainly come to find you. Zishu Yueying leaned against Mu Chenyì's chest, shyly murmuring in agreement. Mu Chenyì asked, Yueying, do you mind if I have other women? I do mind, but what can my feelings change? If I object, will you give up on them? Mu Chenyì thought to himself, that is not possible. Zishu Yueying asserted, I will wait for you. You must come, or else I will not let you off the hook. I will certainly come. The two lingered closely together for some time, holding hands as they began their return. Brother E seized the moment. If she departs now, who knows when you will see her again? Mu Chenyì thought to himself, now is not the right time. I must not seek fleeting pleasure, but rather consider the long term. Given her severe injuries, it was not the right moment to act. A congenital sacred body, one of the most superior physiques, is not inferior to the Linglong treasure body. No rush. Soon, Mu Chenyì and Zishu Yueying made their way back. Zishu Yueying noticed Wang Sherdream's gaze and attempted to withdraw her hand, but Mu Chenyì held it tightly, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Wang Sherdream remained expressionless. Wang Ting looked bewildered. Lu Qingyun could only give Mu Chenyì a thumbs up, impressed by his success. Mu Chenyì waved dismissively. It was nothing. The group then sat together, sharing a meal, during which Zishu Yueying remained beside Mu Chenyì, feeding him with her own hands. She felt emboldened, seeing that Wang Sherdream showed no objection. Wang Tong watched in frustration. How could his sister's husband be attended to by another woman? He glanced at Wang Sherdream, urging her with his eyes, "Sister, do something. A man is being taken away." Wang Sherdream remained indifferent. As they chatted, Zishu Yuing's delicate face quivered slightly, her hand brushing against her chest as a peculiar sensation emanated from the jade pendant hidden within her clothing. Suddenly, she stood and said, "Brother Mu, I must take my leave." Mu Chenyì replied, "So soon?" "Yes." Wang Sherdream directly pulled Wang Tung away, while Lu Qingyun discreetly exited. Mu Chenyì embraced Zishu Yuing, saying, "Take care of yourself, and do not lose weight." Zishu Yuing playfully punched Mu Chenyì's chest, pouting, "Brother Mu, were your eyes wandering?" Mu Chenyì gently held her face, whispering, "I am only looking at you." "How annoying." Zishu Yuing protested. "I must leave, there is no time." Mu Chenyì kissed her forehead, then produced his flying vessel. "Your vessel was damaged by those two old men, and the journey to Zhongzhou is long. I cannot accompany you, but let it be your companion. Seeing it is akin to seeing me." Zishu Yuing stood on her tiptoes and kissed Mu Chenyì, saying, "You must come and find me. Promise me." "Indeed." Zishu Yuing climbed aboard her vessel and departed, her figure fading from view. Mu Chenyì looked at the handkerchief in his hand, sighing, "Alas, another emotional debt has been added. What a heavy burden." He turned and flew toward the direction of the Wang siblings. Meanwhile, Zishu Yuing had already reunited with a middle-aged man. Upon noticing the bloodstains on her clothing, the man frowned and swiftly appeared before her. "Injured? Uncle Liang, it's nothing serious. I will fully recover in, at most, a month. I told you not to go out alone, yet you refused to listen. Who is it that laid hands on you? He has already been killed." The man gazed at Zishu Yuing and sighed, saying, "Child, being soft-hearted will not do. Uncle Liang, from now on, I will handle matters myself." "That is fine." The man continued, "You carry the aura of a man. This person possesses an extraordinary vitality. Clearly not an ordinary individual." Zishu Yuing's cheeks flushed slightly. "He was the one who saved me." The man remarked, "It seems you truly cannot venture out alone anymore. Let's go." Chapter 99. Inferior Grade. Not even qualified to clean toilets, Mu Chenyì and his companions, along with Lu Qingyun, traveled together thereafter. Wang Tung and Lu Qingyun, through their time spent together, grew quite close, often linking arms, almost as if they were about to share a bed. Mu Chenyì had no objections. If Lu Qingyun became powerful in the future, having a brother-in-law would be advantageous. Worst case, he could just give his brother-in-law to Lu Qingyun. After 3 months, the four finally arrived outside the gates of the Yaoguang sect, where recruitment had already commenced the previous day. Wang Tung exclaimed, "So many people." Lu Qingyun replied, "That's only natural. After all, it's the top force in the southern region, so there will undoubtedly be a multitude of applicants. Doesn't that make it difficult for us to enter?" "No worries. Generally speaking, if one possesses a spirit vein of inferior grade or better and has some cultivation, entering as a servant disciple is still possible." Mu Chenyì had inquired about this from Yun Xiaoyu previously. As long as one had an earth-grade spirit vein, they would be accepted even without much cultivation. Among the four, Wang Sherdream possessed a heavenly grade spirit vein, while the other 3 had earth-grade ones. So entering was certainly not an issue. As they stood in line, they gradually moved forward, and after an hour, it was finally their turn. A female disciple of the Yaoguang sect examined one individual's spirit vein and, with disappointment, said, "Inferior grade, you may leave the mountain." "Fairy, grant me a chance. I can even clean the toilets." "With an inferior grade, you are not even qualified for that. Leave quickly. I want to go. Throw him out." After the female disciple spoke, a person stepped forward behind her, lifted the individual, and flew down the mountain, discarding him at the foot of the mountain. Mu Chenyì shook his head. Had his spirit vein not improved, even if he entered the Yaoguang sect, he would likely end up cleaning toilets. Next, the female voice called out, and Wang Tung immediately stepped forward, placing his hand on a wooden board. The characters on the board glowed with purple light, and 2 of the 3 lines beside the Earth character lit up. Earth grade, medium, proceed to register. Wang Tung walked forward. Next was Lu Qingyun, who received an Earth grade. Inferior rating. When it came to Wang Sherdream, she was astonishingly rated as an Earth grade, medium. Elders, they're coming to snatch people. Indeed, heavenly grade spirit veins are exceedingly rare. There are only about 20 or 30 in this sect. The female disciple glanced at Wang Sherdream and then said, "Junior sister, please proceed to register first." Wang Shidream nodded and walked over. Mu Chenyì stepped forward and placed his hand on the board. Earth grade, inferior. The female disciple looked at Mu Chenyì, momentarily stunned, as if she recognized him from somewhere but could not recall. Mu Chenyì was also taken aback, however, maintaining his composure. He realized she was the very Yin Yiru he had previously encountered at the Mu Wangfu, which explained why her voice sounded familiar. Senior sister, what's the matter? Yin Yiru, hearing a strange voice, assumed she was mistaken, as many resembled each other. Proceed to register. Thank you, senior sister, Mu Chenyì said, moving forward to register his name and cultivation level. Just after he finished, 4 individuals flew out from the sect and landed before them. One middle-aged man asked, "Where is my excellent disciple with a heavenly grade, medium spirit vein?" A stunning woman, with an alluring figure and dressed lightly, revealing her long legs, stepped forward, saying, "What do you mean, your disciple? That one is mine. An elderly man interjected, "Stop arguing. We are all intersect elders. Such bickering is unbecoming. Let me speak fairly. This heavenly grade, medium spirit vein, should belong to my disciple." A scholarly-looking man chimed in. "The older one gets, the more shameless. Do I need your guidance? You, who appear scholarly, speak so coarsely. It's quite disgraceful." Shameless. Mu Chenyì shook his head. Apart from that woman, these 3 oddballs were also elders of the Yaowang sect. They exhibited no semblance of dignity. Wang Tung remarked, "Is my sister really that sought after?" Lu Qingyan replied, "It's said that after the ancient era, the Xianyu continent encountered issues, not to mention celestial and divine grade spirit veins. Even saint grade ones are exceedingly rare. Hence, heavenly grades have become objects of competition." Meanwhile, after a bout of quarreling, the enchanting woman proposed, "This is yielding no results. Let the children choose for themselves." "How can that be? Do you wish to wait for the others to come and snatch them? While they're not here, let the children choose." "Very well." The elder agreed. "Which one is the heavenly grade?" Wang Shidream stepped forward to pay her respects. "Child, if you become my disciple, I shall devote myself entirely to your cultivation." The scholarly man added, "If you become my disciple, I will present you with an earth-grade spiritual weapon." The middle-aged man declared, "Become my disciple, and I shall gift you 2 earth-grade spiritual weapons." The enchanting woman then said, "As your master, I shall gift you a drop of imperial blood." The other 3 elders looked at her with unfriendly gazes. Imperial blood was a treasure for them, exceedingly difficult to obtain, yet she was offering it so casually. "Cold. This is excessive. You've presented imperial blood. Is this still fair competition? Totally lacking in martial ethics." The enchanting woman retorted, "You can also offer imperial blood. Curse it." The enchanting woman turned to Wang Shidream and urged, "Hurry and choose." Wang Shidream promptly knelt before the woman, declaring, "Disciple Shidream pays respects to master." The enchanting woman helped her up and said, "Yes, you shall be my obedient disciple, Lung Qingxian." Seeing this, the other 3 elders huffed and flew away in defeat. Wang Shidream's decision to follow Lung Qingxian was prompted by Mu Chenyì. After all, the other 3 old men appeared quite lecherous, and it was better to accompany the sister. Lung Qingxian smiled and said, "Obedient disciple, follow your master back to the mountain." Wang Shidream looked towards Mu Chenyì and Wang Tung. "Go ahead." Mu Chenyì encouraged. "Sister, don't worry. I will keep a close eye on your brother-in-law," Wang Tung added. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow, thinking that this brother-in-law could be a stumbling block on his path to success. Wang Shidream nodded to the 2. Lung Qingxian glanced at Mu Chenyì and then took Wang Shidream's hand, flying away. Subsequently, Mu Chenyì and the other 2 were led by an outer sect disciple of the Yaowang sect to a nameless little mountain peak, where there was a vast expanse of houses, numbering in the thousands. The disciple pointed to the area of houses, saying, "That is your temporary residence. Feel free to choose any place to stay." He then handed 3 wooden plaques to the trio, stating, "These are your temporary identity plaques. Do not lose them." Chapter 100. No background, no connections. We can handle this. As Mu Chenyì observed the disciple preparing to leave, he quickly produced a handful of spirit stones and remarked, "Brother, please hold on. We have just arrived and are unfamiliar with everything here. We would greatly appreciate your guidance." The disciple accepted the spirit stones and tossed a small booklet to the 3 of them, saying, "Junior brother, I have high hopes for you." With that, he soared away without a backward glance. Mu Chenyì, feeling a bit helpless, allocated his remaining spirit stones to Wang Shuyue and Xiaoyu, keeping only 50 for himself. This meager existence was about to become even more challenging. He tucked the booklet away and said, "Let us go and find our accommodations." The modest housing appeared capable of squeezing in no more than 4,000 to 5,000 people. It would undoubtedly be difficult for all the newcomers to find a place to stay. As the trio approached the vicinity of the lodgings, they noticed a crowd lingering outside, each face etched with worry. Lu Qingyan remarked, "It seems there are no available spots now." Wang Tung suggested, "Let us choose a room and force the occupants out." Lu Qingyan replied, "That could work. With our strength combined, it should not pose much of a challenge." Mu Chenyì concurred, "Indeed, let's give it a try. We should look for a secluded, drafty room." "Why is that?" Lu Qingyan inquired. Wang Tung chastised, "How can you be so foolish? A remote, drafty room would likely be occupied by those of lesser status and strength. If we are to act, we must target the softest fruit." Wang Tung suddenly understood and exclaimed, Right. Mu Chenyì then urged, "Let us proceed." After deliberating for some time, the three finally settled on a dilapidated dwelling, characterized by holes in the walls and a roof missing tiles. They nodded in agreement, offering their assessments. "Good. Not bad. Quite nice." Wang Tung boldly declared, "I will handle this." Lu Qingyun swiftly halted him, saying, "That approach won't work. After following Brother Mu for so long, you should have learned to be more cautious. Stay behind me." With Mu Chenyì and Lu Qingyun leading the way, Wang Tung trailed behind. The three approached, and Mu Chenyì subtly gestured to Lu Qingyun. Understanding, Lu Qingyun rubbed his face, instantly donning a cheerful demeanor before knocking 3 times on the door. The door swung open to reveal a towering man, about 6 feet tall, muscular, and with a fierce countenance. He cracked his knuckles ominously and asked, "What do you want?" As he spoke, 3 more individuals emerged from behind him. Mu Chenyì assessed the situation, noting that the large man radiated a spiritual energy indicative of the 9th layer of the spirit realm, while the other 3 appeared to be around the 7th layer. With a smile, Lu Qingyun addressed the giant. "We are 3 brothers who have heard of a formidable expert residing here, one with the potential of an emperor. We came specifically to pay our respects." Mu Chenyì added, "With your exceptional appearance and remarkable demeanor, it is clear that you must be that emperor potential." The man, flattered by their compliments, grinned widely, saying, "Oh, is that so? You flatter me." Lu Qingyun, eager to ingratiate himself further, asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name, brother?" "Song Xingming," the man replied. Mu Chenyì inquired with such strength, "I presume your family must be a prominent clan within the cultivation world?" "Not particularly," Song Xingming replied. "We are merely somewhat known in Xianyue city of Lingqing Nation." Motani Smilet, he say. "Surely, a talent like you must have connections within the sect?" "Not at all," Song Xingming said, shaking his head. "I have no acquaintances here. If I did, I wouldn't be living in such a place." Mu Chenyì and Lu Qingyun took a few steps back. Song Xingming looked puzzled, wondering what was happening. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amiably, and he had considered taking them under his wing. Lu Qingyun declared, "Now it is clear." Wang Tung, still bewildered, asked, "Clear about what?" Mu Chenyì shook his head at the foolishness of his companion. He turned to Lu Qingyun and asked, "Is Lingqing Nation far from here?" "Very far, much farther than our homes," Lu Qingyun replied. Mu Chenyì whispered, "Then what are we waiting for? Without connections or background, we can handle this. I will deal with the big guy, and you handle the others." Lu Qingyun agreed. "That sounds good." Mu Chenyì approached Song Xingming with a grin, saying, "Brother, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Do you wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother?" "That is quite acceptable," Song Xingming replied. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Chenyì delivered a knee strike, causing Song Xingming to collapse to the ground, twitching and unconscious. Mu Chenyì remarked, "I simply wanted you to vacate the premises." Lu Qingyun sprang into action as well. The 3 followers of Song Xingming stood in shock, and one was quickly dispatched. Mu Chenyì turned to Wang Tung. "What are you waiting for? Get moving." "Oh." Wang Tung rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge in. The remaining 2 men, realizing the situation, turned and fled. They had only pretended to be subordinates, so fleeing was their best option. Mu Chenyì stopped Wang Tung from pursuing, saying, "Why chase them? Take those 2 and toss them into the ditch across the way." "Understood, brother-in-law," Wang Tung replied. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì and Lu Qingyun entered the room. Inside, they found only a table and a few chairs, with nothing else to speak of. Conditions were quite harsh. Lu Qingyun commented, "It's not so bad." At least it's well ventilated and free of mold. As he spoke, he retrieved 3 simple folding beds from a storage ring, complete with bedding. Mu Chenyì remarked, "You seem well prepared. During my days with Brother Mu, I have learned quite a lot, and my thinking has become much more flexible," Mu Chenyì replied. Mu Chenyì felt a pang of guilt. A once bright and righteous youth had been led astray by him. Wang Tung soon returned, and the 3 began perusing the booklet. The pamphlet contained an overview of the Yaoguang sect, detailing its 3 mountains and 12 peaks. The 3 mountains were managed by the sect master and 2 vice masters, each at the heavenly monarch level. Apart from these 3 leaders, only inner disciples could ascend the mountains. The 12 peaks were overseen by 12 inner elders, all of whom were also at the heavenly level of cultivation. Additionally, there were other experts at the emperor level serving as outer elders. As newcomers, they would be assigned to one of these peaks. Moreover, 3 inner elders were responsible for enforcing the sect's laws, making for a well-structured organization. Mu Chenyì's gaze fell upon the second-ranked Qingchuan Peak, where the peak master was none other than his sister Mu Liao's mentor, Li Zixin. Wang Shidong's mentor, Lung Qingxian, was the master of the 7th peak, Ming Dao Peak. Wang Tung eagerly asked, "Brother-in-law, shall we join Ming Dao Peak?" Lu Qingyun countered, "I believe we should join the top-ranked Zizhu Peak. The resources there must be abundant." Mu Chenyì firmly stated, "I shall not go there. I intend to join Qingchuan Peak." Lu Qingyun conceded, "That's reasonable. The second-ranked peak should also be a fortunate place." "Brother-in-law, want you seek out my sister?" Wang Tung asked. Mu Chenyì replied, "Even if I go to Qingchuan Peak, I can still look after your sister. The peaks are not isolated from one another. Stop worrying unnecessarily." Wang Tung said, "Oh, then I will go with you." Mu Chenyì sighed inwardly. This lad clearly intended to keep an eye on him for Wang Shidong's sake. So, they decided to head to Qingchuan Peak in 3 days. The recruitment process at Yaoguang sect would conclude in 1 day, and 3 days later, the newcomers would choose which peak to join. They would need to meet the recruitment standards at Qingchuan Peak, but Mu Chenyì was not concerned. With a spiritual vein of earth grade, they would surely qualify. After all, most individuals possessed spiritual veins of merely Xian grade or higher. Among the thousands, those with earth grade spiritual veins likely numbered fewer than 500. Chapter 101. You truly are a wonderful junior sister to my sister. The next day, Mu Chenyì and his companions awoke late, having slept until the sun was high in the sky. After a casual meal, they prepared to venture out and explore. Yin Xiaoyu lowered her head for a moment before speaking. "Indeed, I also think it's rare for someone to praise me. I shall tell Yaoer when I return." "Wait, senior sister, we are old friends. You cannot trick me. As long as you behave, I will take good care of you," she replied. Wang Tung and Lu Qingyun exchanged bewildered glances. "Who is this woman? Why does she seem so familiar with Mu Xiong?" "I don't know. I haven't heard my brother-in-law mention her," they said. Mu Chenyì turned to the 2 and said, "Aren't you going to greet senior sister Yin?" Wang Tung and Lu Qingyun stepped forward. "Greetings, senior sister." Yin Xiaoyu glanced at them, uninterested. She turned to Mu Chenyì and said, "Come with me." After giving the 2 behind him some instructions, Mu Chenyì followed Yin Xiaoyu outside. "Senior sister, how is Yaoer?" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoyu's expression turned sorrowful as she covered her face and wept, saying, "I have always been concerned about you. As soon as I heard you entered the sect, I rushed over to find you. Yet you asked me about another woman. What a heartless man you are." Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow, pondering how this woman could be so dramatic. He sighed and replied, "Senior sister, please do not jest. If others see us, they might think I am bullying you." Yin Xiaoyu disdainfully remarked, "You have no sense of cherishing beauty. I wonder how Yaoer could ever like you. Yaoer has gone into seclusion with our master. It will probably be over a month before she returns." "Oh, I see." Mu Chenyì felt somewhat relieved. That made sense. If she were around, she would have come looking for him ages ago. He inquired, "Senior sister, where are we going?" "To have some fun. Isn't that inappropriate? It's broad daylight. Perhaps we should wait until evening. At night, one cannot see well." Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Can't one see while having fun? Shouldn't this be a well-trodden path by now? As they walked along, Mu Chenyì noticed something odd. Many disciples of the Yaoguang sect immediately turned away or flew off upon seeing Yin Xiaoyu, as if they had encountered a plague. "Senior sister, it seems you have quite the reputation." Yin Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly. "Otherwise, why would I need to find you to entertain me? Forgive my boldness, but with your enchanting beauty, A mere word from you should attract throngs of admirers. How could you have fallen into such a predicament? It's all trivial matters. Mu Chenyì observed the fleeing men and the women who not only ran, but wrapped their arms around their chests. He was greatly puzzled. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain and ascended together. They arrived beside a stream, and Yun Xiaoyu urged Mu Chenyì to climb a tree. She then handed him a pill, saying, "This is a concealment pill. Once ingested, it will hide your presence." After consuming it, Mu Chenyì asked, "You're not planning to spy on others bathing, are you?" "This is not spying. It is appreciating art," Yun Xiaoyu retorted, producing a fist-sized crystal. Mu Chenyì inquired, "What is this?" "It's a recording jade." Mu Chenyì's expression darkened. Not only was this an act of voyeurism, but she also intended to record it. No wonder those girls were running with their arms crossed. "Senior sister, isn't this rather inappropriate?" Yun Xiaoyu scrutinized him and replied, "How about I give you a few to take back and enjoy tonight?" "Thank you, senior sister. You're truly a kind person." "Men, stop talking. Use your sound transmission. They should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì said, "I can't transmit sound." Yun Xiaoyu handed him a small booklet, saying, "Take this back and practice. It's quite simple." Mu Chenyì nodded, accepting the booklet on sound transmission. Before long, a woman flew over and landed by the stream. Dressed in white, her gown flowed like mist, revealing a graceful figure, with waist-length hair dancing in the wind, captivatingly beautiful and ethereal. Yet her expression bore an icy demeanor, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, which made her seem somewhat aloof. Nevertheless, her beauty was undeniable. Mu Chenyì, gazing at the striking woman, activated his detection ability. Talent, 50, Special Constitution, Xianin Body. Mu Chenyì's heart raced. Finally, a special constitution. He had tested many the previous day without success. Yet here it was, a treasure unearthed effortlessly. Yun Xiaoyu, observing the woman in white, wore a lewd grin, even more exaggerated than Mu Chenyì's, almost drooling. She transmitted, "This is the outer sex senior sister from the Purple Bamboo Peak, Luo Bingqing. I have been keeping an eye on her for quite some time. Only recently did I discover she enjoys coming here." Upon hearing senior sister, Mu Chenyì thought, "You truly are a good junior sister to your senior. Not only are you spying, but you're recording it as well, and you brought another man along." Fortunately, that man was him. It was fortunate that the water did not flow outside. Otherwise, it would be a great loss if someone else were to take advantage of such a situation. Luo Bingqing surveyed the surroundings. To avoid detection, Yun Xiaoyu lay flat on Mu Chenyì's back, squeezing into a leafy refuge. Though he was initially reluctant, the weight of her soft form above him made it hard to resist. Once Luo Bingqing confirmed that no one was around, she began to slowly remove her garments. The white dress and the red undergarment, Rime Xiaoyu remarked. The source of this stream is the sex herb garden, so the water is imbued with medicinal properties, beautifying and nourishing the skin, making it even more delicate. But isn't it easy for others to peek? She continued, "Men are forbidden here. Once discovered, they will be stripped of their cultivation at best, or annihilated at worst." "Then why did you bring me here?" He exclaimed, "Aren't you endangering me? Just don't get caught." She replied, "And if I am discovered, what then?" He inquired, "What are you afraid of? I'll just collect your corpse for you." She retorted, "Well, thank you for that," he said sarcastically. "You're welcome," Rime Xiaoyu responded. "Let's go. A large group of people will be here soon. It would be terrible if you were discovered." The two immediately flew away. Afterward, Rime Xiaoyu bid farewell to Mu Chenyì, holding the keepsake jade. "I'll come find you to play again tomorrow," she said. Mu Chenyì called out, "Senior sister, wait. Have you forgotten something?" Rime Xiaoyu smiled mischievously and asked, "What thing?" "Tell me. If I don't have it, I can borrow it from Yaoer." Mu Chenyì replied, "Senior sister, farewell." Rime Xiaoyu flew away. "Dream on if you think you're getting your hands on my collection." Mu Chenyì spat. "Huh, that ungrateful woman. It's only because you don't have a special physique, otherwise." He had no choice but to return. As Mu Chenyì approached the drafty shack, he saw Wang Teng and Lu Qingyun lying in the nearby ditch, bruised and swollen, groaning incessantly. He went over and asked, "What happened?" "I was only gone for a little over an hour, and you've been beaten into this state." Wang Teng whined, "Brother-in-law, you must avenge us." Mu Chenyì ignored the idiot and turned to Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun explained, "We were careless and fell into a trap." It turned out that after Mu Chenyì and Rime Xiaoyu left, the two stayed in the house and fell asleep. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. When they went outside, they saw a delicate woman standing there. They immediately went forward and started chatting with the woman. As a result, the two idiots were caught off guard and directly beaten down by the woman. Mu Chenyì sighed and scolded, "Foolish! Don't you know that lust is a knife above your head?" Lu Qingyun retorted, "Brother Mu, it's hard to believe those words coming from you. You flirted with Zishu on the road, and you've already hooked up with a beautiful senior sister since coming to the sect." Wang Tong rubbed his cheek and said, "Brother-in-law, you already have my sister. Can I have that senior sister?" Mu Chenyì scolded, "All you think about all day is this kind of thing. You can't handle women. Was it just one person?" Lu Qingyun replied, "One person. She took over the house, and no one has gone to find her. Brother Mu, that woman is at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì said righteously, "I can't just stand by and watch you get bullied. Let's go take her down." Brother Mu, those are the words we've been waiting for. Brother-in-law, you have to give her a good beating. Mu Chenyì led the two toward the shack. As soon as they reached the door, they saw a girl walking out. He glanced at her and thought she was all right. He couldn't understand why these two idiots were so smitten with her. The woman in front of him was at most stunning. How could she have captivated these two idiots? "Miss you." Mu Chenyì began to speak, but then exclaimed, "Holy crap." Before he could finish, the girl knelt down directly. The woman said, "I didn't mean to hit them. They were the ones who acted inappropriately first. Please, spare me." Mu Chenyì took 2 steps back, wondering what was happening. Could it be that his domineering aura had directly subdued her? Wang Tong and Lu Qingyun were also a little confused. The woman had been ruthless when she attacked them earlier, not all like this. The woman pleaded, "Please, spare me." She began to kowtow. Mu Chenyì quickly stepped forward to help the woman up, thinking that he still had to socialize with the senior sisters in the sect. If word got out that he had made a girl kneel, it would be bad for his reputation. As he took hold of the woman's arm, he saw her right hand clenched into a fist and strike toward his chest. The woman punched Mu Chenyì heavily in the chest and laughed. She knew that she might not be able to defeat all 3 of them together, but she could injure this one first, and then the other 2 would be easier to deal with. Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "Holy crap, I didn't expect that. You're one of us, little sister. You have a bright future." He directly grabbed the woman's neck, dragged her into the house. Wang Tong and Lu Qingyun hadn't seen what had just happened, but they followed inside anyway. The people around them shook their heads. That girl was doomed. Those 3 are definitely perverts. By tomorrow, that girl will definitely be unrecognizable. Doesn't the sect care about this? We're not official disciples yet. This place is a mixed bag, and unless it's a big deal, no one cares. Many people have lost their lives in the past. Isn't this supposed to be a righteous sect? Shouldn't they restrain themselves a bit? Fighting and killing are normal in the cultivation world. This kind of situation is considered a form of training. The cultivation world is very cruel. The woman's face was flushed, and she couldn't breathe from being choked. Tears were already streaming down her face. Mu Chenyì directly stuffed 2 packets of spirit erosion powder into her mouth, then covered her mouth, released her neck, and threw the woman on the ground. The woman gasped for air, coughing softly. The 3 surrounded the woman, grinning wickedly. "Brother Mu, this little wench is no good. Brother-in-law, Lu Qingyun and I can handle this. You already have my sister, so go stand guard at the door." Mu Chenyì was dumbfounded. He was the one who captured her, and now they were going to leave him out while they had their fun. The woman quickly knelt down and pleaded, "I was wrong. I hope the 3 senior brothers will spare me. I will definitely repay you in the future." Lu Qingyun replied, "No need for the future. You can start today." Wang Tong said fiercely, "You little bitch. You enjoyed hitting us earlier, didn't you? We're going to give you a good beating now. Lu Qingyun, get to it." "All right, brother-in-law, go guard the door." "Huh." Mu Chenyì was stunned. However, Mu Chenyì ultimately walked towards the door. Then he saw the 2 idiots lift the woman up and press her onto the table. Lu Qingyun held down the woman's hands. The woman tried to resist, but without spiritual energy, she couldn't struggle at all. Wang Tong grinned and reached out to take off the woman's shoes and socks. He gently stroked the woman's tender legs and said, "Today, I'll let you know what cruelty is." The woman cursed, "If you dare touch me, you're dead." Wang Tong directly lifted the woman's foot and said, "I'm going to tickle you to death." The woman had never been touched by anyone before. How could she bear this? For a time, heart-wrenching laughter spread out, startling the people outside who looked towards the house. She's already been humiliated to the point of mental breakdown. Beasts. Those 3 are animals. Damn, they didn't even call us to join. Lu Qingyun, annoyed by the sounds, said, "Gag her." Wang Tong threw the woman's socks to Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun pried open the woman's mouth and stuffed the socks in. The woman shouted loudly, but could only make muffled sounds, and tears of humiliation streamed down her face. The woman was tortured alive for half an hour, unable to laugh or cry, feeling extremely uncomfortable, almost costing her half her life. Wang Tung and Lu Qingyan stopped, thinking it was enough. After all, there was no deep hatred, just a bit of a lesson. Mu Chenyì looked at the woman and then said to the two, "You guys really know how to play, but if this gets out, how will the girl be able to stay in the Jade Radiance sect?" Lu Qingyan replied, "It's a small matter. We didn't do anything too extreme." Wang Tung remarked, "She deserves it." Mu Chenyì interjected, "All right, you've vented your frustrations. Now, let's just throw her out." Wang Tung insisted, "Brother-in-law, we cannot let her off so easily." Lu Qingyan added, "Exactly, life is tough here. Keeping her around would be quite convenient. She can serve us tea and water for the next few days and help with massages." Mu Chenyì shrugged, "I have no objections. Do as you please." Lu Qingyan turned to the woman and inquired, "What is your name?" The woman scoffed and shot him a glare. Lu Qingyan raised an eyebrow. "How arrogant." Old Wang continued. Frightened by the tone, the woman quickly replied, "My name is Lan Kursin." Lu Qingyan, touching the spots where he had been struck previously, said, "You shouldn't be called Kursin, but rather Henshin, for your strikes were exceedingly ruthless." Wang Tung questioned, "What if she misbehaves or tries to escape?" Lu Qingyan responded, "That's easily resolved." He produced a small paper bag, forcibly opened Lan Kursin's mouth, and poured a black powder inside. She attempted to spit it out, but found her mouth tightly covered. Mu Chenyì chuckled, watching the spectacle unfold. Lu Qingyan told the woman, "This is poison. If you wish to obtain the antidote, you must behave and not cause trouble in the coming days. Otherwise, if the poison takes effect, you shall have no one to blame but yourself." Hearing this, Lan Kursin quickly replied, "I will definitely obey." "That is splendid. Rest assured, we won't harm you. At most, you will serve as our maid for a few days." "Very well." Mu Chenyì called Lu Qingyan outside, only to find a crowd gathered. He promptly turned and covered his face with a cloth. He still needed to charm the ladies. If his reputation were tarnished, it would be disastrous. "You didn't give that girl poison, did you?" Lu Qingyan covered his face with his hand and replied, "Of course not. We are honorable people. How could we poison someone? It's merely a packet of laxatives. I'm heading out. You two be careful not to get beaten again." "Don't worry, can we really fall in the same place twice?" Mu Chenyì flew out, intending to familiarize himself with the terrain. He arrived at a cliff, where the elevation allowed him to discern the layout of the 12 peaks of the Yaowang sect. The 3 main peaks were centrally located, with the 12 surrounding them, along with several smaller hills. Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow, pondering why there was another peak among the 3 that wasn't mentioned in the pamphlet. Could it hide some treasure or be a forbidden area? Approaching a large tree at the cliff's edge to observe, he was surprised to find a woman seated behind it, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her long hair tied with a red ribbon danced gently in the breeze, brushing across her brows. She gazed at Mu Chenyì with a smile, her eyes sparkling like water, embodying the essence of beauty. "Greetings, senior sister," Mu Chenyì said. "Hello," she replied, her voice soft as a gentle rain. Unable to discern her cultivation level, Mu Chenyì suspected she had mastered a technique to conceal her true abilities. Activating his detection eye, he was stunned by the results. Talent, 78 special physique, ancient ice phoenix body. This was astonishing. Her talent surpassed even that of Zishu Yueying and exceeded the restored physique of Mu Liao. Noticing Mu Chenyì's astonishment, the woman asked, "Junior brother, your heart is racing. Have you encountered a problem in your cultivation?" Mu Chenyì regained his composure. How could one not be taken aback by such a beautiful senior sister? "My heart naturally races." The woman smiled and said, "You are quite handsome yourself. It's my first time seeing a young man so vibrant with energy." "Senior sister, may I inquire your name?" "Yi Lingxue. With the surname Yi, you must belong to a prominent family." "Well, it's decent, not overly grand." "How about you, junior brother?" "Mu Chenyì. A name as rare as the stars, truly befitting of its bearer." "Not at all. Your words are merely flattering." Mu Chenyì chuckled and sat beside Yi Lingxue. "What brings you here alone?" "Just passing time in solitude." "I apologize for interrupting." Yi Lingxue gently shook her head. "You must be new. What brings you to this place?" "Yesterday, I gazed at the stars and calculated that I would surely meet a fated person today. Lo and behold, I encountered senior sister." Chapter 104. "You wouldn't be planning something peculiar, would you?" Yi Lingxue paused, her pupils slightly widening. "Is it true?" "Absolutely." Observing her expression, Mu Chenyì wondered if his words had such a profound impact. Yi Lingxue, however, was not questioning him but rather contemplating something else. She quickly regained her composure and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Senior sister, are you in need of a partner? I am available." Yi Lingxue covered her mouth, giggling. "Indeed, you might just fit the bill." "Huh?" Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Was this proceeding too smoothly? Yi Lingxue ignored his bewilderment and continued, "Join the Zizhu Peak. And then come find me." She stood, playfully pinching his cheek before soaring away. Mu Chenyì touched his face, wondering if he had recently become more attractive. Could charm alone ensure success? He retrieved a mirror to smooth his hair, confirming he looked dashing, refined, and exceptionally handsome. It was no wonder the ladies were captivated. Pondering Yi Lingshue's words, he thought joining Zizhu Peak could be worthwhile, especially with her and Luo Bingqing involved. He flew back, only to find the onlookers had dispersed. Upon entering, he saw Wang Teng and Lu Qinyin lounging with their feet on the table, while Lan Kursen was dutifully massaging their legs. "You two are quite the pampered ones." Lu Qinyin motioned for Mu Chenyì to join. "Brother Mu, give it a try. She has already been trained." Mu Chenyì replied, "All right, I shall." He placed his legs on the table, and Lan Kursen immediately began to serve him. "How does that feel, senior brother?" she asked softly. Mu Chenyì, in a state of bliss, remarked, "It's lacking. Did you forget to eat? There's no strength at all." Lan Kursen applied more pressure, feeling wronged. Those two rascals hadn't given her any food. After dark, the three of them peacefully fell asleep under Lan Kursen's attentive care, while she curled up in a corner, secretly weeping, her hands sore from the exertion. The next day, Yun Xiaoyu arrived early to seek out Mu Chenyì. "Senior sister, which mountain peaks maiden are you targeting today?" he inquired. Yun Xiaoyu turned to him, saying, "Today, I'll go with the flow and see whom I encounter." Mu Chenyì noticed she was cradling a small rabbit, its white fur soft and plump, yet lacking limbs. Seeing her tenderly caress the rabbit with affection, he mused, "Beautiful girls truly possess kind hearts. She must have rescued it." "Senior sister, you are so compassionate." "Indeed, I thought so too. When I found it, it kept trying to escape, so in my frustration, I had to remove its limbs to prevent it from running away." Mu Chenyì's eyes widened in shock, realizing she was the one who had rendered it limbless. What a wicked woman. Yun Xiaoyu gazed at Mu Chenyì with a smile, knowing full well that she had fabricated her tale. When she discovered the little rabbit nestled alone in a small burrow, its lack of limbs seemed to be a natural defect, so she decided to bring it back with her. She urged Mu Chenyì, "Let us hurry. Fewer people around will make things easier." Mu Chenyì responded, "Senior sister, is there a place where men are not forbidden? If I get caught, I'll be finished." "Then don't go. Wait until Yao returns. I'll let her see how my inner garments look." "What do you mean, don't go?" "For you, senior sister, I brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. That's the spirit. Let us go." With that, the two of them flew out, arriving at the mountaintop. Mu Chenyì led Yun Xiaoyu to a concealed spot and began to remove his clothing. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xiaoyu covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers. "What are you doing? You can't be thinking of doing something strange to me, right?" Mu Chenyì shot her an incredulous glance. "You're beautiful." He took out a set of women's clothing and donned it, styling his hair into a feminine appearance, stuffing something into his chest to create an exaggerated silhouette. For his safety, he had no choice but to play the role of a cross-dresser. Yun Xiaoyu remarked, "You're quite well prepared. What other choice do I have?" They returned to the stream, concealing themselves in the same tree as before. Yun Xiaoyu inquired, "Have you mastered the sound transmission technique?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Absolutely." "Huh. It means no problem." Oh, before long, a girl flew over and stood by the stream. Mu Chenyì was taken aback and transmitted, "Why is she here?" Yun Xiaoyu asked, "Do you know her? How could you not recognize such a beautiful girl?" "That's Yi Lingxue from Zizhu Peak." "What?" Yun Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. Mu Chenyì's face darkened. "Are you trying to get me killed?" At that moment, Yi Lingxue was slowly approaching the tree where they were hiding. Yun Xiaoyu said, "At this point, there is only one way out." "What way?" Yun Xiaoyu didn't answer. Instead, she kicked Mu Chenyì down from the tree and immediately took flight. "Of course. You stay back while I escape." "Hey, what the hell? You're leaving me behind? I want to forget this. I'll burn paper for you." "Damn it," Mu Chenyì cursed silently, but Yun Xiaoyu had already flown nearly a mile away. As he got up from the ground, he intended to flee immediately. Mu Chenyì, originally planning to use the divine steps to escape, he heard Yi Lingxue call his name, and cursed Yun Xiaoyu 100 times in his mind. He couldn't fathom how Yi Lingxue recognized him. He had to halt, contemplating whether to eliminate her to keep his secrets safe. After all, if this matter got out, he would surely be doomed. Senior sister, what a coincidence. Yi Lingxue pinched Mu Chenyì's cheek and asked, "What is with your outfit? Are you here to spy?" She saw through his disguise at a glance, as even in women's clothing, his face was still vividly memorable. Mu Chenyì quickly replied, "Senior sister, how could that be? I'm definitely not that kind of person. A lying child is not at all endearing. Tell me, should I take you to the Hall of Justice?" Mu Chenyì stated, "Senior sister, this isn't convenient. Let us find a better place to talk." He took her hand, and she did not resist as he flew them to the cliff where they had been the day before. Mu Chenyì knew there was no way out of this. He held Yi Lingxue's hand and said, "Senior sister, I actually came to find you. Ever since our parting yesterday, I've been longing for you. Just one day. It feels like an eternity. I guess you would come here, so I had no choice but to dress this way just to see you." Yi Lingxue allowed him to hold her hand, smiling as she responded, "Is that so? Indeed, my feelings for you are as bright as the sun and moon." Yi Lingxue smiled and replied, "Then I shall tentatively believe you." Whether true or false mattered little to her. Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "You're wonderful, senior sister." Yi Lingxue withdrew her hand from his grasp, saying, "Remember to join Zizhu Peak. Otherwise, I'll inform the Hall of Justice. For you, senior sister, I will certainly join." Watching Yi Lingxue depart, Mu Chenyì felt perplexed but chose not to dwell on it, flying back immediately. Chapter 105. Today, I'll confront you upon returning to the vicinity of his residence. Mu Chenyì spotted Yun Xiaoyu waiting there, and a surge of anger ignited within him. "You wretched woman. Today I'll make you see stars." He swooped down, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this my dear senior sister?" Yun Xiaoyu scrutinized Mu Chenyì with a serious expression, her puzzlement evident. She stepped forward to tug at his clothing, her inspection only deepening her confusion. "This shouldn't be. How can you be completely unscathed?" Mu Chenyì, even more infuriated, thought, "Are you hoping for me to be in trouble? How could that be? I've been worried sick, my heart racing heavily." "Really?" Mu Chenyì pulled Yun Xiaoyu into a nearby corner, gripping her shoulders. "I need to see for myself if you are telling the truth. A simple test will reveal all." Caught off guard by a sudden advance, Yun Xiaoyu momentarily froze, only regaining her wits when Mu Chenyì pinched her. She attempted to push him away, but the disparity in their strength rendered her efforts futile, and he easily captured both of her hands. Mu Chenyì's anger surged, causing him to grip harder. Contorting her form, Yun Xiaoyu winced in pain, letting out a small whimper before saying, "Let go. If you keep this up, I won't hold back." Despite feeling some guilt, she was resolute. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited here. Mu Chenyì scoffed, declaring, "Then I won't hold back either." Yun Xiaoyu gasped in discomfort, then retaliated by using her energy to knee him in the groin. Mu Chenyì swiftly clamped his legs together, securely trapping her knee. "You're not virtuous, so don't blame me for being ruthless." He then released her hands, tightening his grip around her neck. "Today, we'll settle old scores along with new ones." Yun Xiaoyu, struggling for breath, surprisingly bore no anger. Instead, she appeared somewhat pleased. "You better let go." Mu Chenyì was taken aback. "I'm here to vent my anger, and you look like you're enjoying this. Are you out of your mind? You're the one who is insane. Your entire family is crazy." Mu Chenyì thought, "Am I really afraid of this little girl?" He tightened his grip on her neck slightly. Yun Xiaoyu, clearly struggling to breathe, furrowed her brow. Yet her lips remained slightly upturned. She was eager to speak, but though her lips parted, no sound emerged. Instead, she transmitted, "Is this all you've got?" Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow, thinking, does she want to die? He increased the pressure in his grip, nearly crushing her neck. Not seeing a response, Yun Xiaoyu continued transmitting, "Junior brother, you can't truly be this weak." Observing her flushed cheeks and the alluring curve of her lips, Mu Chenyì's restraint faltered, and he leaned in to kiss her. As he tightened his grip, Yun Xiaoyu, despite the pain, harbored feelings for Mu Chenyì, thus she didn't mind his kiss. As Mu Chenyì's lip was bitten, this marked the second time a girl had done so. Compared to the last time, Yun Xiaoyu was considerably gentler, so he did not dwell on the minor injury. He encircled Yun Xiaoyu's waist, lifting her into his arms, a slight discomfort arising from the prolonged downward gaze. After a brief interlude, Mu Chenyì ceased his actions, not due to his self-restraint, but because Yun Xiaoyu's entire being was trembling. and further constriction of her neck would have proven fatal. Yun Xiaoyu's steps faltered, nearly causing her to collapse, her hands clutching at Mu Chenyì's garments for support. She coughed incessantly, expelling a trace of blood, not her own, but rather that which she had imbibed upon piercing Mu Chenyì's lip. Mu Chenyì's heart had grown numb, perplexed by this young woman's seemingly incomprehensible nature. Even with peculiar proclivities, one ought not to disregard the sanctity of life. He assisted Yun Xiaoyu in regaining her footing, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Yun Xiaoyu embraced Mu Chenyì, resting against his chest, panting, "Just a bit weary, I'm fine, I can continue." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow, retorting, "Continue what? Are you reckless?" Yun Xiaoyu raised her head, licking away the lingering traces of blood from her lips, and responded, "I'm fine." Mu Chenyì's irritation flared at Yun Xiaoyu's expression. "Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Did you not wish to settle old scores and new grudges in unison?" Mu Chenyì scooped up Yun Xiaoyu, declaring fiercely, "I shall contend with you today. That's the spirit." Mu Chenyì was rendered speechless, as those were his own words. He promptly carried Yun Xiaoyu away, locating a small, overgrown hillock where he descended. Employing his chi sword art, he unleashed a dark crimson sword aura, clearing a half-zhang radius of wild grass and soil, creating a small clearing. He then produced a blanket, laying it upon the ground. Foresight, indeed, yields success. Yun Xiaoyu observed, "This is clearly not your first tryst in the wilderness." Mu Chenyì approached, bearing Yun Xiaoyu, and gently placed her upon the blanket. "Is that what concerns you?" Yun Xiaoyu shook her head. "Of course it does, but only you. Anyone else would be unwelcome." Mu Chenyì smoothed Yun Xiaoyu's disheveled hair. Yun Xiaoyu playfully tousled it once more, then beckoned to Mu Chenyì. "This is better, come." She embraced Mu Chenyì unreservedly. Mu Chenyì leaned in for a kiss, his gaze drawn to her slightly loosened collar, revealing the undergarment he had once gifted her. "You truly wear it. Is it pleasing to the eye?" "Indeed. Then why hesitate?" Mu Chenyì indulged Yun Xiaoyu, grasping the garment he had bestowed upon her. Clasping her small hand, Yun Xiaoyu's brow furrowed, yet a smile graced her lips. Mu Chenyì shook his head, musing, "This child is terminally afflicted, beyond medical redemption. I shall sacrifice myself to deliver her." He proceeded. Yun Xiaoyu recoiled, her brow knitting more tightly, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. She gestured towards her neck. "Junior brother, here." Mu Chenyì sighed, "I yield to you." Subsequently, his hand extended towards her neck. Chapter 106. Will you not offer an explanation? After a considerable lapse, Mu Chenyì accessed the system interface, selecting the attribute panel. Host: Mu Chenyì. Age: 16. Talent: 24 out of 100. Spiritual vein: Earth grade special physique. Exquisite treasure body: 25. Myriad poison body: 10. True spirit body: 10. Realm: Profound realm. 3rd level cultivation technique. Primordial art: Immortal grade. 9 deaths. Undying body: Immortal grade. Spiritual skill: Tribulation spirit finger, Heaven grade. Chi sword art, Heaven grade. Soaring dragon force, Heaven grade. Divine power: Divine spirit step, Immortal grade. Special skill: Eye of detection system points: 5,500. Mu Chenyì observed the information, noting the 3-point increase in his talent over the past half year, a satisfactory gain. He had advanced to the 2nd level of the Profound Realm en route to the Jade Radiance sect, and further progressed to the 3rd level in recent days. An agreeable advancement. Considering the circumstances of his prior sale, it seemed the experience was not entirely disadvantageous. He would gladly endure such losses again, especially if they involved a special physique. Yun Xiaoyu nestled against Mu Chenyì's chest, her face radiant, tracing circles with her finger. Mu Chenyì, however, clutched his lips, inhaling sharply. Despite his robust physical defenses, his lips remained tender, vulnerable to her actions. Though the wound had healed, the memory of the pain lingered. Yun Xiaoyu gently caressed Mu Chenyì's chest. "You are becoming increasingly endearing." Detected a surge of affection from Yun Xiaoyu towards the host, rewarding 200 system points. "Persist in your endeavors." Mu Chenyì pondered, "How simple, merely constrict her neck, and her affection will skyrocket. I may not be virtuous, but I am considerate towards you. I gifted you 100 spirit stones upon our initial encounter." Yun Xiaoyu retorted, "Indeed, and you even gifted me undergarments. Upon my arrival at the Jade Radiance sect, I accompanied you in mischief. You feared I would divulge your gift to Yao." Mu Chenyì countered, "That is immaterial. The point is, I have never wronged you. Yet you abandoned me, lacking all sense of loyalty." Yun Xiaoyu explained, I did not act intentionally. I had been previously apprehended, and my monthly spirit stone allowance was halved. Should I be caught again, I would receive no spirit stones at all. While not abundant, they amount to 100 each month. Furthermore, I cannot afford to offend Yiling Xue. Mu Chenyì embraced her. Does your conscience not prick you? My life was at stake. Yet I am valued less than a few paltry spirit stones? Yin Xiaoyu squirmed. At the time, the spirit stones were mine. You were not yet. Mu Chenyì bristled at her words, extending his hand, prepared to chastise her. Yin Xiaoyu's face lit up. Mu Chenyì retracted his hand, unwilling to indulge her. Yin Xiaoyu pouted. Crestfallen. Mu Chenyì seethed, unable to suppress his ire. You are excessively presumptuous, Mu Chenyì declared, initiating an assault, intending to discipline her severely. Yin Xiaoyu responded. That is the correct approach. What could Mu Chenyì do? He was powerless. After a prolonged interval, Yin Xiaoyu slowly rose, leaning against Mu Chenyì, her eyes gleaming with delight. Are you content now? Mu Chenyì shook his head, lamenting, I am truly at a loss with you. Yin Xiaoyu embraced Mu Chenyì, inquiring, why did Yiling Xue spare you? Mu Chenyì encircled Yin Xiaoyu's slender waist, retorting, have you the audacity to ask? Do not be vexed. I acknowledge my error. Mu Chenyì scoffed. Do you acknowledge the error in her appearance? Tell me. Mu Chenyì explained. Why else I sold myself. Yin Xiaoyu expressed surprise, then inquired. What did you do? She requested that I join Purple Bamboo Peak. Yin Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, questioned, you possess only a low-grade, earth spiritual vein. Why would she seek your presence? It offers no tangible benefit to Purple Bamboo Peak. Mu Chenyì shook his head. I know not. Perhaps she is enamored with me. Yin Xiaoyu chuckled derisively. You are somewhat shameless. Such an exceptional individual. Who could resist being captivated? Yin Xiaoyu was tempted to retort that she was not captivated, but refrained. Captivated indeed. Mu Chenyì concluded, there you have it. Yin Xiaoyu remarked, you'd better be cautious of Yiling Xue. Cautious of her? Mu Chenyì continued to inquire. Intrigued by the nature of Yiling Xue. Yin Xiaoyu replied, I don't know much about Yiling Xue, but it's best not to provoke her. That shouldn't be the case. Given your demeanor, how can you be unaware? I truly don't know. Once you visit Zizhu Peak, you'll find out for yourself. Surprises await you. Surprises? What kind of surprises? You'll discover them when you go. Mu Chenyì felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, there were two individuals with unique abilities there, and he could easily seize them. Huh. Yin Xiaoyu chided. Your laughter is quite sinister. You must be plotting something mischievous. No more smiling from now on. Let's go. Mu Chenyì declared. Are we leaving just like this? Don't you owe me an explanation? I am not an inconsequential person, Yin Xiaoyu protested. Mu Chenyì scoffed. Why are you still putting on airs? She's indeed not an ordinary person, but when she lets loose, she is hardly human. Reflecting on this, he felt as though he had been deceived. I will take responsibility, so you needn't worry. Yin Xiaoyu frowned. That's not it. Who asked you to take responsibility? Then what do you wish to do? Mu Chenyì asked. In a few days, when Yaoer returns, you can call her, and we can go out together. I know of a mountain with beautiful scenery. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow. So it turns out you have your sights set on my sister Yaoer? Yin Xiaoyu bit her lip and looked at him. Don't you want me to enjoy an outing with Yaoer? Mu Chenyì entertained the thought. He had experienced a brief excursion before leaving the Mu Wangfu, but it hadn't gone ideally. He pulled Yin Xiaoyu up and playfully stated, don't even think about it. Yin Xiaoyu lamented, I have just a tiny request, and you refuse to grant it. Mu Chenyì chuckled, I will take responsibility, but when it comes to Yaoer, don't even consider it. I'm afraid she might be led astray by you. Oomph. The two then departed from that place. Chapter 107. The identity of Yiling Xue at morning dawned, with the wind bustling and the crowd in a state of fervor. Mu Chenyì and his companions stepped outside, followed closely by Lan Kursin. Upon exiting, they encountered numerous newcomers, huddled in small clusters, chattering incessantly. In just an hour, they would set off to one of the 12 peaks cherished by Xianyi. Observing the throng, Mu Chenyì sighed, with dreams in their hearts and fervor ablaze. Such is the essence of their youth. As for me, I find myself burdened with monotony, either pondering over them or contemplating new faces. It's exhausting. Wang Tung queried, brother-in-law. What are you rambling about? Lu Qingyun interjected. This is an adult matter. You wouldn't understand. The trio engaged in casual conversation for a while. Lu Qingyun then produced a pill, tossing it to Lan Kursin as he remarked, You've performed admirably these past few days. Here, as the antidote. In truth, it was merely a piece of processed candy. Lon Curson caught the pill, pausing momentarily. Was she finally to be liberated? She quickly realized it might not be an antidote at all, but rather a test or jest from the other party. I am willing to serve the 3 senior brothers indefinitely. Mu Chenyì replied, dream on. We have no time for games. The antidote is genuine. So hurry along before others mistake us for rogues. Lon Curson, fearing Mu Chenyì, conceded, then I shall take my leave. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to summon me. She departed swiftly, contemplating her return upon detecting any issues. Wang Tung remarked, do you think this woman will seek revenge on us later? Lu Qingyan laughed, oh, you become clever. Get lost. I was always smart. Mu Chenyì cautioned, that girl is no trifling matter. You'd best tread carefully and strive to enhance your abilities. Rest assured, Brother Mu, I shall cling to your leg from now on. Brother-in-law, I want to cling too. Mu Chenyì's expression darkened. He had his own aspirations. He had already planned that upon reaching Zizhu Peak, even if he couldn't secure the favor of the Peak Master, he must find a way to curry favor with several outer sect elders. Mu Chenyì looked at the two and declared, let us go. The 3 soared into the sky. Not long after, Lu Qingyun expressed confusion. Brother Mu, are we not flying in the wrong direction? If we continue this way, we will arrive at Zizhu Peak. Not Qingchuan Peak. Mu Chenyì replied, we are indeed heading to Zizhu Peak. I've thought it over. Since we are to cultivate, we might as well aim for the first peak. As cultivators, we must rise with the winds and soar high. Well said, Brother Mu. Indeed, well said, brother-in-law. Upon reaching Zizhu Peak, they found nearly 5,000 people assembled in the square before the palace. Lu Qingyun remarked, it seems there are quite a few who share our mindset. The newcomers should total less than 20,000. Mu Chenyì concurred, indeed, there are many. The queue will take quite some time. He had hoped to conclude swiftly and seek out Yi Lingxue, but it appeared he would have to wait. Soon, an elder stepped forward. I am He Xueqiu, an outer sect elder of the Yaowang sect. The recruitment for Zizhu Peak begins now. All those with spiritual veins of the earth grade may step forward for testing. Others, please continue to queue. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì smiled and led his companions forward. The disciples of Zizhu Peak were already prepared, having set up the necessary equipment. After verifying their identities, another outer sect elder distributed identity jade tokens, inscribing names upon them using his own cultivation power. As Mu Chenyì examined the token, he noted it was identical to the one he had previously obtained from Yin Yiru's ring, differing only in the name. The elder explained, this jade token contains a restriction. Should you crush it, you can call for help from nearby fellow disciples. Simply drop your blood upon it to activate its use. Hearing this, the over 200 individuals with earth-grade spiritual veins nodded and promptly dripped their blood onto the tokens. Mu Chenyì and his companions were then instructed to wait at the side, as the Peak Master would soon arrive for a discourse. Mu Chenyì's expression soured. Wasn't this a waste of time? By the afternoon, nearly 1,400 individuals had been selected. The elders and disciples gathered to await the Peak Master's arrival. As Mu Chenyì grew increasingly bored, he spotted Yi Lingxue approaching from a distance and immediately made his way towards her. Senior sister, I've come to find you. Yi Lingxue replied, how obedient. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chenyì took her hand. Yi Lingxue slightly raised her brow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Yet she made no move to withdraw. Observing the throngs around them, a faint blush crept onto her face, barely perceptible, fortunate that few noticed. Mu Chenyì turned to his companions, Lu Qingyun and Wang Tung, and urged, aren't you two coming to greet senior sister? Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, senior sister. Hello to you all. Wang Tung leaned closer to Mu Chenyì and whispered, brother-in-law, you already have 4 or 5 of them. Why do you need more? Mu Chenyì retorted, these are adult matters. What are you, a child, no? Yi Lingxue shot Mu Chenyì a bright glance, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. But she soon regained her composure. You all chat. I must go on stage shortly, so I won't accompany you. Senior sister, take care, Mu Chenyì said, reluctantly releasing her hand after a gentle squeeze. As Yi Lingxue walked away, Lu Qingyun remarked, Brother Mu, you are truly impressive. Where? Just average, basic skills. Brother Mu, please impart your secret techniques. To be honest, I am still a novice. Mu Chenyì cast an odd glance at Lu Qingyun. You are beyond saving. You 1T learn. Even my little brother-in-law has surpassed you. Is that so? Upon observing Lu Qingyun's gaze, Wang Tung asserted with an air of superiority, Naturally, I had already charmed one of the household maids a year prior. My brother-in-law here only managed such a feat half a year ago. Mu Chenyì, directing his attention to the two, remarked, "Remarkable indeed." Mu Chenyì merely shook his head, inwardly noting the other's proclivity for indiscreet utterances. As the trio conversed, Ishuechio ascended to the elevated platform, announcing, "Disciples, attend. We beseech the presence of the Peak Master." At that moment, Yi Lingxue gracefully alighted upon the platform. "I am Yi Lingxue, the newly appointed Peak Master of the Purple Bamboo Peak." Henceforth, as Yi Lingxue elucidated, she had attained the second level of the heavenly sovereign realm. The previous Peak Master of the Purple Bamboo Peak had been recalled to the Yaoguang Holy Land, and she had been dispatched to fill the vacancy, having only arrived at the Yaoguang sect a few days prior. Mu Chenyì, Lu Qingyun, and Wang Teng were visibly astonished. Brother-in-law, a senior sister transformed into a Peak Master? Brother Mu, it seems you possess the touch, eschewing dalliances with mere disciples. You've ascended to the Peak Master herself, curtailing years of arduous effort. Chapter 108. Seek me out this evening. Mu Chenyì protested, "I assure you, I was unaware of her status as Peak Master. Would you believe me?" Lu Qingyun responded, "Indeed, the Peak Master does possess a youthful mien. Without prior acquaintance, one would scarcely discern her as a magnate of the heavenly sovereign realm." Mu Chenyì mused that, given her prodigious talent, attaining the heavenly sovereign realm likely required but a few years, rendering her youthful appearance unsurprising. Dismay gnawed at his heart, for he had trifled with the Peak Master herself. Could any semblance of tranquility remain? He now comprehended Yun Xiaoyu's trepidation upon hearing Yi Lingxue's name, prompting her to unceremoniously eject him from the tree and flee. Had their roles been reversed, he might have acted with even greater severity. The revelation was simply too overwhelming. Mu Chenyì could only find solace in the fact that his earlier jesting with Yi Lingxue had not resulted in his summary demise. A glint of resolve flickered in his eyes as he pondered. In this predicament, but one course remains: prostration and supplication. Lu Qingyun inquired, "Brother Mu, how did your acquaintance with a new Peak Master commence? Would you believe me if I confessed that it began with an act of flirtation?" "Indeed, with your prowess. Brother Mu, securing the affections of several Peak Masters would be well within your capabilities." Mu Chenyì interjected, "I aspire to prolong my existence by a few more years." Following her introductory remarks, Yi Lingxue beckoned Mu Chenyì forward. Mu Chenyì, with a sigh, Mu Chenyì hastened towards her, ascending the platform and promptly kneeling. He traversed the remaining distance on his knees, embracing Yi Lingxue's leg. "Disciple pays homage to the Peak Master. Would you deign to become my personal disciple?" Mu Chenyì, still prostrate, embraced her leg, rubbing his face against it. "Master, your disciple shall endeavor to serve you diligently henceforth." Yi Lingxue felt a tinge of awkwardness. In private, she might indulge in playful banter with Mu Chenyì, but amidst such a gathering, the situation was undeniably embarrassing. Nonetheless, she feigned composure, as if nothing untoward had transpired. "Very well, arise." Mu Chenyì remained kneeling, clinging steadfastly to Yi Lingxue's leg. "Your disciple finds solace in this position." The assembled elders and disciples were taken aback. They had encountered audacity before, but never of this magnitude. Were it not for his lecherous demeanor, they might have been convinced of his sincerity. They were perplexed by the Peak Master's decision to bypass the three individuals with superior spiritual veins and instead select this base individual. Yi Lingxue addressed the elders. "Let's conclude here. I entrust the arrangement of the newly arrived disciples to your capable hands. You are dismissed, as you command." As the crowd dispersed, Yi Lingxue addressed Mu Chenyì, "Release me." Mu Chenyì tightened his grip, pleading, "Master, your disciple is apprehensive. Allow me to remain thus." Yi Lingxue inquired, "What do you fear? Do you believe I would devour you? Your disciple's earlier transgressions may have offended you. Should you seek retribution, my prospects would be dire. Do you believe such measures are necessary to discipline you?" Mu Chenyì ventured, "Master, may I pose a question?" "Proceed. Why have you chosen me as your disciple?" This was the query that truly preoccupied Mu Chenyì. With a wave of her hand, Yi Lingxue levitated Mu Chenyì. She chuckled. "Did you not proclaim that I am your predestined soulmate?" This. Mu Chenyì was at a loss for words. Had she been a mere maiden, he might have been convinced, but she was a magnate. Could she have been swayed by mere words? Yi Lingxue instructed, "Seek me out this evening." With these words, She bestowed upon Mu Chenyì a token and vanished without a trace. Mu Chenyì lamented, "Even with the divine spirit step, I could not hope to outpace her. Fortuitously, I did not contemplate flight." He approached the sidelines, where Lu Qingyun and Wang Tung awaited. Lu Qingyun declared, "Brother Mu, our fates rest in your hands. Ensure that you maintain your grip on the peak master's favor." Mu Chenyì shook his head and sighed, lamenting that the other had cast him as a mere sycophant. While the notion held some appeal, the other party's consent was paramount. Wang Tung chimed in, "Brother-in-law, your liaison with the peak master is your own affair. I shall not disclose it to my sister, provided that you bestow upon me ample benefits." Mu Chenyì mused that his success hinged upon the other's acquiescence. He declared, "Let us inspect our accommodations." The trio proceeded to the residential area, nestled at the base of the purple bamboo peak. Houses stretched as far as the eye could see, numbering in the tens of thousands, far from dilapidated, and even exuding an air of opulence. The central area, in particular, boasted dwellings of considerable size and splendor. As they approached, disciples were registering newcomers and distributing supplies. Mu Chenyì and his companions were assigned to the southern sector, somewhat removed from the central hub. They overheard that the central area was reserved for inner disciples who had attained the king realm before the age of 25. The trio arrived at a small courtyard comprising a dozen rooms, already occupied by 4 newcomers. Upon catching sight of Mu Chenyì, a fair maiden abruptly retreated into her room. A young man approached with a genial smile. "Brother Mu, it is a pleasure to share this residence with you. I am Su Qinggong, and I implore your guidance in the days to come." Mu Chenyì's impromptu apprenticeship with the peak master had undoubtedly etched him into the memories of all present. He found the other's effusive demeanor unsettling, for such individuals often harbored ulterior motives. "The pleasure is mine, Brother Su. Let's endeavor to assist one another." 2 other individuals, a man and a woman, approached. "Greetings, Brother Mu. I am Zhang Xuyang." "Greetings, Brother Mu. I am Yin Xin." Mu Chenyì responded with a smile. "Greetings to you both." He found these 2 more agreeable, modest, and seemingly easy to get along with. Su Qinggong turned his attention to Lu Qingyun and Wang Tung, inquiring, "And what may I call you to?" Lu Qingyun, auspicious name, Brother Lu. Wang Tung, Brother Wang possesses the air of one destined for greatness. Indeed, Wang Tung replied without a hint of modesty. Su Qinggong chuckled and addressed Mu Chenyì. "By the way, the maiden who just entered is Jiang Shaoyan." Mu Chenyì remarked, "She seems somewhat aloof." "Do not take offense, Brother Mu. Senior sister Jiang possesses a superior spiritual vein and had aspired to become the peak master's disciple. Your preemptive selection has undoubtedly wounded her pride. Such sentiments are understandable. I bear her no ill will." Mu Chenyì smiled, inwardly recognizing the other's attempts at sowing discord. He promptly bid farewell to the trio and returned to their respective rooms with Lu Qingyun and Wang Tung. It wasn't until nightfall that Mu Chenyì ventured out alone from the small courtyard, heading straight for the peak. He was on his way to a clandestine meeting with his destined one, grateful for the support and gifts. Chapter 109. Master, please be gentle. Mu Chenyì flew to the peak and arrived outside a courtyard, where he saw 4 disciples guarding the entrance. He approached, presented his token, and without any hindrance, walked in smoothly. Faced with a vast courtyard, Mu Chenyì was unsure which way to go. Searching room by room would be a daunting task. Just then, a voice transmission directly appeared in his ear. "Backyard." Hearing Yi Lingshue's voice, Mu Chenyì immediately rushed to the backyard, eager to appear urgent and impatient. He wanted to numb the other party, but mainly to numb himself. He was genuinely afraid, but had no choice but to come. Yi Lingshue's cultivation was too high, and he couldn't escape. Upon reaching the backyard, he saw Yi Lingxue sitting on a stone chair in the garden. He immediately knelt down. Disciple pays respects to master. Yi Lingxue was dressed in a red off-shoulder dress, her hair ribbon already removed, her long hair cascading down, with a faint smile on her face. "Come sit." Mu Chenyì walked over and sat down, unable to help but glance a few more times. Yi Lingxue asked, "Do I look good?" "Very good. As long as you think so. I wore this especially for you." Mu Chenyì looked at her delicate, jade-like shoulders, swallowing slightly, constantly reminding himself to stay rational, not to be fooled by her sweet words, not to be seduced by her charm. "Master, what did you call me here for?" "There is something concerning my future." Yi Lingxue looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Time to get down to business. Follow me." She stood up and walked toward a nearby room. Mu Chenyì followed, thinking it's late, time for business. Could it be? No, This could still be a seduction. Stay calm. The two entered the room. Yi Lingxue lifted the purple gauze curtain by the bed and sat on the bedside, then said, "Come over here." Mu Chenyì said, "Master, isn't that a bit too private? Maybe I shouldn't go over." "I don't mind. What are you afraid of? Come quickly." Mu Chenyì walked over and saw Yi Lingxue patting the spot beside her. So he had no choice but to sit there. Their shoulders touched. Mu Chenyì could clearly smell the faint fragrance on her. This damnable youthful scent made his heart race uncontrollably. His head, disobeying his brain's command, turned towards her. Yi Lingxue slightly turned, caressed Mu Chenyì's cheek with her hand, her thumb brushing past the corner of his eye, then used her fingers to lift his chin. Perhaps it really could be. Mu Chenyì, looking at her tender and affectionate smile, almost fell for her completely. This woman was too skilled. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold out. "Master, please get to the point." Yi Lingxue said, "Half a year ago, an elder cast a divination for me. He said that coming to the southern realm, I might meet someone very important to me." She looked at Mu Chenyì and continued. "He also said that this person might change my life." Mu Chenyì recalled the scene from 2 days ago when they met and chatted. No wonder she reacted so strongly when he mentioned observing the stars. It turned out his words had inadvertently hit the mark. "Master, do you really believe what that elder said?" Yi Lingxue said, "That elder has cast divinations for me 3 times. The first 2 came true. Do you think I should believe the third?" Mu Chenyì thought. It seemed he should. Yi Lingxue pinched Mu Chenyì's cheek and then said, "Often, it's not about whether you believe, but whether you have a choice." "Master is right. If I had a choice back then, I wouldn't have." Mu Chenyì didn't finish. Yi Lingxue naturally didn't ask. She wasn't concerned with Mu Chenyì's past, only his present and future. She slowly said, "So, I came here and met you, and I think you must be that person. Whether you can change my future, I'm not sure, but now, you are extremely important to me, and I will treat you well." Mu Chenyì was stunned. Was this a confession? He was struggling with whether to accept. Yi Lingxue said, "Take off your clothes." "Huh?" Mu Chenyì's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then he said, "Master, isn't this inappropriate? We are master and disciple." Yi Lingxue stood up, turned her back to Mu Chenyì, and said, "Taking you as a disciple was just to make it easier to communicate with you regularly, to avoid gossip." After all, she was the peak master. Frequently meeting with an unrelated ordinary disciple would surely raise suspicions of ulterior motives, although she indeed had other intentions. Mu Chenyì hesitated and said, "Master, isn't this a bit too fast? I haven't had any psychological preparation." Yi Lingxue said, "It's okay. You'll get used to it. Do you want me to help you?" As she turned around, she saw that Mu Chenyì had already taken off his outer garment, leaving only an undershirt. She shook her head, covering her mouth with a smile. Mu Chenyì said, "Master, you can take off the last piece." Since she had said so, he had to give her some face. "Okay." Yi Lingxue approached Mu Chenyì, gently caressed his face, and then softly said, "It might hurt a bit later. You'll have to bear with it." Mu Chenyì was slightly stunned. If it's the first time, it might hurt a little, but it shouldn't be unbearable. After all, it's not a big deal. He felt something was off. But looking at the beautiful and moving Yi Lingxue in front of him, he had no time to think about these things. They were already thrown to the back of his mind. "Master, please be gentle." Yi Lingxue said, "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go prepare." After saying that, she walked out. Mu Chenyì lay on the bed, feeling somewhat excited. Everything had come so suddenly, making him feel a bit lightheaded. Was it because the Linglong body had improved to 25, thus enhancing his luck? "Brother E, I have to say a few words. This time it really isn't because of other reasons. The problem lies with you." "She came for you." "Really?" "I'm sure and absolutely certain to tell you yes." "You can go back and reflect." "Reflect on what?" "I haven't caused any trouble recently. When we met Yi Lingxue the day before yesterday, you didn't remind me that she was a heavenly lord realm expert. Isn't that a problem? I saw you two chatting like lovers, so I didn't disturb you. Look, isn't it fine now? This matter isn't over. Be prepared. I will ask for an explanation from you. Go back." A moment later, Yi Lingxue returned, holding a pill bottle in her hand. She took out a pill and said, "This pill is good for you, take it." Chapter 110. So Master likes this style. Mu Chenyì said, "Master, I'm strong. I don't need any aids." He frowned. Did he need a pill to get excited? Wasn't this underestimating him? He was very strong. Yi Lingxue stroked Mu Chenyì's head. Smiling softly, "Be good. Open your mouth." Mu Chenyì couldn't resist this damnable gentleness, so he opened his mouth. Yi Lingxue fed the pill to Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì swallowed it immediately and felt a surge of power throughout his body, but it wasn't the kind of pill he had imagined. This pill enhanced his vitality. He felt that his vitality was now more than 3 times stronger than usual. If he punched now, the force would definitely exceed 1,000,000 pounds. Yi Lingxue inquired, "How do you feel? Quite strong, aren't you?" Yi Lingxue then said, "That's good, then we can begin." She reached out and pressed Mu Chenyì onto the bed, and immediately, a cold air emanated from her palm, directly freezing Mu Chenyì's limbs. "It's better to prepare in case you don't cooperate later," she explained. Mu Chenyì looked at his frozen limbs and tried to move, but to no avail. He sighed inwardly. The boss is indeed the boss. There's no right to refuse. He could only say, "So Master prefers to take the initiative, likes this kind of play. You could have said so earlier." Yi Lingxue shook her head. "I don't know what kind of play I like, as I've never tried it before. This is just to ensure your cooperation." As she spoke, she lifted Mu Chenyì's inner garment, kissed him lightly on the forehead, and then said, "Close your eyes." Mu Chenyì closed his eyes, feeling her hand glide over his chest. A sensation like an electric shock. But soon he felt something was wrong. There was a sharp object cutting into his flesh. He wondered, nails? He opened his eyes and was immediately shocked. Yi Lingxue was holding an extremely thin dagger against his chest. "Close your eyes. It's hard for me to proceed if you keep looking," she said. Mu Chenyì felt utterly betrayed. "Master, even if you want to harm me, you don't need to go through all this trouble." Yi Lingxue replied, "What are you thinking? I won't harm you. You're very important to me. I cherish you too much to hurt you." Mu Chenyì retorted, "Master, with a knife at my chest, how can I believe that?" "Of course, you can believe me," Yi Lingxue said, and began to use the blade to cut into the flesh on Mu Chenyì's chest, but the dagger did not injure him, only leaving a mark. She was momentarily stunned. Although she hadn't used much force, it shouldn't have been impossible to cut through flesh. She looked at Mu Chenyì and said, "Have you practiced body refining techniques? Your physical strength is quite good." Yi Lingxue increased her force. Mu Chenyì quickly said, "Master, let's talk this out. We can discuss it." Yi Lingxue snapped her fingers, and a burst of spiritual energy immediately exploded, vibrating against Mu Chenyì's throat. He felt a sweet, metallic taste in his throat, followed by intense pain, and he could no longer speak. He looked at Yi Lingxue, thinking, "Oh mother, I'm done for." Indeed, whether he was deceived or not, he couldn't resist. The difference in cultivation was too great. Yi Lingxue used the knife to cut into Mu Chenyì's flesh, and upon seeing the blood that emerged, she smiled happily. Mu Chenyì wasn't in much pain. She had only cut his flesh, not stabbed deeply, and the wound wasn't deep. At that moment, Yi Lingxue suddenly clutched her chest, her face contorted in pain, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly paled, looking as if she had suffered internal injuries. Mu Chenyì was puzzled. This woman had cut him, yet she was the one who vomited blood first. Was it a recurrence of an old injury? Yi Lingxue took a deep breath, circulated her spiritual energy, and immediately adjusted her state. Her cheeks regained their color. "Don't worry, I just got a bit excited and couldn't suppress my spiritual energy for a moment," she said. Mu Chenyì's face darkened. "Who the hell is worried about you?" Yi Lingxue said, "Bear with it, the worst is yet to come." She then leaned down, placed her lips on Mu Chenyì's wound, and began to suck. The blood in Mu Chenyì's body was slowly drawn out. Mu Chenyì immediately felt uncomfortable. Losing a little blood wasn't a big deal, but as she sucked, a large amount of cold air entered his body through the wound. He felt cold all over, as if his blood was freezing, and its flow slowed down. Soon, frost began to form on his forehead, abdomen, and back. Mu Chenyì was panicking. If this continued, he would really be done for. He immediately summoned the system. "System, come out, kill this woman." Mu Chenyì thought of using blood poison, but it would take time to take effect, and even if it was just a moment, she could kill him before the poison worked. Mutual destruction was not an option unless absolutely necessary. "Brother E, I'm just a system. I don't have that function. Quickly, think of a way to save me, or if I die, you'll be sent back." "Brother E, this woman doesn't want to kill you. She said she would treat you well. Don't be afraid. Sucking my blood is treating me well. It's good for you, although you're losing a lot of blood now. You practice the 9 deaths immortal body. Your recovery is strong. Once you recover, your body will be stronger. Don't be afraid. If she keeps sucking, I'll die." "Still not afraid?" "Brother E, rest assured, she can't bear to kill you. I'm going back. Enjoy it slowly." Damn it. After cursing, Mu Chenyì was ready. If she kept sucking, he would release the poison, and they would go to hell together. However, at that moment, Yi Lingxue stopped. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, then gently held Mu Chenyì's face, saying with some heartache, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Mu Chenyì couldn't speak, only thinking MMP in his heart. How could this woman say such things? Shameless. Yi Lingxue circulated her spiritual energy, placed her hand on Mu Chenyì's abdomen. Mu Chenyì instantly felt the freezing cold that could have killed him disappear, and his body slowly regained mobility. Yi Lingxue took out a medicine bottle and sprinkled white powder on Mu Chenyì's wound. Mu Chenyì immediately twitched in pain. This was more painful than being cut by a knife. Yi Lingxue hugged Mu Chenyì, saying, "Little E, be good. Don't move. The medicine will hurt a bit when it takes effect, but the wound will scab over soon, and by tomorrow morning, the scar will fade and the wound will heal." Mu Chenyì felt deeply humiliated, but being held in her arms, the sense of comfort quickly calmed him down. At least for now, she didn't intend to kill him, so this minor injury was nothing. Chapter 111. You belong to me, Yi Lingxue. After a while, Mu Chenyì felt much better, his throat no longer hurt, and he could speak normally. He asked, "Master, did you come to the Southern Territory just to find someone to suck blood from?" Yi Lingxue said, "Sort of." "Master, are you practicing some demonic cultivation technique?" Yi Lingxue, upon hearing this, shook her head and said, "Of course not." "Then why?" Yi Lingxue explained, "I have a special constitution, very suitable for practicing ice-based techniques, but the technique I practice is incomplete, so while advancing quickly, it also buried hidden dangers for myself. Because those who practiced this technique before were not in my constitution, no one knew there would be problems, and by the time it was discovered, it was too late. This hidden danger completely erupted when I reached the heavenly monarch realm. At first, every 4 or 5 days, I would suffer from chaotic spiritual energy and the pain of cold air attacking my heart. And now, it's almost every day." Mu Chenyì, recalling the scene where Yi Lingxue suddenly vomited blood, asked, "Do you vomit blood every day? Can it be suppressed?" Yi Lingxue shook her head. "The elders in my family have tried to suppress it with their cultivation and even placed restrictions within me. It worked at first, but then the erosion of the cold air became more severe. Suppression would undoubtedly rebound more fiercely, so the only way is to find a cure. There are 2 feasible methods. One is to completely abolish my cultivation, but I'm already at the heavenly monarch realm. Once my cultivation is abolished, my spiritual meridians will be severely damaged, and I will have no hope of reaching higher realms." Yi Lingxue then looked at Mu Chenyì and gently stroked his cheek. Mu Chenyì asked, "The second method is to suck blood?" Yi Lingxue nodded, but her expression was somewhat unnatural. "Well, something like that." Mu Chenyì inquired, "Master, with so many people in the Central Plains, is it really necessary to come to the southern region for blood extraction? Even if it is essential to go there, must it be me?" Yi Lingxue replied, "Those from whom blood is to be drawn must meet 2 criteria. Firstly, they must be young men, and secondly, they must possess a strong vitality. Only those who fulfill these conditions are suitable for blood extraction. You happen to fit the bill, young, vigorous, and endowed with robust vitality, which will effectively counteract the cold energy." Mu Chenyì was taken aback. No wonder when they first met, the woman had exclaimed about encountering such a vibrant young man for the first time. It seemed she had come with this very intention. He gazed at the tender-eyed Yi Lingxue, his brows knitting in concern. Clearly, the issue at hand could not be resolved in a single instance, which meant he would likely be subjected to frequent blood extractions in the future. Her gaze was unmistakably that of someone eyeing a precious treasure. "Master, must you extract blood from my chest? The vitality there is particularly intense." Seeing the grim expression on Mu Chenyì's face, Yi Lingxue reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not take your life." Mu Chenyì found solace in her words. After all, she needed to utilize him well. If he were to perish, she would not fare any better. His vigorous vitality stemmed from the 9 lives immortal body cultivation technique. In the current realm of Xianyu, even sacred-grade techniques were exceedingly rare, let alone immortal-grade body refinement methods. It would be nearly impossible for her to find another like him, a living vessel of blood. "Thank you, Master," he said sincerely. Yi Lingxue produced a vial of pills and handed it to Mu Chenyì. "This is a vitality-restoring elixir that will help you regain your lost blood." She then retrieved a storage ring. Inside, you will find some cultivation elixirs and spirit stones. You must work diligently on your cultivation. Mu Chenyì smiled wryly. He needed to elevate his own cultivation to better assist Yi Lingxue. Although his vitality was formidable, it was evidently insufficient to counteract the encroaching cold energy. Previously, he had merely consumed elixirs to temporarily enhance his vitality. "Master, You need not worry. I shall cultivate earnestly. He realized he was no match for Yi Lingxue, and fleeing was practically impossible. Thus, he would have to submit to her authority. At this juncture, it was prudent to express his compliance, assuring her that while he would not die, he could also gain cultivation resources, an apparent win-win situation. If necessary, he could resort to using special blood toxins to poison her. But that would be far too risky against someone of her stature, requiring utmost caution. Yi Lingxue affectionately patted Mu Chenyì's head, smiling as she said, "Though I know your words are not entirely sincere, I'm still pleased to hear you say them." Mu Chenyì quickly retorted, "Master, I assure you, my intentions are genuine. It is my honor to assist you in resolving the dangers that cultivation brings." Since he was playing a role, he would commit fully. Ye lingu karesit Mu Chenyì. Her eyes filled with affection. This child was of utmost importance to her. As Mu Chenyì regarded Yi Lingxue, he had completely regained his composure. If she intended to use him, then he could likewise leverage Yi Lingxue. Originating from the Central Plains, her family must be quite affluent, likely possessing numerous treasures. This presented an opportunity for him to procure some valuable items. If he could discover a method to enhance spiritual veins, he could enable Xiaoya to cultivate. He felt it prudent to probe further. "Master, I will cultivate diligently, but my spiritual vein is of the lowest quality, which will inevitably slow my progress. Therefore, you must prepare yourself for this." Yi Lingxue nodded, acknowledging the concern. "That is indeed an issue I must address. I will find a solution." She understood Mu Chenyì's desire for benefits, but she was unconcerned, as it would also serve her interests. Moreover, it was only fair to offer him some advantages while utilizing him. As for methods to enhance spiritual veins, they existed, but there were few even across the entire continent, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. The Yi family had some, but they undoubtedly treated them as treasures, making it quite troublesome to acquire them. Mu Chenyì released Yi Lingxue's delicate hand and sat up. She asked, was it enjoyable to touch? Since she had embraced Mu Chenyì, he had been gently caressing her hand. Mu Chenyì replied, "How should I put it? Quite pleasant." Yi Lingxue looked at her hand and mused, "Is that so? I never noticed anything unusual." Mu Chenyì began to dress. Yi Lingxue asked, "Are you leaving?" Mu Chenyì responded, "It is getting late. I should depart soon to avoid becoming the subject of gossip." Yi Lingxue leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Do not even think about running away. The cold energy from my body still lingers within you. I can find you at any moment." Mu Chenyì assured her, "Master, I have no intention of fleeing." He had considered escaping during the day, but he knew it was futile. Why bother now? Yi Lingxue playfully lifted his chin with her finger and chuckled. "Remember, until I resolve the potential dangers. You belong to me." Hearing this, Mu Chenyì felt a pang of discomfort. Such words were usually his to say. "I belong to you," he added, hoping to soften the statement, a final act of defiance. Yi Lingxue nodded in satisfaction. "Go on." Mu Chenyì respectfully exited. Chapter 112. I will leave the door open for you tonight upon leaving the peak. Mu Chenyì returned to his courtyard to find several people gathered around, enjoying a barbecue. Presumably rabbit meat. Wang Tung immediately exclaimed upon seeing Mu Chenyì, "Brother-in-law, where have you been? We waited for you for ages, and when you didn't return, we started eating." Mu Chenyì replied, "I went to pay my respects to the esteemed master." People were aware of his visit to the peak, so there was no need to hide it. Jiang Shaoyun, already in a foul mood, grew even darker upon hearing this, biting into a rabbit head with a scowl. Su Chenggong chuckled, "So, Brother Mu went to see the peak master. Returning so late, it seems the peak master must have given you some valuable guidance on your cultivation." Mu Chenyì smiled, recognizing the attempt to sow discord. "Indeed, after the esteemed master's guidance, all my cultivation issues have been resolved, and many of my uncertainties have been clarified." Jiang Shaoyun crushed the rabbit head in her hand, the sound distinctly clear. She cast a cold glare at Mu Chenyì, believing he had usurped her opportunity. Among the three with heavenly spiritual veins in the Zizhu Peak newcomers, she was the youngest yet the most accomplished. By all rights, she should have been the Peak Master's first choice for discipleship. Yet, the Peak Master chose the seemingly ordinary Mu Chenyì instead, which she found utterly unacceptable. Earlier in the afternoon, she had heard that the Peak Master and Mu Chenyì were already acquainted, with someone witnessing them speaking together prior to the selection. She immediately concluded that Mu Chenyì must have used connections to secure his position. This only fueled her resentment towards him. Mu Chenyì, noticing her demeanor, chuckled, and said, "Junior sister, please don't look at me like that. It could lead to misunderstandings. I'm already a man of commitments." Wang Tung quickly chimed in, "Yes. My sister is indeed taken." He relished the opportunity to share this news, hoping it would deter others from lingering around his sister. Jiang Shaoyan glared at Mu Chenyì, demanding, "What did you just say?" Mu Chenyì approached the table and sat beside Jiang Shaoyan. "You heard me quite clearly. Why ask again?" In a fit of anger, Jiang Shaoyan grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and lunged at Mu Chenyì. Su Qinggong's lips curled into a slight smile, but he quickly subdued it. The others were startled. Why had she suddenly attacked? The chopsticks were mere inches from Mu Chenyì's throat. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chenyì wondered why everyone seemed keen on targeting his neck. He extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the chopsticks, halting their advance completely. Jiang Shaoyan was utterly astonished. No matter how hard she tried, she could neither thrust the chopsticks forward nor retrieve them. Despite being at the 4th level of the Xian realm, with a strength of approximately 20,000 pounds, and having activated her spiritual energy, she could not fathom how her opponent, who clearly lacked any spiritual energy, could possess such formidable force. Lu Qingyun munched on a rabbit leg, observing the spectacle. Wang Tung glared at Jiang Shaoyan, unable to tolerate her audaciousness towards his brother-in-law. Just as he prepared to confront her, Lu Qingyun restrained him. Su Qinggong cast a glance at Mu Chenyì, fear flickering in his eyes. He was aware of Jiang Shaoyan's prowess. Although she was not exerting her full strength, the ease with which Mu Chenyì deflected her attack suggested his strength far surpassed hers. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had previously treated Mu Chenyì favorably. He exclaimed, "What are you all doing? We are all disciples of the same sect and should coexist harmoniously. This hostility is unacceptable." Zhang Shuyang and Yin Lianxin snapped back to their senses and quickly began to mediate. "Brother Mu, we are all fellow disciples and live in the same courtyard. Please show some understanding. Sister Jiang, please put down the chopsticks. It's unwise to act rashly and potentially injure someone." Mu Chenyì turned to Su Qinggong with a smile. Acknowledging their points, he then faced Jiang Shaoyan and said, "As your senior, I shall not make things difficult for you. You've had a tough time. Why act so foolishly?" With that, he released his grip. Jiang Shaoyan nearly lost her balance and fell. In a fit of anger, she declared, "Just wait. Your stubbornness gives me an opportunity. I shall leave the door open for you tonight." Cursing under her breath, she stormed off. Wang Ting exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, that woman is insufferable. Why did you let her go?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Because she is just like you. How am I like her? Just as you are, adorably foolish." Su Qinggong urged Mu Chenyì, "Brother, please do not hold it against Sister Jiang. She merely has a bit of temper. She is genuinely a good person." Mu Chenyì nodded. "Indeed, she is quite amiable. In fact, she is rather easy to provoke." A few words were enough to elicit her anger. He smiled at Su Qinggong, thinking of seizing an opportunity to deal with the scheming individual. Just wait. The group soon engaged in casual conversation, and Mu Chenyì gleaned some insights about them. Su Qinggong was a prince from a small kingdom, albeit from a relatively marginal branch. Zhang Shuyang and Yin Lianxin hailed from the same place, both belonging to martial arts families, though they were rather weak. Their families maintained a good relationship, having grown up together, which naturally fostered a supportive bond. When they inquired about Mu Chenyì, he and his companions spun a few tales. Wang Tung, having been briefed by Mu Chenyì and Lu Qingyun beforehand, managed to keep their story straight. After an hour, they tidied up and returned to their respective rooms. Mu Chenyì lay on his bed and began to summon the system. "Brother Yi, how may I assist you? What is Yi Lingshu plotting? You must know." "Brother Yi, it's not quite accurate to say that. She merely inferred a little. You are quite suspicious. Withholding information could jeopardize me. Brother E, think about it. I have been by your side through thick and thin. When have I not had your best interests at heart? Is that so?" Brother E, Yi Lingshu has stated that completely eliminating the hidden dangers would require bloodletting. She was deceiving you. All she needs to do is cultivate, and the cold energy will continuously erode. What does she intend to do? She has 2 options. One is to keep you close, drawing your blood whenever necessary, alleviating her concerns about the cold energy, though this requires your continuous progress in cultivation. The second option is to engage in dual cultivation with you, using your Xian-Yang energy to completely eradicate the source of the cold energy. However, she believes your cultivation is too low to support her in eliminating the danger. In fact, engaging in dual cultivation with you could potentially enhance her physique. transforming her into the legendary divine phoenix body. But she remains unaware of your capability. I see. She doesn't intend to harm you. Whichever path she chooses will benefit you. Why would I need to remind you? Besides, if you could escape, you would have done so long ago. So why would you need my counsel? Mu Chenyì replied, You may leave now. The next day, Mu Chenyì rose and stepped outside to find the others in the courtyard. Lu Qingyan asked Brother Mu, Are you going to the distribution of cultivation methods today? Mu Chenyì shook his head. The methods offered to new disciples by the Yaowang sect are merely of earth grade. And even among those, they are of the lower tier, far inferior to the Yuan Ling Baolu. With my 2 superior grade methods, acquiring another would be redundant. I shall not attend. I have matters to attend to outside. Lu Qingyan replied, Very well. I shall also refrain and return to my room for cultivation. Wang Ting likewise chose not to attend. Su Chenggong chuckled. I suppose the peak master has bestowed upon Brother Mu a superior method, which is indeed enviable. Indeed, my master has provided me with an excellent technique. Remarkably powerful. Mu Chenyì waved goodbye to the group and exited the courtyard. Jiang Xiaoyun's expression fluctuated before she angrily retreated to her room. Wang Tong cursed, What a lunatic. Lu Qingyan chuckled. Time to return to my cultivation. The two then returned to their chambers. Su Chenggong, pleased with the discord he had sown, joined Zhang Shuyang and Yin Lianxin to collect their techniques. Upon leaving, Mu Chenyì headed straight for the desolate mountain where he had shared tender moments with Yun Xiaoyu. They had arranged to meet there. Upon his arrival, he found Yun Xiaoyu already waiting. She appeared to have put considerable effort into her appearance. Her long hair was slightly tied up, showcasing her exquisite and charming visage. Her attire differed from before, fitted closely to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, with a shorter skirt revealing her delicate legs. The most notable change was that her outfit was easier to remove. Yin Xiaoyu approached Mu Chenyì with a bright smile. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Mu Chenyì remarked, Have you developed a taste for this, making it hard to resist? How rude. I dressed up for you, hoping to please you. Stop it. Don't even think about coveting Yaoer. Yun Xiaoyu shot Mu Chenyì an exasperated look. He truly lacked romantic sensibility. What difference does it make if I agree? That would only make it more interesting. I heard Yi Lingshu accepted you as her disciple. Yes, that's correct. Mu Chenyì pulled Yun Xiaoyu closer. You seem quite well informed. Yun Xiaoyu replied, I am the peak master's direct disciple. It's only natural I would know such things. You know Yi Lingshu's identity, yet chose not to tell me. How should I deal with you? If I had told you, where would the surprise be? Mu Chenyì reached out, becoming a bit bold, gazing intently at her, while teasingly caressing her. Such surprises might be best avoided. Your heart might not be able to withstand it. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he tightened his embrace. Yun Xiaoyu let out a small whimper. The pain was genuine. Yet she relished the sensation, inexplicably drawn to it. This is acceptable. Keep it up. Mu Chenyì was puzzled by Yun Xiaoyu's reactions, but since she enjoyed it, he endeavored to oblige. He playfully pinched Yun Xiaoyu, who yelped in pain, her face contorting slightly, yet a smile remained on her lips. Yun Xiaoyu, feeling every moment, inquired, Why did she accept you as her disciple? Mu Chenyì wore a fleeting expression of bitterness, quickly replaced by a grin. My remarkable talent and exceptional qualities, as rare as stars in the sky, make it entirely reasonable for me to be accepted as a direct disciple. He dared not disclose the truth regarding Yi Lingshu's cultivation issues. Within the Yaowang sect, he believed no one else was privy to that information. Though Yi Lingshu did not explicitly admonish him, had he spoken out, it is likely that she would have indeed shown him great affection. Yun Xiaoyu leaned against Mu Chenyì, letting out a soft whimper. Yi Lingshu was relatively young, reportedly under 30, and even in the sacred land of Yaowang, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. Her sudden arrival here must be significant. One must exercise caution. Now you express concern for me, yet you were exceedingly ruthless when you cast me down from the tree. At that moment, were you not flustered? Mu Chenyì replied, You were flustered, but not to that extent. You are a girl. Surely they could not hold it against you? Yin Xiaoyu blushed and said, Initially, I did not mind much, but later, once my recording jade fell and was picked up by someone else. Mu Chenyì paused. Could such an item truly fall? If someone had picked it up, it would surely mean the video had leaked, and the person who recorded it would find it difficult to face anyone. What became of that girl? Yin Xiaoyu replied, There was a group. Mu Chenyì frowned. You are truly ruthless. They were all bathing at the time. How could I let such a splendid opportunity slip away? And then, Yin Xiaoyu continued later. The content of the recording Jade was secretly sold, and those girls became infamous. Thankfully, the content was vague, so not much could be seen. Afterward, they distanced themselves from me, and the people I played with dwindled. Mu Chenyì gently ruffled Yun Xiaoyu's hair and remarked, "It's not that they have dwindled. They have disappeared entirely. Oof. If they are gone, then so be it. I can still play well on my own." Mu Chenyì thought to himself. Perhaps her prolonged solitude had led her to become somewhat distorted, resulting in her current state. "It truly pains me to see you like this." Yun Xiaoyu smiled and asked, "Are you feeling sorry for me?" Mu Chenyì nodded. Yun Xiaoyu teased, "As long as you know to feel sorry for me, then you must also know what you ought to do." "Damn, I have truly wasted my sincerity on a dog." Mu Chenyì cursed inwardly, filled with indignation. Yun Xiaoyu immediately wrapped her arms around him. "Yes, just like that." Mu Chenyì took out a blanket, spreading it on the ground before placing Yun Xiaoyu down. He roughly removed her clothing, tearing it in the process. Yun Xiaoyu looked undeniably excited. As Mu Chenyì leaned in for a kiss, he was met not with her lips, but rather with 2 rows of sharp, white teeth, causing his lip to split once more, blood flowing into Yun Xiaoyu's mouth. Her lips, stained with blood, appeared even more alluring. This overwhelmed Mu Chenyì, and along with the pain in his mouth, he momentarily ceased to care about anything else, holding her even tighter. Yun Xiaoyu smiled. This was the effect she desired. She remained silent, her eyes fixed on Mu Chenyì, her intentions unmistakable. Mu Chenyì shook his head and sighed. "You make this quite difficult for me." Yun Xiaoyu touched her neck and replied, "It doesn't affect anything. What is there to be troubled about?" Mu Chenyì helplessly said, "All right, I will do as you say. This is becoming a mandatory lesson. What a calamity." After a considerable time, Mu Chenyì prepared to conclude, but Yun Xiaoyu suddenly stood up. She looked at him and pressed him back onto the blanket. "Shall we indulge in something special?" Mu Chenyì frowned. Merely choking him was already outrageous. What else did she want? Something special? Yun Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, her expression pure and enchanting, akin to a blooming lotus, yet she did not respond, merely leaning slightly forward. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He had no objections, yet this was uncharacteristic of Yun Xiaoyu. She bit him and then said with a laugh, "If you agree to my previous request, I will let you go. If not, I will bite off a piece of your flesh." As she spoke, she gently grazed her teeth. Mu Chenyì replied, "That is out of the question." "Then do not blame me," Yun Xiaoyu declared, biting down hard. "I sharpened my teeth last night, and they are quite sharp now." Mu Chenyì immediately felt intense pain. No wonder she was so fierce today. Her teeth had been prepared. "You must not go too far." Yun Xiaoyu disregarded his plea, tugging at his flesh. Mu Chenyì's expression contorted in agony. He could not endure it any longer, fearing something terrible would happen. "All right, I agree. Just be gentle." Yun Xiaoyu laughed. "Now, that is more like it. You must not cheat. Rest assured, I am not one to deceive." Eventually, after some time, Yun Xiaoyu dressed herself, placed a gentle kiss on Mu Chenyì, and said, "I must take my leave. The new disciples have just arrived, and I have much to attend to. I shall return to play with you tonight." Mu Chenyì nodded, watching her depart. He lay on the blanket, not immediately leaving, his eyes closed as he reflected on the events. Yun Xiaoyu's dramatic shifts had left him somewhat unsatisfied, and he was slowly savoring the previous experience. Just then, he felt an unsettling change. The surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. This place did not experience the 4 seasons. It could only be divided into spring and summer, with no such drastic temperature variations. He opened his eyes to find the area within a 10-foot radius enveloped in cold air, with ice crystals drifting through the atmosphere. To his left, 2 meters away, stood a figure. Mu Chenyì was startled, quickly disregarding his bare state, rising to kneel. "Disciple greets master." Yi Lingshue's smile was radiant, dazzling in its beauty. "You seem to have had a delightful time with that child." However, her captivating smile sent shivers down Mu Chenyì's spine, making him tremble uncontrollably, instinctively retreating. "Master, what brings you here? If you need anything, just call, and I will hurry over." Yi Lingxue responded, "You are important to me. How could I let you roam alone? I followed you when you brought that child here last time." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì's face turned pale. So he and Yun Xiaoyu had unknowingly broadcast their activities to this formidable figure not once, but twice? Or could he possibly seek justice for this? "Master, you have been following me since we met on the cliff." Yi Lingxue took a few steps closer and said, "One naturally pays special attention to matters of significance." After all, in her current state, she could not mitigate the chilling energy, which posed a considerable burden on her. She could not endure for long. And how could she not be concerned about her life? Mu Chenyì felt a wave of fear, grateful he had not genuinely considered fleeing. Had he attempted to escape, he might have already been captured by this powerful figure, chained in a hidden chamber, subjected to unspeakable humiliation, and drained of blood. Master, I would never flee. You can rest assured. Yi Lingxue bent down, lifting Mu Chenyì's chin with her finger, and asked, "Do you remember what I told you last night?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Which words? Please enlighten me, Master. I told you that you belong to me. Yi Lingxue. This is not mere talk. Disciple remembers. And I have also stated that I belong to Master." Yi Lingxue's gaze turned complicated, the surrounding temperature dropping once more, the tiny ice crystals thickening, now obscuring the view beyond them. "Since you remember, why do you continue to engage in such activities with that child?" Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He had believed Yi Lingxue's words were merely a warning against fleeing, not realizing she truly regarded him as her possession. "Master, Yi Lingxue interrupted him, saying, "I do not wish for you to engage in such depleting activities, at least not until my issues are resolved. During this period, your vitality and your being belong to me." Mu Chenyì sighed inwardly, realizing that while the words sounded beautiful, he was the one suffering. "You claim it as yours, yet you do not utilize it, nor allow others to do so. Is this not akin to occupying a latrine without relieving oneself? No, that is not quite right. It is more like possessing this exquisite beauty without any pretense." He practiced a dual cultivation technique, and without engaging with others, how could he make swift progress? "Master, I have not expended much," Yi Lingxue replied. "You only need to remember what I said." She was too weary to explain further. Mu Chenyì's actions would undoubtedly deplete his vitality, albeit minutely. Yet, even the slightest loss was something she was reluctant to witness, especially after enduring the relentless chill that had infiltrated her heart and meridians for years. The hardships she faced were beyond the mere articulation of pain. Now that she had found a solution, any trivial loss was exceedingly unwelcome. Mu Chenyì, of course, could not fathom her sentiments. He only knew that the days ahead would be arduous, filled with blandness and monotony. Yi Lingxue pressed Mu Chenyì onto the blanket, and her spiritual energy surged, causing the surrounding ice crystals to coalesce. In less than a second, dozens of sharp ice daggers, each the length of a finger and 2 fingers wide, were formed. Mu Chenyì's eyes widened in shock. Was she about to disembowel him? "Master, what are you doing? We could discuss this." The ice daggers, under Yi Lingxue's control, approached him directly, their tips pressing against his chest and abdomen. Mu Chenyì quickly interjected, "Master, let us talk. I will agree to anything." Gently caressing Mu Chenyì's face, Yi Lingxue spoke softly. "If you have erred, you must face the consequences, so bear it." At that moment, Mu Chenyì's body was already immobilized by the solid ice beneath him, unable to move, and the spiritual energy had rendered him voiceless. The energy within him had stagnated, no longer able to circulate. Yi Lingxue extended her hand, pinching one of the ice daggers between 2 fingers, and plunged it into Mu Chenyì's chest, embedding it to a depth of less than 3 centimeters. The pain of the skin being pierced was trivial to him. However, the icy chill of the dagger was overwhelming, far more intense than the chill he experienced when Yi Lingxue drew his blood. He felt as though his entire chest was about to freeze solid. The sight of Mu Chenyì's anguished expression pained Yi Lingxue. She stroked his chest and asked, "Do you understand your mistake? If so, admit it, lest I be compelled to resort to harsher measures." Mu Chenyì frowned, realizing that she had taken up another ice dagger. Even in his stunned state, he thought that if she wanted him to confess, shouldn't she at least allow him the ability to speak? With his voice sealed and his energy frozen, how could he admit fault? Was his master truly oblivious? He could only roll his eyes in a silent plea for her understanding. Yi Lingxue, unable to hear his protests, pressed the dagger deeper. She was not foolish. It was merely the chilling energy that clouded her judgment. "Just admit your mistake. And as long as you promise not to err again, I will not truly punish you." Mu Chenyì was infuriated. Would she not release him? How could he confess? Seeing Mu Chenyì's slightly angry demeanor, Yi Lingxue sighed. You must not be unrepentant, do you understand?" With that, she plunged the ice dagger further into him. Mu Chenyì felt as if his chest no longer belonged to him. His heart's rhythm was faltering, and the chill was steadily eroding his insides. Had he not endured the torment of death energy during his training, he would have surely fainted from the pain. Yi Lingxue continued to stab him with the ice daggers, quickly filling his chest and abdomen with them. Yet, due to the cold energy solidifying his blood, no blood flowed forth. Mu Chenyì could no longer withstand the agony and succumbed to unconsciousness. He could have employed the 9 lives immortal body technique to resist the chilling energy carried by the daggers, but doing so would hasten his recovery. He feared that if she discovered this, he would be subjected to constant bloodletting. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì lose consciousness, Yi Lingxue waved her arm, causing the ice daggers to dissolve. She caressed his face, sighing softly. Please do not let it come to this again. She cradled Mu Chenyì in her arms and swiftly vanished, leaving behind only his discarded clothing and a blanket. When Mu Chenyì awoke, he found himself in a familiar room. The softness beneath his head indicated that someone had cradled him. Turning his head, he saw Yi Lingxue's worried expression. Seeing him awake, Yi Lingxue was overjoyed. You are finally awake. If you had not held on, I would have had no choice but to drain your blood to preserve it properly. She felt a pang of fear. Had he truly perished, she would have been left without a remedy. Mu Chenyì sighed inwardly, silently exclaiming, "So I must thank you for not draining me completely?" He glanced at his body, which was wrapped in bandages stained with blood. Beside the bed lay a bowl containing half a bowl of blood. He realized that Yi Lingxue must have collected his blood while bringing him back, absorbing it as she did so. With so many wounds, how could such a small bowl contain it all? Mu Chenyì felt exceedingly weak, likely having lost more than a third of his blood. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary cultivator would have been too weak to move. Yi Lingxue produced a pill and urged, "Open your mouth. Take this pill to hasten your recovery." Naturally, Mu Chenyì did not refuse, wishing to avoid revealing any weakness. Considering his body's recovery rate, the wounds should have healed significantly by now, as they were numerous but not deep. He could restore his lost vitality by employing the 9 lives immortal body technique in just 2 hours. Yi Lingxue adjusted her hold, cradling Mu Chenyì on her side, and inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any relief after taking the medicine?" Mu Chenyì, held tightly, leaned against her. "Master, I feel extremely unwell, unbearably so." Yi Lingxue tightened her embrace, apologizing, "I am sorry, I was too harsh." She did not wish for him to perish, merely to frighten him. Yet the chilling energy had clouded her control. Mu Chenyì, being so close, struggled to breathe and had to take a deep breath, the fragrance emanating from her overwhelming. He felt a surge of frustration, but in the face of his master, he could only endure. He could not overpower her and must wait for her to enhance his spiritual veins. However, having suffered, he sought to reclaim something. He wrapped his arm around Yi Lingxue's waist and slowly reached for her shoulder. "Master, I am in such distress." Yi Lingxue was genuinely worried that Mu Chenyì might not endure, filled with regret for her earlier actions. Had she known, she would have refrained from being so severe. She clung to Mu Chenyì, reluctant to use her energy to heal him, as she could not suppress the chilling energy while her own risks remained unaddressed, fearing it would harm him again. The only thing she could do was to offer him another pill, and despite feeling his hand slide down her shoulder, she was too preoccupied to mind. Aside from the lost vitality, Mu Chenyì had no other issues. Yet his face was still etched with pain as he cried out, while taking advantage of the situation. If there was an opportunity to gain, he would not hold back. No, this was not merely gaining. It was simply collecting a bit of interest. As for other matters, he would address them once he acquired what he sought. Mu Chenyì's face was contorted with pain, and he felt a certain discomfort in his heart. He yearned to place his hand inside, yet he hesitated, fearful of the repercussions. Before long, Yi Lingxue spoke. "All right, it has been long enough. You may withdraw your hand now. Take a few days to recuperate and remember to take your medication regularly, and the lost blood will surely be replenished." Reluctantly, Mu Chenyì complied. Yi Lingxue handed him another vial of elixir and added, "Do remember to take it on time." She gently tucked away the disheveled strands of hair falling over his forehead and caressed the back of his head, advising, "You may return now, until your cultivation is sufficient. Refrain from venturing out to play with that child. You must obey." What could Mu Chenyì do? He was no match for her. "Yes, master," he replied, bidding farewell to Yi Lingxue as he slowly exited the courtyard. By the time he returned, twilight was nearly upon him. Wang Tung exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, why are you back so late? It's been several days. When will you visit my sister? Something held me up. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Mu Chenyì thought it best not to discuss it at that moment. Lu Qingyan approached and inquired, Mu, what have you been up to? You look rather pale, appearing quite weak. Who have you been frolicking with? Throughout our journey, you have been busy with errands, yet have never seemed this drained. He leaned closer and whispered, you weren't with the sect leader, were you? She's so formidable. Is that what has left you in this state? Mu Chenyì retorted, what would you know, you novice? Focus on graduating first before discussing such matters. My brother-in-law is far more adept than you. You little brat. Lu Qingyan, indignant, shot back, insulting me in my wounds? You truly are a cruel one. Fine, tomorrow I'll go forage. After some idle chatter, Mu Chenyì returned to his room, reassured that Yi Lingxue would likely not keep a watchful eye on him after having drawn his blood. It would take time to alleviate the cold energy's encroachment. He drifted into a peaceful slumber. Late at night, he was roused by a noise at the door, and upon turning to investigate, he saw a shadow slip inside. He wondered, could it be Jiang Xiaonan? He had indeed left the door ajar for her. Feigning sleep, he remained still as the shadow approached the bedside, lifted the covers, and nestled against him. Based on the softness and scent he discerned, he concluded it was Yuan Xiaoyu. She had mentioned visiting him that evening, but he had forgotten. Now, she had come to fulfill her promise. As Mu Chenyì opened his eyes, Yuan Xiaoyu leaned in to kiss him, and he reciprocated. After a moment, he said, Xiaoyu, it's quite late. You should head back. She shook her head, replying, not going back. I've come this far, why return now? With a wry smile, Mu Chenyì thought it wise not to engage. Although Yi Lingxue likely won't be watching, what if she does? Xiaoyu, I am quite fatigued. Let us postpone this for another day. You can't be serious. Actually, I am quite serious. Yuan Xiaoyu laughed. Is it just a mere Yi Lingxue that frightens you? It's not as though she discovered anything. Mu Chenyì frowned. How can I not be afraid? That woman is ruthless. She smiles while stabbing you in the heart. And she won't relent until she is satisfied. He then asked, has she approached you? Yuan Xiaoyu replied, I had just taken flight when she intercepted me, warning that my actions might affect your cultivation. She instructed me to keep my distance, or else she would be unmerciful. The remark about affecting his cultivation was indeed something Yi Lingxue would say, while the latter part was merely Yuan Xiaoyu's own embellishment. Mu Chenyì paused. If you fear her so much, why do you dare come here? I'm afraid. Yes, but it's exhilarating, akin to sneaking away for a clandestine rendezvous. Xiaoyu, please listen, you must return. If she discovers you here, we are both doomed. Yuan Xiaoyu tightened her embrace, declaring, not leaving, it's too exciting. Having been confronted by Yi Lingxue, she had witnessed the displeasure on her face and felt a twinge of concern, prompting her to check on Mu Chenyì, with the thrill being a secondary motive. Mu Chenyì sighed, are you not endangering my life? This is nearly akin to attempting murder on your husband. I don't care. You were the one who initially courted her. What a calamity. Yuan Xiaoyu had already begun to peel away Mu Chenyì's inner garment, revealing the bandaging on his chest. She gasped, her eyes flaring with anger. How could that woman be so cruel? Mu Chenyì gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, it's nothing, just a minor injury, and I'm already on the mend. He then removed the bandage to reveal unblemished skin beneath. Yuan Xiaoyu, puzzled, touched his chest, observing the bloodstains on the bandage and realizing that it suggested a multitude of injuries. Yet, there were no signs of harm now. If she had been so gentle, then perhaps it was truly inconsequential. Mu Chenyì internally sighed. Indeed, it feels light. Then there is nothing to worry about. Come, I desire excitement. With a playful smile, Mu Chenyì suggested, since you crave excitement, why don't I take you to the peak of Zizhu Mountain? It's far more thrilling there. Yuan Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. Wonderful. Let us go. She immediately sprang up, eager to pull Mu Chenyì along. He quickly embraced her, cautioning, Dear lady, let us not seek death. Death is but a risk. Excitement is paramount. I wish to enjoy a few tranquil days. Choose, here or the peak. The decision is yours. With no other options, Mu Chenyì conceded, then let it be here. After their lengthy conversation, if Yi Lingxue were indeed vigilant, she would have already made her presence known, for she had previously warned both of them, making it unnecessary to witness their rendezvous live. As he gazed at Yuan Xiaoyu, clad in her form-fitting night attire, her exquisite features and graceful silhouette were impossible to ignore. He drew her face close and kissed her fervently, surrendering to the moment. Yuan Xiaoyu beamed. That is more like it. This is my man. Detected Yuan Xiaoyu's feelings for the host. Reward system grants 300 points. Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback. Her way of expressing affection was indeed unique. After a considerable pause, Yun Xiaoyu inquired, "How do you intend to explain our situation to Yaoer?" Mu Chenyì pondered, "We shall see when the time comes. There are far too many matters to resolve." Yun Xiaoyu rested her head on his arm. "Yaoer will return soon. No more than 4 or 5 days at most." Mu Chenyì felt a pang of despair. Just as one dilemma was settling, another arose, with Yi Lingxue still unresolved. And now Mu Liao returning. How would he explain it all? He needed to devise a plan. Yun Xiaoyu chuckled. "If you find it inconvenient to speak, perhaps I could assist you in conveying the message." Mu Chenyì gazed at her, caressing her cheek. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're merely waiting for Yaoer to be heartbroken so that you can take advantage. Your claim of helping me is a facade. Your true aim lies with Yaoer." Yun Xiaoyu huffed softly, acknowledging his insight. "Can you blame me? Though you agreed to my requests in daylight, I know you might renege. Should I not devise my own strategy?" Mu Chenyì asked, "How did you come to adopt such habits? You admire beautiful women. Why should I not do the same? As a girl, I could outdo your exploits. You're aware of your gender, aren't you? How could I not be?" This physique didn't materialize out of thin air. The following day, Mu Chenyì awoke to find Yun Xiaoyu had already departed, and Yi Lingxue was nowhere to be seen. He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began circulating the 9 deaths undying body technique to replenish his depleted energy from the previous night, ensuring Yi Lingxue wouldn't detect his weakened state. After freshening up, Mu Chenyì left his room and had breakfast with Wang Teng and Lu Qingyan. Afterward, the trio set out to collect their spirit stones. Though the amount was a mere 30 for newcomers, Mu Chenyì wasn't one to dismiss even the smallest gain. They arrived at a side hall where an outer sect elder of the Emperor realm sat presiding. After paying their respects, they joined the queue to receive their spirit stones. Among the distributors was an acquaintance of Mu Chenyì's, Luo Bingqing, whom he had previously observed with Yun Xiaoyu. When it was Mu Chenyì's turn, he accepted the spirit stones from Luo Bingqing, expressing his gratitude. Luo Bingqing responded with a curt, "It's my duty, no need for thanks." Mu Chenyì handed over his identity jade token for record-keeping. Luo Bingqing examined the token, her brow furrowing slightly. "You're Mu Chenyì, the Peak Lord's direct disciple?" she inquired, her voice now noticeably colder. Mu Chenyì, taken aback, replied with a smile, "Indeed. I'm surprised you know of me, senior sister." "I've heard of you," she replied tersely. Mu Chenyì surmised that someone must have been gossiping, causing her animosity. He silently vowed to deal with the culprit later, as this complication hindered his plans to acquire a special physique. Luo Bingqing, dismissing Mu Chenyì, called next. As they walked away, Lu Qingyan inquired, "Mu, do you know that senior sister?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I've only seen her once before." Lu Qingyan remarked, "That senior sister is quite endowed. I was afraid they would fall out." Wang Teng interjected, "Brother-in-law, since we're free today, let's visit my sister." Mu Chenyì agreed, acknowledging the need to check on her. Despite Yi Lingxue's scrutiny, he reasoned that a brief visit wouldn't lead to any complications. The trio flew towards Bright Dao Peak, a journey of several hundred miles, passing the 3 main mountains of the Radiant Light sect. Arriving at the foot of Bright Dao Peak, they saw a vast expanse of residences. Lu Qingyan commented, "7th Peak is inferior to our Violet Bamboo Peak. The housing here isn't as good." Mu Chenyì replied, "It's not that different. Let's go." Unable to find their way, they decided to ask a passing girl. Lu Qingyan, composing himself, approached a young female disciple with shoulder-length hair and bright eyes, clad in an off-the-shoulder dress. "Greetings, junior sister," he said with a bow. The girl recoiled, eyeing Lu Qingyan warily. "Don't approach me. I don't want to be associated with a pervert like you," she exclaimed before walking away. Wang Teng burst into laughter, teasing Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan, touching his face, wondered, "Do I look like a pervert?" Mu Chenyì quipped, "You don't just look like one. You are one." He then approached the girl, offering her spirit stones. "Senior sister, we're looking for someone but are lost. Could you assist us?" The girl, assessing Mu Chenyì, declined the offering. "Who are you looking for, and where do they live?" "Wang Shiyun, the new disciple of Peak Lord Lung," Mu Chenyì replied. "What's your relationship with Shiyun?" she asked. Mu Chenyì pointed to Wang Teng. "He's her younger brother." Wang Teng added, "And he's her husband." "Oh," the girl exclaimed. "Follow me then." As they followed, Lu Qingyan whispered, "Why is she avoiding me, but acting normal with Mu?" Mu Chenyì retorted, "Maybe it's because I'm normal and you're a pervert." Ignoring Lu Qingyan, Mu Chenyì asked the girl, "What's your name, senior sister?" "Lung Lung," she replied. "A fine name," Mu Chenyì commented. Soon, They arrived at a small courtyard. Lung Lung led them inside and knocked on a door. Shiyun, are you there? Wang Shiyun opened the door, her gaze immediately falling on Mu Chenyì. You come, she said. Mu Chenyì nodded. Yes, to see you. Wang Tung interjected, Sister, I'm here too. Why don't you look at me? Wang Shiyun glared at Wang Tung. Lung Lung bid farewell to Wang Shiyun and entered another room. Mu Chenyì, watching her go, smiled briefly, then sighed, realizing that without resolving his issues with Yi Lingxue, acquiring more women would be futile. Wang Shiyun invited them in, and the four of them chatted casually. Mu Chenyì inquired, What's the relationship between Lung Lung and Lung Qingxian? Wang Shiyun replied, They're from the same family. My master is her great-aunt, and she's also her disciple. Mu Chenyì nodded, confirming his suspicions. He knew that even if he wanted to bring her under his wing, it could wait. He took Wang Shiyun's hand and began caressing it under the table. Meng's cheeks flushed crimson, suffused with a bashful coyness. She glanced at Mu Chenyì, thinking to herself that with others present, he ought to exercise some restraint. With a resolute resolve, she surreptitiously pinched him. Mu Chenyì's lips twitched momentarily, but he maintained a composed facade. Although a twinge of discomfort arose, it was not devoid of a peculiar enjoyment. He recalled Xiao Yu's previous remark, musing, Could it be that I truly harbor an affection for hands? Of course, their interplay did not escape the notice of Wang Tung and Lu Qingyan. Wang Tung found it reassuring. The more they behaved in this manner, the more at ease he felt, as it was preferable to his brother-in-law pursuing other women. Lu Qingyan wore a knowing smile, feigning ignorance of their intimate exchange. After a brief period of convivial conversation, Lu Qingyan led Wang Tung away. Why'd you pull me out here? Wang Tung inquired. You utter simpleton, Lu Qingyan chided. They are indulging in a tender moment. What will we look like intruding? Ah, you're right. Lu Qingyan shook his head, suggesting, Let's take a stroll and forage for sustenance. Consider Mu, who has only been here for a few days and has already captivated everyone from our own peak master to the true disciples of other peaks. Surely, we can find someone to our liking without overstepping. Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Shiming, gently caressing her. However, he could only indulge in the tactile pleasure for so long. Wang Shiming's attire was slightly loosened, and, as she sat upon Mu Chenyì's lap, she felt her earlobes redden and her cheeks grow flushed from his teasing. She had grown accustomed to being in such close proximity to Mu Chenyì, but the sensation of his fingertips lightly grazing her skin was not easily overcome. Her body trembled subtly. Mu Chenyì chuckled, relishing Wang Shiming's endearing struggle between restraint and desire. Wang Shiming, observing Mu Chenyì's mischievous grin, embraced his neck tightly. What choice did she have? It wasn't as if she desired this predicament, but he was deliberately plucking at her heartstrings, leaving her no option but to succumb. Here, since their amorous encounter upon a chair within the Mu Manor, followed by various explorations along their journey, she harbored a certain anticipation for such moments. Mu Chenyì kissed Wang Shiming, then declared, Today this will suffice. We shall reconvene another time. Matters of great import demand my attention in the coming days. Wang Shiming was momentarily taken aback, finding his actions perplexing. He had stirred her desires, only to abruptly halt, leaving her in a state of torment. Furthermore, she could sense his own yearning, his subtle inclinations, yet he resisted a departure from his usual behavior. Mu Chenyì anticipated Wang Shiming's thoughts. He explained, Should you not also be preparing to ascend to the profound realm? Wang Shiming nodded, replying, My master believes my foundation to be sufficiently stable, and I may ascend to the profound realm within the next few days. Mu Chenyì stated, As your ascension approaches, cultivation should take precedence, undisturbed by other distractions. I shall visit you again and attend to your needs then. Wang Shiming remained dubious, questioning whether it would genuinely impede her cultivation. She found it difficult to believe that Mu Chenyì would forsake a readily available pleasure. Nonetheless, she reluctantly accepted his explanation. Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Shiming, refraining from further provocation, not out of concern for her restraint, but rather his own. Last night, Yi Lingxue had been occupied with dispelling the frigid energy with her blood, but today she would undoubtedly be free. He could not afford to take any more risks. If discovered, he might merely face a severe reprimand, but Wang Shiming could suffer a worse fate should Yi Lingxue resort to drastic measures. He had discovered items within the system capable of countering Yi Lingxue, but the timing was not yet opportune. He needed to wait for Yi Ling Shui to provide him with the means to enhance his spiritual veins. Moreover, the items were exceedingly costly, far beyond his current system point reserves. Mu Chenyì and Wang Shiming lingered in affectionate intimacy for an extended period before he rose, announcing, "It grows late. I must return." A trace of disappointment flickered in Wang Shiming's eyes as she replied, "I shall see you off." Mu Chenyì caressed Wang Shiming's cheek, bestowing a gentle kiss before stating, "Fear not, I shall visit you frequently. Focus on your cultivation." Wang Shiming closed her partially open garment, watching Mu Chenyì depart. Finding it difficult to regain her composure, Mu Chenyì left the courtyard and arrived at the entrance, where he found Wang Tung and Lu Qinyan seated. Observing the passing female disciples, he approached and remarked, "Is this the extent of your ambition? Why not pursue them?" Wang Tung replied, "Lu claims he is too self-conscious, fearing rejection. Embarrassment is an inevitable part of life. If you do not pursue these women, they will become someone else's. Imagine the true embarrassment of witnessing the woman you desire in the arms of another. Be bold in your pursuit of affection, for you might succeed. If not, move on to the next." With enough embarrassing experiences, one becomes accustomed to them. Mu Chenyì led the two back to Purple Bamboo Peak, where they observed a large gathering of people in the central arena below. Lu Qinyan exclaimed, "Good heavens, there must be 3,000 or 4,000 people. What is the occasion?" Mu Chenyì suggested, "Let's descend and investigate." The three landed near the arena, overhearing the murmurs of those nearby. "They have been waiting for over an hour. Why has she not arrived? Perhaps she is afraid." Possibly. It is said that Mu Chenyì is only at the second level of the profound realm, while Jiang Shaoyun is at the fifth. There is a considerable disparity between them. Alas, it is unfortunate for Jiang Shaoyun. Among the newcomers, she is arguably the most outstanding in all aspects, yet the peak master chose one of ordinary talent. Indeed, it is no wonder she is dissatisfied and has come to challenge him. Mu Chenyì paused, realizing, "I merely intended to observe the spectacle. It appears that I am the cause of this commotion." He was bewildered as to why the young woman remained so obtuse despite his previous display of strength. "Brother-in-law, that woman is causing trouble again. Subdue her." "Brother Mu, this is intolerable. If you do not act, we shall lose face." Mu Chenyì nodded, deciding to humor her. Chapter 119. You understand, don't you? Mu Chenyì flew directly over the crowd, arriving at the center of the arena, followed by Wang Tung and Lu Qinyan. Upon their arrival, they observed that a platform had been erected, measuring 100 feet in length and width. Jiang Shaoyun awaited atop the platform. Near Jiang Shaoyun stood an outer sect elder, He Xueqiu, who had spoken during their induction into Purple Bamboo Peak a few days prior. Mu Chenyì landed on the platform. Many of the new disciples in the audience recognized him. "He has arrived. I thought he was afraid." As a disciple of the Peak Master, he could not afford to forfeit the Peak Master's reputation by not appearing. Jiang Shaoyun's face lit up upon seeing Mu Chenyì, but her expression soon turned cold. "You finally dare to emerge." Mu Chenyì retorted, "I have always been bold. It is you who lacks the courage. I have left the door open for you these past 2 nights. You." He Xueqiu interrupted, stating, "You may commence the contest. If Jiang Shaoyun prevails, she may become a disciple of the Peak Master." Mu Chenyì, observing that the elder had ceased speaking, inquired, "What if I prevail?" "If you prevail, she shall not become a disciple of the Peak Master." "Elder He, this is unfair. Are there no benefits for me if I prevail?" "None." Mu Chenyì nonchalantly replied, "Oh, then I shall decline. Only a fool would engage in a fruitless endeavor." He Xueqiu responded, "The Peak Master has entrusted me with this matter. It would be best if you were to compete with her." Mu Chenyì stated, "Surely, my esteemed master did not stipulate that I cannot refuse to compete." He Xueqiu frowned, warning, "Your retreat would undermine the Peak Master's authority." Mu Chenyì retorted, "Elder He, your concerns are unfounded. My esteemed master is a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse. My participation or lack thereof will not affect her reputation. Even if it did, what concern is it of mine? He, devoid of any shame, would hardly concern himself with the dignity of that twisted woman. Wotayist. The audacity of her skin is such that he would almost wish to trample on it and relish it." Upon hearing this, He Xueqiu found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Though he disapproved of Mu Chenyì's demeanor, he could not intervene, as the latter was the direct disciple of the Peak Master. Hidden in the skies, Yi Ling Shui furrowed her brow, unconsciously touching her delicate face, muttering, "Have I aged?" She promptly retrieved a mirror to scrutinize her reflection, clearly still youthful. However, she noticed that her skin had become slightly rougher of late, likely due to the unfamiliar environment. Mu Chenyì turned to the crowd below and declared, "Disperse. We shall not continue." The audience erupted in discontent, having waited so long for the arrival of the person, only to be told it was all for naught. Was this not absurd? Their disdain for Mu Chenyì intensified considerably. Jiang Shaoyan challenged, "Are you afraid? Are you not a man? Whether I am afraid or not is inconsequential. As for my manhood, come find out tonight." Mu Chenyì retorted, disregarding her further. Jiang Shaoyan, feeling exasperated, immediately asked Elder He, "Does this mean he has lost the contest?" He Shueqiu replied, "The sect's rules permit disciples to challenge one another, but they also possess the right to refuse. If it does not pertain to ranking, refusal means there is no victor or vanquished. Then I cannot take the peak master as my mentor?" Jiang Shaoyan inquired. "Theoretically, that is correct," He Shueqiu affirmed, though he felt sympathy for her. Jiang Shaoyan was not one to concede easily and swiftly positioned herself before Mu Chenyì. "What will it take for you to compete with me?" Mu Chenyì appraised her from head to toe, letting his gaze linger on her chest. "Heh, you should understand what I mean." Jiang Shaoyan, incensed by his brazen stare, felt flames of fury igniting within her. "Shameless," Mu Chenyì replied. "I won't force you. The choice is yours." "Despicable. Thank you for the compliment." Their conversation was relatively hushed, with few in the vicinity catching wind of it. Lu Qingyun and Wang Tong, being close by, heard every word clearly. "Brother Mu is indeed formidable," Lu Qingyun remarked. "What is he planning?" "You'll see," Wang Tong responded, intrigued. Jiang Shaoyan considered her options and resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. "Fine, I agree, as long as you can defeat me." Although Mu Chenyì was physically stronger, she was confident in her superior cultivation level. A loss seemed implausible. Mu Chenyì queried, "Oh, what have you agreed to?" He had hoped to dissuade her from competing, but her agreement caught him off guard. While she was somewhat appealing, this was not a shelter for the wayward. He mused that it could be likened to a collection room, where not just anyone could enter. Jiang Shaoyan said, I agree. If you surpass me, I shall be your companion. Are you satisfied?" No. You misunderstand. At most, you may serve as my maid." "A companion? Dream on." "You humph. Very well. Should you win, I shall serve you as your maid. Then it is settled. Let the contest commence." They ascended the stage once more, igniting excitement among the spectators, who had feared the contest was called off. Mu Chenyì turned to He Shueqiu. "Elder He, you must have heard our exchange. Please bear witness to prevent her from resorting to underhanded tactics." He Shueqiu regarded Mu Chenyì's behavior with disdain, but turned to Jiang Shaoyan, asking, "Are you certain about this?" "Absolutely," she affirmed. "I must warn you, should you fail to uphold your promise, you will be expelled from Yaoguang's sect." He Shueqiu spoke truthfully. If it were a common disciple, no one would enforce the rules, but as Mu Chenyì was the peak master's direct disciple, the stakes were much higher. Jiang Shaoyan stubbornly insisted, "We must compete." "Then you may begin," He Shueqiu stated, unwilling to intervene further. He had voiced his concerns. How they chose to proceed was beyond him. Yi Lingxue, incensed, had warned Mu Chenyì against such reckless behavior, fearing she would have to resort to severe measures. "You must refrain from crossing the line. I truly do not wish to harm you. Can you not behave, so I may treat you kindly?" She could only hope that Mu Chenyì would refrain from foolish actions, lest she lose control. In the arena, Jiang Shaoyan had drawn a long sword from her storage ring, glaring fiercely at Mu Chenyì. The lascivious glances he cast made her want to strike him down, were it not for the sex regulations. She would have already inflicted harm upon him. "You scoundrel, I will ensure you regret this." Mu Chenyì scoffed, transmitting, "Prepare yourself to warm my bed." Jiang Shaoyan, further enraged by his words, swung her sword at him. As the blade glimmered, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a sword chi, sweeping towards Mu Chenyì. With his hands clasped behind his back and his body enveloped in spiritual energy, a black dragon, shimmering with golden points of light, erupted from Mu Chenyì's form. The dragon, stout as a man and several yards long, swiftly coiled around him, its massive head hovering protectively above, shielding Mu Chenyì. Jiang Shaoyan's sword chi struck the black dragon, shattering upon impact, while the dragon itself remained unscathed. The creature regarded Jiang Shaoyan as if it possessed consciousness, releasing a resonant roar that sent ripples through the air, forcing her to stagger back and retreat, showcasing its overwhelming might. Mu Chenyì grinned, This was his first time employing the drifting dragon technique, and the effect was indeed impressive, particularly in its visual allure. He could hear the excited gasps of the onlookers. The emergence of the black dragon undeniably exuded an air of invincibility. Yi Lingxue observed from above and muttered, "This spiritual technique, in terms of defensive capability, is nearly of divine quality. This child possesses some skills." Initially worried that Mu Chenyì might sustain injuries, despite his robust physique and the disparity in cultivation, she realized her concerns were unfounded and felt a sense of relief. He Xueqiu watched from the sidelines, growing more anxious. Recognizing the prowess of Mu Chenyì's spiritual technique, he sensed that Jiang Xiaoyun's chances of victory had diminished significantly. Jiang Xiaoyun, gazing at the swirling black dragon enveloping Mu Chenyì, wore a grave expression. Mu Chenyì stepped forward, teasing, "Did you not declare I would perish? Why the solemn look now? Surely you do not intend to concede?" He then added, "Oh, by the way, let me share a secret. This technique was taught to me by my master." Jiang Xiaoyun's anger escalated. This should have been hers. Are you merely going to hide? Have the courage to face me directly. Mu Chenyì soared into the air, the black dragon following suit, and with a wave of his hand, it lunged towards Jiang Xiaoyun. She hesitated, astonished that the technique could also be used for offense. Most spiritual techniques had a singular purpose, but this versatile one was a rarity. The realization further fueled her fury. As the black dragon charged, Jiang Xiaoyun swiftly evaded, knowing she could not withstand such an assault. After dodging, she aimed directly at Mu Chenyì in the air. Without the dragon's protection, it was her prime opportunity. Mu Chenyì formed a hand seal and softly commanded, "Turn." The black dragon, poised to strike the ground, abruptly veered towards Jiang Xiaoyun in a swift arc. Jiang Xiaoyun felt the surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind her, instantly sending her heart racing. If she were to be struck, defeat would be inevitable. She was utterly astonished that Mu Chenyì could alter the trajectory of his spiritual technique. Unwilling to accept defeat, she resolved to unleash her ultimate move, aiming for a mutually destructive outcome with Mu Chenyì. With a surge of spiritual energy enveloping her, her speed increased dramatically, more than tripling, and she appeared beside Mu Chenyì in an instant. Her sword glimmered with a sinister chill, the energy swirling around its blade creating a gust of wind that sent Mu Chenyì's hair flying, while the tip of her sword was poised to pierce his chest. In the air, Yi Lingxue and He Xueqiu were already preparing to intervene. However, at that moment, Mu Chenyì unleashed his own spiritual energy, causing it to swirl around him before forming a black dragon that blocked Jiang Xiaoyun's strike. Furious, Jiang Xiaoyun nearly cursed. Not only could he defend and attack simultaneously, but he could also manipulate his techniques with such speed without apparent energy expenditure. Meanwhile, the black dragon surged forward, sweeping its tail and striking Jiang Xiaoyun at her waist, sending her plummeting rapidly. With a resounding crash, Jiang Xiaoyun crashed onto the arena, causing a section to collapse and kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, she swayed unsteadily before spitting out blood that splattered onto the platform. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not expected Mu Chenyì to be so ruthless. Mu Chenyì himself was not particularly cruel. It was merely his first real battle, and he had miscalculated the force. He sighed inwardly, thinking that perhaps he had been a bit too gentle. With his hands clasped behind his back, he descended slowly, two black dragons swirling around him. "Shall we continue?" Jiang Xiaoyun declared defiantly. "If I don't fight, it would mean I concede defeat, and I refuse to submit to being a warm bed for my opponent." As the black dragons dissipated, Mu Chenyì looked at her and said, "You are putting me in a difficult position." As he spoke, he unleashed a punch directly to her shoulder. Jiang Xiaoyun spun through the air before crashing back onto the arena. Although this impact was less forceful than that of the black dragon, her injuries were severe and she could not withstand it, promptly coughing up more blood. This scene incited outrage among the spectators, who began to voice their discontent. Mu Chenyì ignored them, harboring no fondness for this foolish woman, and turned to He Xueqiu, stating, "Elder He, I believe this match need not continue. She has no chance of victory." He Xueqiu replied, "It does seem so, but as long as she remains conscious and has not conceded, the match must go on." Mu Chenyì responded, "Elder, are you not making things difficult for me?" He approached the bloody Jiang Xiaoyun and inquired, "You heard Elder He. Will you concede?" "I will not concede," she retorted. "Then I shall defeat you into submission," he declared. He Xueqiu furrowed his brow, perplexed at how the boy could be so oblivious to the obvious hint he had just given. If she remained conscious and refused to concede, he could simply knock her unconscious, thereby securing victory. Mu Chenyì was now at Jiang Xiaoyun's side, his hand reaching towards her when a voice suddenly interrupted. "Stop!" The crowd erupted in murmurs. The senior sister had arrived. Why is she stopping the match? Someone wondered. I heard she is a cousin of Jiang Xiaoyun. Lo Bingqing addressed Mu Chenyì. Do you not feel ashamed to be so ruthless against a fellow disciple? Senior sister, your words are misguided. I am merely acting out of necessity. I never wished to compete, but Jiang Xiaoyun was adamant about it. Leaving me no choice but to respond, he explained, glancing at He Xueqiu for confirmation. He Xueqiu, eyes closed, wished to avoid witnessing Mu Chenyì's underhanded demeanor, yet he had to concede. That is indeed the case. Mu Chenyì continued, moreover, I am doing this for her own good. The cultivation world is one where the weak are preyed upon, and no one will show her mercy. This is a valuable lesson. I haven't even charged her tuition. She should be thankful. Lo Bingqing shot him a glare before swiftly moving to Jiang Xiaoyun's side, administering a healing pill. Noting the improvement in Jiang Xiaoyun's complexion, she felt somewhat reassured. Cousin, how do you feel? Jiang Xiaoyun weakly replied, Sister, I'm fine. I can continue. Mu Chenyì turned to He Xueqiu, saying, Elder He, surely this constitutes a violation of the rules on senior sister Lo's part? He Xueqiu frowned, addressing Lo Bingqing. Lo Bingqing's interference in the match means that Mu Chenyì is the victor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyun's expression tightened. She had no desire to concede to Mu Chenyì. Elder He, I have not lost. He Xueqiu remained silent, indicating his stance. Lo Bingqing insisted, Cousin, you are gravely injured and cannot continue. You've lost this time, but there will be future opportunities. Jiang Xiaoyun's face twisted in bitterness as she relayed her previous commitment to Mu Chenyì. Sister, I cannot afford to lose. Lo Bingqing turned to Mu Chenyì, scolding. How could you, a disciple of the sect leader, be so despicable? Unfazed, Mu Chenyì maintained his composure, seemingly unbothered by her accusations. Sister, one must adhere to reason. This match was initiated by her. It was she who insisted on competing and set the conditions. Elder He even warned her. She disregarded the advice and pursued this outcome. I have been a passive party throughout. It is rather unreasonable for you to label me as despicable. Lo Bingqing, enraged, found herself unable to counter his argument. However, Jiang Xiaoyun had indeed set the terms under his subtle guidance. You shameless wretch, Mu Chenyì quipped. Remember to come warm my bed tonight, or I shall report you. Elder He will surely support me. He Xueqiu frowned, eyes closed, pretending not to hear. Having said that, Mu Chenyì turned to leave. Jiang Xiaoyun's expression darkened, her eyes dimming as hope vanished. Seeing her despondence, Lo Bingqing immediately blocked Mu Chenyì's path. With a smile, Mu Chenyì said, Senior sister, what lesson do you wish to impart by obstructing me? Lo Bingqing replied, Let us compete. If I win, you shall relinquish your claim on her. Sister, this hardly seems fair. You are at the 9th level of the Xian realm, while I am merely at the 3rd. This is blatant bullying. I can forego using spiritual techniques, he offered with a smile, finding her confidence amusing. Should I lose, I will serve you as a maid, she conceded, realizing she had no choice. Mu Chenyì was pleased, thinking it would have been better if she had simply said so from the start. Sister, this is insufficient. The duel benefits you, yet I gain nothing. If I lose, I shall give you 10,000 spirit stones. Very well, she relented, acknowledging the terms. Mu Chenyì turned to He Xueqiu, saying, Elder He, I trust you have clearly heard Sister Lo's words. Please bear witness once more. He Xueqiu, as an elder, was fully aware of Lo Bingqing's strength. Luo Bingqing, the prodigy brought back by the newly appointed peak master, had ascended from a state of no cultivation to the 9th realm of the Xianjing within a mere 3 years. Among the outer disciples of the Purple Bamboo Peak, she had no rivals, holding the top rank. Thus, even without utilizing her spiritual techniques, her chances against Mu Chenyì remained substantial. He Xueqiu, naturally, made no attempts to dissuade her, simply stating, Very well, you may begin. At that moment, Yi Lingxue, who hovered above, relaxed her previously furrowed brow. She would not oppose any intimate engagement between Mu Chenyì and Luo Bingqing, as the latter's unique physique could significantly enhance Mu Chenyì's cultivation, ultimately benefiting her own interests. She had contemplated this matter before, but lacked a suitable pretext. Now, she had resolved to discreetly assist Mu Chenyì in defeating Luo Bingqing, thus securing a favorable outcome for her little treasure. The disciples below erupted into cheers, surprised by the additional spectacle. Many rallied in support of Luo Bingqing, having long harbored disdain for Mu Chenyì. With a beautiful woman like her in play, they were eager for action. Luo Bingqing had already drawn a long sword, raising a high with its tip aimed directly at Mu Chenyì. You may strike first to avoid any accusations of me bullying you, Mu Chenyì replied. Then I shall not hold back. Upon finishing his words, he unleashed the Yu Long technique, releasing a black dragon several zhang long that twisted and surged toward his opponent. Luo Bingqing smirked. Your spiritual technique is commendable, yet your attack speed is rather sluggish. With that, she flickered, easily evading the black dragon and darting toward Mu Chenyì with astonishing speed, so swift that many onlookers could scarcely track her movement. Mu Chenyì was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. When Luo Bingqing's figure came to a halt, she had already positioned herself behind him, her sword poised against his neck. You have lost. Have I? Mu Chenyì responded, his voice emerging from behind her. The spectators gasped in astonishment. How swift! It's merely an afterimage. Yi Lingxue narrowed her eyes, murmuring to herself, this must be an imperial divine ability. This child is truly remarkable. No wonder. Senior sister, don't just stand there. Mu Chenyì called out. Alarmed, Luo Bingqing perceived the breath of his voice as he had spoken close to her ear. She immediately sprang away and turned to look behind her, yet found no trace of him. Just then, she sensed his breath once more, this time unmistakably clear. She quickly activated her movement technique, soaring into the air. However, regardless of her evasive maneuvers, the sensation persistently followed her. Employing the divine step, Mu Chenyì deliberately slowed his pace, yet none among the disciples of the Yaowang sect could surpass his speed. He flitted alongside her, whispering, Senior sister, you've employed your movement technique, thus you have lost. He even exhaled deliberately against her ear. Chapter 122. Are you teaching this lord to do his work? Luo Bingqing could hardly withstand this. Her body went weak, nearly losing control of her spiritual energy. You get away. I have long admired my senior sister. How could I possibly leave now that we can interact so openly? Luo Bingqing was overwhelmed with goosebumps, unable to bear it. She began to swing her sword erratically, unleashing chaotic sword energy across the arena, yet her strikes failed to reach him. Senior sister, do not be so agitated. This is merely the beginning, he remarked, leaning against her shoulder, trailing his breath along her delicate neck to her ear, taking a sudden deep breath. Senior sister, you truly smell divine. Unable to endure any longer, Luo Bingqing frantically circulated her spiritual energy and fled. You scoundrel! Get away. Roll away. Mu Chenyì could not relent. Senior sister, I must apologize. He extended his tongue and playfully flicked it against her ear. The light touch shattered her defenses, leaving her body limp, her spiritual energy spiraling out of control as she collapsed to the ground, trembling. Observing this, Mu Chenyì sighed. Senior sister, you are rather sensitive, and the match has only just begun. The disciples watching were left in a state of confusion, as they had not witnessed his earlier actions and could not fathom why Luo Bingqing had suddenly fallen weak. Yi Lingxue was quite pleased. It was advantageous that she did not need to intervene secretly. He Xueqiu looked on with disdain, contemplating how mortifying it would be if others from different peaks learned that the disciple of the purple bamboo peak master behaved in such a manner. However, he was beginning to understand why their peak master had taken Mu Chenyì as a disciple. The lad was indeed exceptional, even if both were to exert their full strength. Victory would likely belong to Mu Chenyì. Jiang Shaoyun, standing at a distance, wore a darker expression. Could her cousin truly not handle him? Moments later, Luo Bingqing rose from the ground, coldly glaring at Mu Chenyì. I will kill you. With her sword drawn, she charged at him. Mu Chenyì vanished, reappearing beside He Xueqiu. Elder He, I have one. You must restrain her now. He Xueqiu cursed under his breath before extending his palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that bound Luo Bingqing. The match is over. You have lost. If you continue to attack, I shall expel you from the Yaowang sect according to sect rules. Luo Bingqing's face flushed with fury. Elder He Xueqiu interjected. A loss is a loss. One cannot blame others for their lack of skill. You proposed this match, so do not act recklessly. The elders had previously advised Yi Lingxue to consider changing disciples, but she remained unfazed, expressing satisfaction with Mu Chenyì. He did not wish for Luo Bingqing to offend Yi Lingxue over this matter. Gradually, Luo Bingqing calmed herself and said, "Elder He, I understand." Mu Chenyì added, "Elder He, then she shall henceforth be my maidservant. If she disobeys, you must advocate for me." He Xueqiu replied, "Your maidservant is your own responsibility. You may discipline her as you see fit, and the sect shall not interfere. Likewise, whether she obeys or not is beyond the sect's concern." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Luo Bingqing. "You understand my words, do you not?" Luo Bingqing's face brightened. "I understand. Thank you, Elder He." Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback by the elder's shamelessness, yet he felt reassured. After all, the sect would not interfere with his dealings with Luo Bingqing, allowing him the freedom to manage her as he wished. He Xueqiu called out to the crowd, "You may disperse. The match has concluded." The disciples reluctantly departed, filled with confusion as they had not overheard the exchange on stage. Luo Bingqing shot a cold glance at Mu Chenyì, preparing to leave with her cousin. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the arena. It was Yi Lingxue. Mu Chenyì immediately knelt and scurried to her side, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." "Rise," Yi Lingxue instructed, then turned to Luo Bingqing. "With your inferior quality spiritual vein, you may indeed serve as Yi's maidservant." Mu Chenyì was briefly startled, but soon comprehended Yi Lingxue's intentions. Feeling a surge of joy, at least he need not worry about this woman tormenting him further. Luo Bingqing's expression shifted, sensing that Elder He was clearly favoring her. Yet the Peak Master's stance remained uncertain. Her master had been the former Peak Master, abruptly reassigned to the Yaoguang sacred land. Lacking the cultivation to accompany her master, she found herself in a precarious position. Yi Lingxue, as the new Peak Master, was unlikely to extend her goodwill toward her. Clearly, Luo Bingqing was overthinking. Yi Lingxue was solely preoccupied with her little treasure. Luo Bingqing bowed respectfully to Yi Lingxue, then stated, "Disciple, take your leave." Yi Lingxue replied, "Taking your leave? Are you not his maidservant? Shouldn't you remain by his side? Why leave?" Luo Bingqing found herself at a loss for words. He Xueqiu furrowed his brows slightly, letting out a quiet sigh as he gazed at Luo Bingqing and shook his head, reflecting inwardly. "It is both fate and destiny." Mu Chenyì remarked, "Master, her cultivation surpasses mine. She certainly won't heed my words." Yi Lingxue interjected, "No matter. With me here, I shall not allow you to suffer indignities. If you deem it necessary, I can strip her of her cultivation." Mu Chenyì winced at her ferocity. Luo Bingqing's expression tightened, and she instinctively stepped back, feeling an icy chill envelop her. He Xueqiu stepped forward, saying, "Peak Master, Bingqing is usually quite obedient. She possesses considerable talent and is one of the sect's prodigies. It will be best not to strip her of her cultivation." Yi Lingxue retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "And no, Peak Master, you've misunderstood. I merely meant that she will listen." He Xueqiu clarified, turning to Luo Bingqing. "Bingqing, why are you still in a daze?" Luo Bingqing promptly replied, "Peak Master, I will abide by Mu Chenyì's arrangements." Yi Lingxue paid no heed to her and instead turned to Mu Chenyì, inquiring, "Shall I strip her of her cultivation?" He Xueqiu looked at Mu Chenyì, a faint smile gracing his lips, a sight Mu Chenyì had never witnessed before. Luo Bingqing glanced at Mu Chenyì, though still somewhat cold. Her demeanor had softened considerably. Mu Chenyì replied, "Master, let us not." "Very well, you may proceed as you see fit." The other two breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Chenyì continued, "If she proves disobedient, I shall return to seek your counsel and then strip her of her cultivation. That way, it will seem justifiable, sparing us from accusations of unreasonable bullying." Yi Lingxue nodded, "Indeed. Your considerations are quite thorough. I shall take my leave. Should she be disobedient, come find me." "Understood. Master, no problem at all." At that moment, Mu Chenyì felt having such a master was rather advantageous, granting him a sense of freedom. He merely had to shed a bit of blood, which posed no issue for one with celestial gray body cultivation techniques. Chapter 123. Do you not know what to do at this moment? Luo Bingqing's eyes were devoid of spirit. She realized she had truly ensnared herself. Jiang Shaoyun slowly approached her, immediately covering her mouth to stifle a cough, nearly spitting blood, a clear indication of her severe injuries. "Sister, it's all my fault." Luo Bingqing forced a smile, reassuring, "It's nothing. Do not worry." Mu Chenyì looked at her, smiling. "Little maid, let us go." Luo Bingqing had no choice but to follow him. Lu Qingyun and Wang Teng rushed over. "Mu, what is going on here?" Mu Chenyì replied, "It's nothing much. Just that senior sister Luo will be my maid from now on." Lu Qingyun could say nothing further, merely raising his thumb in admiration. Wang Teng frowned, thinking, "Oh no, another one. How will my sister compete with so many?" Mu Chenyì suggested, "Let us head back." The trio returned to the courtyard, where they found Su Chenggong, Zhang Shuyang, and Yin Lianxin engaged in conversation. Su Chenggong was slightly taken aback upon seeing Mu Chenyì and the others returning with Luo Bingqing. Initially, he had encouraged Jiang Shaoyan to provoke Mu Chenyì to draw out Luo Bingqing, believing that while Jiang Shaoyan wouldn't stand a chance against him, Luo Bingqing surely would. However, he had not anticipated that Luo Bingqing would also be unable to contend with Mu Chenyì. He then donned a bright smile, saying, "Mu, you've returned, and senior sister Luo is here too." Luo Bingqing remained silent, her expression frosty. Su Chenggong turned to Mu Chenyì, commenting, "Mu, you were impressive today, even defeating senior sister Luo." Mu Chenyì chuckled, realizing that this rogue never missed an opportunity to sow discord. He asked Luo Bingqing, "Little maid, am I impressive?" Luo Bingqing's face twitched, but she could only respond meekly, "Very impressive." Mu Chenyì patted Su Chenggong on the shoulder, then declared, "Of course I am impressive, but my true prowess lies in what is yet to come." With that, he strode directly towards his room. Luo Bingqing naturally followed suit, not by her own desire, but due to her embarrassment in remaining outside. Su Chenggong regained his composure, asking Lu Wang, "What does Mu mean by maid?" Lu Qingyun replied with a smile, "A maid is simply a maid. What else could it be? As a member of the royal family, you don't understand what a maid is?" After speaking, he too returned to his room. Su Chenggong, Zhang Shuyang, and Yin Lianxin were somewhat astonished. Had the top disciple of the outer sect of Zizhu Peak truly become a maid? Was it real? Wang Teng frowned. Given that she has already been taken to his room, can it be false? He sighed and retreated to his own quarters. The three were not disbelieving per se, but it was simply hard to accept at that moment. Inside the room, Mu Chenyì sat at the table, remarking, "Senior sister, you're the foremost disciple of the outer sect. How can you lack such perceptiveness? Do you not know what to do at this moment? Massage my shoulders, knead my waist, pound my back, and press my legs. Are you not aware?" Although Luo Bingqing was quite displeased, she had no choice but to comply, for she currently lacked any backing. She forced a bitter smile. Even if her master remained at Zizhu Peak, it would likely be of no use. Her master was merely at the 9th level of the heavenly realm. How could he possibly contend with Yi Lingxue? Yi Lingxue exuded an air of authority, as if her disciple could do as she pleased, rendering her master's presence futile. Mu Chenyì felt the pressure of Luo Bingqing's hands on his shoulders gradually intensifying, but he welcomed it. His physical defense was formidable, and such force would allow him to feel more acutely. "Senior sister, you must have an inkling of what will transpire between us, do you not?" Luo Bingqing paused at his words. Was the inevitable finally upon her? As a Xianyin body, she possessed an exceptional dual cultivation physique, attracting many within the sect. However, due to the protection of her master and He Xueqiu, none dared to force her hand. Now that her master was absent, she had long anticipated that someone would attempt to take advantage of her. She just hadn't expected it to be this person. Moreover, she had no right to refuse, as He Xueqiu alone could not protect her. Yi Lingxue was utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, this predicament was one she had unwittingly orchestrated herself. Noting her silence, Mu Chenyì continued, "Senior sister, I am not one to force others. Thus, you may choose to decline." Luo Bingqing was taken aback. Perhaps this person was not so detestable after all. Mu Chenyì added, "Should you reject me, I shall simply compel you afterward." Luo Bingqing's fists clenched tightly, her bones creaking as she silently cursed, "This scoundrel." Meanwhile, Yi Lingxue, who had initially intended to emerge, concealed herself once more, relieved that Mu Chenyì was not taking action, for that was simply intolerable. Luo Bingqing glared at Mu Chenyì's back, yearning to strike him with a fist, obliterating his head. Mu Chenyì sensed her anger and movements, but made no defensive gestures. Instead, he silently activated the 9 lives indestructible body technique. That would suffice. Even if she launched a full-force attack, it would pose no threat to him, at most. He would be knocked back, a bit disheveled, but inevitably he would not relinquish his intentions towards Luo Bingxing. He was a villain, unyielding in his pursuits. Yet a modicum of cooperation from her would be appreciated. Mu Chenyì rose, gazing at the upward-turned face of Luo Bingxing, and said, "If you wish to cry, then do so. There is no need to feign strength. After all, the tale of the maidservant will spread, leaving you with no dignity." Upon hearing his words, tears began to cascade down Luo Bingxing's cheeks, unstoppable, as she succumbed to quiet sobs. Mu Chenyì shook his head, waving his arm, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy that silenced the surroundings. "You may weep freely now." Yet, Luo Bingxing stifled her cries, reluctant to lose the last shred of her dignity. Mu Chenyì, lacking in the art of consolation, could only gently pat her head, which inadvertently reminded her of how her master would soothe her during her distress. Unable to contain herself any longer, she broke into loud tears. Chapter 124. What else is there that I do not comprehend about you? Luo Bingxing's sobs soon diminished to soft sniffling. Mu Chenyì sipped his tea while observing her, contemplating her commendable mental fortitude. He spoke in a calm tone. "Have you made up your mind, senior sister?" Luo Bingxing replied, "Regardless of my thoughts, your actions are inevitable. Why bother asking?" "Ah, senior sister, this reasoning is flawed. Such matters should indeed be mutually enjoyable. If you are unwilling, wouldn't that diminish the pleasure?" Mu Chenyì drew Luo Bingxing into his embrace, lifting her chin with his fingers. "Now, senior sister, will you refuse or accept?" Luo Bingxing remained silent. How could she refuse when the outcome would remain unchanged? Yet, the word accept remained lodged in her throat. Mu Chenyì declared, "If you say nothing, I shall assume you acquiesce." As he leaned in to kiss her, Luo Bingxing instinctively recoiled, but where could she escape? Reluctantly, she closed her eyes. Mu Chenyì suggested, "Why not take some time to prepare and return tonight?" Upon opening her eyes, she noticed him release her, a slight breath of relief escaping her lips. Mu Chenyì's intentions were not as benevolent as they seemed. He merely sought to affirm a particular matter. As Luo Bingxing approached the door, the hidden Yilingxue, dissatisfied, emerged to obstruct her path. Luo Bingxing paused, then respectfully addressed, "Disciple greets the peak master." Mu Chenyì sighed, realizing the woman was indeed present. Though he had unwittingly broadcasted his actions before her twice, now that he was aware of her potential scrutiny, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. "Disciple pays respects to master." Yilingxue approached Mu Chenyì and said, "You must know why I am here, correct?" Her demeanor was gentle, her eyes sparkling with delight, yet her tone bore an icy edge. Mu Chenyì replied, "Disciple is aware. However, your gaze makes me feel bashful." Yilingxue sighed, stroking his head with a soft voice. "What is there to be shy about? Is there anything I do not know about you? I have even seen the 2 dark moles beneath." As long as Mu Chenyì was willing, she harbored no concerns. Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated her scrutiny to be so meticulous. He recalled that after being rendered unconscious by her, she had indeed brought him back in a rather vulnerable state. "Master, how could you say that? How will I face others henceforth?" Yilingxue admonished gently. "Be good. Focus on your tasks." Meanwhile, Luo Bingxing felt utterly flustered. She was no child, yet their exchange conjured unspeakable thoughts, leading her to view them as having an unreserved relationship. She now understood why Yilingxue doted on Mu Chenyì, which sent shivers down her spine. They were both peculiar. Such secrets, if revealed, would not only bring societal disdain, but also scorn from their sect. Fear gripped Luo Bingxing. Would she face dire consequences for knowing such truths? On the other side, Mu Chenyì remarked, "Master, perhaps you should refrain from watching?" Yilingxue shook her head, insisting, "No, I must watch. I need to ascertain the outcome." With that, she waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that ensnared Luo Bingxing, drawing her close to Mu Chenyì. In an instant, a thin layer of ice enveloped Luo Bingxing's attire. With a snap of her fingers, the ice shattered, revealing her garments in tatters, leaving her completely exposed. Luo Bingxing gasped in horror, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest while shielding her lower abdomen. Anger simmered within her, yet she dared not voice it. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Yilingxue turned to Mu Chenyì, tenderly caressing his face, and softly asked, "Do you wish for my assistance or prefer to manage on your own?" Mu Chenyì stood, stating, "Master, I would appreciate your help, but it must be gentle, no roughness." Yi Lingxue nodded, assured that as long as Mu Chenyì behaved, this small matter was easily manageable. "Very well, as you wish." She reached out to assist him in shedding his garments, observing him with curiosity. Had he grown since their last encounter? At 16, he was indeed at the cusp of maturation. Mu Chenyì, however, felt no shame. He was well aware of her insights. "Master, do you find it satisfactory?" As he spoke, he playfully twirled. Yi Lingxue replied, "It should suffice. I have no other comparisons to make." Listening to their exchange, Luo Bingqing's discomfort intensified. Mu Chenyì, having discerned Yi Lingxue's temperament, realized that as long as he did not engage in actions that would harm his vitality, she would be exceedingly tolerant, or rather, indifferent. Yi Lingxue urged, "You two commence." Mu Chenyì suggested, "Master, perhaps you could step outside for a moment? Are you implying that I should assist you directly?" Mu Chenyì shook his head. Such matters were best handled personally. He approached Luo Bingqing, pulling her arms apart. "Senior sister, you have seen the situation. We have no way out. I do not wish for this either." At that moment, he grasped her other hand, leaving her completely exposed before him. She struggled briefly, but with Yi Lingxue present, it was futile. She resigned herself to fate. Mu Chenyì beheld her delicate form, his body tensing involuntarily. Luo Bingqing, sensing his intense gaze, turned her head away. He enveloped her in his embrace, the softness overwhelming him, and carried her to the bed, laying her down gently. He then drew the curtains, joining her on the bed. Yi Lingxue raised an eyebrow. In order to observe better, she swept aside the bed's curtain. Mu Chenyì could only resign himself to his beloved master's actions. Chapter 125. Relationships require cultivation. Mu Chenyì tenderly pressed his lips against Luo Bingqing's, slowly tightening his embrace around her. Having surrendered to her fate, she reciprocated. Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Luo Bingqing remarked, "I can manage on my own." To which Mu Chenyì replied, "That is fine. I have no objections." After a considerable time had passed, Mu Chenyì held Luo Bingqing in his embrace, tenderly caressing the nape of her neck. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she breathed heavily. He gently wiped away the perspiration. Luo Bingqing's body trembled slightly. She shook her head, acting as though her choice was voluntary rather than a consequence of coercion. Yi Lingxue glanced at the two, satisfied with the outcome. Feeling reassured, she vanished from sight, leaving them to their moment. She communicated with Mu Chenyì, "Come find me tonight. I shall not intrude upon you." Mu Chenyì shook his head. Given Luo Bingqing's current state, he couldn't bear to continue pressuring her. He caressed her cheek, sighing inwardly, another tangled fate. He found himself rather enjoying this act of affection, reminiscent of his elder sister at home, causing a wave of nostalgia for Wang Shuiwei. His thoughts then shifted to Mu Liao, who would soon return. How should he broach the subject with her? After a brief rest, Luo Bingqing had regained some strength. Noticing Mu Chenyì's sigh, a flicker of grievance crossed her features. Was he dissatisfied with her? Or perhaps disappointed? Mu Chenyì, snapping back to reality, kissed her forehead and reassured, "How could that be? I cherish you dearly. Have you not noticed that my hand has yet to leave your heart?" Feeling the warmth of his touch, Luo Bingqing's heart raced as she leaned against his shoulder. After a long while, she rose to retrieve some clothing from her storage ring, intending to leave. Mu Chenyì pulled her back gently, inquiring, "Where do you think you're going?" "I must return to cultivate." "You have succeeded. I shall not resist henceforth, so you need not worry," she responded. "You can cultivate here. There is no need to go back. Since you come to terms with this, there is no need to appear so indifferent and aloof. Relationships require nurturing together. You need not merely be a maid. The choice is yours. Be my woman or remain just a maid." Luo Bingqing forced a smile. "Do I truly have a choice? Wasn't I merely a tool from the beginning? Yi Lingxue assigned me to your side solely to elevate your cultivation. Would she ever share a man with me? Of course you have a choice." "Yes, you. Is that so?" "Indeed, I am quite resolute." Luo Bingqing fell silent, choosing not to don her clothing. Instead, she sat upon the bed and began her cultivation. Yet, doubts crept into her mind. Was there truly no connection between him and Yi Lingxue? It seemed improbable, otherwise. Why would Yi Lingxue assist him so? Mu Chenyì smiled, noting that at least the beginning was promising. He rose and enveloped Luo Bingqing in his arms. "Can we wait until evening?" she asked. "Why?" I'm not the type to rush, he replied, producing a drop of imperial blood and feeding it to her. I intend to gift you something. Hurry and refine it. Luo Bingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had heard her master speak of this energy fluctuation. Is this truly imperial blood? Indeed, he confirmed. Luo Bingqing gazed at Mu Chenyì, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Why? Have I not mentioned? The choice lies with you, and I am resolute. Staring blankly at him, she finally uttered, Thank you. Mu Chenyì grasped her hand, adding, Such gratitude lacks sincerity. Say it for your lifetime. Unsure of how to respond, Luo Bingqing merely murmured in agreement. Quickly refine it. Do not waste it, he urged. As she began to channel her spiritual energy for refinement, Mu Chenyì's hands wandered about her form, unwilling to release her. Please, wait until I finish refining, she protested. Not to worry. Take your time. Focus on your refinement and disregard my presence. I shall not make this easy for you. This, too, is a method of cultivation. If you can find peace to cultivate under my care, your prowess will undoubtedly surge. Luo Bingqing felt exasperated. How could one concentrate under such circumstances? It was evident that he was merely toying with her. Due to Mu Chenyì's influence, her refining process extended for over 2.5 hours. Observing that she had completed her refinement, he remarked, Your cultivation has ascended to the first level of the king realm. You shall soon break through to the second level. Well done. Luo Bingqing sighed, feeling she had gleaned nothing substantial aside from an increase in her power. In truth, she had squandered that drop of blood. Mu Chenyì had anticipated this. His elder sister, with a talent level of 62 prior to her recovery, had consumed several drops before gaining any insight. It was entirely reasonable that Luo Bingqing, possessing a talent level of merely 50, would struggle to comprehend anything. Do not fret. You can refine a few more times later. You have just entered the king realm. First, consolidate your foundation, he reassured. Luo Bingqing nodded, saying nothing further, allowing him to comfort her. She sensed his ardor, her complexion blooming with a rosy hue. Please, can we wait until evening? That may not be feasible, he replied, as he needed to rendezvous with Yi Lingxue later that night, and time was of the essence. As he spoke, he leaned closer. Luo Bingqing, feeling the urgency, wrapped her arms around him. They conversed about various other matters, and Mu Chenyì acquired some insights about the Yaoguang sect, though they were of little significance. To truly understand the sect, he would need to swiftly enter the king realm and become an inner disciple. After another half hour, Luo Bingqing was utterly fatigued. Mu Chenyì observed the night had fallen. He dressed her, cupping her face and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. I must step out for a moment. Be patient for me, he instructed. Luo Bingqing felt a flutter of her conscience as he touched her, yielding a soft whimper before nodding in agreement. Mu Chenyì exited the room and soared toward the peak of Zizhu Mountain. Upon reaching the courtyard at the summit, he found Yi Lingxue waiting. He knelt before her and crawled forward, embracing her leg, exclaiming, Disciple greets master. This evening, Yi Lingxue donned a purple mid-calf dress that swayed with her movements, revealing her smooth, delicate legs, captivating in their allure. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chenyì, noticing her lack of a strong reaction, grew bolder, his hand sliding up to graze her thigh. Then he was taken aback. Instead of touching soft skin, he encountered a layer of silk-like fabric, akin to skin-tight pants. A pang of disappointment washed over him. Where was the trust between master and disciple? Had she prepared safety shorts, thus misconstruing his intentions? Yi Lingxue rose and said, Come inside. With that, she retreated to her chamber. Mu Chenyì followed closely. Yi Lingxue drew back the bed curtains, settling on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside her, just as she had done nights prior. Mu Chenyì approached and sat beside her. Yi Lingxue produced a pill to enhance his vitality, feeding it to him, stating, You must cultivate diligently. Once you enter the king realm, you should no longer require such pills. While vitality can be boosted through pills, they are merely external aids. Though effective in short term, their prolonged use might exacerbate hidden issues within her body. Mu Chenyì acknowledged disciple understands. You need not worry. Master, Yi Lingxue nodded, asking, Shall you proceed on your own, or would you prefer my assistance? Perhaps it would be best if you assisted me, master. Very well. With that, she began to remove Mu Chenyì's garments. Shall I bind your hands and feet to prevent any movement? Nay, master, Mu Chenyì demurred, rest assured. I shall remain still. Yi Lingxue pressed Mu Chenyì onto the bed, producing a short blade, and making an incision upon his body. Mu Chenyì's lips twitched, and he extended his hand. Yi Lingxue, observing his chest, furrowed her brow, then relented. Very well, I shall overlook it for now. The bloodletting is of greater import. She leaned in, pressing her lips to Mu Chenyì's wound, and began to imbibe his blood. A frigid aura coursed through Mu Chenyì's body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Gazing at Yi Lingxue as she fed, he hardened his resolve. I cannot allow her to revel in such pleasure alone. He thrust his hand into the neckline of her garments, seizing her flesh. Yi Lingxue felt a shiver course through her, emitting a soft moan, yet she did not resist. She was preoccupied. The bloodletting was paramount. Furthermore, to resolve the latent affliction while preserving her cultivation, she would inevitably have to engage with Mu Chenyì in such a manner. She chose not to dwell on the matter. Presently, Yi Lingxue ceased her feeding. Mu Chenyì's body was now adorned with a light frost, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, yet his hands remained upon her person. Yi Lingxue rose, reassembling her disarrayed attire, and administered a medicinal pill to Mu Chenyì. Your cultivation has advanced, and your lifeblood is now more potent, greatly aiding me. Mu Chenyì responded, if it benefits master, your disciple would gladly sacrifice himself. Yi Lingxue smiled, offering no response. As Mu Chenyì departed the summit, it was late into the night. Upon reaching his chamber door, he detected voices within. Listening intently, he recognized Yun Xiaoyu's presence. Entering the room, he discovered Yun Xiaoyu bound and trussed upon the bed. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì, Yun Xiaoyu exclaimed, My lord, you have finally returned. This woman has wronged me. You must avenge me. Her voice was tinged with a sob, presenting a picture of pitiable vulnerability. Mu Chenyì shook his head. Were he not privy to Yun Xiaoyu's eccentricities, he might have been deceived. It was implausible that Luo Bingqing would mistreat Yun Xiaoyu. Indeed, Yun Xiaoyu would likely relish such treatment. Observing Yun Xiaoyu, he noted her barely suppressed mirth, indicative of her enjoyment of her captivity. Mu Chenyì approached, reclining upon Yun Xiaoyu, savoring her softness. What has transpired? Yun Xiaoyu pouted. Is it not evident? She has wronged me, my lord. You must bind her as well, allowing me to torment her in turn. She had initially intended to invite Mu Chenyì for an outing, but upon stealthily entering, she discovered a woman lying supine upon the bed, deeply asleep. Approaching cautiously, she recognized Luo Bingqing, and a realization dawned upon her. This woman had been conquered by Mu Chenyì, as evidenced by the trace of blood upon the bedsheets. Yun Xiaoyu harbored no resentment. On the contrary, she was elated. The more women Mu Chenyì claimed, the greater her joy. Would she not then be able to openly engage with them in the future? Observing Luo Bingqing's delicate features, and then casting her gaze downward to the garments upon her chest, she compared herself. Despite their similar age, how could there be such disparity? Almost unconsciously, she extended her hand, giving a gentle squeeze. Truly magnificent. However, Luo Bingqing awoke abruptly and retaliated. Yun Xiaoyu, a cultivator of the 9th level of the mysterious realm, was no match for one of the royal realm, and she was swiftly bound. Luo Bingqing addressed Mu Chenyì. She entered surreptitiously, seeking to harm me, so I bound her. By now, she was aware of the unusual nature of their relationship, and felt compelled to offer an explanation. Mu Chenyì clasped Luo Bingqing's hand. Fear not, you acted appropriately. Yun Xiaoyu grumbled, Inconstant man, fickle and ungrateful. Mu Chenyì retorted, cease your antics, lest Yi Lingxue discover you, and you shall face dire consequences. She has already taken up residence within your chamber. What have I to fear? She is here by Yi Lingxue's special dispensation. Yun Xiaoyu paused, taken aback. Is that permissible? Nevertheless, she was unconcerned with such matters. She merely craved excitement. My lord, permit me to remain as well, would you? Yun Xiaoyu's words were directed at Mu Chenyì, yet her gaze was fixed upon Luo Bingqing, a hint of a smile playing upon her lips. Luo Bingqing, hearing this, regarded Yun Xiaoyu, musing as to the nature of this individual. Shameless hussy, she exclaimed. Yun Xiaoyu remained unperturbed by Luo Bingqing's rebuke, turning to Mu Chenyì. Will you allow it? Mu Chenyì, well aware of Yun Xiaoyu's intentions, cast a scornful glance at her. Cease such thoughts. I shall not permit your wanton behavior. Do not be so miserly. What is yours is also mine, is it not? Mu Chenyì, having untied Yun Xiaoyu, declared, return hence forthwith. Yun Xiaoyu shook her head. Mu Chenyì, left with no alternative, resorted to physical persuasion, intending to escort Yin Xiaoyu back. Yin Xiaoyu promptly cried out, "Desist, or I shall raise a clamor." Mu Chenyì reluctantly released her, wary of the repercussions should Yin Xiaoyu's presence be divulged to Yiling Xue. Yin Xiaoyu, observing Mu Chenyì's capitulation, chuckled softly. Mu Chenyì sighed, then conceded, "You may remain, but refrain from causing mischief." Yin Xiaoyu responded with a sly grin, "Fear not, my lord. I shall be the epitome of decorum." Mu Chenyì, disbelieving of Yin Xiaoyu's assurances, simply stated, "It had best be so." Turning to Luo Bingqing, he added, "Pay her no heed. Simply pretend she is not present." Luo Bingqing frowned. How can one simply disregard a living being? Her face flushed. She demurred, "Nay, I shall return." Yin Xiaoyu, observing Luo Bingqing, jested, "Your bashful demeanor is quite captivating." Mu Chenyì grasped Luo Bingqing's hand. "Do not fret. Remain." Luo Bingqing shook her head, still hesitant. Yin Xiaoyu approached directly. "Simply heed his wishes." Mu Chenyì embraced Yin Xiaoyu, drawing her back to his side. "Behave yourself." Yin Xiaoyu protested. "What do you fear? I shall not cause trouble." Mu Chenyì stroked Yin Xiaoyu's head, resolving to pacify her. "If you desire to remain, then be obedient." Yin Xiaoyu smiled. "Very well." Mu Chenyì, disregarding Yin Xiaoyu, turned his attention to Luo Bingqing, who had only recently become intimate with him and was unfamiliar with the circumstances. With Yin Xiaoyu present, Mu Chenyì intended to elucidate the situation to Luo Bingqing. "Bingqing, as you may have surmised, Xiaoyu and I share a bond that transcends the ordinary. Like yourself, she is one of mine." Luo Bingqing nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Chenyì continued, "Within the sect, there is also Xiaoyu's junior sister, Mu Liao, as well as Wang Shimeng of the Mingdao Peak. Henceforth, we shall all be as one family, and should strive to coexist harmoniously." Luo Bingqing, upon hearing this, harbored some misgivings. The mention of those within the sect implied the existence of others beyond. Though she harbored reservations, she felt compelled to accept the situation. Mu Chenyì turned to Yin Xiaoyu. "You too must mend your ways, cease your obsession with others, and focus your attention upon me." Yin Xiaoyu, preoccupied, responded with impatience, "Yes. Yes, I understand." Mu Chenyì could only shake his head and sigh inwardly. After a prolonged discussion, Luo Bingqing gained a deeper understanding of the other two. As she pondered, Yin Xiaoyu stirred. Yin Xiaoyu swiftly rose and positioned herself behind Luo Bingqing, placing her hands upon her shoulders. "Heh." Luo Bingqing, caught unawares, found herself helpless against Yin Xiaoyu's sudden action. "What do you intend by grasping my hand?" Yin Xiaoyu remarked. "Don't you have any?" "Of course I do. But how could one harm oneself?" As she spoke, a chuckle escaped her lips. In her heart, she silently sighed. "Mother, your child has truly made progress." Mu Chenyì initially intended to dissuade Yin Xiaoyu, but upon seeing her joyful demeanor, he shook his head and thought, "Let this girl enjoy herself this once." He had not expected her to behave with restraint anyway. Besides, a little playful banter between the two could potentially strengthen their bond, thereby averting future complications. Luo Bingqing felt quite helpless towards Yin Xiaoyu, who was being persistently clingy. She had no means to counter her, though she could forcefully intervene. Repeating her previous tactic of binding her was clearly inappropriate. She glanced at Mu Chenyì, who seemed to desire a harmonious interaction between them. After a short while of playful antics, seeing that Luo Bingqing was becoming slightly agitated, Mu Chenyì interjected, "Xiaoyu, that's enough of the tomfoolery." He drew the two closer, embracing them, and added, "All right, it's getting late. I'll step outside for a bit while you both rest." Chapter 128. There's nothing wrong with this in the morning. Mu Chenyì took Luo Bingqing's hand and stepped out of the room. At that moment, everyone residing in the courtyard had gathered outside, while Yin Xiaoyu had already departed. Jiang Xiaoyan, spotting her cousin's flushed face as Mu Chenyì led her from the room, widened her eyes in surprise. She rushed forward, asking, "Sister, you?" Luo Bingqing, upon seeing her younger cousin, felt even more bashful and instinctively shrank slightly behind Mu Chenyì. I'm fine." Jiang Xiaoyan, however, could easily guess what had transpired between them the previous night. She glared at Mu Chenyì and scolded, "You scoundrel." Mu Chenyì replied, "This was a mutual arrangement. Where lies my shamelessness? Besides, Bingqing acted out of concern for you." Jiang Xiaoyan trembled slightly, then turned to Luo Bingqing, saying, "Sister, this is all my fault." Luo Bingqing shook her head, asserting, "It has nothing to do with you. It was my own choice." In truth, there was nothing wrong with this situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyun, with tears welling in her eyes, dashed back to her room. How could she bear the thought that her antics had led to Luo Bingqing being taken advantage of by that rogue Mu Chenyì? The others present had a general understanding of the events that unfolded. Su Qinggong's eyes flashed with disappointment. He could not fathom how Luo Bingqing had so easily succumbed. Truly, Mu Chenyì was remarkable. Mu Chenyì smiled, but remained silent. Lu Qingyun gave Mu Chenyì a thumbs up, recalling how Luo Bingqing had appeared icy and extremely unwilling on their return yesterday. Today, however, she radiated a bashful charm, resembling a shy bride. This transformation filled Lu Qingyun with envy. Wang Ting pondered whether he should inform his sister about this development. After all, it had only been a few days. If this continued, what would become of them? Su Qinggong then said, "Brother Mu, today is the day the elders give their lectures. We should all attend." Mu Chenyì responded, "You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." As one who practiced dual cultivation techniques, his training differed from others, rendering attendance futile. However, he was intrigued by the nearby Yin Yang Wuzhizong, a sect known for its expertise in dual cultivation. Had he known earlier, he might have joined them. Nevertheless, the Yin Yang Wuzhizong was less than 100,000 miles from Yaoguang's sect, and he could certainly visit, as they were reputed to be quite hospitable. Afterward, while the others went to listen to lectures, Mu Chenyì took Luo Bingqing's hand and strolled around Zizhu Peak. The disciples who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded. Just yesterday, they had been quarreling, and now they appeared to be amicable. Such rapid transformation was astonishing. Many disciples who admired Luo Bingqing felt their hearts shatter, having pined for her for so long, only to have her snatched away by a newcomer. They could hardly contain their resentment toward Mu Chenyì, yet they could only endure. For the disciples of the Peak Master were not to be trifled with. Any retaliation would require underhanded tactics. Mu Chenyì was quite pleased with their reactions. His intention in bringing Luo Bingqing out was merely to declare their relationship, ensuring she felt completely at ease. Throughout their walk, Luo Bingqing's face remained flushed, her gaze fixed downward, avoiding eye contact. After completing a circuit, she felt somewhat drained. Mu Chenyì carried her back to the room. After a brief rest, she felt considerably better. "I'll go fetch some items." Mu Chenyì nodded, watching her depart. He then turned his attention to his Shenin ring, beginning to absorb the death energy from the body of the Cosmic Emperor. The death energy emanating from the Cosmic Emperor's corpse was far more potent than he had anticipated, even leaving a considerable residual amount after his absorption. After nearly half an hour of absorption, he paused. His upper body had turned entirely black, enabling him to undergo the second death in the mystic realm. Hearing a sound from outside the door, he stopped his practice and returned to normal. Luo Bingqing entered, closed the door, and handed him a storage ring containing 10,000 spirit stones. Mu Chenyì remarked, "You've been saving these for quite some time. Haven't you?" Luo Bingqing shook her head. Her rapid cultivation left no room for accumulation. These were left to her by her master before departing. Mu Chenyì advised, "You should keep these for your cultivation. Being at such a low level will only lead to being bullied in the future." This was agreed upon before the competition. She replied, "Very well." Mu Chenyì accepted the ring and then handed it back, saying, "I've taken the items. Now I return them to you." After a moment of hesitation, Luo Bingqing accepted it. After sharing a tender moment with her, Mu Chenyì left the room, soaring into the distance. He had arranged to meet Yin Xiaoyu outside. Before long, Mu Chenyì arrived at the foot of Qingchuan Peak, awaiting her arrival. As Yin Xiaoyu emerged, all the disciples of Qingchuan Peak swiftly retreated, appearing quite distressed. Observing this, Mu Chenyì frowned. This child was clearly not well liked. Upon spotting Mu Chenyì, Yin Xiaoyu beamed with joy and dashed into his embrace, which he returned warmly. The disciples of Qingchuan Peak gathered in small groups, whispering and pointing at the two. Mu Chenyì promptly took Yin Xiaoyu and flew away, wishing to avoid any unwanted attention. He could not allow his reputation to be tarnished. They arrived at a cliff, where Mu Chenyì inquired, "Where shall we go to spy today?" Yin Xiaoyu shook her head, then declared, "Today we are going to rob." "Rob?" He echoed. "Yes," she affirmed. Training consumes a lot of spirit stones. Aside from those provided by the sect, tasks are the only means to earn more. Since I don't want to take on any tasks, we might as well rob the wealthy. Mu Chenyì handed her a ring containing 3,000 spirit stones, which he had received from Yi Lingxue. Yin Xiaoyu accepted it, glanced inside, and promptly stowed it away, saying if we give them spirit stones, surely they'll want us to join them tonight, just the three of us. Mu Chenyì interrupted. Stop with the nonsense. Where shall we rob? And whom shall we target? He was keen to avoid any previous incidents being overheard by Yi Lingxue. Chapter 129. Brother E, there's something good Yin Xiaoyu directed. You know that small mountain on the west side of Zizhu Peak? Let's head there. Mu Chenyì, under her guidance, learned that sect disciples could acquire treasures during their tasks, which they would sell if they had no personal use for them. Over time, this had developed into a regular occurrence, with specific locations and times established. Yin Xiaoyu explained, this only happens twice a month. We can't miss this opportunity. The pair soon reached the small mountain. Mu Chenyì observed the stall set up at the peak and the bustling crowd, remarking, there are indeed quite a number of people. Of course, Yin Xiaoyu replied. Sometimes, even the elders from the sect come here. Mu Chenyì and Yin Xiaoyu strolled leisurely, failing to discover anything particularly remarkable. Most of the items were merely elixirs and spiritual artifacts, as these were the most marketable goods. There were also some rare treasures, but their quality was rather subpar. As Mu Chenyì passed by a stall, the system suddenly alerted him, Brother, either something good. What is it? That dagger. Buy it, hurry. Mu Chenyì halted and glanced at the stall, indeed spotting a dagger. It measured less than a foot in length, although it appeared decent. It was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact at best. Noticing Mu Chenyì's pause, Yin Xiaoyu inquired, what is wrong? Mu Chenyì replied, nothing. I just realized I don't have a spiritual weapon yet, and plan to purchase one. Shouldn't your master have gifted you one? At this, Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Indeed, Yi Lingxue should have presented him with a high-grade spiritual artifact as a gesture. Yet, she hadn't. The stall owner, a young man, perked up upon hearing Mu Chenyì's intention to buy a spiritual artifact. Brother, if you're looking to purchase a spiritual weapon, you've come to the right place. Although my artifacts are of slightly lower grade, they're undoubtedly among the finest within that category. Mu Chenyì crouched down, picked up a long sword, and remarked, this is merely a mundane item. Indeed, it's too lowly. Do you have any better recommendations? The stall owner, smiling, replied, Brother, your discerning eye is commendable. This sword is indeed mundane and unworthy of you. He then picked up a hefty knife. Brother, this knife is a superior low-grade artifact, an excellent choice. Pairing it with this knife would surely exude an imposing presence, attracting the attention of many junior sisters. While the knife was indeed a superior low-grade artifact, its broad blade, over 2 inches wide, gave it a rather brutish appearance, reminiscent of a bandit-esque weapon, which discouraged potential buyers. Having sat unsold for 2 to 3 months, the stall owner was eager to promote it. Mu Chenyì stated, I'm not particularly fond of knives. The stall owner then fetched a long spear, declaring, Brother, this spear measures 6 feet and 7 inches, perfectly crafted, truly a remarkable piece. Mu Chenyì inquired, how much does it cost? Not expensive, merely 2,500 spirit stones. The price offered was quite reasonable, as everyone was aware of the market value of spiritual artifacts. Thus, no outrageous bids were expected. Mu Chenyì feigned a slight grimace, forcing a smile as he said, it's indeed not expensive, but I'm not particularly interested. As he spoke, he continued to caress the spear as shaft. Observing this, the stall owner thought, it seems he may not have much money. Maintaining his composure, he said, no worries, brother, I have plenty of items. I'm sure there is something that will please you. How about this flying sword for only 1,500? After some probing, the stall owner discerned that Mu Chenyì's wealth was likely around 1,000 spirit stones. Picking up the dagger, he said, Brother, look at this dagger. Its lines are smooth and its craftsmanship exquisite, a rare defensive weapon. Mu Chenyì chuckled inwardly, realizing that the stall owner had inadvertently revealed his hand. He frowned slightly, expressing some disdain. Isn't this dagger a bit lacking? The stall owner responded, Brother, this dagger is only 998. You can't miss this opportunity. The dagger had been stagnant in sales due to its low grade, barely qualifying as a low-grade artifact. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì displayed some interest. The stall owner, seizing the moment, quickly added, Brother, seeing your interest, I'll sell it to you for 900 as a gesture of friendship. Next time you wish to purchase something, just come back to me. Mu Chenyì deliberated. Well, fine, I'll take it. The stall owner beamed, Brother, once you buy it, you certainly won't regret it. Mu Chenyì thought to himself that as long as the system hadn't deceived him, he would indeed have no regrets. He turned to Yin Xiaoyu and said, Wife, please pay the spirit stones. Yin Xiaoyu produced the spirit stones and tossed them to the stall owner, muttering, just the amount you gave me, and now I have to part with it. All right, I'll pay you back double later. Now that is more like it. Let us go. Mu Chenyì tucked the dagger away and departed with Yun Xiaoyu. The stall owner called after them, brother, sister, do come back next time. He was elated. Having made a profit of 300 spirit stones, such a deal was rare. Leading Yun Xiaoyu to a secluded corner, she whispered, what kind of treasure is that dagger? Mu Chenyì replied, just an ordinary low-grade artifact, nothing special, a backup, really. Yun Xiaoyu was skeptical, having learned of Mu Chenyì's match against Luo Bingxing and Jiang Shaoyan. With footage recorded on jade, given Mu Chenyì's prowess, he had no need for such a dagger. Using it would be akin to binding his hands. He embraced Yun Xiaoyu, gently stroking her face. I truly don't know. Once everything is over, we can study it together. I've already given you several hundred billion. Haven T, I treated you well? Yun Xiaoyu blinked in surprise. Several hundred billion? What are you talking about? Don't mind the details. Mu Chenyì insisted. I just want to convey that you are very important to me. Really? Of course. Yun Xiaoyu shyly replied. Then when Yaoer returns, we... Mu Chenyì kissed Yun Xiaoyu and said, let us not think about that. The two embraced. Moments later, Yun Xiaoyu pointed below. That person is our target. Mu Chenyì looked over and saw a striking young man clad in exquisite attire, likely around 18 years old. Who is that? Yun Xiaoyu replied, Zui Yunming, disciple of Qin Qijing, the leader of Jinyang Peak. Mu Chenyì remarked, he is a disciple of the third Peak's leader and seems to be at the 9th level of the mystic realm. Should we consider another target? He was clearly intent on Yaoer. This individual was evidently not virtuous. It was decided he would be the one. Chapter 130. Senior, please proceed. Yun Xiaoyu gazed at Zui Yunming. I've been watching him for several months. It's time to act. Mu Chenyì grasped her hand firmly, saying sternly, I can tolerate you flirting with women, but if you're eyeing men, I must give you a proper lesson today. Yun Xiaoyu let out a soft exclamation. Hey, what are you thinking? He is only interested in you. Now, that is more like it. Zui Yunming was the son of the Flowing Frost heavenly monarch from the Qingxue Empire, a wealthy family. I'm after his spirit stones. Mu Chenyì was taken aback, realizing that any nation with the title empire must have formidable emperors in command. You err. Who is the emperor of the Qingxue Empire? Yun Xiaoyu replied, you don't know this? There are only 3 empires in the southern region, and the emperor of the Qingxue Empire is the Empress Murong Qinghan. Mu Chenyì licked his lips. An empress, huh? Yun Xiaoyu frowned slightly, then sweetly said, husband, you must capture her. I've never even had a glimpse of an empress. That is a must. Mu Chenyì snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious. What nonsense are you saying? I'm not that kind of person. I have no such intentions. We cannot provoke the empress. Right now, we can't. But perhaps in the future, if we can't win, we can always use underhanded means. The evening arrived swiftly. Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu donned dark clothing and masked their faces, awaiting Zui Yunming's departure to stealthily follow him and strike when the time was right. Just then, Mu Chenyì spotted another figure. With a grin, he said, oh, unexpected gains indeed splendid. Yun Xiaoyu glanced in the direction of Mu Chenyì's gaze and remarked, who is this fellow? He appears rather unremarkable, not like someone from a wealthy family. Has he offended you? Mu Chenyì replied, not at all. He hasn't bothered me. In fact, he has rendered me a significant favor. Without him, I would not have easily won over Bingxing. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly realized, having heard Mu Chenyì recount the events. She recognized the individual in question, Su Changgong. Yes, I've been wanting to express my gratitude to him. Tonight presents a wonderful opportunity. The two crouched atop the cliff, conversing while they awaited their moment. Meanwhile, Su Changgong and Zui Yunming had also departed from the area. Yun Xiaoyu inquired, which one should we approach first? Mu Chenyì instructed, you keep an eye on Zui Yunming while I take care of Su Changgong. I will join you promptly. Yun Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Mu Chenyì kissed her gently, cautioning, do not let yourself be discovered. Rest assured, Mu Chenyì felt a sense of confidence. Yun Xiaoyu had often engaged in mischievous escapades and was adept at remaining unnoticed. He quickly followed Su Changgong. As Su Changgong distanced himself from the crowd and traversed a desolate hill, Mu Chenyì swiftly intercepted him. Su Changgong, upon seeing the cloaked figure before him, felt a surge of alarm. He could not discern the other's cultivation level, but he was acutely aware that this stranger was far superior to him. He quickly bowed, saying, Senior, may I inquire why you have stopped me? With a flicker, Mu Chenyì appeared directly in front of Su Changgong and immediately unleashed the spirit-snatching finger technique. Su Chunggong collapsed to the ground, unable to muster even a hint of spiritual energy. As he saw the cloaked figure reaching for him, he hastily implored, "Senior, please wait. Whatever your demands, I shall comply. I beg you to spare my life." Without further ado, Mu Chenyì removed Su Chunggong's storage ring and began to strip him of his garments. Su Chunggong, momentarily taken aback, wondered if the senior had peculiar inclinations. "Senior, please proceed. I can cater to your every need, as long as you spare my life." He was willing to take the risk, knowing that those with such peculiar interests often silence their witnesses afterward. This cloaked figure, intent on concealing his identity, would likely eliminate him once the deed was done. To survive, he believed his only option was to please the other. Mu Chenyì stripped Su Chunggong bare and then shattered his clothes with a surge of spiritual energy before vanishing using the divine step technique. Su Chunggong, having braced himself for the worst, waited in vain for any further action. After a moment, sensing nothing, he opened his eyes to find the figure gone. Had the encounter concluded so swiftly? After another brief wait, still sensing no disturbance, he sighed in relief. His modesty remained intact. However, his expression soon shifted to one of disbelief. All that lay around him were scraps of clothing, and his storage ring had been taken. Now, completely exposed, he pondered how he would return. He found himself cursing the cloaked figure's ancestors in his heart. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoyu trailed closely behind Zui Yunming, where she noticed another presence beside her. She transmitted, "You're quite fast." Mu Chenyì frowned, replying, "Be clearer. Your words may lead to misunderstandings." Su Chunggong was merely a weakling. It wouldn't take long to deal with him. Yun Xiaoyu glanced around and proposed, "Let us do it here." Mu Chenyì nodded, transmitting, "You shout to stop him. I will launch a surprise attack from behind." Yun Xiaoyu responded, "But you're only at the 8th level. Are you sure you can manage?" Initially hesitant to confront Zui Yunming due to their equal standings, she had decided to join Mu Chenyì after witnessing his fight with Luo Bingqing. "Have no fear. Even alone, I could easily subdue him. Your call is merely a precaution," Mu Chenyì assured her. Yun Xiaoyu nodded, "Then I shall call out." "Go ahead." As Mu Chenyì spoke, he vanished from sight. Yun Xiaoyu sighed inwardly at his swiftness and closed the distance to Zui Yunming, calling out in a hushed tone, "Hey, you silly fool." Zui Yunming furrowed his brow, turning to survey his surroundings. "Did you just call me a fool?" he asked. "What else would I call you?" Yun Xiaoyu retorted. Zui Yunming's frown deepened. He was known for his amiability and helpfulness, and such an insult was unprecedented. Just as he prepared to retort, he suddenly felt several strikes to the back of his head, waist, and spine, causing him to collapse, his spiritual energy rendered useless. Helplessly, he plummeted to the ground, creating a small crater upon impact, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dazed and in pain, he realized his misfortune. Had it not been for his status as a cultivator and the soft hill beneath him, he would have surely met a grim fate. Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu descended beside him. "Darling, you're amazing," Yun Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Is that not obvious? After all, I have proven my prowess multiple times these past days. Did you only just realize it? You're insufferable." Chapter 131. Rob Zui Yunming glared at the two figures in black, embracing one another, whispering sweet nothings, and felt a surge of frustration. Nearly 19, he had never even held a girl's hand, while these two were out here engaging in mischief as a pair. If he were to die today, he would truly have regrets. What are you doing? Even if you're committing murder and robbery, can't you at least be professional about it? Must you flirt while doing so? Mu Chenyì remarked. Yes, rather audacious. Yun Xiaoyu urged, "Hurry up and act." Mu Chenyì reassured her, "Do not worry. She is with me. Nothing will go awry." Yun Xiaoyu momentarily hesitated before realizing why Mu Chenyì had been so subdued all day. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Lingxue raised an eyebrow, muttering to herself, "Always causing trouble. Since you've been obedient, I shall overlook it this time." Mu Chenyì approached Zui Yunming, retrieving his storage ring and searching him thoroughly. It appears he has little else. Opening the ring, he unveiled several vials of elixirs, a low-grade spiritual artifact, and over 50,000 spirit stones. "Among our peers, this is quite a fortune," Mu Chenyì noted. Yun Xiaoyu commented, "This fellow surely possesses more wealth than this." Mu Chenyì pulled Yun Xiaoyu aside and handed her the spoils. "No worries, we can rob him again next time. He wants to have it so easy again. Even a tiger takes a nap. We shall bide our time and strike again. Such a long-term source of income should not be overlooked." Yun Xiaoyu nodded. "Then let us depart. Zui Yunming, witnessing their departure, called out, "Hey, you've taken my belongings. At least release the spiritual techniques. Out here in the wilderness, if a beast appears and I can't use my energy, it will be disastrous." Mu Chenyì ignored him, calculating that in a few minutes at most, Zhui Yunming would regain his strength. The two left without acknowledging his pleas. They soon arrived at a secluded spot. Mu Chenyì instructed, "Take out the items and discard his storage ring." Yun Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Mu Chenyì retrieved Su Qinggong's storage ring and examined its contents. Merely 1,000 spirit stones and a mysterious spiritual artifact. He tossed it to Yun Xiaoyu, who accepted it and discarded the useless items on the ground. Embracing Mu Chenyì, she said, "I'll go back with you." Mu Chenyì transmitted, "Yi Lingxue is surely watching. I cannot risk bringing you back now. Perhaps in a couple of days. But Yaoer will return tomorrow." Yun Xiaoyu exclaimed, "So soon?" Mu Chenyì pondered, still contemplating a plan. Yun Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Should I assist you in speaking?" "No need. I can handle it myself." The two parted ways, and Mu Chenyì swiftly returned to the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingxue nodded in satisfaction and then directly headed back to the peak. Sitting in the courtyard, Mu Chenyì pondered his next move. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to employ a strategy of feigned death. The malevolent energy within him had amassed to a sufficient degree. He would pretend to die before Mu Liao, which should help dissipate her anger. Following that, he would provide some comfort, and the issue should be manageable. As Mu Chenyì was deep in thought, a figure rushed into the courtyard. To his surprise, it was Su Qinggong, who was comically adorned with a garland of leafy branches around his waist, obscuring his modesty. Mu Chenyì chuckled and stepped forward to block him, inquiring, "Su Shidi, what kind of attire is this? It is quite undignified and a disgrace to our sect." Su Qinggong had encountered several people on his way back, and just before entering, a few had followed him, reveling in his misfortune. After shaking them off, he dashed inside without checking if anyone was present in the courtyard. "Brother, I did not wish for this. I was robbed, and my clothes were taken." Su Qinggong lamented. Mu Chenyì feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "What? You were robbed and stripped bare?" Su Qinggong felt mortified. This was truly mortifying. "Brother, keep your voice down." He wanted to retreat to his room quickly, but Mu Chenyì had him firmly grasped, leaving him no room to escape or plead his case. However, Mu Chenyì's loud voice had already attracted the attention of others. Everyone except Jiang Shaoyan emerged, including Luo Bingqing, who came out from Mu Chenyì's room. Lu Qingyan chuckled, "Oh, Su brother, is this the new trend within the sect?" Wang Tung burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Shuyang covered Yin Lingxin's eyes, stifling his laughter, and remarked, "Su Shixiao, this is simply, ha." Su Qinggong was utterly humiliated, thinking to himself, "This is disastrous. My reputation is ruined." Mu Chenyì said, "Su Shidi, who robbed you? I will seek vengeance on your behalf. As your elder brother, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter." "Brother." The robber was cloaked in black, so I could not discern their identity. Mu Chenyì considered for a moment and assured him, "Do not worry. I shall visit our esteemed master tomorrow and ask her to initiate a sect-wide search." Su Qinggong was alarmed. "No, that would not do. If the entire sect learns of this, how could I ever show my face at Yaoguang sect again? Please, brother, this is a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. In the future, I shall deal with that person when I encounter them again." Mu Chenyì replied, "I see. Very well then." He released Su Qinggong and added, "However, your current state is rather inappropriate. While we men may not mind, there are ladies in the courtyard. You should be mindful of decency and quickly change your attire. This is simply unacceptable." Su Qinggong gritted his teeth, thinking that had it not been for this scoundrel's grasp, he would have changed long ago. How could this rogue blame him? "Yes, brother, I shall go change at once." He hastily steadied the branches and ran back to his room. After witnessing the spectacle, the others chuckled and returned to their rooms. Mu Chenyì took hold of Luo Bingqing and said, "It is time to cultivate." Luo Bingqing's face flushed immediately. Yet she felt somewhat relieved. At least tonight, it would just be the two of them, free from prying eyes, allowing her to relax considerably. The two returned to the room. Mu Chenyì kissed Luo Bingqing, lifting her up and slowly walking towards the bed, where he gently laid her down. Having already removed her clothing, he had become exceedingly proficient. With his experience, he could pen a 1,000,000-word novel. Mu Chenyì tenderly caressed Luo Bingqing, holding her close as she embraced him, her body slightly rising and falling. Chapter 132. Could you not just comfort me? In the morning, Mu Chenyì awoke and ventured alone to the cliff, retrieving the dagger he had purchased earlier. What a remarkable dagger this is. He examined it from every angle, unable to discern any extraordinary features. Unsure, he hesitated to open it. This dagger contains sacred essence. Sacred essence? Have you not been searching for something to enhance your spiritual veins and talents? This is it. Mu Chenyì was elated. To what extent could it enhance? There's only a single drop, so it won't yield immense effects. If used on Xiao Yu, it might elevate her to your current level. Mu Chenyì replied, that is sufficient. It will at least allow Xiao Yu to cultivate to the spiritual realm and extend her lifespan. I can seek additional sacred essence later. This item can also strengthen the soul. Why is such an item absent from the system exchange interface? You cannot rely solely on me. Only when you reach the celestial sovereign level can you exchange for sacred essence here. Very well, that is not a significant issue. After speaking, Mu Chenyì extended his hand, and the spirit-severing blade manifested. He then struck the dagger, managing to sever it halfway. However, from the break, a drop of golden liquid began to flow. Mu Chenyì quickly retrieved a small vial to collect the sacred essence. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the dagger. Otherwise, he would have been unable to open it. If there had been restrictions, it would have been discovered long ago. We wouldn't have had the chance. This dagger merely possesses some concealment techniques. Hearing this, Mu Chenyì stored the now half-broken dagger and returned to his room. Upon his return, Luo Bingqing was absent, likely attending a lecture on the imperial realm. Feeling bored, Mu Chenyì began to practice. At noon, a loud crash echoed as Mu Chenyì opened his eyes to see a graceful figure lunging towards him. He reached out and embraced her tightly. Yaoer, how I have missed you. Mu Liao Klang to Mu Chenyì, Yernen immensely. He kissed her while channeling his spiritual energy to close the door. And by the time he regained his composure, both their garments had been discarded. He clapped his hands, cursing inwardly. Why are you so adept at this? However, now that they had reached this stage, he had no intention of stopping. They embraced tightly. He caressed Mu Liao's cheek, slowly moving his hand downward. More than an hour later, Mu Chenyì tenderly held Mu Liao and said, Yaoer, you have grown. Mu Liao pinched him and replied, you have grown as well. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Yaoer, you were not like this before. You must have learned from your senior sister. They engaged in light-hearted conversation before Mu Chenyì led Mu Liao outside to a desolate mountain, preparing to confess. Mu Liao looked around and asked, what are we doing here? Yaoer, I have something to tell you. Noticing the change in his expression, Mu Liao asked, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Mu Chenyì tightened his embrace around her and said, Yaoer, I am sorry. I have other women. Mu Liao trembled slightly, asking who? Meng. Cousin. I should have suspected. Mu Liao's brows furrowed tightly. Yin Xiaoyu, senior sister as well. Mu Liao had already seized Mu Chenyì and Luo Bingqing. With a frosty expression, Mu Liao pushed against Mu Chenyì, attempting to escape his embrace. Mu Chenyì quickly activated the 9 lives immortal body. It was now or never. If he allowed Mu Liao to fully unleash her rage, it would be too late. Mu Liao continued to struggle. Scoundrel, let me go. She had not finished speaking when Mu Chenyì suddenly spat out black blood, his aura rapidly diminishing. Mu Liao quickly embraced the unsteady Mu Chenyì, her expression shifting from anger to one of deep concern. What is wrong? Please don't scare me. In her arms, Mu Chenyì coughed up blood and said, Yaoer, I have wronged you. I shall atone with my death. He gently caressed Mu Liao's cheek, and with faltering breaths, he continued, Yaoer, please do not be angry. In this life, I have failed you. In the next, I will serve you faithfully. As he spoke, his gaze began to fade. Mu Liao felt his life force slipping away. I'm not angry anymore. Please get up. I don't want you to die. Mu Chenyì's consciousness faded, and when he regained awareness 30 seconds later, he found himself unable to move, but could hear Mu Liao's voice. Why are you so foolish? You could have just comforted me. She gently stroked his face and softly said, I know what cultivation you practice. How could I not think you would have other women? Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed with guilt. Yet, reflecting on her words, he concluded that soothing her was not as simple as it seemed. A woman's words could not be easily trusted. His current actions would alleviate her grievances significantly, and later he could sincerely apologize, which should mend things. Tears streamed down Mu Liao's face. What will I do if you leave me? At that moment, Mu Chenyì was able to move, yet he feigned lifelessness. After a moment of sobbing, Mu Liu wiped her tears, smiled, and drew a long sword. Alarmed, Mu Chenyì thought, this girl is about to do something foolish. Mu Liu used a cloth to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wait for me. I will join you soon. The sword was poised at her throat. Unable to maintain his ruse any longer, Mu Chenyì coughed. Mu Liu's eyes lit up as she turned to him, dropping the sword. At that moment, Mu Chenyì slowly opened his eyes and gazed at her. Yaoer. Overcome with joy, Mu Liu embraced him tightly. You wretched man. How could you bear to leave me all alone? Mu Chenyì thought to himself, how could I possibly leave you? He replied, Yaoer, I would never abandon you. I have returned. As long as you're not angry, everything is fine. Mu Liu shook her head insistently. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. They held each other for a moment before Mu Liu threw him onto the ground. Realizing something was amiss, she understood that a dead person could not come back to life. Her earlier panic had clouded her judgment. You tricked me. Mu Chenyì got up and embraced her. I had no choice. I feared you would ignore me. Besides, how else could I know your true feelings? Mu Liu frowned and said, that sounds nice. But if you were afraid, why would you have those other women? Yaoer, you know my aptitude and my poor spiritual veins. If I didn't do this, how could I progress? Oof. Excuses. In the wake of Mu Chenyì's reasoning, Mu Liu ultimately said nothing more. She had come to terms with the situation. What else could she do? As for the past, I will not dwell on it. In the future, if you intend to act, you must inform me in advance. Mu Chenyì communicated telepathically, yes. Yaoer, I plan to take action against Yi Lingxue. You wretched man, I will bite you to death. Afterwards, Mu Chenyì safely returned Mu Liu to Qingchuan Peak before heading back to Zizhu Peak. Upon his return, he learned of news regarding the emergence of a relic, with the sect leader and other elders discussing the matter. Mu Chenyì realized why Yi Lingxue had not appeared during his tender moments with Mu Liu. She had been attending a meeting. Upon entering his room, he found Luo Bingqing already back. Noticing the faint traces of blood on Mu Chenyì, she furrowed her brow and asked, what happened to you? Mu Chenyì took her hand and said, as long as you are worried about me, that is enough. Luo Bingqing replied, I'm not. Though her concern was genuine, a significant part of it was for herself, having given herself to Mu Chenyì. What would happen to her if he were to encounter misfortune? Mu Chenyì could surmise her thoughts, and the fact that she was starting to worry was a promising sign. The next day, at noon, news spread across the various peaks of Yaowang's sect that a relic would open in 10 days. But only disciples at the 9th level of the Xian realm could participate. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì felt discontent. Shouldn't participation be based on strength? With the emphasis on realm, he would be excluded. Having just reached the 8th level of the Xian realm, he still had a long way to go. Was he to seek out a woman still in her prime? Glancing at Jiang Shaoyan nearby, he shook his head. That wouldn't do. He couldn't settle for anyone. It had to be someone he genuinely liked. His thoughts turned to Yi Lingxue, the one he most desired to win over, but he hesitated, knowing any future actions against her would require careful consideration. While he pondered, he received a message from Yi Lingxue summoning him to the peak. He hurried over. Upon entering the rear courtyard, he knelt and said, Disciple pays respects to master. Yi Lingxue gestured to a nearby chair and began, regarding the relic. She looked at Mu Chenyì with surprise in her eyes. Your vitality has increased several-fold. Previously, she had needed him to take special pills to enhance his blood vitality. But now it was no longer necessary. Mu Chenyì nodded. His second death in the Xian realm had strengthened his physical body at least 5 times, including his vitality. Yi Lingxue's ability to absorb his blood was no secret, so he did not hide it. Looking at the excited Yi Lingxue, he asked, Master, did you call for me? Yi Lingxue composed herself and said, You must have heard about the relic. Mu Chenyì nodded. Yi Lingxue continued, There is a high probability that the relic contains treasures that can enhance spiritual veins. You cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì understood the importance and instinctively turned his gaze to Yi Lingxue's fair face. Master, I have a bold idea. What idea? Instead of answering, Mu Chenyì said, But master, I have yet to reach the 9th level of the Xian realm. I cannot go. Yi Lingxue gently caressed his face, giving a light pinch. This is indeed a limitation, but with me here, you need not worry. If I say you can go, then you can go. Master, you are truly wonderful. When you praise me, please don't look at my chest. It makes me even happier. Yi Lingxue cautioned, Be careful this time. The relic is located between Yaowang's sect and the Yinyang Wujizong, so their people will also be present. Mu Chenyì nodded. from what he had heard in recent days. The yin-yang wujizong, known for their dual cultivation practices, often sought out those from other sects, making disciples of the Yaoguang sect prime targets. Many handsome men and beautiful women had suffered at the hands of the yin-yang wujizong, though most had consented willingly. Disciples from the Yaoguang sect, entangled with those of the yin-yang wujizong, often found their progress stunted, with many ultimately falling into despair. 3 years prior, a male disciple with a medium-grade spiritual vein had been rendered completely useless. As such, the upper echelons of the Yaoguang sect harbored a deep-seated hatred for the yin-yang wujizong, yet both sects were nearly equal in strength, and with the latter backed by sacred ground, they could only resort to underhanded tactics. Rising, Mu Chenyì approached Yi Lingxue, reaching out to massage her exposed shoulder. He then remarked, "Master, shouldn't you provide your disciple with some protective spiritual implements? They don't need to be exceptional, just top-grade celestial ones would suffice." Yi Lingxue responded, "You certainly aren't picky." Mu Chenyì replied, "Your disciple has always been one to seize an opportunity when he sees it. Since the end of the primordial era, only a handful of sacred-grade spiritual implements remain. Apart from a few sacred grounds and superfamilies, the best spiritual implements in the world are merely top-grade celestial ones." Yi Lingxue would have been willing to give Mu Chenyì one, but she didn't possess any herself. With a wave of her hand, a golden soft armor appeared on the table. "Take this soft armor. It's low-grade celestial, sufficient for your needs." Mu Chenyì picked up the soft armor and immediately detected a faint fragrance, identical to Yi Lingxue's. The armor still retained a trace of warmth, as if it had just been removed from her body. Mu Chenyì glanced at Yi Lingxue's collar and inquired, "Master, this isn't something you just took off, is it?" Yi Lingxue nonchalantly replied, "It was indeed just removed. If you don't want it, I can give you something else." That close-fitting, soft armor spiritual implement was the best defensive item she possessed. She had taken it out for Mu Chenyì's safety. Mu Chenyì declared, "I want it. I want this one." He covered his face with the soft armor and exclaimed, "Wearing it, I can constantly inhale Master's fragrance and feel Master's warmth. It's wonderful." Yi Lingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she remained silent. She wasn't particularly concerned about such teasing remarks. After observing him for these past few days, she naturally knew what kind of person Mu Chenyì was. Mu Chenyì stepped forward, exposing his chest, and said, "Master, you treat your disciple so well. I have no way to repay you. Go ahead and absorb." Yi Lingxue produced a short blade and proceeded to cut Mu Chenyì's skin. She then placed her lips on the wound. Mu Chenyì instantly felt as if his entire body was turning cold. His hand involuntarily reached out, feeling considerably more comfortable after a firm grasp. He kneaded and pinched for good, while before Yi Lingxue, her face flushed, pushed him away. Yi Lingxue licked away the blood from the corner of her mouth, forcefully calming her trembling heart, and then stated, "You may return now." Mu Chenyì smiled. Was success still far off? He then bowed and retreated. Chapter 134. Who dares to challenge me? Mu Chenyì returned to his small courtyard. Wang Tung rushed over and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, someone is here to cause trouble." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì inquired, "Cause trouble?" Lu Qingyun produced a challenge letter and said, "It was just delivered." Mu Chenyì took it and examined it. It was a challenge letter from Zheng Lufeng, a disciple of Peak Lord Zhou Wei Yin of Yongtai Peak. The time was set for noon the following day, and the location was chosen to be their own Violet Bamboo Peak. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. He had no interactions with the people of Yongtai Peak, let alone any grudges. He couldn't understand why trouble had come knocking on his door. He then turned around and saw Luo Bingxing walking out of the room. His brows twitched. Could it be because of Luo Bingxing? Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other reason. Wang Tung asserted, "Brother-in-law, you must thoroughly teach him a lesson." Lu Qingyun remarked, "I heard that Zheng Lufeng is only at the 9th level of the profound realm. He's definitely no match for you." Mu Chenyì naturally wasn't worried about this issue. Even if the opponent was a heavenly realm big shot, so what? He could simply refuse to fight and let his own Lingxue handle it. A profound realm cultivator was not a significant problem. After Mu Chenyì finished speaking, he took Luo Bingxing's hand and returned to their room. The matter of cultivation was of utmost importance. Upon returning to the room, Luo Bingxing was pressed onto the table by Mu Chenyì. Luo Bingxing's face flushed red, and "Not here." Mu Chenyì declared, "Anywhere is the same." Nearly an hour later, Luo Bingxing sat weakly on the chair, panting. She thought about what she had just done, and her delicate face flushed crimson. Mu Chenyì gazed at Luo Bingxing's shy countenance and couldn't resist giving her a kiss. He then carried her back to the bed. He restrained himself and gently covered her with the blanket. The next day at noon, a gentle breeze stirred under a clear, cloudless sky. A considerable crowd had gathered at the arena on Violet Bamboo Peak. On the arena, a young man in tight black attire stood proudly. The man possessed sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, radiating extraordinary heroism. Standing with his sword, he stirred the hearts of many female disciples below the stage. Senior brother Zheng is so handsome. If only I could become his immortal companion. Oh my, how embarrassing. You little hussy, are you even aware of your own shame? A loud dragon's roar echoed through the sky. The people in the arena looked up and saw a black dragon, nearly 20 zhang long, spiraling down from afar and entering the arena. Mu Chenyì, dressed in white, stood atop the black dragon, radiant and spirited, with an extraordinary bearing. This scene caused many female disciples in the arena to scream. Zheng Lufeng frowned, and his gaze towards Mu Chenyì turned much colder. The popularity and attention he had gathered were instantly overshadowed by the other's flamboyant entrance. The black dragon landed on the arena, and Mu Chenyì slowly descended. Who dares to challenge me? His gaze swept across the arena, but he didn't even glance at Zheng Lufeng. Zheng Liufeng's eyes were filled with rage, and he was nearly trembling with anger. He truly hadn't expected the other to be so arrogant. However, he quickly composed himself, feigning calmness. Junior brother Mu, I am the one challenging you. I am Zheng Lufeng, a disciple of the Peak Lord of Yongtai Peak. Mu Chenyì interrupted Zheng Lufeng. I have no interest in knowing the names of nobodies. Make your move. He had already asked Luo Bingqing about it yesterday. This Zheng Lufeng was a complete hypocrite. He usually pretended to be a righteous gentleman, but he had deceived many female disciples of their chastity. This scoundrel not only deceived, but also recorded it with Shadow Jade. Coupled with the fact that he was a Peak Lord's disciple, the girls dared not speak out in anger, and no one dared to easily cause trouble for this scoundrel. Therefore, not many people knew Zheng Liufeng's true face. Luo Bingqing had almost been deceived as well, but a good friend of hers had secretly told her about her own deception, allowing her to escape unscathed. The other party had a heavenly realm backer, but Mu Chenyì had a heavenly sovereign realm master. Naturally, he wouldn't show the other any courtesy. This sect wouldn't allow such villains to exist except for him. Zheng Lufeng had clearly not expected the other to be so arrogant, and he was momentarily stunned. After a moment, he regained his senses and said, Junior brother, you are truly quite arrogant. I am arrogant. What can you do about it? Mu Chenyì suddenly remembered this line and blurted it out. Zheng Lufeng clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and then said, Junior brother, I heard that senior sister Bingqing became your maidservant because she lost a competition. Mu Chenyì stated, that's right. Senior sister is mine now. Zheng Liufeng's brows furrowed. Wasn't the meaning of the other's words self-evident? Mine now, didn't that mean she had already? The anger in his heart was already uncontrollable. He had coveted the Xian Yin physique for so long, but it had been taken advantage of by someone else. A murderous intent flashed in Zheng Liufeng's eyes. Junior brother, I am about to make my move. Mu Chenyì looked at Zheng Lufeng and clearly saw the fleeting murderous intent in the other's eyes. He sneered. He wasn't a good person either. And for this kind of person, he could only eliminate them without hesitation, removing a scourge for the sect. He had an unshirkable responsibility. Come on. Zheng Liufeng's body surged with spiritual energy, and the sword in his hand was directly unsheathed, rapidly spinning in the arena. He raised his finger, and the long sword quickly ascended, emitting a scarlet glow. Mu Chenyì smiled. Sword control technique? A flashy gimmick. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lufeng glanced at Mu Chenyì with disdain. So arrogant, he would take this opportunity to directly inflict heavy damage on the other, and perhaps even risk crippling him. Immediately afterward, Zheng Lufeng pointed his finger downwards, and the long sword directly pierced down from above, instantly transforming into a sword shadow several zhang long. As the sword shadow approached the arena, its astonishing aura pressed down on people, making it difficult to stand upright. Some disciples who were closer to the arena couldn't help but retreat to avoid its sharp edge. The sword's shadow heavily crashed down. A thunderous roar erupted, sending dust scattering in all directions. All eyes turned to the spot where Mu Chenyì had previously stood. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared in the arena, yet Mu Chenyì was nowhere to be seen. Where could he be? Was it possible that he had been obliterated? While he had previously bested senior sister Luo, that was only because she had refrained from using her spiritual techniques. Wang Tung and Lu Qingyun exchanged worried glances, their concern palpable. Luo Bingqing's brows furrowed as she observed the scene, her expression one of anxiety. Zheng Lufeng also frowned, uncertain of what to do. If Mu Chenyì had perished, he would face severe repercussions as well. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, soon followed by cheers. Luo Bingqing's frown relaxed, a trace of a smile appearing. Zheng Lufeng, caught off guard, spun around, only to be met with a powerful punch. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a stone pillar at the edge of the arena. The pillar shattered, and he fell to the ground, feeling intense pain in his abdomen, as if it might explode, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 135. Master. Someone is bullying the weak. Mu Chenyì's physical strength had multiplied several times after his previous death, now reaching 400,000 jin. A single punch was enough to injure his opponent's internal organs. He approached Zheng Lufeng, helping him up while their hands briefly touched. I sincerely apologize, senior brother. My strength has surged today, and in my carelessness, I have inadvertently harmed you. You have sustained serious injuries. You should concede and return to recuperate. I promise to visit and make amends another day. Blood flowed from Zheng Liufeng's mouth. He genuinely wanted to strike Mu Chenyì down, but he dared not do so. He realized he was no match for him and could only seek a way out later. Just as he attempted to concede, Mu Chenyì struck him in the chest with a punch, shattering 3 of his ribs and causing blood to gush forth. The onlookers were left in shock. Why had Mu Chenyì suddenly attacked? Hadn't he just urged the other to concede? Mu Chenyì then shouted, I respect you as my senior brother. If you refuse to concede, that is one thing, but how dare you insult me? Zheng Lufeng lay on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, pointing at Mu Chenyì, unable to voice his confusion. When had he insulted anyone? How could this scoundrel be so shameless? Mu Chenyì, what can be done? He cannot contend with Yi Lingxue and can only accept defeat. At this point, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Chapter 136. A minor flaw. Mu Chenyì was brought back by Yi Lingxue and unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. Master, you are truly remarkable, Yi Lingxue remarked, sitting at the bedside. Aren't you afraid of offending others? Mu Chenyì chuckled and, rising, began to massage Yi Lingxue's delicate shoulder. But I have a master, right? I cannot shield you forever. You must eventually grow up and leave. Then let my master depart with me. Yi Lingxue counted, the vision too beautiful to imagine. Mu Chenyì did not wish to offend anyone, yet Zheng Lufeng clearly harbored murderous intent towards him, which was a matter of life and death. Although he had poisoned Zheng, without severely injuring him, it was inevitable that Zheng would pursue the ruins. If something were to happen to Zheng later, and he had a grudge against Mu Chenyì, suspicion would surely fall upon him. Now, with Zheng severely injured, after a few days, when they ventured into the ruins, Mu Chenyì would have an alibi for his absence when Zheng perished. Although he had offended Zhou Weiyin this time, it was not a significant issue. With Yi Lingxue around, he would not encounter trouble. He could have directly asked Zhou Weiyin to leave with his men, but that would not convey his standing with Yi Lingxue. Now that Yi Lingxue had taken decisive action, Zhou Weiyin would surely behave. As Mu Chenyì pondered these matters, his hand unintentionally slid from her soft shoulder downward. Just as he grazed a hint of softness, it was halted. Yi Lingxue grasped his hand and remarked, Your audacity grows by the day. Mu Chenyì regained his senses, his fingers subtly moving. It is merely due to the indulgence of my master. Yi Lingxue shivered slightly and withdrew his hand. Your vitality is indeed strong. There is no need for abstinence, but do not overstep, for I will keep a watchful eye on you. You may leave now. At her words, Mu Chenyì was elated. Bowing as he retreated, extending his hand to his nose, inhaling a fragrant aroma that was invigorating. Yi Lingxue's face flushed, seeing Mu Chenyì depart. She reached out and took a whiff, recognizing the delightful scent. Exiting the courtyard, Mu Chenyì noted that it was still early. He swiftly turned and soared from Zizhu Peak, employing the divine step, arriving beneath Mingdao Peak in mere seconds. Since his arrival at Yaoguang's sect, he had yet to converse with Wang Shidream. Now that Yi Lingxue had given her word, he felt no further concern. Upon reaching Wang Shidream's courtyard, he saw Lung Lung emerging coolly. She wore a form-fitting white dress that revealed her shoulders, exuding an air of purity and elegance, her exquisite face seemingly fragile. She was indeed beautiful, yet the commanding presence at her chest left a minor flaw in her allure. Mu Chenyì approached, greeting her with a smile, Greetings, senior sister. Lung Lung, having already noticed Mu Chenyì, grew cold upon his approach. Hello. Mu Chenyì quickly contemplated. They had only met once, and he had not offended her then. Her current demeanor was rather intriguing. Senior sister seems troubled. If there is something on your mind, feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist you. Lung Lung replied. Your relationship with Dream is quite unique. Mu Chenyì nodded, confirming her assumption. Indeed, while we lack the title of husband and wife, our bond is genuine. In that case, do you have entanglements with others? Who do you refer to as others? Lung Lung fixed her gaze on Mu Chenyì and stated coldly. There are rumors concerning you at Qingchuan Peak, and numerous tales abound at Zizhu Peak. Mu Chenyì chose to remain non-committal. At Zizhu Peak, he had indeed spent time with Luo Bingqing, and many were aware of it. As for Qingchuan Peak, she must be referring to Yun Xiaoyu. During his last visit, she had thrown herself into his embrace, witnessed by many. But was this gossip spreading too quickly? Your words are accurate. My relationships with them are indeed special. Lung Lung scoffed. Why not speak plainly? With that, she turned and walked away. Mu Chenyì shrugged, realizing he had little hope of winning her over. He entered the courtyard and knocked on Wang Shidream's door. A man emerged from the adjacent room. Noticing Mu Chenyì knocking, he said, Stop knocking. Wang Shimi is not here. Mu Chenyì looked at the man, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and slender. Though not truly thin, his height made him appear somewhat unbalanced. Thank you for the information, senior brother. The man waved his hand. You lot are relentless. You're the 6th one today. The 6th? Indeed. Recently, there are daily visitors. No less than 10 each day. Wang Dream is so sought after? Isn't that obvious? She is beautiful and a disciple of the peak leader. How could she not be in demand? He glanced at Mu Chenyì and shook his head, saying, From your appearance, you likely hail from a non-cultivation family? Senior brother, your insight is astute. Then you have little chance. Why do you say that? Your appearance is acceptable, but your talent is lacking. I have perused the records of those with celestial spiritual veins in the sect. There is no one of your caliber. Without a background, how can you compete with others? Mu Chenyì nodded. Your words are indeed wise. A single piece of advice from you is worth 100 years of cultivation. The man remarked, It's not your fault. After all, who doesn't dream a little? Does senior brother also harbor feelings for Dream? Of course. Otherwise, why would I be telling you all this? One less competitor is one less problem. Senior brother, you are impressive. I shall take my leave. With Wang Dream absent, Mu Chenyì had no reason to linger, so he decided to depart. As he turned, he saw Wang Dream returning from outside. Upon spotting Mu Chenyì, her face lit up with joy as she approached, saying, You have come. Yes, I came specifically to see you. Wang Dream's cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied, Let us talk inside. The man watched as Wang Dream led Mu Chenyì into her room, stunned. This was unusual. Wang Dream had been living there for some time, and though 4 people resided in the courtyard, 2 men and 2 women, they had never entered Wang Dream's room. Upon entering, Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Dream, kissing her, and then lifted her toward the bed. This'll do, Wang Dream said. Mu Chenyì glanced at the nearby table and gently placed her down. Their garments scattered. Wang Dream clung tightly to Mu Chenyì. After kissing her tender lips, he began to descend. The man in the courtyard, hearing sounds from the room, wondered, what were they doing? Little did he know of the playful antics unfolding within. Chapter 137. This person is confused. Time passed swiftly. Mu Chenyì busily traversed between the peaks each day, and today marked their departure for the ruins. At Zizhu Peak, over 300 individuals had attained the 9th level of the Xian realm, though most were in seclusion, and some were unable to participate for various reasons. Ultimately, only about 30 individuals were eligible to enter the secret realm. The numbers dwindled further at the other peaks, with fewer participants as one moved down the ranks. In total, Yaoguang's sect would send 203 disciples to the ruins. The disciples from each peak gathered on the platform within the gates of Yaoguang's sect. A middle-aged man stood in the air. He was one of the 2 vice sect masters of Yaoguang's sect, named Situ Mingyang. This expedition was led by this formidable figure at the 7th level of the Tianjun realm. Accompanying him were the peak masters of Jinyang Peak, 9th level of the Tian realm, Lungqing Xian of Mingdao Peak, 7th level of the Tian realm, and several elder representatives from the Huang realm. Situ Mingyang's expression was solemn and authoritative, his voice resonating powerfully. Let's depart. Without excessive words, the vice master of the Yaoguang sect concluded his speech and the disciples from various peaks swiftly boarded the sect's flying vessel. The vessel spanned nearly 100 feet in length and reached a width of 40 feet at its broadest point. It was elegantly designed across 3 grand tiers. Mu Chenyì learned that this vessel was a mid-tier spiritual artifact, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals for swift retreats, and fortified with various defensive formations to withstand attacks from heavenly monarchs. Once all 200 disciples had boarded, they were assigned their quarters. The uppermost level was reserved for the sect master and the elders. The middle tier housed the disciples of the sect master and the peak leaders, while the lower level was allocated for the remaining ordinary disciples. The vessel soared through the skies at a leisurely pace. As the ruins would not be opened until the following day, they were merely tens of thousands of miles from their destination and felt no urgency. The disciples, standing aboard the vessel, looked around with curiosity, exploring this magnificent treasure seldom seen in their daily lives. Positioned at the forefront of the vessel, Mu Chenyì observed several elders engaged in casual conversation at the bow. A gentle tap on his shoulder drew his attention, and he turned to find Yun Xiaoyu. Among the girls, she was the only one who had come to the ruins this time. Mu Liao had reached the 7th level of the profound realm, while Wang Shidong had recently managed to break through to the 2nd level after much effort. As for Luo Bingxing, she had just attained the 1st level of the monarch realm and could not attend. Yun Xiaoyu smiled and leaned into Mu Chenyì's embrace, unconcerned about the gazes of those around them. Mu Chenyì wrapped his arm around her waist and, noticing the whispers among his peers, kissed her directly. The crowd erupted in surprise and outcry, with some gritting their teeth in envy, particularly those who had harbored affections for Luo Bingxing. This scoundrel, having won over Luo Shiji, was now flirting with another. Yet they resigned themselves, knowing they could not compete. After all, they had witnessed what happened to Zheng Lufeng that day. Encouraged by Mu Chenyì's boldness, other disciples began to shed their inhibitions, with several young couples embracing one another. Lung Qingxian turned and caught sight of Mu Chenyì, her brows furrowing slightly, though she maintained her alluring smile. She recognized him and recalled that her disciple was not as innocent as he appeared. She had known from the day she took him and that he would lead her pupil astray. Wang Shidong possessed excellent spiritual talent, while Mu Chenyì lagged far behind. Lung Qingxian pondered how to sever their connection swiftly without leaving any lingering issues, but no good plan came to mind. Seeing the current scene ignited a spark of inspiration within her. She discreetly retrieved a recording jade and began documenting the moment. Presenting it to Wang Shidong later, she believed, would surely sever their bond. As Mu Chenyì glanced toward Lung Qingxian, he noted her ambiguous smile directed at him. He frowned slightly. While her beauty was captivating, he knew he must refuse her advances. He threw her a flirtatious glance, surprising her. She had not expected a disciple to dare tease a peak master. Internally, she chastised him. Lecher. She genuinely considered reprimanding him, but recalled how Zheng Lufeng had been dealt with days prior and chose to maintain her elder composure instead. As the afternoon wore on, the novelty had worn off from most disciples, many having retreated to their quarters, leaving only a handful lingering outside. Mu Chenyì returned to his room, intending to close the door when Yun Xiaoyu followed him in. Sister, your room is on the other side. There are people watching out here. Yun Xiaoyu looked at him, then bit her lip playfully, teasingly flicking her tongue across her lips, her eyes swirling with allure. Junior brother, I wish to discuss cultivation matters with you. Mu Chenyì could hardly withstand her charm, his heart racing, though he maintained an impassive exterior. Very well, sister, please come in, and we shall discuss. With that, he shut the door behind them and drew Yun Xiaoyu close. Today, I shall thoroughly take care of you. Then come on. Spare no mercy. Outside, several experienced disciples scoffed at the scene. A female disciple blushed and remarked, shameless. A nearby male disciple interjected, sister, they're merely discussing cultivation. How could that be shameless? Do you genuinely want to know? Then please, sister, enlighten me. The male disciple assumed a solemn demeanor and bowed slightly. The female replied, well then, junior brother, come to my room, and I shall share. Very well. The male followed her into her room. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, filled with envy and frustration. What a fool. The female disciple, maintaining her composure, closed the door and stifled a giggle before clearing her throat. Suddenly, her body swayed and she leaned against the male disciple. Junior brother, what is the matter? He asked, catching her as she leaned against him. I fear I may be feeling a bit seasick. Could you assist me to the bed? Of course. The male, puzzled. How could a cultivator suffer from seasickness? But he had no time to ponder as he helped her to the bed. As they reached the edge of the bed, her legs buckled, and she tumbled onto him. He was caught off guard, and she landed atop him. The fabric of her clothing slipped, revealing her delicate shoulder and partial bosom. Having never witnessed such a sight, the boy instinctively turned away in shyness, but after a moment, his gaze returned. With a hand over her chest, she playfully scolded, "Junior brother, why do you keep looking? How shall I face others after this?" Her delicate hand brushed against his chest, sending electric sensations through him. In a moment of impulse, he grasped her shoulder, pulling down the fabric from the opposite side. The girl rose, her garments falling away entirely, revealing her exquisite form. "Junior brother, how could you?" Enthralled by her allure, he pulled her into his embrace, turning to place her beneath him, and kissed her passionately as his hands began to explore her curves. She reciprocated, her hands deftly shedding his clothing. Thus, a once upright youth vanished, replaced by someone who reveled in indulgence. In the room, Mu Chenyì lay against the headboard, gazing at Yun Xiaoyu nestled in his arms, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Stop it, that's annoying," she protested, swatting his hand away. "If you would just behave, I would have much less to worry about," he replied. Yun Xiaoyu teased, "You needn't concern yourself. Save your energy for your heirloom instead." Mu Chenyì felt a surge of frustration. The more he got to know this girl, the more audacious she became, and he found himself at her mercy. She had a knack for turning the tables on him at crucial moments. Unlike Wang Shidong, who, while obedient, often shied away and failed to meet expectations, Yun Xiaoyu thrived on thrilling experiences. Gently caressing her cheek, he felt a tumult of emotions towards her, though she was quite the oddity. Who could resist such an enchanting anomaly? As dusk fell, the sky aglow with hues of orange and purple, they finally approached their destination. A vast expanse of forest stretched nearly 1,000 miles, with towering trees reaching heights of 100 feet and trunks several feet thick, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The flying vessel descended, and the disciples alighted amidst the trees, ready to set up camp. The flying boat has been stowed away by Situ Mingyang, as its consumption is considerable. Numerous campfires have been lit in the forest. Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu sit among a group of high-ranking disciples from various sections. Yun Xiaoyu discreetly introduces each individual to Mu Chenyì. Among them, two individuals catch Mu Chenyì's attention. One is Zhuo Yunming, whom they had previously robbed, a memory that remains vivid in his mind. The other is Yun Yiru, which surprises him. Half a year ago, she was at the 5th level of the Xian realm, yet now she has reached the 9th level, her progress astonishingly rapid. He speculates that she must possess hidden cultivation techniques or spiritual skills. As Mu Chenyì observes nearly 20 individuals, 3 particularly stand out to him. These 3 are disciples of the sect leaders, individuals he cannot afford to offend at this moment. 2 vice-sect leaders' disciples are both male. One is Jiang Mingyu, handsome and suave, always adorned with a smile, exuding an aura of a good senior brother. The other, Bai Qing, is tall and robust, with an unremarkable appearance. Yet he radiates a sense of security. As for the sect leader's disciple, she is a young girl, and Yun Xiaoyu does not even know her name, as only a few within the sect are familiar with her. Mu Chenyì occasionally glances at her, and when she notices, she responds with a gentle smile that stirs his heart. He finds something off about her. Although she sits nearby, she maintains a distinct distance, setting her apart from the rest. They appear as outsiders in this forest, while she seems inherently connected to the place. Mu Chenyì gazes at her in a daze, and the girl continues to look back at him, her smile unwavering. Yun Xiaoyu nudges Mu Chenyì and whispers, "Are you infatuated?" "Of course not. You may put on an act in front of Yao, but why pretend in front of me? I want to oppose you," she proposes. "Shall I call her over and offer her some delicacies? The forest is vast. We could take her out until dawn." Mu Chenyì stares at Yun Xiaoyu, bewildered by her thoughts, which seem even more outrageous than his own. He ruffles her hair and replies, "You need to calm down. Stop stirring up trouble, or I might just have to deal with you." Disregarding Yun Xiaoyu's antics, Mu Chenyì turns his attention back to the sect leader's female disciple. It's not merely her beauty that captivates him. She possesses a charm that grows more entrancing the longer one gazes upon her. His interest lies in her unique constitution and exceptional talent. Talent level, 68. Special constitution, immortal spirit body. This was the information he had previously gleaned through his eye of detection. Throughout their journey, He had observed all the female disciples. Yet only this one possessed a special constitution, aside from Lung Lung, whose absence perplexed him. Contemplating the future, Mu Chenyì realizes he requires 4 more individuals with special constitutions to elevate his spiritual veins to the heavenly rank, a conservative estimate. Currently, he has only 3, this girl, along with Yi Lingxue and Lung Lung. He believes he can devise a plan for Yi Lingxue, but Lung Lung's attitude towards him is less than favorable, making it quite challenging. As for the sect leader's disciple, he knows nothing about her, which adds to the difficulty. Mu Chenyì muses, time is indeed of the essence, and the tasks ahead are formidable. Soon after, they engage in discussions about the ruins. Mu Chenyì recalls hearing some information from Yi Lingxue. These ruins are remnants of a minor sect from the ancient era, which boasted 5 emperors at its peak. In today's context, such power could dominate the entire southern region. Yet during the ancient times, when saints abounded and supremes roamed the continent, it pales in comparison. According to the information held by the Yaoguang sect, this minor sect perished in the final battle of the ancient era. After its destruction, the surviving disciples utilized a grand formation to conceal the remnants of their sect, preserving it until now. Within this sect lies a spring capable of enhancing one's spiritual veins. But the Yaoguang sect has only managed to acquire this fragment of information. Mu Chenyì holds little hope for the spring's efficacy. Even during the ancient era, when spiritual artifacts were abundant, it is unlikely that a minor sect would possess something so extraordinary. If such a thing existed, it would likely be of inferior quality. After hearing no further useful information from the others, he decides to step outside. Shortly after, Yin Xiaoyu also leaves the crowd. The two stroll hand in hand through the forest, engaging in casual conversation, with Mu Chenyì primarily seeking information about the others. In chapter 139, Mu Chenyì reclines on a branch, toying with Yin Xiaoyu's flowing hair as they converse. Suddenly, a sound of rushing air breaks the tranquility above them. They peer through the gaps in the branches and behold a flying boat hovering in the forest canopy. Its size is comparable to the Yaoguang sect's vessel, yet its ornate design is markedly different, exuding an opulent and inviting aura. Yin Xiaoyu remarks, "The disciples from the Yinyang Wujizong have arrived. Let's go take a look." After tidying themselves, Mu Chenyì takes Yin Xiaoyu's hand, and they soar back to the campsite. Meanwhile, from the flying boat, a throng of approximately 300 individuals descends. Leading them is an enchanting woman, clad in revealing attire that accentuates her graceful figure. Her pink garments offer little concealment, barely covering her alluring features, while her delicate waist sways gently. Following her are a strikingly beautiful woman and a remarkably handsome man. Upon landing, the disciples of Yinyang Wujizong begin to set up camp. The male disciples, with their garments loosely fitted, expose their muscular physiques, while the female disciples, adorned in intricately designed outfits, reveal their midriffs, captivating all with their beauty and grace. Mu Chenyì senses the shift in the atmosphere and turns to see many male disciples blushing, their breathing noticeably heavier. He shakes his head and comments, "A bunch of inexperienced youths, clearly unaccustomed to such sights." Yin Xiaoyu retorts, "Oh, you criticize them, but aren't you in the same boat? Is that so?" Mu Chenyì glances down and realizes, "It seems I might be at that moment." The alluring woman approaches Situ Mingyang. "Brother Situ, it's been a while. I missed you dearly." Her eyes glisten with affection, her demeanor genuine and disarming, drawing immediate attention from the disciples of the Yaoguang sect, who glance at their leader while casting greedy looks at her. Mu Chenyì must concede that when it comes to seduction, she is the consummate professional. Situ Mingyang regards the woman with a raised brow, his expression one of disdain. "Lin Yuling, you haven't changed a bit in your shamelessness." Lin Yuling giggles. "I merely wish to share love with every man in the world. What does it matter if they are taken?" Situ Mingyang replies coldly, "Of course it doesn't matter, especially since your father passed away so early." Unfazed by his words, Lin Yuling sighs. "Ah, your righteous facade is truly endearing." Situ Mingyang ignores her further and turns to walk back to the tent. Lin Yuling then shifts her attention to Lung Qingxian, approaching her with a smile. "Sister, with your exquisite beauty, you ought to join my Yinyang Wujizong instead of settling for the Yaoguang sect. It truly is a waste of your talents. My dear sister, if you conclude your affairs here, return with me to the Yinyang Wuji sect. I assure you, you shall attain the heavenly sovereign realm within a decade." Lung Qingxian retracted her hand, retorting with a smile, "Sister, you jest. I have no predilection for indiscriminate dalliances." Lin Yuling drew closer to Lung Qingxian, her breath caressing her ear. "That is because you are still young. As you mature, you shall comprehend the delights, the exquisite pleasures that shall enrapture you." "You." Lung Qingxian recoiled. Lin Yuling smiled and departed. Lung Qingxian swiftly channeled her spiritual energy to quell the burgeoning agitation within her. Her adversary had subtly employed charm, and had she tarried, she might have succumbed. Resigned, she watched Lin Yuling's retreating figure, acknowledging that her opponent had shown leniency, primarily because she was no match for Lin Yuling. With a flick of her sleeve, she strode away with her long legs. Yun Xiaoyu, observing Mu Chenyì's gaze fixed upon Lin Yuling, remarked, "You truly are not discriminating, are you?" Mu Chenyì glanced at Yun Xiaoyu and countered, "Did you not perceive a certain allure? Indeed, she exudes such arrogance that I am tempted to support her." "Precisely," Yun Xiaoyu suggested. "Did she not declare her intention to bestow her love upon every man in the world? She, too, is undiscriminating. You could seek her out under the cloak of night." Mu Chenyì demurred, "I think not. My admiration is purely aesthetic. She has navigated the vicissitudes of life, a realm beyond my grasp. I cannot contend. Let us retire for the night. The nature of the relic remains unknown. We must conserve our strength." Yun Xiaoyu, noticing Mu Chenyì's departure, inquired, "Whither do you wander? Surely, you do not contemplate pursuing her? Beware of being drained dry." Mu Chenyì retorted telepathically, "I am off to relieve myself." He ventured into the distance, and once he deemed the location suitable, prepared to urinate. As he lowered his garments, he espied a figure emerging from behind a tree. Clearly they, too, had sought a secluded spot to relieve themselves. Though their attire was restored, they were still adjusting it. The individual's gaze fell upon Mu Chenyì, then descended, their brow furrowing. Mu Chenyì, in turn, felt a sense of awkwardness. Retreat or remain? "Greetings, senior sister." "Shameless," she hissed, before turning and fleeing. Mu Chenyì sighed. She castigated him for his audacity after having beheld him. What manner of justice was this? He completed his task, gave a few shakes, and stalked back aggrieved. "Shall I suffer this indignity? When the opportunity arises, I shall exact retribution in kind." After Mu Chenyì departed, a maiden clad in white emerged from behind a distant tree. None other than the disciple of the Yaoguang sect's leader. She emitted a soft chuckle and departed. As night descended, the arrival of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect evoked a palpable excitement. The following morning, a gentle breeze stirred, illuminating the landscape with clarity. The disciples of the Yaoguang sect grew bolder, directing whistles at the female disciples of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect, eliciting peals of laughter. Mu Chenyì stirred from his slumber. Roused by the cacophony, he nudged Yun Xiaoyu awake. Yun Xiaoyu protested, "Cease your prodding. The redness has yet to subside." Mu Chenyì was exasperated. At a time like this, she still sought to entice him? Her intentions were indeed suspect. They emerged from their tent to find the elders already assembled. Shortly thereafter, Situ Mingyang arrived. The disciples fell silent, lest they commit any impropriety. Lin Yuling sauntered over. "Dear Situ, did you dream of me last night?" Situ Mingyang ignored her, as if deaf. Lin Yuling remained unfazed. "I dreamt of you, my dear. In my dream, you were so virile, so potent, that I was utterly satisfied." As they spoke, the forest trembled. From beneath the earth, two colossal stone pillars, each nearly 40 yards high, slowly emerged. The pillars stood 50 yards apart, separated by an opaque crimson barrier that pulsed with energy, causing the nearby trees to sway violently. Situ Mingyang commanded, "Act." Lin Yuling purred, "If my beloved Situ commands, can I possibly disobey? Any knowledge you desire, I shall provide." Ignoring her, Situ Mingyang produced a black token adorned with intricate patterns. He hurled the token, and it collided with the barrier between the pillars. Lin Yuling mirrored his action, launching a pristine white token. The two tokens, one black, one white, spun upon the barrier before clashing, creating a cerulean fissure. The aperture spanned 10 yards in width and 5 yards in height, serving as the gateway to the relic. Situ Mingyang declared, "Disciples of each peak, exercise caution within. Do not underestimate the dangers that lie ahead." Lin Yuling addressed the members of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect. "My children, enter." The disciples of both factions soared towards the breach in the barrier. Mu Chenyì, hand in hand with Yun Xiaoyu, flew through, only to be enveloped in darkness and a sense of vertigo. Their Their bodies were pulled and stretched, but the sensation vanished after a few seconds. When his vision cleared, he found himself in the midst of a mountain range, no longer in the forest. Yin Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. However, nearby stood a disciple of the Yaowang sect and two female disciples of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect, their faces etched with bewilderment. A teleportation array had been activated, scattering them randomly. Mu Chenyì surveyed the landscape, spotting a vast expanse of ruins, with few structures remaining intact. The Yaowang sect disciple scrutinized Mu Chenyì and the two female disciples of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect, seemingly weighing his options. Meanwhile, the taller of the two women exchanged a glance with her petite companion, and their gazes converged on Mu Chenyì. As Mu Chenyì turned, the Yaowang sect disciple had already flown off into the distance, while the two female disciples of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect approached him with smiles. The two women halted before Mu Chenyì. One was tall and slender, her long legs particularly captivating. The other was petite and shapely. The taller woman greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, senior brother." Mu Chenyì returned the smile, his eyes flitting between their bare shoulders and slender waists, adopting the demeanor of a refined gentleman. "Greetings, my dear junior sisters. It is a pleasure." A flicker of disgust crossed the taller woman's eyes, but it suited their purposes. "We are unfamiliar with the dangers of this relic. We have never ventured out on our own and are somewhat apprehensive." As she spoke, a violet glimmer emanated from her eyes, betraying the use of charm. "We wonder if senior brother would be willing to accompany us. We would be willing to grant you any favor." Mu Chenyì licked his lips, feeling a surge of desire. They were offering themselves to him. To refuse would be churlish and out of character. "Of course, I will be delighted." The two women feigned elation. "Thank you, senior brother. May I inquire as to your names?" The taller woman replied, "You may call me Xiaomin, senior brother." Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, as it reminded him of someone from his past. The other woman chimed in, "You may call me Xiaoying, senior brother." Mu Chenyì led them towards the distant ruins. Xiaomin inquired, "We do not yet know senior brother's name." Mu Chenyì apologized, "Forgive my oversight. I am Han Ming." Xiaoying asked, "Senior brother, where shall we venture next?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to Mu Chenyì, her eyes glimmering with a hint of allure. Mu Chenyì remarked, "Of course, we must find a place to rest temporarily." Shortly after, the trio walked for a while. Mu Chenyì pointed ahead at a half-collapsed small house and said, "Ladies, that place seems quite suitable. What do you think?" Naturally, they would heed their senior brother's suggestion. Whatever he decided, they would follow without question. Smiling, Mu Chenyì led them toward the house. Inside, the furnishings were in a state of disrepair, and as the three entered, clouds of dust cascaded down. With a wave of his hand, Mu Chenyì released his spiritual energy, dissipating the dust. He then retrieved a blanket and spread it across the floor. Xiaomin gently tapped Mu Chenyì's chest with her finger, her voice soft as she said, "Senior brother, you have prepared everything so well." Mu Chenyì replied, "One must be prepared. I cannot let my two sisters rest on the floor, can I?" Xiao Ying had already reclined on the blanket. Her shoulder strap loosened considerably, revealing a generous expanse of her beauty, her pretty face flushed with shyness. "Senior brother, what do you plan to do next?" Was there really a need to ask? He chuckled. Chapter 141. "Keep the person. I can let you go," as Mu Chenyì spoke. He placed Xiao Ying on the blanket as well, gently caressing her cheek. "My legs are quite strong, you know. Senior brother, come at me as hard as you like." She replied. The two women had initially intended to take action against Mu Chenyì upon seeing him, for his vitality was far superior to that of the frail members of their sect. They hadn't anticipated his compliance. Initially, they had considered drugging him if their seductive arts proved ineffective. However, given his demeanor, it seemed unnecessary even to resort to enchantments. Mu Chenyì said, "I prefer you to turn around." Xiao Ying obediently complied. "Senior brother, I am ready." Xiao Min stood behind Mu Chenyì, hugging him with a hint of caution. Mu Chenyì smiled, unperturbed. He had brought them here merely for its seclusion. He placed his hand on the back of Xiao Ying's head and, channeling his spiritual energy, rendered her unconscious. Xiao Min sensed the disturbance in spiritual energy and immediately struck out, landing a palm strike on Mu Chenyì's back. He felt no pain at all, turning to grasp her arms. "Naughty, but your massage technique is quite good." Stunned by his invulnerability, Xiao Min exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Mu Chenyì effortlessly pulled her into his embrace, tenderly stroking her smooth back. "You are tired. It's time to sleep, dear." Despite her futile struggles, Xiao Min found herself unable to break free. her hands slapping against him with no effect. Mu Chenyì gently tapped her on the back of the head, and she collapsed weakly. He took their storage rings, securing them before saying, "If you were virtuous ladies, I might have considered yielding, but alas, you are not. And I fear for my health." After a moment's contemplation, he stripped them of their garments and discarded them alongside the blanket, shattering them with his spiritual energy. He then gathered the two naked women together, ensuring he took everything of value before departing. Flying up to a cliff, Mu Chenyì retrieved the contents of their rings: 3,000 spirit stones, 8 small vials, and a collection of clothing and toys. He collected the spirit stones and discarded the clothing and toys. Uncapping each vial, he examined their contents. 2 contained spirit-replenishing pills, 2 for healing, 3 were aphrodisiacs, and 1 held a mysterious red gas. After a cautious whiff, he felt a slight reaction, quickly sealing the vial and storing them away for potential future use. Changing into a set of black garments and adjusting his hairstyle, he donned a smiling mask and spritzed himself with a homemade perfume before rising and soaring into the distance. In a now-collapsed room, Xiao Min and Xiao Ying awoke, their heads pounding. They soon realized their clothes were gone, a fact they were used to, but they were alarmed to find their storage rings missing. Glancing around, they saw no sign of Mu Chenyì, only remnants of their clothing on the ground. Xiao Min cursed. "Han Ming, you scoundrel!" Xiao Ying asked, "Senior sister, what shall we do now?" Frowning, Xiao Min contemplated their predicament. Although they were accustomed to reckless behavior, they felt a sense of shame at being exposed. There's no choice but to wait. If we encounter fellow disciples, we shall seek assistance. If we run into members of the Yaoguang sect, we will lead them in. If no one comes, then we have no choice but to venture out like this. Mu Chenyì flew to the top of a dilapidated grand hall, where he spotted a woman in white, the disciple of the Yaoguang sect's leader. "Brother E, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We cannot let the celestial spirit body slip away. If you strike here, no one will know." Mu Chenyì replied, "I am not one for coercion." "Huh." Observing the distant figure in white, he concealed his presence and followed her. Celestial spirit body. Legend has it that those with this physique are naturally attuned to nature, able to merge with heaven and earth. This was information he had gathered when examining special physiques. As to why it was labeled as legend, the system explained that such bodies were exceedingly rare, with no concrete records available. However, the phrase merge with heaven and earth was already rather extraordinary. Carefully tailing her, Mu Chenyì noted that she seemed quite familiar with the area, moving purposefully in a singular direction, unlike others he had encountered who wandered aimlessly. Could it be that the sect leader had hidden something? Perhaps she was privy to information that had only been shared with her disciples. Or was she a descendant of one of the sect's remaining disciples from years past? Soon, they arrived at a valley. Mu Chenyì observed as she descended to the overgrown ground. Concealing himself behind a tree, he surveyed the surroundings, puzzled by her presence in such an unremarkable place devoid of any buildings. At that moment, the woman in white spoke, "Stop hiding, come out." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow. Despite not using his invisibility ring, he had suppressed his aura to the utmost extent. How had she detected him? Remembering the introduction to the celestial spirit body, he understood. Her ability to merge with nature allowed her to perceive him. Just as he was about to step out, he noticed 2 disciples from the Yinyang Wujizong flying in from another direction, grasping a female disciple from the Yaoguang sect. One of them remarked, "We had planned to enjoy this one thoroughly first. Who knew the Yaoguang sect's disciples would arrive so quickly to rescue her?" The other replied, "This works perfectly. We needn't take turns. Each of us can have one." The white-clad woman scowled slightly, shook her head, and said, "Leave her, and I will let you go." The 2 men ignored her, continuing their conversation. "This woman grows increasingly enticing. I like her, Brother Yuan. She is mine." "Brother Lu, what nonsense. Can my junior brother not compete with you? You can enjoy her first, and then we can swap." Junior brother makes a fair point. Let's proceed as such. The man named Yuan tossed the captive to the ground. The 2 then approached the woman in white from either side. Mu Chenyì pondered the situation, deciding to observe rather than rush to intervene. He immediately became invisible and moved toward the person cast aside, discovering it was Yun Yiru. Her face was flushed, groaning on the ground, agony etched across her features. Mu Chenyì's brows furrowed slightly. It was evident that Yun Yiru had been drugged. He then cast his gaze towards the center of the scene. On the other side, a man with the surname Lu shifted his form. unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that instantaneously manifested into 3 shadowy figures, hurtling towards the white-clad woman. The trio's hands glimmered with crimson light, revealing 3 small blades poised to strike at the vital energy points of the sect master's disciple. The white-clad woman maintained her composure, deftly maneuvering her palms, which, when brought together, released a powerful wave of spiritual energy that reverberated towards Lu's 3 figures. They were instantly dispersed, causing Lu to furrow his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated his assault to be thwarted so swiftly. Simultaneously, a man with the surname Yuan, upon approaching within 10 feet of the white-clad woman, swiftly waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of dark energy in an attempt to ensnare her. The woman executed a nimble retreat, prompting Yuan to smirk and pursue her, the dark energy surging forth behind him. "Sister, don't even think about escaping. You cannot evade me." As the white-clad woman flew back, she noticed Yuan had closed in on her, and she swiftly clenched her hand, halting her movement. Yuan was taken aback, realizing his legs were bound. Looking down, he saw countless weeds ensnaring him. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy to shatter the bindings, only to discover that the weeds were imbued with spiritual energy, rendering his efforts futile. At that moment, Lu had also approached. "Junior brother, why are you hesitating?" "Lu brother, help me. These weeds have been tampered with." Lu inspected the binding weeds with a frown, sensing something was amiss. He promptly struck out with his palm, impacting the weeds, while the plants remained unscathed. Yuan let out a pained cry. "Damn it, brother, be gentler." At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the white-clad woman, causing the weeds surrounding the 2 men to grow wildly, quickly extending to over 10 feet in length and thickening substantially. The vegetation encircled the 2 men, beginning to constrict. Lu, startled, immediately took flight, narrowly escaping. Yuan, tightly bound, cried out, "Brother, save me." Meanwhile, he exerted his spiritual energy against the encroaching plants. Though he managed to sever several, the sheer number of weeds rendered his efforts ineffective. Lu shouted, "Don't worry, junior brother, hold on, I'll call for help." He had realized the white-clad woman was not to be trifled with and felt an overwhelming urge to retreat, prioritizing his own safety over his comrade's plight. He dashed towards Yun Yiru's location, indifferent to his junior brother's fate. Yuan, filled with rage yet powerless, found himself completely ensnared by the vegetation, leaving only his head exposed. Lu reached Yun Yiru's side, casting a glance back at his captured junior, fear etched on his face. He bent down, intending to carry Yun Yiru away, but just then, a crimson long blade appeared, piercing through his chest. Blood flowed from Lu's mouth as he gazed in confusion at the blade embedded in him, only to see a figure in black, masked, materialize before him. He pointed weakly. "You." Before he could utter another word, he collapsed. Host has slain a profound realm cultivator. Reward: 1 lottery draw, 2,000 system points. Mu Chenyì Ret Chapter 143. The disciple only follows the senior sister Mu Chenyì and Baishangi engaged in a delightful conversation, which solidified his determination to win her heart. Being in her company was undeniably pleasant. However, Yun Yiru was somewhat displeased, casting a disapproving glance at Mu Chenyì. According to Baishangi's previous remarks, Mu Chenyì was a scoundrel, and his immediate shift of focus to Baishangi after harboring intentions toward her only confirmed this. Despite the fact that she had been saved by him, it did little to quell the anger bubbling within her. Mu Chenyì noticed her reaction, but remained unconcerned. Yun Yiru was not of a special constitution, and thus, his interest was limited. "Sister Bai, let us depart from here to avoid attracting the attention of other members of the Yin-Yang Wujizong," he suggested. "Agreed," she replied, and the 3 of them soared into the distance. Having recovered sufficiently, Yun Yiru inquired, "Sister, what shall we do next?" Baishangi responded, "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should wander aimlessly for a while." Yun Yiru frowned. Her purpose was to seek the spring that could enhance her spiritual veins, and she did not wish to squander time. "Are we not going to search for the spiritual spring?" she asked. "No, it is far too vast here, and finding it will not be easy." "Let fate decide," Baishangi replied. Yun Yiru had initially intended to accompany Baishangi, but upon hearing this, she could only say, "Sister, I shall search on my own. If I find it, I will find a way to inform you." "All right," Baishangi consented. "Sister, I shall take my leave." "Disciple, be cautious," Baishangi advised. "Rest assured." As Baishangi watched Yun Yiru depart, She turned to Mu Chenyì and asked, "Disciple, are you not coming?" Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, "It is too perilous. Sister's strength is formidable, and I wish to accompany you." He did not believe that Chenyì was genuinely uninterested in the enhancement of spiritual veins. Rather, it suggested that she had ulterior motives, likely more advantageous than the spring itself. If he followed her secretly, he might be discovered, so he decided to approach her openly. Chenyì remarked, "I observe that your spiritual veins do not seem to have reached the heavenly grade. If you do not go, you may miss this opportunity." Mu Chenyì replied, "Sister, you do not wish for me to accompany you, do you?" "Of course not. I merely feel it would be a pity," she clarified. "Sister, there is nothing to regret. Being with you is worth everything." "Is it so?" "Indeed." Chenyì smiled and said, "Then let us proceed." She had no objections to Mu Chenyì following her. His apparent strength could indeed prove beneficial. "Very well," he responded, surprised by how easily she acquiesced. He had prepared to be persistent, which made him ponder whether he had misjudged her intentions. Following her, he soon realized they were heading in the same direction as before, which eased his mind somewhat. Before long, they arrived at a desolate mountain. Mu Chenyì surveyed the area, recognizing it as the outskirts of the sect's ruins. What treasures could possibly be found here? He mused. Chenyì interjected, "If I am not mistaken, this was once the medicinal garden of the sect." "Oh!" Mu Chenyì's interest peaked as he scanned the surroundings. "We must excavate at once. But first, we should discuss the distribution of any potential rewards. According to the sect's regulations, we must submit half of what we obtain." He noted, unwilling to part with any of it, thus needing to ascertain her stance. Chenyì replied, "We shall split the spoils evenly. How you handle your share is your business, and I shall not mention it to anyone, nor will you." "Whatever you say, sister, I shall follow your lead," Mu Chenyì declared. Chenyì chuckled. "In that case, let us enjoy our collaboration." "Indeed, let us. Now let's clear the obstacles," Mu Chenyì affirmed. They turned to see 4 men and 3 women from the Yin-Yang Wujizong appearing not far behind them. "Wow, so many. Sister, I am frightened. You must protect me," Mu Chenyì exclaimed. Among them were 2 individuals he and Chenyì had encountered earlier while flying through a valley, likely joined by others along the way. Although Mu Chenyì feigned fear, he remained steady. With his current strength, he was virtually invincible within these ruins. Even if he cannot win, he could escape using his divine step. Chenyì said, "I sense your strength, disciple. Your effortless defeat of that Lu fellow proves it." "That was a surprise attack and does not count," he replied. At that moment, the 7 individuals approached. The leading man asked, "Will you surrender, or shall we take action?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Surrendering does not seem prudent. For you, it is the best choice. Rest assured, we will not kill you. On the contrary, you will find it quite enjoyable. I believe that, but I think you should surrender, as we will indeed kill." The man's brow furrowed. Then he said, "Then there is nothing more to discuss. I hope you do not regret your decision." Mu Chenyì retorted, "You should pray to survive today." The man commanded, "Let us strike together and swiftly eliminate them." Seeing the 2 facing 7 without the slightest hint of panic suggested they were confident and formidable, necessitating their full effort. The 7 quickly surrounded Mu Chenyì and Chenyì. "Sister, how shall we divide them?" Mu Chenyì asked. "I will handle the men. You take care of the women." Chenyì decided, feeling some reluctance about killing women, though she could manage it if necessary. "All right, let us begin," he declared. With that, he took a step forward and vanished in an instant. The 7 disciples of the Yin-Yang Wujizong immediately began searching for Mu Chenyì, but they could not locate him at all. Moments later, he reappeared behind one of the women. The leading man shouted, "Be careful." The woman, puzzled, asked, "Careful of what?" Mu Chenyì whispered in her ear, "He warns you to watch your back." She gasped, then suddenly spewed forth a fountain of blood as a blood-red blade pierced through her heart. Host has slain a mystical realm cultivator. Reward: 1 lottery draw, 2,000 system points. Mu Chenyì withdrew the blade, and the woman collapsed lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open. He knelt and gently closed her eyes. Chenyì smiled at the scene. Mu Chenyì's prowess exceeded her expectations. "Disciple, you truly are formidable." Chapter 144. Eliminating the foes. The other 6 members of the Yin-Yang Wujizong stared in disbelief. At the very outset, one of their own had been swiftly dispatched. They were left bewildered, not even comprehending how he had appeared behind the woman. Fear began to creep into their hearts. Mu Chenyì rose and addressed the remaining 2 female disciples. "It is your turn now. The two women, frightened, instinctively took a few steps back. "Do not worry, sisters. My strikes are always precise and merciful. You will not suffer," he assured them. The leading man quickly interjected, "Do not be afraid. This rogue only succeeded due to his incredible speed. If you prepare your defenses in advance, he will not prevail." Mu Chenyì scoffed. "You have figured that out." He then turned to Bai Xiangyi and said, "Sister, you should eliminate that one quickly. Capture the thief by apprehending the leader." "Understood," she replied. And with that, her form began to fade away until she vanished completely. The 6 individuals present became disconcerted, finding it challenging to defend against an assault from Mu Chenyì alone, let alone two. Should both launch a coordinated attack on a single person, their defenses would be overwhelmed. The leading man, in particular, raised a spiritual artifact shield before him, channeling his spiritual energy to conjure a crimson barrier around himself. The other 5 also assumed defensive postures. Mu Chenyì surveyed the scene, meticulously searching, but failed to detect Bai Xiangyi's presence. He furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to breach this defense. Was this the effect of merging with the very essence of truly formidable? He resolved that Bai Xiangyi would be his. Suddenly, a disciple beside Mu Chenyì collapsed, eyes wide in death. A wrist thick, blood-drenched hole marred his chest, still oozing blood. The abrupt demise of the man instilled a sense of dread in the remaining 5. At least when Mu Chenyì attacked, they could see it coming. But Bai Xiangyi's assault was imperceptible from beginning to end. They were dying without even knowing how. How could they not be afraid? The leader shouted, "Everyone, stay together." He was still relatively lucid, realizing that fleeing without knowing the enemy's location would be akin to courting death. Mu Chenyì had no intention of allowing them to regroup so easily. Had he not been curious about Bai Xiangyi's strength, he would have already intervened. His figure vanished, reappearing before a female disciple. Startled by his presence as she attempted to join the others, she instinctively thrust her sword at him. Mu Chenyì seized her sword-wielding hand, twisted it, and plunged the blade into her abdomen. The exposed alabaster skin of her belly was stained crimson with flowing blood, and her white shorts were saturated with red. "What is a girl doing brandishing a sword?" Mu Chenyì remarked. "See, you have only hurt yourself." The woman, writhing in agony, attempted to speak, but could only collapse to the ground, lifeless. On the other side, as a man neared the others, a bloody line abruptly appeared on his neck. Blood gushed forth, cascading down his neck as he clutched at the wound before collapsing. Bai Xiangyi appeared beside Mu Chenyì, commenting, "I overestimated them. They are merely ordinary disciples." "Caution is never excessive," Mu Chenyì replied, turning his gaze towards the remaining woman. "Sister, you are the fairest of the 3, so I have saved you for last. I will allow you to choose how you wish to die." The woman, trembling, pleaded, "I want to live." Mu Chenyì shook his head. "That is not possible. I am not one to show favoritism. If you do not choose, I will choose for you." "How about decapitation?" Bai Xiangyi regarded Mu Chenyì, remarking, "You are quite ruthless." Mu Chenyì chuckled. "They intended to harm us, so this is merely reciprocation. You may strike first." The leader immediately declared, "We will defend together, form a formation." The 3 stood back to back, executing hand seals that conjured 3 beams of violet light, encircling them. Mu Chenyì smiled, knowing that their defenses, though perhaps adequate, were but a facade against his immense physical strength. His figure vanished, reappearing instantly before the woman. The Zhanling run pierced through her chest, shattering the barrier with no effect. The woman collapsed. Seeing this, the other 2 fled in opposite directions. However, their speed was no match for Bai Xiangyi. 2 bloody holes appeared in their chests, and they plummeted from the sky. All 7 members of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect were dead. Mu Chenyì collected their storage rings, showing no intention of sharing with Bai Xiangyi. Bai Xiangyi watched Mu Chenyì, a contemplative look in her eyes. "Sister is not contemplating attacking me, is she?" Mu Chenyì asked. "This junior fears death. Please do not frighten me, sister." Bai Xiangyi had no intention of killing Mu Chenyì. His speed was unmatched, and it was not worth offending him. She merely feared a treacherous attack. Although she could merge with, it was an energy-intensive process. Eliminating the opposition had depleted nearly all of her spiritual energy. She looked at Mu Chenyì, smiling, and said, "I only fear that Junior will suddenly attack me. Junior's speed is too great. I fear I cannot withstand it." Mu Chenyì smiled, his body vanishing and reappearing before Bai Xiangyi. Bai Xiangyi maintained her smile, confident that Mu Chenyì harbored no malice, and made no move. Mu Chenyì said, "Sister, I do indeed wish to attack you, but I intend to capture your heart, to possess you. Bai Xiangyi replied, You want both my body and soul? You will have to work for it. I am quite troublesome. So, sister does not refuse? Why should I refuse? Perhaps you are the one for me, but perhaps not. Acceptance is not guaranteed. That is of no consequence. I am confident. Mu Chenyì continued, Sister, I have just killed, and I am now a bit afraid. May I hold your hand? I feel insecure. Bai Xiangyi shook her head. No, I would feel insecure if you held my hand. She turned and walked away. Let us search for spiritual herbs. Mu Chenyì followed behind her, extending his hand, examining his fingers, and then lowering his hand. She was wary of him. To force the issue and fail would eliminate any chance and sever his path. He could not afford to offend the sect master. Not yet. Mu Chenyì watched Bai Xiangyi, resolving to court her slowly upon their return. If he could not win her over, he would wait until Yi Lingshue's physical ailments were resolved. In a few years, when Yi Lingxue reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, or even the Great Emperor Realm, he could consider using force. Bai Xiangyi walked ahead, and after a moment, sensing no unusual behavior from Mu Chenyì, she felt more at ease. She smiled and said, Junior, I sense that this area is promising. There should be a spiritual herb beneath us. I can detect a faint aura. Mu Chenyì, seeing her pointing to the ground ahead, approached and said, Whether there is or not, we will know once we dig. He intended to court her, and naturally wanted to display his abilities. He immediately retrieved the Zhanling run and began to dig. He could not simply destroy the ground. If there was a herb, it would be damaged. Of course, the main reason was that he would feel more at ease if she took the initiative. Mu Chenyì quickly cleared away the surface weeds and then cautiously began to turn over the soil, bit by bit. Before long, he unearthed a section of root. He pulled it out, discovering that it was nearly withered. Bai Xiangyi approached and examined it, saying, The aura I sensed earlier was from this. It is a pity. It is nearly dead. The remaining medicinal properties are minimal and of no value. Take it, Mu Chenyì said. It will not be counted among the items we find later. Let us continue. Mu Chenyì pocketed the item, not wanting to waste it. Bai Xiangyi walked around, marking several locations on the ground, a total of over a dozen. Mu Chenyì could not help but feel envious of her ability, a veritable treasure-hunting tool. Bai Xiangyi said, Let us dig together to save time. Very well, Mu Chenyì replied. He could hardly refuse, and would simply keep an eye on her. The two began to dig. After a while, Mu Chenyì unearthed something resembling a ginseng, but it was purple and translucent like jade. Seeing this, Bai Xiangyi smiled at Mu Chenyì and said, It seems we are in luck. The herb in your hand is called Xianyu Zi Jing Shun, and it can be used to strengthen the physical body. Although it was common in the primordial era, it is now extinct. In terms of grade, it is of the lower saint rank. Mu Chenyì nodded. This item held little value for him personally, as his physical form was already quite formidable. However, for his wives, it would prove immensely beneficial, and he resolved to keep it firmly in his grasp. After stowing the item away, he observed Bai Xiangyi commence her excavation and decided to continue as well. Fortunately, Mu Chenyì unearthed a mystic jade purple ginseng. A frown creased his brow. A 50-50 split would mean sharing with the other party, which he was reluctant to do. On her end, Bai Xiangyi had also uncovered something, a fruit the size of a fist, entirely black and resembling a spoiled potato. She turned to Mu Chenyì, lifting the dark fruit and stating, This is a spirit earth fruit, nearly a sacred grade item. It can rapidly heal both internal and external wounds. It is said that when paired with certain other spiritual herbs, it can even regenerate severed limbs. Unfortunately, one of those herbs has become nearly extinct. Mu Chenyì nodded and resumed digging, but this time luck was not on his side. He unearthed a rotten spirit earth fruit, which he promptly discarded, for it had lost all medicinal potency and was infested with maggots. He had no desire for it. Soon, the two had thoroughly excavated over a dozen sites. To ensure nothing was overlooked, they revisited each other's excavated areas. Ultimately, they amassed 5 spirit earth fruits and 4 mystic jade purple ginsengs. With these findings alone, they had already made a considerable profit. Even if they could not locate the spring water to enhance their spiritual veins, they had not come away empty-handed. Mu Chenyì surveyed the 9 items on the ground, clearly favoring the mystic jade purple ginseng. The spirit earth fruit merely offered a quicker recovery from injuries, which he had already confirmed with the system. For him, it was of little value since he could exchange for superior healing elixirs. The mystic jade purple ginseng, however, will be beneficial for his wives. While the system did offer such elixirs, they were prohibitively expensive, allowing him to purchase only a few. He inquired, Sister, how shall we divide the 9 items? The mystic jade purple ginseng can certainly be split evenly, but there is an extra spirit earth fruit. Mu Chenyì was keen to hear her response, hoping to retain the mystic jade purple ginseng. Xiangyi proposed, how about this? You take 3 mystic jade purple ginsengs and 1 spirit earth fruit, while the rest belongs to me. Her choice stood in stark contrast to Mu Chenyì's. She believed that physical strength could be enhanced through various means, such as body cultivation techniques or physical spiritual skills. However, the elixir that hastens recovery was a rare treasure, especially one of near-sacred quality. For her, 1 mystic jade purple ginseng sufficed. Mu Chenyì, though willing, feigned reluctance. Sister, this. Seeing his hesitation, Xiangyi insisted. Then let all the mystic jade purple ginsengs be yours, and I shall take all the spirit earth fruits. Brother, you have certainly gained a significant advantage. Sacred-grade elixirs are far superior to near-sacred ones. Mu Chenyì replied, Sister, I am not foolish. Although the spirit earth fruit is merely near-sacred, its ability to swiftly mend injuries makes it highly coveted among cultivators. Higher-tier items are indeed scarce. Xiangyi chuckled, It seems you cannot be deceived, brother. Let's split them evenly. We shall sell the extra 1 upon our return and share the proceeds. Mu Chenyì shook his head, smiling. There is no need for such complications. You may have all the spirit earth fruits, and I shall take the mystic jade purple ginsengs. Are you not afraid I might take advantage of you? Such thoughts are unfounded, sister. Had you not accompanied me, I would have obtained nothing. Mu Chenyì gazed at Xiangyi with affection, continuing, Moreover, I cherish you. I would gladly give you everything. Is that so? Indeed. Then, I shall claim them all. Mu Chenyì had merely spoken in jest. Were it not for his apprehension of the sect leader of the Yaowang sect, he might have surrendered everything to her. While he had no qualms about giving to his sister, the implications of such generosity spreading would not bode well. She would be seen as taking advantage of him, exploiting his affection. He refused to let her fall into such a plight, knowing she would never accept it anyway. Xiangyi smiled and remarked, Brother, you truly have my best interests at heart. I am genuinely touched. Although she did not fully believe his words, they did not detract from her good spirits, especially since all the spirit earth fruits were now hers. They each gathered their belongings, and Xiangyi cautioned, We are required to submit half of what we obtained. If you cannot avoid the elder's scrutiny, hand the items to me, and I shall return them to you once we are back at the sect. Do not worry, sister. I have a foolproof method. If you trust me, you may entrust your items to me for safekeeping. I, too, have my own guarantees. The two exchanged knowing smiles, though their trust in one another remained tenuous. Chapter 146. The heist. Mu Chenyì faced 2 choices, either to place the items in the system's storage or conceal them within his divine concealment ring, which was already hidden within his flesh and possessed inherent stealth capabilities, rendering it undetectable to others. As for Xiangyi, he surmised that no elder would dare oppose the sect leader, thus ensuring her safety. Yet, he resolved to prepare for contingencies, lest he fall prey to betrayal. Mu Chenyì asked, Sister, what are your plans next? Xiangyi replied, With little left in the sect, we must naturally seek the spiritual spring. What about you? Mu Chenyì stated, The individuals from the 2 sects have come here solely for the spiritual spring. It is likely to incite conflict, which is far too perilous for me. I shall instead explore the scenery. Xiangyi nodded, Then let us part ways here. Agreed. As she turned to depart, Mu Chenyì called out, Sister. She turned back, only to find Mu Chenyì standing before her. In a swift motion, he partially removed his mask and placed a kiss upon her forehead. Xiangyi was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, he vanished, leaving only a whisper behind. Sister, we have braved trials together. A kiss on the forehead is not excessive. Do not be angry. Farewell. Xiangyi began to channel her spiritual energy to sense his presence, but his aura had already retreated over 100 miles away. Though she wished to pursue him, it was impossible. With a soft sigh, she resigned herself and flew off in another direction. Mu Chenyì returned to the site, using the spirit-severing blade to consume the flesh and blood of the 7 corpses, which turned the blade an even deeper crimson before he made his swift exit. He found a secluded spot, retrieved a set of clothing from one of the bodies, changed out of his black attire, and donned a new red mask. Mu Chenyì was prepared to embark on his heist, knowing that seeking the spiritual spring would undoubtedly lead him to encounter numerous individuals. He soared into the valley, intent on surveying the area. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he heard voices nearby, approximately 100 meters away. Listening intently, Mu Chenyì discerned a male and female conversing. "Senior brother, MMMA, you are too wicked." "Nonsense. It is merely that junior sister is too alluring." As he listened to their intimate exchanges, Mu Chenyì felt a pang of longing for Yun Xiaoyu. He mused, "I wonder where my little Rain is." He was unconcerned for her safety. She was known for her mischievous antics and was unlikely to find herself in any perilous situations. Mu Chenyì concealed his presence and stealthily approached the source of the voices. Soon discovering a disciple of the Yaoguang sect entangled with a female disciple from the Yin-Yang Wujizong. At that moment, the two had just completed their rendezvous. The woman, having dressed, remarked, "You are quite lacking." The man, his face flushed with indignation, opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately sighed in resignation. He had not intended for things to proceed so swiftly, yet he found himself powerless to change the course of events. Mu Chenyì thought to himself, "This woman dares to insult my fellow disciple. Such an affront is intolerable." He swiftly approached the woman. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì, she paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "Senior brother, are you free? I would like to play with you for a while." Mu Chenyì reached out to stroke the girl's head and said, "All right." Although the girl was somewhat wary, she was firmly grasped by Mu Chenyì. He channeled his spiritual energy and struck the back of her head, causing her to faint instantly. He swiftly removed her storage ring. Meanwhile, a male disciple from the Yaoguang sect, still struggling to fasten his clothing, paused in shock at this scene before promptly turning to flee. With a swift motion, Mu Chenyì appeared behind the man and knocked him unconscious, not forgetting to kick him twice for good measure. "I go out of my way to help you, and you don't even express gratitude? You wish to escape? Truly ungrateful," he remarked as he confiscated the man's storage ring as well. Casting a glance at the two unconscious individuals, Mu Chenyì departed the scene. In following hours, he roamed about, targeting those who were isolated or engaged in battles with one another. By the time night fell, he had successfully robbed nearly 20 people. He discovered a cave, entered, and sealed the entrance. He then produced several spirit stones, striking them against the cave walls to illuminate the space. Sitting to one side, he laid out all the storage rings he had acquired, 27 in total. He gently assessed the contents, revealing a sum of 52,000 spirit stones, 30 bottles of healing elixirs, 50 bottles of recovery potions, and 32 bottles of aphrodisiacs. The other clothing and miscellaneous items were discarded within the cave. Mu Chenyì then rested inside the cave for the night, knowing that most individuals would seek solitude at this hour, thereby encountering few others. The following day, Mu Chenyì awoke just before noon and resumed his activities. In a mere 2 hours, he had robbed 15 more individuals. Meanwhile, news of the robberies spread among the disciples of the two sects, prompting many to band together for safety. Mu Chenyì scoffed at this. He sought to rob, and their gathering would not deter him, unless someone transcended to the King Realm. Only a gathering of multiple King Realm practitioners could hope to resist him. Perched in a tree, Mu Chenyì overheard sounds of a scuffle in the distance. Another opportunity, he thought, quickly concealing his presence and moving closer. Peering from behind a tree, he observed a confrontation between a man and a woman. The girl, Lung Lung, wielded a saber, while the male was a disciple of the Yin-Yang Wujizong. They were locked in a fierce battle, their weapons clashing with resounding intensity, the ground beneath them already pockmarked from their struggle. Mu Chenyì watched the duel, stroking his chin. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for him. He could devise a way to subdue Lung Lung, or at the very least, enhance his rapport with her. He glanced at the man and thought, "You must put in some effort. Do not let a mere girl best you. My chance to win her affections rests upon your performance." In the midst of the battle, the man addressed Lung Lung, saying, "Sister, why resort to violence? We can enjoy ourselves together. What harm would it bring?" Lung Lung remained silent, her expression growing colder, and her blade moved with increased speed. The man was forced back by a fierce strike, but he retaliated by throwing a concealed dagger towards her. Lung Lung swiftly countered with her saber, deflecting the dagger. But as it was struck, it released a cloud of crimson smoke. Enveloped by the smoke, Lung Lung quickly covered her mouth and nose, retreating to escape the noxious fumes. The man laughed heartily. Quick reflexes, but alas, it is futile. This aphrodisiac smoke will affect you even if it merely touches your skin." Mu Chenyì, hearing the man's words, inwardly cursed. What a shameless rogue, resorting to such underhanded tactics. He looked at Lung Lung, wondering how she could be so careless. Upon hearing the man's taunts, Lung Lung's expression changed. She felt her body begin to heat up, realizing he spoke the truth. She quickly consumed a few pills. The Yaowang sect had provided its disciples with antidotes for such situations, though they were merely ordinary cures and ineffective against potent aphrodisiacs. The man observed her actions with a smirk. He had acquired this smoke at great expense, and it was not so easily countered. Lung Lung, sensing the urgency of her predicament, furrowed her brow and prepared to fight with all her might. Channeling her spiritual energy, she swung her saber, unleashing a blade of energy towards the man. He evaded effortlessly, knowing he need only wait for the effects of the drug to fully take hold. Lung Lung, her aim hindered by the drug's influence, struggled to maintain her focus. The man chuckled, confident of his impending victory. As her complexion flushed and her strength waned, she found it increasingly difficult to grip her weapon, ultimately dropping it to the ground. The man advanced, determined not to let her escape. At that moment, Mu Chenyì drew his spirit-slaying blade. It was time for him to intervene. As Lung Lung began to gasp for breath, her saber clattering to the ground, the man came within mere yards of her. Seeing her weapon fall, he felt a surge of triumph. Gazing upon Lung Lung's exquisite features, his expression twisted into one of lewd anticipation. Though she was younger, her beauty was undeniable, and he could hardly contain his desire as he beheld her flushed cheeks. He approached her, intent on seizing the moment. Just as Mu Chenyì prepared to act, he hesitated. He watched as a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lung Lung, followed by a torrent of flames that engulfed the man. The blaze erupted skyward, illuminating the surroundings. Mu Chenyì gasped, relieved he had not stepped out, for such flames could have incinerated him. Lung Lung, possessing a fiery constitution, unleashed flames that were far from ordinary. As the inferno subsided, revealing a charred pit, both Mu Chenyì and Lung Lung beheld the man, miraculously unharmed, though his clothing had been reduced to ashes. A protective armor glowed red upon his body. Mu Chenyì's spirits lifted. That armor was undoubtedly a treasure, likely of high grade. However, Lung Lung felt despair wash over her. Her attack had failed, and the effects of the aphrodisiac now rendered her incapable of channeling her energy. The man, experienced in such encounters, eyed Lung Lung with a mixture of excitement and caution. I was prepared for this. This armor is invaluable. Without it, I might have been injured. Now, how will you resist? As Lung Lung could no longer maintain her stance, she collapsed onto the ground, completely at the mercy of the drug's effects. The man emerged from the pit, slowly advancing toward his prey. Just then, he was startled, abruptly turning as a flash of red light darted by. Suddenly, he lost control of his body, his vision blurred, and his head fell to the ground, still reflecting the shock of his final moments. Host has slain a practitioner of the Xian realm. Reward: 1 lottery draw and 2,000 system points. Mu Chenyì had decapitated the man, swiftly claiming his armor and storage ring before discarding the body into the pit, covering it with earth. He turned to Lung Lung, who lay on the ground, her expression one of anguish. Removing his mask, he cradled her in his arms, worry etched across his face. Sister, what has happened to you? Ego, how shameless of you. You feigned concern while reveling in delight. Cold Lingling retained a flicker of clarity as she addressed Mu Chenyì. Take me away. Her voice carried a hint of seduction. Mu Chenyì inwardly sighed, pondering the potency of the drug. In such a brief time, the effects were already so overwhelming. The members of the Yin-Yang Wujizong truly were despicable. He swiftly lifted Lingling and soared into the distance, seeking a secluded location. Lingling clung tightly to him. After a moment, Mu Chenyì spotted a cave halfway up the mountain and immediately activated his divine steps, appearing at the entrance in an instant. He carried Lingling inside and then struck the cave entrance with a powerful punch, causing stones to tumble and seal the opening. He spread a blanket on the ground, gently placing Lingling upon it. He then retrieved several pills, preparing to feed them to her. However, Lingling rose and pushed him away, causing Mu Chenyì to fall to the ground. She fixed her fierce gaze upon him, her eyes radiating a wild intensity. Calm down, senior sister, he exclaimed, raising the pills in his hand. Take the antidote. As he spoke, he had already pressed the pills to her lips. Lingling, despite knowing the antidote was ineffective, swallowed the pills, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was futile, only intensifying her struggle. She grasped Mu Chenyì's collar tightly. He seized her hands, feigning panic while secretly feeling elated. "Senior sister, please remain calm. If you act this way, how will you face sure men later?" Lingling, however, was beyond reason, her agitation boiling over. With a swift motion, she slapped Mu Chenyì, the sound echoing throughout the cave. "Be quiet." Mu Chenyì covered his face, enduring the humiliation of his disheveled state while trying to appear pitiful, even shedding a few tears. Lingling was unconcerned, reveling in the satisfaction from the strike, and delivered another slap. Mu Chenyì was taken aback, no longer resisting, feeling the sting of her blows. If not for his robust physique and resilient spirit, he might have been left battered. As Lingling's grip on him tightened, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He thought to himself, this girl truly is oblivious. Resigned, he attempted to maintain a composed demeanor to avoid unsettling her further. A flicker of hesitation and turmoil crossed Lingling's face, but the influence of the poison quickly drowned out any other consideration. Mu Chenyì stood, enveloping her in his arms, assuring her it's all right. After a considerable time, Mu Chenyì lay on the blanket, gazing at Lingling in his arms, heaving a sigh. "You should have kept your composure. At this rate, recovery will take days." He gently caressed her cheek, relieved to see she had succumbed to slumber. He fashioned some clothing into a pillow for her and draped a robe over her form, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. He then rose and stepped outside the cave, his legs trembling beneath him. Standing at the cave's mouth, he glanced down, dismayed. Earlier, he had soared effortlessly. Now, all his strength seemed to have drained away. Activating his 9 deaths immortal body technique, he labored for nearly 10 minutes before feeling a resurgence of vigor. After sealing the cave entrance, he returned inside and resumed his previous position, holding Lingling close, his hands wandering instinctively. As he traced her delicate form, he let out a sigh, acknowledging that she was indeed petite. It was not that he found her lacking, for he had other companions who were more robust. Lingling had a unique charm. Yet, he worried about future children. Would there be enough nourishment to sustain them? This was a matter he needed to address diligently, perhaps by providing daily massages to yield results. When he looked up, he found Lingling watching him, her eyes filled with a mix of grievance, disappointment, and shame. Lingling grappled with her feelings, her heart a turmoil of emotions. She had surrendered her body to him, albeit forcefully, despite her disdain for him. She had no intention of seeking out another man. The sight of him sighing as he caressed her only deepened her sense of injustice. Even if she had initiated the encounter, she had given herself wholly to him. His sigh felt like a critique of her own inadequacies. With a heavy heart, she pressed her hand to her chest, closing her eyes, cursing internally, "It truly is small." Observing her, Mu Chenyì tenderly ran his fingers through her hair and said, "Senior sister, you must take responsibility for your actions." He understood that his earlier sigh had led to a misunderstanding, yet he knew better than to explain. The more one elaborated, the worse it became. Lingling regarded him intently, asking, "You must choose, me or them?" Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, pondering if she had lost her senses. Choosing was unnecessary. He desired them all. "Senior sister, it is you who must take responsibility for me. This is the crux of the matter." He contemplated how to respond. "I will not forsake them, but I will not abandon you either." Lingling's expression hardened as she questioned, "If you won't give them up, I will leave." "Are you certain?" Mu Chenyì replied earnestly, "I am unequivocally certain that I will not abandon them." "Very well. Just know, senior sister, you cannot escape. You must stay and take responsibility. One cannot indulge and then flee without consequence." Lingling stated, "I will not run. I merely wish to test you. If you abandon them today, you will surely abandon me in the future." Mu Chenyì rose, embracing her warmly, smiling as he said, "If you can understand this, then all is well. I have many girls around me. Do you mind?" Lingling retorted, "What good is my concern? I am the interloper here. If they have no objections, I will count myself fortunate." Her brow furrowed as she recalled Wang Shimeng, feeling a pang of guilt. She was uncertain how to face Wang Shimeng when she returned. Mu Chenyì chuckled, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." His other companions were well aware of his nature, and even Mu Liao had tacitly accepted it, so he anticipated no resistance. Lingling nodded, remaining silent thereafter. As Mu Chenyì held Lingling close, he accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Mu Chenyì age, 16 talent, 31 out of 100 spiritual vein, Earth grade special physique, Linglong treasure body, 25, 10,000 poisons body, 10, true spirit body, 10. Profound Yin body, 10. Fire spirit body, 10. Realm, ninth level of the profound realm techniques. Ancient carefree technique, celestial. 9 deaths, immortal body, celestial, spiritual skills. Spirit snatching finger, heavenly. Chi sword technique, heavenly. Dragon soaring technique, heavenly. Divine abilities. Divine steps, celestial, special skill. Eye of detection system points. 19,000. Mu Chenyì nodded, pleased to see that through his recent training, his spiritual vein had improved, and his talent had increased by 4 points, marking a small yet significant advancement. His cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the profound realm, though he had intentionally suppressed it. He could forcibly break through, yet he needed to endure another death before doing so. His only regret was the fire spirit body. While it was an impressive physique, his lack of fire-based techniques rendered it somewhat wasted. With a final thought, Mu Chenyì closed the system. Subsequently, he tightened his embrace around Lung Lung and slowly leaned in for a kiss. Lung Lung protested, "No, it still hurts." Mu Chenyì replied, "What are you thinking? I merely wish to kiss you." After enduring for such a long time, he found it difficult to resist, let alone her, at least for the next few days. He went to engage with Lung Lung in that manner. That night, after coaxing Lung Lung to sleep, Mu Chenyì rose and retrieved the spoils from his earlier heist. Beginning to organize them, he had acquired a total of 22,300 spirit stones, along with various elixirs and aphrodisiacs. Among these, 3 vials caught his attention, containing a thick red smoke. He hastily sealed the lids, aware of the potent effects. He might not be able to contain it. Later, he inquired with the system, which confirmed that even those at the celestial monarch level would find it difficult to withstand this substance. If not expelled from the body immediately, it could be overwhelming. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì realized it was indeed a valuable item and decided to keep it for future needs. He then placed his fingers upon the divine concealment ring and began to absorb the remaining death energy from the corpse of the Emperor of the Universe. After a moment, not a trace of death energy lingered upon the corpse. Mu Chenyì sighed, knowing that to pursue the next death, he would need to absorb more. The following day, Mu Chenyì extracted 2 drops of the Emperor's royal blood and offered them to Lung Lung. She replied, "I don't want it. I already have some. You should use it." Mu Chenyì trusted that she indeed had some, as Lung Qingxian had given royal blood when she took her as a disciple. It was unlikely she had tea prepared for Lung Lung. However, that was given by others. This was his gift, and it was certainly not excessive. "You stay here and refine it obediently while I take a stroll," he insisted, pushing the items into her hands, and also exchanged some detoxifying and poison-evading pills, handing those over as well. He then exited the cave, knowing their time in the ruins was limited to 7 days, and he needed to seize the opportunity to rob. While the sect could provide cultivation resources, his sister and Xiaoya at home lacked such abundance. He needed to prepare more, especially spirit stones, for both of them. Over the next 3 days, Mu Chenyì returned home late each night, having robbed nearly 200 people, accounting for 2/5 of the total population within the ruins. Some unfortunate souls, having just borrowed supplies from their peers, found themselves robbed again shortly thereafter. Fear spread among the people, and the majority began to band together. It became typical to see groups of 20 or 30 whenever one encountered others. Mu Chenyì decided against further robberies. He couldn't help but smile. He now possessed 320,000 spirit stones. With these stones, along with the elixirs, his sister's innate talent would allow her to swiftly ascend to the imperial realm. If he found himself lacking later, he could always devise other methods. Even if he robbed everyone here, there wouldn't be many left. Once he gained strength, he could simply charge a toll to pass. After refining the 2 drops of royal blood, Lung Lung comprehended a top-tier spiritual technique. Her cultivation didn't rise significantly, but after a few days of practice, she could break through to the king realm. Another day passed. Holding Lung Lung's hand, Mu Chenyì flew through the air and spotted a throng of nearly 400 people gathered at the base of the mountain. Except for those who had perished, virtually all members of the 2 sects were present. Mu Chenyì and Lung Lung stood atop the mountain, observing the scene below. The 2 sects were arrayed on opposite sides, facing each other. From the Yaoguang sect, Bai Xiangyi, Bai Qing, and Zhang Mingyu stood at the forefront, while the Yinyang Wuji sect had 4 leaders, which made the Yaoguang sect appear slightly weaker in terms of momentum. Furthermore, the total number of people from the Yaoguang sect was nearly 40 fewer than their opponents. After listening for a while, Mu Chenyì finally understood what transpired below. It turned out that the day prior, the members of the Yin-Yang Wuji sect had discovered a spiritual spring, only to be spotted by the Yaoguang sect members, leading to both sides rallying their forces. Neither was willing to yield, believing they deserved exclusive access to the site, resulting in the current standoff. Mu Chenyì and Lung Lung descended, immediately attracting considerable attention. Who is this fellow? When did the Yaoguang sect become so ostentatious? That sister looks exquisite. Wasn't that scoundrel previously entangled with Yin Xiaoyu? How has he found himself linked to another? Ugh, this scoundrel. If it weren't for the current circumstances, I'd truly want to confront him. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì and Lung Lung in the midst of the crowd, hand in hand, Bai Xiangyi laughed and said, I was wondering why you didn't come with me to search for the spiritual spring. Turns out you were busy pursuing girls. Mu Chenyì feigned surprise and replied, previously? I should not have encountered you since entering the ruins. Bai Xiangyi responded, oh, is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. Mu Chenyì had been wearing a mask, and he was aware that he couldn't conceal that from her, but he certainly wouldn't admit it in front of others to avoid being trapped by Bai Xiangyi. Bai Qing looked at Mu Chenyì with a frown, saying, Junior brother, you are being too ostentatious. Mu Chenyì replied, Senior brother, you speak wisely. Jiang Mingyu patted Bai Qing on the shoulder and chuckled. Youthful exuberance is a natural trait of young men. It is to be expected. This junior brother has committed no offense, so there is no need for you to be so severe. He then turned to Mu Chenyì and said, do not take it to heart, junior brother. Bai senior brother is overly principled and does not truly blame you. Mu Chenyì smiled and responded, Senior brother, you worry too much. He then led Lung Lung into the crowd, where she blushed shyly. Yin Xiaoyu had already approached Mu Chenyì, grabbing his arm. It's only been a few days, and you've already secured another. Mu Chenyì pulled Yin Xiaoyu closer and said, you have another sister now. Are you not pleased? Of course I am thrilled. Yin Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. Mu Chenyì understood Yin Xiaoyu well. She was merely feigning indifference. Although she admired beautiful girls, she placed more emphasis on their figures. Lung Lung was undoubtedly stunning, yet her physique left much to be desired, to say the least. Mu Chenyì paid little mind, believing that with time, there would be significant improvement. Yin Xiaoyu had already taken Lung Lung's hand and began chatting, whispering something that made Lung Lung's ears turn quite red. In the gaze of the crowd, Mu Chenyì wrapped an arm around each of them, planting a kiss on both. Goodness, I can't hold back. This scoundrel. I cannot let this slide. At this moment, the two factions remained deadlocked, with only one day left. They had to depart by the following afternoon. Mu Chenyì glanced towards the spiritual spring, where water surged forth from the ground, pooling in a pit at the mountain's base, measuring nearly 4 yards across, which seemed a tad small for such a multitude. He had already devised a plan. Regardless of how the two sides contested, it mattered not to him. If necessary, he would wait until nightfall, use the divine concealment ring to become invisible, and stealthily immerse himself in the spring water. Just then, one of the leaders from the Yin-Yang Wuji sect declared, continuing like this is futile. Why don't we each send a few representatives to engage in contests, determining the ownership of the spiritual spring through victories? This was indeed a palatable solution. After discussions, both sides agreed to 5 matches, with the first to win 3 securing the rights to use the spring. Chapter 151. The contest. Mu Chenyì awaited the spectacle when Bai Xiangyi approached him. Junior brother, how about you participate in a match? Mu Chenyì replied, Sister, you jest. My strength is inadequate for such a task. If it were a casual contest, I would not shy away, but today's competition is of great significance, and I cannot agree. How could he consent to such a thankless endeavor? It was better left to others. Moreover, with his sister and the 2 senior brothers present, they could easily win 3 matches without needing additional assistance. Bai Xiangyi was perplexed. Why wouldn't he, this attention-seeking individual, want to showcase his strength and garner a following of admirers? Bai Xiangyi was not insistent and immediately said, Since junior brother is unwilling, I shall consult others. Yin Xiaoyu, witnessing Bai Xiangyi's departure, inquired, When did you become involved with her? Have you won her over? If so, when can we meet together? If not, when do you plan to make your move? I can help you hold her down. Lung Lung listened to Yin Xiaoyu's words, frowning slightly. She was still concerned about Mu Chenyì having another woman. However, Yin Xiaoyu, in her previous demeanor, seemed unconcerned and even eager to assist. What reason did she have to intervene? She could only pretend she had not heard, dismissing it as a jest. Mu Chenyì pinched Yin Xiaoyu's cheek, helplessly saying, Will you change this habit of yours? Why should I change? Perhaps one day, I might help you attract a few girls. Mu Chenyì shook his head. Given Yun Xiaoyu's reputation within the sect, her hopes of charming girls were certainly futile in recent years. Yet if they ventured away from here for a few years, perhaps she might have some success. Mu Chenyì did not elaborate further, not genuinely wishing for her to attract girls. It was merely a statement of futility. Soon, the 5 participants from Yaoguang's sect for the competition were chosen. Bai Xiangyi, Bai Qing, and Jiang Mingyu were all included as expected. The other 2 were Zui Yunming, an acquaintance of Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu, and Su Qingyan, a disciple of the 5th peak, Feixiao Peak's master. Zhen Yuding, a practitioner of the 8th level of the heavenly realm. Mu Chenyì scrutinized Zui Yunming. He was undoubtedly wealthier than the others. And since they had not crossed paths before, he needed to devise a plan to rob him before leaving. On the opposing side, the lineup of Yinyang Wuzhizong was quite the opposite. 3 women and 2 men, clearly a strategic arrangement. Moments later, the first match commenced. Zui Yunming was the first to step forward for Yaoguang's sect, exuding confidence as though victory was assured. Opposite him stood a woman of exceptional grace, her demeanor strikingly cold. Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback. All the female disciples of Yinyang Wuzhizong he had encountered recently bore flirtatious smiles, but this unexpected presence was indeed a pleasant surprise. Zui Yunming approached and promptly stated, "Please enlighten me." The woman replied coolly, "Please." Without further ado, Zui Yunming charged towards her. The woman summoned her spiritual energy, and her entire form radiated a crimson light, subsequently manifesting 6 alluring figures. Each figure possessed distinct beauty and physique, yet they all shared a commonality of being provocatively dressed, barely concealing themselves. The upper half of their attire could scarcely be described as modest, consisting of a mere strip of fabric barely an inch wide, wrapped around her chest. The lower half was even more audacious, with only a palm-sized piece of cloth. Zui Yunming found himself swiftly encircled by the 6 figures, feeling a dryness in his throat. He was a boy who had never even held a girl's hand. How could he withstand such an assault? Not only him, but even the beasts surrounding Mu Chenyì were also losing control. Mu Chenyì instinctively tightened his embrace around the 2 girls. Yun Xiaoyu could feel an unusual tension behind her. She turned her head, biting her lip, and looked at Mu Chenyì with a teasing smile. Mu Chenyì instantly stiffened. Yun Xiaoyu mouthed so annoying, though no sound escaped her lips. Mu Chenyì genuinely wished to reprimand Yun Xiaoyu right then and there. How could she not consider the situation? Yet, Yun Xiaoyu was undeterred, reaching out to pinch Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì involuntarily gasped, unable to contain his reaction. Lung Lung glanced at him, asking what's wrong. Mu Chenyì replied, "Nothing. I'm merely astonished by the tactics of that woman from Yinyang Wuzhizong." He cast a glance at Yun Xiaoyu, silently signaling her to cease. But this only encouraged her further. What could Mu Chenyì do? He could only grit his teeth and focus on the match to divert his attention. In the arena, the woman from Yinyang Wuzhizong remained stationary, merely observing Zui Yunming's gradual descent into despair. Zui Yunming swallowed hard as the 6 figures continuously caressed him. The sensation was overwhelmingly real, and he felt he could barely hold on. He immediately threw a punch at one of the figures, which scattered upon impact, only to swiftly reconstitute itself. Barely a second had passed. Zui Yunming, undeterred, unleashed another onslaught, drawing his sword and slashing in a wide arc. Yet, as expected, the 6 figures reformed once more. Zui Yunming shut his eyes, thinking that if he couldn't see it, he wouldn't be troubled. The woman across from him displayed a smirk of disdain. She then waved her arm, causing one figure to leap onto Zui Yunming's back, exhaling a breath near his ear, which was laced with a faint, rosy mist. Mu Chenyì recognized that mist well. Fortunately, its concentration was significantly diminished, or else Zui Yunming would have been utterly humiliated today. Lung Lung's expression darkened considerably. Yun Xiaoyu, however, remained unconcerned, continuing to toy with Mu Chenyì. Meanwhile, although Zui Yunming had closed his eyes, the influence of the red mist filled his mind with visions of the 6 enchanting figures. He could not help but open his eyes, and his defenses shattered. His thoughts began to muddle. His complexion flushed, a smile emerged, and he extended his hand toward the 6 figures. They encircled him tightly, prompting Zui Yunming to emit a series of lewd chuckles. What transpired next was shocking, yet somewhat anticipated by many. Zui Yunming began to remove his clothing, and within seconds, He was left with only an undergarment, still continuing to undress. Bai Qing immediately shouted, "You have won this round." He then leaped forward, pulling Zui Yunming back and delivering several sharp slaps. Zui Yunming snapped awake, immediately recalling his earlier actions, and lowered his head in utter shame. At that moment, a voice rang out amongst the disciples of Yaoguang's sect. "He is so petite." Indeed, upon hearing this, Zui Yunming felt as though salt had been rubbed into his wounds. He could hardly bear it. He quickly clutched his undergarment, mortified, and fled into the distance without looking back. The members of Yinyang Wujizong began to jeer. "What is the matter? Cowards! Interrupting the competition midway. Are you Yaoguang's sect, all weaklings?" Initially, the members of Yinyang Wujizong had anticipated a spectacle at Yaoguang's sect's expense. But as the match reached its climax, their plans were thwarted, and they could hardly accept it, leading to a flurry of curses. The disciples of Yaoguang's sect pretended not to hear. After a brief wait, the second match commenced. Bai Qing stepped forward for Yaoguang's sect, facing another woman. As the match began, Bai Qing's figure flickered, appearing right in front of the woman. Startled, she quickly reacted, her eyes flashing red as she directed the light toward Bai Qing. However, Bai Qing ignored the red light, allowing it to wash over him, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen, sending her flying. With her strength predominantly reliant on charm, she could not withstand such force. Upon hitting the ground, she coughed up blood and was unable to rise. In this second match, Yaoguang's sect achieved a crushing victory. The crowd erupted in cheers. Mu Chenyì could not help but marvel at Bai Qing's seemingly foolish demeanor, yet his speed was astonishing, and he could withstand the allure of his opponent. Truly a formidable contender. Meanwhile, he quietly moved to the side of the arena, holding Yun Xiaoyu and Lung Long. He found Yun Xiaoyu's antics unbearable and decided to resolve the situation. After all, he was indifferent to the competition's outcome. After retreating a distance, Mu Chenyì led the two girls away, seeking a secluded spot in the valley. Eagerly, he ushered the two girls inside, where the scenery was splendid and undisturbed, perfect for a heart-to-heart conversation, allowing them to get to know each other better. An hour and a half later, Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu emerged with smiles, while Lung Lung appeared somewhat awkward, her cheeks flushed. The two pulled her along, whispering many secrets. Soon after, Mu Chenyì embraced both of them and soared back. Upon landing, they discovered that the final match had just concluded. From the onlookers, they learned that Jiang Mingyu was the third to compete, but after a valiant effort, he lost the match unexpectedly. This surprised Mu Chenyì, as based on his past experiences, Jiang Mingyu was the type of cunning strategist who should not have lost. Yet he did. The fourth competitor was Bai Xiangyi, whose match ended almost instantly. Her opponent failed to even perceive her attack before being sent flying. The last contestant, Su Qingyan, faced a more arduous battle, reportedly engaging in a fierce contest where both sustained injuries and fell. However, Su Qingyan managed to rise and secure victory. The trio glanced to the side, where they indeed found Su Qingyan looking pale and weak, seated on the ground, tending to her wounds. Mu Chenyì narrowed his eyes. One had won but suffered greatly, while the other had lost without consequence. Something was amiss unless Jiang Mingyu had lost in a manner similar to Zui Yunming. Observing Jiang Mingyu, who was conversing animatedly with others, Mu Chenyì speculated that this individual was likely concealing his true abilities. The members of the Yinyang Wujizong reluctantly withdrew, a throng of them dispersing. Bai Xiangyi was engaged in discussion with Bai Qing and Jiang Mingyu about how to utilize the spiritual spring. Bai Xiangyi suggested, with approximately 10 hours remaining, we should divide into groups of 10, taking turns to enter the spring every half hour. Bai Qing nodded and replied, "That is indeed a fair approach. I believe it will suffice." Jiang Mingyu added with a smile, "I have no objections, though I'm uncertain about the efficacy of the spring. I fear that half an hour may not be sufficient for us to enhance our spiritual veins." Bai Xiangyi glanced at Jiang Mingyu and remarked, "Our spiritual veins are already commendable. Advancing further will undoubtedly be challenging. Even with ample time, the spring here may not yield significant improvements. However, disciples beneath the heavenly rank might have a chance to elevate their spiritual veins." Bai Qing continued, "We were not required to come, but the sect leader and our master insisted, likely to have us assist the other disciples." Jiang Mingyu looked at Bai Qing and agreed, "What you say is true. Our elders possess far-sighted wisdom." The allocation of participants was straightforward, disciples from each peak were divided into two groups, while the remaining individuals were organized according to their respective peaks. They could form 18 groups based on their numbers, which would certainly meet their planned schedule. Subsequently, Bai Xiangyi conveyed the results of their discussion to everyone, mentioning that disciples from each peak would enter first. This was not out of selfishness, but rather for safety, as the strength of these disciples was undeniable. Thus, as night fell, they could lead and guard against any disruptions from the yin-yang Wujizong. No one objected, as everyone would have their turn to enter, albeit in different orders. The first group was already approaching the spring, primarily composed of disciples from the earlier peaks, both male and female, entering the water while fully clothed. Mu Chenyì had ensured that his two wives changed into attire that would not be affected by water, unlike the other maidens who appeared quite embarrassed, hugging themselves and blushing profusely. He shook his head at the sight. Where was the trust among them? They were all men. After all, was it really necessary to be so protective? Soon, the half-hour mark approached. Mu Chenyì activated his system and examined his attribute panel, discovering that his spiritual vein had indeed improved from earth grade to earth grade, akin to engaging in dual cultivation with a special physique. Initially skeptical about the spring's effects, he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. He inquired with Yun Xiaoyu and Lung Lung, but both reported no noticeable changes. Ego, you should check beneath the spring. There may be treasures. Is that so? At this point, time had elapsed. Mu Chenyì took the hands of his two wives and exited. Then the three soared into the distance, changing their clothes before returning. He gazed towards the spring, preparing to stealthily approach it later that night. If there were treasures, he could not let the opportunity slip by. He intended to claim them for himself. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, Mu Chenyì held Yun Xiaoyu and Lung Lung close and transmitted, "I need to step out for a while. You two cover for me." They nodded, not probing further. He continued, "The people from the yin-yang Wujizong will likely not relent, so be cautious. If trouble arises, flee immediately." This was particularly directed at Lung Lung, as he had no worries about Yun Xiaoyu, who was quite resourceful. Lung Lung pondered thoughtfully and nodded. Yun Xiaoyu, understanding Mu Chenyì's intentions, reassured him, "Rest assured, I will take care of her. But upon your return, you must bring Yaoer. We should all, he. Mu Chenyì responded, "All right." He agreed, planning to playfully negotiate later, confident that she would not be angered. Mu Chenyì then slipped away from the crowd, changing into a gray outfit and donning a hood that revealed only his eyes, nose, and mouth, an appearance reminiscent of a criminal. He activated the invisibility function of the divine hidden ring and stealthily approached the spring. Upon entering the water, he noticed two girls nearby, neither exceptionally beautiful, but certainly attractive. They were engaged in conversation, laughing as they huddled together. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chenyì reached out and playfully groped each of their bottoms. Mistaking it for each other's touch, the girls giggled, "You're so naughty." As they frolicked, they inadvertently created space for him. With a smirk, Mu Chenyì slowly maneuvered to the center of the spring and then gradually submerged to the bottom. The spring was only about 10 feet deep, and he soon reached the base. "Where are the treasures?" "Umph. You didn't call me during the fun, but now you seek help. Enough chatter. We have little time to waste. We must reveal ourselves in 20 minutes. Do you see the bubbling spot below? That is where the spring emerges. Follow the outlet downwards." Mu Chenyì examined the outlet, which was clogged with silt, and began to clear it with his hands. He soon encountered a rock fissure through which the spring flowed. However, the gap was not wide enough for him to pass through, so he utilized the spirit-cutting blade to carve it open. Fortunately, it required minimal effort, as the blade was remarkably sharp, akin to slicing through tofu. He swiftly navigated through the fissure, which began to incline upwards. Estimating his position, he realized he was moving towards the mountain bordering the spring. Given the current distance, he was nearing the mountain's core, but the fissure had yet to end. Clearly, the source lay deep within the mountain. Continuing his rapid movements, he soon emerged from the fissure and surfaced in a cavern adorned with numerous stalactites above. Exiting the water, he began to explore the cave. Where are the treasures? Advance further. It should not be far now. Mu Chenyì proceeded and soon found himself in a distinct area. Here, the stalactites were white, grayish-white, and brownish-yellow. However, at the center, a blood-red stalactite stood out, albeit significantly smaller than the others, only the size of a human head. It was still dripping with crimson liquid. He gazed at the stalactite and inquired, "Is that the treasure?" Indeed, the eternal blood spirit milk, when consumed, can enhance one's spiritual veins. Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't this just a stone? How could it be eaten? Fool! It merely resembles a stone. If we were to speak candidly, it could be considered a fruit born of the mountain itself. The mountain, rich in spiritual energy over the years, has been washed by this energy, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, gradually forming spiritual liquid. This liquid flows down from the cave summit, and over time, it condenses into this substance. It is a product of liquid convergence." Mu Chenyì approached the eternal blood spirit milk, took out several wine jars, emptied them, and cleaned them multiple times. He then soared upwards, using the spirit slicing blade to sever the blood spirit milk from its root, placing it into the jars for safekeeping. To his surprise, it was soft, akin to jelly. Descending, he glanced at the stalagmites below. "Do not gaze at those, they are of no value. The true treasures lie above, where the eternal blood spirit milk has formed. What is beneath is merely sedimentary impurities." Looking upwards, the crimson liquid continued to drip slowly. Initially intending to catch some in his jar below, he reconsidered. Having already secured a significant advantage, he deemed that little extra unnecessary. The individuals outside were soaking in spring. If this red liquid were to splash into the spring, the essence accumulated for enhancing spiritual veins would gradually diminish, which would not bode well. Although the amount that could drip in was minimal compared to the consumption rate outside, it still represented a token of goodwill towards his fellow disciples. Mu Chenyì sighed, "Alas, I am indeed handsome, yet possess a kind heart. Shameless." He dismissed the remark, having long lost any concern for his reputation. How potent is its effect? Consuming a piece the size of half a fist is sufficient to elevate one's spiritual veins to the heavenly grade. However, beyond that, it is of little use. Mu Chenyì nodded. This was acceptable. At the very least, he could combine the stalactite with a drop of sacred essence to elevate Xiaoya's spiritual veins to the heavenly grade, or nearly so. Such a large piece, if divided, would suffice for those around him. This expedition to the ruins had proven immensely profitable. "Brother E, I must remind you, while this substance can enhance spiritual veins, the effect diminishes for those with superior spiritual veins. Take Yi Lingxue, for instance. Her spiritual veins are of the upper heavenly grade, and the effect of consumption is virtually negligible." Mu Chenyì was taken aback by this revelation. Such high caliber? In this world, achieving heavenly grade spiritual veins is already a rarity, and she not only possesses them, but excels in them. It is a matter of life and death when comparing individuals. At just over 20 years of age, she has already attained the cultivation of a celestial monarch, all while suppressing her advancement in recent years. Mu Chenyì felt somewhat helpless regarding the diminished effect of blood spirit milk for those with superior spiritual veins, but it was not a significant issue. Among the women he knew, only Xiaoya's spiritual veins were inadequate. The others had all reached heavenly grade, so it was manageable. He could seek alternative methods of enhancement later. Mu Chenyì then inquired, "Is this useful for Xiaoqing?" "Regrettably, it is of no use." With a sigh, Mu Chenyì pondered what he could do. He would have to devise another plan. There was no rush. He subsequently exited the cave, with nearly 5 minutes left of his invisibility, ample time to depart. Mu Chenyì returned to the water's edge, slowly surfacing, only to find the disciples of the Yinyang Wujizong standing in confrontation, both sides appearing ready to engage in a brawl. He cautiously approached the spring's edge and quietly distanced himself, changing his attire before returning. Chapter 154. Chaos. Mu Chenyì mingled with the crowd, making his way to Yun Xiaoyu and Lung Lung, taking their hands gently and giving them a light squeeze. Lung Lung glanced at him, but allowed his playful actions. Yun Xiaoyu communicated telepathically. "What treasures did you acquire?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Let us discuss it further upon our return. For now, let us observe if a fight ensues." Ahead, Bai Xiangyi and others were negotiating with the opposing side. Bai Qing stated, "The challenge was proposed by you. If you lose, do you intend to deny it?" A man from the opposing side retorted, "The challenge was indeed mine. We concede our defeat, but I can only speak for myself. I cannot control how they choose to act." Mu Chenyì observed that the opposing side seemed unwilling to maintain dignity. Should a fight break out tonight, he could take advantage of the chaos. However, the sect had instructed them not to instigate trouble unless absolutely necessary. A few casualties were acceptable, but a significant number would lead to complications. Both sects had powerful figures outside, and should one side suffer substantial losses, the other would face a massacre at the hands of those waiting outside. This was why neither side had acted thus far. If things escalated, he might also be drawn into the fray. Mu Chenyì knew this standoff could not last indefinitely. Eventually, someone would lose their composure. Shortly thereafter, a disciple from the Yinyang Wujizong threw a branch into the crowd of Yaowang's sect. The Yaowang disciples immediately dispersed, fearing some sinister plot, only to find it was merely an ordinary twig. The Yinyang Wujizong members erupted in mockery. A bunch of cowards. You still wish to monopolize the spiritual spring? If you know what is good for you, leave now. If not, consider yourselves doomed. As they spoke, more branches were hurled into the Yaowang crowd. They had no choice but to evade, uncertain if the branches contained any hidden traps, especially after several individuals had fallen victim to the opposing side's schemes. With many men left half dead, the Yinyang Wujizong's taunts grew even bolder. Among the Yaowang disciples, some hotheads emerged, and 3 of them immediately launched their flying swords with remarkable speed, nearly injuring members of the opposing side. Several Yinyang Wujizong disciples fell to the ground as they sought to evade. Brothers and sisters, the Yaowang sect is serious. We cannot back down. Let us fight back. With that, they began to unleash their spiritual artifacts. Bai Xiangyi and the others realized they could not stop the chaos. So they too began to defend against the incoming attacks while retaliating. The melee officially commenced, with both sides clashing together. However, due to the concentrated nature of their confrontation, neither side dared to unleash powerful spiritual techniques, fearing collateral damage and the directives from their sections. The two factions became entangled, each intermingling with the other. Many Yaowang disciples seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Mu Chenyì, holding both girls back, observed the spectacle, having no intention of truly participating. Remaining on the periphery was sufficient. However, it was evident that they had drawn attention. Primarily, Mu Chenyì's act of holding 2 beautiful women ignited discontent among others. Had it not been for the ties of camaraderie, even the Yaowang disciples would have joined in targeting him. Mu Chenyì noticed 5 individuals approaching them, and he smirked dismissively. Lung Lung was about to take action, but Mu Chenyì restrained her. Leave this to me. You two stay put and watch. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged. A Tianzhonglong black dragon materialized beside him. The dragon unleashed a formidable roar towards the advancing 5, its powerful aura forcing them to retreat. Mu Chenyì, positioned at the edge, faced little concern due to the small number of adversaries. The 5 were repelled by the dragon's roar, drawing the attention of many. They felt their pride wounded, and a singular thought emerged. They must reclaim their honor. With a shared glance, the 5 dispersed, encircling Mu Chenyì and the 2 girls. They simultaneously launched their attacks. Mu Chenyì directed his finger, and the black dragon swiftly shielded the 3. The opponent's strikes all landed upon the dragon, causing no damage whatsoever. However, Mu Chenyì noticed a thick cloud of red smoke beginning to fill the area, and he grew irritated. You worthless fools, resorting to aphrodisiacs in a brawl? Allow me to teach you a lesson. The 5 stared at Mu Chenyì, momentarily at a loss. The black dragon provided an impenetrable barrier, and they found themselves unable to breach its defenses, resulting in an awkward stalemate. One of the individuals suddenly shouted, "You scoundrel! If you have the guts, don't hide in there. Such cowardice. Sisters, don't follow him. Come with us. It's certainly better than being with him." How could Mu Chenyì tolerate such insolence? They were openly undermining him right in front of his eyes. He channeled his spiritual energy, summoning a black dragon that extended to 15 zhong in length. The newly formed dragon surged towards the 5 individuals, who immediately scattered. They attempted to unleash their spiritual techniques against the black dragon, but as ordinary disciples lacking formidable powers. Their efforts were in vain. With a swift flick of its tail, the black dragon sent all 5 of them flying. They crashed into a nearby stone wall, creating 5 distinct craters and began to cough up blood, having sustained severe injuries. This scene instilled fear among the disciples of the Yinyang Wuji sect, who hurriedly distanced themselves from Mu Chenyì, anxious not to provoke him further. In contrast, the disciples of the Yaowang sect grew increasingly enthusiastic, and the more reckless among them treated the female disciples of the Yinyang Wuji sect with even greater hostility. Most of the female disciples opposite them had been subjected to unwanted advances, save for a few stronger ones. Consequently, the confrontations between the female disciples of the Yinyang Wuji sect and the male disciples of the Yaowang sect took on a rather flirtatious tone rather than resembling a brawl. The true fighting was limited to a few of the stronger individuals, alongside some female disciples from the Yaowang sect clashing with their male counterparts. After about half an hour, both sides had vented their frustrations and ceased hostilities. Fortunately, no one had lost their life, though the number of injuries approached 200, with a small fraction sustaining grievous wounds, including those who had been struck away by Mu Chenyì. The command to stop was issued by the leaders of both factions, cognizant that further escalation could lead to fatalities. Upon negotiation, both sides agreed to a compromise. The Yaowang sect and the Inyang Wuji sect could share the spiritual spring, but with a limit of only 40 participants. Subsequently, both groups began to enter the spiritual spring, as the disciples gradually engaged in conversation. Several bold disciples from the Yaowang sect took the opportunity to escort female disciples from the Inyang Wuji sect to a distant location. What transpired there remained a mystery, but when the bold disciples returned, they bore expressions of utter exhaustion. The following day, Mu Chenyì was sharing light-hearted banter with two young women when he noticed two familiar faces approaching. He greeted them cheerfully. "Oh, sisters, it's lovely to see you again." Xiao Min and Xiao Ying looked at Mu Chenyì, their faces flushed with indignation. It was due to this scoundrel that they had spent 2 whole days trapped in that wretched room. Only after enticing a passing male disciple from the Yaowang sect were they able to escape disguised in men's clothing. They had been plotting their revenge against Mu Chenyì ever since. Yesterday, upon spotting him, their excitement was palpable, but upon realizing his formidable strength, their spirits dampened. How could they possibly contend with him? Yet, they were not easily dissuaded. Xiao Min, with a flirtatious demeanor, remarked, "Senior brother, ever since that day on the mountaintop, I have been restless, unable to sleep at night. I have missed you dearly these past few days." Even if she could not overpower Mu Chenyì, she aimed to provoke him, to set his heart ablaze. Mu Chenyì chuckled. "Is that so?" Xiao Ying shyly added, "Indeed. That day, you were right behind me. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. I long for you." Mu Chenyì teased. "Oh, have you thought about the babbling brook?" Xiao Min and Xiao Ying were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the inappropriateness of his flippant remark. They felt far more virtuous in comparison to his frivolity. Oh no. Though they harbored thoughts of revenge, they could not possibly express such intimate details in front of so many others. How shameful. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoyu observed the exchange with a smile, remarking, "You both claim not to yearn for him, yet why speak of longing?" Lung Lung cast a disdainful glance at the two. Xiao Min and Xiao Ying were bewildered. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Weren't these women supposed to be envious? Xiao Min retorted, "What about you? Do you yearn for him?" Yun Xiaoyu whispered back, "Of course. Every day." Xiao Min, Xiao Ying. The two were left speechless. This woman was far too formidable. Lung Lung looked at the two women with contempt, saying, "You should move along. Don't you realize how unclean you are? Just looking at you makes me feel nauseous. Hurry up and leave." Mu Chenyì had previously mentioned the events of that night while chatting with Yun Xiaoyu and Lung Lung, so the latter two were somewhat aware of the situation. Though they did not believe Mu Chenyì had acted innocently, they did not suspect him of misconduct either. Having faced humiliation themselves, Xiao Min and Xiao Ying could no longer bear to stay and left in a huff. Later, while Mu Chenyì was off to relieve himself, he noticed someone approaching from a distance. It was Zui Yunming. Concealing himself, he donned a black outfit and masked his face before employing his divine steps to swiftly appear before Zui Yunming. "Long time no see." Zui Yunming instantly recognized the voice, exclaiming, "It's you, scoundrel. Today, I'll settle the score with you." Embarrassed by previous events, he could hardly contain his anger upon encountering the very rogue who had robbed him. He struck out with a palm. Mu Chenyì made no attempt to evade. He allowed Zui Yunming's palm to strike his chest, feeling no pain whatsoever. He then poked 2 fingers into Zui Yunming's body. "Why must you resort to violence? We can converse peacefully." Zui Yunming was completely baffled. His solid blow had seemingly no effect on the figure before him, and he crumpled to the ground in confusion. Previously, he had been ambushed and had assumed his assailant was weak. Now he comprehended the vast disparity in their strengths. "What do you want?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Worry not. I bear you no ill will." He took Zui Yunming's storage ring and rummaged through its contents before discarding it. Contemplating the situation, he mused that one must not go too far when dealing with a fellow sect member. With a smile, he grasped Zui Yunming's clothing and tore it away. "Rip, rip." Zui Yunming protested, "What are you doing?" I'm not that kind of person. You can rob me, but don't you dare try to take advantage of me. Stop it. Mu Chenyì responded, take advantage? You're dreaming. He used the stripped clothing to bind the naked Zui Yunming to a nearby tree. Zui Yunming cursed, scoundrel. May you meet a miserable fate. I will not rest until I have my revenge. Mu Chenyì cautioned, you do well to keep quiet. If you draw others over here, you'll be the center of attention. Who knows, someone might even capture the moment in a recording. Zui Yunming glared at Mu Chenyì, wishing fervently that his gaze could be lethal. Had it been so, Mu Chenyì would have perished 1,000 times over. Mu Chenyì laughed. I shan't entertain you any longer. Pray no one wanders this way. With that, he departed. Zui Yunming glanced around, praying for solitude. If he could hold out for a few minutes, he could harness his spiritual energy and break free from his restraints. However, while Mu Chenyì had previously shown mercy, this time he had restrained Zui Yunming with an effect that would last half an hour. Cheerfully, Mu Chenyì made his way back. Those Zui Yunming's possessions were scant. He had amassed a fortune of 20,000 spiritual stones. Upon seeing the sly grin on Mu Chenyì's face, Yun Xiaoyu telepathically inquired, what mischief have you been up to now? Mu Chenyì recounted the events in brief. Yun Xiaoyu responded télépathiquement. Ah, it wants he do to have no audience. Find a way to draw them over. She promptly set off. Soon, a commotion arose in the distance, drawing a considerable crowd. Mu Chenyì took Yun Xiaoyu's hand and followed the throng, eventually encountering Yun Xiaoyu, gazing coldly at the figure bound to the tree, and then glancing at the two grinning individuals beside him. It was clear what had transpired. Did you do this? Asked Mu Chenyì, shaking his head in denial. How could I? I am not that kind of person. I haven't even said anything, and you're already denying it? It was a grave oversight. Meanwhile, Zui Yunming tilted his head, attempting to conceal his face with his hair, desperately trying to disguise himself. Just when despair began to settle in, he felt a flicker of his spiritual energy returning. Instantly, he channeled his energy, breaking free from his restraints, covering his face as he sprinted away. He quickly grabbed a piece of tattered cloth to cover himself and then picked up a ring before swiftly taking flight. Behind him, a chorus of voices called out, Bro, don't leave. You can make your debut now. At least give me an autograph. In the afternoon, a blue light appeared in the sky above the ruins. Mu Chenyì looked up and remarked, it's time to leave. The crowd had already soared towards the light. He picked up the two girls and followed suit, passing through the blue curtain of light, and they all found themselves back in the forest. The elders awaited them outside. Lung Qingxian observed Mu Chenyì holding the hands of Yun Xiaoyu and Lung Lung, momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? Chapter 156. Returning to the sect, Lung Qingxian approached, her brow furrowing as she looked at Lung Lung. Turning to Mu Chenyì, she exclaimed, you little rascal are quite quick to act. Mu Chenyì replied, if I hadn't acted swiftly, what would have happened if someone else snatched her away? Lung Qingxian directed her attention to Lung Lung. Come with me. Lung Lung glanced at Mu Chenyì, who reassured her, it's fine, go ahead. If someone bullies you, I'll seek out my master. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxian was infuriated, vowing to deal with this little rascal sooner or later. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì and the others found themselves encircled by the elders, likely to prevent them from secretly stashing away items. At that moment, Mu Chenyì spotted Situ Mingyang emerging from a tent, and through a gap, he glimpsed another figure inside, Lin Yuling, seemingly unclothed. Mu Chenyì cursed inwardly, you old coot. I once thought you were an honorable person, but it seems you are just as depraved. How could you indulge in such things without including your own disciples? What kind of elder are you? Yun Xiaoyu noticed Mu Chenyì's fixation on the vice sect master's tent and asked, what's wrong? Mu Chenyì relayed what he had seen to her telepathically. Yun Xiaoyu was taken aback and responded, no way. Situ Zhongzhu has an excellent reputation in the sect, known for his integrity. He wouldn't engage in such sordid behavior. Mu Chenyì replied, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Perhaps Situ Mingyang is truly righteous, but what about Lin Yuling? With her allure, it is entirely possible for Situ Mingyang to fall under her spell. Just imagine if Lin Yuling were to enter Situ Mingyang's tent and fully display her charms. Could he resist? Even if he could, she could always resort to drugs to gain the upper hand. Just look at the radiant look on Situ Mingyang's face. It's evident he has been ensnared. Soon, the elders announced that the vice sect master had issued an order to submit items, stating they would rest here tonight and return to the sect the following day. Mu Chenyì mused, This old coot has developed a taste for pleasure. He wants to leave tonight, surely intending to engage in several rounds with Lin Yuling. Given their proximity to Yaoguang's sect, a swift flight would have them back in under half an hour. What need was there for rest? This was utter nonsense. Yin Xiaoyu, now convinced, observed as everyone lined up to submit their items. Mu Chenyì, however, remained unhurried, holding Yin Xiaoyu's hand as he waited for Bai Xiangyi to go first. To avoid being caught off guard, Bai Xiangyi approached, and Mu Chenyì promptly followed her. Bai Xiangyi smiled but said nothing. When her turn came, she submitted her storage ring, which the elder inspected before accepting. When it was Mu Chenyì's turn, noticing that Bai Xiangyi had not handed over the earth spirit fruit, he presented a prepared ring instead. The elder accepted it, examining its contents, his brow furrowing at the sight of several vials of elixirs and a few hundred spirit stones, items from outside the ruins. You found nothing? The elder inquired. Mu Chenyì replied, Respected elder, I was diligently searching for traces of the spiritual spring, so I didn't acquire any other treasures. The elder, exasperated, remarked, In such a vast area, you didn't stumble upon any treasures? Even gathering some spiritual herbs would have sufficed. Even if their age or quality is low, it would have been acceptable. You may go. Mu Chenyì stepped aside. Before long, everyone had submitted their items, and the elders departed. Mu Chenyì took Yin Xiaoyu's hand and returned to their tent, where they engaged in a deeper conversation. Yin Xiaoyu inquired, What treasures did you obtain? Mu Chenyì provided a brief overview. Then he said, Let us discuss it in detail later. This isn't the time or place. Rest assured, it's something good that will benefit you. He leaned in for another kiss, and Yin Xiaoyu embraced him tightly. The next day, in the morning, Situ Mingyang appeared haggard. After issuing his orders, he was the first to board the flying vessel, clearly fatigued from the previous night's exertions. The other disciples followed suit. Many of the beasts from Yaoguang's sect bid a reluctant farewell to the sisters from the Yin-Yang Wujizong. Mu Chenyì spotted Xiao Min and Xiao Ying, excitedly waving to them, eliciting their ire. Upon boarding the flying vessel, Mu Chenyì and Yin Xiaoyu spotted Lung Long. He approached and asked, How are you? He had been waiting for Lung Long the previous night, intending for the three of them to cough. However, Lung Long had not come over, causing him some concern. Lung Long reassured him, It's fine. My master merely inquired about the events, and I recounted them truthfully. Mu Chenyì felt a twinge of worry. While it was true he had been forced, whether Lung Qingxian would believe it was another matter. He held the two girls close to him. Had the vessel not been moving so quickly, he would have. Soon, they returned to Yaoguang's sect. Out of the 203 disciples who had ventured out, only 182 returned. The disciples dispersed to their respective peaks. Mu Chenyì returned to his room and took out the Xian Yu purple ginseng. How should this be utilized for the best effect? Simply consume it. Given your current resources and capabilities, there is no better approach. Half for yourself will suffice. More would be excessive. Mu Chenyì nodded in agreement and began counting. Sister, Shimeng, Xiaoyu, Bing Qing, Lung Lung. There were already 7 individuals. He had 4 Xian Yu purple ginsengs, which could be divided into 8 portions. He didn't plan to use one himself. But whom should he give a last portion to? Perhaps to Xiao Qing? That might not work. She might not withstand the potency. After some thought, he decided to give it to Yi Ling Xue, as he ought to take good care of his beloved master. Next, he retrieved the millennia-old stalactite. Assessing the situation, he figured it could be divided into 17 or 18 pieces without issue. Mu Chenyì stood up. Next, he would need to devise a way to accumulate some death energy. He only needed a little more to achieve that. He ventured outside to hunt a few small animals to gather enough. Mu Chenyì swiftly exited the courtyard and took flight, recalling a nearby forest on the outskirts of Yaoguang's sect, where small animals were plentiful. Soon, he arrived in the woods. After considerable effort, he left behind dozens of carcasses, rabbits, snakes, squirrels, bears, wild boars. Nearly an hour had passed. He soared to the treetops, channeling the 9 lives undying body technique. His entire form turning black as he expelled dark blood, his consciousness fading. Moments later, his awareness returned, and his organs, eroded by the death energy, rapidly healed. Within half a minute, he was able to move once more. Mu Chenyì rose to his feet and changed into a fresh set of garments, feeling invigorated. He clenched his fist slightly, sensing a surge in his strength, which had now surpassed 20 million pounds, even against low-tier royal realm practitioners. With his divine steps and physical prowess, he should be able to hold his own. He soared into the sky, initially intending to seek out Mu Liao, but ultimately decided to head directly to the summit of Purple Bamboo Peak. Although Yi Lingxue had taken his blood in advance, it was likely used up by now, and he felt compelled to check on her. Upon reaching the peak, he entered the courtyard and slowly made his way to the backyard. As he stepped inside, he saw Yi Lingxue seated upon a stone chair, her white dress revealing her delicate shoulders. Her long hair cascaded down, and her complexion appeared slightly pale, giving her a somewhat haggard appearance. A pang of concern struck Mu Chenyì, and he quickly knelt before her, embracing her slender leg and gently caressing it twice. "Master, I apologize for the suffering you've endured during my absence. I shan't venture out again. If only your hands could behave themselves and refrain from wandering upwards, I might believe you," Yi Lingxue replied, lightly stroking Mu Chenyì's head. She coughed softly, noticing bloodstains in her palm, and immediately clenched her fist. Mu Chenyì inquired, "Master, are you all right?" He gazed at Yi Lingxue, puzzled. Someone of her cultivation should not cough so casually. Based on their previous interactions, she would not be shy, which only heightened his concern, prompting him to hold her leg even tighter. His worry was genuine. Yi Lingxue shook her head and reassured him, "I'm fine, do not fret." She then asked, "Did you achieve anything this time?" Mu Chenyì replied, "The gains were substantial. I should be able to elevate the quality of my spiritual veins in the short term." Yi Lingxue smiled and said, "That's wonderful." This left Mu Chenyì somewhat bewildered. According to the narrative, an enhancement of his spiritual veins would imply a faster progression in his cultivation. Yi Lingxue should have been elated, as his increased strength would enable her to better resist the cold energy within her body. Yet, he could discern that she was not happy. Rather, she bore a look of regret. Before he could ponder further, Yi Lingxue urged, "Come inside with me." As they entered the room, Mu Chenyì instinctively began to remove his clothing. Having not allowed Yi Lingxue to absorb his blood for several days, he found himself yearning for the experience. He reclined upon the bed and said, "Master, please." Yi Lingxue sat at the edge of the bed and informed him Zheng Lufeng died 2 days ago, reportedly from poisoning. Zhou Weiyan summoned deputy sect Master Feng Tianyun, yet the poison could not be subdued. Zheng Liufeng's body ultimately deteriorated, leaving behind only remnants of his bones. Mu Chenyì gasped. What kind of poison could elude even a celestial sovereign? How terrifying! Who could be so malicious? Poor Zheng Lufeng, barely 20 years old. And yet fate has been so cruel. Yi Lingxue chuckled softly. Indeed, it is exceedingly vile. Mu Chenyì sensed that Yi Lingxue had deduced something about him, but he chose not to confirm it. He trusted her implicitly. However, he would feign ignorance regarding the matter. Yi Lingxue advised, "You must exercise more caution in your actions. In this world, many things defy logic. For the powerful, killing does not require justification." Mu Chenyì was well aware of this. Yet he would not allow those who wished him harm, and possessed the means to do so, to escape unscathed. Had he refrained from taking action during the last competition, he would have had no reason to approach Zheng Lufeng, and crucially, no opportunity to create an alibi. While it was somewhat reckless, nipping danger in the bud was essential. Mu Chenyì reclined against Yi Lingxue's lap and remarked, "But I have you to protect me." This was the truth. Without her, he would never have dared to act so boldly. Yi Lingxue gently pressed her fingertip against his forehead. The chill of her touch was unmistakable. "I have told you, I cannot protect you forever. You may accompany me, as I have previously mentioned." Yi Lingxue shook her head in resignation, then produced numerous elixirs, along with 2 books of techniques and several manuals of spiritual skills. "It has been some time since I took you as my disciple. Yet I have not taught you to cultivate or imparted any techniques. I have been remiss. Take these. They should prove beneficial to you." Her use of the word should stem from having witnessed Mu Chenyì's formidable abilities, including the use of celestial-grade techniques and divine powers. She understood that he lacked for nothing, yet felt it necessary to provide him with these gifts. Mu Chenyì accepted without hesitation. While he might not need them, his elder sister and Xiaoye could certainly benefit. He had initially planned to exchange for a celestial-grade technique for the 2 of them, so this saved him the trouble. With the elixirs before him, along with his preparations, he need not worry about his 2 wise cultivation for the next few years. "Thank you, Master." Yi Lingxue then handed him a storage ring, saying, "Once you enhance your spiritual veins, you will require a considerable amount of spirit stones to expedite your cultivation. This contains 100,000 spirit stones, solely for your training. Enough to sustain you until the royal realm. She gently caressed his cheek, advising, focus on your cultivation and refrain from indulging in frivolous activities with your young female companions. Although your physique is robust and your vitality strong, if you continue down that path, it will lead to your downfall. Mu Chenyì appeared contemplative. Not due to concerns about his body. His celestial-grade physique granted him remarkable recovery abilities, and he viewed such matters as trivial. Rather, he found Yi Lingxue's behavior today to be unusually concerning. She assisted him in dressing, stating, return, and cultivate diligently. After your talent enhances, rapid progression will not pose a challenge. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Mu Chenyì respectfully exited. As Yi Lingxue sensed his departure, she summoned her spiritual energy and detected him leaving the courtyard, only to subsequently cough up blood. The droplets froze upon contact with the ground, shattering into a myriad of crimson ice crystals. Yi Lingxue collapsed onto the bed, her complexion pale and her expression anguished, frost forming upon her brows. With a bitter smile directed toward the door, she sighed softly. Moments later, Mu Chenyì re-entered the room. The longer he pondered, the more unsettling Yi Lingxue's earlier remarks became, along with her gift, akin to a last will. Though he believed her to be safe within the sect due to her celestial cultivation, unease gnawed at him, prompting his return. He hurried to her bedside, alarmed to find her in dire straits. Her prior health issues had escalated. Without hesitation, he retrieved a dagger from beneath the pillow and plunged it into his chest, driving it 3 or 4 centimeters deep to expedite the flow of blood. Observing the crimson liquid spill forth, he would typically have prepared a vessel to collect it, but there was no time for waste now. He propped Yi Lingxue up, guiding her lips to his wound. "Master, please drink." Yi Lingxue began to absorb his blood, and Mu Chenyì immediately felt the chilling energy encroaching upon him. This time, his blood truly began to congeal, and the invasive force sent tremors through his organs, his heart nearing failure. Yi Lingxue halted her actions as his blood froze. Confounded, he wondered how, despite his enhanced physique, he could not withstand this. Yi Lingxue turned to him, declaring, "Your blood has become ineffective for me. How is that possible?" Mu Chenyì exclaimed, observing her brow furrowing deeper in ice despite having consumed several mouthfuls. Not only that, but even Yi Lingxue's hair began to sprout ice crystals, and her blood did not counteract the cold, but rather exacerbated it. This indicated that the cold energy within her was intensifying. If it were merely the coagulation of blood within her body, the operation of the 9 lives immortal body would suffice to resolve it. However, since the blood was ineffective, this predicament became exceedingly troublesome. How could this happen? Mu Chenyì held Yi Lingxue tightly, gently brushing away the frost from her brow. Yi Lingxue smiled and said, "It's nothing. I will be fine soon." Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow. This hardly seemed like a trivial matter. "Brother Yi Lingxue's condition is dire. Her cultivation has advanced, but the hidden dangers within her have intensified, at least 3-fold compared to before. She must have suppressed her cultivation for years. And now that she can no longer contain it, she has broken through to the 3rd level of the heavenly monarch. Sometimes exceptional talent can be a curse." Mu Chenyì looked at Yi Lingxue and said, "Master, you should have informed me about the escalating dangers of your cultivation. It would be of no use to tell you. Even if you consume elixirs to enhance your vitality, they would be insufficient to counteract the uncontrollable cold within me. Master, you can cultivate with me to completely eliminate the danger." Yi Lingxue pinched Mu Chenyì's cheek and shook her head, saying, "Your cultivation is too low. If we cultivate together, the cold energy within me will invade your body entirely, and you won't withstand its erosion." Mu Chenyì was momentarily stunned. Initially, Yi Lingxue's purpose was to resolve her own bodily dangers, but now, despite the ability to do so, she feared for his safety. This reflected a profound bond. Yi Lingxue herself was perplexed. At first, she regarded Mu Chenyì as a precious item, akin to a high-grade spiritual artifact. Yet over time, her feelings had grown complex. Perhaps it was due to her familiarity with his essence, or perhaps because his blood coursed within her. She no longer perceived him as an object. He had transformed into a being as close as family, and she could no longer sacrifice him for her own sake. Mu Chenyì inwardly questioned, "Is there a way to resolve this?" "Brother Yi, your only path to saving her lies in cultivating together. No other methods will suffice. Moreover, given her current state, Her life is in jeopardy. Do you understand what I mean? Then let us take the plunge. Mu Chenyì laid Yi Lingxue on the bed, gently caressing her cheek as he softly said, "Master, let us cultivate together." As he spoke, he leaned down and softly kissed her lips, immediately sensing the cold energy emanating from her. Yi Lingxue pushed against him weakly, saying, "You cannot withstand the cold's erosion. Do not act impulsively." "I am fine. It is merely a bit painful." Mu Chenyì stroked Yi Lingxue's hair and replied, "Master, do not worry. I will save you, and I will be fine. It is merely a trace of cold. I can endure it." He reached for her shoulder, grasping the fabric of her clothing. Yi Lingxue held his hand, shaking her head, saying, "No, your cultivation is too low. You will lose your life." Mu Chenyì, of course, would not relent. Yi Lingxue, already weakened by the cold's erosion, could not stop him. Her clothing was gradually being pulled down from her shoulders. He had no time to appreciate her beauty, for frost already covered her form. He shed her garments and pressed close to her. "Why must you go to such lengths? Master, do not worry, I will be fine. You need only take care of me from now on." As Mu Chenyì leaned in to kiss her again, his hands gently caressing her, Yi Lingxue attempted to push him away, but the warmth of his body drew her in closer, and she instinctively embraced him. They shared a passionate kiss. Mu Chenyì declared, "Master, I will definitely save you." Yi Lingxue sighed, closing her eyes. How could she possibly stop Mu Chenyì now? Pain etched her face as she clenched her jaw, worried for him. As Mu Chenyì began, he immediately recoiled. The cold was overwhelming. He quickly activated the 9 lives immortal body, feeling considerably better. He then employed the ancient carefree technique, intertwining his fingers with Yi Lingxue's, their hands clasped tightly together. Yi Lingxue let out a soft gasp, tightening her grip on him. After a lengthy pause, a voice echoed, a friendly reminder, "Do not waste this opportunity. The host's cultivation has risen to the king realm," rewarding them with a special heavenly-grade storage artifact, a drop of imperial blood, and 1,000 system points. At this moment, Mu Chenyì paid no heed to these rewards. He gazed at Yi Lingxue, who had regained her color, the frost on her brow and hair dissipating, her complexion growing rosy, bringing him great relief. Yi Lingxue rose, tightly embracing Mu Chenyì, her hands trembling as she gently caressed his cheek. "It is my fault that you are suffering." Tears streamed from her eyes as she observed the frost creeping onto Mu Chenyì's brow, his eyes, hair, and even his body, yet she felt utterly powerless. With the hidden dangers within her eliminated, she could freely wield her cultivation, yet she struggled to suppress the cold energy invading Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì tenderly caressed Yi Lingxue's face, his expression full of affection, squeezing her cheeks gently. Yi Lingxue, nearly losing her mind, cried even harder. He was teetering on the brink of death, yet he was still thinking of her. Mu Chenyì, filled with compassion, said, "Do not cry, be good. I can endure this. Help me up." Yi Lingxue assisted him in rising. Mu Chenyì wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, only for new ones to flow forth instantly. "Master, considering the great sacrifices I have made, it would be unreasonable if you do not become my wife." Yi Lingxue nodded, wanting to respond, but choked on her words. Mu Chenyì comforted her, "Master, do not cry. I will not abandon you. I will not die before I marry you." Yi Lingxue nodded vigorously once more. "Thank you for your support and gifts." Seeking free gifts. Chapter 159, Master. You are truly amazing. Mu Chenyì felt the cold energy within him beginning to ravenously consume his body. He immediately seated himself and activated the 9 lives immortal body to resist the cold's invasion. He could now focus solely on the 9 lives immortal body, allowing its effects to manifest more effectively. Although the frost continued to multiply on his body, the rate of increase had significantly slowed. "Brother E, hold on. Although all the cold energy from Yi Lingxue has been transferred to you, it has also elevated your cultivation to the 5th level of the king realm, a mixed blessing. The cold is invading your body. If you can withstand it, once the cold is exhausted, your cultivation will rise further. And your spiritual energy will also possess the effects of cold energy, greatly enhancing your power." "Brother E, just hold on." Mu Chenyì exhaled in relief. The system's assurances offered a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Yi Lingxue noticed the rate at which ice crystals formed on Mu Chenyì's body was diminishing, and her heart leaped with joy. Unsure of what to do, she could only cling to Mu Chenyì, providing him with warmth and silently assuring him of her presence. As Mu Chenyì felt the softness against his back, A surge of warmth flooded his heart, prompting him to praise inwardly, "My Lingxue truly knows how to comfort." Instantly feeling somewhat better, he summoned all his strength to resist the cold's encroachment. It must be said that the results were remarkable. Mere minutes later, Mu Chenyì's entire body was encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Alas, due to Yi Lingxue's kindness, he had momentarily distracted himself, leading to his inability to resist. The icy statue still had a stick protruding from it. Yi Lingxue gasped in shock, nearly believing Mu Chenyì had perished, if not for the faint trace of his breath. She exclaimed, "Hold on. I will seek the sect master. Two heavenly monarchs together should find a way." Clinging to a sliver of hope, she realized that not even a great emperor could suppress the cold energy, or else she would not have ventured to the southern region. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì naturally demurred. If the sect leader were to arrive and witness him exposed, it would immediately reveal his relationship with Yi Lingxue. How then could he pursue Bai Xiaoni? He would likely be struck down by the sect leader for even approaching her. Mu Chenyì immediately transmitted his thoughts. "Master, please don't leave. You know that even if the sect leader comes, it won't help. With you by my side, I have the will to live. If you depart, I fear I cannot survive." Yi Lingxue wiped away her tears and replied, "All right, I won't leave." Mu Chenyì calmed his mind and began to use his cultivation technique to counteract the encroaching cold. As time passed, and because he harbored no further distracting thoughts, the ice encasing his body gradually began to thaw. Seeing this, Yi Lingxue felt a surge of hope and remained silent, fearing to disturb Mu Chenyì's efforts. After nearly 5 hours, the ice surrounding Mu Chenyì had completely vanished, and his body slowly recovered. Another half-hour passed, and the icy chill within him had entirely dissipated. His cultivation had also ascended once more, reaching the 7th level of the King realm. He paused, finally having overcome the ordeal. Had it not been for the 9 deaths undying body technique, he would surely have perished. Yi Lingxue, witnessing his recovery, wept tears of joy. Mu Chenyì embraced Yi Lingxue, placing her upon his lap and offering comfort until her emotions gradually stabilized. He then noticed that Yi Lingxue's cultivation had also advanced, reaching the 5th level of the heavenly sovereign realm. "Master, your cultivation breakthrough is remarkably swift," Mu Chenyì exclaimed. Yi Lingxue leaned against Mu Chenyì's shoulder and softly replied, "I was already at the 2nd level of the heavenly sovereign realm 4 years ago. I have been suppressing my cultivation. Now that the hidden danger within my body is gone, my cultivation naturally advances." Mu Chenyì reflected that 4 years ago, Yi Lingxue would have been only 19 years old, having cultivated for barely over 6 years. He marveled inwardly to reach the heavenly sovereign realm in such a short time. She must be the most exceptional genius in the entire profound universe continent, perhaps without equal. "Don't call me master anymore," Yi Lingxue said, pinching Mu Chenyì's cheek. Mu Chenyì touched her bosom and said then, "Lingxue." Yi Lingxue softly hummed in agreement. Mu Chenyì then remarked, "They seem to have grown considerably." "No, they truly have enlarged." Yi Lingxue glanced down and noticed that they did indeed appear more prominent than before. Mu Chenyì mused in confusion. Could it be due to the cold? Perhaps they were constricted by the cold, and now that it's gone, it's a matter of thermal expansion. Yi Lingxue pondered and said, "Perhaps. Which was better, before and now?" "Of course, both are wonderful. As long as it's my Lingxue, it's all good," Mu Chenyì replied. "Wife, won't you blame me?" Mu Chenyì asked. Yi Lingxue shook her head and then said, "If your hands could be a bit more honest when you say that, it would sound more sincere." Mu Chenyì, touching her bosom, retorted, "But they're being very honest. They're doing what they should be doing." Yi Lingxue said helplessly, "Ah, yes, yes, yes. Then, do you blame me?" Yi Lingxue stroked Mu Chenyì's head and said, "I blame myself for taking notice of you from the start. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Alas, I'm so much older than them. How will I get along with them?" Mu Chenyì was taken aback and said, "You're worried about that? Don't fret. A few years isn't much. There's an elder sister at home who's even a few years older than you." Yi Lingxue gave Mu Chenyì a strange look, her smile tinged with amusement. Mu Chenyì said, "A man cannot indulge women too much." With that, Mu Chenyì leaned in for a kiss, and Yi Lingxue embraced him tightly. Before, due to various reasons, they hadn't been able to truly experience each other, but now they were truly merging as one. After a long while, after the clouds and rain had subsided, Mu Chenyì lay upon her, simply for the sheer comfort of it. He gazed at Yi Lingxue and activated his eye of appraisal skill. Talent aptitude, 75. Special physique, ancient divine phoenix body, incomplete. Mu Chenyì smiled gleefully. Yi Lingshue's physique had advanced further. Once her physique was fully restored, her spiritual meridian would likely reach the immortal grade. Would a divine grade child then be far off? Hiv. Chapter 160. Changes in realm and strength. Hearing Mu Chenyì's laughter, Yi Lingxue suspected he was plotting something wicked. What are you laughing about? She asked. Mu Chenyì kissed Yi Lingxue and said, the thought that your mind makes me uncontrollably excited. Hiv. Yi Lingxue stroked Mu Chenyì's head and said, silly. Mu Chenyì lay in Yi Lingshue's embrace and then opened the system, clicking on the attribute panel. Host, Mu Chenyì. Age, 16. Talent aptitude, 37 out of 100. Spiritual meridian, earth grade. Special physique, exquisite treasure body, 25. Myriad poison body, 10. True spirit body, 10. Profound Ean body, 10. Fire spirit body, 10. Ancient divine phoenix body, 10. Realm, 7th level of the king realm. Cultivation techniques, primordial unrestrained art, immortal grade. 9 deaths, undying body, immortal grade. Spiritual skills, calamity spirit finger, heaven grade. Chi sword art, heaven grade. Soaring dragon force, heaven grade. Divine power, divine spirit step, immortal grade. Special skill, eye of appraisal system points, 20,000. Mu Chenyì smiled at his own changes. He clicked on the description of the ancient divine phoenix body. Ancient divine phoenix body, 10. Enhances the host's recovery abilities in all aspects, including the soul. Mu Chenyì was even more delighted. If it only enhanced physical recovery speed, that would be somewhat lacking. But to enhance soul recovery was a huge boon. If the Yu Emperor had possessed the ability to recover his soul, he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. It was a shame to think about it. Since the primordial war, with the fall of supreme beings and the withering of sages, countless cultivation techniques, spiritual skills, and inheritances had been lost. The current profound universe continent could hardly find a few cultivation techniques for the soul. It was normal that the Yu Emperor didn't have one. Mu Chenyì then clicked on the description of another item, a reward from the system after his cultivation breakthrough. Space Gourd, heaven grade, special storage, spiritual tool capable of storing special items such as poisonous gas, death energy, buildings, etc. Contains spatial restrictions within, with infinitely stacking space. Can store living beings for a short time. Mu Chenyì read the description and thought, this is a great treasure. With this, I can bring my elder sisters and Xiaoya with me, without having to endure the pain of separation. He thought to himself, system, you've finally done something worthwhile. Thank you. Brother E, I've always said that we're practically brothers, even if we have different fathers. How could I ever treat you unfairly? How long is this short time? Don't worry about how long it is. When the time comes, just release them for a bit and then put them back in. That's true, but if the time is too short, it'll be too troublesome. Don't worry, a month or 2 should be no problem. That's good. I don't need you anymore. Go back. Pfft, you scoundrel. Afterward, Mu Chenyì took out half of a profound jade amethyst ginseng and held it to Yi Lingshue's lips, saying, Wife, open your mouth. Yi Lingxue said, you eat it. It won't have much effect on me. Mu Chenyì smiled and said, didn't you see that this is only half? Don't worry, I have more. Then give it to them. Everyone gets a share. Yi Lingxue opened her mouth and consumed the Xianyu purple crystal ginseng. Though it tugged at her conscience, within a mere quarter of an hour, she had completely refined it. Mu Chenyì glanced over and noticed that Yi Lingshue's skin had become even more radiant. He was unsure to what extent her physical body had strengthened, but any improvement in her complexion was deemed worthwhile. How does it feel? Yi Lingxue attentively assessed her condition and then replied, not bad. My physical strength has increased by approximately 5-fold. Mu Chenyì smiled. As long as it enhances your abilities, that is what matters. Despite his words, he felt a hint of disappointment regarding the elixir. When it came to raw physical power, he surpassed Yi Lingxue significantly. He could only be grateful that he had not consumed it himself. Had he done so, he might not have felt any noticeable change. Mu Chenyì then took out the 10,000-year blood spirit milk. Although the system had indicated that this substance would be largely ineffective for Yi Lingxue, it still held a glimmer of potential. Moreover, given that it could be divided into multiple portions, there was no need for meticulous rationing. Yi Lingxue gazed at the blood-red spirit milk and inquired, where did you acquire such treasures? Did you find them in the ruins? Mu Chenyì nodded and responded. The ginseng was obtained through collaboration with Bai Xiangyi, while this blood milk was discovered in a cavern at the bottom of the spirit spring. As he spoke, he had already fed the blood milk into Yi Lingshue's mouth. She sighed and remarked, "Such a waste. This blood spirit milk will have no effect on me. If given to you, it wouldn't be wasted." Mu Chenyì kissed Yi Lingxue and then said, "You should refine it. I need to consolidate my cultivation. The sudden increase is somewhat overwhelming." Yi Lingxue nodded in agreement. By the time Mu Chenyì returned to his room, dawn had already broken. Luo Bingqing had just risen and was in the process of dressing, her undergarments revealing an alluring sight. Startled by the noise, she relaxed upon seeing it was Mu Chenyì. "You're back," she said. Mu Chenyì approached Luo Bingqing and kissed her directly. She protested, "No, wait until night. Everyone is awake. They will hear us." Mu Chenyì, with a hint of mischief, replied, "All right, since you insisted, how could I possibly disagree?" His primary goal was to stabilize his cultivation, which was of utmost importance, and he had no intention of engaging in other matters. He handed half of the Xianyu purple crystal ginseng and a fist-sized piece of blood spirit milk to Luo Bingqing, advising, "Do not go out today. Obediently refine these. They will benefit you." Luo Bingqing nodded and immediately began her refining process, which would take her considerable time, as her cultivation was not as advanced as Yi Lingshue's. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì focused on circulating his spiritual energy to become familiar with the powers of the Wang realm. The most significant difference in the Wang realm was the enhancement of spiritual consciousness. Below the Wang realm, even at the 9th level of the Xian realm, one's consciousness could only extend a little over a dozen zhang. Some with lower talents could only reach 3 to 5 zhang, rendering it largely ineffective. Once an opponent concealed their presence, it became nearly useless. However, upon reaching the Wang realm, spiritual strength increased significantly, allowing one's consciousness to extend up to a mile. Even when the opponent was hiding their aura, unless they were of significantly higher cultivation or possessed special methods. Mu Chenyì released his spiritual consciousness, but found it obstructed by barriers set up around the peaks of the sect. Reluctantly, he exited his room and made his way to a mountaintop at the edge of the sect. Upon releasing his consciousness again, he found it extended about 600 miles, which was a standard range. Mu Chenyì contemplated the system. Since his spiritual power had already strengthened, he sought further enhancement. He possessed the ability to restore his soul, and not cultivating it would be a missed opportunity. "Tong Tong, come out quickly. Brother Yi, what are you doing?" Something feels off. Don't have any ulterior motives. I want to yield. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the gifts. Seeking free little gifts. Chapter 161. Is this not absurd? Mu Chenyì said, "We are blood brothers from different mothers. How could I have any ulterior motives?" Tong Tong is unconvinced. "Tong Tong, my spiritual power feels a bit weak. Could you provide me with some techniques for cultivating the spirit? A brother in need cannot be ignored. Can you? That's beyond my capability, but you can draw lots. Don't you still have 7 chances? Is there a guarantee of success?" "Not really. Tong Tong's family is out of stock. The probability is 1 in 1,000. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì felt a chill of disappointment. Such lottery odds were no different from a gamble. Previously, he had tried a similar gamble, only to come away empty-handed. A friendly reminder: cherish your wealth, stay away from gambling. Tong Tong, to be frank, if I draw once, it will consume all 7 chances. But you must ensure I obtain techniques for cultivating my spirit. Brother E, aren't you making it difficult for me? Do as you see fit." Mu Chenyì ceased further discussion and clicked on the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sacred grade technique, the soul elevation technique. Sacred grade. Soul elevation technique. A sacred grade cultivation method for the spirit, utilizing the essence as a guide and energy as a mechanism, cleansing the soul and refining the spirit. It allows one to conceal their spiritual consciousness and aura from others, ineffective against cultivators 3 major realms above. Mu Chenyì observed the description and felt a wave of satisfaction. This would allow him to act covertly in the future without excessive concern. Would you like to cultivate the soul elevation technique? Mu Chenyì clicked confirm, and the contents of the technique filled his mind. After nearly an hour of practice on the mountaintop, he managed to grasp the soul elevation technique. Upon releasing his consciousness, he found its range had expanded to nearly 1,000 miles. Though not divine grade, it was still quite impressive. Brother E, even if it is only sacred grade, it is among the most elite techniques in the Xianyu continent. Aside from you, no one else in this realm possesses divine grade techniques. That certainly brings me peace of mind. Mu Chenyì rose and stepped forward, finding himself over 10,000 miles away. With his increased realm, the effects of the divine spirit steps had significantly strengthened. Now, he could return to Xing'an City in just a day. It was time for him to pay a visit. Utilizing the divine spirit steps, he arrived at the clear spring peak. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he noticed a large crowd gathered. Mu Chenyì pushed through the throng and saw Mu Liao surrounded by admirers, standing alongside a familiar figure, Zui Yunming. He smiled at Zui Yunming, thinking to himself, "Young man, don't blame me if I take advantage of you in the future." Zui Yunming held a long sword spirit weapon, which appeared to be of medium quality, valued at over 100,000 spirit stones. "Junior Sister Mu, this is a gift I specially bought for you. I hope you accept it." The crowd gasped in envy, particularly the group of young women, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Zui Yunming, wishing they could be in Mu Liao's place. Such a medium-grade spirit weapon was beyond their means. Even the lower-grade ones were unattainable. Mu Liao was indeed fortunate to have caught Zui Yunming's attention. Her future prospects looked bright. "Senior brother Zua, I am quite capable as well. Why don't you look my way?" A nearby observer glanced at the girl who had spoken, noting her face marred by the effects of her poison cultivation, and wondered why she lacked self-awareness. At that moment, all eyes turned to Mu Liao, and several individuals with questionable intentions took note. Mu Chenyì memorized their faces, planning to rob them next time he ventured out. Mu Liao replied, "I cannot accept this. Please take it back." The crowd erupted in surprise. They had not anticipated Mu Liao's outright rejection. Zui Yunming seemed to have anticipated this, as he had previously attempted to present gifts to her, only to be rebuffed. "Junior Sister Mu, you know my feelings. Please accept it." "I cannot. Junior Sister, I will treat you well. Please accept it." Mlyo furrowed her brow and questioned his persistence. "Are you ever going to cease this behavior?" "Junior brother, my intentions are sincere." Mlyo turned abruptly, poised to retreat. Zhu Yinming, unwilling to concede, reached out to grasp her. At that moment, a figure interceded, halting Zhu Yinming's advance and seizing his hand. Zhu Yinming recognized MCH New York. He recalled their encounter at the ruins. Amidst the woodlands, though his most vivid memory was of the scoundrel descending from the mountain, embracing two maidens. While he hadn't witnessed MCH New York's combat prowess, he'd heard tales of him incapacitating Ingli Fing, and thus knew the man was not to be underestimated. He regarded MCH New York, suppressing his ire, and inquired, "Junior brother, is there something you require?" MCH New York ignored Zhu Yinming, turning his gaze to Mlyo. "Senior Sister M, my admiration for you has long endured. Would you consent to become my Tao companion?" Mlyo smiled and acquiesced. "Yes." MCH New York promptly embraced Mlyo. Onlookers were dumbfounded. Zhu Yinming was utterly bewildered. He had invested considerable effort, bestowing numerous gifts and expressing his affections countless times, all to no avail. Yet this scoundrel, devoid of gifts, effortlessly succeeded with a mere utterance. It was preposterous. He immediately protested, "Senior Sister M, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. He has ensnared other female disciples as well. Your senior sister Yin Oi is among them." As he spoke, he noticed Yin Oi standing at the edge of the gathering. "Senior Sister M, you may inquire of her if you doubt me." Yin Oi approached at that moment. MCH New York embraced her as well. "Senior Sister, do you object?" Mlyo playfully pinched MCH New York's waist, yet responded with a smile, "Not at all." Bystanders watched in stunned silence. "Impressive. A paragon of our generation. Enough said. I shall prepare gifts and seek to become his disciple." Together, the throng of swains from Clear Spring Peak scattered, eager to procure gifts. MCH New York, hand in hand with the two maidens, sauntered away. Zhu Yinming stood dumbfounded, lamenting the day's turbulent events. He couldn't fathom his shortcomings. He was virtuous, gentle, courteous, and possessed of all the cardinal virtues. How could he be bested by that rogue? Zhu Yinming staggered away from Clear Spring Peak, crestfallen. Meanwhile, MCH New York, having donned black attire and concealed his face, trailed after him. In a secluded spot, MCH New York intercepted him. Zhu Yinming, regaining his senses, exclaimed, "Scoundrel, is you again?" MCH New York chuckled, "We are old acquaintances. Do not resist. Surrender your possessions willingly, and spare yourself further discomfort." Zhu Yinming, enraged, charged at MCH New York, brandishing a long sword aimed at his heart. MCH New York seized the blade with his left hand and yanked. Zu Ypsilon Nanometer NG Stumbled forward. Seeing MCH New York's finger directed at his chest, he relinquished his grip on the sword in alarm. MCH New York pocketed the sword. Zu Ypsilon Nanometer NG. Channeling his spiritual energy, unleashed a surge of power, bellowing as he struck at MCH New York. MCH New York, witnessing the approaching violet palm of spiritual energy, casually delivered a punch, dispersing the energy with the force of his fist alone. Zhu Ynm Eng's eyes widened. Such power. This must be a grand figure. He couldn't comprehend how he had offended such a being. As Zhu Ynm Eng stood bewildered, MCH New York appeared before him and tapped his chest. He immediately felt his strength wane, collapsing to the ground, the sensation more intense than before. Most distressing was the chilling energy coursing through his body, threatening to freeze his internal organs. Senior, have I offended you in any way? If so, I am willing to offer any recompense, even my life. MCH New York retorted, You have not offended me. How could he admit it? To do so would expose his identity. Zhu Ynm Eng, in anguish, inquired. Then why do you repeatedly target me? I simply find you displeasing. MCH New York snatched the man's storage ring, pocketing the elixirs, spirit stones, and the spirit tool intended for MLYO. Henceforth, carry more valuables. This paltry sum is fit only for paupers. MCH New York declared before soaring away. Zhu Ynm Eng, enduring the torment of the chilling energy, felt his sanity fraying. His ring contained nearly 30,000 spirit stones, making him affluent among his peers. If you deem it insufficient, then refrain from taking it. He mentally protested. Of course, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. MCH New York had not been overly harsh, and Zhu Ynm Eng recovered within minutes, the lingering chill dissipating. He grumbled his way back to Truyong Peak. Meanwhile, MCH New York returned to Clear Spring Peak. Accompanying MLYO and Ynshi Oi to MLYO's chambers. Ynshi Oi inquired, What treasures did you acquire? MCH New York tossed a ring to Ynshi Oi. We are not stealing, merely reclaiming what was rightfully ours. He then produced profound, jade, amethyst, ginseng, and myriad-year blood spirit milk, presenting them to the maidens. Gifts for you. MLYO inquired, What are these? MCH New York provided a brief explanation. MLYO accepted the profound, jade, amethyst, ginseng, but returned the blood spirit milk to MCH New York. This blood spirit milk is beneficial to you. Keep it for yourself. MCH New York embraced MLYO. Rest assured, there is plenty more. Excess is of no use. You shall both have your share. Ynshi Oi had already pocketed her gift. Accept it from him. Would he ever deprive himself? MCH New York retorted, You are too loquacious. I shall discipline you. Ynshi Oi stuck out her tongue and fled, not wishing to intrude upon their reunion. She could seek out MCH New York later. MCH New York smiled, his sense of guilt heightened by their understanding. He embraced MLYO. MLYO inquired, You returned yesterday. Why did you not seek me out? MCH New York had anticipated this question. I encountered cultivation issues yesterday, which caused a delay. What about last night? Last night, I went to Ling Su. MLYO was evidently jealous, displeased by the use of Ling Su's given name. MCH New York explained, Why, I intended to seek you out, but my cultivation went awry, and the death energy within me surged uncontrollably. I had no choice but to seek Ling Su's assistance. MLYO inquired anxiously, How are you now? Are there any lingering issues? The issue was severe. I nearly perished last night, but I am fine now. The problem has been resolved and will not recur. How could it be so grave? You are aware of the peculiarities of my cultivation technique. Problems are inevitable, but it is resolved now and will not recur. MCH New York continued, Last night, I am indebted to Ling Su. Had she not engaged in dual cultivation with me, I would have surely died. Therefore, MLYO surmised that he had won Ling Su over. I will not object. I was aware of your intentions. Just do not deceive me. MCH New York declared, you are truly kind. You understand, that's enough. Mu Liao was naturally not very pleased, but what could she do? Moreover, Yiling Xue had saved Mu Chenyì's life. Since Mu Chenyì had not concealed their relationship, she could only regard Yiling Xue as a sister. Upon hearing Mu Liao's words, Mu Chenyì felt a great sense of relief. He had not disclosed to others Yiling Xue's initial intentions for accepting him as a disciple. Now, With a small act of benevolent deception, he aimed to enhance Yi Lingshue's reputation among the other wives, facilitating harmony within the harem. He had already discussed this matter with Yi Lingxue, so there would naturally be no slip-ups. Looking at Mu Liao, Mu Chenyì asked Yaoer, "Would you like to go home for a visit?" "I would, but it's so far away. The round trip would take quite some time, and my master wouldn't agree." Mu Liao sighed. For the past 6 months, whenever she thought of Mu Chenyì and her family, she wished to return, but her master had never consented. Mu Chenyì reassured her, "You could be out for 4 or 5 days, right? 4 or 5 days should be fine, but don't worry, that should be enough. After all, I'm here. Thanks to my dual cultivation with Lingxue, I have already reached the king realm and can fly quite swiftly," he explained briefly. "We'll return in a couple of days." The reason for the delay was, of course, that he still needed to deliver items to his other 2 wives and organize gifts for the 2 at home. Mu Liao nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while at the bedside, Mu Chenyì began to grow restless, pulling Mu Liao into his embrace and swiftly removing her garments with an ease that bordered on familiarity. He planted a kiss on her lips and then pulled the quilt over them, enveloping them in warmth. That evening, as Mu Chenyì gazed at the peacefully sleeping Mu Liao, he gently kissed her before quietly slipping away, returning to Zizhu Peak. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw several individuals roasting meat. Wang Teng remarked, "Brother-in-law, where have you been? We haven't seen you since you returned yesterday." Mu Chenyì replied, "I went out to attend to some matters." Lu Qingyun regarded Mu Chenyì with a peculiar smile, evidently guessing his whereabouts. Mu Chenyì thought to himself, perhaps it was time to silence this one. He knew too much. The others greeted Mu Chenyì in turn. Jiang Xiaoyun still held disdain for Mu Chenyì, but her demeanor had softened considerably. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Chenyì said, "Come with me. You too." He then led them to Wang Teng's room. Lu Qingyun inquired, "What's going on, Mu brother?" Mu Chenyì produced 2 blocks of blood spirit milk and said, "These are for you. Take them back and refine them." Wang Teng looked at the bloody, gelatinous substance with distaste, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, what is this? It looks a bit disgusting." Mu Chenyì, exasperated, slapped Wang Teng on the head. "You have no appreciation for treasures. This can elevate your spiritual vein grade." Wang Teng covered his head with both hands, his eyes brightening as he forgot the pain, snatching the blocks. Lu Qingyun frowned slightly, stating, "Mu brother, this is too precious. Take it. You can keep it. In the future, if you come across something good, you can share it with me," Mu Chenyì insisted. "All right, I want to be polite then." He cautioned them, "Do not let anyone know about this." Lu Qingyun and Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Mu Chenyì had previously discussed this with Yi Lingxue. Even if the information leaked, he could easily shift the blame onto her. With that, he departed from Wang Teng's room, while Lu Qingyun and Wang Teng eagerly set about refining the blood spirit milk. Upon returning to his room, Mu Chenyì found Luo Bingqing still refining her blood spirit milk. An hour later, she finally completed the process. Using his probing eye, he assessed her attributes: talent aptitude, 56 special physique, Xianyin body. Mu Chenyì smiled at the information. Although her aptitude had only increased by 5 or 6 points, it was still commendable. He inquired of the system, confirming that Luo Bingqing's spiritual vein had been elevated to the upper tier of heavenly quality. He asked, "How do you feel?" Luo Bingqing shifted slightly, contemplating her response before saying, "Well, I feel that my cultivation speed has improved significantly." "What about your physical body?" "It has strengthened considerably. It should be about 20 times stronger." Mu Chenyì nodded, estimating that the others likely experienced similar enhancements. The following day, Mu Chenyì visited Mingdao Peak to deliver the prepared items to Wang Shidream and Lung Lung, calling them both together. Wang Shidream was unaware of his relationship with Lung Lung, who felt embarrassed and shy, unable to voice her feelings. Thus, it was left to Mu Chenyì to explain. He revealed some details about their experiences in the ruins, omitting certain aspects, and after sharing, Wang Shidream's expression remained unchanged, though she looked at Lung Lung with a teasing smile. "Sister, you're quite domineering," she remarked. Lung Lung recalled the incident of slapping Mu Chenyì in the cave and wished she could vanish into thin air. Mu Chenyì took Lung Lung's hand, saying, "Don't be shy. It's been days since then. It was just a few slaps. If you want, we can do it again." Wang Shidream asked, "Does your cousin know?" "I told Yao yesterday. There's no issue," Mu Chenyì replied. "Your cousin has been spoiled since childhood. You should take good care of her." "I will look after both of you," Mu Chenyì assured, taking the hands of the 2 girls as they made their way outside. "Gulme, allow me to show you off to others." The three strolled outside, conversing freely for quite some time. The only downside was that Mu Chenyì had accumulated a fair share of enmity. Eventually, he felt at ease, leaving the remaining matters to Wang Sherdream, trusting her to comfort Lung Lung. Upon returning, Mu Chenyì organized the items he had obtained from the ruins, placing unnecessary pills and spiritual artifacts into a storage ring. He planned to set up a stall to sell them, potentially earning several thousand spiritual stones. He picked up a piece of soft armor, which belonged to the individual who had poisoned Lung Lung in the ruins. It was of superior earthly quality. Mu Chenyì speculated that the individual was likely a descendant of a notable figure from the Yin-Yang Wuzhizong, as only such a person would possess such a treasure. After considering, he decided to give the armor to Wang Tung, as it was unsuitable for the girls. He then took 2 long swords obtained from Zui Yiming, which were too risky to sell, but could be given to Wang Shuiwei and Xiaoye, as intermediate earthly quality artifacts would suffice for their needs. Once he finished organizing, Mu Chenyì exited and flew toward a cliff within the sect, where he found Yun Xiaoyu waiting. "You're so slow," she exclaimed. "I've been waiting for quite a while." "Nonsense. You arrived here less than 15 minutes ago," Mu Chenyì replied, having been aware of her presence through his spiritual perception. He handed her a storage ring, which she examined, finding numerous jars and spiritual artifacts. "Is all this for me?" she asked. Ruffling her hair, he said, "These aren't particularly valuable. Take them to sell at stall. The profits are yours." "So generous?" she inquired. "When have I ever been stingy with you?" Mu Chenyì merely wished to support Yun Xiaoyu, as her cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough, requiring ample resources. In order to prevent the young girl from engaging in mischief in his absence, he found something for her to occupy herself with. Thus, the two sat atop the mountain for quite some time. Nothing occurred, so do not overthink it. Chapter 164. Return to the Mu Wangfu in the evening. When Mu Chenyì returned, Luo Bingqing was already in the room. He extracted 2 drops of the blood of the Emperor of the Universe, for it seemed a waste to let such valuable items lie unused. Among his wives, Yi Lingxue possessed the most formidable background, although he had never inquired directly. It was evident that her family was at least under the aegis of a great emperor, possibly even a figure of the sacred realm. Both Lung Lung and Lung Qingxian hailed from the same lineage. Given that Lung Qingxian could provide emperor-level blood to Wang Sherdong, it was reasonable to assume that Lung Lung's background was equally impressive. Aside from these two, the others lacked significant connections, making it clear that the only source of emperor blood for them was him. The blood of the same emperor could enhance the probability of comprehending divine abilities, and thus Mu Chenyì decided to share it among a few individuals. He subsequently imparted the secrets of the soul ascension technique to her. The ancient carefree technique he possessed was not something he could share. The 9 Deaths immortal body was also impractical for others to utilize, although Xiaoyu could use it. She would need to absorb death energy, and he had no intention of providing it. The only technique he could offer was a lesser-grade sacred soul cultivation method. Luo Bingqing was elated, not merely due to the spiritual herbs and techniques, but because Mu Chenyì had gifted them to her, which indicated he held her in his heart. How could she not be joyful? Luo Bingqing began the process of refining. Mu Chenyì took out a drop of the Emperor's blood he had received from the system and began his own refining. After half an hour, Mu Chenyì sighed. Perhaps he had truly exhausted his luck, as he gained no insights this time, despite having previously refined it 3 times with success. The system still held 3 drops of Emperor blood as a reward, so he continued to refine. Upon refining the 2nd drop, the host successfully refined the Emperor's blood, gaining the ability to comprehend the spiritual technique Ming Kong Zhan, heavenly grade, and received a lottery draw as a reward, along with 500 system points. Mu Chenyì checked the description and felt somewhat disinterested in the sword technique. His greatest strength lay in his physical prowess, leading him to desire techniques related to fists and palms, which would allow him to maximize his advantages. He gazed at the remaining 2 drops, opting to refrain from further refinement, choosing instead to save his luck for later. The following day, at dawn, Mu Chenyì ascended to the peak of the purple bamboo mountain. He intended to inform Yi Lingxue of his impending absence for several days. Upon reaching the courtyard, he entered Yi Lingxue's room and discovered her in the midst of her cultivation. He had never witnessed such a scene before. With her previous dangers removed, she could now cultivate without reservations. Mu Chenyì approached the bedside and embraced Yi Lingxue. Reluctantly, she ceased her training. "You ought to focus on your cultivation," Mu Chenyì exclaimed. You know the techniques I practice. I'm diligently striving every day. Yi Lingxue pinched his cheek, feeling there was something amiss in his words, yet also that there was nothing wrong. You sigh. Fine, do as you please. Just take care not to run into trouble. I will be away for a few days. Mu Chenyì declared. Do you want me to accompany you? Yi Lingxue inquired. Focus on your cultivation, and strive to break through to the Emperor realm swiftly. Then I will be able to walk with confidence, Mu Chenyì replied. Be careful out there, Yi Lingxue admonished. Your strength is commendable, but it can still be perilous when facing formidable opponents. Mu Chenyì nodded, reassuring her, do not worry. I am merely taking Yao or home for a visit. Nothing will go awry. They conversed for quite some time, after which Mu Chenyì produced the 10,000-year blood spirit milk, which he had previously shared with his wives. It was now his turn to utilize it. He consumed the blood spirit milk and commenced the refinement process. Yi Lingxue placed her hand upon him, channeling her spiritual energy to assist in the refinement. In merely half an hour, the process was complete. Mu Chenyì promptly accessed the system to check his progress. His spiritual vein had reached the lower tier of heavenly grade, and his innate talent had risen to 49 points, placing him among the majority of geniuses within the sect. Yi Lingxue used her spiritual power to assess Mu Chenyì's body and remarked, your spiritual vein has improved significantly, nearing the middle tier of heavenly grade. This will allow your future cultivation to be far more efficient. Mu Chenyì chuckled, acknowledging that his cultivation primarily relied on conventional spiritual energy practices, which he seldom utilized. Yi Lingxue caressed his face and said, if you must leave, then prepare to go. Prepare for what? I am here to bid you farewell, surely. A farewell ceremony cannot be overlooked. Mu Chenyì and Yi Lingxue performed a grand farewell ritual. His physical strength was formidable, and he usually had to exercise restraint. It was only in Yi Lingxue's presence that he dared to unleash his full potential. Yi Lingxue lay in his embrace, feeling somewhat fatigued. Despite her status as a celestial monarch, she found it challenging to withstand Mu Chenyì's strength. He also shared the secrets of the soul ascension technique with her. Although Yi Lingxue came from a powerful background, she was astonished that Mu Chenyì possessed a sacred technique for soul cultivation. This technique is of great significance. You must exercise caution and avoid exposing it, she advised. I understand. It is only for you and a few others, he replied, satisfied after giving her a gentle kiss before departing. Upon reaching the foot of the clear spring peak, he found Mu Liyue waiting there. He approached her, embraced her, and soared into the sky, employing the divine spirit steps to swiftly journey to the Wind Nation. After consuming nearly 10 recovery pills and enduring a full day of flight, by evening, they finally arrived at the Mu Wangfu, landing in Mu Liyue's small courtyard. Mu Chenyì set Mu Liyue down and said, Yao, you must be weary after a long day. Freshen up before meeting the princess consort. Mu Liyue nodded. At that moment, the maid Xiao Chui and several other servants noticed them and hurried over after a brief moment of surprise. Under Xiao Chui's care, Mu Liyue went to her room, while Mu Chenyì engaged in conversation with Li Si. Has anything occurred recently? Li Si, upon seeing Mu Chenyì, was quite pleased. Brother, nothing much has happened. The prince has not returned since attending the eldest young masteress wedding. Mu Chenyì nodded, relieved that all was well. As for Mu Tianheng, he presumed he had likely been reincarnated. He then inquired, how is Xiao Yu? Li Si replied, Xiao Yu has been taken in as an adopted daughter by the princess consort. The other ladies and the young masters and misses do not dare to bully her. She has had no issues. However, she has been coming to your room every night, perhaps because she misses you too much. Mu Chenyì contemplated this. He decided to wait in his room for Xiao Yu that night, intending to assist her in refining a drop of sacred marrow, along with the blood spirit milk and the Xian Yu purple crystal ginseng. And what of those 4 nuisances? Li Si responded, they are quite obedient and have not caused any trouble. When Mu Chenyì left, he directly entrusted the management responsibilities to Li Si. After departing with Mu Liyue, Li Si became the most powerful figure in the small courtyard, and Wang Yin and his group dared not make any moves. Not long after, Mu Liyue finished preparing and hurriedly emerged, dragging Mu Chenyì to meet Wang Shuiwei. A son-in-law must always meet his mother-in-law. Mu Chenyì did not refuse, although he felt the term ugly was a bit excessive. Chapter 165. I truly did not intend this. Mu Chenyì and Mu Liyue arrived at Wang Shuiwei's room. Wang Shuiwei immediately embraced Mu Liyue and began to inquire about her well-being, covering everything from food and clothing to her experiences in the sect. After Mu Chenyì answered all her questions, she finally seized the opportunity to hold Mu Chenyì's hand and shyly said, "Mother, I have someone I like." "It is him." Wang Shuiwei looked at Mu Chenyì, her emotions a tangled web. The multitude of questions she had just posed to Mu Chenyì was not solely out of concern. It was also an attempt to divert her attention away from that little rascal, lest Mu Chenyì perceive anything amiss. Meanwhile, that little rascal, who was always sneaking glances at her with a mischievous grin when Mu Chenyì was not looking, would occasionally throw her a flirtatious gaze. How utterly infuriating. If it weren't for Mu Chenyì's presence, she would have surely pinned that little rascal to the ground. Mu Liao noticed the peculiar expression on Wang Shuiwei's face and misunderstood the situation. She promptly said, "Mother, he treats me very well, and he has also cultivated to the king realm." Wang Shuiwei came to her senses, relieved that Mu Liao hadn't caught on to anything. She gently stroked Mu Liao's head and said, "I have no objections. Why are you so anxious? When I first met him, I could tell about your relationship. You carry a scent." Mu Liao, feeling shy, nestled into Wang Shuiwei's embrace. "Oh, mother," she exclaimed, finally feeling bashful. Wang Shuiwei released her and said, "Wait here. I will prepare something to eat for you." "Okay," Mu Liao replied obediently. As Wang Shuiwei stepped out, she asked, "Is my mother well?" "Yes, she is exceptionally well," Mu Chenyì responded, kissing Mu Liao. He then added, "You surely have much to discuss with the princess. It would be inappropriate for me to stay. You have been away for half a year. The princess must miss you dearly, so please accompany her well." Mu Liao nodded. Mu Chenyì then left the room, concerned that if he lingered, Wang Shuiwei might act awkwardly, revealing something to Mu Liao. As he exited, he spotted Wang Shuiwei approaching. "Son-in-law, greetings to my esteemed mother-in-law," he said. Wang Shuiwei shot him a glare, thinking, "You little rascal, can't you be a bit more discreet?" Noticing no one around, Mu Chenyì embraced Wang Shuiwei, caressing her conscience before kissing her. "Sister, I've missed you so much." Wang Shuiwei initially intended to push him away. Her concern was not about others seeing them, but rather that Mu Liao might unexpectedly appear. However, Mu Chenyì's heartfelt words made her relent, and she responded in kind. She harnessed her divine soul energy, ensuring it enveloped the direction of the room to prevent any surprises. After a moment, Mu Chenyì released Wang Shuiwei, not because he didn't wish to continue, but fearing he might lose control. The timing was simply not right. Wang Shuiwei's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, "You scoundrel! You truly wish to be the death of me. Is this not a case of being unable to resist?" Mu Chenyì chuckled and gave her a playful slap on her rear before bidding her farewell and returning to Mu Liao's small courtyard. Upon arriving at the separate courtyard, he gazed at the place where he had once spent considerable time, lost in thought. This journey had begun from here. He entered the room and closed the door. The furnishings remained as simple as before, unchanged since his departure. He traced his finger across the tabletop, finding no dust. Picking up a water cup from the edge of the table, a faint trace of lipstick was visible on the rim. He sat on the bed, the only thing different being the bed itself. When he was here, the sheets had never been so neatly arranged, nor the quilt so perfectly folded. Lying back, he could distinctly smell a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of Xiaoyu. He reached for a garment at the edge of the bed, the scent intensifying. As dusk fell, a woman in a red dress entered the small courtyard, gently pushing open Mu Chenyì's door before softly closing it behind her. She sat at the table and lit a candle. The flickering light illuminated the room, revealing the face of Xiaoyu, the one who had occupied his thoughts day and night. Xiaoyu picked up the water cup, lost in contemplation, completely unaware of the man lounging on the bed, watching her with a mischievous gaze. She poured herself a drink, took a sip, and sighed. Mu Chenyì had not hidden his presence since Xiaoyu entered. Though her cultivation was far below his, her alertness was disappointingly inadequate. "Don't sigh. It will cause wrinkles, and then what will you do?" he remarked. Hearing that familiar voice, Xiaoyu felt as if she were in a dream. Turning to see Mu Chenyì lying on the bed, she pinched her thigh to confirm her reality, tears of joy streaming down her face. She then leaped into his embrace, clinging tightly as if fearing he might vanish. Mu Chenyì held her close, gently stroking her head. "Don't cry, my dear," he soothed. Xiaoyu softly responded, yet her tears did not cease. After comforting her further, she finally calmed down. However, he was not merely comforting her. During this time, he skillfully shed both her garments and his own. Xiaoyu settled on his lap, embracing him, surrendering to his unrestrained desires. Mu Chenyì reclined, and Xiaoyu rested against his chest. Gazing at him with a sweet expression, do not mention that Xiaoya is the adopted daughter of the princess. Even if she were not, they would still not dare to entertain any thoughts. Yesterday, Mu Chenyì returned carrying Mu Liu in his arms and later held her hand as they left. How could they dare to harbor other intentions? Mu Chenyì cast a sidelong glance at a few people, disregarding them, and took Xiaoya out of the courtyard. Once outside, they encountered Mu Liu. Xiaoya appeared somewhat flustered and immediately dropped to her knees. However, Mu Liu grasped her and said, "You need not do this, we are equals." Although her words were sincere, a hint of jealousy tinged her tone. This was supposed to be her man, yet he had brought Xiaoya back before her, leaving her at a loss for words. Mu Chenyì had not disclosed to Mu Liu that he had brought Xiaoya back, yet he was not overly concerned. Despite her occasional petulance, Mu Liu was quite understanding. Furthermore, Wang Shuiwei had assisted Mu Chenyì. She had already explained the situation to Mu Liu the previous night, and they had previously discussed this matter, ensuring no discrepancies would arise. Mu Chenyì embraced Mu Liu and then drew Xiaoya close, planting a kiss on each of them, declaring, "My dear, let us dine together." The three then proceeded to Wang Shuiwei's residence. Along the way, the servants in the manor cast curious glances but dared not speak. However, the rumors within the estate began to multiply. Mu Chenyì dined with his three wives. Mu Liu maintained a composed expression, having come to terms with the situation, while Xiaoya appeared somewhat anxious, yet was internally elated at the prospect of no longer needing to hide. Wang Shuiwei displayed no outward change, though occasionally a flicker of emotion danced in her eyes as she struggled to suppress her feelings. It was not her fault. Her companion across the table was far from innocent. During the meal, his leg would occasionally brush against hers, and his feigned innocence only served to infuriate and amuse her simultaneously. Fortunately, it was merely a meal, and the duration was not long enough for her to reveal any cracks in her composure. After the meal, Mu Chenyì informed Mu Liu, "Yaoer, I must step out for a moment." She nodded, wishing to accompany him, but ultimately deciding it best to spend more time with her mother before their imminent departure, unwilling to be too lenient with that scoundrel. Mu Chenyì returned to Mu Liu's courtyard and soon sought out Han Ming, as it was time to draw some blood. He smiled at Han Ming and said, "Follow me." Han Ming, feeling apprehensive at the sight of Mu Chenyì's smile, dared not refuse. "Yes, brother E." Mu Chenyì led Han Ming to his chamber. The latter immediately knelt, saying, "Brother E, please give your orders." Mu Chenyì produced a vial and tossed it to him. Han Ming caught it, feeling perplexed, and inwardly wondered, "Is he asking me to poison myself?" Trembling, he opened the vial, only to find it empty. He glanced at Mu Chenyì, who was watching him intently, and suddenly seemed to understand. "Brother E, I comprehend." Without delay, Han Ming searched the vicinity for something usable but found nothing. Too frightened to venture outside or ask Mu Chenyì for assistance, he resolutely bit down on his hand, collecting the dripping blood into the vial. Mu Chenyì chuckled, "Clever of you." Once Han Ming filled the vial, he sealed it and respectfully offered it with his uninjured hand. Mu Chenyì accepted it, waving him away. Han Ming, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, hastily retreated while wiping away the blood that had accidentally dripped onto the floor. Holding the vial, Mu Chenyì smiled. He had long coveted the Yudi Palace, a legendary treasure capable of isolating celestial powers. Previously, he could not take it, but now with the spatial gourd, he could simply retrieve the Yudi Palace. Such a precious artifact could not be left unattended. Mu Chenyì rose and, employing the divine step, found himself outside the mountain where the Yudi Palace resided. He moved the massive stone blocking the array's activation and poured Han Ming's blood into the stone's recesses. A soft purple light emanated from the stone wall, revealing the entrance to the inner sanctum. Mu Chenyì opened the stone door and entered. Soon, he arrived outside the Yudi Palace and noticed a small mound of earth nearby, where he had buried Danmin. A sword marked her resting place, a makeshift gravestone of sorts. Approaching the mound, he laid down a few offerings and poured a cup of wine, spilling a portion onto the ground. "Minner, I promised to come and pay my respects, and here I am. However, this may be the last time. I likely will not return. In another life, do not be so easily deceived. No matter how tempting the reward, one must possess the means to claim it. May your next life be filled with joy and health." Chapter 167. Brother, what is this? After speaking, Mu Chenyì turned and walked toward the Yudi Palace, discarding all the useless items inside. He then retrieved the spatial gourd and absorbed the Yudi palace into it. Observing the surrounding spirit stones, he knew excavating them would consume considerable time. He drew forth the spirit-slaying blade and employed the newly understood technique, the Ming Kong slash, striking several blows that illuminated the cave. The blade's light struck the walls, causing cracks to form, and the spirit stones collapsed alongside the rubble. Mu Chenyì harnessed his spiritual energy to collect all the spirit stones. Turning back, he said, "Oh dear, Minner, I truly apologize. I've flattened your little mound. But I doubt you would hold it against me." With the task completed, he bid farewell to Minner and departed the mountain range. The stone wall's position collapsed due to the array's failure, yet none of this concerned Mu Chenyì. Upon returning to Xing'an City, the hour was still early, not yet noon. He pondered and walked toward a relatively secluded street in the city. Arriving at a small courtyard, he noticed the door ajar and stepped inside. In the courtyard, a young girl sat on a stone chair, one hand resting on the table, supporting her chin, while the other twirled a small flower. She gazed at the sky beyond the courtyard wall, her thoughts drifting far away. Mu Chenyì approached, his footsteps echoing clearly, yet the girl remained oblivious. He shook his head, realizing that this girl was the only one left at home, presumably to guard it. However, given the empty state of the house, she likely would not even notice. Compared to 6 months ago, the girl had changed significantly. Her once sun-kissed skin had become fair, her hands soft and rosy, blossoming into a graceful figure. Placing his hand on the girl's head, he affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "You didn't notice someone had entered? Is this how you guard the house?" Mu Chenyì startled at first, but quickly turned with delight upon recognizing the voice, leaping into Mu Chenyì's embrace and holding him tightly. "Brother, you scared me. I thought a trafficker had come." Mu Chenyì feigned annoyance. "You know to be scared?" Mu Chenyì giggled. "Brother, it's just that no one has come for a while." Feeling her grip tighten, Mu Chenyì was enveloped by her sweet scent, observing how much she had grown. He stroked her hair and cautioned, "Be more alert. If a bad person were to come in, they might sell you away." "Brother, I understand." Suddenly, Mu Chenyì felt discomfort in her abdomen and asked, "Brother, what is this?" As she spoke, a realization struck her, and her face flushed. They had grown up together, and although they had encountered similar awkward situations in the past, they were too young then to understand. Mu Chenyì found himself in the embrace of the young girl, desiring to extricate himself, yet feeling it inappropriate to do so. Initially, he could endure the situation, but the girl's sudden movement caught him completely off guard. Despite his thick skin, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he felt an overwhelming awkwardness. Noticing that Mu Chenyì had yet to release him, he shook his head in dismay. He thought to himself, "Sister, please refrain from this. I bear the identity of your brother, yet I am not truly your brother. Such conduct could lead me to commit a transgression." Reluctantly, he said, "Sister, let's not dwell on these trivialities." Mu Chenyì nodded, her face flushed, and released her grip, guiding him to a chair. "Brother, sit for a moment. I will prepare a meal for you." With that, she dashed out of the room. Mu Chenyì settled into the chair, striving to quell the tumult within him. Chastising himself vigorously, "Why are you so indiscreet? Why can't you maintain composure? When I return, I'll give you a stern reprimand." He rose and gazed towards the kitchen, listening to Mu Chenyì bustling about, and sighed, ultimately deciding to remain. After a little over half an hour, she returned with a spread of 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, all vibrant and fragrant. "Brother, do try this," she urged, serving him with great enthusiasm, her previous embarrassment now forgotten. Mu Chenyì had managed to regain his composure and took a bite of the stir-fried meat, finding it quite delectable, followed by a taste of the scrambled eggs, which were equally delightful. He pondered whether he should invite Xiaoya over for further culinary tutelage under his sister. Delicious. The little girl has truly grown up and become increasingly capable. Mu Chenyì, a bit disgruntled, retorted, "I was an excellent cook even as a child. Every time I cooked, you would lick the plates clean." Mu Chenyì grimaced, "Do not misattribute such praise to me. That was not me, truly." "Sister, let bygones be bygones. Let's look ahead." As she continued to serve him, she inquired, "Brother, where have you been?" "Eldest brother got married recently, and father asked me to inform you." "I did go. The people at the Wang residence told me you were not there. On the day of the wedding, you merely sent a gift." Mu Chenyì smiled, realizing the gift must have been prepared by Wang Shuiwei, warming his heart. "I've been managing the family's external business affairs, which has taken considerable time. In the future, I will likely be away often and may not stay long upon my return. Mu Xiaoqing's expression dimmed. Oh, then I want to see you often? The last time I saw you was over 6 months ago. Merchant E pinched her cheek gently, reassuring her, but I'm here to see you now, and I will continue to visit you in the future. He was uncertain what the future held, lacking a solution for her spiritual issues, so he could only make such promises. Mu Xiaoqing scrutinized his eyes and remarked, Brother, you're lying to me. Merchant Yi's lips twitched slightly. She had grown wise with age. Well, have I ever deceived you? Isn't this a deception? Once you lie, a second time follows, as my sister-in-law says. Frustrated, Merchant E sought to change the subject. What of Uncle and the others? Mu Xiaoqing replied, Since Mother's leg has healed, Father and the others have all gone out to earn a living, setting up a food stall, and business is quite good. After my sister-in-law came, they began working together, returning home only after dark. Merchant E nodded, reassured that his uncle's family seemed to be faring well, although it did not directly concern him. He felt pleased for them, as they had always treated him kindly. Which family did eldest brother marry into? Mu Xiaoqing answered, Sister-in-law's name is Yang Miao. Her family has all passed away, and she has been wandering alone. About 4 months ago, she encountered some ruffians and was injured, collapsing at the door. Eldest brother found her and brought her home to recuperate, after which they wed. Merchant E mused. So that was the case. 4 months ago, just after I left Xing'an City. He felt puzzled. Though the city had its troubles, the presence of the Mu Wang residents had ensured relative peace, and incidents involving ruffians were rare. Furthermore, why would a desperate person be targeted? Was it for robbery? Such an act need not result in injury. If violence were to occur, wouldn't they simply kill her? Merchant E sensed something amiss, but noticed that she had been with his uncle's family for quite some time without incident. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Even if there was an issue, it likely wasn't significant. Noticing Merchant E's silence, Mu Xiaoqing frowned and asked, Brother, what are you thinking? He snapped back to reality, stating, I was contemplating that you are nearing the age for marriage. I must prepare a proper dowry for you. At this, Mu Xiaoqing immediately protested, I don't want to marry. Even if I do, I must marry. Her face flushed as she trailed off, casting a shy glance at Merchant E, appearing somewhat bashful. Merchant E, watching the adorable girl, thought, no, please don't act this way. It's unbearable and could lead to misdeeds. He averted his gaze and redirected his focus to the meal. Fortunately, her shyness silenced further conversation. After they finished their meal, Merchant E and Mu Xiaoqing engaged in light-hearted banter. Seizing the moment, he inquired about family matters, particularly regarding Yang Miao. According to the young girl, Yang Miao was quite kind to his uncle's family, obedient and well-mannered, and his uncle's family was very pleased with her. Merchant E felt a sense of relief. Considering that whether her intentions were genuine or ulterior, there was little for his uncle's family to covet. Even if there were motives, for months had elapsed. If there were any plans, they would have been executed long ago. He resolved to investigate tonight, under the cover of darkness, to ascertain the true nature of his sister-in-law and ensure everything was secure. Mu Xiaoqing clung to his arm, cheerfully sharing recent joyful events. Merchant E, however, found it increasingly difficult to bear, as the little girl had nestled close to him, making him quite uncomfortable. Fearing he could not withstand the temptation, he said, Sister, I have matters to attend to. Please convey my regards to Uncle and the others. Reluctantly, Mu Xiaoqing released her grip, albeit slowly. Merchant E quickly stood to take his leave. The little girl's allure was becoming increasingly formidable. He returned to Mu Liao's courtyard, splashed cold water on his face, and felt slightly better. Rather than venturing out again, he devoted himself to practicing the soul ascension technique. His other two methods were too unique for rigorous training, but this particular method required a significant investment of time. That evening, after dining with his 3 wives, he changed his attire and departed from the Mu Wang residence. The night had fallen, the moon obscured by clouds. He arrived at his uncle's home, contemplating that although he could use his spiritual awareness to probe from the Mu Wang residence, he preferred to see for himself. After some thought, he activated the invisibility feature of his spirit concealment ring and slipped into the yard. All 3 rooms were illuminated. He extended his spiritual awareness. In the main room, his uncle and aunt were conversing, their voices filled with joy, likely due to a profitable day. In the second room, Mu Xiaoqing was in the process of undressing. Mu Chenyì swiftly withdrew his awareness and approached the door of the third room. Meow, you've worked hard today. Let us rest early, came the voice of Mu Chenyì. A woman's voice responded, mm. Mu Chenyì stood by the wall as the light in the room was extinguished. The two inside had begun their intimate activities. Mu Chenyì was momentarily taken aback, then murmured, "Has it concluded so swiftly?" Just 2 minutes later, the sound of snoring resonated from within the room. At that moment, Mu Chenyì glanced toward the door, noticing someone emerging from the room, his sister-in-law, Yang Miao, whose appearance and figure were rather pleasing. Yang Miao held a small bundle in her hand. After stepping out, she surveyed the other 2 rooms before heading towards the household restroom. Mu Chenyì was perplexed. What could this woman possibly need with a bundle in the restroom? Something seemed amiss. He decided to follow her to uncover the truth. Soon, he discovered that Yang Miao's bundle contained nothing but a night cloak. She donned the cloak and then stealthily exited the restroom, making her way to the wall. With a powerful leap and a graceful somersault, she scaled the courtyard wall. Mu Chenyì immediately pursued her. Yang Miao sprinted through the narrow alley, her footsteps scarcely making a sound. With a light step, she launched herself off a nearby wall, propelling herself onto the rooftop. Mu Chenyì sighed, such skill. This is akin to the flying eaves and walking walls of a martial arts novel. Unbeknownst to Yang Miao, who was merely an ordinary person, she had no inkling of the presence following her. Lightly traversing the rooftops, she crossed several streets in mere moments. As Mu Chenyì observed her effortlessly weaving between the buildings, a contemplative expression crossed his face. This reminded him of an incident from over 6 months ago when he returned from the imperial palace. Lisi had mentioned that affluent households in the city were experiencing frequent thefts, yet the culprits remained at large. A thought struck him. Could this sister-in-law be the very thief? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Having married Mu Chenyì, she might be concealing her true identity to evade capture by the authorities. Not long after, Yang Miao leaped into the courtyard of a wealthy family. Mu Chenyì recognized this family as the Wangs, one of the wealthiest in the city. Yang Miao stealthily moved through the courtyard, but was soon confronted by 2 patrolling guards. She quickly concealed herself behind a rockery. Mu Chenyì chuckled, seizing a stone and tossing it toward the rockery. The stone struck, producing a distinct sound that echoed in the quiet night. The 2 guards were immediately drawn to the noise. What was that? Let us investigate. Chapter 169. The background of Yang Miao. Yang Miao's face darkened as she observed the stone that had fallen nearby, utterly perplexed by its sudden appearance. Was this not a setup? Realizing she could no longer remain hidden, she dashed toward a nearby courtyard. The guards, upon seeing this, immediately gave chase, shouting as they pursued her. Thus, the tranquil night erupted into chaos. Mu Chenyì found amusement in the unfolding drama. As Yang Miao reached another courtyard, she attempted to scale the wall to escape, but the 2 guards were too close on her heels, leaving her no opportunity. Meanwhile, others drawn by the commotion were arriving, effectively cornering her. A middle-aged man glared at Yang Miao and declared, "Bold thief, how dare you cause trouble at the Wang residence? Seize her." The guards promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." Yang Miao swiftly drew a 2-foot-long soft sword from her waist. The middle-aged man, upon seeing this, fumed, "Ah, it's you again, thief. It's fortunate I didn't slay you months ago. Today, you shall not escape." Mu Chenyì, upon hearing this, silently confirmed her identity as the thief from before. The guards advanced menacingly with their weapons drawn. Yang Miao, however, produced an object from her bosom, fixing her gaze on the middle-aged man as she proclaimed, "Prepare to meet your end." As she hurled the object, the guards instinctively retreated to shield their master. "Be careful, my lord." One guard managed to deflect the object with his sword. It fell to the ground, revealing a black sphere the size of an egg, which promptly erupted, releasing a cloud of white smoke that was pungent and suffocating. The guards and the Wang patriarch began to cough violently. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Miao took flight. Vaulting over the courtyard wall, and the household servants dared not impede her, leaving behind her ominous declaration, "I shall return." 6 months prior, she had attempted to rob the Wang residence, but had been injured in the process. She had not anticipated failure once more. Thankfully, she had made prior preparations, or she would have truly been caught. Mu Chenyì remarked, utilizing smoke bombs, impressive. He had initially intended to intervene and apprehend her, but was surprised when she fled instead. He followed closely behind. The Wang patriarch clutched his chest, coughing as he cursed, "You worthless fools! Why aren't you pursuing her?" "Yes, my lord." The guards dashed out, but soon found themselves at a loss. The woman had vanished into thin air. Furthermore, facing her was no trivial matter. They were paid meagerly each month, and it was not worth the risk to engage her fervently. Mu Chenyì trailed Yang Miao, revealing himself and feigning caution as he followed. Yang Miao, initially heading back, suddenly sensed someone on her trail. Pretending not to notice, she passed by the Mu residence, traversed 2 more streets, and then bolted into an abandoned courtyard. Mu Chenyì smiled and followed her in, discovering she had hidden herself in the beams of the house. Feigning ignorance, he stealthily entered the room, carefully surveying the surroundings. Yang Miao, observing this, dropped down and had her soft sword poised at Mu Chenyì's neck. Mu Chenyì quipped, "Spare my life, fair heroine." Seizing the moment, he sought to test her resolve. Yang Miao inquired, "What do you follow me for?" "I intended to commit theft, but upon witnessing a heroine emerge from the Wang residence, my curiosity compelled me to follow." Yang Miao furrowed her brow and replied, "Since you saw me leave the Wang residence, you cannot hold me accountable. Spare my life. Fair heroine, I harbor no desire to kill, but I have family to protect, and I cannot allow them to be at risk. Therefore, I must apologize." With that, Yang Miao dragged her sword across Mu Chenyì's neck, stepping back in fright. To her astonishment, there was no mark left behind, not even a scratch. You. Mu Chenyì, pondering Yang Miao's earlier words, found himself confused. The family she referred to must be that of Mu Chenyì. Yet if she wished to protect them, why venture into the Wang residence? He looked at the visibly shaken Yang Miao and asked, "What was your purpose in going to the Wang residence?" Yang Miao replied, "I merely sought to steal something. I need to understand the full story. My family is in dire need of money." Mu Chenyì pointed out, "You quicken your pace as we pass through that alley." Yang Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Mu Chenyì continued, "I believe I should inquire further with that family." Yang Miao instantly protested, "I have no ties to them." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall go and eliminate that family." Realizing her slip of the tongue, Yang Miao immediately knelt, pleading, "Please spare them. I will do anything for you." Mu Chenyì coldly demanded, "Reveal the entire story." Yang Miao recounted that nearly 20 years ago, her family, the Yangs, was one of the prominent families in Xing'an City. Mu Chenyì made his way directly to the Wang family household. In the room of the elder Wang, he effortlessly located the item he sought, resting upon a wooden shelf against the wall. After incapacitating the elder Wang, he took the object into his possession and subsequently departed. Yang Miao returned home in a daze. As she entered the courtyard, her gaze fell upon a crimson jade bottle resting in the center. She hurried forward and cradled the bottle in her arms. From atop the roof, Mu Chenyì observed the weeping Yang Miao and shook his head. He was unaware of the story behind her sorrow and had no desire to find out. He simply wished for her to avoid any further troubles and to live a peaceful life with Mu Chenyì. Yang Miao wrapped the jade bottle in cloth and stealthily concealed it. After changing out of her dark clothing, she returned to her room. Lying on the bed, she gazed at her slumbering husband, nestling closer to him. Concerned not at her, she could not fathom the reasons behind Mu Chenyì's actions. She contemplated fleeing with her family. Yet where could they escape to? What if he resorted to violence? Having heard no commotion, Mu Chenyì left and returned to the Mu Wangfu. He planned to take the time to observe the situation daily. Upon returning, Mu Chenyì noticed the light still burning in Mu Liao's chamber. Entering, he found Mu Liao seated nearby and immediately embraced her. "Why aren't you with the princess?" he inquired. "I missed you," Mu Liao replied. "Where have you been?" "I just stepped out for a bit," Mu Chenyì said, holding her close as they chatted. The conversation soon turned to Mu Tianheng, who had yet to return, causing a sense of unrest within the household. Had it not been for Wang Shuyue's presence, things might have descended into chaos much sooner. Seeing the worry etched on Mu Liao's face, Mu Chenyì reassured her, "Do not fret. The prince is blessed with fortune and will be fine. Perhaps he has encountered an extraordinary opportunity that has delayed his return." Mu Liao nodded, but remained anxious. News had reached her that Mu Tianheng had departed from his last known location, and it had been nearly half a year since anyone had heard from him. Both Mu Chenyì and Wang Shuyue shared the sentiment that they could never reveal that Mu Tianheng had met his demise at their hands. Mu Chenyì pondered how to broach the topic of Wang Shuyue's relationship with Mu Liao. How could he convey that Wang Shuyue was her aunt in a way that would be acceptable to her? Guilt surged within him, prompting him to hold Mu Liao a little tighter. "What's wrong?" Mu Liao asked. With a smile, Mu Chenyì replied, "I just miss spending time alone with you these past few days." He leaned in for a kiss. "Don't. I just wanted to talk to you. I need to go see my mother. You should find Shuiwe. She insisted. After their moment, they had plenty of opportunities to be together, but Shuiwe was different. She wanted to ensure they had time to bond. Mu Chenyì acquiesced, lingering close to Mu Liao for a while longer before parting ways. Returning to the separate courtyard, he found Shuiwe already in her room. With a sigh, he realized he needn't stay there any longer. After all, this Wangfu was now his domain. Entering, Shuiwe leaped into his arms. "You rascal," she chided. Mu Chenyì playfully lifted her onto the bed. In the brief distance they traversed, they were already intimately close. He held her gently, taking his time before presenting her with a Xian jade purple crystal ginseng. After she consumed it, he began to assist her in refining it. 2 hours later, he paused, estimating that Shuiwe's physical strength had significantly increased, roughly by 20-fold. While not overwhelmingly powerful, this enhancement would ensure that her body would gain greater strength with each subsequent breakthrough compared to ordinary cultivators. Smoothing Shuiwe's delicate hand, he nodded in satisfaction. Her skin felt remarkably softer than before. Shuiwe noticed the look in Mu Chenyì's eyes and, understanding his thoughts, playfully shot him a glare. "What are you implying?" he teased. "Did you just secretly look down on me?" "I did not," she retorted, her small hand reaching out to caress him. Mu Chenyì gasped, his expression shifting as a smile crept onto his face. "What are you doing? I'm not that kind of person." "Oh, really? You think you can escape this easily?" Shuiwe leaned against his shoulder, clearly enjoying the moment. "You have two options. Continue this, or I shall teach you a lesson," he warned. Choosing the former, Shuiwe was more than willing to indulge him, knowing it pleased Mu Chenyì. Much later, as he held Shuiwe, he imparted some important matters. Since he had returned with Mu Liao, he could not take Shuiwe and the others with him just yet. He needed to return once more to discuss plans with Wang Shuiwe, not for training, but to inform her of his intentions to take them away. The vast Mu Wangfu required careful planning, and Wang Shuiwe would need ample time to manage the many affairs at hand. Although Mu Tianheng's family had little connection to Mu Chenyì, they were linked to Mu Liao, making it impractical to disregard them entirely. The following day, at noon, as Mu Chenyì was immersed in his training, he was informed by Shuiwe that she had stepped out to address some issues concerning the family business. A smile spread across his face. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Mu Chenyì promptly exited, unleashing his spiritual energy to swiftly locate Wang Shuiwe in the southern part of the city. He arrived near her location in an instant. Wang Shuiwe, sensing his spiritual presence, emerged from a shop and soon spotted him. Dressed in a luxurious purple gown, her elegance had grown significantly since their first meeting. He smiled and communicated telepathically, "Sister, would you care to join me for a little outing?" He gestured towards a narrow alleyway. Wang Shuiwe shot him an exasperated glance, clearly intending to refuse. But Mu Chenyì was undeterred. She entrusted her task to her attendants and followed him into the alley. Upon entering, Mu Chenyì wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her off the ground, spinning her around playfully. Her cheeks flushed, she protested, "Put me down. I'm not a little girl, you rascal." Though she felt a sweetness in her heart, she strove to maintain her composure. After all, she was no longer a child. Mu Chenyì, enchanted by her shyness, felt his heart race and impulsively kissed her cheek. "You will always be my little girl." Wang Shuiwe playfully swatted him. "You scoundrel. What if someone sees us? You're not worried about it getting back to Liao?" Mu Chenyì was well aware that this was not the appropriate place for such displays. Using his divine steps, he took Wang Shuiwe soaring into the sky. They landed in Yinshui City, revisiting familiar places together. As they strolled down the street, Wang Shuiwe commented, "You don't need to devote all your time to me. You should spend more time with the others." "How could I do that?" He replied. "What if you become upset or jealous? It's not so easy to appease you. Indeed, I've become less charming and harder to please." She teased. "That's impossible." He laughed. "Sister, with her enduring charm, remains forever youthful." Wang Shuiwe chuckled lightly, knowing that cheap flattery would ensue. The two strolled to the bridge where they last parted, leaning against each other, engaging in conversation. Suddenly, a child of about 5 or 6 dashed over. "Sister, you are so beautiful." The charming Mu Chenyì replied to the child. "Isn't she lovely? She is my wife." Wang Shuiwe smiled, playfully scolding him, "Silly. Who boasts about their spouse to a child?" The child then declared, "Brother, when I grow up, I want to marry such a beautiful sister." Mu Chenyì shook his head, saying, "You won't be able to?" "Why not?" the child asked. Because you aren't as handsome as your brother. Upon hearing this, the child burst into tears and ran off the bridge. Wang Shuiwei chided, "Why are you teasing a child? Just having a bit of fun." Soon, they noticed a middle-aged woman below the bridge, hands on her hips, shouting, "Which scoundrel is bullying my child?" The weeping child pointed at Mu Chenyì at the bridge's edge, exclaiming, "That brother said I was ugly." Mu Chenyì quickly grabbed Wang Shuiwei's hand, fleeing as the woman hurled angry insults after them. "You little rascal, don't you dare run." Not glancing back, Mu Chenyì knew better than to provoke such a person. They crossed the street and entered an inn, the same one they had visited before during a couple's wedding. They ordered a few dishes casually, chatting for a while before rising to leave. With a swift motion, Mu Chenyì took Wang Shuiwei to the cliff where they had watched the sunset before their last parting. He gently caressed her cheek before kissing her. Wang Shuiwei embraced the one she had longed for, emotions flowing forth. Mu Chenyì waved his hand, spreading a blanket on the ground. He gently laid Wang Shuiwei down upon it, his hands slowly reaching for the ribbon of her garment. Her purple dress slipped aside onto the blanket. Now clad only in a sheer purple veil, she lay on her side, caressing Mu Chenyì's face, noticing how he had matured, looking even more handsome than before. As they drew close, their noses nearly touching, he asked, "Sister, does it stir your heart?" Wang Shuiwei smiled, enchanting and alluring, placing his hand on her chest, softly replying, "My heart beats solely for you." In the next chapter, Mu Chenyì sighed, "Sister, you truly are a bewitching enchantress. Do you like it?" She teased. "That question shouldn't be asked, it's quite obvious," he replied, moving closer. Wang Shuiwei instinctively glanced down before playfully pinching him. "You little rascal." She kissed his forehead, saying, "This is just fine. If I were to go with you, how would we explain to Yaoer?" Mu Chenyì rose, his hand brushing her shoulder, causing her veil to slide down, revealing stunning beauty gradually. He assured her, "Sister, there's no need for concern. I have a plan. I can keep you by my side without Yaoer noticing. We can figure out how to tell her later. As long as we have any connection, it will be impossible to hide it from Yaoer. She will eventually find out. I cannot sever ties with you, and I am certain you cannot bear to part with me. So come with me." Wang Shuiwei touched his face, gazing into his serious eyes, playfully reproaching. "Who can't bear to part with you? It's written all over your face, so don't deny it," he countered. "You little scoundrel, you are becoming increasingly annoying," she quipped. Grasping her hand that had playfully struck his chest, he lifted her, solemnly stating, "Who made you so enchanting?" Wang Shuiwei laughed in exasperation. "Is it my fault for being captivating?" Mu Chenyì embraced her, holding her delicate waist, saying, "Indeed, it is your fault, so it's not my doing." Wang Shuiwei let out a soft huff. "Sister, you still haven't answered whether you will come with me." He pressed. She shook her head, replying, "It would be good if Yaoer found out. We must be cautious." Observing him, she mused inwardly that he had matured another year, becoming even more appealing. Mu Chenyì, sensing her wavering resolve, pressed on, "Sister, you must trust me. I have no desire to hurt Yaoer. I have complete confidence in bringing you both along." Wang Shuiwei furrowed her brow slightly, sighing, "Why must you insist that I go with you? I can't leave you and Xiaoye here. I worry too much." He explained, "With your allure and Xiaoye's beauty, you might attract unwanted attention." He continued, "As the saying goes, one fears both theft and desire. If I leave you here, I want to be able to sleep at night." After a moment of contemplation, she relented, "Fine, I will go with you. Is that acceptable?" Mu Chenyì smiled broadly. "That is more like it. Having you both by my side will put my mind at ease." A while later, he added, "Sister, you must quickly resolve matters at the Wang residence. I would want to arrive to find you still unprepared." Wang Shuiwei lay in his embrace, responding, "You little rascal. I can't argue with you. I understand, don't worry." He then produced a storage ring, declaring, "Inside are cultivation resources I've prepared for you and Xiaoye, along with 2 items that, when refined, will enhance your physical strength and spiritual veins. Remember to refine them well. The higher your spiritual vein grade, the better our offspring's potential will be." Wang Shuiwei caressed his face, teasing, "You have a new scent on you again. I hardly need to bear children for you." Mu Chenyì thought, "Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Of course we will have children." Despite having a new partner, his sister still held a special place in his heart. "Just flattering me, aren't you? You must have quite a few people in your heart," Wang Shuiwei teased, leaning closer to sniff him, adding, "I do say 4 more." Mu Chenyì was taken aback. "Is that so accurate?" He gently pinched her nose, exclaiming, You truly have no secrets left, sister. That's quite impressive. After exchanging affectionate banter, they returned to the Mu Wang residence as the sun began to set. They quietly parted ways to their respective rooms. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì return, Mu Liao inquired, "Where have you been? You're back so late." "I went to visit Uncle Air's family," he replied, providing a plausible excuse. Mu Liao nodded, not pressing further, suggesting, "Let's go eat." They headed to Wang Shuyue's courtyard, and shortly after, a maid brought in their meal. Sitting together, Mu Chenyì and his 3 wives enjoyed their dinner. Observing Wang Shuyue's neck, Mu Liao suddenly asked, "Mother, what happened to you?" Wang Shuyue, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean?" Mu Liao produced a mirror and handed it to her. Wang Shuyue caught a glimpse of her neck and felt a slight twitch at the sight of a mark resembling a strawberry. She was taken aback for a moment. Having cultivated, she was surprised to find that little rascal had left such a mark on her. She quickly said, "It must be an allergic reaction." Mu Liao looked at Mu Chenyì and asked, "Can cultivators be allergic?" Wang Shuyue shot him a glare, thinking, "That lecher. He didn't even remind me." Mu Chenyì replied, "That likely depends on one's constitution." The princess had not practiced any body tempering techniques, so allergies were still possible. It was not a significant issue, and there was no need for concern. He fabricated a plausible explanation. Mu Liao nodded, dismissing the matter. Xiaoyu suspected something, but she kept her head down and ate her meal in silence to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Wang Shuyue extended her delicate foot and pressed it hard against Mu Chenyì's leg. Mu Chenyì clamped his legs together, trapping her foot firmly. He then reached under the table and gently caressed her smooth, supple leg, providing a subtle massage. Wang Shuyue wanted to retract her leg, but she dared not exert force. Pretending nothing was happening, her breathing became slightly erratic as she tried to maintain composure, realizing the little scoundrel was deliberately teasing her. She felt both irritated and anticipatory. Dinner concluded swiftly. Wang Shuyue finally ended her torment, glaring at Mu Chenyì, inwardly scolding him as an endearing rascal. Mu Chenyì left the room, taking Xiaoyu back to his own. He gave her 2 drops of Emperor Yu's essence blood and then departed from the Mu residence. Mu Chenyì went to his second uncle's house, sat on the roof, and listened. Besides noticing his eldest sister-in-law seemed somewhat restless, everyone else appeared normal. He stayed until late at night, but after observing that Yang Miao took no action, he returned directly to the Mu residence. 2 evenings later, Mu Chenyì sat on the roof. For the past couple of days, he had not only come at night, but also invisibly followed Yang Miao during the day. He discovered that his eldest sister-in-law was indeed kind to his second uncle's family. Seeing that the night was deep, Mu Chenyì decided to leave. He was returning with Mu Liao the next day and would have to wait some time before coming back. As he got up to leave, he heard a voice from inside the room. "Brother, please don't go." Mu Chenyì frowned. It was Mu Xiaoqing talking in her sleep. He sighed and silently descended from the roof, arriving at Mu Xiaoqing's door. He channeled his spiritual energy and gently unlatched the door, entering the room. He approached the bed, looked at the sleeping girl, and reached out to stroke her head. Mu Xiaoqing drowsily reached out and grasped Mu Chenyì's hand, murmuring, "Brother, brother." Mu Chenyì stayed with the little girl for a while, thinking, "I'll come to see you again next time." Then he quietly left. In the morning, a gentle breeze stirred. Mu Chenyì and Mu Liao left the Mu residence, bidden farewell by Wang Shuyue. Their figures streaked across the sky and quickly vanished. Wang Shuyue and Xiaoyu returned to their room. Mu Chenyì would come to pick them up later, so they felt only a slight sense of parting. Back in her room, Wang Shuyue sighed. Before leaving, Mu Chenyì had transmitted a message to her. "Sister, don't even think about leaving without saying goodbye. If you dare to run, I dare to tell Yaoer about us, including your true identity. Not only that, but I'll also have to tell Yaoer that we jointly killed Mu Chenyì." Wang Shuyue had indeed entertained this idea and had made some preparations over the past few days. But Mu Chenyì had her completely under his thumb. What could she do? She could only tell him, "Little rascal, I understand. I won't run, okay?" Mu Chenyì naturally left satisfied. He held Mu Liao, and seeing her downcast, he comforted her, "We can come back often in the future. It only takes a little over 5 hours to come back now. Later, when our cultivation improves, the time will be even shorter. Don't worry, at worst. We'll bring the princess and the others over." Mu Liao considered this, and her expression brightened. She hugged Mu Chenyì tightly and softly hummed in agreement. Mu Chenyì smiled, his words serving as a preemptive measure. When he brought Wang Shuyue and Xiaoyu over, if Mu Liao accidentally found out, he could say it was a surprise for her, avoiding any complications. His intentions were deviously thoughtful. Mu Chenyì tightly embraced Mu Liao's waist and kissed her. These past few days, Mu Liao had been with Wang Shuiwei, and they hadn't spent much time alone. Mu Chenyì missed Mu Liao intensely, and she felt the same way. Mu Chenyì reached out and stroked her back, then moved downward. He brushed aside the hem of her skirt, which was slightly lifted by the wind. He pinched a corner of it and exerted slight force. With a tearing sound, a perfectly sized opening appeared in her undergarment. Mu Liao bit Mu Chenyì's shoulder and scolded, "You scoundrel." Mu Chenyì replied, "Yaoer, it will take us a long time to return to the sect, so it's bound to be boring. I'm just teasing you, is that so bad? You bad egg." Mu Liao's cheeks flushed, and her body involuntarily pressed closer to Mu Chenyì. This man was too wicked. Seeing that Mu Liao wasn't resisting, Mu Chenyì naturally had no qualms. Along the way, they passed through small countries with few cultivators and even fewer with high cultivation levels. Moreover, high in the sky, with the speed of his divine steps, no one could detect them. Then, with another tearing sound, Mu Chenyì emerged and naturally sought out Mu Liao. He embraced his beloved girl, and the steps of his divine steps and her small legs were surprisingly synchronized. With each step Mu Chenyì took, traversing tens of thousands of miles, Mu Liao would softly utter a sound. 1 hour later, Mu Chenyì, while tending to Mu Liao, used his divine steps. The consumption of energy was too great, and even with chi-returning pills, his spiritual energy was still insufficient. He had no choice but to slow down. As they passed over a mountain, they changed the clothes that Mu Chenyì had torn and continued forward at a slower pace. This delayed them considerably. By the time they returned to the Yao Guang sect, it was already evening. Mu Chenyì escorted Mu Liao back. He had intended to spend a pleasant evening with her, but Mu Liao received a message from Li Zixin, instructing her to go to her as soon as she returned. Mu Liao would naturally not disobey her master's orders. Mu Chenyì had no choice but to return to Purple Bamboo Peak. Seeing that it was late, he didn't want to disturb Yi Lingxue, so he went back to his own room. Upon returning to his room, he didn't find Luo Bingqing, but discovered a note she had left, saying she needed to go home for a few days. Mu Chenyì's eyebrows twitched as he looked at the note, sensing something was amiss. The handwriting was too rushed, and even a couple of strokes were missing, indicating that Luo Bingqing was very anxious, likely due to something happening at home. Mu Chenyì immediately left his room and headed towards Jiang Xiaoyun's. He directly pushed the door open. Although she had locked it, how could it withstand his strength? With a loud crash, the door was easily forced open. Mu Chenyì walked straight in and closed the door behind him. Jiang Xiaoyun was cultivating when she was startled by the commotion Mu Chenyì had caused. She looked at Mu Chenyì and immediately said, "You scoundrel, what do you want?" "Shut up." Mu Chenyì instantly appeared beside her, grabbed her neck, and said, "I'll ask the questions, and you'll answer them. Understand?" Outside the room, Lu Qingyun and Wang Tong, returning from outside, happened to witness this scene. His brother Mu is too ruthless. He went straight in like that, barging in. Amazing. Damn, another one. I didn't keep an eye on her. Could it be that the secret to success is to be domineering? The other 3 residents of the courtyard were also alarmed and came out of their rooms, looking at Jiang Xiaoyun's room with intriguing expressions. Inside the room, Jiang Xiaoyun was being choked by Mu Chenyì, struggling to breathe, with tears streaming down her face. Mu Chenyì said, "I'll let go, but you better not shout or scream, or I can't guarantee what I'll do." After saying that, he threw her onto the bed. Jiang Xiaoyun clutched her neck, coughing repeatedly, and said, "What do you want? You scoundrel. I won't give in." With a sneer, Mu Chenyì scoffed, "You? Submit? Dream on. Take a good look at yourself. Are you even worthy?" Mu Chenyì inquired, why did Bingqing suddenly return home? What transpired? Since the other party was Luo Bingqing's cousin, he naturally had to ask her to find out what had happened. Jiang Xiaoyun wiped away her tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. "You want to know about my cousin? Why not just ask me directly? You break down my door, strangle my neck, and humiliate me. Are you even human?" Mu Chenyì glared at her, exclaiming, "Are you going to speak or not? Are you trying to provoke me?" Jiang Xiaoyun retorted angrily, "I won't say a word." Without another word, Mu Chenyì reached out and tore at her clothes, resulting in a ripping sound. Jiang Xiaoyun clutched her undergarments, retreating backward. Mu Chenyì discarded the torn fragment and moved to strike again. Jiang Xiaoyun hastily relented. I'll talk. Mu Chenyì cast a disdainful glance at her. "So cheap. Just spit it out." Jiang Xiaoyun said, "My cousin left in a hurry. I asked, but she didn't say." Mu Chenyì was exasperated. "So you know nothing? You've wasted my time." He didn't have time to argue, and, based on Jiang Xiaoyun's account, realized that Luo Bingqing was indeed in trouble. He asked Bingqing's home address. Jiang Xiaoyan replied, Clear Snow Empire, Linqing City. Clear Snow Empire, Linqing City, Mu Chenyì muttered. He was unfamiliar with the place and continued. How far is it from the sect? Jiang Xiaoyan said, nearly 10 million miles. What did Bingqing leave? Yesterday afternoon. Mu Chenyì felt somewhat relieved. Even if Luo Bingqing flew nonstop, it would still take her nearly 5 days to arrive, even with a flying boat. If he departed now, he would definitely make it in time. Whether he could encounter Luo Bingqing on the way was uncertain, since even a slight directional difference could cause them to miss each other. However, it wasn't a major issue. He could arrive early and wait for her in Linqing City. Mu Chenyì commanded map. Jiang Xiaoyan handed Mu Chenyì a map. Mu Chenyì left the room and transmitted his voice to Wang Teng and Lu Qingyun. I'll be gone for a few days. If anyone asks for me, tell them I've gone into secluded cultivation. Before the two could reply, Mu Chenyì had already flown away, quickly distancing himself from the Jade Radiant sect. Mu Chenyì flew along, not rushing, searching for traces of Luo Bingqing along the way, but he found nothing. The next day, in the afternoon, Mu Chenyì, even after slowing down, had arrived near Linqing City. With a sigh, Mu Chenyì entered the city. Linqing City was bustling and exceptionally prosperous, 5 or 6 times larger than Xing'an City. Xing'an City was already considered a relatively large city in the Wind Country, but Linqing City was merely a small city in the Clear Snow Empire. Moreover, in Xing'an City, ordinary people might not see a cultivator in an entire year. In Linqing City, if you stood on the street for an hour or two, you were sure to encounter cultivators, though their cultivation levels might not be very high. Mu Chenyì mused. The difference between a small country and an empire is truly worlds apart. He walked slowly forward and, after asking for directions, arrived outside a mansion. The plaque above the gate read, Luo Residence. 2 servants were hanging red lanterns in front of the Luo family's gate, indicating some joyous occasion. Mu Chenyì was puzzled. This doesn't look like something bad is happening. He concealed himself and entered the Luo family residence, where he overheard 2 servants talking. Do you think Miss will return? She probably will, right? Those Lu family people are too vile, actually trying to force Miss into marriage. Well, their son joined that 10,000 poison sect. I heard he even became an elder's disciple. Hearing this, Mu Chenyì understood the situation. They're trying to steal my wife. He had heard of the 10,000 poison sect. It was just a third-rate force, with the strongest cultivator in the sect only at the 3rd or 4th level of the celestial realm. However, since the people of the 10,000 poison sect were skilled in using poison, they had killed many experts despite their lack of strength, so people generally avoided provoking them. Mu Chenyì was somewhat confused. Even if the other party was difficult to deal with, they were still far from being a match for the Jade Radiant sect. How dare they provoke Luo Bingqing, a peak master's disciple? He pondered that the news of Luo Bingqing's master's departure had been leaked, and the other party felt that Luo Bingqing no longer had a backer, which was why they dared to act. This conjecture seemed quite plausible. After all, as long as the other party didn't directly attack, the Jade Radiant sect was unlikely to mobilize its forces for a disciple. The person who supported Luo Bingqing was no longer around. It truly was a case of out of sight, out of mind. However, Luo Bingqing's master had only left the Jade Radiant sect for 2 months. The news had spread a little too quickly. Mu Chenyì entered a hall in the mansion and saw a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. A woman beside him said, Master, what are we going to do? If that girl doesn't come back, we're doomed in a few days. Those people are so venomous. Hearing this, Mu Chenyì thought, this is definitely a stepmother. The middle-aged man glared at the woman and said, Shut up. If Bingqing doesn't return, that's her choice. Even if the Luo family is destroyed, it's only because of my incompetence. The woman immediately started wailing. Why are you yelling at me? Aren't I worried about you? Worried about this family? If that girl just marries him, wouldn't everything be fine? You only think about your daughter, not about us. We might as well just die right now. The middle-aged man sighed and said, All right, always the same routine. Look at the situation. I'll figure something out. You can leave. The woman ran out wailing, muttering curses under her breath. The middle-aged man was furious. He wanted to pick up his teacup and take a sip, but he couldn't suppress his anger and smashed the teacup. Woman. Then he looked melancholy again. Mu Chenyì watched his future father-in-law for a while before leaving the hall because he had discovered something interesting. His divine sense had been watching the woman from earlier and noticed that after she returned to her room, a man sneaked into her room. Mu Chenyì investigated their movements and overheard their conversation. He came to the window, used his divine sense to cover himself, quietly pierced a hole in the window paper, and silently took out a recording jade. The man said, "Yenner, how is it going?" The woman immediately said angrily, "How do you think? Although that old ghost sent a message to that little bitch, it's not certain whether she'll come back. Whether she comes back or not, it's beneficial to us. Cousin, why is it so troublesome? Just get rid of that old ghost directly. I'm the lady of the house, and you're the steward. This Luo residence is ours to control." The man said, "Luo Tianchu's daughter has too much talent. Her cultivation is already above ours. We have to be careful. If we kill Luo Tianchu now, and his daughter finds out about our affair when she returns, that would be troublesome. There are no secrets in this world. This way is best. If this doesn't work, the Lu family won't let Luo Tianchu go. Then we can take the opportunity to seize the Luo family's assets. Afterward, Luo Bingqing will only seek revenge on the Lu family. If it works, Luo Bingqing will marry into the Lu family and be controlled by them. Then we can kill Luo Tianchu without worrying about Luo Bingqing's problems." After listening, the woman giggled and said, "Cousin, you're so bad." The man laughed and said, "There's worse. Do you want to try it? Cousin, how bad do you want to be? I'm looking forward to it." The woman named Yenner couldn't wait to take off the other party's clothes. "You little slut," the man said. The woman giggled and moved over. Subsequently, the sounds of their clandestine intimacy echoed. Refraining from further eavesdropping, retrieved his recording jade and departed with measured steps, the situation now unequivocally clear. "Alas, my venerable father-in-law," he lamented, his wife engaged in an illicit affair with the estate steward. Should the offspring of that union bear the steward's blood, dire consequences may ensue. This underscored the imperative of vigilance regarding stewards and similar roles. After voicing his thoughts, sensed a subtle unease, yet dismissed it and left the residence, securing lodging at an inn within the city. Over the ensuing days, he gleaned insights into the family. As the wealthiest clan in the city, even the slightest tremor in their affairs became fodder for the townsfolk's gossip. Without deliberate inquiry, absorbed a wealth of information merely by partaking in drinks within the inn's common hall for half an hour. However, the veracity of these accounts remained questionable, as hearsay often distorted reality. The narrative that reached his ears, originating from the household and circulating through the city, had likely undergone significant alteration. The individual from the family who sought entry into the myriad poison sect was the third son of the family's patriarch, and the very one who coveted its betrothed. Approximately 2 weeks prior, the family had dispatched emissaries to the residence bearing betrothal gifts, intending to secure four. However, steadfastly refused. Having heard tales of the young's dissolute lifestyle and his history of coercing women into prostitution, he would never consent to his cherished daughter marrying such a reprobate. Moreover, was already cultivating her skills at the Radiant Light sect and destined for future greatness, a decision that rightfully belonged to her. The emissaries, rebuffed, departed with veiled threats. Though aware that his family was not on par with the family, paid little attention to this. That very night, the livestock of the residence perished, poisoned without a trace. Panic seized the household, with many servants contemplating desertion. However, as past kindness and the scarcity of alternative employment kept most from leaving, after reassuring his staff, grew increasingly apprehensive. The ability to silently poison livestock suggested a capacity to inflict far greater harm upon a household. The incident was undoubtedly linked to the family, given the timing. Indeed, the following day, news circulated throughout the city that had been inducted into the myriad poison sect. While the significance of this news may have been lost on the common folk, immediately grasped its gravity. He could not afford to antagonize the myriad poison sect. Subsequently, representatives from the family, led by himself, returned to the residence, engaged in a series of persuasive overtures, punctuated by thinly veiled threats. Left with no recourse, contacted, seeking guidance, while simultaneously adorning his residence with festive decorations in a bid to buy time, had essentially pieced together the entire sequence of events and resolved to reconnoiter the residence that very night. Chapter 175. Night Raid on the Residence. As night descended, donned dark attire, secured a hood, and stealthily departed the inn, heading directly for the family's estate. Having previously utilized his invisibility ability during the day, he now proceeded with utmost caution. The presence of experts from the myriad poison sect within the household necessitated discretion, preventing him from employing his divine sense for reconnaissance. Cautiously approached a room, eavesdropping on the conversation within. Brother Zheng, what is it that you're doing? What I'm doing? Are you not aware? I'm Brother Zheng, you muttered under his breath. Fie. Shameless hussies. Could they not be more discreet in their wantonness? He then moved on, arriving at the exterior of a hall from which voices emanated. Elder Qian, we are indebted to you for your assistance in the matter of the family. We are truly imposing upon your kindness. Patriarch, there is no need for such formalities. As I have taken as my disciple, I will naturally exert my efforts on his behalf. Master, will the Radiant Light sect not cause trouble? Fear not. We have done nothing untoward, merely presented betrothal gifts. The Radiant Light sect is a respectable institution and must maintain appearances. They must act with propriety and will not arbitrarily trouble us. Moreover, she is merely a disciple who has lost her backing. They will not make a mountain out of a molehill. If you desire that woman, you must act swiftly. Should she acquire new patronage, the matter will become far more problematic. Master, that is unlikely. I have ascertained that the new peak lord has not accepted her as a disciple. Even if she has backing, it will only be at the imperial level. As long as the Radiant Light sect does not interfere, your formidable strength far surpasses that of an imperial level cultivator. Overhearing this exchange, smiled inwardly. Well, the principles are all here. Judging from his tone, this Elder Qian was likely an imperial level cultivator, albeit a novice one. Felt little trepidation, confident in his ability to contend with a nascent imperial level opponent. Even if outmatched, he could always flee. Moreover, he possessed a penchant for underhanded tactics. Resolving the matter seemed relatively straightforward, but the ensuing consequences warranted consideration. Eliminating the elder would be of little challenge, but the individual was, after all, an elder of the myriad poisons sect. The death of an imperial-level elder would undoubtedly elicit scrutiny, posing little threat to but potentially endangering the family. The myriad poisons sect could easily annihilate the family with a mere application of poison. Aside from, the most powerful member of the family possessed only the 7th level of profound realm cultivation, a pitifully weak state, could not disregard the plight of the family. He resolved to engage in a thorough discussion with, delving deep into the matter and formulating a comprehensive plan for the future. Within the hall, the patriarch of the family, remarked, possesses an exceptional dual cultivation physique. Should the matter succeed, cultivation will advance even more rapidly. Responded with a smile, success is likely. I have heard that has already informed his daughter. Has always been filial and will undoubtedly return upon hearing this news. Nodded, expressing satisfaction with his son's resourcefulness. At least he knew how to gather intelligence. I hope she does not bring back any experts. Father, rest assured, is of a cold disposition and likely has few acquaintances. Even if she does, they will only be disciples. With my master present, there will be no issues. Elder Qian chuckled and addressed, Patriarch, have no fear. With this elder present, nothing will go awry. He was unconcerned, confident that even an imperial-level opponent would fall prey to his poisons. Should a true threat emerge, he could readily sacrifice the father and son duo and make his escape. Moreover, he harbored a certain interest in the Xianyin physique. Had he not inadvertently overheard mention the Xianyin physique, he would not have accepted him as a disciple. Now, he merely used that relationship as a pretext to provide cover, just in case. Within the hall, the three continued their conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Overhearing their dialogue, also chuckled, thinking, you have guessed correctly. Did not bring anyone back, but I have arrived. He planned to return the following night or the night after, utilizing the divine invisibility ring for a surprise attack, then retreated slowly, returning to the inn. He retrieved numerous vials and jars from his storage ring, preparing to ensure that the three would not meet an easy end. At the very least, the father and son would suffer. The following day, strolled through the city, wandering along its bustling streets. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Mu Chenyì turned to the third stall on the left and discovered a vendor selling clay sculptures. The stall displayed a variety of trinkets. He began to communicate with the system. Which one? The largest one. Mu Chenyì approached the stall and stood before the largest clay sculpture, which was a tiger, approximately the size of an adult's head, appearing rather ordinary. Using his spiritual power, he examined it and confirmed that there was something inside. He casually inquired, how much for this? The vendor immediately smiled and replied, Sir, you truly have a discerning eye. This is the finest piece I have. To be honest, Mu Chenyì interrupted, just tell me the price. The vendor grinned and said, 1 tael of silver. Noticing Mu Chenyì's affluent demeanor and the distinct accent that suggested he was not from the area, he quickly raised the price. Mu Chenyì tossed the silver to the vendor and took the clay sculpture back to the inn. After returning to his room, he smashed the sculpture and retrieved an object from within. Upon cleaning the dirt off, he discovered it was a fragment of jade. It felt somewhat familiar, prompting him to ask, "System, is this the other half of the ancient jade fragment I gave to Yao?" "Indeed, I didn't expect you to remember. What else is this object useful for besides teleportation?" "It should serve as a medium or key to access a certain location." "Could it be the tomb of another great emperor?" "Isensa no kuluas." "Wait until you return and see if the two pieces fit together. But it is highly unlikely to yield any information. So it's essentially useless." "Not at all. Once the jade pieces are combined, it will no longer facilitate random teleportation, but rather directed teleportation, with a range extending to approximately 100,000 miles. Mu Chenyì stored the jade, feeling somewhat disappointed. Teleporting 100,000 miles was of little use to him. However, it would prove beneficial to others, which was a modest consolation. The following night, Mu Chenyì arrived outside the Liu family courtyard and stealthily entered. Approaching the hall, where he had been the previous day, he overheard a conversation between Liu Yuming and Elder Qian, their laughter echoing in a most nauseating manner. Standing outside the hall, Mu Chenyì retrieved a small vial containing an aphrodisiac he had discovered in the ruins. He had devised a plan to use one of the 3 vials of red smoke to give these two a rather memorable experience. He hurled the vial directly toward Elder Qian, who was engaged in conversation with Liu Yuming. Hearing the sound of something slicing through the air, Elder Qian glimpsed the object approaching and swiftly retaliated with a surge of spiritual energy, striking the vial. The vial shattered upon impact, releasing a cloud of red smoke that quickly enveloped Elder Qian. Mu Chenyì smiled to himself. The plan had succeeded. Elder Qian raised an eyebrow. Thinking poison? He then chuckled dismissively. Playing with poison against someone from the 10,000 Poison sect? What nonsense! We have built up an immunity over the years. Nevertheless, he took a step back, sensing something was amiss. Wait, this isn't poison. It's an aphrodisiac. Liu Yuming, slower to react, only realized the situation when he saw Elder Qian retreating, prompting him to follow suit. Elder Qian, it's so hot. Just as he was about to inquire further, the effects of the drug began to take hold. Elder Qian felt slightly better, but was already overwhelmed by sensations. He quickly produced a detoxifying elixir, consuming it before tossing one to Liu Yuming. This smoke is an aphrodisiac. Hurry and take the antidote. While the most effective antidote would be to engage in the act itself, this was not the right time. After consuming the elixirs, they felt a momentary relief. But their expressions soon turned frantic as the effects of the aphrodisiac intensified. Liu Yuming was already gasping for breath, his face flushed. Elder Qian attempted to suppress the drug's influence with his spiritual energy, but only amplified the effects, leaving him dazed and weak. Mu Chenyì chuckled softly, recalling how the cold smoke had enhanced the effects of the antidote he had taken previously. He approached Elder Qian and pointed a finger at him. Elder Qian collapsed to the ground, yet a wave of cold energy coursed through him, providing some relief. He looked up at the figure of the masked man in black, forcing himself to speak. What do you intend to do? At that moment, he could not utilize his spiritual energy, and the aphrodisiac was wreaking havoc within him, rendering him completely vulnerable. Liu Yuming had also SUC, this is of little consequence. The two elderly gentlemen are engaged in conversation, and no one will disturb them. Yu Ling, you are being unacceptable. Mu Chenyì shook his head, exclaiming, no, why speak so recklessly? He then forcefully kicked open the door. The two individuals within the room were startled and immediately turned to the entrance. Liu Yuling initially feared she would be caught in a compromising situation, but upon seeing a masked figure clad in black, she breathed a sigh of relief and hastily donned her attire. Perceiving no cultivation within Mu Chenyì, she assumed him to be an ordinary thief and shouted, "Bold thief! How dare you intrude upon the Liu household and attempt to harm my sixth sister? Prepare to pay with your life." Chapter 177. Justice served. Mu Chenyì's expression darkened. This individual truly had no shame, openly attempting to frame him with baseless accusations. Liu Yuling dashed towards Mu Chenyì, striking out with her palm aimed directly at his chest, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow to substantiate her claims against him. Mu Chenyì remained motionless, allowing her attack to land without resistance. Even if she were at the 7th level of the Xian realm, She would not be able to shake him in the slightest. As Lu Yuling's palms struck true, she was momentarily pleased, but was immediately met with a powerful backlash. Alarmed, she attempted to retract her hand, but having exerted herself fully, it was far too late. The force of the counteraction was entirely transmitted to her arm. A sharp crack echoed in the air. In the next moment, Lu Yuling's arm shattered, and a piercing scream escaped her lips as blood and flesh erupted, splattering throughout the room. Mu Chenyì had anticipated this, and with a wave of his hand, he deflected the remnants of her mangled arm away with spiritual energy. The commotion within the room soon attracted the attention of others, and a multitude of guards and servants from the Lu family rushed in. Upon witnessing Lu Yuling collapsed on the ground, her arm utterly destroyed and her face contorted in agony, they instinctively recoiled in fear. They were well aware of Lu Yuling's status as a cultivator, and seeing her in such a state made them hesitate to intervene, fearing they would only invite disaster upon themselves. Most stood frozen in the courtyard, paralyzed by terror, while a few cowardly souls fled, crying out, "Murder! Murder!" Mu Chenyì paid them no mind. There were no threats to him among them, and he had no desire to trouble a group of ordinary people. While there were a few cultivators present, they had merely reached the threshold of the spirit realm. After inquiring about their worth, he realized they were only worth 5 system points combined, and thus he had no inclination to engage. Seeing others escape without consequence, many began to stampede, trampling several in their panic, leading to a chaotic scene. One individual suffered multiple broken ribs and coughed up blood, yet managed to rise and sprint to the front of the fleeing crowd. Mu Chenyì could not help but marvel at their tenacity, pondering how someone without any cultivation could display such resolve. He then turned his attention back to the agonized Lu Yuling and intentionally crippled her remaining limbs before severing her spiritual veins. He procured a potent aphrodisiac, ensuring that both Lu Yuling and Lu Yuming would endure a similar fate. The concoction he used was a blend of various substances extracted from disciples of Yin Yang Wuzhizong, mixed together in a potent brew. Meanwhile, the terrified Lien Yu, who had been trembling in fear, fainted upon witnessing Lu Yuling's gruesome state. Mu Chenyì glanced at her and noted her youthful appearance, then used his blade to hoist Lu Yuling and dragged her to the previous hall, discarding her beside Lu Yuming. Injured and immobilized, Lu Yuming writhed in agony, the effects of the drug distorting his features to an extreme, to the point where several of his teeth were lost. Lu Yuling was in no better condition. Observing their suffering, Mu Chenyì remarked, "You have engaged in nefarious deeds, and this is your just reward." He collected the storage rings from the 3 of them, locked the door behind him, and departed the Lu residence. Shortly thereafter, both Lu father and son met their demise, their bodies bursting in a most fitting end. The host has slain 2 Xian realm cultivators, rewarded with 200 system points. Mu Chenyì shook his head, lamenting, "How unfortunate! Slaying those of lower realms not only forfeits my chances for a reward, but also yields a pitiful amount of system points. To let them die so easily is truly a disservice to them." As he strolled down the street, the matter was resolved. Now, he awaited Luo Bingqing's arrival. After some contemplation, he decided it was prudent to lend a hand to his father-in-law once more. Swiftly, Mu Chenyì vanished from the bustling street and reappeared at the Luo household. Within the grand hall, Luo Tianshu sat in a state of despondency, while a woman named Yinner appeared quite cheerful. "My lord, why do you sigh so? Isn't it true that Bingqing conveyed through a messaging talisman that she would return tomorrow evening?" Luo Tianshu remained silent. Indeed, his daughter was returning, but she would be alone. The implications of her solitary return were all too clear. Mu Chenyì, overhearing their conversation, furrowed his brow. Even if Luo Bingqing exerted herself to fly with all her might, she would not arrive until at least a day after tomorrow. Yet, she had communicated that she would return tomorrow evening. This could only imply that she was not merely hastening her journey with spiritual energy, but was also burning her own vital essence. Upon her return, she would undoubtedly suffer from the depletion of her energy, and her foundation might even be severely compromised. Mu Chenyì was filled with concern, primarily out of compassion. While energy and foundation could be restored with elixirs and deep exchanges, the trials Luo Bingqing endured along the way would leave their mark. Seeing that Yinner was no longer inclined to engage with Luo Tianshu, she huffed and swayed her hips, exiting the hall. For her, Luo Tianshu's disinterest was fortuitous. It provided her the perfect opportunity to rendezvous with her cousin. Due to the recent turmoil with the Liu family, Luo Tianshu had hardly paid her any mind, granting her a sense of freedom. Once Yenner departed, Mu Chenyì gracefully descended from the rooftop. Luo Tianshu, alerted by the sound, coldly inquired, "Who goes there?" Mu Chenyì stepped into the hall, introducing himself. "I am the junior, Mu Chenyì, here to greet Uncle Luo." Luo Tianshu's gaze sharpened upon the sight of a young man clad in black, tension evident in his demeanor. "Might I inquire why you have come at such a late hour?" Mu Chenyì, not concealing his cultivation, understood Luo Tianshu's apprehension was justified. He responded with a reassuring smile. "Uncle Luo, there is no need for alarm. I am a companion of Bingqing." Luo Tianshu remained skeptical. The Yaoguang sect was thousands of miles away. And how could his daughter's companion possibly be here? During their previous communication through the messaging talisman, his daughter had not mentioned any companions visiting. Mu Chenyì recognized that persuading his father-in-law would not be easily achieved, and thus resorted to his ace in the hole. "Uncle Luo, there exists a pink mark the size of a fingertip on Bingqing's waist. I share a close bond with her. Having frequently communicated with Luo Bingqing, he was intimately familiar with her." Luo Tianshu's expression shifted upon hearing this, growing increasingly awkward. This revelation implied that something had transpired between his daughter and Mu Chenyì, and yet she had never mentioned it to him. Furthermore, she had not referenced this individual during their exchanges. Luo Tianshu's mind raced. He considered the possibility that this person possessed formidable strength and might have coerced his daughter. After all, she was now without the protection of her master and bore the rare Xianin body, attracting many who coveted her. Chapter 178. Luo Tianshu's fury. As Luo Tianshu pondered this, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Mu Chenyì, sensing the shift, reassured him, "Uncle Luo, there is no need for concern. My feelings for Bingqing are genuine." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshu's expression softened considerably, and he inquired, "When did this come to pass?" "It has only been a matter of a month or two. If Uncle Luo remains unconvinced, you may contact Bingqing through the messaging talisman. Though it may take some time, I am willing to wait." Luo Tianshu produced a talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it to send a message. However, he knew that the transmission would require time. The greater the distance, the longer the delay. He had already begun to believe, as the other party's cultivation was evidently displayed, making it unnecessary for them to deceive him. "Please have a seat." Soon after, the two settled down, yet an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. After an hour had passed, Luo Tianshu took out a communication talisman and received a reply from Luo Bingqing. His doubts dissipated, and he immediately smiled at Mu Chenyì, saying, "Son-in-law, I must apologize for my neglect. Bingqing truly lacks understanding, failing to notify me beforehand." Mu Chenyì naturally seized the opportunity to flatter. "Dear father-in-law, you are too kind. Bingqing is just a shy girl. With a son-in-law so considerate of Bingqing, I can rest easy. Rest assured, father-in-law, I shall treat Bingqing well." Luo Tianshu smiled and said, "Please, remain seated. I shall instruct the servants to prepare some wine and dishes, so we can enjoy a drink together." Mu Chenyì halted him, intending to reveal the affair involving the other man's wife, suggesting that it was better to refrain from drinking for the time being. "Father-in-law, please wait. I have matters of great importance to discuss." Luo Tianshu nodded. "Very well." Son-in-law, the third son of the Liu family. Liu Yuling's master is a formidable figure at the imperial realm, not to be trifled with. Luo Bingqing had not divulged detailed information, merely acknowledging that there was indeed a connection between them. Luo Tianshu naturally assumed Mu Chenyì had come regarding this matter. "Fear not, father-in-law. The Liu family's issue has been resolved." Luo Tianshu was taken aback. "Resolved?" Mu Chenyì nodded affirmatively. "It has been dealt with. Both the Liu father and son are dead, and that imperial realm master has also perished." Luo Tianshu looked at Mu Chenyì, then suddenly realized, considering Mu Chenyì's age and cultivation level, he must be a disciple of a significant figure from the Yaoguang sect, implying that a powerful person behind him had intervened to eliminate the imperial realm master. Never could he have imagined that Mu Chenyì had personally handled it. Luo Tianshu laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Excellent, truly excellent." His gaze towards Mu Chenyì grew increasingly approving. "Such a gratifying matter must be celebrated. Wait here while I fetch some wine." Mu Chenyì felt a pang of anxiety. Was the old man truly in such a rush to drink? Wouldn't he that mean celebrating his father-in-law's humiliation? He quickly interjected, "Father-in-law, What I wish to discuss is of a different matter, one that is quite serious. Luo Tianshu, noticing the gravity in his son-in-law's expression, was taken aback. Is there something more severe than the Liu family matter? He promptly inquired, what is it, son-in-law? Unsure of how to broach the topic, Mu Chenyì decided to present the recording jade, saying, Father-in-law, you may see for yourself. Please do not be angered after viewing. Luo Tianshu accepted the recording jade, a sense of foreboding creeping in. As he began to examine the recorded images, his brows furrowed, his face flushed, and his expression turned to one of extreme fury. Wretched woman, harlot, Mu Chenyì urged, Father-in-law, this matter should be addressed swiftly. The longer we delay, the more likely it is to spread. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshu forced himself to calm down, responding, you speak wisely. He now felt an overwhelming embarrassment towards Mu Chenyì. The recording jade had been given by the other party, meaning they had surely viewed its contents, perhaps even recorded it themselves. The notion of his son-in-law documenting his wife's infidelity left him feeling utterly humiliated. Mu Chenyì suggested, if it feels inconvenient, I can take care of these two. No one would ever know. Luo Tianshu felt tempted, but ultimately shook his head. Having received the information, it was best he handle it himself. I shall deal with it. With that, he strode towards the hall's exit. Be cautious, father-in-law, lest you fall into their trap. Do not worry, I will be vigilant. Mu Chenyì merely offered a reminder. Should anything occur, he could intervene at any moment. However, to be safe, he hurried ahead. Using his spiritual sense, Mu Chenyì discovered the two culprits together at that moment. Silently, he broke through the window, producing a vial of powder. Upon opening it, white smoke billowed forth, and he gently blew towards the opening before swiftly sealing the vial and departing. The powder, a product of the earlier ruins, was discovered on a disciple of the Yaoguang sect. It functioned similarly to a paralyzing agent, albeit with limited efficacy, suitable only for those beneath the royal realm. Nevertheless, it would suffice for the two offenders, as the steward was merely at the 3rd level of the profound realm, and the woman was only at the 6th level of the spirit realm. Luo Tianshu soon arrived at his wife's chamber, where he found the two of them lying together in a compromising state. Consumed by rage, he approached the bed and delivered several slaps to their faces. The two, having been sound asleep, were jolted awake and trembled at the sight of Luo Tianshu's furious countenance. Master, it was not my fault. She forced me. Head of the household, I have been loyal to you. It was this wretched woman who seduced me. The two immediately began to shift blame onto each other, but they were utterly powerless. Their bodies too weak to channel any spiritual energy. Their voices grew progressively louder. Silence, Luo Tianshu barked. They immediately fell silent, kneeling at the bed's edge, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Luo Tianshu turned to the woman, saying, Yin'er, I believe I have done no wrong by you. Why? Never mind. It is pointless to speak further. Choose your own demise. Upon seeing Luo Tianshu's resolute gaze, the woman retorted, Luo Tianshu, can you even call yourself a man? If you are useless, what is wrong with me seeking another man? I will tell you, it was I who seduced him, and I will further reveal that he is my cousin. I brought him to the Luo residence with the intent to betray you. Ha ha ha. The steward turned pale. Realizing the woman had lost her mind, there was no escape now. Luo Tianshu, witnessing the derangement of the woman, contorted his expression in rage. He raised his hand, spiritual energy swirling around him, his aura intensifying, causing the bed curtains to tremble violently. The woman, seeing Luo Tianshu's demeanor, let out a desperate laugh, shouting, useless old fool. Come on, do it, kill me. Luo Tianshu, with an expression of utmost complexity, sighed deeply. In the end, he withdrew his energy, lowering his hand. You two may leave. Do not let me see you again. Next time, I shall show no mercy. With that, he turned away, his spirit deeply forlorn. He had once loved this woman dearly. The two culprits on the bed were momentarily stunned before hastily dressing and fleeing the Luo residence. As they escaped, they began to argue. You treacherous man, you betrayed me. Wasn't it you who sold me out first? Oomph. Look at your cowardice when facing Luo Tianshu. You are no man. You harlot, even if we are no longer men. We are better than you, a mere whore. The man held back his rage. Had it not been for their pressing need to flee and his plans to use this woman later, he would have struck her down then and there. Enough. This is not the time for this conversation. We must leave. The two dashed out of the city, uncertain if Luo Tianshu might harbor regrets and return to exact vengeance. Yinner, let us hide for a few days and observe the situation before seeking an opportunity to eliminate Luo Tianshu. The woman suppressed her fury. She too did not intend to let Luo Tianshu off easily. They swiftly made their way to a secluded mountain range outside the city, where they could easily conceal themselves. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì sat within the hall, feeling somewhat disappointed in his father-in-law's actions. He shook his head and sighed. My dear father-in-law is too lenient. It seems I must handle the aftermath myself. Using his divine soul, Mu Chenyì had been surveilling the situation and noticed his father-in-law had gone to see his son. He rose from his chamber and, employing the divine step, pursued the adulterous couple. Startled by the sudden appearance of the black-clad youth, the pair halted their frantic escape. Why do you obstruct our path, esteemed one? Mu Chenyì responded. Had you simply fled, I would not have intervened, as my esteemed father-in-law had already spared you. Alas, you courted your own demise. With a wave, two streaks of crimson and ebony sword energy materialized, piercing their hearts. Before they could react, the couple collapsed, lifeless. Mu Chenyì plunged the spirit-severing blade into their corpses, swiftly reducing them to mere skeletons. With a forceful punch, he created a small crater in the earth and kicked the remains within, then manipulated his spiritual energy to bury them. Only then did Mu Chenyì return to the Luo residence, resuming his vigil in the hall. Shortly thereafter, Luo Tianshu entered, his composure largely restored, followed by several maids bearing wine and dishes. Esteemed son-in-law, he said with a smile, come, let us converse. Mu Chenyì was impressed by the man's mastery of his emotions. He surmised that Luo Tianshu must have confirmed the child's paternity, hence his placid demeanor. After partaking in the meal, Luo Tianshu arranged for Mu Chenyì to retire to a meticulously arranged room, its ambience fresh and elegant with a subtle fragrance, though it appeared long unoccupied. Observing the room's decor, Mu Chenyì deduced it was likely Luo Bingqing's chamber, as his father-in-law would hardly assign him to another's quarters. Seating himself at the desk, he began to examine the storage rings obtained from the elder and the Lu family patriarchs. Within the rings, he found over 120,000 spirit stones, various poisons, and inferior elixirs, along with a token identifying the bearer as an elder of the myriad poison sect. Picking up a few vials of poison, Mu Chenyì noted that most were of common quality, save for two exquisitely crafted bottles adorned with intricate patterns. Upon consulting the system, he learned that these contained a unique poison, potentially lethal even to those in the Emperor realm if handled carelessly. He secured these items. The following evening, while conversing with Luo Tianshu, Mu Chenyì sensed Luo Bingqing's arrival in the city. Esteemed father-in-law, he announced, Bingqing has returned. With that, Mu Chenyì and Luo Tianshu moved to the courtyard. Looking skyward, they saw a small airship descending. As it landed, Luo Bingqing emerged and, upon seeing Mu Chenyì, softly inquired, What brings you here? Could I stay away when you are in danger? Mu Chenyì replied. Luo Tianshu, observing the pair, mused indeed. A daughter is destined to leave her family. He recognized the genuine affection in Luo Bingqing's eyes and felt a sense of relief. It was then that Luo Bingqing turned to Luo Tianshu and greeted, Father. Child, Luo Tianshu chided, I summoned you in hopes of finding assistance, not to invite you to risk your life. He was aware of the events from Mu Chenyì and blamed himself for alerting her. It was the only recourse to save the Luo family. Fortunately, no harm had befallen her. Father Luo Bingqing inquired, What the Lu family? Luo Tianshu smiled. Fear not, your esteemed brother-in-law has taken care of everything. He had already received news of the Lu family patriarch's demise, described as exceedingly gruesome. The wives and children of Lu Yuming were reportedly preoccupied with a power struggle, neglecting even the funeral arrangements. Regardless of the outcome, the Lu family's influence would be significantly diminished, posing no further threat. Luo Bingqing was relieved, her thoughts lingering on the term esteemed brother-in-law, a blush rising on her cheeks. Let us speak inside, Luo Tianshu suggested. Mu Chenyì grasped Luo Bingqing's delicate hand, and she, after a moment's hesitation, lowered her head and allowed him to lead her. The three shared a harmonious dinner. During the meal, Luo Tianshu addressed the couple, Esteemed son-in-law, Bingqing, now that you have returned, stay for a few days and seize the opportunity to arrange the wedding. Luo Bingqing demurred, Father, It was not that she was unwilling, but given Mu Chenyì's numerous companions, she doubted he would agree. Mu Chenyì responded, "Esteemed father-in-law, there is no rush. Bing Qing and I departed in haste, and must return to our sect as soon as possible." He did not object to a wedding, but it would have to include his other wives. He could not reveal this to Luo Tianshu at present, and offered this excuse instead. Luo Tianshu did not press the matter, recognizing that cultivators had long lives and need not rush. However, he harbored some concerns. After dinner, Mu Chenyì escorted Luo Bingqing back to her room. Mu Chenyì, seated on a chair, noticed Luo Bingqing standing at a distance. "Come closer," he urged. "How can I admire you from so far away?" Luo Bingqing glanced at the table beside Mu Chenyì, feeling hesitant, remembering their passionate encounter in the sect. "Let's go to the bed," she whispered shyly. Mu Chenyì raised an eyebrow. "Come here, or I shall not be so gentle." Luo Bingqing slowly approached and was drawn into his embrace. As she sat on his lap, his hands caressing her, she wrapped her arms around his neck and softly pleaded, "Not here, please. What are you thinking?" Mu Chenyì chuckled. "Do you think I am that kind of person?" Luo Bingqing shuddered slightly, rolling her eyes. If he wasn't that kind of person, why was he touching her? Mu Chenyì then produced 2 pills, designed to enhance and restore vital energy. He fed them to Luo Bingqing, noting that her energy was noticeably depleted. She swallowed the pills, and Mu Chenyì placed his hand before her, circulating his spiritual energy to accelerate the absorption of the medicine. Luo Bingqing cooperated, allowing him to refine the pills. After half an hour, they ceased. "You acted rashly this time," Mu Chenyì said. "You should not have returned alone." "Without you," Luo Bingqing replied, "my friends could not have helped. I had to come myself, as the matter began with me. If I were to die, it would all end." "Foolish girl," Mu Chenyì exclaimed. "You could have sought out Ling Xue." Luo Bingqing gave him a strange look. "She is your master, not mine. Besides, I cannot reach the summit." Mu Chenyì sighed. He had not yet informed them of Yi Ling Xue's existence. "Ling Xue is also my wife, like you. It is my fault for not telling you sooner." Luo Bingqing was stunned. She knew he was capable of such audacity, but how could he have won over Yi Ling Xue? She had suspected a relationship, but dismissed it, wondering what could possibly gain. Now, hearing it from Mu Chenyì, she had no choice but to believe him. Did she send someone to help with the Liu family? She asked. Mu Chenyì replied, "If someone dares to harm my wife, I will personally eliminate them. I would not rely on my wife's aid." "How'd you do it?" "Poison ambush. There are many ways to kill. It was not that difficult." As Mu Chenyì spoke, he demonstrated his exceptional skills. Luo Bingqing looked at her, suddenly slipping garments, and reproached, "Did you not claim you were not that kind of person?" Mu Chenyì placed Luo Bingqing on the table and inquired, "What kind of person do you mean?" "She." Luo Bingqing bit her lip, unable to voice her thoughts. Mu Chenyì extended his arms, causing garments to cascade to the floor. He leaned down, caressed her cheek, and planted a gentle kiss before saying, "There is something you must seriously consider." As he spoke, his hands began to roam freely. Luo Bingqing shivered slightly and softly asked, "What is it?" Mu Chenyì lifted her in his arms, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. The issues with the Liu family had indeed been resolved, but the elder of the Wan poison sect had perished, which could pose a threat to the Luo family. Frowning, Luo Bingqing understood the implications and felt a wave of concern wash over her. Mu Chenyì pressed closer, the warmth and softness of their connection becoming increasingly evident, and said, "Currently, we have no means to deal with the Wan poison sect. So the best course of action is for the Luo family to relocate to the territory of the Yaoguang sect." As he spoke, he began to move, intent on advancing the matter. To avert complications, it was imperative for the Luo family to leave this place. Luo Bingqing softly acknowledged, then tightened her embrace around Mu Chenyì. What he suggested was undoubtedly correct. However, the Luo family had deep roots here, making such a transition far from simple. This matter could potentially be quite troublesome. Mu Chenyì responded, "You need only discuss this with your father. He will understand. Those who wish to leave will follow him, while those who choose to stay can fend for themselves." Luo Bingqing nodded, hesitantly stating, "I understand." Mu Chenyì had little emotional attachment to the Luo family. His actions were solely for Luo Bingqing's benefit. The reluctance of others to leave was preferable, as it would mean only her father would be taken along, sparing him the burden of many. Mu Chenyì settled into a chair and remarked, "Wife, you know what to do, right?" He. Luo Bingqing slightly rose, feeling powerless to resist, and tightened her embrace around him. After their exchange, they had essentially made their decision. The next day, Luo Bingqing sought out Luo Tianshu early in the morning to inform him of their plans. Luo Tianshu had already been preoccupied with this matter the previous day, and hearing his daughter's words brought him great relief. He had long considered this option. If the Luo family could relocate, not only would their prospects improve, but their safety would also be assured. He refrained from voicing his thoughts to avoid adding to his daughter and son-in-law's burdens. Now that his son-in-law had proposed it, he felt a wave of comfort, acknowledging that his daughter had indeed brought home a commendable husband. As for the opinions of others in the family, he was unconcerned, planning to take decisive action regardless. After returning to her room, Luo Bingqing conveyed to Mu Chenyì, "Father has agreed." Mu Chenyì smiled, saying, "Your father, as the head of the family, naturally sees the situation clearly. However, given the size of the Luo family, even if they wish to move, it would require time." Luo Bingqing, nestled in Mu Chenyì's embrace, softly replied, "Father is already handling it. It should be settled by tomorrow at the latest." Mu Chenyì nodded and began to practice with her. Luo Tianshu was resolute. Just as Mu Chenyì concluded their training, a servant arrived to inform them that Luo Tianshu had completed the arrangements and the family had gathered, leading Luo Bingqing to the front yard. He surveyed the crowd of men, women, and children, remarking, "Your father works swiftly." Luo Tianshu replied, "Son-in-law, everything is prepared. When shall we depart?" He had packed all movable belongings and had sold the estate at a bargain. Items that could not be sold in the short term were simply destroyed. With only a tinge of reluctance for their former home, he felt no further attachments. Mu Chenyì admired this decisiveness and said, "Indeed, we must not delay. Since everything is ready, let us set off." Approximately an hour later, 5 flying boats ascended from the Luo family, departing swiftly from Linqing City. Due to the large number of travelers, the group maintained a steady pace. By midday 5 days later, they arrived less than 1,000 miles from the Yaoguang sect. After speaking with his father-in-law, the 5 flying boats descended. This area fell within the influence of the Yaoguang sect, and many relatives of disciples resided nearby. The sect tacitly allowed its disciples to settle their families here, as a means of providing benefits and fostering a sense of belonging among the disciples. The only drawback was that accommodations needed to be constructed independently, which posed little challenge for cultivators, as it merely meant slightly less comfortable living conditions. Luo Tianshu was prepared for this. He had ensured the Luo family brought ample building materials within their storage rings, and it would not take long to set up. Mu Chenyì presented a ring to Luo Tianshu, saying, "Father-in-law, this contains a small token from Bingqing and me. We will be residing within the sect and may not be able to care for the family as we ought. I hope for your understanding." Luo Tianshu accepted without hesitation, knowing they would need to find new means of support and would inevitably require supplies in the interim. "As your father, I shall not stand on ceremony. Focus on your cultivation within the sect, and come to visit when you can. Do not worry about us." Luo Bingqing added, "Father, many residents here are relatives of exceptional disciples from the sect. You must exercise caution. Should anything arise, notify us immediately." Luo Tianshu nodded solemnly and replied, "Rest assured, I am aware and will ensure they do not cause trouble." Seeing this, Mu Chenyì smiled, saying, "There is no need for you to overly concern yourself, father-in-law. We will not instigate conflict, but we must not shy away from it either. Should any issue arise, just inform us, and Bingqing and I will handle it." He felt confident, knowing that there were few he could not afford to offend now, especially with Yi Lingxue by his side, granting him considerable freedom. After discussing matters with Luo Bingqing, he returned to the Yaoguang sect and made his way back to Zizhu Peak. After a session of training, Mu Chenyì left Zizhu Peak and soon arrived at Qingchuan Peak. Entering Mu Liao's room, he found her tidying up her belongings. "Yao, where are you headed?" he inquired. Mu Liao replied, "Master has asked me to go into seclusion with her." "Where have you been these past few days?" Mu Chenyì embraced her and explained the situation concerning the Luo family. "It all happened rather suddenly, and I did not have the chance to inform you." Mu Liao responded, "I am relieved to hear you are well." He lifted Mu Liao into his arms and kissed her. She shyly protested, "I still need to find my master." "There's no rush. We have a moment," Mu Chenyì replied, employing his charm to persuade her. Mu Liao huffed softly, then tightened her embrace around him. After a while, Mu Liao playfully bit his shoulder and exclaimed, "It's all your fault. I'm going to be late and get scolded by my master." Mu Chenyì retorted, "Yaoer, on my honor. You were not saying that just a moment ago. How annoying. Then, Mu Chenyì produced the ancient jade fragment he had acquired in Linqing City. Yower. This fragment is from the same jade pendant as the one I previously gave you. You should combine them for use. Mu Liao took out her own jade fragment and handed it to Mu Chenyì. You keep it. I'm going into seclusion and won't need it. After a moment's thought, Mu Chenyì accepted it, eager to discover any hidden secrets within. Mu Liao was in a hurry, so she promptly left the room with her belongings. Mu Chenyì lay on his wife's bed, beginning to manipulate two fragments. As he brought the pieces together, a faint black glow emanated from a jade pendant. Moments later, the black light dissipated and the two fragments fused seamlessly. He then noticed three small characters appearing on the jade pendant. He had a persistent feeling of familiarity with these characters, yet their meaning eluded him. After studying them intently without success, he decided it would be best to consult the system directly. System, come out and assist me. He called. If you need something, call me. Otherwise, let me be. Elder brothery, do you take me for a dog? Aren't you? You expletive, are you really this arrogant? I was wrong. There are a few days each month. Mu Chenyì dismissed the trivial banter, focusing on the pressing matter. What do these characters mean? Why do I feel I recognize them, yet cannot decipher them? Demon Temple. These characters are from the ancient era, crafted from divine souls. One must possess a certain strength of soul to comprehend them. You may interpret it as a form of soul encryption. Only cultivators who reach the celestial monarch realm might understand these characters. Mu Chenyì nodded. Realizing this was akin to possessing a segment of Morse code without the means to decode it. Is there anything else on the jade pendant? He had previously scanned it with his soul power, but found nothing. None. This pendant serves solely as a transportation device, though it has some connection to the demon temple. When the demon temple manifests in the world, one can be directly transported there using the pendant. What is this demon temple? That is something you must investigate yourself. Mu Chenyì remarked. What use are you if you can't provide assistance? Upon returning to Zizhu Peak, he found Wang Teng and others conversing in the courtyard. What are you discussing? He inquired. Brother-in-law, the ranking battles for sect disciples begin in 3 days. I've heard there will be special rewards, and we plan to give it a try, Wang Teng replied. Chapter 182. Becoming an inner sect, disciple Mu Chenyì recalled hearing about this. The top 100 disciples would receive rewards, traditionally consisting of spirit stones or elixirs. You two have just broken through to the Xian realm. Isn't that a bit ambitious? He noted that Zizhu Peak had nearly 10,000 disciples in the Xian realm, making it unlikely for newcomers to succeed. Lu Qingyun said, we just want to join the excitement. It's a first-time experience. Once our strengths increase, we'll be more assured. Mu Chenyì was indifferent to rankings but intrigued by the special rewards. What are the special rewards? Rumor has it that outer sect disciples receive low-grade spirit techniques. But we're uncertain about inner sect rewards, Lu Qingyun responded. Mu Chenyì nodded, having entered the Wang realm. It was time to report for registration as an inner sect disciple. After bidding farewell to his companions, he proceeded to a small peak beyond the 3 mountains of the sect. The registration and verification for inner sect disciples were conducted here. Upon arrival, he noticed several acquaintances, including the 3 disciples of the sect leaders he had met during the previous expedition. He swiftly approached Bai Xiangni. Sister, it's been a while. I missed you greatly. Bai Xiangni smiled. I missed you too, junior brother. Mu Chenyì grinned. Is that so? It brings me joy to hear that. Bai Xiangni observed him and remarked, in the half-month since we last met, your strength has improved significantly. Mu Chenyì narrowed his eyes. Sister, your strength has also increased quite a bit. Do you have time later? Bai Xiangni laughed. Even if I did, I would say otherwise. Jiang Mingyu, watching the two, pondered aloud. It seems junior brother and sister Bai have a good relationship. Mu Chenyì replied, Sister Bai and I share a little secret, naturally forging a deep bond. He turned to Bai Xiangni. Am I wrong? Bai Xiangni affirmed. No, you're correct. At that moment, a voice from the main hall of the peak resonated. Those who have reached the Wang realm, please enter. Hearing the call, everyone proceeded inside. Mu Chenyì asked Bai Xiangni, that elder seems to possess considerable strength, doesn't he? Having cultivated the soul ascension technique, his divine soul was significantly stronger than others at the same level. He could sense the elder's power from the aura he exuded. Assuming no disguise was employed, Bai Xiangni explained, currently, there are 5 celestial monarchs within the sect, and this elder is one of them. Mu Chenyì glanced at Bai Xiangni, discerning from her words that there were more than just 5 celestial monarchs in Yawang sect. The crowd entered the hall where an elder sat at the head, surveying the disciples. Excellent. It appears no one here intends to deceive, he proclaimed. Let the registration commence. Following his directive, 2 disciples began the registration process, and once completed, each individual was issued an inner sect token. Upon receiving the jade token, Mu Chenyì noticed it bore little difference from the outer sects, save for the alteration of outer to inner. However, no names were inscribed this time. The elder then instructed them to drip their blood onto the token. This jade token served a singular purpose, to verify identity, ensuring that only the rightful owner could activate it, thereby preventing impersonation and infiltration into the sect's 3 mountains. Once the disciples had completed the blood ritual, the elder declared, "You may all leave." The group bowed and exited the hall. Upon stepping outside, Mu Chenyì waited for Bai Xiangyi before suggesting, "Sister, shall we take a walk together?" Before she could respond, Jiang Mingyu interjected, "Aren't you going to invite your senior brother?" Mu Chenyì glanced at Jiang Mingyu, smiling, then said, "If senior brother wishes to join, I would be more than pleased. Since junior brother doesn't mind, I shall accompany you." He turned to Bai Xiangyi. "What do you think, sister? Let's go for a stroll." Thus, the 3 descended the peak. Mu Chenyì whispered to Bai Xiangyi's sister, "It seems Jiang is quite interested in you. What is the story behind that?" Bai Xiangyi replied, "When a man shows interest in a woman, what else could it be? It's only natural for someone as exceptional as you to attract admiration. But Jiang's behavior is overtly conspicuous and inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Something is amiss." "You have a keen eye," Mu Chenyì inquired through their mental connection. "Can you elaborate?" Bai Xiangyi smiled. "You'll find out soon enough." As they exchanged light banter, Jiang Mingyu frowned slightly before saying, "Junior brother, you must have something on your mind. Surely you aren't merely out for a stroll?" Mu Chenyì remarked, "Indeed. There is a matter I wish to consult with senior sister and senior brother." Jiang Mingyu inquired, "Oh, what does junior brother wish to know?" Mu Chenyì replied, "It concerns the inner sect rankings. I have heard that this time the rewards differ from previous ones, and I wish to inquire further." Jiang Mingyu furrowed his brow and responded, "Regarding this matter, even the inner sect disciples are not entirely clear. Although we have some knowledge, it is not appropriate to disclose it to you, junior brother." "I see," Mu Chenyì said, turning to Bai Xiangyi. "What do you think, senior sister?" Bai Xiangyi explained, "The reward is access to a certain treasure site within the sect, though its location has not been revealed. This is the information released by the inner sect." Mu Chenyì smiled. "A treasure site could it be?" He continued to inquire, "What is the actual news?" "The truth is, those ranked higher can enter the sect's forbidden area, which is also the place of the sect's heritage, rumored to contain remnants left by mighty emperors." Jiang Mingyu's brow tightened as he said, "Senior sister, this is against the rules. He should not be privy to this information at this stage. They know because their master is one of the sect's leaders." Bai Xiangyi smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. Junior brother's master is a formidable expert in the heavenly sovereign realm. Even if we do not say anything, they will inform him." After saying this, she turned to Mu Chenyì, cautioning, "Junior brother, please do not reveal that we told you." Mu Chenyì chuckled. "Of course, I am not the sort to betray my senior sister or senior brother." "That is best," they agreed. After descending the mountain, they parted ways. Mu Chenyì, intrigued by the emperor's relics, initially had no intention of participating, but now felt compelled to do so. The 2 had been rather stingy with the information they provided. He decided to seek out Yi Lingxue for a more in-depth discussion. Utilizing the divine step, Mu Chenyì swiftly arrived at Yi Lingxue's door. He tidied his wind-tousled hair before entering. Yi Lingxue was seated on her bed, meditating. She had sensed his approach even before he reached Zizhu Peak. Without opening her eyes, she felt him appear behind her, embracing her, his hands wandering restlessly, slipping from her clothing to touch her delicate skin. Yi Lingxue halted her meditation and gently flicked Mu Chenyì's forehead with her finger, saying, "You can't be serious the moment you return." With his head resting against her shoulder, Mu Chenyì whispered in her ear, "I simply missed you too much." Yi Lingxue pinched his cheek, her lips parting to softly inquire, "Can I trust you?" Mu Chenyì, not forgetting the pressing matter at hand, asked, "Lingxue, how much do you know about the sect's heritage site?" Yi Lingxue shook her head and replied, "Not much. Just that it is located on a small peak between the 3 main mountains of the sect. There is a tower there, a remnant from the ancient era, containing spatial formations. Historically, the sect leaders, barring a few exceptions, would visit there before their demise." Mu Chenyì tightened his embrace around Yi Lingxue and asked, "What would happen if that tower were taken away?" Yi Lingxue frowned, biting her lip, and warned, You should not entertain such thoughts. The tower is protected by prohibitions, and even an emperor could not easily remove it. Mu Chenyì shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity to store it in his spatial gourd. Yet he mused that, even if it were possible, he would refrain from doing so, as his current strength was still insufficient. I was merely speaking hypothetically, do not worry. Best to leave it at that, she replied. Mu Chenyì laid her down gently and then kissed her. After some time, Mu Chenyì took a silk handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Yi Lingshue's forehead. She was aware of his physical cultivation techniques, but could not comprehend why he was so formidable. Even in the central region, such powerful techniques were rare. Despite not having trained her body, her innate strength exceeded Mu Chenyì's by nearly 3 major realms, leaving her somewhat defenseless. Resting against Mu Chenyì's chest, Yi Lingxue remarked, "I wonder how those young ladies can tolerate you." Mu Chenyì, with a clear conscience, responded, "Of course, when I am with them, I hold back several measures." "How gentle of you," she teased. "You are all my treasures." Yi Lingxue continued, "The Heritage Tower has 5 levels. The lower 4 levels contain items left by the heavenly sovereigns, which should be of little use to you. The 5th level, however, holds relics from 3 mighty emperors, which may be beneficial." Mu Chenyì nodded, realizing he must explore the 5th level. He shared recent happenings with Yi Lingxue and mentioned Wang Shuyue's situation. Yi Lingxue looked at him with intrigue and said, "I underestimated the danger you pose. I suppose I cannot bring you home in the future." Mu Chenyì, stroking his chin, replied, "My dear wife, that would be excessive. Such an outstanding husband should be brought home to enhance your family's reputation. It would be a waste otherwise." Yi Lingxue playfully lifted his chin with her finger and bestowed a gentle kiss. "You should be grateful that the 3rd hexagram calculated by that senior has manifested in you. Otherwise, given your current actions, your family would be inclined to turn you to dust." Mu Chenyì inquired, "Snow, what kind of power does your family possess? Please tell me, so that I may have some understanding when I venture out recklessly." He had long wanted to ask. Relying on the Yi family was not something he had considered. Even though he and Yi Lingxue shared an open relationship, he remained an outsider to the Yi family. Yi Lingxue replied, "They are considered one of the top forces in the central region, with 2 ancestors in the manifestation realm." Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "I knew it," but she warned, "Do not entertain thoughts of taking advantage of the Yi family. Those old gentlemen would never allow their descendants to be taken advantage of by someone like you." "Snow, could you be a bit more diplomatic?" He retorted, "I'm not that unworthy, am I?" Yi Lingxue said, "Therefore, my dear boy, you must strive diligently." After saying this, she kissed Mu Chenyì on the forehead. Mu Chenyì declared, "I work hard every day. One day, when I visit your family, I will proudly carry you before the elders." "I will not refuse if you can achieve that," she replied. "That is a must." Later that evening, Mu Chenyì returned to his small courtyard, where he found a note left by Luo Bingqing. This time, it seemed quite normal. She had gone to check on her family out of concern. As Mu Chenyì sat on his bed, meditating on his spirit, he sensed someone approaching. The door swung open, and a figure dashed in, closing the door behind her before leaping onto him. Mu Chenyì embraced the intruder and remarked, "Quite an impressive breakthrough in your cultivation." When he had sought out Mu Liao, he had noticed Yun Xiaoyu was absent, and it appeared she had been in seclusion to break through. Yun Xiaoyu licked her lips and said, "Is your focus a bit misplaced? At this moment, you should be the one to pin me down." Then, she added playfully and gripped my throat, declaring that I should prepare to meet my demise. Mu Chenyì, taken aback, thought, this girl has become even more outrageous after her breakthrough. She is scripting her own scenarios now. He caressed her cheek and said, "Xiaoyu, you are so exceptional. I cannot keep up with your pace." Yun Xiaoyu replied, "You do not need to rush, just be yourself." Feeling touched, he then heard her add, "If you feel guilty, you could invite Liao, and we can all go out together, just this once." Mu Chenyì stood up and playfully grasped Yun Xiaoyu's neck, saying, "Return my feelings." Abruptly, Yun Xiaoyu found herself struggling for breath, yet a smile graced her lips as she uttered, "Husband, did you perhaps go to bed on an empty stomach last night?" A surge of exasperation coursed through Mu Chenyì. "Prepare to meet your end," he exclaimed. What ensued was a night devoid of slumber. With the dawn, Mu Chenyì's eyes fluttered open, only to find Yun Xiaoyu attending to him. "Enough," he said, "you've been teasing me all night." Yun Xiaoyu settled herself down and announced, I must return to prepare, to participate in the ranking battles." "You've only just achieved a breakthrough," Mu Chenyì retorted. "Why join the commotion? What if you get hurt?" Yun Xiaoyu reached out, taking Mu Chenyì's hand in hers. "Are you not familiar with the rules?" she inquired. This time, the king realm ranking. It's age-restricted, limited to those under 19. In other words, the king realm cultivators among those who entered just 3 years ago. She continued, "I heard it's the result of discussions between the sect leader and the various peak lords. So, there's such a stipulation," Mu Chenyì mused, taken aback. This was news to him. The outcome of deliberations among the sect leader and peak lords was bound to be tinged with self-interest. It became clear that the ranking pertained to inheritance, necessitating the selection of individuals with exceptional talent and aptitude, undoubtedly favoring the disciples of the peak lords. Thus, the slots were, for the most part, virtually preordained. Mu Chenyì remained unfazed. I was right, and his current strength was such that he could emerge victorious even if every king realm cultivator in the sect participated. Only Bai Xiangyi posed a significant challenge, her ability to merge with the world around her being somewhat formidable. Subsequently, Yun Xiaoyu departed, and Mu Chenyì made his way to the Mingdao Peak. Wang Shiyun and Lung Lung were nowhere to be found, having retreated into seclusion. As Mu Chenyì was about to leave, he encountered Lung Qingxian. Naturally, Mu Chenyì greeted her, considering she was Lung Lung's mentor and an elder in her family. "Greetings, elder sister." Lung Qingxian typically delighted in being addressed as elder sister by the sect's younger members. But Mu Chenyì's doing so was far from pleasing. With graceful strides, she approached Mu Chenyì, extending her hand. Sensing a hint of cruelty in her smile, Mu Chenyì promptly recoiled, evading her outstretched hand. "Elder sister, what are you doing? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. I'm aware of your feelings for me, elder sister, but you must restrain yourself. I am, after all, Lung Lung's. It is improper for you to covet me in this manner. Alas, it is my excellence that is to blame. Elder sister, refrain from such actions in the future. I shall let it pass this time and refrain from informing Lung Lung." Lung Qingshuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. How could this little scoundrel be so shameless? Unable to contain herself any longer, her expression hardened, and she resolved to teach Mu Chenyì a lesson. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chenyì produced a transmission talisman, acquired after the incident involving Luo Bingqing's family. Clutching it in his hand, he activated the talisman and declared, "Master, someone is coveting your disciple's beauty and may be plotting against me." Lung Qingxian halted in her tracks, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Inwardly, she cursed this damned cur. He's abusing his power. Utterly detestable. She then flashed a smile and said, "You're on my Mingdao Peak. How could I allow you to suffer any injustice? There's no need to trouble your esteemed master. Even if not for Lung Lung, I would never allow any harm to befall you. Not even a hair on your head, for Shiyun's sake." Mu Chenyì pocketed the transmission talisman, his actions merely a pretense. The corresponding talisman remained in his possession. At most, he would transmit a message to himself. He stepped forward with a smile, took Lung Qingshuan's hand, gently caressed the back of her hand, and said, "Elder sister, you are truly kind. I hardly know how to thank you." A radiant smile adorned Lung Qingshuan's face, her body trembling slightly, whether from sensitivity or exasperation. It was difficult to say. "Little E, there's no need to be so formal with me." Mu Chenyì responded with a smile, "Elder sister, while you are a good person, we are truly not suited for each other." With that, he squeezed her hand and swiftly departed from the perilous scene. Unable to suppress her emotions, Lung Qingxian unleashed a palm strike, striking a nearby boulder. As she soared away, the boulder gradually crumbled into dust under a gentle breeze, scattering with the wind. Mu Chenyì returned to his chamber, disappointed to find Luo Bingqing still absent. He then retrieved the remaining 2 drops of Great Emperor Essence Blood, a system reward, deeming it time to refine them. He decided to use both drops simultaneously, eschewing a gradual approach. If necessary, he would expend system points to acquire additional drops. After 2 hours of meticulous refinement, he finally succeeded in fully refining the Essence Blood. Host has refined Great Emperor Essence Blood and successfully comprehended the Great Emperor Divine Ability, Illusory Metamorphosis, Saint Grade, rewarded with 1 lottery draw and 500 system points. Mu Chenyì grinned, noting the efficacy of conserving luck. Illusory Metamorphosis, Saint Grade Auxiliary Divine Ability. By utilizing soul power, one can employ this divine ability to alter their aura at will and temporarily modify their physical appearance through spiritual energy cultivation. Cannot be discerned by those more than 3 major realms above oneself. Special reminder. Please note that while this ability guarantees that one's appearance and aura cannot be discerned, other aspects are not guaranteed. Mu Chenyì perused the divine ability's description, his lips curving into a smile. Alas, I truly had no intention of becoming a schemer. Why would I be granted such a divine ability? It's practically compelling me to become a cunning old fox. Ha, ha, ha. Mu Chenyì resolved to test its effects. He channeled his soul power, altering his aura to resemble Wang Tung's, and then manipulated his spiritual energy to transform his physical appearance. The entire process consumed nearly 5 minutes. As it was his first attempt, he found it somewhat unsettling, particularly the external transformation of his body. He experienced the sensation of being stretched, torn, compressed, and needed a rather bizarre sensation. Mu Chenyì approached a mirror and examined himself. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Tung. He surmised that even Wang Shiyun would be unable to discern the difference, provided he refrained from speaking excessively and feigned a degree of foolishness. Mu Chenyì then ventured outside, stealthily approaching Lu Qingyun's chamber. Lu Qingyun regarded Mu Chenyì with surprise and inquired, "Didn't you say you were going to focus on cultivation these next few days?" "I was bored, so I came out for a stroll." "That attire, it belongs to Brother Mu, doesn't it?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Indeed. I suspect that my brother-in-law's ability to captivate women stems from his attire, so I intend to try it out myself." Lu Qingyun gave a thumbs up. "You truly are something. Why didn't I think of that?" "Because you're dim-witted." "Indeed. Compared to you, young Master Wang, I naturally fall short." Mu Chenyì and Lu Qingyun engaged in conversation, and the latter remained completely oblivious to the deception. Mu Chenyì then excused himself on some pretext. However, shortly thereafter, the genuine Wang Tung sought out Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun remarked, "You've already tried it out so quickly? No effect, I presume?" Wang Tung responded, "No, not at all. It's not that easy." He assumed that Lu Qingyun was inquiring about his success in achieving a breakthrough. 2 days later, Mu Chenyì, hand in hand with Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu, flew towards Hanyu Mountain, one of the 3 peaks of the Yaowang sect. The inter-sect ranking battle was to be held there. Upon reaching the vicinity of Hanyu Mountain, they noticed a faint red light barrier. The red light barrier was imperceptible unless viewed from close proximity. The barrier formed a circle encompassing the 3 peaks. As the trio approached the barrier, they each produced their inter-sect disciple jade tokens, activated them with spiritual energy, and then passed through the barrier together. This step was mandatory, as failure to do so would result in being escorted to the Hall of Punishments for questioning, with penalties ranging from salary deductions to severe injuries. Mu Chenyì and his companions entered the territory of Hanyu Mountain and descended to the field below, where nearly 100 individuals were already awaiting. The sight of Mu Chenyì descending from the sky with 2 beauties in tow caused the assembled crowd to furrow their brows. Numerous beasts stared with wide eyes. "Brothers, I assure you it is not envy. I merely wish to express that this fellow is exceedingly arrogant, managing to charm 2 beautiful women all by himself. It seems time to teach him a lesson. Indeed, he must not be spared. One of them may be Yun Xiaoyu, but the other is Luo Bingqing. Who among us hasn't harbored thoughts about her? Within our sect, those gifted with beauty are few and far between. And this scoundrel has not only won over these 2, but has also ensnared our newly arrived sister Yaoer from the Clear Spring Peak. Even our fellow disciples, Lung Lung and Wang Shidream from the Mingdao Peak, have fallen victim to him." The female disciples present, upon hearing this, shifted their gazes from disdain to outright loathing. What manner of person is he? Shameless. Originally, Lung Lung intended to approach Mu Chenyì, but instead, she turned away. How could she face him now? Many male disciples, unaware of the full circumstances, were incensed upon hearing of his numerous conquests. "Brothers, he is leaving us no path to follow. If this continues, other sisters from different peaks may not escape his grasp either. Down with— Wait, what is this scoundrel's name? Mu Chenyì. Down with Mu Chenyì, protect our sisters. Down with Mu Chenyì, protect our sisters." As Mu Chenyì listened to the clamorous cries, he sighed, "Damn it, I was careless. My reputation is now sullied." Luo Bingqing shot a glance at Mu Chenyì, realizing that their reputations were tarnished as well. Yun Xiaoyu, unbothered, remarked, "What are you afraid of? It's not as if we can't secretly incapacitate him and take him away. We could even use some drugs." Hastily, Mu Chenyì covered Yun Xiaoyu's mouth and said, "Dear aunt, be quiet. What if they hear you?" Not long after, the agitated youths halted, not due to a change of heart, but because the prominent figures of the sect had arrived. Leading them was a man clad in a striking red robe, rather delicate in appearance, notably adorned with heavy makeup. Mu Chenyì inquired, "Is this the Lord of Hanyu Mountain? What on earth is this?" Yin Xiaoyu responded, "Indeed, Feng Tianyan, a fifth-tier celestial sovereign, is also another vice leader of the sect. One eye-opener this is. It was better than before, for the last 2 years. He had been dressing as a woman, even with padded breasts. What a peculiar affliction. I heard that he was raised as a girl in childhood." Feng Tianyan stood at the forefront, elegantly raising an eyebrow and flicking his fingers through his hair, inquiring with a soft voice, "Am I beautiful today?" Although many were present, they were well aware of his nature, yet no one spoke. Mu Chenyì called out, "Absolutely beautiful. Today's Sister Feng is the most exquisite. After all, this individual is one of the prominent figures of the sect. Support must be given." Feng Tianyun paused momentarily, then delicately covered his mouth with a hand, feeling deeply touched. "It has been many years since I encountered such a sincere child. Remember this, should you ever need assistance, come find me, and I shall certainly help you." Mu Chenyì exclaimed, "Thank you, sister." Feng Tianyun gently replied, "No need to be polite with your sister." "All right, sister. No problem, sister." Yin Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Truly, my man." Luo Bingxing felt her cheeks burn. While their reputations were already tarnished, she now felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. Lung Lung, with a dark expression, silently retreated to the other side of the arena, resolving never to acknowledge this person again, at least not in front of outsiders. Meanwhile, the other sect leaders were dumbfounded. They had spent years trying to persuade this vice leader. Finally, he no longer appeared as an eyesore. Now, thanks to this rascal, it was likely that the vice leader might revert to dressing as a woman again. The elders regarded Mu Chenyì with growing hostility. But upon recalling Yi Lingxue and considering the vice leader, they prudently chose to withdraw their ire. This little rascal is beyond their capacity to provoke. The most entertaining expression belonged to Jiang Mingyu, who had followed Feng Tianyun for nearly 4 years and endured considerable torment. He was frequently compelled to admire his master's beauty. Worse still, the latter enjoyed dressing him up in women's clothing. Over the years, he had suffered greatly. Were it not for the latter's celestial sovereign status, he would have sought another master long ago. Jiang Mingyu contemplated whether he should incite his master to snatch Mu Chenyì away from Yi Lingxue, thus liberating himself from this torment. After some time, Feng Tianyun cheerfully announced, "Allow me to explain the matters regarding the ranking battles. You will draw lots to determine your opponents. Winners advance, and losers depart. The winners will draw again, continuing until the ultimate victor is decided. During the contests, lethal force is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one risks disqualification or even the loss of their cultivation. That's the gist of it. Did you all understand?" Mu Chenyì was the first to respond. "Sister, I understand." "Ah, so obedient." The others reluctantly echoed, "We understand." Feng Tianyun nodded and then said, "Let us commence the drawing." Mu Chenyì, holding the hands of the 2 young women, proceeded forward. Yin Xiaoyu was bold and unbothered, having grown accustomed to the stares of others. Conversely, Luo Bingxing felt discomfort, her head lowered and her face flushed with shame. As Mu Chenyì passed by Feng Tianyun, he did not forget to flatter. "Sister, your skin is so beautiful." Feng Tianyun giggled. "You, child, are fond of speaking the truth." Mu Chenyì smiled and promptly led the girls to draw lots. This person possessed a thicker skin than his own. Had they not been a prominent figure, he would have certainly kicked a few times. Chapter 186. The competition begins after the 3 had drawn their lots. Mu Chenyì returned with the 2 girls. The arena had prepared 4 platforms for the matches, with battles occurring according to the drawn numbers. Mu Chenyì was fortunate enough to draw the first number. The 2 girls drew later numbers. Soon, an elder from one of the platforms called out, "The disciples who drew number 1, please come up." Mu Chenyì said, "You 2 wait for me. I'll be right back." The girls nodded. Mu Chenyì leaped onto the platform, only to see a girl flying up from the opposite side. Upon glancing at her, he quickly lost interest. She was decent-looking but lacked any exceptional qualities. The girl, upon realizing her opponent was Mu Chenyì, looked at him with disdain and contempt. Mu Chenyì shook his head, not wishing to provoke her. What was the meaning of this? The elder warned, "Remember, do not resort to lethal force. Begin." Feng Tianyun called out to Mu Chenyì on the platform, "Brother, go for it. Your sister is cheering for you." Mu Chenyì replied, "With my sister cheering me on, I am invincible. and I shall always cheer for you." The onlookers shuddered at the exchange, questioning the nature of these individuals. On the platform, the girl looked at Mu Chenyì and said, "Just concede. Striking you would sully my hands." Mu Chenyì remained silent, slowly approaching the girl. He stated, "Surrender promptly, or I shall unleash my full strength." The girl, seeing this, scoffed, "You overestimate yourself." She was at the second tier of the king realm, while Mu Chenyì was merely at the first tier, causing her to look down upon him. Little did she know that Mu Chenyì was concealing his true cultivation. The girl ceased her pretense, lightly touching the ground, her figure flashing as she appeared before Mu Chenyì. With a flurry of motions, she unleashed her energy towards him. Upon impact, Mu Chenyì remained unscathed, and amidst her astonishment, he seized her wrist, yanked her forward, and delivered a kick. The woman was struck in the abdomen by Mu Chenyì and instantly felt a sharp pain, sending her flying. The intense abdominal pain made it impossible for her to even circulate her spiritual energy. She crashed heavily onto the ground, losing consciousness. Mu Chenyì sighed, "Is that all? I thought she was stronger." He then inquired, "Elder, does this count as my victory? If not, I'll beat her up again." The elder, astonished by Mu Chenyì's strength, as he hadn't used any spiritual energy and had broken through the girl's spiritual defense with mere physical power, was snapped back to reality by Mu Chenyì's words. "Mu Chenyì wins," he declared. Feng Tianyan exclaimed, "Little brother, you're amazing." Mu Chenyì responded, "It's all thanks to my sister's encouragement. This is all her merit." After a bow, Mu Chenyì descended from the arena. The male disciples' gazes toward him were even more hostile. He could be so ruthless to such a beautiful girl. What a beast! We must teach this scoundrel a lesson. Brothers, show no mercy when you encounter this villain. Several female disciples helped the fallen girl to her feet, discovering she was uninjured, merely unconscious from a pain. They looked at Mu Chenyì with a hint of fear. Mu Chenyì, noticing the nearby girls, said, "Don't be afraid. I'm very gentle. If we meet in the arena, I'll treat you kindly." Hearing this, the girls, looking at Mu Chenyì's smiling face, couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Mu Chenyì returned to Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu, embraced them amidst envious and resentful gazes, and kissed each of them. The crowd of onlookers trembled with anger, but could only hope to encounter him in the second round. Soon, the first round concluded. The disciples of the various peak masters and the three sect leaders all successfully advanced. The draw for the second round was complete. Mu Chenyì was fortunate enough to draw the number 1 slot again. He ascended to the arena, where a burly man soon joined him. "Boy, you better not concede. I'm going to teach you a lesson," the man said, sneering at Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì replied, "All right, I won't concede. I hope you won't either." The elder at the edge of the arena announced, "Begin." Feng Tianyan cheered for Mu Chenyì, as usual. Mu Chenyì responded with a thumbs up, though he had originally intended to give the middle finger. Upon hearing the elder's words, the man immediately charged forward like a rampaging bear, raising his palm to strike Mu Chenyì's face. He was determined to disfigure that handsome face. The force of his palm created a gust of wind, causing Mu Chenyì's clothes to flutter. Mu Chenyì, however, showed no intention of dodging. Seeing this, Feng Tianyan shouted, "Little brother, hit him. He wants to hit your handsome face. Beat him mercilessly." No one reacted, much to her lack of sect leader demeanor, as they were used to it. Some of the girls below closed their eyes, imagining the devastating impact of the slap. The onlookers were excited, wishing they could deliver the blow themselves. At that moment, Mu Chenyì extended his little finger to meet the man's palm. Many spectators exclaimed that he was foolish, suggesting that even if he wanted to block, he shouldn't be so reckless. However, everyone was stunned when the man's imposing palm was effortlessly stopped by Mu Chenyì's little finger. Not only were the people below dumbfounded, but the burly man on the stage was also shocked. He paused, then circulated his spiritual energy, causing it to surge through his entire body and erupt from his palm. But no matter how hard he tried, his palm could not move the little finger even slightly. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Mu Chenyì looked at the man and said, "I see you're not so good either." The man felt humiliated by Mu Chenyì's words, as if his heart had been struck a heavy blow. He roared, "I'll crush you." Enraged, the man retreated and extended his arms, summoning 2 10-foot-long purple palms on the stage. The purple palms continued to grow, eventually reaching nearly 20 feet in length. The man smiled cruelly, thinking, "Boy, prepare to die." He clapped his hands together, and the 2 purple palms instantly slammed toward Mu Chenyì from both sides. The pressure caused cracks to appear on the arena floor. The spectators below grew excited again. This should give that kid some trouble, right? It certainly will. On the arena, the two palm imprints were closing in on Mu Chenyì. He extended his hands and threw a punch towards each side, shattering the originally imposing palms with his fist force. The shattered purple palms dissipated, leaving the disciples in the arena bewildered. If not for the cracks in the ground, they would have doubted whether the palms had ever existed. Feng Tunyin smiled radiantly. Her eyes narrowed as she sighed inwardly. My good little brother is truly extraordinary. The peak masters and elders shared the same sentiment. They had mostly reviewed Mu Chenyì's records, as he was a disciple of peak Lord Yi Lingxue, whom they naturally had to pay attention to. They had initially questioned why Yi Lingxue would accept a disciple with a low-grade spiritual vein, but now they seemed to understand. The man who had unleashed the two palms on the arena stared wide-eyed at the scene, his heart breaking. His painstakingly practiced spiritual skill had been so ineffective. Unable to even break through the opponent's fist force? He wasn't a fool. He now understood that the gap between them was too vast. But he couldn't comprehend how the difference could be so significant, even though they were both at the first level of the king realm. Mu Chenyì slowly approached the man, saying, Do you have any other tricks? Don't tell me you don't, or the consequences will be severe. Hearing Mu Chenyì's words, the man snapped back to reality. He was frightened by Mu Chenyì's approach. Every step the youth took felt like a hammer blow to his chest, causing his heart to clench. He retreated, muttering, Don't come over here, don't come over here. Mu Chenyì said, I can't grant that request because I'm already here. The man couldn't bear it any longer. Mu Chenyì exuded no aura, and even more a smile, but the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. He immediately looked at the elder by the arena and shouted, Elder, I... But before he could finish, his neck was seized. The man turned to look at Mu Chenyì, wanting to speak, but he was already gasping for air. Mu Chenyì said, Let's play our own game. Why are you calling the elder? He won't play with you. The elder glared at Mu Chenyì, annoyed that he had been dragged into the situation. He knew the man wanted to concede, but the rules were in place. As long as the combatant didn't concede or lose consciousness, he wouldn't intervene unless Mu Chenyì attempted to kill him. Mu Chenyì looked at the man and said, Look, you slapped me first, so now it's my turn to slap you, right? The man was unable to answer. Mu Chenyì grabbed the man's head, tapped it twice, and then said happily, Since you agree, then I won't be polite. I'm steady, accurate, and ruthless, so hang in there and don't concede. The onlookers were disgusted by this. Damn, this scoundrel is shameless. How vicious. He seized the man's throat with one hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face with the other. A clear act of retribution. The sound echoed beyond the ring, resonating with the audience. The stricken man was left reeling, the left side of his face numb, as if it had ceased to exist. As he reached up to touch it, another blow landed, even more forceful than the last. His head snapped to the side, teeth flying from his mouth, blood trickling down his chin. I'm a fair man, Mu Chenyì declared. You struck me thrice, and I shall return the favor. With that, he released the man's throat and unleashed a final, devastating slap. The man was sent hurtling through the air, landing unceremoniously outside the ring. Though relatively unscathed save for the missing teeth and the sensation of half his face being gone, his pride was utterly shattered. Humiliated, he feigned unconsciousness. Mu Chenyì addressed the elder. Elder, what is the verdict? You have won, the elder replied curtly, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Chenyì before turning away. Puzzled by the elder's behavior, Mu Chenyì wondered if he was perhaps a relative of the defeated man. Shrugging it off, he greeted Feng Tianyun and descended from the ring. Feng Tianyun, with a captivating smile, telepathically inquired about Mu Chenyì to an elder behind him. A disciple of Yi Lingxue, he mused, perhaps he is not so easily acquired. Yet, the allure of such a promising protege was too strong to ignore. I shall have to try my luck at Zizhu Peak with some trinkets, he resolved. Mu Chenyì approached Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu, finding Bai Xiangyi already in their company. Senior sister, what brings you here? He asked. He was rapidly becoming a figure of envy, and Luo Bingqing was tempted to distance herself, were it not for the fear of the consequences later that night. I merely came to chat with my junior sisters, Bai Xiangyi replied, turning her gaze to Mu Chenyì. I must say, your progress has been remarkable. I had only perceived your agility and speed, but your physical prowess is equally impressive. Mu Chenyì embraced Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu, chuckling. With so many ladies to care for, I must be physically strong to provide for them all. Bai Xiangyi smiled. Indeed, you may very well emerge victorious in this competition. Mu Chenyì demurred, my skills are meager, enough to deal with ordinary opponents, But against you, senior sister, I stand little chance. You flatter me. Bai Xiangyi responded with a smile. I shall leave you to your companions. You are welcome to join us, Mu Chenyì offered. Bai Xiangyi waved dismissively and departed. Mu Chenyì watched her go, his eyes narrowing. What was she after? He asked the two girls. She spoke of the inheritance tower, Luo Bingqing replied. Yun Xiaoyu chimed in. Husband, let us feign agreement, and then, once inside, we shall capture her and have our way with her. Mu Chenyì playfully ruffled Yun Xiaoyu's hair. Must you always dwell on such matters? Perhaps you should focus on securing a spot in the top 16 first. Only those ranked within the top 16 may enter the inheritance tower. Chapter 188. A discourse on life and ideals. After 2 rounds, 32 contestants remained. Notably, all 14 disciples of the various peak lords had advanced, a testament to the orchestrated nature of the competition. As evening descended and the day's matches concluded, Mu Chenyì subtly gestured to Yun Xiaoyu, who immediately understood. Giving him an affirmative sign, she darted off, emitting suppressed giggles. Luo Bingqing, perplexed, couldn't decipher their exchange, but sensed it boded ill. What did you send her to do? She inquired. Mu Chenyì grinned wickedly. He cupped Luo Bingqing's face and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. You shall see shortly. Luo Bingqing blushed crimson. Not here, she stammered. Not with so many people around. Mu Chenyì, captivated, stole another kiss. Luo Bingqing attempted to flee, but Mu Chenyì held her fast, leaving her no choice but to bury her face against his chest. A throng of departing onlookers clenched their fists in envy, longing to strike him down. Damn him. I wish I could kill him. Then do it. Someone retorted. I left my weapon at home today. Another offered his earth-grade longsword. Here, take it. Go. I'm not accustomed to using other people's things. Perhaps another time. Bah, admit you're afraid. Not accustomed to other people's things? You seem to get along well enough with junior sisters of you. Don't spread rumors. What if senior brother Hua were to misunderstand? That's slander. The crowd glared at Mu Chenyì, but none dared approach. They knew they were no match for him. A group assault was conceivable, but the consequences of being caught by the elders deterred them. He was, after all, a disciple of a peak lord. Mu Chenyì ignored the simmering resentment, wrapped an arm around Luo Bingqing's waist, and soared away, leaving the envious onlookers behind. He carried Luo Bingqing away from cold Nether Mountain, landing on a small hill. Their rendezvous point with Yun Xiaoyu. Aren't we going back? Luo Bingqing asked. Mu Chenyì, feigning sincerity, replied, Patience, we're waiting for 2 others. Luo Bingqing frowned. 2? Isn't it just Yun Xiaoyu? Mu Chenyì smiled enigmatically, gazing into the distance. He pulled Luo Bingqing into hiding. Soon after, 2 figures descended nearby. All right, we're here, Yun Xiaoyu announced. Lung Lung eyed the desolate landscape warily. What is it you wish to discuss? Oh, nothing, Yun Xiaoyu replied innocently. Someone merely misses you. He asked me to bring you here, perhaps reminiscing about that valley from the ruins. Lung Lung turned to flee, but was stopped by Mu Chenyì, who swept her into his arms. Where do you think you're going, Lungo? Lung Lung, seeing Luo Bingqing emerge from the shadows, pleaded, Let me go. I have matters to attend to. I must return. Mu Chenyì whispered in her ear, Nothing is more important than us. Behave, or I shall resort to force. He had refrained from seeking her out himself, fearing she would avoid him. With so many people around, he couldn't risk a public confrontation. He had relied on Yun Xiaoyu, and was pleasantly surprised by her immediate understanding. Lung Lung, weakened by his breath on her ear and his wandering hands, could offer no resistance. Mu Chenyì grinned. See, it's that simple. He turned to Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu. Let's go home. Tonight, we shall have a thorough discussion on life and ideals. Yun Xiaoyu, envisioning the night ahead, was overjoyed. Hee. Luo Bingqing shuddered. She resolved to stay away that night. Enduring Yun Xiaoyu alone was barely tolerable, especially after their recent experiences. But adding another to the mix was simply too much. As Luo Bingqing attempted to escape, her limbs went limp. Mu Chenyì lowered his raised finger and remarked, I knew you wouldn't be honest. He then turned to Yun Xiaoyu and commanded, Pack her up and take her away. Yun Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, Sure. She flew over and embraced Luo Bingqing, trailing behind Mu Chenyì. With her hands on her heart, she felt an unmatched delight. Although Luo Bingqing wished to resist, her body was too weak to muster any strength, leaving her no choice but to allow herself to be carried away. Before long, Mu Chenyì returned to the courtyard with the 3 girls. Cold and Luo Bingqing, being held, lowered their flushed faces upon seeing the people in the yard. In stark contrast, Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu wore expressions of excitement and ease as they entered a room, each carrying a girl. The 6 individuals in the courtyard were left stunned, having been engrossed in discussing the day's ranking battle only to be bewildered by this turn of events. Lu Qingyun, regaining his composure, sighed, as expected of Brother Mu. I could never have dreamed of such a thing. Which of those 3 senior sisters isn't simply breathtaking? Wang Tong furrowed his brows and sighed. It's over, it's over. Now there's more. Jiang Xiaoyun, witnessing this, was infuriated on behalf of her cousin, but could only fume silently as she returned to her room. The other 5 lost interest in conversation, realizing that while some came to the sect to enjoy a wonderful life, they were merely enduring hardship. Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu gently set their companions down and soon erupted into mischievous laughter. Yun Xiaoyu reached out to caress Luo Bingqing's cheek and said, "Hee, I'm here, little Qingqing." With that, she made a playful move toward her. Mu Chenyì furrowed his brow, realizing that her speed surpassed his own. He quickly interjected, "All right, enough of the antics. I didn't bring cold back just for you to cause trouble. This is an opportunity for you all to get to know each other." Yun Xiaoyu looked at Mu Chenyì with disbelief. "You would be so honest?" Naturally, Mu Chenyì would not be, but that was a matter for later. He insisted, "Do not speak nonsense. I am not that kind of person." The 4 of them engaged in conversation for quite some time until the deep of night, at which point they finally settled down to rest. The next day at dawn, Mu Chenyì awoke to find Cold nestled in his arms, with Yun Xiaoyu on his right and Luo Bingqing on his left. He felt a sense of utmost comfort. After the 3 had breakfast, Cold, seizing an opportunity while Mu Chenyì was distracted, sprinted away, making her escape from Zizhu Peak. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chenyì chuckled. "Run away. You'll still end up in my arms by nightfall." He didn't pursue her immediately, knowing that carrying all 3 at once would be quite awkward. Mu Chenyì then flew with Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu to Hanyu Mountain, landing in the designated area, where he inadvertently attracted a wave of attention. The morning breeze swept across the plaza in front of the Hanyu Mountain Hall, where 32 inner disciples stood ready. Due to the reduced number of competitors, only 6 outer elders were present to maintain order, while the 8th Peak's master, Zhao Tianhai, presided over the platform. The vice sect master, Feng Tianyun, was notably absent, perhaps disinterested in displaying his beauty with so few people around. "What a pity that my sister isn't here," Mu Chenyì remarked. Yun Xiaoyu chuckled. "You like her that much? Why not bring her in?" "What nonsense. I merely wish to cling to a strong ally." After some light-hearted banter, the draw for the 3rd round commenced. Once the results were revealed, Mu Chenyì examined the number in his hand and began to ponder. Has the sect truly sunk to this level of shamelessness? Is this not a blatant act of cheating? The number he drew was once again 1. He would find it hard to believe that there was no foul play involved. The higher-ups of the sect truly acted with impunity. Luo Bingqing commented, "This is quite normal. After all, this competition aims to eliminate those with lesser talents. We cannot afford to remove those who meet the qualifications." Yun Xiaoyu added, "Fairness is a rare commodity within the sect." Mu Chenyì could not disagree. It was only thanks to his wife, Ling Xue, that he could act with such audacity. Had he been an ordinary disciple, carrying a girl from the sky would surely have drawn the ire of both fellow disciples and elders alike. Noticing his opponent had ascended the stage, Mu Chenyì inquired, "Who is that person? He appears rather aged." The opponent bore a weathered countenance, resembling a middle-aged man, with streaks of gray in his hair. Yun Xiaoyu informed him, "He is Ruan Yulong, a disciple of Jin Yu, the master of the 6th Peak, Qijin Peak." Luo Bingqing cautioned Mu Chenyì, "Be careful. It is said he practices a flawed demonic technique, the dead silence technique, which can sap the vitality of others. Due to the incompleteness of his technique, he himself suffered from its effects, and few within the sect dared to associate with him." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì could not suppress a grin. After reaching the King realm, it was time for him to undergo his last 3 deaths in the 9 lives technique. For days, he had been hunting small animals to gather death energy, but the demand was substantial. How fortuitous that he encountered someone who had cultivated death energy today. Embracing Luo Bingqing, he kissed her and said with a smile, "You know how robust my body is, don't you? No need to worry. He could train for 10 lifetimes and still be unable to harm me." Luo Bingqing, unable to resist, could only acquiesce to his whims. Mu Chenyì had never disclosed his need for death energy to anyone, with only Mu Liao being partially aware. However, he intended to keep it that way, lest his wives worry. Ascending the stage, Mu Chenyì greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." Ruan Yulong, with a smile that appeared somewhat sickly, replied, "Greetings, junior brother." One of the elders announced, "You may begin." Ruan Yulong bowed to the elder, then turned to Mu Chenyì, saying, "Junior brother, I've observed your previous 2 matches. You are quite formidable. You flatter me, senior brother." Mu Chenyì regarded Ruan Yulong, who, despite his frail appearance, exuded elegance, and wondered what could have driven such a person to practice demonic techniques. Ruan Yulong continued, "I possess 2 levels of higher cultivation than you. Therefore, junior brother, it will be prudent for you to concede." Mu Chenyì smiled. "Senior brother, we cultivators should face adversity head-on. How could one retreat without a fight? Junior brother, my technique is unique. It releases a substantial amount of death energy upon striking. Should we engage, you risk injury. Not to worry, senior brother. I will handle whatever you throw at me." Seeing that Mu Chenyì would not be persuaded, Ruan Yulong sighed in resignation. In previous ranking battles, conceding would have been acceptable, but this time was different. This competition was critical for the sect's legacy, and with his own cultivation being adversely affected for so long, he could not afford to give up. He thought to himself that he would simply go easy on Mu Chenyì and make amends afterward. "Be cautious, junior brother." As he spoke, a torrent of black energy surged around him, enveloping a radius of 10 feet. Mu Chenyì was thrilled. This abundance of death energy would greatly expedite his progress in the 9 lives technique. "Senior brother, please do strike. I am eager to receive your blows." He could hardly contain his excitement, while the spectators below were equally restless. This young man was courting death. Indeed, Ruan Yulong's death energy attacks were such that even seasoned inner disciples at the King Realm would hesitate to confront him. Little did he realize the gravity of his situation. Thus, it is for the best, lest he becomes increasingly arrogant. As Ruan Yulong observed the exhilarated Mu Chenyì, a realization dawned upon him. This individual might indeed be somewhat misguided, which explained his refusal to concede. Guilt washed over him. He casually unleashed a palm strike, utilizing less than 1/10 of his abundant death energy. The dark essence, intermingled with spiritual energy, surged forth. Mu Chenyì squinted, his lips curling in disdain. What was this? Such pettiness. With so little death energy, who could make use of it? More would be preferable. Otherwise, others might think he was incapable of withstanding even this feeble amount. Extending his palm, Mu Chenyì effortlessly intercepted the spiritual attack, while the minuscule amount of death energy found its way into his body, where it was stored. Ruan Yulong, witnessing his opponent's complete lack of evasion, sighed deeply. This strike, with its spiritual attack as mere support, could be deflected even by cultivators of the 7th or 8th layer of the Xian realm, let alone those of the Wang realm. However, that scant death energy was another matter. Even those at the Wang realm would suffer the agonizing erosion of their organs from such an assault. He looked at Mu Chenyì, prepared for the pain that would surely twist his expression. "Junior brother, I have held back. The suffering shall not last long, you." Yet before he could finish, he noticed that Mu Chenyì remained unfazed. "You are unscathed?" Chapter 190. Absorbing death energy, Ruan Yulong was taken aback. Had Mu Chenyì used spiritual energy for defense, it would be reasonable for him to emerge unscathed. But given that he had not utilized any spiritual energy at all, how was this possible? Mu Chenyì replied, "Brother, as you said, I am indeed strong, but I am even stronger than you imagine. Therefore, it would be wise for you to exert your full strength. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity." Ruan Yulong's gaze hardened as determination settled in. Although he hesitated to harm a fellow disciple, his own predicament had grown dire. He could not afford to remain stagnant. Consequently, he began to wield his hands vigorously, causing a considerable amount of death energy to coalesce around him. After depleting nearly half of the surrounding death energy, he formed a massive black tiger that glimmered with a faint purple light. The tiger, exceeding 3 zhang in length, loomed over the arena, glaring menacingly at Mu Chenyì. With a thunderous roar, the black tiger lunged toward Mu Chenyì, its powerful limbs pounding the ground and creating several deep craters, causing the arena to tremble precariously. It then leaped high into the air, diving down with its massive jaws wide open, aiming to devour Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì mused that had it not been for the need to absorb death energy, he could have summoned several black dragons to assert his presence. He made no move, awaiting the tiger's approach. The tiger swallowed Mu Chenyì whole, and the arena crumbled under the impact, sending forth a violent shockwave that forced spectators to shield their eyes. Some, caught off guard, were blown away by the force. As the onlookers gazed on, the black tiger morphed into a dark sphere, gradually contracting, enveloping Mu Chenyì within. As the sphere shrank, the death energy condensed, resembling a solid coal ball, rendering Mu Chenyì's figure nearly invisible to outsiders. The gathered disciples were left dumbfounded. Could it be that this fool was truly so foolish? Not only did he refrain from dodging, but he also showed no sign of defense. An attack of such magnitude could not be endured without consequence. Even if he survived, he would likely be gravely wounded, perhaps even incapacitated. While many among them held reservations about Mu Chenyì, they merely wished for him to endure some hardship, never anticipating any real harm would befall him. Luo Bingqing wore a worried expression, anxiously watching the arena, yearning to rush in. Yin Xiaoyu grasped her arm, nudging her conscience. What are you worried about? Our husband is not one to suffer losses. Fear not, he will undoubtedly be fine. Everyone's attention remained fixated on the ruined arena, observing the changes in the death energy sphere. Ruan Yulong felt a surge of worry as he saw Mu Chenyì struck by his attack. He intended to disperse his spiritual technique, but sensed that Mu Chenyì's aura had not diminished. He focused intently ahead. Based on his previous experiences, one would expect a substantial reduction in vitality when enveloped in such an abundance of death energy. Yet he felt Mu Chenyì's vitality was instead increasing. Within the death energy sphere, Mu Chenyì smiled, having begun to absorb the death energy. Although the quantity was vast, he could completely consume it within mere seconds. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had to proceed slowly. This death energy was sufficient for 1/10 of his next death experience. After approximately a minute, the death energy sphere began to change, its color fading before shattering into fragments. While it appeared as though the death energy dispersed outward, in reality, it was being controlled by Mu Chenyì, splitting into countless undetectable streams that entered his body. Ruan Yulong, the user of this death energy, failed to notice anything amiss. He merely sensed a small amount of death energy entering Mu Chenyì's body, believing it to be a normal occurrence. His technique was designed to erode the vitality of his opponent, and since Mu Chenyì had dissipated most of it, he thought it inconsequential that a bit remained to erode him. The crowd was preoccupied with the mystery of how Mu Chenyì could emerge unscathed from such an assault. Was he somehow cheating? Luo Bingqing sighed in relief at this point. Yin Xiaoyu grinned, see? I told you he'd be fine. She spoke while still trying to nudge her conscience. Luo Bingqing immediately pushed Yin Xiaoyu away, who pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph, you're so stingy. Ruan Yulong spoke up. Junior brother, you truly surpass my expectations. I did not anticipate that my extensive use of death energy would fail to affect you. Mu Chenyì smiled. Brother, I offer you an opportunity. Unleash your ultimate move. Otherwise, you may as well concede. Ruan Yulong nodded. Very well. Upon saying this, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, accompanied by a torrent of death energy. The two forces intertwined and fused into a dark purple hue, enveloping Ruan Yulong entirely. Junior brother, once the death energy within me merges with my spiritual energy, it shall not only consume the vitality of others, but also obliterate their spiritual essence. Be cautious, he declared, darting toward Mu Chenyì for a close-quarters assault. Though this state was rather domineering, it limited him from utilizing long-range techniques, a significant drawback. Mu Chenyì chuckled. The death energy would have no effect on him, and even if it did, engaging in close combat would be a grave mistake. His physical defenses and strength surpassed that of any cultivator of the same realm by considerable margin, at least 40 to 50 times greater than the average practitioner. This was the immense advantage bestowed upon him by his 9 lives, indestructible body. Unaware of this, Ruan Yulong had already thrown a punch at Mu Chenyì's abdomen. The purple-black energy surged into Mu Chenyì's body, yet simultaneously, Ruan Yulong was forced back nearly a zhang by the recoil, having restrained his own power to avoid being sent flying. Ruan Yulong gazed at Mu Chenyì, astonished. I did not expect your physical form to be this formidable. Mu Chenyì chuckled. The death energy that had invaded his body was already absorbed and stored, while the residual spiritual energy was expelled. Ruan Yulong charged at Mu Chenyì once more, repeatedly striking him with his hands. However, the force behind each blow was minimal. Though he struck with great speed, each contact was gentle, aimed at avoiding being rebuffed by his own strength. Ruan Yulong unleashed nearly 100 strikes, and the purple-black energy enveloping him had diminished considerably, nearing the point of dissipation. Subsequently, he retreated, ceasing his assault. Standing at a distance, he regarded Mu Chenyì, convinced that victory was already determined. Chapter 191. What are you afraid of? Mu Chenyì remained completely still throughout the ordeal, allowing the onslaught to continue as he absorbed the surrounding death energy. He had amassed nearly 70% of the total death energy required for his next revival, a significant increase from the mere 30% he had before the contest began. With a spark of excitement, he glanced at Ruan Yulong, only to furrow his brow upon noticing the heavy exhaustion etched on his face, a clear sign of his dwindling stamina. With a sigh, Mu Chenyì realized that his opportunity to absorb more death energy had come to an end for the day. He would not be satiated. Meanwhile, Ruan Yulong stared at Mu Chenyì, bewildered. Why was he still unharmed? The spectators below were equally perplexed, having witnessed Ruan Yulong's relentless attacks on Mu Chenyì up close, yet there seemed to be no aftermath. Had Ruan Yulong held back? Unlikely, given his evident fatigue. So why was that rogue moose seemingly unscathed? Mu Chenyì turned to Ruan Yulong and suggested, "Brother, why not give another go?" Ruan Yulong smiled wryly. "My heart is willing, but my strength is lacking. What a pity. Will you concede, or shall I assist you?" "I will not concede." Ruan Yulong clung to his last shred of hope. Shaking his head, Mu Chenyì's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Ruan Yulong, and delivered a swift blow to the back of his head. Ruan Yulong had no time to react. Mu Chenyì's speed was astonishing. With a jolt of spiritual energy, Ruan Yulong collapsed, unconscious. Sighing, Mu Chenyì noted that Ruan Yulong's death energy had nearly depleted. To absorb more, he would have to wait. However, he sensed that Ruan Yulong's death energy would recover swiftly, likely within 2 days, an acceptable timeline. He could utilize Ruan Yulong as a source of energy, returning for another absorption once he was revived. Seeing Ruan Yulong down, an elder declared, "Mu Chenyì wins." Mu Chenyì waved to the girls in the audience before descending from the stage. Upon his return, he found only Yun Xiaoyu waiting for him, while Luo Bingqing was engaged in a match on the opposite stage. A quick glance confirmed that Luo Bingqing's opponent bore visible injuries from the previous day's match, rendering her no match for Luo Bingqing, who would inevitably emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, Luo Bingqing secured her win and returned. Naturally, Mu Chenyì embraced her, savoring the moment. Next was Yun Xiaoyu's match. Her opponent was a female disciple from the True Sun Peak, aged 19, the oldest contestant in this competition. Mu Chenyì observed that this disciple possessed an aptitude score of 43, placing her above average within the Yaoguang sect, and held a third-level King Realm cultivation, significantly surpassing Yun Xiaoyu, who had recently broken through. Concern began to creep in. The female disciple initiated the duel with a long sword, launching a series of sword chi strikes at Yun Xiaoyu. Displaying her agility, Yun Xiaoyu deftly evaded, wisely avoiding a direct confrontation with someone of superior cultivation. When the initial attack failed, the disciple swiftly closed the distance, determined not to allow Yun Xiaoyu to escape and conserve her energy. Yun Xiaoyu smiled and flicked her hand, releasing a plume of red smoke toward the girl. Startled, the disciple recoiled, having heard of Yun Xiaoyu's reputation and fearing the effects of her potential poison. She promptly called out to the elder, "Elder, she is using poison." The elder waved his hand, drawing some of the smoke into his palm. After examination, he declared, "It is merely ordinary mist, ineffective against cultivators." The match continues. Yun Xiaoyu teased the girl, "Why do you think so poorly of me? I was merely joking." The girl snorted, remaining silent as she charged at Yun Xiaoyu once more. This time, Yun Xiaoyu did not produce any substance. The girl hesitated, wary of what tricks Yun Xiaoyu might employ. If the latter resorted to something truly bizarre, the embarrassment would fall upon her. Though Yun Xiaoyu might face consequences, being a disciple of the Peak Master, the worst that could happen would be disqualification from a match and perhaps a fine in spirit stones. With a playful tone, Yun Xiaoyu asked, "What are you afraid of? I won't harm you. Come on, let us have some fun." The girl, incensed by Yun Xiaoyu's provocation, felt a twinge of fear. What unpredictable antics could she unleash? She swung her long sword overhead, summoning a mass of vapor. With a powerful swing, she directed the condensed water droplets toward Yun Xiaoyu, akin to a torrential downpour. Yun Xiaoyu leaped back as the droplets struck the ground, creating numerous small, deep craters. More droplets followed in rapid succession. As she retreated, she conjured a small mirror, channeling her energy to enlarge it, then raised it above her head. The water droplets cascaded down, deflected by the mirror. Once the barrage ceased, she stored the mirror away and rubbed her arm, feeling a slight ache. "You're too harsh. My arm is sore now. I merely intended to tease you, but you're trying to injure me. That I cannot tolerate." After declaring this, Yun Xiaoyu summoned a massive red hand above her, coalescing it with great force, extending a thick finger. The girl, witnessing this display, felt a surge of trepidation. The pressure from Yun Xiaoyu's technique was overwhelming. Quickly, she summoned her remaining energy, creating a circular flow of water with her longsword, which soon morphed into a torrent. Luo Bingqing inquired, "Is Xiaoyu using the annihilation finger?" Mu Chenyì nodded, recognizing it as the divine technique bestowed upon Yun Xiaoyu from the Emperor of the Universe. He had given her 3 drops of his blood long ago, and now she had silently grasped its essence. On the arena, Yun Xiaoyu unleashed the annihilation finger, a colossal finger measuring 5 to 6 zhang in length, aimed directly at the girl. The girl, realizing the gravity of the situation, braced herself, gripping her sword tightly and unleashing all her strength in defense. The water surged forth like crashing waves, yet the impact sent shockwaves through the arena, lifting the skirts of several female spectators, eliciting a chorus of whistles. Chapter 192. Can this work? On the stage, the annihilation finger collided with the turbulent waves, parting them effortlessly. The force scattered the water, rendering it incapable of hindering the massive finger's advance. As the finger approached, the girl attempted to evade but found her energy constricted, immobilizing her. She could only muster her remaining energy for defense, creating a violet shield before her. However, against a quasi-sacred technique, her defenses were woefully inadequate. The annihilation finger shattered her shield before even making contact, and as she closed her eyes in fear, the immense finger propelled her backward, crashing into the edge of the arena, blood spilling from her lips as she sustained significant injuries. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the crimson hand dissipated, marveling at the power of such a technique. Yun Xiaoyu, despite her lower cultivation, managed to injure her opponent in this confrontation. It must be of a superior grade. Quite likely. As the crowd engaged in conversation, Yun Xiaoyu, her face etched with anxiety, sprinted towards the woman. It was her first time utilizing this profound technique in a real battle. Although she had retracted most of her power, she was taken aback to find that she had still managed to injure her opponent. Kneeling beside her, she placed her hands gently on the woman's chest. Her voice laced with concern. "How are you? Are you all right?" She tightened her grip slightly as she spoke. The woman's injuries were moderate, not life-threatening. Yet the effects of the spiritual technique left her momentarily immobilized. Frustrated at her predicament, she could only watch as Yun Xiaoyu, filled with worry, became increasingly anxious. Finally, she fainted. The onlookers, witnessing Yun Xiaoyu's unusual grip training, were envious and wished to exchange a fortune for a chance to experience it themselves. An elder, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed, "Yun Xiaoyu, you have won. Step down." He gestured towards the distance, and 2 female disciples promptly flew forward to carry away the unconscious woman. Reluctantly, Yun Xiaoyu returned to Mu Chenyì's side. He ruffled her hair, remarking with a hint of amusement that this child was beyond saving and could be given up for lost. The round of contests concluded swiftly, and among the remaining 16 contestants, 10 were disciples of the sect leader and peak masters. The peak master's disciples had only eliminated 4 competitors. As noon approached, the next round commenced. Unsurprisingly, Mu Chenyì was designated as contestant number 1. With a resigned demeanor, he stepped onto the stage, facing none other than his old acquaintance, Zui Yunming. Mu Chenyì smiled at his opponent, contemplating that it might be time to seize an opportunity to rob him. Zui Yunming, upon seeing Mu Chenyì, felt the surge of anger. The last time they met at Qingchuan Peak, the woman he cherished had thrown herself into Mu Chenyì's embrace. Shortly thereafter, he was robbed by a mysterious figure in black. Not knowing the identity of the assailant, he had placed all the blame on Mu Chenyì. Over the past few days, hearing rumors of Mu Chenyì's flirtations with numerous women only fueled his resentment. It baffled him that these girls would be so blind as to approach a scoundrel like him. Consumed by rage, Zui Yunming could not contain himself. Without waiting for the elder to announce the start, he charged towards Mu Chenyì, determined to deliver a beating to the scoundrel before him. With a roar, he shouted, "Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." He leaped into the air, wielding his long sword high above his head, ready to strike down with tremendous force. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from the blade, forming a fiery red aura that descended upon Mu Chenyì. In response, Mu Chenyì extended his hands and clapped them together, unleashing a powerful gust of air that rippled outward. His strength, surpassing 40,000 pounds, manifested even in this casual gesture, proving formidable. The gust collided with Zui Yunming's energy blade, shattering it. Yet the force of the air continued to surge towards him. Startled, Zui Yunming exclaimed, "Is that even possible?" He swiftly retreated nearly 6 yards, finally feeling the dissipating threat of the gust behind him. Turning to locate Mu Chenyì, he realized with alarm that his opponent had vanished. Scanning the arena, he found no sign of him, only to hear a voice behind him. "What are you looking for? Do you need assistance?" Startled, Zui Yunming's heart raced, and he dashed forward, glancing back to find nothing there. Just as he turned his gaze forward, a hand appeared before him, too late to evade. With a resounding slap, he was sent crashing to the ground, creating an indentation in the earth. Mu Chenyì raised his hand, blowing softly, having used less than 1% of his strength. Otherwise, a full-force strike would have likely sent Zui Yunming's head flying. The spectators gasped, some instinctively touching their own cheeks, murmuring about the severity of the blow. Zui Yunming's face had likely suffered considerable damage. That scoundrel didn't strike so harshly before. Does he have a vendetta against Zui Yunming? From the pit left in the arena, a hand emerged, followed by Zui Yunming as he crawled out, his left cheek grotesquely swollen, nearly double the size of the right. Several girls in the crowd averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Upon regaining his footing, Zui Yunming knelt, wincing in pain as he touched his left cheek. Letting out a sharp cry, he felt as though he might roll on the ground in agony. Mu Chenyì chuckled, "Come on, get up. Let's continue." Zui Yunming, filled with trepidation, vehemently shook his head and called out to the elder on the stage, "I concede. I concede." The elder declared, "Mu Chenyì is the victor." Zui Yunming hastily retreated, swiftly distancing himself from the arena. Mu Chenyì sighed, "Where are you running off to? I don't bite." He then stepped down from the stage as the contest concluded. Yun Xiaoyu faced Su Qingyan, the disciple of the fifth peak, who promptly conceded. Luo Bingqing had fortuitously encountered another previously injured opponent and easily secured victory once more. On the other side, Lung Lung faced Yun Yiru, and after exchanging a few casual moves, Yun Yiru conceded. At this point, few participants were genuinely contesting, as they had already secured their places in the inheritance tower, rendering further skirmishes unnecessary. As the competition wrapped up, only 8 disciples remained. Mu Chenyì, along with his 3 companions, faced 3 disciples of the sect leaders. The remaining contender was an unexpected dark horse, neither a disciple of the sect leader nor a peak master. The competition continued, with 2 participants stationed at each of the 4 arenas. Mu Chenyì approached Lung Lung with a smile, but she furrowed her brow and asserted, "I concede, but we haven't even fought yet." Lung, wait, don't leave. She had already exited the stage, granting Mu Chenyì a victory without contest. He chased after her, wrapping his arms around her. "Why are you running away?" Lung Lung struggled, "Let go of me." Even though the crowd had thinned, a few elders remained, making her feel bashful. "Be good, don't move." With no choice but to comply, she turned her gaze back to the ongoing matches. Unfortunately, Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu found themselves pitted against each other. Yun Xiaoyu swiftly conceded, recognizing that their strengths were evenly matched, and any prolonged engagement would only lead to a quarrel, complicating their camaraderie later that evening. Returning to the sidelines, Yun Xiaoyu remarked, "Sister Bai seems remarkably strong." Bai Xiangyi's opponent was the dark horse, Feng Yuanshan, a disciple of the 8th peak. Mu Chenyì noted, if he weren't strong, he wouldn't have been taken under the sect leader's wing. Luo Bingqing added, "Feng Yuanshan is quite formidable. I had never heard of him before." Mu Chenyì observed Feng Yuanshan, who was attempting to close in on Bai Xiangyi to engage in close combat, clearly favoring a physical approach. After several exchanges, Bai Xiangyi unleashed her true prowess. In an instant, her presence vanished from the arena, leaving Feng Yuanshan bewildered. His spiritual awareness frantically scanned the surroundings, but he could not locate her. Anxiety gripped him as he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a sword was poised at his throat. "You have lost." Bai Xiangyi's figure materialized before him. as he touched his neck. Feeling a trace of blood, a chill coursed through him. If she had wished to kill him, it would have been far too easy. Sister, your skills are impressive. I concede. Yin Xiaoyu inquired, Sister, what just happened? Mu Chenyì transmitted to his 3 wives. She possesses a unique constitution known as the immortal spirit body, allowing her to merge with the very essence of a universe. Such an extraordinary ability complicates our efforts to win her over, one of them remarked. Could you possibly think of something beneficial? Isn't this situation already advantageous? Don't you wish to claim her? On the final arena, Bai Qing was engaged in a fierce duel with Jiang Mingyu, both exchanging blows with palpable intensity. The air crackled with the force of their clashes, as Bai Qing relentlessly pressed forward, forcing Jiang Mingyu to retreat. Jiang Mingyu swung his sword repeatedly, yet Bai Qing deflected each strike with his fists, showcasing an immediate disparity in their prowess. Utilizing the recoil from their exchanges, Jiang Mingyu swiftly distanced himself, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a magnificent fire eagle. The blazing creature dove from the sky, raising the temperature dramatically, engulfing Bai Qing in a searing wave of heat. Unfazed, Bai Qing stepped back, leaning slightly, and gathered his energy in a clenched fist. He then propelled his fist towards the fire eagle, which burst forth with a surge of spiritual energy, transforming into a darkened projectile aimed directly at the fiery beast. Upon collision, shockwaves rippled through the arena, and after a brief standoff, the fire eagle's head shattered, its form disintegrating into a cascade of embers that vanished into the ether. Jiang Mingyu conceded, I admit defeat. Bai Qing's imposing aura promptly receded as he descended from the platform. Mu Chenyì remarked, Old Bai is quite formidable. He had just curiously scanned Bai Qing's attributes. Talent qualifications, 66, special constitution, unmatched battle body. Such a physique primarily enhances physical strength in close combat, embodying the principle of growing stronger with each encounter. Indeed, within the same realm, few can best him, Mu Chenyì acknowledged, glancing at the speaker with a smile. This indicates that there are still those capable of matching him. And my sister is among them. Bai Chenyì interjected, but you, junior brother, are equally capable, are you not? I merely benefit from my constitution, while your strength is hard-earned. Mu Chenyì refrained from disputing this, acknowledging that his prowess stemmed from an extraordinary advantage. The group engaged in casual banter, and soon, it was time for the semi-finals. Mu Chenyì's opponent was Bai Qing, while Luo Bingqing faced Bai Chenyì. Upon stepping onto the stage, Mu Chenyì noticed Bai Qing wearing a grave expression. Brother, must you be so serious? It's merely a routine contest. Bai Qing replied, I approach every contest with utmost seriousness. If one does not give their all, what significance does the competition hold? Mu Chenyì mused on the significance of this contest. Was it not merely a means for the higher-ups of the sect to bestow favors upon their disciples? It also provided opportunities for others. You speak true, brother, he conceded. Let's begin, Bai Qing declared. Nodding in agreement, Mu Chenyì watched as Bai Qing's figure vanished, reappearing before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Mu Chenyì recognized the compressed spiritual energy coiling around Bai Qing's fist, designed to explode upon impact, generating immense force. Yet, given Bai Qing's robust physique, he could withstand the backlash easily, an advantage not shared by others. Mu Chenyì grasped Bai Qing's fist firmly. In terms of raw strength, Bai Qing paled in comparison. As Bai Qing's energy detonated, a shockwave erupted between them, shattering the ground beneath them and causing the arena to collapse. Bai Qing regarded Mu Chenyì, stating, Junior brother, it seems you too have trained your body. Just a casual practice. Nothing noteworthy, Mu Chenyì replied. If that's the case, shall we settle this with a single punch? Bai Chenyì proposed. Very well, Mu Chenyì responded, eager to test his physical capabilities against Bai Qing's formidable strength. They distanced themselves and charged at one another, fists raised. Their fists collided, and while Mu Chenyì remained rooted, Bai Qing was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Crashing into the arena's wall, his arm shattered and consciousness fading. Mu Chenyì shook his head, noting that he had only exerted half his strength. An elder promptly carried Bai Qing away as the final match approached. Mu Chenyì turned to Bai Chenyì and said, Sister, you are incredibly powerful. I concede defeat. He had contemplated his chances of victory, realizing that he had only 2 options, either to swiftly close the distance and incapacitate her before she could prepare, a tactic unlikely to succeed against a ready opponent, or to engage in a war of attrition, where his superior strength would eventually wear her down. The latter option, however, would consume too much time, and with evening drawing near, he wished to focus on training with his wives. Moreover, having already defeated the vice sect leader's disciple, it would be unwise to best the sect leader's disciple as well. One must consider social dynamics. Bai Xiangyi seemed taken aback by his sudden concession. Junior brother, are you truly giving up? You had a chance to secure first place. Mu Chenyì chuckled. Alas, sister's abilities are too formidable. I cannot withstand them or break through her defenses. Bai Xiangyi nodded silently. An elder proclaimed, the competition concludes. Bai Xiangyi is the victor. As Bai Xiangyi and Mu Chenyì descended from the stage, she remarked, you wish to keep your true strength hidden, do you not? Not at all. Such trivial skills are hardly worth concealing. Mu Chenyì replied. Bai Xiangyi looked at him, smiling. Do you recall in the ruins when I mentioned sensing the presence of many women around you? Of course, Mu Chenyì replied. I also remember you offering me an opportunity. Could it be that you are considering accepting my proposal? Bai Xiangyi did not respond to his inquiry, but stated, people can disguise themselves and deceive others. Yet no matter how powerful their concealment, they cannot deceive the very essence of this world. Mu Chenyì feigned ignorance. Sister, what do you mean? I find myself perplexed. Bai Xiangyi smiled, her charm undeniable. Let me be more direct, junior brother. I sense your strength is far beyond my expectations. Merely in terms of cultivation, you have already reached the 7th level. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. Was the immortal spirit body truly so extraordinary? Despite his efforts to conceal his cultivation with the divine concealment ring, he could not fool her. It dawned on him that it was not a matter of deception, but rather a connection to the essence of the world that revealed his true strength. Gazing at Bai Xiangyi, his eyes ignited with fervor. Sister, are you free tonight? I believe it is imperative we have a private conversation about life and ideals. Bai Xiangyi stood, a playful smile gracing her lips. I dare not be alone with you, junior brother. Your current demeanor is rather predatory, and I fear for my safety. Mu Chenyì reigned in his intensity. This girl was utterly confident, assured that he would not dare to harm her. And indeed, he did not, for at this stage, the sect leader was not someone he could afford to offend. Furthermore, Bai Xiangyi's strength was considerable. He could not subdue her swiftly, and she could easily evade him. With a smile, Mu Chenyì said, Sister, you must understand my feelings for you. My intentions are sincere. Bai Xiangyi cast her gaze upon the 3 young women in the distance, and promptly inquired, to what extent does your heartfelt sincerity rival that of my junior brother? Mu Chenyì replied, that is quite difficult to articulate. Bai Xiangyi remarked, Junior brother, your aura has intensified once more. With that, she took flight and departed from the scene. Mu Chenyì observed Bai Xiangyi's retreating figure, though he had previously harbored feelings for her. He had resigned himself to the possibility of unrequited affection. Now, however, the stakes had changed. Bai Xiangyi must be his, else he would find no peace in slumber. With a sigh, Mu Chenyì made his way toward the trio of women. The competition had concluded, and it was time to return to cultivation. Upon noticing Mu Chenyì's approach, Lung Lung turned to flee, taking to the skies in an instant. However, Mu Chenyì swiftly closed the distance, positioning himself behind her and whispering into her ear, Where are you off to? Lung Lung attempted to quicken her pace, but was ensnared in Mu Chenyì's embrace and drawn into his arms. He then signaled to Yun Xiaoyu and Luo Bingqing to follow suit. To help Lung Lung adapt to this new reality, Mu Chenyì deliberately slowed his speed and navigated toward a more populated area. Despite her persistent struggles, Lung Lung found herself hiding her face in Mu Chenyì's embrace. He was quite pleased with this outcome. By the time they returned to the courtyard, dusk was nearly upon them. He led her directly to his room, where, although her cheeks remained flushed, she was not as resistant as before. Feeling relieved, Mu Chenyì decided to reward her with a set of massage techniques. After nearly 2 hours of cultivation, they nestled together and drifted into slumber. The following day, Mu Chenyì gazed at the sleeping maiden, careful not to disturb her. After planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead, he stealthily exited the room. He then took to the skies, departing from Zizhu Peak to attend to some pressing matters. In a desolate mountain devoid of witnesses, he changed his attire and employed the illusory spirit transformation to alter his aura and appearance. Glancing into a mirror, he approved of his transformation. He resembled an inconspicuous passerby, unlikely to draw attention. Subsequently, Mu Chenyì soared toward Qijin Peak, driven by an urgent need for abundant death energy. And he would not let Ruan Yulong escape his grasp. His purpose for visiting Qijin Peak was to gather information regarding Ruan Yulong. After expending a significant sum of spirit stones, he discreetly inquired about Ruan Yulong from a female disciple in a secluded corner at the base of the mountain. She divulged all she knew, and with a flirtatious tone, she suggested, "Senior brother, if you offer more spirit stones, I can ensure you experience something extraordinarily delightful." As she spoke, her fingers grazed Mu Chenyì's chest, and she leaned forward, revealing ample bosom. "Would you care to partake?" Mu Chenyì swallowed hard and replied, "Junior sister, I have matters to attend to. I shall certainly return." He hastily retreated from the scene. Chapter 195. What are your intentions? The female disciple watched Mu Chenyì's departing figure and muttered, "Even with such advances, he remains unmoved. What a useless man. Cursed be him." Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì headed toward the outskirts of Qijin Peak. He had learned that Ruan Yulong, due to the nature of his own death energy, resided in a remote mountain for extended periods, rarely returning to Qijin Peak to avoid affecting others. Upon arriving near a desolate mountain, Mu Chenyì activated his spiritual senses and quickly detected Ruan Yulong's presence, hastening toward him. Initially, he had intended to observe Ruan Yulong's habits for a couple of days before taking action. However, he was surprised to find Ruan Yulong alone, as if fate were favoring him. Mu Chenyì swiftly approached a cave entrance, where some personal belongings indicated that Ruan Yulong indeed lived there. Having felt the presence of someone outside, Ruan Yulong emerged from the cave, eyeing the stranger before him. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Mu Chenyì smiled and replied, "I have come specifically to seek you out. I require something from you." Ruan Yulong asked, "Oh, what is it that you seek?" With deliberate steps, Mu Chenyì advanced, stating, "The death energy within you is precisely what I need." Ruan Yulong's expression hardened. Having lost in their previous competition, he was unable to access the sex inheritance tower, leaving him dejected. Now, someone dared to provoke him by mentioning death energy. Even with his typically placid demeanor, he could not suppress his ire, and he struck out with a forceful palm directed at Mu Chenyì. Mu Chenyì met Ruan Yulong's attack with his own, sending him crashing against the rocky wall outside the cave. In a flash, he appeared before Ruan Yulong and unleashed the grasping spirit finger, striking pressure points around his body. Ruan Yulong immediately felt a chilling sensation permeate his organs, rendering him weak and unable to channel his spiritual energy. He looked at Mu Chenyì and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The disparity in their strength left Ruan Yulong with little choice but to relent. "Do not be alarmed. I merely seek the death energy within you," Mu Chenyì assured him. He pressed his hand against Ruan Yulong's chest and activated the 9 lives indestructible body, beginning to absorb the death energy from him. Countless dark energies flowed through his palm and into his body, though the process proved a challenge. As Ruan Yulong was not lifeless, Ruan Yulong was astonished as he felt the death energy within him rapidly dissipate. He could not comprehend how Mu Chenyì could absorb it so recklessly, even if he possessed techniques that required death energy. One would think he would fear the damage it could inflict on himself. As he witnessed the depletion of his death energy, Ruan Yulong felt a flicker of relief. Though his internal issues remained unresolved, this alleviation brought him some respite from his suffering. After nearly half an hour, Mu Chenyì ceased his efforts. He had absorbed all of Ruan Yulong's death energy, yet it still fell short of the amount needed for his intended purpose. He then released the pressure points he had activated and instructed Ruan Yulong, "Hurry and cultivate." Ruan Yulong, bewildered, responded, "Cultivate? What do you mean?" "Quickly. I require more death energy," Mu Chenyì urged. Ruan Yulong, recognizing the futility of resistance, complied and began to cultivate. After another half hour, Mu Chenyì deemed it sufficient and pressed Ruan Yulong down once more, placing his palm on his back to absorb more death energy. Ruan Yulong attempted to rise, but Mu Chenyì firmly pinned his head to the ground, leaving him no room for defiance. Frustrated, Ruan Yulong thought, "Fine, considering the benefits of your death energy absorption, I shall forgive you." Once Mu Chenyì had fully absorbed the desired energy, he withdrew his hand, satisfied. He had finally amassed enough, but he was also concerned. This time, the total amount was nearly tenfold that of his previous endeavor. He would undoubtedly require even more next time, and relying solely on this current source would not suffice. He needed to devise a plan. At that moment, Ruan Yulong rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and expressed his dissatisfaction. Had you been upfront about needing my death energy, I would have willingly cooperated. Was it necessary to resort to violence? Mu Chenyì regarded Ruan Yulong and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? I made my intentions clear from the outset." Ruan Yulong reflected for a moment and conceded, "I assumed you were here to mock me." Mu Chenyì retorted disdainfully, "Who has the time for that? You think you're someone of importance?" With that, he strode toward the exit, preparing to seek a secure location for his forthcoming endeavors. Ruan Yulong, eager not to lose this opportunity, called out, "What is your name? Which peak do you belong to? How can I find you? Will you return?" Having tasted the benefits, he was reluctant to let Mu Chenyì slip away, recognizing that with him around, he could endure less suffering in the future. Mu Chenyì remarked, "Focus on your cultivation. I will visit often." Ruan Yulong waved his hand and replied, "You must keep your word. I will wait for you." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì felt a chill run down his spine and immediately took flight. Before long, he arrived at the summit of Zizhu Peak, convinced that this was the safest place. He opened the door to Yi Lingshue's room and stepped inside. Yi Lingshue, dressed in a blue off-shoulder dress, had her long hair tied back with a ribbon in a simple ponytail. Free from the concealment of her long hair, her exquisite and stunning face was fully revealed, with her delicate, fair shoulders perfectly displayed. Mu Chenyì approached her, grasping her shoulders, and said, "Wife, I wish to." Yi Lingshue's conscience stirred. She glanced at his restless hands and gently replied, "No, it's not convenient these days." Mu Chenyì was taken aback, wondering if the time had already come. He considered suggesting other methods or perhaps a different location, yet feared being met with a slap from her. He resigned himself to merely indulging in a fleeting touch. Yi Lingshue inquired, "What brings you here?" It was then that Mu Chenyì recalled his pressing matters. He chastised himself for being so captivated by her charm. As the ancients said, a gentle place is the grave of heroes. Today, he felt as if he might meet his end here. He turned to Yi Lingshue and said, "Shue, I intend to die here once." Mu Chenyì clarified, "Due to the nature of my cultivation technique, I will soon appear lifeless. Do not be alarmed, just observe." Yi Lingshue nodded in understanding. Mu Chenyì then seated himself on the ground and began to circulate the 9 lives indestructible body technique, subsequently expelling copious amounts of black blood. He collapsed, appearing utterly devoid of life. Chapter 196. Is the sex leadership hereditary? Yi Lingshue approached and crouched down, her form trembling slightly. She reached out to examine Mu Chenyì's body, discovering that his organs had been entirely corroded by deathly energy, presenting an unmistakable visage of death. Her brows furrowed. Despite Mu Chenyì's earlier reassurances, the sight of his condition ignited her worry. After his demise, Mu Chenyì found that his consciousness did not dissipate entirely. A fragment remained. However, he sensed that his awareness was not within his body, but rather drifting throughout the room. This sensation lasted a mere 5 seconds before his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, and after 10 seconds, his previously afflicted organs were fully restored. During this process, Mu Chenyì noticed a remarkable change. He could now control the rate of his recovery, greatly enhancing his future capabilities. Rising to his feet, he found himself completely revitalized. Yi Lingshue, witnessing this astonishing scene, was left in awe, but upon realizing Mu Chenyì was unharmed, her worries dissipated. Indeed, an impressive body refinement technique, she mused. Your physical strength has amplified 5-fold from its previous state. Mu Chenyì shed his garments with ease, lifting her into his arms before lying down on the bed. His enhancement extended beyond mere physical strength. It encompassed all aspects of his being. His current power likely exceeded 200 million. Such terrifying strength would be difficult to withstand, even for those at the 7th or 8th level of the Emperor realm. In his embrace, Yi Lingshue found her garments had vanished. Feeling a twinge of conscience, she helplessly reminded him, "This is not convenient." Mu Chenyì leaned in to kiss her, saying, "I merely wish to hold you for a moment." "What are you thinking?" Yi Lingshue remained silent, contemplating why he had disrobed. Ignoring her thoughts, Mu Chenyì turned her over and drew her closer, brushing aside her long hair to press against her back. Tentatively, he moved his legs. Yi Lingshue gripped his arm, but did not resist his advances. Seeing she was not opposed, Mu Chenyì grew bolder and pressed himself against her. Yi Lingshue let out a soft hum, her body tensing. He dared not go too far, holding her gently, cautious not to apply too much pressure or rush. He caressed her cheek and slowly leaned in for a kiss, while gradually moving his legs. After a considerable time, Mu Chenyì retrieved a silk scarf from the bedside to wipe the sweat from Yi Lingshue's brow, gently tidying up the aftermath. He then swiftly departed from the peak, feeling a pang of anxiety for not having consulted her beforehand, fearing her retribution. Yi Lingshue, watching him leave in haste, smiled but paid it no mind. She then rose and approached the table, though her steps were somewhat awkward. Once Mu Chenyì left the peak, he ventured to a desolate mountain within the sect. Not long after, he sent someone approaching. Yin Xiaoyu descended, saying, "Let us go." Without hesitation, Mu Chenyì lifted her and soared into the sky, as they had agreed to go out and have fun. 2 days later, after a night of diligent cultivation with 3 girls, Mu Chenyì finally advanced to the 8th level of the King realm. Joyfully, he led the 3 girls outside, flying directly to the small peak situated between the 3 main mountains of the sect, the very place where they would enter the sect's inheritance tower. Upon their arrival at the small peak, all but Bai Xiangyi were present among the 11 others. Bai Qing stood at the forefront, his right arm bandaged. He spotted Mu Chenyì and nodded with a smile. Mu Chenyì was taken aback. This individual seemed somewhat unhinged, smiling at him despite having been so thoroughly defeated. Turning to the others, he recognized most of them. When Zhou Yunming glanced at him, his left cheek twitched noticeably before he immediately averted his gaze, clearly still haunted by the psychological impact of their last encounter. Yin Yiru's perception of Mu Chenyì had not progressed beyond his initial entry into the sect, where he was merely an ordinary disciple of low talent. She had never anticipated his current standing. In contrast, Su Qingyan greeted him with a smile, appearing quite amiable. Jiang Mingyu approached Mu Chenyì, grinning as he remarked, "I never imagined my junior brother was so concealing of his talents. This competition has truly opened my eyes." Mu Chenyì replied, "Brother, you jest. I observed your bout with Brother Bai. It seemed you were holding back, as if you were concealing your full strength." Jiang Mingyu glanced at Bai Qing before turning back to Mu Chenyì, saying, "Junior brother, you must not say such things. I truly gave it my all. I was simply no match for Brother Bai." Such a statement might lead others to misunderstand, he added. Mu Chenyì responded, "Is that so? It appears I misspoke. Please do not take offense." At this moment, Bai Qing approached and stated, "Junior brother, you are correct. He indeed held back during the match and did not fight with all his might." His tone carried a hint of coldness, clearly displeased. Jiang Mingyu interjected, "Brother, you jest. I genuinely fought with all my strength, but alas, junior brother's power far surpasses mine." Bai Qing examined him, but chose not to reply further. Even if Jiang Mingyu had not exerted his full strength, he felt he could not contend with him. He could hardly assault him, given the formidable status of his master, which was more than he could bear. After a brief wait, a group descended from the skies, led by a strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by Bai Xiangyi and a cadre of elders. Mu Chenyì inquired, "Is this the sect leader?" Bai Qing affirmed, "Indeed, the foremost expert of the sect. A formidable figure at the 9th level of the Heavenly Lord realm, Bai Zishi." Mu Chenyì turned to Bai Zishi and Bai Xiangyi and asked, "What other relationship do they share apart from being master and disciple?" "By lineage, the sect leader is Xiangyi's great aunt," Bai Qing replied coolly. Upon hearing Bai Qing's reference to Bai Xiangyi, Mu Chenyì asked, "And you?" "I am a cousin to Xiangyi," Bai Qing stated. Mu Chenyì's expression darkened. It seemed the leadership of this sect was indeed hereditary. Bai Zishi and her companions had already descended into the arena, and Bai Xiangyi approached them. Bai Zishi then spoke, "You have excelled in the trials and earned this opportunity. You are all exceptional, the most gifted disciples of our Yaoguang sect. This time, we open the sacred grounds of our sect's legacy to you, hoping you will gain much from it, and in the future, become the pillars of our sect." Following her address, rewards for the trials, including spirit stones and elixirs, were distributed. Bai Zishi then exchanged pleasantries before instructing several elders behind her, activate the legacy tower. Several elders soared into the air, each channeling their spiritual energy to form seals, cooperating to infuse their energy into the ground below. As the ground trembled, fissures appeared, and a tower's pinnacle emerged from beneath the earth, followed swiftly by the entire structure revealing itself. Mu Chenyì gazed at the emerging legacy tower. The tower was entirely white, emanating a faint purple glow. Standing nearly 200 feet tall and spanning over 30 feet in width, it was not overly large. At this moment, an elder distributed jade tokens to the 16 participants. Bai Zishi explained, "These are teleportation tokens. Once inside, shatter the token to teleport back outside the tower. They could be used in case of danger. After demonstrating, she produced a red token and thrust it into a recess on the tower's body. Instantly, the legacy tower transformed into a vivid crimson hue, its original purple aura becoming even more enchanting under the red light. Bai Zishi waved her hand, and a surge of spiritual energy spread forth, striking the black door at the base of the tower. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a blood-red barrier. Bai Zishi addressed the 16 disciples below. "You may enter." Immediately, Mu Chenyì and the others soared upward, diving into the blood-red barrier and entering the interior of the legacy tower. Upon entering, Mu Chenyì was greeted by an expansive mountainous terrain, with a vast plain on the other side. He unleashed his spiritual sense to explore, finding no other disciples within 1,000 miles. They had been scattered. Mu Chenyì ascended, his figure quickly appearing atop a nearby peak, where he sensed a subtle disturbance. The source of this fluctuation lay before him, deep within the plain. Just as he prepared to investigate, a voice from the system echoed. "Brother E, wait. There's treasure here." "What treasure?" Mu Chenyì inquired. "Brother E, dig down. It's right beneath you." Without hesitation, Mu Chenyì summoned his spirit blade and began to excavate beneath him. Soon, he had burrowed over 10 feet down. "Where is it?" he asked. "It's still below." Mu Chenyì continued his efforts until he reached 50 feet down, where he uncovered a cave among the rubble. Entering, he was met with a pitch-black flower. "Is this it?" "Indeed, this is the ghostly underworld flower. Since the ancient wars of the Xianyu continent, it has become exceedingly rare. What is its purpose?" "Refining the petals of the ghostly underworld flower can cleanse the soul, enhancing its power." Mu Chenyì nodded thoughtfully. "I possess a sacred technique for cultivating the soul. Merely amplifying its power may not hold significant value for me. It's different. Techniques only enhance your existing foundation. But this can elevate your soul's tier," the voice explained. "Consider it like spiritual veins. If you start at earth tier and now rise to heaven tier, the cultivation experience is incomparable." Mu Chenyì remarked, "In that case, this truly is a valuable treasure. Moreover, while souls lack a tier classification, their quality significantly impacts one's ability to create divine abilities upon entering the Emperor realm. Take Ud, for example. Other emperors possess sacred or even immortal divine abilities, yet he is merely of quasi-saint quality. This is primarily due to the low tier of his soul." Mu Chenyì sighed as he regarded the ghostly underworld flower. "It only has 4 petals, insufficient to share with my wives. Be content." After the ancient era, finding something like this is akin to winning the lottery. Mu Chenyì pondered. "If I were to take it root and all, could I cultivate it myself?" While technically possible, this flower clearly originates from former leaders of the Yaoguang sect. To take it root and all might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? It is meant for disciples like us, so it is reasonable for me to take it. As he spoke, Mu Chenyì had already excavated it, root and all. Don't just take the roots. Take the soil around the roots as well. That soil is optimal for planting the ghostly underworld flower, which you won't find elsewhere. Why didn't you say so earlier? After a series of actions, the cave was stripped of all remaining soil, leaving only a hollow in the rock. He then departed, returning to the mountain peak. Mu Chenyì surveyed the pit he had created and, after some thought, struck the ground with a fist. The sound echoed as the mountaintop collapsed, concealing the evidence of his excavation beneath rubble. Satisfied, he departed, heading towards the depths of the plain, not far from his destination, approximately 3,000 miles away. Utilizing his divine steps, he arrived near the disturbance in an instant. As he looked up, he saw a blood-red barrier in the sky, measuring 5 feet in both length and width, emanating the fluctuations. It was undoubtedly the entrance to the second level of the legacy tower. Observing below, he noted the gathering of 5 individuals, including Jiang Mingyu and Yun Yiru, with the other 3 being unfamiliar to him. Descending, he landed among them, and Jiang Mingyu remarked, "You arrived at the perfect moment, junior brother." "What do you mean?" Mu Chenyì asked. Jiang Mingyu explained, "The first level of the legacy tower poses little danger, but the second level is quite different. It houses the remnants of many ancient wills. Some of these wills have lost their sentience over time and will attack anyone entering indiscriminately. Thus, it is essential to collaborate with others to mitigate risks." Mu Chenyì smiled. "Senior brother, your strength is formidable. Even if you encounter the remnants' attacks, you would surely handle them with ease, requiring no assistance. Jiang Mingyu shook his head. You're too modest. Junior brother, my strength is merely average and insufficient for such crises. Entering together ensures greater safety for all. Mu Chenyì remained skeptical, aware that Jiang Mingyu was much weaker than he claimed. Such individuals who concealed their strength were best avoided, as they might betray you at any moment. He chuckled. Senior brother, you are far too humble. Jiang Mingyu smiled and continued, among the 16 of us, you and Bai Ji are the strongest. Why not lead the way, and we will follow you to share in your fortune? He then looked at the other 4, asking, what do you all think? Yin Yiru and the other 3, though silent, all cast their gazes towards Mu Chenyì, naturally inclined to follow a skilled master, but wouldn't desire a semblance of security. Upon hearing their sentiments, Mu Chenyì responded, as fellow disciples, it is only right that we assist one another. I shall not refuse. The group felt a surge of joy at his words. Yet Mu Chenyì's tone shifted, revealing a hint of reluctance. However, I sustained severe hidden injuries during my duel with Senior Brother Bai, and my current strength is but a shadow of its former self. I truly am unable to lend assistance. Not only would I be unfit to lead, but accompanying you would only serve as a burden. Internally, Mu Chenyì scoffed at the notion of being coerced into danger. Such a thought was utterly preposterous. He turned to Jiang Mingyu and continued, I believe it would be best for Senior Brother Jiang to lead. You all witnessed the match between him and Senior Brother Bai. Their skills were evenly matched, and should they have continued, the victor would have been uncertain. Moreover, Senior Brother Bai mentioned that Senior Brother Jiang did not exert his full strength that day, making him the most suitable choice to guide us. Jiang Mingyu's lips twitched slightly. He found it difficult to counter this assertion, especially since Bai Qing's remarks had echoed loudly enough for all to hear. His gaze turned towards Mu Chenyì, frustration boiling within him. This scoundrel! He wanted to refuse, yet Mu Chenyì swiftly interrupted his thoughts. Senior Brother's prowess is formidable. There is no doubt that he can protect us, and we shall feel at ease with you at the helm. You are a paragon of virtue, a disciple of the sect leader, and a role model for all. Surely, you would not decline this responsibility. Senior Brother, I mean you no pressure. If you decline, we shall not speak of cowardice or shame. We remain good comrades. Jiang Mingyu, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. Since his junior brother was injured, it was only right for him to take on the responsibility of leading. How could he refuse? The words of his companions had effectively cornered him, leaving him no escape. He felt a surge of indignation as he realized he had walked into a trap of their making. Mu Chenyì grinned. I knew I could count on you, Senior Brother. Let us not delay any further. We must enter. The sooner they entered, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance. Jiang Mingyu had initially hoped to wait for others to arrive, preferably by Xiangyi or Bai Qing, to convince them to take the lead. However, with Mu Chenyì's assertion, the gazes of those around him turned to him expectantly. With no other choice, he relented. Very well, let us depart, fellow disciples and Sister Yun. Upon finishing his statement, he reluctantly soared towards the glowing barrier above, followed closely by the others, while Mu Chenyì lingered at the rear. Jiang Mingyu summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a protective shield, and then plunged into the shimmering light. The other 3 male disciples followed suit. Yin Yiru turned to Mu Chenyì and asked, Aren't you coming in? Mu Chenyì's expression shifted, and he clutched his chest, saying, Sister, I fear I cannot enter just yet. My internal injuries are unstable, and I must first stabilize them here. Yin Yiru recognized his pretense, her disappointment evident. Your acting is rather poor, she remarked. Then I shall stay here with you. Mu Chenyì smiled. That would be most agreeable. I could not wish for anything more. However, sister, should we delay too long, the best inheritances may fall to others. After pondering briefly, although she did not understand his reluctance to enter, she acknowledged that entering early was indeed advantageous. You make a valid point. I shall enter first. Please do, Mu Chenyì replied, watching her soar into the glowing barrier. He was not hesitant to enter. Rather, he awaited his 3 companions. Not long after, Bai Qing and Feng Yuanshan arrived, one after the other. Bai Qing remarked, You arrived quite early, junior brother. Mu Chenyì replied, Not particularly. I have only just arrived, and Senior Brother Jiang has already led the others inside. Bai Qing continued, The second layer harbors many dangers. Why not enter together? With our combined strength, we can surely navigate it safely. Mu Chenyì shook his head. Bai Qing inquired, Are you unwilling? Brother, what does it mean to become a true stronghold? What do you mean? Mu Chenyì responded, only through enduring the solitude of the 7 trials can one attain true strength. Strong individuals often tread alone, while the weak clump together in numbers. We aspire to be among the strong. Thus we must venture forth unaccompanied, unafraid of peril, overcoming countless obstacles to reach the pinnacle of existence. Bai Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a time before conceding. What you say makes much sense. I shall take your words to heart. With that, he took flight, plunging into the crimson light. Mu Chenyì chuckled. This elder brother was easily swayed. If Bai Xiangyi were similarly naive, he would have already secured her. Feng Yuanshan, who had witnessed the exchange, smiled at Mu Chenyì. Your eloquence is commendable. Mu Chenyì replied, it is merely the truth. Feng Yuanshan inquired, is that so? Mu Chenyì nodded, indeed. Feng Yuanshan ceased further conversation, as Mu Chenyì awaited the arrival of others. This was not the demeanor of one eager to enter alone. He could hardly believe Mu Chenyì's fabrications. Soon after, he soared into the barrier, displaying an air of confidence. After a brief wait, Bai Xiangyi arrived. Sister, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Bai Xiangyi gazed at the blood-red barrier and replied, while it may be true that you waited long, I fear it was not for me. Mu Chenyì sighed, Sister, my feelings for you are genuine. Sister, I'm not so easily deceived. They exchanged knowing smiles. Mu Chenyì asked, are you not entering? Bai Xiangyi responded, the second layer is fraught with danger. It is best that we enter together. Surely, you do not mind my company? Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì beamed, Sister, you flatter me. I cannot be happier to have you by my side. It provides the perfect opportunity for us to grow closer, and perhaps, when we leave the inheritance tower, you will be mine. As he spoke, he unabashedly gazed at Bai Xiangyi, his eyes brimming with desire. Bai Xiangyi remained unfazed. She was aware of his intentions and found comfort in his unreserved expression. She softly remarked, then should I wish for your dreams to come true? Mu Chenyì stepped closer and whispered, there is no need for such formalities. Whether my dreams materialize depends on your response. Bai Xiangyi smiled. So should I agree? Mu Chenyì replied, of course. Who else is worthy of you? He reached out to caress her cheek, but she swiftly evaded his touch. Bai Xiangyi smiled at him, choosing not to respond further. Mu Chenyì and Bai Xiangyi waited for a short while before others began to arrive. Yin Xiaoyu approached Mu Chenyì, whispering to Bai Xiangyi, husband, take action against her. Mu Chenyì replied, can we not think of something more feasible? Her great-aunt is the sect leader. Targeting her is akin to courting death. Coward. I shall deal with you later, Bai Xiangyi declared. Sisters, let us enter the second layer together. It will be beneficial for our mutual support. She glanced at Mu Chenyì and said, as for the junior brother, he can either go in alone or accompany others. Mu Chenyì was taken aback and responded, didn't you just say you want to go together? Yes, I'm going to go together with a few junior sisters, she replied. So, all this waiting was just to entice me regarding my 3 wives. Upon hearing this, Luo Bingxing and Lung Lung blushed. Mu Chenyì continued, my 3 wives must accompany me. Bai Xiangyi looked at Mu Chenyì and smiled, already having a plan in mind. Junior brother, among the 16 individuals who entered this time, no one knows this place better than I do. I am well aware of where the treasures lie. For instance, far in the distance, beneath the collapsed mountain peaks. You should understand my meaning, right? Having a few junior sisters follow me will be beneficial, allowing us to find valuable items more quickly. Mu Chenyì immediately grasped her implication. It was clearly a form of coercion and inducement. He silently scorned the situation, realizing that the hereditary sects were different. Those in higher positions had a clear understanding of where the treasures were hidden. This was not merely a benefit for the disciples of the sect, but rather a privilege for the sect leader's offspring. With a smile, Mu Chenyì replied, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this place. It would indeed be wonderful if you could take my wives along. Could you kindly include me as well? Bai Xiangyi shook her head and chuckled. Junior brother, it's not that I lack compassion, but I truly cannot take you with me. She had been aware of the intentions directed at her for some time, and bringing along several of the other party's women, as well as him, made her fearful of being outmaneuvered. Mu Chenyì understood her concerns and immediately reassured her, Sister, you are overthinking it. I pose no threat to you. The most important thing is that I wouldn't dare. Bai Xiangyi smiled and communicated telepathically, Junior brother, if you could share a portion of what you obtained from beneath the mountain peak with me, I would be willing to take you along. What do you think? Mu Chenyì, puzzled, asked, what are you referring to? What lies beneath the mountain peak? I don't comprehend. Even if she guessed he had obtained the netherworld flower, he would never admit it. Furthermore, with only 4 petals, he barely had enough to share, unless she. Bai Xiangyi was merely testing the waters, fully aware that he might not confess, especially as she lacked any evidence. Previously, while on that mountain peak, she had sensed a trace of Mu Chenyì's lingering aura through her connection with the heavens. She then turned to the 3 young women and said, "Junior sisters, let's set off." She glanced at Su Qingyan beside her and added, "Su, junior sister, you should come with me as well." Luo Bingqing and Lung Lung looked to Mu Chenyì for his approval. He conveyed telepathically, "You should go with her. She knows the locations of the valuable items within, which will save us a significant amount of time. Just be cautious." He also sent a message to Yun Xiaoyu to look after them. Yun Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Bai Xiangyi took the lead and flew up, followed closely by the 4 young women as they plunged into the crimson light curtain. At that moment, only 4 individuals remained. When Mu Chenyì glanced over, Zui Yunming, seeing Mu Chenyì's gaze, was instantly frightened and dashed towards the crimson light curtain. Mu Chenyì chuckled and then turned to the other 2 unfamiliar individuals, saying, "Aren't you 2 going in?" Upon meeting Mu Chenyì's friendly gaze, the 2 quickly took flight, convinced that their combined strength was insufficient to withstand Mu Chenyì's prowess. Once everyone had departed, Mu Chenyì swiftly changed into a different set of clothes, altered his appearance, and significantly adjusted his aura. Satisfied, he concealed his face with a black scarf and rushed into the light curtain. As he felt a momentary disorientation, he soon regained clarity and found himself surrounded by a desolate forest, where all the trees had long since withered, leaving behind a multitude of decaying trunks. The wind blew, sending wood shavings swirling through the air. He flew forward when suddenly he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation behind him. Instantly, he turned to see a skeleton, its eyes glowing a fierce red, launching a punch at him, imbued with spiritual energy. Mu Chenyì responded in kind, delivering a punch of his own. A resounding crash echoed as the skeleton was knocked back, and its arm bore cracks, though it suffered no other significant harm. Mu Chenyì sighed. Is this the full force of the remaining will and bones of a celestial monarch? Even a fraction of my strength cannot resolve this. He now understood why Bai Xiangyi had brought others along. This was merely the outer layer, and the skeleton was already formidable. If he ventured deeper into the core area, passing through would likely not be easy. The skeleton attacked again, its punches now imbued with even greater intensity. Mu Chenyì summoned nearly 20% of his physical strength and retaliated with a punch. A series of cracking sounds ensued as the skeleton's arm splintered, the cracks spreading throughout its body until it shattered completely. Watching the skeletal fragments scatter in the wind, Mu Chenyì felt a sense of relief. Although the skeleton was powerful, it lacked much intelligence, making it relatively easy to handle. He reassured himself that his 3 wives would be fine as long as they proceeded with caution. Quickly, he soared forward, extending his spiritual consciousness to scan for any familiar faces nearby. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Jiang Mingyu. He promptly retracted his spiritual energy and, activating his divine steps, appeared near Jiang Mingyu without any preamble, intent on robbing him. During his prior reconnaissance, Mu Chenyì had noted that Jiang Mingyu was alone, likely having deliberately separated from others amidst the chaos after entering. Jiang Mingyu, sensing the earlier probing of spiritual energy, frowned in confusion. The unfamiliar aura did not belong to any of the 16 individuals. He pondered, could it be that the will of an esteemed elder of the sect still lingers here, allowing for the release of some spiritual energy? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. With excitement, Jiang Mingyu unleashed his spiritual energy to search for the source of the earlier presence. Suddenly, he spotted a stout figure clad in black, its face obscured, his brow furrowed in suspicion, recognizing that this individual was neither a corpse nor one of the 16. Jiang Mingyu pointed forward, a long sword appearing in his hand. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The figure was Mu Chenyì, who coldly replied, "I am your father." Jiang Mingyu was incensed, shouting, "You're asking for death." With that, he charged at Mu Chenyì, his sword radiating a crimson glow. Mu Chenyì smirked and swiftly employed his divine steps, vanishing from Jiang Mingyu's view. Startled, Jiang Mingyu was left bewildered as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual energy, failing to locate his adversary. Maintaining a vigilant watch, he remained cautious, refusing to believe that the stranger would simply leave. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì had reappeared behind Jiang Mingyu and softly said, "Daddy is going to hit his son." Jiang Mingyu's heart raced, and as Mu Chenyì was unceremonious, directly stripping off the inner armor. Upon inspection, he deemed it to be of mediocre quality before casually stowing it away. Glancing at the exposed Jiang Mingyu on the ground, he contemplated the situation. After all, they were fellow disciples, and he ought to preserve a semblance of dignity. Thus, he shattered the pile of tattered clothing with his spiritual energy, leaving only a palm-sized remnant, sufficient to cover the other's modesty. After a moment's thought, he struck Jiang Mingyu's face with the hilt of his sword before departing, reasoning that leaving him unconscious there could lead to complications. With a sigh, he remarked, "I am simply too kind-hearted." Jiang Mingyu regained consciousness and instinctively touched his chilled cheek. Looking down, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you scoundrel! If I ever cross paths with you again, I shall not spare you." Rising to his feet, he surveyed the scattered remnants of clothing, begrudgingly grasping the small piece of fabric to cover himself. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he secured the makeshift covering. He lamented the starkness of his surroundings. There were no leaves to fashion a proper garment. He could only pray not to encounter anyone else. At that moment, Mu Chenyì had already distanced himself from the area. He smiled at the sword in his hand, seeking a secluded spot to restore his appearance. He donned a set of clothing found in Jiang Mingyu's ring and, employing his illusionary technique, transformed his visage and aura to mirror Jiang Mingyu's precisely. Masking his face, he took flight. Mu Chenyì unleashed his spiritual sense, soon detecting another presence. He could not recall the person's name. He appeared beside the individual, and before they could register their astonishment, he knocked them unconscious with a swift strike of his sword, subsequently pilfering their belongings. He left behind a larger piece of cloth than before, then floated away, oblivious to the enraged cries that echoed through the woods behind him. Continuing his search for prey, he soon encountered an old acquaintance. Stealthily, he trailed behind, smiling at the sight of Yun Yiru ahead. He had rescued her in the ruins last time, yet she had not repaid his life-saving grace. This time, he intended to reclaim his dues with interest. Sensing something amiss, Yun Yiru glanced back, but found nothing unusual. Turning forward again, she suddenly found a cloaked figure before her. Drawing her sword instantly, she realized they were among only 16 individuals present, and the masked stranger surely harbored ill intentions. Mu Chenyì chuckled, "Sister, what is this? Drawing your sword against your elder brother? That is quite improper." Yun Yiru's face was etched with wariness. Among the 16, her strength was only middling at best, necessitating caution. "Isn't it worse for an elder brother to lurk in the shadows?" she retorted. Mu Chenyì replied, "What can I say? Some matters are best kept in the dark." "Sister, what do you intend to do? This desolate place breeds loneliness, and I simply wish for a deeper exchange with you." Yun Yiru's expression hardened. The lewdness in his voice was unmistakable. Mu Chenyì grinned. "I merely wish to converse with you, yet you wound my heart with your words. The consequences could be dire." With that, he flashed beside her. Without hesitation, she thrust her sword towards his heart, showing no signs of mercy. Mu Chenyì thought to himself, "This woman truly strikes with ferocity." Simultaneously, he swept his sword, sending her blade flying. Yun Yiru was taken aback and retreated, but it was too late. Mu Chenyì seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Breathing in her scent, he murmured, "Sister, you smell delightful." Though she struggled, the warmth of his breath against her ear rendered her weak. Mu Chenyì, holding her delicate form, struck the back of her head with a swift chop, rendering her unconscious. He gently caressed her cheek, assuring himself, "I do not wish to take advantage. I merely seek to search your belongings. Surely you will not mind." As he slowly removed her garments, he thoroughly searched for any hidden artifacts or treasures. Satisfied that he had overlooked nothing, he smoothed out the wrinkles in her undergarment and, after a moment's consideration, left her with an outer garment, mindful of her modesty. After a light pat on her cheek, he swiftly exited the contentious location. Upon awakening, Yun Yiru discovered herself clad only in her undergarment, tears welling in her eyes. Hastily, she rose to inspect her lower half. After a brief moment, she sighed in relief, a smile of survival gracing her features. Yet, as she glanced at the remnants of her clothing, her expression hardened. Although her virtue remained intact, her body had undoubtedly been exposed to him, and the clear claw marks upon her delicate skin were unmistakable. "Vile scoundrel, I shall rend you to pieces." Mu Chenyì continued his pursuit of targets. The previous trio had yielded little beyond a handful of pills and a meager sum of spiritual stones. He advanced toward the center of the second layer, soon sensing two individuals ahead. From their aura, he discerned they had entered alongside Jiang Mingyu. Without hesitation, he flew toward them, unmasked. Upon seeing his guise, both grew wary, but it was to no avail. He swiftly knocked them unconscious with Jiang Mingyu's sword. After plundering their possessions, he left them each with a pair of trousers before rousing them and departing. Not far from his flight, he detected a familiar presence. It was Zui Yunming. A prime target, he would not let this opportunity slip. Stealthily approaching, he observed Zui Yunming digging into the ground. Sensing Mu Chenyì's spiritual presence, Zui Yunming glanced around, noting that the sensation had vanished. Dismissing it, he resumed his excavation. Mu Chenyì bided his time, waiting for the opportune moment. Before long, Zui Yunming unearthed a chilling vine-like object, approximately 3 fingers thick and 5 inches long. Elated, he exclaimed, "Xianbing vine, a boon for those cultivating ice spiritual energy. Though it holds no use for me, I can trade it with others." Mu Chenyì pondered. The ice spiritual energy would greatly benefit both Yi Lingxue and Luo Bingqing. Seeing that Zui Yunming had retrieved the item, it was time for him to make his move. After Zui Yunming secured his find, he heard rustling behind him, turning to find Mu Chenyì. He barely had time to speak before Mu Chenyì knocked him out with a sword strike. As Zui Yunming lost consciousness, a single thought crossed his mind. He recognized that sword. Mu Chenyì swiftly relieved Zui Yunming of his ring, then shattered his garments, leaving not a scrap behind. He struck Zui Yunming's face with his sword before departing. Upon awakening, Zui Yunming found himself stark naked, appearing oddly composed, even surprised at his own reaction. After multiple encounters with thieves, he had grown accustomed. Scanning the area, he moved toward a nearby dead tree, striking it with his palm, which shattered the trunk. Zui Yunming meticulously selected 2 relatively flat and similarly sized pieces of tree trunk to cover his private areas before flying off. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, it served its purpose of covering his shame. Mu Chenyì subsequently robbed Bai Qing, Feng Yuanshan, and 2 others whose names he couldn't recall. He pondered that only Bai Xiangyi and Su Qingyin remained untouched by his plundering. Mu Chenyì wasn't reluctant to act. Bai Xiangyi possessed inside information about the inheritance tower and had surely acquired many treasures. Robbing her would yield significant benefits. Moreover, seizing the opportunity to capture her would be even better, but Mu Chenyì dared not act. Her celestial spirit body was too formidable, and he doubted his ability to deceive her with his skills of altering aura and appearance. Thus, he suppressed his impulses. Mu Chenyì arrived at the center of the second level, where the blood-red curtain in the sky was clearly visible. Shortly after, he sensed someone stealthily approaching, evidently aiming to sneak past the curtain to the third level. Mu Chenyì, having waited for this moment, appeared before the intruder. Jiang Mingyu, draped in a piece of cloth, was momentarily dazed before recognizing the clothes Mu Chenyì wore as his own. In rage, he cursed thief. Mu Chenyì swiftly knocked him unconscious with a sword strike, carried him to the base of the blood-red curtain, and after ensuring no one was around, left him there. He placed Jiang's sword beside him and returned his storage ring, now filled with clothes looted from others, including Yunyiru's. Mu Chenyì then stripped off his own clothes, threw them onto Jiang, and flew away. He found a secluded spot, reverted to his original appearance, donned only a pair of shorts, and tousled his hair to appear as if he had been robbed. Satisfied with his reflection in a mirror, he approached Bai Qing, who was also covering himself with a cloth. Bai Qing, seeing Mu Chenyì in shorts, asked, "Junior brother, what happened to you?" Mu Chenyì sighed. "Senior brother, it's embarrassing. I was ambushed and robbed of everything." "Senior brother, you too?" Bai Qing, eyes closed, nodded in humiliation. Soon, Zui Yunming, Feng Yuanshan, and other male disciples arrived, all similarly stripped. They gathered, sighed at their shared plight, and were subtly led by Mu Chenyì near Jiang Mingyu. Spotting Jiang unconscious, they recognized their clothes and sword, and their anger flared. Zui Yunming exclaimed, "I knew it felt familiar. That scoundrel. He even used the sword we bought together to hit me." The group surrounded Jiang, and when the female disciples arrived, they blushed at the sight of the naked men. After hearing the story, they encircled Jiang. Bai Qing slapped Jiang awake, who, seeing the crowd, hastily dressed, sensing trouble. A disciple took Jiang's ring, revealing the stolen clothes, including Yun Yiru's. Yun Yiru, seeing her clothes, lost composure, convinced Jiang was the culprit. A male disciple shouted, "This scoundrel even stripped a girl. We can't let him off easily." Jiang, realizing he was framed, pleaded, "It wasn't me. I was robbed too. I was unconscious when you found me." But no one believed him. Mu Chenyì, seeing his plan unfold, stepped in. Everyone calmed down. There's something odd here. Why would Jiang use his own sword, exposing himself? He's not that foolish. The crowd hesitated, but Yun Yiru countered. Perhaps he did it on purpose to shift blame. The crowd agreed, and Mu Chenyì, satisfied, retreated. Yun Xiaoyu approached him, whispering, "It was you, wasn't it?" Mu Chenyì denied. "What do you take me for? I'm not that kind of person." Yun Xiaoyu sighed. "I should have followed you." Mu Chenyì embraced her, knowing solo action was safer. Chaos ensued as Jiang struggled to defend himself. Bai Xiangyi intervened. "Enough. We'll report this to the sect later. Now, focus on obtaining the inheritance." The crowd calmed, and Jiang, relieved, glanced gratefully at Bai Xiangyi, who ignored him, concerned about maintaining order. She looked at the blood-red curtain and announced, "Prepare to enter the third level." Suddenly, energy surges erupted, and dozens of skeletons, exuding terrifying energy, emerged from the ground. Mu Chenyì, alarmed by their strength, pulled Lung Lung and Luo Bingqing close. Bai Qing warned, "Be careful. These skeletons carry the will of our ancestors and are very strong." Su Qingyan added, "Fortunately, there aren't too many. Together, we can handle them." As she spoke, more cracks appeared, and another 20 skeletons, slightly weaker, crawled out. At this moment, the skeleton advanced towards the crowd, its arms beginning to gather spiritual energy. Mu Chenyì immediately unleashed the dragon dance technique, summoning a black dragon nearly 30 zhang long that materialized above his head. With a resounding dragon roar, the black dragon coiled around, shielding Mu Chenyì and his 3 wives within its protective embrace. Witnessing this formidable display, the others hastened to prepare their defensive measures, brandishing various protective spiritual artifacts. Only Bai Qing charged forward, his entire being surging with spiritual energy. He swung his left fist, striking a skeleton squarely on the skull. The impact shattered the skeleton's head, yet its body remained upright. The skeleton retaliated, swinging its bony arm in a powerful slap, which Bai Qing blocked with his left hand, only to be knocked back. Meanwhile, other skeletons rushed in, launching attacks on the remaining individuals. The air was filled with booming sounds as spiritual energy fluctuations reverberated through the area. Several skeletons hurled their fists at the black dragon, and upon impact, the tremendous force caused the ground beneath to crack, sending dust billowing into the air. However, the black dragon remained largely unscathed, its color merely fading slightly, while the skeleton's arms bore cracks from the recoil. Yun Xiaoyu remarked, "Husband, your summoned black dragon is remarkably resilient." Mu Chenyì replied, "You should have known that by now, considering you have been aware of my abilities longer than the others." Luo Bingqing and Lung Lung exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain at the levity of Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu amidst the chaos. Observing their demeanor, Yun Xiaoyu teased, "What are you two pretending for? Just last night, you were quite vocal." The 2 girls flushed at her words. Could they really be blamed? Mu Chenyì embraced his 3 wives, surveying the other combatants. Despite the 16 individuals present possessing considerable strength, the sheer number of skeletons was overwhelming. 2 among them had already been injured and were on the verge of spitting blood from the relentless assault. Had Bai Qing not intervened in time, they would likely have shattered their jade tokens and fled. Seeing the dire situation, Bai Xiangyi, after repelling a skeleton, called out to Mu Chenyì, "Junior brother, are you just going to stand by? You need to take action." Before she could finish, she noticed they were compelled to halt and defend against the impending storm, with 2 individuals being unceremoniously hurled into the air, crashing into the ground and remaining incapacitated for an extended duration. Chapter 204. Escape Bai Qing instructed Jiang Mingyu strike. Upon uttering these words, he soared into the sky, his entire being enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, manifesting a yellow apparition that cloaked him completely. Jiang Mingyu, cursing under his breath, had no choice but to follow suit. He summoned his own spiritual energy, forming a protective layer around himself in preparation for a potential retreat. The apparition delivered a powerful punch towards the skeleton. Jiang Mingyu raised his sword high and swung it down with force, igniting flames that surged towards the distant skeleton. While they engaged in their assault, the others seized the opportunity to swiftly distance themselves. Meanwhile, the skeleton, witnessing the apparition strike, raised its right hand and retaliated with a punch. Though its entire form was merely the size of the apparition's fist, the strength it wielded was vastly superior. In an instant, the apparition's arm shattered, cracks extending across its body before it dissipated in mere seconds. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind erupted around the skeleton, extinguishing the flames that enveloped it without leaving a trace. The tempest continued unabated, barreling towards Bai Qing and Jiang Mingyu. Despite their relative distance from the skeleton, it proved inconsequential against the ferocity of the wind, which struck them head-on, sending them both reeling and spitting blood as they were flung over 100 feet before barely regaining their footing. Jiang Mingyu surveyed the surroundings and called out, "Senior brother, they have all fled. We must retreat as well." Without waiting for Bai Qing's response, he activated his movement technique and departed swiftly. Bai Qing promptly turned and darted in another direction. The skeleton, undeterred, pursued Bai Qing, who was notably faster than Jiang Mingyu, but fell short of matching the skeleton's speed. In mere moments, it caught up to him. The skeleton swung its arms, unleashing several colossal wind blades that hurtled towards Bai Qing. He had no choice but to defend himself. He pivoted, crossing his arms in front of him, and summoned the apparition once more. Though this time it stood only 4 or 5 feet tall. The apparition shielded Bai Qing, absorbing a few of the wind blades, but soon became a stalemate. Observing this, the skeleton unleashed more wind blades that shattered the apparition. Bai Qing evaded to the sides, yet one of the blades struck him, shattering his already recovering right arm. Once again, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. The skeleton advanced menacingly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Aware of his inability to withstand the attack, Bai Qing drew forth a teleportation talisman, preparing to flee. Just then, a flash of white light intervened, halting the skeleton's advance. Bai Xiangyi appeared between Bai Qing and the skeleton, wielding her sword, which emitted a dazzling white light. The skeleton, momentarily blinded, raised its arm to shield its eyes. Taking several steps back, Bai Qing exclaimed, "Xiangyi." Bai Xiangyi urged, "You must go. I will hold it off." Bai Qing did not hesitate and immediately took flight. Although he doubted Bai Xiangyi's ability to defeat the skeleton, he understood that her escape was assured. As the skeleton witnessed Bai Qing's retreat and turned its gaze towards Bai Xiangyi, the crimson glow in its eyes intensified, signaling its fury. It clapped its arms together, summoning a tempest that encircled them, trapping Bai Xiangyi within. Unfazed, Bai Xiangyi remained composed, knowing that if she could delay even for a moment, she would be able to escape without issue. The surrounding storm would not hinder her. The skeleton reached out, attempting to grasp Bai Xiangyi, its spiritual energy compressing the air around it, producing a deafening roar. Bai Xiangyi traced her fingers along the blade, unleashing a beam of white light that struck the skeleton, causing it to falter and retreat several paces. Regaining its composure, the skeleton, now more enraged, opened its jaw to roar, but only the sound of grinding bones escaped. It raised its arms to attack once more, but then it paused, its head tilting in confusion. Bai Xiangyi had vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering presence. The skeleton thrashed its arms wildly, the storm around it intensifying, whipping up the dust and debris into a swirling tempest reminiscent of a sandstorm. Shortly thereafter, the wind subsided, and the skeleton's figure darted into the distance, pursuing the closest being it could sense. Mu Chenyì, accompanied by 3 spouses, had arrived atop a distant mountain peak aboard a black dragon. He set out tables and chairs, arranging food and drink, and said, "Let us eat and drink first." Luo Bingxing remarked, "Is it really appropriate for us to flee like this? After all, you placed second in this competition. They are bound to have objections." Mu Chenyì replied, "When I was soaring through the skies with all 3 of you, they already had their grievances. But what could they do? Rest assured, they cannot stir up any significant dissent. When faced with insurmountable danger, a swift retreat is entirely justified. None can fault me for it. Moreover, I'm not fleeing alone. I am escorting 3 exceptional talents from different sects, and they should be grateful to me." Coldly, someone shot him a glance, questioning his audacity. Yun Xiaoyu chimed in, "You should have brought your senior sister along, taking her to a secluded place where the 4 of us could overpower her." Mu Chenyì shook his head. "Capturing her is simple, but she has a powerful ally behind her." Yun Xiaoyu retorted, "The sect leader is quite attractive as well. Primarily, she is quite imposing. It would be easy to win her over. She added with a chuckle, at that point, all the beautiful maidens from the sect would be yours. He he he. Mu Chenyì shook his head in response. I truly appreciate your concern for me. If not for your eager expression, I might have believed you. Yin Xiaoyu laughed. What's wrong with that? It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Besides, what is yours is mine. Mu Chenyì embraced Yin Xiaoyu tightly, patting his heart and declaring, You are mine. But what is mine remains mine. Yin Xiaoyu let out a playful pout, her brows furrowing, yet a smile graced her lips as she teased, Greedy little thing. Meanwhile, in the distance, a nameless disciple who had been robbed by Mu Chenyì was fleeing desperately, pursued by the aforementioned skeleton. This disciple was already burning through his own essence. Yet he could not create any distance between himself and the skeleton. Instead, it drew closer. The skeleton extended its hand, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy that ensnared the disciple, drawing him towards it. Chapter 205. Dog Thief. We're not finished. The disciple, horrified, immediately channeled his energy to launch several strikes backward, but they had no effect on the skeleton. Realizing he was on the verge of being captured, he produced a teleportation talisman and shattered it in a frantic effort. His face twisted in anguish. Having worked tirelessly for a chance at inheritance only to be robbed and ultimately forced to forfeit, this was more painful than death itself. A burst of golden light enveloped the disciple, and in an instant, he vanished before the skeleton. The skeleton's grasp met only air, and the sudden disappearance of its quarry sent it into a rage, causing it to unleash a punch that obliterated a nearby mountain peak. Then, it turned and pursued another direction. Left Yunming was flying at great speed when he sensed an anomaly behind him. Channeling his spiritual awareness, he discovered the skeleton was in pursuit. Startled, he nearly plummeted from the sky. Before his escape, Zhuo Yunming witnessed the brutal scene of Bai Qing and Jiang Mingyu being struck down and spitting blood. If they could not withstand such a blow, he certainly stood no chance. Desperately, he fled, yet the skeletal figure pursued him, closing the distance to less than 10 miles. While consumed by worry, he caught sight of 4 individuals atop a distant peak, one of whom was the detestable Mu Chenyì. The sight intensified his fury while he fought for his life. They were indulging in food and drink. A sudden thought struck him. Since he could not shake off the skeleton, he might as well lead it towards Mu Chenyì. After all, Mu Chenyì had previously fled, leaving others behind, so it was time he contributed as well. Zhuo Yunming intended to have Mu Chenyì confront the skeleton, allowing him a chance to escape. With this plan, his spirits lifted and his speed increased. On the mountain peak, Mu Chenyì glanced into the distance and remarked, Guests are arriving. We must relocate. The 3 young women sensed Zhuo Yunming's rapid approach and stood up. Yin Xiaoyu swiftly cleared the table of food and drinks. Mu Chenyì ascended into the air, waiting for Zhuo Yunming and the skeleton to arrive, intending to drag him down as well. Impossible. Zhuo Yunming charged towards Mu Chenyì and the 3 women, with the skeleton now less than 10 paces behind him. As he reached them, he swiftly changed direction, knowing the skeleton would pursue the larger group. Mu Chenyì extended his hand and, without a word, struck Zhuo Yunming, sending him flying. Zhuo Yunming had calculated every detail, but had not anticipated Mu Chenyì's sudden attack. To his utter dismay, he found himself hurtling towards the pursuing skeleton. Then, he witnessed a black dragon manifest beneath Mu Chenyì, who soared away with the 3 women, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Zhuo Yunming cursed, You scoundrel. I will not let this go. However, the skeleton had already reached out, channeling its energy to bind him. Under immense pressure, Zhuo Yunming coughed up blood, feeling as though his bones might shatter. He had no choice but to shatter the teleportation jade pendant, abandoning this opportunity for inheritance. As golden light enveloped him, it broke the skeletal bindings, and he sighed in frustration. His figure vanished, and the skeleton, enraged, swung its arm, unleashing a wind blade nearly 50 paces long, cleaving the earth and creating a massive chasm. It turned its gaze elsewhere and swiftly took off in pursuit. In the wake of the skeleton's rampage, 5 more individuals shattered their jade tokens, reducing the original 16 to 9. Mu Chenyì released his spiritual consciousness, leading the 3 women as they traversed the area, noting that others had distanced themselves from the entrance. Given the relatively low cultivation levels of the others, they dared not approach the light barrier, fearing danger. As it turned out, they were correct. The skeleton had ceased its pursuit and awaited near the crimson barrier. Mu Chenyì and the three women stood on the mountain peak, not far from the barrier. Luo Bingqing remarked, "That skeleton is guarding there. We cannot reach the third level. If we attempt it, we will surely be attacked." Lung Lung brandished a long knife, asserting, "Let us unite our strength and eliminate it." Yun Xiaoyu shook her head, saying, "Didn't Ti Baiqing and Jiang Mingyu attempt to attack together before? It was futile." Luo Bingqing addressed the trio, "I will go first and draw the skeleton away. You take the opportunity to enter the third level." She had contemplated this. Lingering any longer served no purpose. She would lead the skeleton away and then shatter her jade token without incident. Although she would forfeit her chance for inheritance, it would ensure her man and sisters could enter safely. Yin Xiaoyu expressed, "Xiao Qingqing, you're so wonderful. I'm deeply moved." As she spoke, she extended her hands mischievously. Luo Bingqing swatted away Yun Xiaoyu's hands, turning to Mu Chenyì and stating, "I will draw the skeleton away. You take them in." Mu Chenyì grasped Luo Bingqing's arm, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this?" He felt it was time to demonstrate his true strength to his wives. It was merely a skeleton. He would eradicate it without hesitation. Luo Bingqing cautioned, "That skeleton is formidable." Lung Lung added, "That skeleton is comparable to a 7th or 8th level King Realm expert. Do not act recklessly." Yin Xiaoyu, however, felt reassured. Since Mu Chenyì had spoken, he must possess absolute confidence. He embraced the three women, kissing each one before declaring, "Rest assured, not just a King Realm, but even an Emperor Realm expert can be dealt with." After releasing them, he stepped forward, approaching the skeleton within 10 paces. Upon spotting Mu Chenyì, the skeleton's once dull red eyes flared crimson and a storm swirled around it. Mu Chenyì extended his hands and clapped, creating a thunderous sound that sent a gust of wind towards the skeleton, scattering the tempest surrounding it into calmness. The skeleton paused momentarily, taken aback. It then lunged at Mu Chenyì, unleashing several massive wind blades. Chapter 206. Confronting the skeleton, Mu Chenyì effortlessly deflected the incoming wind blades with a few swipes of his hands. The skeleton, now glowing ominously red, amassed a vast amount of energy in its arms and reappeared before Mu Chenyì, striking at his head. Mu Chenyì raised his left palm and, with ease, grasped the skeleton's fist. Despite the tumultuous energy swirling around its arm, the skeleton could not advance an inch further. Mu Chenyì seized the skeleton's fist and, with a powerful throw, hurled it toward a nearby mountain peak. The impact shattered the summit into rubble, sending countless stones flying through the air. The three women watched in astonishment, even Yun Xiaoyu unable to fathom Mu Chenyì's extraordinary strength. Luo Bingqing reflected on past events with the Lu family. Now witnessing Mu Chenyì effortlessly subdue this skeleton, she could not deny the truth in Mu Chenyì's earlier claim. He could indeed contend with even Emperor Realm experts. Meanwhile, Lung Lung appeared deep in thought, as though weighing her options. The skeleton, trembling, rose from the debris, now riddled with cracks. It ascended once more, charging at Mu Chenyì. With a smile, Mu Chenyì, now fully aware of his own strength, felt no need for further testing. "I shall send you on your way," he declared, meeting the skeleton head-on. He unleashed nearly a third of his power in a punch that collided with the skeleton's fist. The skeleton quaked, and a shock wave erupted from its back, roaring into the distance, causing thunderous echoes in the air. Mu Chenyì withdrew his fist and returned to the three women, enveloping them in his arms. "Your man is not only formidable in cultivation, but also in combat." Yun Xiaoyu reached out, secretly grasping Mu Chenyì's hand, and sweetly declared, "Husband, you are the best." Mu Chenyì's lips twitched. This was quite the predicament. "Hush. Now is not the time for such matters. We have company." The three young women were momentarily stunned upon hearing the words, as their spiritual senses detected no one nearby. Could it be that someone was deliberately concealing their presence in the vicinity? Just as their curiosity piqued, a white figure emerged a few paces away. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Baixiangyi, marveling at her extraordinary abilities. Baixiangyi turned to Mu Chenyì and smiled. "Junior brother, you truly are impressive to have discovered me." Mu Chenyì humbly replied, "Sister, you jest. The power of the immortal spirit body is immensely formidable. How could I possibly detect it? I merely spoke without thought, never expecting you to actually be here." His ability to sense her presence stemmed from the superior divine soul cultivation technique he had been practicing. Since his training began, not only had his divine soul been enhanced, but sensitivity had multiplied exponentially. Although he could not pinpoint Bai Xiangyi's exact location, sensing her aura in the vicinity was not beyond comprehension. Bai Xiangyi, not persuaded by his modesty, chuckled, "Junior brother, you are becoming increasingly humble." The skeleton was dispatched with such ease. "Your strength is indeed formidable." Mu Chenyì shook his head and countered, "Sister, you are mistaken. The skeleton had already been weakened by the attacks of our senior brothers and sisters, and my success was purely coincidental." "Is that so?" Bai Xiangyi said, glancing at the crimson light screen above. "Now that the threat has passed, we should hasten to the third level without wasting time." "Your words are indeed wise," he concurred. After their conversation, Bai Xiangyi produced a transmission talisman, channeling her spiritual energy to relay the news of the skeleton's defeat. Turning to Mu Chenyì and the three girls, she said, "Junior brother, junior sisters, I shall take my leave first. Please proceed, sister." Bai Xiangyi's figure gradually faded away. Luo Bingqing remarked, "Sister did not mention who defeated the skeleton." Lung Lung, contemplative, replied, "Perhaps she intends to convey goodwill, or that she harbors no ill intentions towards you." Mu Chenyì chuckled, teasingly pinching Lung Lung's nose. "You are mistaken. She clearly admires my looks and covets my physique." "How shameless!" The three girls rolled their eyes at him. Yin Xiaoyu chimed in, "She is undoubtedly concerned about being overwhelmed by you one day, trying to avoid any severe repercussions." Mu Chenyì, ruffling Yin Xiaoyu's hair, thought to himself, "This girl dares to voice anything." He then addressed the three girls, "Let us venture forth as well." The four of them soared towards the light screen overhead and plunged into it. Upon entering the third level, they found themselves in the true realm of sect inheritance. Unlike the desolation of the previous two tiers, this level boasted hundreds of palatial structures forming a vast architectural complex. The area spanned no more than 100 miles. According to sect records, each palace contained the lingering essence or remnant of a sect elder, and gaining their approval would grant access to their inheritance. The legacies of the third level belonged to those of the 8th Heaven Monarch, the 4th level to the 9th Heaven Monarch, and the 5th level contained the legacies of the 3 Great Emperors. Mu Chenyì swept his divine soul power across the entirety of the third level, unable to detect Bai Xiangyi's presence. It seemed that she had already ascended to the upper tier. Yun Xiaoyu urged, "Let's ascend as well. We must not miss the inheritance above." Mu Chenyì lifted Yun Xiaoyu's chin, exasperatedly saying, "Had I not known you better, I might have believed your intentions were purely for the inheritance. I genuinely seek the inheritance." She insisted, "Ask them if they believe me." Not asking. The four of them reached the central area of the third level, gazing at the crimson light screen above. Since they had arrived, it was only natural to pursue the inheritance in the upper tier. Mu Chenyì inquired, "Who shall go first?" To reach the 4th level, it was no longer as simple as passing through the light screen. The entrance to the 4th level was protected by formations and restrictions. Within the formation lay the remnants of the Yao Guang sect's ancestors. One must defeat a guardian to pass through. Lung Lung declared, "I shall go first." She then flew forward, entering the formation before the light screen. As she stepped inside, a man dressed in a gray robe with long white hair appeared. He regarded Lung Lung and raised an eyebrow, the first realm of the Wang stage. After a millennium, the descendants of the Yao Guang sect seem to have grown weaker. However, you possess the fire spirit body, which is somewhat commendable. Without a word, Lung Lung produced a long blade, its surface enveloped in crimson flames. The white-haired man remarked, "Your strength may be lacking, but your aura is impressive. Show me what you can do." With a swift motion, Lung Lung swung her blade, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the white-haired man. He extended his hand, summoning frost that rapidly crystallized the surrounding space, extinguishing her flames. Such flamboyance is futile. Fire covering a vast area while failing to strike its target is a waste of spiritual energy. With a single gesture, he conjured an ice needle and sent it hurtling towards Lung Lung. She countered with a fiery blade strike, yet her attack failed to impede the ice needle, which shattered upon collision with her blade, sending her hurtling backward nearly 50 paces before she regained her footing. Yin Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Oh no! Lung Lung, are you all right?" Mu Chenyì retorted, "Perhaps you should worry about your own safety." As they conversed, Lung Lung returned to her original position. The white-haired man advised, the application of spiritual techniques is not merely about their release. You must learn to adapt your approach based on the circumstances, focusing on different aspects accordingly. This may seem simple, yet it requires a profound mastery of spiritual energy. Henceforth, you must practice diligently here. Lung Lung nodded in agreement. The white-haired man smiled and continued. Proceed. If you lack significantly stronger techniques, this battle should come to an end. Taking his words to heart, Lung Lung tightened her grip on a long blade and channeled her entire spiritual energy. The flames on her blade shifted from crimson to black. Cold, ethereal flame slash. With that, she raised her blade and struck at the white-haired man, unleashing a massive black flame blade that transformed the air into a sea of black fire. The white-haired man, witnessing the attack, furrowed his brow, realizing this is going to be difficult to counter. He extended his arms, encasing himself in frost, resembling an ice statue. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, he struck the incoming black flame blade with an open palm. Upon impact, waves of shock rippled through the air, dispersing both black flames and frost, causing them to rain down and extinguish one another. However, to the white-haired man's surprise, although he was consuming the black flames, they were also draining his own energy. The black flames possessed the ability to devour spiritual energy. His spiritual energy diminished rapidly, and the frost enveloping him began to dissipate, while the black flame blade remained largely unchanged. Moments later, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. The frost fully melted away, and he was hurled backward by the black flames, his body cracking under the strain. Looking at Lung Lung, he conceded, the sacred grade emperor's divine technique. I did not expect you to possess such skill. I admit defeat. You may proceed to the 4th level. After he finished speaking, his entire body disintegrated. Lung Lung gazed at the formation above, where a gap had appeared. By passing through this gap and traversing the light curtain, she could reach the 4th level. She looked down at Mu Chenyì and the 2 other girls. Mu Chenyì said, It's fine, Lung, you go in first. We will follow shortly. Nothing will go wrong here. Upon hearing this, Lung Lung nodded and flew through the gap, entering the light curtain. Mu Chenyì turned to Luo Bingqing and Yun Xiaoyu, asking, Which of you will go first? Luo Bingqing replied, I will. Yun Xiaoyu had no objections and nodded. Luo Bingqing soared into the array. Subsequently, a middle-aged woman appeared within the formation, clad in white with her hair tied back, wielding a mysterious sword. It was evident that she was not someone easy to deal with. The woman looked at Luo Bingqing and said indifferently, You possess the Xian Yin physique, which shows promise. But your Yuan Yin has been lost. It seems you're already in the process of dual cultivation, yet you're only at the 2nd level of the Wang realm. Your progress is too slow. Luo Bingqing was at a loss for words. How could she be blamed for her slow progress? She had only been dual cultivating with Mu Chenyì for a little over 2 months, and during that time, they had spent nearly half of it apart. The middle-aged woman continued, Let us begin. Luo Bingqing drew her sword, and with a swift motion, she attacked the woman. As she wielded her sword, a considerable amount of cold air was released. As this cold air spread through the air, numerous ice swords began to form around her. Luo Bingqing unleashed her sword, causing a flurry of ice swords to rain down upon the woman. The middle-aged woman remained unfazed. She lifted her sword above her head and then swept it downward. Without any visible surge of spiritual energy, all the ice swords shattered into crystalline fragments as they approached within a 10-foot radius of her, dissipating into nothingness. It was as if an invisible wall stood in front of her, causing the ice swords to shatter upon impact. Mu Chenyì observed this scene and remarked, Is this the domain of the sword? Yun Xiaoyu replied, It seems so. With just a single swing, she can attack or defend without expending spiritual energy. Only the domain of the sword can achieve such feats. The domain of the sword is a technique that can only be wielded by sword cultivators who have attained the utmost mastery of their sword intent. This is a realm pursued by every sword practitioner, yet very few manage to achieve it. Within the formation, Luo Bingqing was greatly astonished. Her interest in the domain of the sword was piqued. However, within her sect, no one had reached such a level of sword intent, and relying solely on her own exploration seemed exceedingly difficult. The middle-aged woman noticed Luo Bingqing's thoughts and said, To fully express your sword intent and reach the realm of the sword, you must focus your mind entirely on the sword. The purer your sword intent, the more effortlessly you can unleash the domain of the sword. If you cannot achieve that purity, do not force it. The path of cultivation encompasses many avenues, and choosing the one that suits you best is essential. Luo Bingqing bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have learned much." The woman replied, "No need for such formality, continue." Luo Bingqing attempted various other methods of attack, but found herself unable to breach the woman's domain of the sword, even a fraction. She was beginning to feel somewhat at a loss. The woman observed Luo Bingqing calmly. She knew Luo Bingqing had other techniques at her disposal, evident from the determination in her gaze. Luo Bingqing sheathed her sword and, channeling her spiritual energy, pointed forward with a finger. If other methods would not suffice, she would have to resort to the Emperor's divine ability, as there was no alternative. Before her, a colossal hand, over 10 feet long, coalesced, emanating a chilling aura. The hand then formed a fist, extending a finger outward. This finger then pointed directly at the woman. The middle-aged woman's expression changed slightly. This attack could not be thwarted solely by the domain of the sword. She channeled her spiritual energy, and her sword became enveloped in purple mist. She leaped forward, thrusting her sword to meet the attack. A terrifying wave of energy erupted in the air, creating a ripple that reverberated through the surroundings. Moments later, the middle-aged woman was forced back, while the Emperor's fingers slowly dissipated after the clash. The woman sheathed her sword and said, "You may pass." She had sustained no significant harm. It was merely a matter of energy expenditure. Successfully repelling her opponent was sufficient. With that, her figure faded away. After exchanging farewells with the two, Luo Bingqing soared through the light curtain. Mu Chenyì reflected on the two battles his wives had just fought, sighing, "The Yu Emperor is truly lacking. Though both possess divine abilities, one can directly shatter their opponent's defense while the other can merely repel." The disparity between quasi-holy and holy realms was not trivial. It was undeniable that the Yu Emperor was inferior among the great emperors. Yun Xiaoyu remarked, "Yet you still regard us as inferior?" Mu Chenyì picked up Yun Xiaoyu and said, "When we return, I shall exchange your weapons." I had no idea the difference was so vast. Yun Xiaoyu, unfazed by this, wrapped her arms around Mu Chenyì's neck and said, "You should call Yaoer." Before she could finish, Mu Chenyì interrupted, "Don't even think about it." As Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu shared a tender moment, three figures approached from the distance: Bai Qing, Feng Yuanshan, and Su Qingyan. Upon seeing Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu in an embrace, Bai Qing frowned momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Given their prior displays of affection during the sect competition, it seemed reasonable for them to express their feelings in a secluded relic. Bai Qing greeted, "Junior brother, junior sister, you arrived quite early." Mu Chenyì, holding Yun Xiaoyu at the waist, replied, "Not too early. We came in after senior sister Bai." Bai Qing and the others exchanged knowing glances. Previously, Bai Xiangyi had communicated with them, mentioning that the skeleton had been dealt with. They had speculated it was Bai Xiangyi's doing. Now, with Mu Chenyì's words, their suspicions were further confirmed. Among them, Bai Xiangyi and Mu Chenyì were the strongest. If Mu Chenyì had dealt with the skeleton, he must have entered first and informed them. Mu Chenyì smiled, relishing the misunderstanding he had created. After all, if Bai Xiangyi denied it later, he could use his three wives as witnesses. Su Qingyan turned to Mu Chenyì and Yun Xiaoyu, smiling, "Senior sister Yun, junior brother Mu, I presume you're also heading to the 4th level? Please, do go ahead. It would serve as a fine demonstration for us." Mu Chenyì grinned, suggesting, "How about you go first, senior brother and sister?" Bai Qing replied, "You arrived first. We shall not take advantage. Please, you go ahead." "Very well." Mu Chenyì said to Yun Xiaoyu, "You may go." Yun Xiaoyu kissed Mu Chenyì and then soared upwards, entering the formation. Immediately, a gentleman in white, exuding a scholarly aura, appeared. Not bad. The man began to assess Yun Xiaoyu, but before he could finish, she launched an attack. He was taken aback by the massive crimson finger that approached him. In a hurry, he conjured a giant green hand, which manifested before him and struck out. The moment their attacks met, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. After a brief standoff, the green hand shattered under the force of her attack, and the finger continued forward, targeting the man. Irritated, he glared at Yun Xiaoyu and exclaimed, "Why are you such a rude girl? At least give a warning before you strike." Yun Xiaoyu remarked, "Will the enemy notify you before they strike? At your age, you should know this. How can you claim to be a senior?" The The man was rendered speechless, stuttering for quite some time before exclaiming in frustration, "Just go." His figure then dissipated. Feeling utterly humiliated, Yin Xiaoyu had already resolved to unleash her most powerful technique the moment she engaged in battle with Luo Bingxing, for a surprise attack would surely yield remarkable results. Furthermore, with their strengths being relatively equal, employing any lesser strategy would be futile. It was far more prudent to utilize the Emperor's divine abilities. Winning would be a triumph, while losing would not consume too much time. Thus, why not proceed? Yin Xiaoyu waved at Mu Chenyì and soared into the light barrier. Bai Qing commented, "Junior sister is truly decisive." Mu Chenyì added, "My wife is simply exceptional." Su Qingyan remarked, "This formation is quite formidable. Without powerful techniques, defeat is likely." Feng Yuanshan shook his head and said, "That spells disaster for me. I excel in defense, but falter in offense, so I fear there is little hope." Su Qingyan sighed, "I fear I may not pass either." Mu Chenyì looked at the two and smiled. In truth, the difference between the third and fourth layers is not substantial. The third layer offers more options and is easier to gain inheritance from. In contrast, ascending might lead to a mismatch or a high chance of failure, making the third layer a commendable choice. Su Qingyan inquired, "Then why does junior brother aim for the fourth layer?" Mu Chenyì shook his head. "Sister, you misunderstand. I am not going to the fourth layer, but to the fifth, for only the Emperor's inheritance holds a lure for me." Su Qingyan was taken aback, then said, "I underestimated you. Junior brother, I wish you great success." "Thanks for your kind words, sister," Mu Chenyì replied as he took flight, bidding farewell. Chapter 209. The fourth layer having finished speaking, Mu Chenyì flew into the formation, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting his opponent. A flash of light revealed a towering man before him. The man stood nearly 2 meters and 60 centimeters tall, with thighs as thick as Mu Chenyì's waist, clearly a figure of immense strength. Mu Chenyì gazed at the man's muscular frame and asked, "Uncle, do you take any supplements for those pecs?" The man paused, recalling that he couldn't remember any bodybuilder who relied on supplements. Wasn't it all about elixirs and medicinal baths? Had the methods of cultivation changed over the ages? Shaking his head, the man replied, "Your frame lacks substance. Your talent seems somewhat lacking as well." Mu Chenyì immediately retorted, "Uncle, don't be foolish. My physique is formidable. I could take on 10 of you without issue." The man laughed heartily. "Confidence is a good thing. Cool me. Let me see how many you can handle." Mu Chenyì replied, "Uncle, since it's such a rare occasion for you to fight, you should take the first swing. Otherwise, others might think I'm bullying you." The man, unperturbed, charged at Mu Chenyì, his body enveloped in a vast aura of energy, his muscles swelling with power. "Be careful," he warned before launching a punch. With a casual strike, he created a sonic boom in the air, igniting sparks from the friction. Mu Chenyì extended his palm to meet the man's fist. With a resounding crash, ripples surged through the air, causing tremors in the ground below. The man stared in astonishment at Mu Chenyì, who had effortlessly blocked his punch. Well, you're quite strong for a young lad," he said, retracting his fist and rubbing his arm, feeling the reverberation from the impact. Mu Chenyì boasted, "Uncle, when I said I could take on 10 of you, that was merely to flatter you. Even 20 or 30 would be a breeze." The man huffed, catching his breath. "You're calling me fat, and yet you're still standing there? Come, take another hit." The man gathered his energy and swung his arm, conjuring a massive fist nearly 10 feet in size, which hurtled toward Mu Chenyì. Seeing the giant fist approaching, Mu Chenyì unleashed a punch of his own, employing nearly half his strength. The force of his strike shattered the enormous fist effortlessly, sending shockwaves that echoed through the air. The man stood dumbfounded, realizing it was akin to tossing a fireball only for the opponent to extinguish it with a mere breath. How the disciples of Yao Wang's sect become this formidable? He thought incredulously. Not only was the man astounded, but the 3 observers below were equally shocked, especially Bai Qing, who had fought Mu Chenyì before. He had thought Mu Chenyì had given his all back then. Now he realized that his previous efforts were laughable in comparison. What was Mu Chenyì's true strength? Within the formation, Mu Chenyì turned to the man and said, "Uncle, why not take my punch as well?" He then swiftly appeared before the man, delivering a punch. The man, his eyelids twitching at the sight of Mu Chenyì's fist, had no choice but to brace himself. He couldn't let a junior intimidate him into retreating, could he? With a thunderous boom, the air rippled, sending shockwaves that knocked the 3 spectators back several paces. Mu Chenyì retracted his fist, and the man gave him a thumbs up before his entire form burst apart. Observing the now open formation, Mu Chenyì waved at the three below and soared into the light barrier. Upon entering the fourth layer, he spotted his three wives waiting not far away. The space of the fourth layer spanned only about 50 miles, and there were merely 23 temples of inheritance. Flying to his wives, he said, "You need not wait for me. Go seek the inheritance that suits you." Yin Xiaoyu responded, "Senior sister has gone to the entrance of the fifth layer." Mu Chenyì replied, "Do not concern yourself with her." He continued, "The entrance to the fourth layer is already quite difficult to access, and the fifth layer will be even more challenging. You three should focus on the inheritance available here for now." The three young women nodded, then flew toward the nearby temples. Mu Chenyì activated his divine steps, vanishing from sight, only to reappear several dozen miles away in the air. He gazed toward the crimson light barrier, spotting Bai Xiangyi engaged in battle with a man in white. However, it appeared Bai Xiangyi was in dire straits. Blood trickled from her lips, indicating serious injury. Mu Chenyì was perplexed. Given her ability to merge with the world, she shouldn't be in such a desperate situation. He quietly awaited outside the formation as Bai Xiangyi struggled, clearly at her wit's end, and he could seize the opportunity to assist her. Sure enough, moments later, the man in white struck with a palm. Although Bai Xiangyi fought valiantly to defend herself, she ultimately coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The figure of the man in white then vanished, and Bai Xiangyi plummeted from the sky. With a smile, Mu Chenyì adjusted his hair and smoothed his clothes before soaring to catch her, supporting her delicate shoulders with one hand and wrapping the other around her waist. He asked with genuine concern, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Bai Xiangyi attempted to speak, but coughed up another mouthful of blood. After they landed, Mu Chenyì held her close, then placed his hand over her chest, channeling his energy to stabilize her injuries without hesitation. Bai Xiangyi's injuries were so severe that she could hardly muster any strength, rendering her incapable of stopping Mu Chenyì. Initially, she could endure the situation, but it was utterly intolerable when her opponent placed his hand on her and occasionally squeezed it. This was an affront beyond measure. As she gazed at Mu Chenyì, her eyes brimmed with fury. Observing her ire, Mu Chenyì immediately remarked, "Senior sister, I assure you, this is not an attempt to take advantage of you. Your injuries are perilous, and I am left with no choice." Bai Xiangyi was on the verge of spitting blood in frustration, yet she found herself helpless. After half an hour, Mu Chenyì had nearly stabilized her condition, retracting his hand. Noticing Bai Xiangyi's readiness to retaliate, he inquired, "Senior sister, with your abilities, you should not have been injured so badly. How did it come to this?" Bai Xiangyi suppressed her anger and replied, "The opponent's spiritual power was too formidable. Even when I melded my form with the elements, he could still sense my approximate location. I underestimated him, and in a moment of carelessness, I was struck and thereafter overwhelmed." Mu Chenyì pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what shall we do? If he can discern your position, it will be exceedingly difficult to proceed." Bai Xiangyi acknowledged it was my hubris. Had I exerted my full strength? She turned to Mu Chenyì, her smile radiant. "Junior brother, you were trying to draw me out." Amid her earlier anger, she realized she had been outmaneuvered by him. Feeling a chill at her playful gaze, Mu Chenyì said, "Senior sister, how can you say such a thing? I am merely concerned for your well-being." As he spoke, he gained a clearer understanding of her capabilities. Her ability to merge with the world could indeed evade spiritual perception, at least from him. Bai Xiangyi laughed and retorted, "Concern for me translates to probing my secrets?" Mu Chenyì protested, "Senior sister, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person." "Misunderstanding? Are you denying that you probe me?" "Senior sister, look at this splendid weather today." Bai Xiangyi cast a glance at him, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Given her current state, she was powerless against him, and this was not the time for such disputes. She then retrieved the earth spirit fruit from her storage ring alongside another type of fruit. Mu Chenyì recalled that Bai Xiangyi had mentioned in the ruins that the earth spirit fruit combined with another herb could even regenerate severed limbs. However, she had also stated that the other herb was nearly extinct. Now, Mu Chenyì understood why it was deemed nearly extinct. She possessed it. Holding the two fruits, it was evident she intended to use them for healing. Mu Chenyì thought it wasteful. After all, Bai Xiangyi would eventually be his, which meant her possessions would ultimately belong to him as well. He promptly exclaimed, "Senior sister, while your injuries are grave, surely you need not resort to this." Bai Xiangyi sighed. She too wished to avoid waste, but ordinary pills could hardly restore her injuries swiftly. If I do not use them, I will certainly not reach the 5th level. Mu Chenyì produced a top-tier healing pill, feigning great reluctance as he offered it to her. Senior sister, please use this. Bai Xiangyi accepted the pill, questioning, this isn't some strange concoction, is it? Mu Chenyì sighed and replied, Senior sister, even if I intended to harm you, I would not resort to such means. In your current state, how could you stop me? My feelings for you are sincere, yet you perceive me otherwise, which is truly disheartening. Bai Xiangyi scoffed, is this how you deceive your junior sisters? Mu Chenyì countered, Senior sister, are you unjustly accusing me? If I could deceive one, could I deceive many? I may gain their trust for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Their presence beside me is not a result of deception. I treat them with genuine sincerity as I do with you. Bai Xiangyi smirked, then consumed the healing pill, feeling the wounds within her rapidly mend. At this rate, within a quarter of an hour, she would be fully healed. She looked at Mu Chenyì, her gaze now complex. She had previously thought his reluctance was feigned, but now she believed it. Such high-grade pills were exceedingly rare in Zhongzhou, and even her master could not procure them. She speculated that Mu Chenyi's pill must have come from Yi Lingxue, whose family was powerful in Zhongzhou. However, she could not comprehend why Mu Chenyì would go to such lengths, even if he harbored feelings for her. Seeing the change in her expression, Mu Chenyì smiled nonchalantly. Senior sister, do not worry. It is merely a top-tier healing pill. Compared to your safety, it is insignificant. I am not concerned. Bai Xiangyi took a deep breath and handed him the earth spirit fruit and the other fruit, wishing to avoid indebtedness. Compared to the pill, the efficacy of the two fruits was naturally superior, so she considered it a small sacrifice. Mu Chenyì held her hand and said, Senior sister, there's no need for this. If you truly feel indebted, just promise me one thing. Bai Xiangyi attempted to withdraw her hand, but her strength was insufficient. What is your request? Mu Chenyì pulled her closer, leaning in. Bai Xiangyi struggled, exclaiming, Junior brother, do not act recklessly. Mu Chenyì gazed at her earnestly. Senior sister, all I ask is that if I do not give up, you cannot accept any other man. That is all. Bai Xiangyi replied, what a preposterous request. Very well, I accept. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief. Had he acted impulsively moments ago, she would have been at a loss. Mu Chenyì smiled. What is unreasonable about a mutually agreeable arrangement? After a casual conversation, Bai Xiangyi's injuries had fully healed, and she prepared to ascend once more. Mu Chenyì suggested, Senior sister, perhaps you should change your clothes before going? Bai Xiangyi's garments had inevitably been stained with blood during her earlier injury, although the stains were minimal. They stood out glaringly on her white attire. Are you suggesting I change in front of you? Mu Chenyì replied, I would not mind at all. I am not shy. Senior sister, please proceed. Bai Xiangyi soared into the formation above. The white-clad man reappeared. You have recovered swiftly. Impressive. However, it would be wise for you to retreat. You cannot prevail. Bai Xiangyi asserted, I was overconfident before. This time, I will give it my all and will not be defeated. The man nodded. That is indeed the best course of action. Begin. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiangyi vanished without a trace. The man furrowed his brow. Previously, he could sense her presence, but now he could not, only faintly perceiving a residual aura. Relying solely on this lingering essence was insufficient for discernment. Even if he detected something, it could merely be a ruse. Chapter 2:11. How dare you undermine this emperor, the man declared. It seems your words were not unfounded. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a jolt in his heart, swiftly striking to his left. However, it was too late. A gash had been carved into his left shoulder, yet due to his ephemeral nature, no blood spurted forth. Subsequently, he attacked 3 more times, accumulating 4 additional wounds without success, as he only sensed 3 of Bai Xiangyi's subsequent strikes. The man spoke, You have one. Upon finishing his words, the figure clad in white dissipated into thin air, unable to withstand the attack any longer. Continuing the fight would serve no purpose. Moreover, this was merely a test for the younger generation, and there was no need to take it too seriously. A gap appeared in the formation, leading directly to the blood-red barrier of the 5th layer. Mu Chenyì exclaimed, Sister, you are incredible. Bai Xiangyi smiled and replied, See you on the 5th layer. With that, she dashed into the luminous barrier. Mu Chenyì followed, entering the formation, and soon a red glow materialized ahead. Gradually, a crimson figure emerged. As the red light faded, a serene and breathtaking woman, adorned in a red gown, appeared before Mu Chenyì. She gazed at him and said with a smile, "You are quite remarkable. Despite your ordinary talent, you are the most accomplished among those who entered this time." Mu Chenyì remained silent, his eyes filled with sorrow and lament. The woman, puzzled, wondered what was troubling this child. Could it be that she bore a striking resemblance to someone from his past? Floating beside her, Mu Chenyì gently took her delicate hand and placed it over his heart, sorrowfully asking, "Sister, why is this so?" The woman was perplexed. She had emerged to engage in battle, not to encounter such a situation. What was she to do? She reached out with her other hand to gently pat Mu Chenyì's head, who stood slightly taller than her. There, there. Mu Chenyì instinctively embraced the woman. After a moment's consideration, she thought it harmless to indulge the boy. After all, he was just a child. Believing he was merely missing someone, she tenderly stroked his back, saying, "There, there. Sister is here." But then she heard him utter something strange. "Sister, you shouldn't have been born so early. With your exceptional talent, I cannot cultivate with you. It is truly a pity." At the mention of dual cultivation, the woman was taken aback, and her anger flared. She struck Mu Chenyì's chest with a powerful palm. "Impudent scoundrel, how dare you be so presumptuous with this emperor?" Mu Chenyì was sent staggering nearly 30 paces back, but managed to regain his footing without injury. Although she had once been a mighty emperor, her current power was but a fraction of its former glory, and she had not exerted herself much. Nevertheless, her strike had shredded his robes, exposing the inner armor beneath. The woman was astonished. While she could not harness her full strength, he should not be entirely unscathed from her blow. Should he? Mu Chenyì touched the inner armor gifted by his beloved Lingxue and said, "Sister, what are you doing? In your current state, even if I were to remove my clothing, we still cannot cultivate together." Curiously, he activated his probing eye, gleaning insights from her lingering spirit. Talent, 67. Special physique, soul, spirit, body, soul, spirit, body. One of the top-tier dual cultivation physiques. Dual cultivation not only accelerates cultivation, but also enhances spiritual power. Seeing this, Mu Chenyì's heart fluttered. This physique was even more formidable than his beloved's. Yet the woman had already passed away, and the pain of loss weighed heavily upon him. How could she understand his sorrow? She only perceived him as being disrespectful. "It is inconceivable that my sect has produced such a reckless disciple. If you continue down this path, our reputation will be utterly tarnished. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation." With that, her figure vanished and reappeared before Mu Chenyì, her palm aimed directly at his face. Concentrating her spiritual energy, she unleashed a flash of red light, clearly incensed. Mu Chenyì, however, made no attempt to evade her strike. The resounding impact echoed through the air, sending ripples through his garments. The woman's hand lingered on Mu Chenyì's face, her expression filled with confusion. Was he truly a fool who preferred to be struck rather than defend himself? Mu Chenyì pressed her hand against his face. The previous blow had indeed stung. Although his physical form was resilient, he felt a dull ache resonating in his head. The woman attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it trapped. Under his gaze, she became increasingly uncomfortable. "Release me at once." Mu Chenyì gently kneaded her hand before letting go. The woman regarded him and stated, "Considering your evident lack of sense, I shall spare your life. But your disrespect cannot go unpunished. I must teach you a lesson." Mu Chenyì looked earnestly at her and replied, "Sister, you have misunderstood me. It is not your fault. If teaching me a lesson brings you joy, then by all means proceed." The woman's brow furrowed, realizing that this child was indeed not right in the head. "Very well, return. I shall not allow you to pass into the fifth layer." Mu Chenyì replied, "There is no need for you to grant passage. I can make my own way." "Navi." Mu Chenyì smiled upon hearing this, and promptly unleashed a punch. The woman was taken aback. The force behind his fist was astonishing. She quickly summoned her spiritual energy, crossing her arms defensively. Yet upon contact, she was immediately sent reeling back over 100 paces. Utilizing his divine step, Mu Chenyì swiftly closed the distance. As the woman regained her balance, she saw him approaching and immediately adopted a defensive stance. "Sister, I was not being disrespectful earlier. Upon first seeing you, I found you breathtaking and developed feelings of admiration. Is that not a natural human sentiment? The desire for beauty is universal. Yet you have long since departed from this realm. My heart aches at such a thought. How could it be considered disrespectful?" The woman retorted, "You speak arrogantly. Claiming a desire for dual cultivation, which is nothing but disrespect. Alas, you misunderstand. My intention of dual cultivation is one of mutual aid and effort toward enlightenment together. Mu Chenyì sighed. Why must my heartfelt sentiments toward you be misconstrued as lewdness? Upon finishing, his gaze dimmed with sorrow. Sister, you have wounded my heart. The woman, hearing this, observed Mu Chenyì's expression and pondered. Could it be that I truly misjudged him? Is he genuinely sincere? But he is so young and I... Oh, how embarrassing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, even one who had once been an emperor could not help but feel a slight flush creep upon her cheeks. Brother E, are you truly attempting to deceive even the remnants of my spirit? I beseech you, be a decent person. Mu Chenyì was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to heed the system's interruptions, mentally cursing, "Leave me be. My feelings are genuine. What need is there for deceit? That claim is beyond belief. Begone." Oomph. Mu Chenyì observed the woman's slight embarrassment. Sister, if, hypothetically, we were born in the same era, might I be permitted to? She immediately shook her head, aghast. How could that be? Such an idea is far too indecent. How could this child harbor such thoughts towards someone of my standing? Oh, how mortifying! Seeing her flustered demeanor, Mu Chenyì mused to himself. It seems my plan is proceeding splendidly. Those who guarded the entrance to the fifth layer must surely be the 3 emperors who had left behind the legacy. If he could manage to enchant them, his chances of obtaining the inheritance upon entering the 5th layer would greatly increase. He chuckled to himself, of course. I'm not merely deceiving her. She is genuinely beautiful. Who could resist such a lure? Is there anyone whose heart does not stir at the sight of beauty? A heart that does not stir is as good as dead. Begone and amuse yourself elsewhere. After a moment of hesitation, the woman regained her composure and declared, If you wish to proceed, you must withstand one of my attacks. For you, my dear, responded Mu Chenyì, I would gladly endure not just 1, but 100 attacks. I desire to remain in your presence indefinitely. The woman's cheeks flushed once more upon hearing his words. If you continue to be so forward, I shall not hesitate to retaliate, she warned. With a serious expression, Mu Chenyì replied, Then by all means proceed. The woman nodded and increased the distance between them. She extended her right hand, and a crimson radiance erupted from her palm, bathing the entire space in a scarlet glow. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, and the red light expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire 4th level. Observing the approaching crimson light, Mu Chenyì's brow furrowed. He could sense the very fabric of space vibrating around him. This is quite the spectacle, he muttered. He immediately activated the 9 Deaths Undying Body technique to its fullest extent and channeled his spiritual energy into his celestial-grade inner armor, maximizing his defenses. The red light descended from above, striking Mu Chenyì directly. He braced himself, prepared to withstand the full force of the attack. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly devastating blow turned out to be surprisingly gentle. While not entirely without power, it was significantly weaker than the slap he had received earlier. The woman gracefully floated back to her original position. You have withstood my attack and are now free to proceed, she announced. If you so desire, you may venture to the 2nd palace on the 5th level to receive my inheritance. With those words, her figure began to fade. Please, tell me your name before you leave. Mu Chenyì called out. Mo Lingluo, a voice echoed through the air. Mo Lingluo vanished completely, leaving behind only a wisp of crimson energy that gently settled upon Mu Chenyì. Such ruthlessness! You've completely charmed a female emperor. Nonsense. I merely reciprocated her sincerity. Shameless. Mu Chenyì gazed at the opening that had appeared in the formation above him and ascended, entering the crimson light barrier and arriving on the 5th level. Before him stood a towering mountain, upon which 3 grand palaces were situated, one at the base, one halfway up, and one at the summit. Despite the distance, their imposing presence was undeniable. Activating his divine spirit steps, Mu Chenyì made a beeline for the palace on the mountainside. However, as he approached within a mile of the mountain, he plummeted from the sky. An invisible barrier prevented flight. Dusting himself off after emerging from the crater he had created, Mu Chenyì descended the mountain and approached the palace at its base, whereby Xiangyi stood waiting at the entrance. Well, senior sister. Waiting for me, I presume? Mu Chenyì greeted her with a smile. Bai Xiangyi returned his smile and said, You arrived quite quickly, junior brother. Indeed, replied Mu Chenyì. Mo readily allowed me to pass. I am now headed to the palace on the mountainside. Mo Lingluo, Bai Xiangyi inquired. The female emperor? Mu Chenyì nodded. Yes. She suggested that I could receive her inheritance there if I wished. Bai Xiangyi raised an eyebrow. Impossible. Even upon reaching the 5th level, one is not guaranteed an inheritance. Each palace requires one to pass a trial to enter. Mu Chenyì chuckled. That is precisely what Imo told me. I shall take my leave now, senior sister. With that, he began to ascend the mountain path. Bai Xiangyi, unconvinced, followed closely behind. Mu Chenyì noticed her presence, but did not object. After a half-hour trek, they finally reached the palace on the mountainside. The entire structure was a resplendent crimson, and while not particularly large, it was still approximately 10 times the size of the Yu Emperor Palace. The outer walls were adorned with murals depicting the life of the palace's mistress. Mo Lingluo was born 10,000 years ago and possessed exceptional talent. She joined the Yaoguang sect at the age of 16 and, within a mere 5 years, advanced from having no cultivation to the Emperor realm. 7 years later, she entered the Celestial realm, followed by the Celestial Sovereign realm 10 years after that. In another 20 years, she had reached the Great Emperor realm, becoming the youngest member of the Yaoguang sect to achieve that level since the ancient wars. Tragically, Mo Lingluo's fate was not entirely fortunate. After reaching the Great Emperor realm, she engaged in a fierce battle with a great emperor from a demonic sect in the southern domain. Mo Lingluo emerged victorious, but her opponent, a seasoned veteran, inflicted severe injuries upon her. Over the following year, her wounds festered uncontrollably, ultimately leading to her demise. Mo is indeed formidable, Mu Chenyì mused. She emerged victorious and even vanquished her opponent, whereas the Yu Emperor not only suffered defeat, but also brought about his own downfall. The contrast is stark. It is a pity that such a brilliant woman met an untimely end. Bai Xiangyi, noticing Mu Chenyì's entranced gaze, remarked, she was the greatest contributor to the Yaoguang sect since ancient times. Had she not slain the demonic Great Emperor, the Yaoguang sect might have been destroyed long ago. With a solemn expression, Mu Chenyì declared, I shall undoubtedly carry on her legacy and safeguard the Yaoguang sect. His words were merely a formality. Bai Xiangyi remained skeptical. He was the first to flee when faced with a problem he could solve. How could anyone trust his words? Did she not invite you to receive her inheritance? She asked. Then, by all means, proceed. Hearing her words, Mu Chenyì turned his gaze toward the Crimson Palace. The image of Mo Lingluo's exquisite figure filled his mind. I am coming, my dear, he whispered. He approached the entrance, where a barrier of light immediately materialized, blocking his path. Bai Xiangyi smirked, expecting a trial. There is no way she would simply hand it over. However, her eyes widened in disbelief as Mu Chenyì reached out and touched the barrier. A crimson aura emanated from his body, making contact with the light, and a gap appeared in the barrier. The crimson doors slowly creaked open. I suppose that is how one opens the door, Mu Chenyì said with a grin. I shall enter first, senior sister. Bai Xiangyi watched as Mu Chenyì stepped through the doorway and into the palace. A gentle breeze rustled her hair, leaving it slightly disheveled. She attempted to follow him, but the gap in the barrier had vanished. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Xiangyi retreated. She could not comprehend how Mu Chenyì could be so fortunate. Upon entering the palace, Mu Chenyì observed that it was largely empty. Despite its spaciousness, the only notable feature was a crystal coffin in the center of the room. On either side of the coffin stood a rack, one holding a sword and the other holding 2 small vials. Mu Chenyì had anticipated this, knowing that, as a member of the Yaoguang sect, Mo Lingluo would not have brought anything of significance with her except for her inheritance. He slowly approached the crystal coffin and peered inside, revealing the figure of a woman lying within. It was indeed Mo Lingluo, as ethereal as her previous remnant spirit, clad in red attire, but with a pallid, bloodless complexion. Unable to resist, Mu Chenyì reached out and gently caressed her cheek, a cool sensation coursing through his body. Her skin was smooth and delicate, indistinguishable from that of a living person, save for the temperature. Mu Chenyì's hand slowly traced the contours of her face, then glided down her shoulder. You vulgar scoundrel! Mo Lingluo's voice echoed through the chamber. Mu Chenyì turned to see Mo Lingluo standing behind him, a look of indignation on her face. He noticed that her form appeared more substantial this time, likely due to the greater concentration of her remaining spiritual energy. You misunderstand. My dear, Mu Chenyì protested. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do not attempt to deny it. Mo Lingluo retorted. Mu Chenyì sighed. The cultivation technique I practice requires the absorption of death energy, of which there is an abundance within your body. Mo Lingluo's expression softened somewhat as she inquired, "Is that true?" Mu Chenyì replied, "Sister, just watch." With that, he reached into the crystal coffin, placing his hand on Mo Lingluo's abdomen, and began to channel the 9 lives immortal body technique. Instantly, a mass of dark energy erupted from her corpse, with countless fine black threads formed from death energy coursing into his body through his palm. Mu Chenyì paused, knowing there was no need to rush. The death energy wouldn't escape. His priority was to reassure the girl. He raised his darkened hand and said, "Sister, I truly am not deceiving you." Mo Lingluo replied softly, believing him, though her thoughts drifted back to the moment he had touched her cheek, causing her face to flush once more. Mu Chenyì stepped closer and gently took her hand, asking, "Sister, may I embrace you?" Mo Lingluo hesitated, intending to refuse, but Mu Chenyì drew her into his arms. She thought to herself, "I haven't agreed yet, but a hug should be harmless. After all, we have embraced before." Gradually, she lifted her arms and wrapped them around his waist. The two remained in silence, enveloped in each other's presence. Mu Chenyì felt a complex array of emotions. Initially, he had acted with ulterior motives, but as he held her, genuine feelings began to stir within him. Despite her status as an emperor, her rapid ascension to that realm meant she lacked extensive experience, having recently entered the emperor's domain, only to meet her untimely demise. Her experiences were akin to those of a young girl. This realization deepened his sense of guilt for his previous actions, prompting him to hold her a little tighter. Mo Lingluo's situation aligned closely with Mu Chenyì's assumptions. Her journey had been primarily focused on cultivation, leaving her with little worldly experience. After becoming an emperor, her inexperience had led her to be easily outmaneuvered in battle against a demon emperor. Otherwise, her fall would have been unimaginable. In death, with only a fragment of her divine soul remaining, her experiences had diminished even further. Held in Mu Chenyì's embrace, Mo Lingluo was overwhelmed with emotion. Had she not been in a spiritual state, her heartbeat would have echoed throughout the hall. After a considerable time, she spoke, "All right, enough. I cannot maintain this state for long." Mu Chenyì released her. Mo Lingluo placed her fingertip on his forehead, and a crimson light flickered from her body. Mu Chenyì felt a sudden chill, as something augmented his soul. "Sister, what is this?" he asked. Mo Lingluo retracted her finger, explaining, "This is a soul imprint, containing my divine abilities, cultivation methods, and some insights on practice. Once the imprint integrates with your soul, you will comprehend its contents." Noticing her form becoming ethereal, appearing on the verge of vanishing, Mu Chenyì urged, "Sister, please withdraw it. Your soul power is already scarce. You cannot afford to sustain this much longer." Mo Lingluo smiled softly, gently caressing his face, and said, "This remnant of my soul was meant to pass down my legacy to the younger generation of the Yaoguang sect. Its disappearance is inevitable." A surge of guilt washed over Mu Chenyì. He realized he had no ties to the Yaoguang sect, making him feel even more remorseful towards Mo Lingluo. An idea struck him. If he shared his soul cultivation method with her, could alter this outcome? He gently kissed her forehead. Mo Lingluo initially intended to protest, but soon relented, considering it a parting gift. However, in the next moment, she sensed something new within her mind. Is this a divine grade technique? She pondered, stunned. She gazed at Mu Chenyì with a complex expression. Even the technique she had bestowed upon him barely reached the standard of a semi-divine grade. She was bewildered. How could a disciple of the Yaoguang sect possess a divine grade technique, especially one as rare as a soul cultivation method? "How did you come by such a technique?" Mu Chenyì replied, "On a moonless, windy night, an old man." Mo Lingluo's face darkened at the tale of the technique's origins. "Really?" "Absolutely," Mu Chenyì assured her. "A divine-grade soul cultivation technique should help restore your spirit, right? With a divine-grade technique, it should be feasible," she affirmed. "That's a relief," he exhaled, "Sister. You must begin your cultivation." Mo Lingluo was naturally skeptical, yet she recognized that this was not the time for doubts, so she promptly commenced her practice. For an emperor, familiarizing oneself with a technique didn't take long. Shortly, she stabilized her soul. The essence of her spirit, once on the brink of fading, began to solidify gradually. Seeing this, Mu Chenyì felt a wave of relief. Losing her would cause him profound sorrow. After nearly half an hour of cultivation, Mo Lingluo paused. Mastery of a technique was not an instantaneous endeavor. She had temporarily stabilized her soul's essence and felt no urgency. Turning to Mu Chenyì, she said earnestly, "Thank you." Taking her hand, Mu Chenyì replied, "Sister, you have treated me with sincerity. I vow to reciprocate with my heart. There is no need for gratitude." Mo Lingluo felt her cheeks flush at his words, lowering her gaze and biting her lip, appearing somewhat bashful. After a moment, she regained her composure and led Mu Chenyì to a nearby shelf, retrieving a sword and handing it to him. "This is a spirit weapon I have used. It is called Falling Shadow. You may keep it." Mu Chenyì accepted it and drew the blade from its sheath. The Falling Shadow sword measured 3 feet 3 inches, its crimson blade resembling fierce flames. "A splendid sword, as striking as its mistress," he remarked. Mo Lingluo replied softly, "I'm glad you like it. Falling Shadow is a semi-divine spirit weapon. It will aid you." Nodding, he thought to himself, "I will practice several sword techniques upon returning." Then Mo Lingluo guided him to another shelf, saying, "Here are 2 drops of divine marrow. Take them with you." Mu Chenyì graciously accepted the precious items. Mo Lingluo continued, "I have given you the most treasured possessions here. You should return now." Mu Chenyì mused, "Isn't that an exaggeration?" He held Mo Lingluo's hand and said, "Sister, these are not the most precious things." Raising an eyebrow, Mo Lingluo countered, "Techniques, divine abilities, divine marrow, semi-divine spirit weapons. These are already the finest offerings." Looking directly at her, Mu Chenyì asserted, "In comparison to all these, you are the most precious. Sister, come with me. I shall forego the legacy, divine marrow, and semi-divine spirit weapons." Mo Lingluo was taken aback, then gently caressed his face, saying, "What are you saying? I am merely a fragment of a shattered soul. I have perished. It is only through the hall's formation that my soul essence remains intact. How can I leave?" Mu Chenyì asked, "Is there truly no way?" Mo Lingluo smiled, "There is. Once you attain the supreme realm, a method will present itself." Contemplating this, Mu Chenyì realized it seemed distant. The Xianyu continent had seen scarce appearances of the sacred realm since the dawn of time, and the supreme realm had yet to manifest. "Fear not, sister. I shall reach the supreme realm, and then I will rescue you." "Very well." After an extensive conversation, Mo Lingluo stood and said, "You must take your leave now." Mu Chenyì nodded, "Sister, await my return." "All right." As she watched him depart, Mo Lingluo shook her head, realizing she had merely deceived him. Even if he attained the supreme realm, how could he possibly resurrect someone who had been dead for millennia? Mu Chenyì exited the Grand Hall, casting one last glance at the majestic structure before descending the mountain. The legacy of the great emperor here can only be inherited once. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, he found no trace of Xiangyi at the entrance of the Grand Hall. He then took out a teleportation jade token, preparing to leave. At that moment, with a creak, the door of the hall opened, and Xiangyi emerged from within. Mu Chenyì glanced over and remarked, "Congratulations, senior sister." Xiangyi nodded and replied, "It is I who should congratulate junior brother." Noticing Xiangyi's lack of enthusiasm and her unusual expression, Mu Chenyì realized this was the first time he had seen her like this. Even when she was angry, a smile would usually grace her face. Now, however, she bore a frown. Mu Chenyì inquired, "What did you obtain, senior sister?" Xiangyi sighed and said, "I only acquired 5 drops of the great emperor's blood, nothing else." She then looked at Mu Chenyì and continued, "It seems you have obtained quite a lot. This sword must be a quasi-holy artifact, right?" Even within the entire sect, there were only 2 quasi-holy spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyì responded, "Senior sister, the sect won't make me hand over my belongings, will they? If so, I shall return the spiritual artifact to Sister Mo right away." Xiangyi shot him a glance, pondering his thoughts. While quasi-holy artifacts were indeed rare, the sect would not be so shameless, for it was merely a quasi-holy item, not a holy artifact. Furthermore, with Yi Lingxue around, no one would dare to touch Mu Chenyì, not even her master, who had a good relationship with Yi Lingxue. "You are overthinking." Mu Chenyì was merely jesting. If the sect attempted to seize his belongings, he would simply hand the sword over to his beloved Lingxue without a hint of fear. That's good, that's good." Xiangyi's expression brightened considerably, and she smiled, asking, "Junior brother, what else did you obtain?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I merely acquired a spiritual artifact, nothing more." After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to disclose everything, not out of fear of theft, but rather to spare Bai Xiangyi from disappointment. Bai Xiangyi remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. Since Elder Mo allowed you entry, how could she not grant you the inheritance?" Feeling embarrassed, Mu Chenyì confessed, "When I entered, I reached out and touched Sister Mo's face, and as a result, she gave me a beating, only granting me a spiritual artifact." Bai Xiangyi's expression turned dark as she scolded, "Are you not courting disaster? You dare to act so frivolously with anyone." At the same time, she felt a pang of regret for Mu Chenyì. Had he been more reserved, he might have secured even greater treasures. "Can you not change this habit of yours? Even though she has fallen, with just a remnant of her soul, she could still pose a threat, especially under the hall's protective formations. You were just lucky this time. Had it been someone else, they could have easily eliminated you." Mu Chenyì replied, "Senior sister, it's too late to discuss this now." Bai Xiangyi shook her head, stating, "You will inevitably find yourself in trouble with such behavior." Chapter 215. Departure from the Inheritance Tower. Mu Chenyì smiled, activating his divine steps, and suddenly appeared beside Bai Xiangyi. He then gently cupped her face and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I shall remember it." Bai Xiangyi remained silent, but a sword appeared in her hand. Mu Chenyì quickly retreated, saying, "Senior sister, let's talk it over." Bai Xiangyi finished speaking and vanished. Mu Chenyì chuckled and, using his spiritual energy, activated his divine steps to escape the scene, leaving only his voice resonating in the air below. "Senior sister, I take my leave now." Bai Xiangyi reappeared outside the hall, furrowing her brow as she gazed into the distance. She had intended to reprimand Mu Chenyì, but he had vanished too swiftly. As she melded into the environment to investigate, she found he was already 1,000 miles away. She let out a helpless sigh, taking advantage and then fleeing. What a rascal! Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì had retrieved the teleportation jade token. He crushed the token, and a flash of yellow light enveloped him. Soon, he found himself at the center of the area outside the Inheritance Tower. Looking around, he noted that only 7 or 8 individuals remained from those who had entered, while others likely tended to their injuries. Bai Zishi and several elders were still waiting at a distance. Mu Chenyì approached his 3 wives and inquired, "How did it go? Did you obtain anything good?" The 3 young women shared their experiences, each having acquired a type of heavenly spiritual technique along with some special elixirs, marking a fruitful endeavor. Just then, Bai Xiangyi's figure appeared amidst a flash of light. She glanced at Mu Chenyì before turning her attention elsewhere. Bai Zishi waved her hand, prompting several elders to leap into the air, channeling their spiritual energy to return the Inheritance Tower to its subterranean location. They then exchanged a few formalities, praising their performance and advising those who received inheritances not to be arrogant, while encouraging those who did not to remain undeterred. The sect did not inquire whether they had obtained any inheritances or what items they had received, serving as a veiled form of protection. As for Jiang Mingyu's incident, others had already reported it to the sect. The sect's higher-ups were unaware of the events that transpired within, but with so many witnesses, they could only impose a penalty on Jiang Mingyu. After discussions, the sect mandated Jiang Mingyu to compensate the affected disciples for their losses and mental anguish, amounting to 50,000 spiritual stones per person. In total, Jiang Mingyu was required to pay 500,000 spiritual stones. Only 2 individuals were dissatisfied with this outcome. One was Zui Yunming, who had already possessed 50,000 spiritual stones in his storage ring, and, after accounting for other possessions, felt he had suffered a significant loss. The other was Yun Yuru, who had been wronged but dared not speak out, revealing it would tarnish her reputation. Subsequently, Zui Yunming stepped forward, declaring, "Sectmaster, I have something to report." Bai Zishi turned to Zui Yunming and asked, "Speak, what is it?" Zui Yunming explained, "Sectmaster, within the Inheritance Tower, I encountered danger and was pursued by a skeleton. While fleeing, I happened upon junior brother Mu Chenyì, initially seeking his assistance. He not only refused to help, but also pushed me towards the skeleton, forcing me to shatter the jade token to escape. I implore the sect master to take charge of this matter." He knelt down, feigning extreme grievance. Everyone's gaze shifted to Mu Chenyì. Bai Zishi asked, "Mu Chenyì, is what he claims true?" Mu Chenyì immediately approached, kneeling beside Bai Zishi, and replied, "Sect master sister, I have always adhered to principles of loyalty, filial piety, propriety, and humility, and would never act in such a manner. Senior brother Zhua was merely careless, leading to his capture by the skeleton. thus necessitating the shattering of the teleportation jade token. He then grasped Bai Zishi's ankle, tears streaming down his face as he continued. My 3 senior sisters can attest to this. I beseech you to exercise your discernment, sect master sister. Bai Zishi furrowed her brow, reflecting. This child truly echoes what Lingxue mentioned. The 3 young women had already stepped forward. Luo Bingxing and Lung Lung, albeit shy, blushed as they said, Sect Master. Everything Junior Brother Mu said is true. We can vouch for it. Yun Xiaoyu, more forthright, declared, Sect Master, this is entirely Zui Yunming's malice. Harboring resentment against our husband and deliberately seeking revenge. It is purely slander. Zui Yunming countered, Sect Master, their relationship with Mu Chenyì is complicated. Their words cannot be trusted. Yun Xiaoyu scoffed, if our words are untrustworthy, then yours are even more so. Mu Chenyì then discreetly communicated with Bai Xiangyi, senior sister, I kissed you inside. I used a recording jade. You know what to do, right? Bai Xiangyi responded, you scoundrel. She immediately stepped forward and addressed Bai Zishi, Master. I can attest to the truth of Brother Mu's words. I was nearby at the time and witnessed everything. Zui Yiming glanced back at Bai Xiangyi, then turned his gaze to Mu Chenyì, his mind in turmoil. He couldn't comprehend what was so special about Mu Chenyì. It seemed like all the attractive female disciples in the sect were being charmed by that scoundrel. Mu Chenyì flashed a sweet smile at Bai Xiangyi, who rolled her eyes in response. He then quickly adopted a mournful expression and clung to Bai Zishi's leg. Sister sect leader, please stand up for me. Brothers with false accusations have truly wounded me. Bai Zishi's aura flared, pushing Mu Chenyì aside, and she gave Bai Xiangyi an almost imperceptible smile before turning to Zui Yunming. Do you have anything else to say? Zui Yunming slumped to the ground, realizing the futility of his situation. I was momentarily confused. Please punish me, sect leader. Mu Chenyì quickly interjected, Sister sect leader, Brother Zui has admitted his mistake. Please don't punish him too severely. I believe he won't repeat it, and all our fellow disciples are watching. Zui Yunming shot Mu Chenyì a glare, realizing the latter was pushing for a harsher punishment. I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me severely, sect leader. Bai Zishi smiled. It's rare to see one admitting faults so readily, and another showing such concern for a fellow disciple. Unwilling to see them punished. Let's compromise. Zui Yunming will forfeit his spirit stones for the next year and contribute 20,000 spirit stones to the sect. Zui Yunming sighed in relief. The punishment wasn't too severe, but the embarrassment was significant. Mu Chenyì considered asking for the 20,000 spirit stones, but decided against it, thinking it best to show some restraint. With the matter settled, Bai Zishi dismissed everyone. Upon hearing the sect leader's dismissal, Mu Chenyì quickly gathered Lung Lung around his neck, took Yin Xiaoyu and Luo Bingxing by the hands, and flew off. Bai Xiangyi chuckled at his hasty retreat and then approached Bai Zishi. As they walked away, Bai Zishi asked, did you obtain the inheritance? Bai Xiangyi shook her head. The nether flower was taken. I couldn't enhance my soul, failed the trial before the emperor's palace, and only received 5 drops of the emperor's essence. Bai Zishi remained calm. It's all right. We'll find another way. It just means a few more years of cultivation. Who took the nether flower? Bai Xiangyi thought carefully. Her failure was due to not refining the nether flower's petals, which Mu Chenyì had taken. Her failure was entirely because of him, and that scoundrel even took advantage of her. She angrily replied, Mu Chenyì. Bai Zishi smiled. Lingshue's disciple? That boy is quite unique. When he entered the sect, he only had an earth-grade spiritual vein, but now I sense he has a heaven-grade one. Lingxue must have given him something to enhance his spiritual vein, but his cultivation progress is too rapid. When you went to the ruins, he was only at the 8th level of the profound realm, lower than you. Now, just over a month later, he surpassed you by 7 minor realms. What do you think happened to him? Bai Xiangyi shook her head, having no idea, only noticing that his harem had grown. Bai Zishi pondered later, I'll visit Lingxue and see if I can get a leaf. Bai Xiangyi shook her head again. Master, he probably won't give it. With so many women and only 4 leaves, how could he spare one for others? Bai Zishi suggested, we could trade. Offer him a heaven-grade spiritual artifact. Bai Xiangyi replied, Master, he already has a quasi-saint-grade artifact. She then briefly explained the situation. Bai Zishi could only laugh and sigh, even daring to tease an emperor. That boy is truly amusing. I wonder what Lingxue sees in him. She didn't know Yi Lingxue's true purpose for coming to Yaoguang sect, only that with her talent, she wouldn't easily take in an ordinary child. The entire Yaoguang sect couldn't produce a child with talent close to Yi Lingxue's. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyì had already escorted the 3 girls back to his room, gave them some instructions, and then left for the peak of Purple Bamboo Mountain. He dashed into the backyard, headed straight for the garden, and began digging with his spirit-severing blade. Yi Lingxue, sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard, was momentarily stunned. Normally, Mu Chenyì would have rushed to her, but today he didn't even greet her, heading straight to the garden instead. She began to wonder if her charm had waned. Seeing Mu Chenyì digging, she curiously approached and saw him excavating a hole, carelessly tossing aside the flowers she had planted. He then poured a pile of soil from his storage ring into the hole. Yi Lingxue asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" "Wait a moment, I'll explain soon," Mu Chenyì replied. He took out the root of the nether flower, planted it in the soil, and then, to fertilize it, urinated on it. Yi Lingxue raised an eyebrow and stepped back. "What kind of person are you? At least turn away if you're going to do that. And why are you flailing about? It's broad daylight, and you're acting like a rogue." Mu Chenyì washed his hands and then hurriedly carried Yi Lingxue back to the room, placing her on the bed. "What's going on?" she asked. Mu Chenyì briefly explained about obtaining the nether flower and then took out one of its petals. "This is for you, my love." After careful consideration, he had decided that the nether flower's petals should go to the most talented among his companions: Yi Lingxue, Mu Liao, Wang Shuyue, and Zi Shuyueying. The others, including himself, would find other means later. After all, he had already planted the flower and could find ways to accelerate its growth. Yi Lingxue held the petal. A petal of the nether flower? There are only 4 petals per flower. You should save them for the others. Mu Chenyì embraced her. "You're already at the heavenly monarch realm. With your talent, you'll reach the emperor realm soon. You should use it first. The others will take more time to reach that level, and we'll find other ways for them. There's no rush." Yi Lingxue said, "Using the nether flower's petal won't make much difference for me. Items that can enhance soul quality are extremely rare. Even my family has searched extensively with little success. Many such treasures have vanished since ancient times. They're not something you can obtain just by paying a price." Mu Chenyì insisted. "Lingxue, quickly refine it. How can it not make a difference? My future freedom to act as I please depends entirely on you." Yi Lingxue shook her head, pinching Mu Chenyì's cheek. "Wouldn't it be better to rely on your own strength to act freely?" Mu Chenyì replied, "That would take forever. I prefer to live off the success of others." Unable to resist Mu Chenyì's persistent coaxing, Yi Lingxue finally consumed the petal and began refining it. Mu Chenyì smiled, not intending to idle either. Concerned that Yi Lingxue might feel too confined during the refinement, he helped her remove her clothes. Worried she might feel cold, he placed her on his lap and held her close. Noticing her chest swaying without support, he thought, "This won't do." The burden was too heavy, so he supported the other with both hands. His meticulous care was also a testament to the concern he held for his wife. Yi Lingxue was deeply moved by this, and in the midst of her cultivation, she reached out and playfully tapped Mu Chenyì on the head a few times. The energy fluctuations dancing between her fingers made the curtains in the room flutter. "Behave yourself, and stop being so unruly." Mu Chenyì looked up repeatedly to show he understood. Yet his hands remained busy. Strength training was essential for enhancing his power. As a practitioner of physical cultivation, he naturally seized every opportunity to improve his strength. Training must not cease. Yi Lingxue, feeling helpless, decided not to pay him further mind, as it did not hinder her cultivation, allowing Mu Chenyì to continue his efforts. Soon, the two began to converse again. Though Yi Lingxue found it inconvenient, she could not resist his persistence and nestled closer against his chest. Chapter 217. Did you miss me? That evening, upon returning to his room, Mu Chenyì found only Luo Bingxing there. After inquiring, he learned that Lung Lung had left, and Yun Xiaoyu seemed to have received a message from Li Zixin, prompting her departure as well. Mu Chenyì paid it little mind, knowing he could seek them out later. He embraced Luo Bingxing and handed her a piece of xianbing vine. "Take this, it should be quite beneficial for you." Luo Bingxing accepted it, her heart brimming with joy. Whether the item was truly valuable was of little concern. What mattered was that he held her in his thoughts. Mu Chenyì gazed at Luo Bingxing, lifted her chin, and said, "Bingxing, consider this a special treat for you. Shouldn't you show a bit of gratitude?" Luo Bingxing's face flushed, and she softly asked, How should I express it? Is that a question for your husband?" Mu Chenyì replied, one hand caressing her shoulder while the other began to loosen her clothing, slowly revealing her delicate form. Luo Bingxing wrapped her arms around Mu Chenyì's neck, slightly rising, and murmured, "I don't know." As she spoke, she gently leaned down, embracing him. Mu Chenyì encircled her waist, smiling as he said, You ought to think of how to express it. Luo Bingqing furrowed her brows, shaking her head as she replied. What do you think I should do? Without a word, Mu Chenyì leaned in and kissed her. The following day, Mu Chenyì arrived at Zizhu Peak. After spending several spirit stones, he learned that Yun Xiaoyu had also been taken into seclusion by Li Zixin. It was said that Mu Liu and Yun Xiaoyu would likely remain in seclusion for about a month. With no other option, Mu Chenyì departed, flying in another direction. He arrived at Mingdao Peak, entering the small courtyard where Wang Ximing and Lung Lung resided, and was greeted by a familiar face. Oh, senior brother, long time no see. The man in the courtyard turned, his brow furrowing upon seeing Mu Chenyì. He was the same individual who had overheard Mu Chenyì and Wang Ximing fighting in the room a few days prior. At that time, he had been utterly confused, unable to understand why the sounds of a shaking table had emanated from the room after they entered. Later, he inadvertently mentioned it to a friend and discovered what the two had been up to. He had harbored feelings for Wang Ximing for over 2 months, only to find out. Now, upon seeing Mu Chenyì, he was filled with rage. You scoundrel! Mu Chenyì replied, Senior brother, that's quite inappropriate language. Undeterred by the man's fierce gaze, he approached Wang Ximing's door and knocked. The door swung open, revealing Wang Ximing. She had been in the midst of cultivation and was initially irked by the interruption, but her irritation vanished upon seeing Mu Chenyì, a smile lighting up her face. She longed to rush into his arms, to embrace him tightly, but refrained. She had never been one to overtly express her feelings. Instead, she focused on doing things that would bring him joy. Wang Ximing smiled at Mu Chenyì and said, You're here. Mu Chenyì chuckled, opening his arms as he replied. Did you miss me? Wang Ximing felt a slight sting in her nose and leaned into his embrace, tightly holding onto her man. After all, she was still a girl, and how could she not be bothered by the presence of other women around Mu Chenyì? For now, there were only 8 or 9, but what about the future? How much significance would she hold in his heart? The more she pondered these matters, the more anxious she became. Their relationship had not been born out of love. Despite the feelings they shared now, she feared they might one day fade away. The man in the courtyard watched the two embrace, seething with anger. Mu Chenyì, however, merely turned to the man with a smile, then wrapped his arm around Wang Ximing's waist, lifting her as he kissed her in front of the man. He could not be bothered to confront someone like him. The best course of action was to infuriate him. He then carried Wang Ximing into the room, shutting the door behind them. Unable to contain himself any longer, the man kicked over a stone chair in the courtyard before fleeing in frustration. Inside the room, Mu Chenyì held Wang Ximing and asked, Do you miss home? Wang Ximing nodded. She had been away from home for over half a year. How could she not miss it? However, there was nothing to be done about it. The distance was too great, and even at an ordinary flying boat speed, it would take 2 months. My master won't grant me that much time. I can only wait until my cultivation level increases. Mu Chenyì reassured her. Distance is a minor issue. It won't take that long. I'll take you back. Wang Ximing nodded in agreement. All right. Mu Chenyì continued. We might as well bring your parents along. He had thought it through. Once he brought his sister and Xiaoya home, he would likely not return. It would be too concerning to let Wang Ximing go back alone, given the distance. The best solution was to bring them all over, alleviating any worries. Hearing Mu Chenyì refer to her parents brought joy to Wang Ximing's heart, especially knowing he was considering her feelings. All her previous worries evaporated. Wang Ximing said, There are quite a few people in my family. Bringing them over would be quite troublesome. Mu Chenyì replied, Just your father and mother will suffice. It'll be easier to care for them. Everyone else are ordinary folks, and bringing them all could lead to issues. According to Mu Chenyì, apart from her parents, the others had little relation to them, making it pointless to bring them along. Had it not been for the lurking danger posed by the Wan poison sect, he would not have brought everyone from the Luo family. Furthermore, the Wang family was not like the Luo family. At least there were several cultivators in the Luo family, albeit of low strength. Residing within the influence of Yao Wang sect posed little risk. In contrast, aside from Wang Ximing and Wang Tong, the Wang family consisted entirely of ordinary people, making it likely for problems to arise when mingling with practitioners. Wang Ximing understood this well and said, That makes sense. If it's just my father and mother, that'll be much easier to manage. Mu Chenyì assured her, Don't worry. Once your parents arrive, we'll have them stay near Bingqing's family for mutual support. We'll check on them regularly, and nothing will go wrong. Wang Ximing nodded in agreement. Mu Chenyì declared, We'll set off tomorrow. All right, time to get down to business. Mu Chenyì began to remove her clothing. He buried his face in front of her, gently caressing her, then slightly parted his lips to lightly bite her. Wang Shimming gasped in surprise, softly murmuring, "Be gentle." Mu Chenyì replied, "I was careless." Wang Shimming lowered her head, feeling his eagerness, and smiled sweetly as she held him tightly. That day, Mu Chenyì did not leave Mingdao Peak again. Chapter 218. The Wang family in Tianyu City. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Mu Chenyì held Wang Shimming's hand as they stepped out of the courtyard, leaving Mingdao Peak behind. Along the way, they attracted quite a bit of attention. Just as they were about to depart, they encountered Lung Qingxian. Mu Chenyì gazed at the long legs of the woman before him and remarked with a smile, "Sister, it has been a few days since we last met, and you have become even more radiant." Lung Qingxian turned her attention to Wang Sherdong, her brows furrowing in discontent as she thought, "This scoundrel dares to flirt with another woman in your presence, and you remain unfazed?" She could not fathom Wang Sherdong's mindset, which was devoid of any dissatisfaction. This same lack of concern was evident in her disciple, and even among the younger generation of her clan, as well as several other children from different peaks within the sect. It bewildered her how someone as inconsequential as Mu Chenyì could wield such a lure. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her anger surged, and her expression turned increasingly unfriendly as she regarded Mu Chenyì, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. After all, she could not afford to offend Yi Lingxue, nor could she hope to best her in a confrontation. With a sigh, she addressed Wang Sherdong. "You ought to focus on your cultivation instead of gallivanting about and squandering your prodigious talent." Wang Sherdong replied, "Master, I have matters to attend to and wish to leave for a few days." Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxian exclaimed, "Leave? For a few days? Is it truly your desire to accompany this little scoundrel on his escapades?" "Indeed," Wang Sherdong confessed. Lung Qingxian was at a loss for words. Mu Chenyì, however, was not surprised. Wang Sherdong was unabashed in her affections and openly admitted her intentions. To Lung Qingxian, he proposed, "Sister, I assure you I am not leading Sherdong astray. If you are concerned, you are welcome to join us. We could all venture together." Tightly clenching her fists within her sleeves, Lung Qingxian struggled to suppress her rising fury. With a flourish of her sleeve, she decided to depart, unwilling to endure another moment of Mu Chenyì's irritating smirk. Watching her leave, Mu Chenyì turned to Wang Sherdong and said, "It is time for us to set off." He then lifted Wang Sherdong into his arms and soared into the sky. He consciously chose not to bring Wang Tung along, for some secrets were better left undisclosed to the boy, who was incapable of safeguarding them. By evening, Mu Chenyì and Wang Sherdong arrived at Tianyu City, a modest town merely half the size of Shingen City. Mu Chenyì glanced around, recognizing that in such a small place, even talent might remain obscured. Had he not brought the Wang siblings to Yaoguang sect, they would likely have joined a minor sect near the Wind Kingdom, living out their days in mediocrity with little hope for distinction. Guided by Wang Sherdong, they reached the entrance of the Wang residence. The steward at the door paused momentarily upon seeing Wang Sherdong before hurrying over, exclaiming, "Miss, you have returned." Another servant rushed inside to announce their arrival. Hand in hand, Wang Sherdong and Mu Chenyì walked through the gate. The steward, seeing this, dashed inside, calling out, "The miss and her fiancé have returned." Mu Chenyì noted the steward's enthusiasm, silently commending him, thinking, "This young man has a bright future ahead. I shall reward him later." As they entered the inner courtyard, a middle-aged couple approached, warmly inquiring after Wang Sherdong's well-being. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Sherdong introduced Mu Chenyì, saying, "Father, mother, this is Mu Chenyì, the one I hold dear." Her parents assessed Mu Chenyì, noting his remarkable looks and charm, which complimented their daughter well. Satisfied with his demeanor, they felt reassured, especially since their daughter was fond of him. The couple welcomed their daughter and son-in-law into their home, bombarding Mu Chenyì with questions. Though their inquiries were casual, they were primarily concerned about Mu Chenyì's intentions toward Wang Sherdong. As long as he treated her well, they would not quibble over other matters. Mu Chenyì answered their questions with sincerity, ensuring both his future father-in-law and mother-in-law felt at ease. After a thorough discussion, Wang Sherdong's parents felt content with Mu Chenyì's responses. During dinner, an unexpected guest made an appearance, a young man named Su Yunkai, Wang Sherdong's cousin and a relative from her mother's side. The Wang family had extensive business dealings with the Su family, and Su Yunkai had come to visit due to these ties, having spent the last 2 days at the Wang residence. Mu Chenyì discerned Su Yunkai's intentions toward Wang Shidong with a mere glance, a recognition born from the unspoken understanding between men, despite Su Yunkai's attempts to conceal his motives. After dinner, Wang Shidong was ushered away by her mother for a private discussion, leaving Mu Chenyì to converse with Wang Shidong's father and Su Yunkai. Su Yunkai inquired, "Mu, may I ask what business your family engages in?" Mu Chenyì replied, "I feel embarrassed to say, having come from humble beginnings, I possess no business acumen." Wang Shidong's father chuckled, but remained silent, well aware that his daughter and son-in-law were cultivating within the sect, rendering their origins irrelevant. Su Yunkai continued, "In that case, Mu, you must strive to improve. My cousin's family is the wealthiest in Chenyì City. If you lack capital, people will surely gossip, suggesting you are merely trying to climb the Wang family ladder." With a grin, Mu Chenyì responded, "No matter. I have thick skin and care not for such opinions. I indeed aspire to join the ranks of the Wang family." Su Yunkai was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. Was this man truly so foolish? Even if he felt that way, such thoughts should remain unspoken. How could the Wang family possibly approve of such candidness? Yet, Su Yunkai felt a surge of joy at Mu Chenyì's naivety, as it clearly signaled the end of any potential romance with Wang Shidong. He eagerly turned to gauge Wang Shidong's father's reaction, only to find him smiling at Mu Chenyì, entirely devoid of anger. How can this be? Su Yunkai wondered aloud. "Uncle, he just admitted to wanting to climb the Wang family tree, and you." Wang Shidong's father replied, "Indeed, and what of it? There is nothing wrong with that." Perplexed, Su Yunkai left the parlor, unable to comprehend the situation. Mu Chenyì, however, trailed behind him, determined not to let such a petty individual escape unscathed. As Su Yunkai passed a small courtyard, Mu Chenyì swiftly incapacitated him, utilizing his divine steps. Mu Chenyì transported Su Yunkai to a remote mountain several dozen miles away from Chenyì City. He stripped Su Yunkai of all his belongings, contemplating briefly before deciding to leave him tied to a tree for safety, lest he be devoured by wolves. Subsequently, Mu Chenyì returned to Chenyì City. Upon his return, he donned Su Yunkai's clothes, adopting his appearance, and then exited the Wang residence, informing the steward of an urgent matter that required his presence at the city's manhua tower. Afterward, he quietly returned to the Wang family. Chapter 219. You went to the Wang family? Late at night, Mu Chenyì waited for what felt like an eternity until Wang Shidong finally returned from her conversation with her mother. He embraced her and shared the details regarding Su Yunkai's actions, concerned that the fool might wander off and starve. He felt it necessary to inform Wang Shidong so she could send someone to search for him. Wang Shidong merely smiled in response. Mu Chenyì gently caressed Wang Shidong's cheek as she leaned against him and remarked, "These past few days have been trying. Just yesterday, everything seemed fine." He replied. Wang Shidong shifted her position and said, "Today is an important day." Holding her close, Mu Chenyì replied, "Then let us ensure you rest well." The following day, Mu Chenyì departed Chenyì City, intending to investigate the situation at the Mu Wangfu, with Wang Shidong managing affairs at her family home. He felt assured there would be no complications. Upon stealthily arriving at Mu Wangfu, he sensed the presence of 2 cultivators within, one male and one female, both of modest strength, the man at the 6th level of the Xian realm and the woman at the 3rd. They were currently in the hall of Wang Shui's courtyard, where she also resided. Mu Chenyì concealed himself atop the roof, listening intently to the conversation below. "Second, madam, I am aware of your message. My father has yet to return, and I fear he may be in dire straits. The affairs of the residence indeed require management." Wang Shui responded in a calm manner. "Rest assured, I shall not shirk this matter." Upon hearing their words, Mu Chenyì discerned that the man and woman before him were Mu Tianheng's eldest son, Mu Lingkong, and his wife. Moments later, Wang Shui spoke. "This is how it stands. You have both journeyed long, so please go and rest." Mu Lingkong replied, "Then we shall not disturb you any further." With that, he and the woman departed from Wang Shui's courtyard. Watching them leave, Wang Shui returned to her chamber. As she closed the door behind her, she was embraced from behind. Rather than panic, she felt a familiar scent that had long lingered in her thoughts. "Little rascal," Mu Chenyì held Wang Shui tightly, kissing her cheek, and murmured, "It's been so long since we last met, and you greet me with insults. Is that fair? Little rascal, you are utterly incorrigible." Mu Chenyì inhaled the fragrance that enveloped her, teasingly saying, "Shall I leave then?" Wang Shuiwei pinched his cheek and retorted, "Leave? Do you really wish to go?" Mu Chenyì lifted Wang Shuiwei into his arms and twirled her around several times, declaring, "Then I shall not depart." Wang Shuiwei smiled and inquired, "How is Yaoer faring?" Mu Chenyì reassured her, "Do not worry. Yaoer is doing splendidly." Wang Shuiwei grasped his hand and asked, "When did you return?" Mu Chenyì cradled her face in his hands, smiling as he replied, "I just got back not long ago. I first took Shiming home, spent a day at the Wang residence, and then hurried here." Wang Shuiwei regarded him, asking, "You went to the Wang residence?" "Indeed, I did. There is something I need to discuss with my sister." He gently kissed her again. Wang Shuiwei, puzzled, asked, "What do you wish to inquire about?" Mu Chenyì posed the question, "Who knows your true identity within the Wang family?" Contemplating, Wang Shuiwei replied, "Regarding the events of years past, only my parents and Shiming's father are aware. Beyond that, no one else should know. My parents have passed, leaving only Shiming's father, who is deeply entangled in this matter and would not divulge it to others." Mu Chenyì nodded, relieved that so few were privy to this information, making it easier to navigate future discussions with Yaoer without the risk of exposure. He drew Wang Shuiwei close, inhaling her scent. She gazed at him, feeling his presence, smiling at the thought that, at least for today, he belonged to her. They conversed at length, and noticing her fatigue, Mu Chenyì tenderly remarked, "Sister, you have been exceedingly busy lately. Have you not had a moment to rest? You should take some time for yourself." Wang Shuiwei shot him a look. There were countless affairs at the Mu Wangfu awaiting her attention, and exhaustion was inevitable. Yet, could her weariness solely be attributed to these matters? The transition of responsibilities within the estate was considerable. Mu Chenyì then asked, "Do you intend to hand over the Mu Wangfu to Mu Linkong?" Wang Shuiwei nodded, stating yes. He is the most suitable candidate. To begin with, Mu Linkong possesses a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Xian realm, which is not insignificant here. Additionally, he has connections within the Kuaishing sect. While the sect may not be strong, it commands respect in Feng country, even if the strength of the Mu Wangfu diminishes. With Mu Linkong at the helm, significant issues should not arise, unless the Mu family brings ruin upon themselves. Chapter 220. Mu Linkong's suspicions. Wang Shuiwei inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Mu Chenyì shook his head, indicating he was not concerned with such matters. He then asked, "Are there others in the estate who are close to Yao?" During his previous tenure as steward, he had found no evidence. Now, as he prepared to sever ties with the Mu Wangfu, it was essential to consider these issues. Wang Shuiwei shook her head, replying, "No, in a place rife with scheming, how could there be any genuine connections?" Mu Chenyì expressed relief, saying, "Then I can rest easy. Even if the Mu Wangfu were to fall, it would not matter." He gazed at Wang Shuiwei, licking his lips, and remarked, "It seems the time has come." "Nemesis." Wang Shuiwei lightly swatted Mu Chenyì, chiding, "Nemesis, it has only been a short while, and you already lack compassion." Mu Chenyì whispered in her ear, "So, sister, do you wish for me?" "Yes, yes, isn't that sufficient?" Just as Mu Chenyì leaned in to kiss her, he suddenly turned to the doorway. What was he doing here at such a moment? Was he not complicating matters? Wang Shuiwei speculated. It is likely due to the affairs of the Wangfu. Just then, Mu Linkong's voice echoed from outside. "Madam, do you have a moment? There are matters I wish to discuss." Wang Shuiwei glanced at Mu Chenyì. He pressed a kiss to her lips, momentarily wrestling with his conscience, and then said, "Let us hear what he has to say." Wang Shuiwei rose and instructed Mu Linkong, "Please wait in the hall." She donned her garments and told Mu Chenyì, "Be good and wait for me. I shall return shortly." After planting a kiss on him, she exited the room. Mu Chenyì lay back on the bed, unleashing his spiritual consciousness to eavesdrop on their conversation, curious about Mu Linkong's intentions. In the hall, Wang Shuiwei took her seat at the head and queried, "What is it you wish to know?" Mu Linkong gazed at her, stating, "My father, with a cultivation level of the 4th stage, cannot be said to lack adversaries in Feng country, but no one could eliminate him without a trace. If my father were in danger, even if he could not defeat an opponent, he would certainly be able to flee. If he were harmed, the likelihood of it being someone familiar is quite high. Madam, who do you believe could be behind this?" Since receiving news that Mu Tianheng had not returned to the Wangfu, he had been pondering this issue. However, due to his recent marriage, he had been unable to return freely. His arrival this time was after conducting a discreet investigation in the city for several days before bringing his wife back to the Mu Wangfu. Wang Shuiwei replied coolly, "I cannot say. If you are inquiring about this matter, There is little I can do. Her demeanor remained unchanged as she spoke. The fact that he had chosen to discuss this with her likely indicated his suspicions. Yet, she remained unconcerned. His failure to act directly suggested a lack of substantial evidence. And given his inferior strength, any action on his part would not pose a threat. He was also unaware that she had already attained the strength of the Wang realm, which emboldened him to test her resolve. Mu Linkong, unable to discern any emotion from Wang Shuyue's expression, pressed further. Madam, you appear entirely unconcerned about my father's disappearance. Wang Shuyue retorted, whether I worry or not cannot alter the outcome. If the result is unchangeable, why should I fret? Mu Linkong was unaware of the precise relationship between Mu Chenyì and Wang Shuyue. He had only heard from those in the estate that the two had a harmonious rapport and that Mu Chenyì treated her well. Now, with the possibility that his father had met with misfortune, Wang Shuyue exhibited not a trace of concern, which contradicted his understanding of the situation. This only fortified his suspicions. Mu Linkong continued, 6 months ago, during the days following my wedding, there were reports of a battle occurring on a mountain several dozen miles outside the city. Witnesses described seeing a massive crimson hand atop the peak. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Shuyue, but finding her expression unchanged, he continued, according to the witness. There were 3 individuals atop the mountain. It is highly likely that it was my father engaged in combat there. Now that he has yet to return, that very location may well be where he encountered trouble. This information was gleaned from a drunken man during my inquiries in the city. He naturally placed great importance on the matter, yet under a barrage of threats and temptations, he could only glean a meager amount of information. Subsequently, he visited the mountaintop, but found no substantial clues. The only certainty was that a battle had indeed taken place there, as evidenced by a pile of shattered stones marked by traces of spiritual energy disturbance. Wang Shuyue remarked, "Is that so?" Though she maintained a calm exterior, her mind wandered back to the time she had slain Mu Chenyì. At that moment, she was newly entered into the Wang realm, unable to skillfully wield her spiritual force or extend her reach significantly. She had paid little heed at the time, not realizing there were others nearby that night. Mu Linkong suggested, if the second madam has some leisure, perhaps we could visit that place together tonight. We might uncover some clues. Just as Wang Shuyue was about to decline, she received a transmission from Mu Chenyì. She promptly replied, "That sounds agreeable." The two arranged to meet outside the city later that evening. Seeing that the matter was settled, Mu Linkong stood and said, "I shall not disturb the second madam's rest any longer." He exited the courtyard, his brow furrowed. Wang Shuyue's demeanor was unnaturally composed, devoid of any flaws. This led him to nearly ascertain that his father's predicament was linked to her. Clenching his fists, Mu Linkong recalled how he had nearly lost his composure in the hall. Though he had a strong suspicion regarding her involvement, he lacked concrete evidence. Therefore, he intended to lure her out of the Wang residence and deal with her. More importantly, if 3 individuals had indeed been present on the mountaintop, it implied the existence of another party. He also sought to draw that person out. Aware that Wang Shuyue was at the 6th level of the Xian realm, he felt confident in his ability to confront her, especially with his wife by his side. They would pose little difficulty. The only uncertainty lay with the other individual's cultivation level. However, it was improbable that a formidable expert resided in such a small locale. Even if someone had conspired against his father, they must have employed some nefarious scheme. To claim that a powerful figure was involved seemed far-fetched. A true stronghold would have no reason to harm his father. Such an act would be beneath them. He felt compelled to act swiftly. For Wang Shuyue was set to depart soon, and finding her later would undoubtedly prove challenging. With this thought, Mu Linkong ceased his musings and promptly returned to his chamber. Though his desire for vengeance burned fiercely, he needed to inform his wife about the evening's plans and prepare accordingly to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Wang Shuyue inquired, "Are you contemplating assassination?" Mu Chenyì embraced her and replied, "It would be one thing if he remained oblivious, but now he clearly harbors suspicions. It is best to eliminate him." Wang Shuyue countered, "Killing him may be simple, yet the subsequent affairs of the Wang residence would become troublesome. There is no one else capable of taking charge." Mu Chenyì stated, "There is no alternative, if we allow Mu Linkong to continue his investigation. The truth of our involvement in Mu Tianheng's demise may reach Yao Yao, and that would spell disaster. She must remain unaware of our actions against Mu Chenyì." Wang Shuyue nodded in agreement.